Just as you crossed over, you discovered that you already possessed the cultivation of a quasi-emperor, and your identity was that of the highly esteemed chief of a top imperial clan. However, you couldn't find any joy in it. It's all because your 3 useless sons are all villainous lackeys, constantly either competing with the protagonist or engaging in arena duels, ultimately leading the entire family to ruin alongside them. In order to save the fate of the imperial family, you, the latecomer big boss, decided to take the initiative and eliminate the protagonist early on. Just as you were contemplating the next steps in your planning, urgent news reached your ears. Chief, young Master San was defeated by Su Chun in the life and death arena at the Howran Academy and is now spitting blood. Your expression darkened, and the authority of being the chief of the imperial clan became evident. There's no need to worry about him for now. This so-called 3-year agreement that the third young master mentioned, I do not agree with it. There's no reason to let the enemy grow slowly. Now, let him understand the consequences of such actions, and it won't be too late to act. The chief is wise. Outside the Howran Academy, the guardian nodded in agreement. Currently, the situation with the son can be saved, but the male lead Su Chen cannot be killed because he has the Howran Academy as his backing. The strength of the old dean surpasses yours, and there is also the assistance of the extreme Dao Emperor's soldiers. How can Su Chen be eliminated with thunderous force? Just as you were at a loss, a sudden icy voice echoed in your mind. Ding! The Destiny's arch-villain system has been fully loaded. This system is dedicated to turning the host into the ultimate antagonist. By suppressing and killing those with destiny bestowed upon them, you can plunder destiny points. Destiny points can be used for a lottery draw. As this is the host's first time loading the system, a special reward of a supreme VIP 10 consecutive draws is granted. Would you like to draw now? With a raised eyebrow, a surge of ecstasy rose from your heart, almost making you burst into laughter. The system was indeed a standard feature for every time traveler. Just when you were worrying, the golden finger appeared, didn't it? Without hesitation, you directly chose to draw the lottery. Ding! The lottery is complete. Congratulations on receiving the reward, Cultivation Breakthrough to the first level. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the reward, Cultivation Breakthrough. Achieving the Great Saint Physique, the Supreme Emperor's Divine Weapon. A series of lottery prompts appeared, causing your cultivation to soar all the way from the quasi-emperor's first level to the 9th level in one go. What's even more exaggerated is that you directly obtained the rare and powerful physique of the ancient times in the Shen Huang world, the Primordial Saint Physique. A terrifying Great Saint Physique. Now that you possess such a physique, and have even reached the pinnacle, it simply alleviates all your worries. In addition, the final Emperor's banner is the legendary Supreme Imperial Weapon. Now you are feeling extremely exhilarated, sensing the surging power within you, and all your previous worries have completely vanished. At this moment, the hard ground of the arena was already riddled with holes, and in the center, Zhou Ku, one of the 3 brothers, lay there with most of his body shattered, barely clinging to life. We won! The entire Howran Academy erupted in a chorus of delighted cheers, with no one caring about Joku's fate but instead applauding and cheering for Su Chen. Joku's eyes pierced through the arena and looked towards Bai Muxue, endless unwillingness and regret surging in his heart. Father, I was wrong. I shouldn't have disobeyed you and agreed to her 3-year agreement. Just as Joku was on the brink of death, a deep roar suddenly came from outside the Howran Academy, causing Joku's dim eyes to light up. Is the Howran Academy conspiring to harm the direct line of my Zhou family? Thinking my Zhou family has no one? The deep voice pierced through the void, echoing throughout the entire Howran Academy in an instant. Who goes there? Almost simultaneously, all the teachers and students looked up. In the next moment, an incredibly shocking scene unfolded. The sky cracked open as if being split by an invisible sword, revealing countless warships the size of mountains, each with countless figures standing on them. These figures were clad in fierce armor, exuding a murderous aura, resembling celestial soldiers. At the bow of each warship, a large flag fluttered in the wind, bearing the powerful character Zhou. Upon seeing this, someone immediately exclaimed, "No way! So many warships, is the Zhou family planning to empty their nest?" Do not fear him, our Howran Academy is also a sacred place, with numerous strong individuals, not something that can be suppressed solely by quantity. As people discussed, strong figures rose from the Howran Academy and headed towards the Zhou clan's worship. The Zhou clan has gone to great lengths to come to our Howran Academy. I wonder what brings such honor. Vice Dean Zhao Wenda, dressed as a scholar, stood with hands behind his back, releasing his half-saintly aura without reservation. In an instant, a sky-like illusion rose up around him, enveloping the entire academy. Before he could finish speaking, a cold snort came from within the vast sky battleship. This cold snort was extremely casual. In the void, the sky Zhao Wendao had just created completely collapsed under this ordinary cold snort. Zhao Wendao spurted a mouthful of blood, his body uncontrollably falling downwards. At the same time, a towering figure in a black embroidered golden robe, with flowing hair, exuding an aura that seemed to overshadow the ancient times, appeared out of thin air on the warship. You stood with your hands behind your back, looking indifferently as Zhao Wenda fell down. If you want to pretend to be confused, you need to have the ability to do so. Otherwise, you're just a nobody. You successfully suppressed the semi-saint and plundered 500 points of destiny. You raised an eyebrow. Is it really that easy to plunder destiny points? It doesn't seem difficult at all. Zhao Wendao forcibly steadied his figure, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked up at you, saying, Chief Zhou's words are wrong. The 3-year agreement between Zhou Ku and Bai Muxue has come to an end. The life and death battle on the arena today was a rule set 3 years ago. Chief Zhou was well aware of it at that time, so there is no room for feigning ignorance. You paid no attention to his words and slowly descended from midair. With a wave of his palm, the formation shrouding the life and death arena was ruthlessly destroyed. You landed in front of Zhou Ku, who was barely breathing. Fa. Father, Zhou Ku looked at you, struggling to raise his palm, as if wanting to express his endless grievances. Humph. You glanced at him indifferently. Do you know your mistake? Child knows his mistake. Zhou Ku opened his mouth, showing a remorseful expression. Where did you go wrong? I was wrong to agree to the 3-year agreement with Bai Muxue. Zhou Ku's words caused Zhou Yu's mind to flutter. It couldn't be that this third son of his finally woke up at the last moment, knowing that your decision 3 years ago was so wrong that you should have just exterminated them? Child, in the beginning, I should have begged father to help me decapitate that Su Chen, so that Mu Shui wouldn't have been compelled by him, and thus disliked me. Zhou Yu was silent. He finally understood that the lickspittle villain persona in the original, there was no possibility of being able to change it at all, except for letting someone else cross over and replace it. They have all been beaten to this state, and they are still saying that Bai Muxue was compelled by Su Chen. Nima. But if this Bai Muxue had a trace of mercy, she wouldn't have watched you get beaten up like this. Snap. Zhou Yu flung his sleeve and slapped this dog-licking male match in the face. Almost beat the third son's soul straight to the ground. Rotten wood cannot be carved. Zhou Yu didn't bother to say much to him, but instead turned his head to look to Su Chen. Su Chen. Realm, 9th level of the Divine Bridge Realm. Fate, golden. Fate is divided into ordinary, white. Slightly lucky, green. Noble, blue. Heavenly destiny, purple. And son of luck, golden. Current destiny value, 1, 270, 000. It's not right system. This Su Chen is the protagonist of the entire book, and the heavenly fate value is only over 1 million? That's too little, right? Through the system scan, Zhou Yu directly realized that something was wrong. More than 1 million heavenly destiny values. Even if he plundered them all, it would only be enough for 1 round of the Supreme VIP draw. That's outrageous, isn't it? Ding. The target's destiny value will skyrocket as it grows, while the person with great fortune within this world is not the protagonist alone. The system's timely explanation caused Zhou Yu to reveal a dawning realization, and as his eyes pondered, he instantly understood how to maximize the heavenly destiny value. According to reason, one should now sit back and wait for Su Chen to grow up. The more wondrous encounters the opponent had and the stronger he was, the more heavenly fate values he would be able to accumulate. On the contrary, he himself was in complete control of the situation now that he was at the 9th sky of the quasi-emperor. Let Su Chen bounce around as much as he wanted, as long as he was exterminated before Su Chen had completely grown up. It seems a very desirable plan indeed. Zhou Yu softly muttered to himself, but immediately afterward, his palm lifted up and grabbed down towards Su Chen, who was not far away. Boom! The void roared, the earth shook, and the terrifying fluctuations of the Tao ripples coalesced around them to form a large handprint that covered the sky, shrouding them down like a Tarzan. In an instant, Su Chen's face changed completely. He could see at a glance that Zhou Yu had moved to kill him. This was to directly put him to death. Su Chen struggled desperately, but no matter how much Yuan power boiled around him, it was of no use in front of a quasi-emperor. Zhou Yu looked at him with an icy gaze, without the slightest fluctuation on his face. Kidding aside, this little chibi is not a good thing. That's the son of heaven's destiny in the entire original, the possessor of the golden destiny. If you really cultivate it slowly, wouldn't you be just like your predecessor, who ended up being pecked by the swallows after beating them all day long? Who cares how much heavenly fate value you can skyrocket later? Just directly slap them to death first, and then find a way to kill the other heavenly fate sons when the time comes. Won't it be fine? Precisely because Zhou Yu intended to do so, he directly revealed his quasi-emperor's means between these strikes, without letting go of the slightest bit of water. Click, click, click. The void could not even withstand under this palm of Joyu's and began to crumble, countless cracks spreading and spatial turbulence reeling out. Scenes that looked like extinction were constantly appearing above Su Chen's head. He showed a look of horror, not realizing that he had just finished off a great enemy, but he would actually encounter such a terrifying crisis, just when he thought that he was bound to die. In the depths of the Howran Academy, a weak, scholarly voice suddenly passed on. Patriarch Shou. What a great honor. Chapter 4, The Master of the House appears. Empty mouth slander. It was a small voice, sounding like a sickly scholar, even a little breathless. But it was the moment this faint voice appeared that the void seemed to tremble fiercely, followed by countless Dao lines that seemed to spread out from the deepest part of the Howran Academy, like twisted words, colliding with Zhou Yu's large hand all at once. Click. Only a crunching sound could be heard. Zhou Yu's palm imprint under this sound collision immediately paused, and then twisted into a torrent of gale force winds spreading towards the surroundings. Under the gale, Su Chen, who was originally bound to die, was actually unharmed, and at this moment, the other party looked in the direction of the Howran Academy with a surprised face. Dean. Immediately afterward, a sickly old scholar holding a folding fan and coughing uncontrollably from his mouth appeared in front of Su Chen. Aha! The old scholar nodded faintly at Su Chen with a smile on his face. Not bad. These days, the cultivation has not fallen behind. Disciple is too incompetent to help the academy fight such a great enemy. Su Chen was ashamed, and in a few words, he pointed all the fingers at Zhou Yu. There's no harm. This kind of existence is not something you can fight against right now. The old scholar stroked his beard and smiled, turning his head to look at Zhou Yu, who was not far away in his black robe. The old man, Gu Yun, added to the position of master of the Howran Academy. Your Excellency barged into the interior of my Howran Academy without being summoned, and also bullied the disciples of my academy by being big and bullying the small ones. Shouldn't he give an explanation? Explain? Zhou Yu smiled coldly. Since you are the dean, this seat would like to question you. My son Joku is about to lose his life in the Howran Academy. Have you ever given me an explanation? Ha! Patriarch Shou originally inquired about this matter? Ancient Cloud Courtyard Master coughed a few times, only then smiled and said, By Mushue and Joku 3 years ago set a pact. 3 years later to duel 4. The winner will decide the 2 marriage contract to go. This matter, Zhou Matriarch is not heard of long ago, which still need to make any explanation. Humph. Zhou Yu snorted coldly. Nerd, are you confused from reading? Do you even need to ask me this kind of question? Listen to what's coming out of your own dog's mouth. By Mushue's 3-year contract with Joku, and now you're letting a Su Chen come up here instead of her. And there's going to be a life and death duel as well. Have you been kicked in the head by the 9 heavens divine donkey to be able to think of such a simple truth? Ding! You broke Guyun's mind and made him unstable, plundering the heavenly fate value plus 500. You, Zhou Patriarch, you and I are both a handful of years old. Don't talk any dirty words on this, it is unseemly. The ancient Cloud Academy master was so furious that his beard twisted and he almost made a direct move. Besides, Su Chen replacing Bai Mushue in the duel with Joku, that was a decision that Joku personally agreed to. So what's wrong with that? Greatly inappropriate. Zhou Yu chortled coldly. Joku is only studying the laws of Confucianism and Taoism in your Howran Academy, but his true identity is a direct descendant of my Zhou clan, and he is even my Zhou Yu's 3rd son. The duel of the 3-year appointment. Such a significant matter. Could it not be that he alone could make the decision? At a time like this, the Howran Academy, which is a witness to the event, does not notify the seat, but actually dares to watch Joku die a horrible death. What exactly are their intentions? He said and smiled proudly. This seat corrects it. Don't compare old bones like you to me. You're an old thing with half a foot in the coffin. This seat is just over 700 years old. In its prime, how can it be compared to an old dang like you? Ding! You let Gu Yun break the big defense, plundering the heavenly fate value plus 1000. Rough piker, rough piker. The ancient Cloud Academy master's body trembled with anger, but he could only endure. Then what does Patriarch Zhou want with all this hustle and bustle? It's easy. Zhou Yu smiled faintly, secretly saying that he had finally come above the main topic. He pointed at Su Chen with one hand. This son killed my beloved son, violating the majesty of my imperial clan. Not only should his own skin be peeled off, but also the 9 clans should be exterminated as a warning to others. Zhou Yu's eyes moved and looked toward Bai Mushue, who was scared to death in the distance. There is also this person who cheated and used my son, so he should likewise be exterminated from the 9 clans and suffer the same punishment. And you, Howran Academy, harboring Su Chen, aiding and abetting the evil. How can you have any semblance of a Confucian Holy Land? From today onwards, seal the mountain for 100 years. When these 3 words came out, it was like 9 days of thunder exploding one after another in the ears of the crowd. What? flaying the skin, and executing the 9 clans? My god. Now Su-chen and Bai Muxue are in big trouble. If you have to spare people, I'll say that this Su-chen has gone a bit too far. The other party is after all a direct lineage of the Imperial clan. Can't you just say you'll kill them? Now it's good. The entire Howren Academy is going to be sealed. How can this be? The crowd was talking about this, and the two of them, Bai Muxue and Su-chen, even changed their faces. You're bloodthirsty. Bai Muxue couldn't care less about anything else. Jumping out and pointing at Zhou Yu, she retorted, Zhou Kuo and I have a clean slate. All the resources, the pills, are all voluntarily gifted by him? Why would I take advantage of the deception? Saying that, she looked towards the dying Zhou Ku, her mouth agitated. Zhou Ku, tell me, was it you who voluntarily gifted it to me? Looking at Bai Muxue's blossomed, icy pitying appearance. Even though he himself was already about to die, Joka still trembled and opened his mouth. Father, what Muxue said was right. Everything she did, was, of my own free will. Buzz. Zhou Yu raised his hand and slapped Joka's face again, hitting the other party with a wild spray of blood. Useless piece of. Shut the up. The crowd was stunned by Zhou Yu's ruthless approach. Nima dared to do this to his own son. This is a truly ruthless person. Zhou Yu pretended to be indignant and said, I can't imagine how this seat, which was wise for a lifetime, was able to give birth to such an extremely stupid son like you. He withdrew his gaze with a disappointed expression and turned his head to Bai Muxue and Su-chen. You two dogs and men. 3 years ago, when my son and Bai Muxue didn't make a 3-year contract, you were already metamorphosing together. When this seat doesn't know? Now play innocent with me here. Play the nigh immortal must bar. The moment these words came out, Su-chen and Bai Muxue's faces changed greatly at the same time. This matter had always been a secret between the two of them, and no one else had ever known about it from the beginning to the end. Even the classmates who accompanied Bai Muxue in the first place were secretly killed by her, without leaving a single survivor. How could a third person know about this? Even more so, how could it be said on the spot by the patriarch of the Zhou clan? Ding! You've succeeded in making Su-chan's mind lose its grip, plundering the heavenly fate value plus 1000. Ding! You've succeeded in making Bai Muxue's mind lose its grip, plundering the heavenly fate value plus 800. Hearing the prompts coming from his mind, Zhou Yu's heart secretly rejoiced. Sure enough, he hadn't remembered this part of the original plot correctly. These two dogs and men had indeed panicked. You're slandering! Su-chen reacted quickly enough and quickly retorted. Patriarch Shou, you're relying on your status as an emperor to slander Muxue and I with empty words. Is there no kingly law in this world? Chapter 5, The Death of the Third Son. Within the academy, shoot on sight. King's law? You're talking about the king's law with my imperial clan? Ha ha ha. Zhou Yu let out a wild laugh. His aura around him instantly skyrocketed, and in an instant, it was as if he had transformed into a giant that supported the sky and the ground, overlooking the ants. That terrifying oppression caused Su-chen's veins to flare and his body to tremble, almost about to fall to his knees. In the Xianhuan Great World, I, the Emperor Clan, am the king's law. Zhou Yu's words were deafening, causing everyone's eardrums to vibrate and shriek. Seeing this, the ancient Cloud Academy master's aura blossomed around him. The aura of a quasi-emperor triple sky instantly spanned the entire field, and in an instant, all of Zhou Yu's aura was resisted by him, allowing everyone to recover as before. Patriarch Shou, it's not true that your Zhou clan is an imperial clan, but my Howren Academy is also a sacred place of Confucianism and likewise has a quasi-emperor in attendance, so it's best to restrain yourself. Seemingly sensing the other party's quasi-emperor aura, the crowd saw Zhou Yu's face slightly slow down, and then he sneered. Good. Since you want to talk to me about the king's law, then this seat will fulfill you for once. Zhou Yu gazed at the ancient cloud courtyard master. The courtyard master is so protective of this Su-chen, so I guess he should be willing to prove his innocence for him, right? Patriarch Shou is wrong. Su-chen is a disciple of my Howren Academy just like the other disciples, and the academy naturally can't watch them be falsely accused. Well, it's easy as hell to prove innocence. Really? Zhou Yu's words caused both Su-chen and Bai Muxue to change color, always feeling that there was something in the other party's words. A sardonic smile surfaced on Zhou Yu's face. All that is needed is for me to personally search through the soul memories of the two men and then present them thoroughly, and naturally everything will be revealed. What? Soul searching? Su-chen and Bai Muxue were completely flustered this time. Academy Master must not. Once the soul search technique is performed, the two of us will become demented even if our souls don't dissipate. He's doing this more than killing us. Bai Muxue pointed at Zhou Yu and opened her mouth trembling, afraid that the Academy Master would listen to Zhou Yu's words. The ancient Cloud Academy Master frowned slightly at the words and coughed violently a few times before shaking his head. Patriarch Shou is deliberately making things difficult. It's better to find another way. Okay, let me do it another way, huh? Zhou nodded slightly. Then we will need the help of Academy Master Gu Yun. Me? Not bad. For the sake of the innocence of your Shuyuan disciples, you wouldn't be unwilling, would you? Zhou suddenly asked rhetorically. To be able to prove innocence for a disciple, Gu Yun naturally has no objections. The ancient Cloud Academy master shook his head. I don't know what kind of method Patriarch Zhou is talking about. Simple. Zhou revealed a triumphant smile. The treasure of the Haoran Academy, the Haoran Iron Scroll, is able to illuminate one's soul and cleanse the body and mind. So it might as well be that the master of the academy can directly destruct this treasure, and not only be able to check out the scene of the two people's souls, but also be able to give a chance to a pile of opportunity. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Ha ha ha. The smile at the corner of Zhou mouth could barely be concealed. As early as when he came, he had already thought of a countermeasure to make the duo's original form come to light, and now he was finally able to exert it by borrowing this old Deng's hand. Sure enough, at the same time his words fell, both Su Chen and Bai Mushue's faces changed in an unsightly manner. As a disciple of the academy, they are naturally familiar with the vast iron scroll. This treasure destroys the vast divine light, which can baptize the divine soul, allowing the divine soul to grow and expand rapidly, and is an opportunity that many disciples of the academy can only dream of. However, once enveloped by the vast divine light, the memory images within the divine soul would all be reflected, and if someone was checking around, they would naturally be able to see everything. Because of this, the baptism of the vast iron scrolls had always been carried out in secret within a separate cave. But now, by Zhou, it was actually going to be a means of revealing their memories. How could this not make them panic? No, no. Almost at the same time, the two men's exclamations of shock rang out one after another. Ding! You've once again made Su Chen lose his mind, plundering the heavenly fate value plus 1,000. Ding! You've made Bai Mushue lose her mind again, plundering the heavenly fate value plus 800. Why not? Hearing the prompt, Zhou snorted coldly. Are you two questioning the power of the vast iron scroll? Or are you afraid that your lying deeds will be exposed? Su Chen opened his mouth, and for a moment, he actually didn't know how to retort. On the contrary, it was Bai Mushue who, after changing her color several times, stomped out with a clench of her teeth. That's right, I'm the one who made Brother Chen lie. 3 years ago, we did have skinship, but that was because I was accidentally poisoned in the middle of the secret realm, and he had this kind of thing with me in order to cure the poison. Put. In the distance, Zhou Ku, who heard these words, finally could not control himself and spat out several large mouthfuls of blood, and his complexion was as pale as paper. My son, Zhou cried out with a feigned heartache on his face, and his figure appeared directly in front of Zhou Ku. At this time, Zhou Ku, his eyes looked at Bai Mushue incredulously. He now finally understood that the other party had added a green meadow to the top of his head as early as 3 years ago. With dead eyes, he raised his hand and pointed at Bai Mushue, seemingly using all his strength. Mushue, I like you so much. Could it be that you've never liked me? Even if it's just for a breath. After being frightened by Zhou a few times, Bai Mushue's mind had been completely taught, and she immediately shouted hysterically, I haven't liked you. You're just a dude who only knows how to nod his head, and from the moment I saw you, all that was left was nausea, not to mention a breath. Even one more moment with you makes me feel like I'm crawling all over, full of maggots. Put. Zhou heard being angry and coughed up blood again. But you promised our marriage contract. That's what you're forcing. Bai Mushue was like crazy. The Zhou clan is an imperial clan. What qualifications do I have to resist the oppression of the imperial clan? And how can I resist? Zhou Ku, do you really think you're good? If you didn't have the identity of the imperial clan, you'd be nothing. If it was Brother Chen who had this kind of resources of yours instead, he would have already surpassed you 1,000 times over. I, Bai Mushue, in this life and the next, and even in all lifetimes, will only love Su Chen alone. I wouldn't like you even if I were blind, crippled, or even dead. Put. Zhou spat out the last mouthful of blood. His body trembled violently, and then he stomped his legs, and with unwillingness, remorse, regret, humiliation and other emotions, he died. My son, ah. Ah. Zhou pretended to start suffering, and no one knew that his last laugh was not a miserable laugh, but a happy one. This licking dog third son of his own is finally dead, and that's Su Chen. This third son is a famous love brain licking dog in the book, which if he does not die, may still be able to come out at a critical moment to pose themselves. From the bloodline, he was after all the other party's own father. If he made a move, it would inevitably cause offense among the Zhou clan. As for feelings, joking aside, Zhou was only in his 20s before he crossed over. and looking at the third son in front of him, who was a few years older than himself, it would be strange to have feelings. Of course, the reason why he laughed so merrily was because the death of this third son of his had given him the reason to completely turn the tables. What could be more legitimate than the pain of losing a child? Boom! In an instant, Joyu's black robe flew, and a terrifyingly incomparable aura rose up on his body. He violently tilted his head and bellowed in a deep voice at the Zhou clan members standing on top of the dozens of warships. The Zhou clan under orders. Within the academy, shoot on sight. Joyu gritted his teeth and looked around. For my son. Revenge. Chapter 6, Full Outburst. Oppressing a paragon emperor. Kill. The entire Zhou clan's clansmen. Soldiers and braves roared out in unison, and the sound was simply capable of tearing apart the heavens. In an instant, all the warships landed as vastly as black clouds pressing down on a city, like a torrential army swooping towards the Howran Academy. Pust. The Zhou clan elder at the head of the group led the way. The long sword in his hand swept through, bringing up a large scarlet streak. His face was filled with the sound of a free-flowing sardonic laughter. For more than 3 years, because of Zhou Ku, the entire Zhou clan had been tolerating the Howran Academy. Not only did they have to put up with the other party's arrogance, but they also had to donate resources to feed the academy. For the sake of nothing more than Mai Mushue's words back then, she wanted to establish her own prestige within the academy. What is prestige? Isn't that what being famous is all about? Taking a massive amount of resources to pave the way for his own fame, while also assisting Su Chen, allowing the other party to rise strongly. All of this, the Zhou clan saw it in their eyes and were anxious in their hearts. But because Zhou Ku, the lickspittle, threatened them with his life, they could only do nothing about it. At that time, the patriarch of the Zhou clan, for this third son is still very loving, let the clan elders how to persuade, and there is no way to disobey. Now well, this patriarch of theirs, had finally figured it out and no longer just valued his third son's feelings. Instead, he began to think of the greater good and more of the honor of the entire Zhou clan. The clansmen of the Zhou clan had waited too long for this day, and thankfully it was finally here. Asshole! Asshole! Seeing the entire academy flowing with blood, the Guyun Academy master of the Howran Academy was simply furious. Fine, Zhou Yu, if you dare to make a move against my Howran Academy, I will not be polite to you today. Boom! With a single step of his feet, his figure directly rose out of the air, and at the same time, the aura of a quasi-emperor triple sky completely erupted. It was almost too much for the entire sky to bear. With just a single stroke of his hand, countless radiant Ru Dao characters rose up from his circumference, each of which carried a powerful quasi-emperor Dao pattern. With just a shudder, it vanished from sight into thin air. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Joyu, and without waiting for him to react, he completely enveloped the other party at once. Words are like prison. Countless golden words surrounded and turned into a cage, completely confining Joyu. The patriarch of the Zhou clan has already been captured by the old man. Why don't you and the others stop? The sound of his angry shout resounded through the heavens, instantly causing the Zhou clan clansmen who were in the throes of killing to react, and each of their faces changed drastically as they rushed towards the direction where Joyu was. However, even if there were a few great saints among them, or even sage kings, they were unable to withstand the might of a paragon emperor. Seeing that the situation was so easily controlled by the courtyard master, both Su Chen and Bai Mushue revealed a look of ecstasy. Academy master, the Zhou clan has been so cruel to the disciples of my academy. We absolutely cannot let them leave. Bai Mushue said. Yes, Academy master, if we just let them go, where is the face of my academy? Su Chen was equally helpful on the side. At a time like this, he hated to be able to directly skin Joyu. Patriarch Zhou, the ancient Cloud Academy master looked at the imprisoned Joyu. You don't have to struggle. It is known that the Zhou clan patriarch is a quasi-emperor 1 sky, and in front of the old immortals 3 sky, there is no possibility for you to break free. Remembering that it's not easy for you to cultivate. This time, take the Zhou clan members and leave this time, and then give compensation to all the dead disciples, and this matter will be considered settled. Ha! Joyu suddenly laughed out softly as his black robe flew. What are you laughing at? The ancient Cloud Academy master frowned. I laugh at your stupidity. Joyu looked at him coldly. It's well known that this patriarch is a quasi-emperor first heavenly layer. So you, master of the ancient cloud courtyard, a quasi-emperor third heavenly layer, are not well known? The ancient Cloud Academy master's eyes stared, always feeling that something wasn't quite right. Since I know your strength, if I didn't have enough certainty, I would dare to come to your Howran Academy to seek justice for my son? Joyu's words resounded through the void. Today, you, Howran Academy, are harboring Su Chen and Bai Mushue, a pair of dogs, and brutally murdering my son, Zhou Ku. the evidence is clear, and the heavens and the earth can see it. In that case, there is no need for you, Howran Academy, to exist. The moment the words fell, Zhou Yu's quasi-emperor ninth heavenly strength erupted out in an instant. Boom! Click! With only a popping sound, the golden cage that had originally bound Zhou Yu simply could not withstand it and directly exploded. What? Nine heavens? At this moment, the composure on the Howran courtyard master's face completely disappeared, and was replaced by a face full of shock. Zhou Yu of the Zhou clan, amongst a newly promoted emperor clan, was actually able to give birth to a quasi-emperor 9 heavens. It's unbelievable. On the contrary, the Zhou clan clansmen, after sensing the quasi-emperor aura that had erupted from Zhou Yu, each and every one of them were incredibly excited. Their faces flushed red. Great! So it turns out that the patriarch has been keeping a low profile and holding back all these years, but in reality, he's been in seclusion and practicing hard, so that he can make a splash. Now that the patriarch's quasi-emperor 9 heavens is simply more than one step stronger than those few old ancestors whose lifespans are running out, the rise of my Zhou clan is expected. Ha ha ha, from now on, let's see who dares to disrespect my Zhou clan. As the crowd spoke, Zhou Yu, who was standing in mid-air, raised his hand and waved it, and the fluctuations of the laws from the 9 heavens quasi-emperor coalesced, transforming into palm prints that surged towards the bottom. This palm fell. It was simply more than one step more powerful than the ancient Cloud Academy Master, and that terrifying fluctuation made the Academy Master somewhat unable to withstand it. The vast iron scroll. Guyun let out a low roar, no longer able to care about hiding any longer, and instantly saw a stream of light shooting from the depths of the Haoyan Academy, transforming into an iron scroll. Countless golden characters flowed above the iron scroll, emitting a powerful might. This was the might of the Imperial Soldier. When the initial master within the Howran Academy had once used this to prove the Tao, even though the Tao had failed, it also allowed the Howran Iron Scroll to possess a hint of supreme might. As long as he was able to destroy this trace of might, he would be able to withstand this slap from Zhou Yu. However, Zhou Yu only smiled contemptuously when he saw the vast Iron Scroll. A mere crippled piece of trash. How dare you try to stop this seat? Open up for me. He changed his palm into a fist and slammed it down. Boom! The Tao lines crumbled. The universe trembled. And the vast iron scroll in midair just let out a wail, and was actually smashed hard and flew out backwards. Put! The ancient Cloud Academy master who was responsible for controlling the vast iron scroll even suffered a backlash as blood spurted wildly from his mouth. You? How are you so strong? Zhou Yu let out a cold snort as his figure swooped down from midair, and with the superposition of the 9 heavens and the great achievement of the desolate ancient sacred body, all under the great emperors were ants. Die for me! He no longer held back. His ferocious light pointed directly at the Howran courtyard master. This old thing was the biggest backer of Su Chen in the early stage. If he didn't settle him, how could he break Su Chen's state of mind and allow himself to plunder the massive amount of heavenly fate values? Boom boom boom. Zhou Yu's fleshly body clashed, his fists enveloping the ancient Cloud Academy master, and the entire Howran Academy was destroyed in 1,000 pieces under his rampage. Those Howran school disciples who had not yet been killed were each rendered speechless by Zhou Yu's ferocity. This was their high and mighty courtyard master, a supreme powerhouse of the quasi-emperor Triple Sky. Now, in front of Zhou Yu, he was simply like a small chicken, being beaten without any power to fight back. Boom! As a loud bang fell, a building was reduced to nothingness under Zhou Yu's punch. Space was torn apart, and turbulence rolled back. And with that, Zhou Yu stepped out from within the turbulence, carrying the already dying Academy Master Guyun in his hands. At this moment, everyone's faces were stunned, and the entire academy was dead silent. Chapter 7 Lover or Clan? Which do you choose? This, the courtyard master, actually lost? Su Chen trembled as a sense of fear came over him. Even the quasi-emperor Triple Sky was not an opponent, so how could he be spared later? On the side, Bai Muxue was similarly too scared to make a sound. This was the first time she had seen the Zhou clan erupt with such strength since she had known Zhou Ku. This kind of gap was simply more than a few notches stronger than her white clan's old ancestor. At this rate, how in the world can we break it? Snap! As soon as Zhou Yu threw Gu Yun onto the ground like a dead dog, he lifted his foot and stepped on top of the opponent's chest. It is said that 100 useless is a scholar. I see that the ancients honestly do not deceive me. Ding! You seriously injured the quasi-emperor Gu Yun, and plundered the heavenly fate value plus 10,000. Hearing the hint, Zhou Yu secretly nodded his head, his eyes looking out of the room. Anyone else want to stand up for them? This pair of dogs? At this moment, the entire Howran Academy was completely quiet, and no one dared to say another word. Even the courtyard master of the quasi-emperor Triple Sky was trampled underfoot. Who else dared to move? Great! Zhou Yu loosened his paws, Don't blame me. If you want to blame me, blame them, this pair of dogs. If it wasn't for them secretly colluding and hoodwinking my son, would this seat have raised an accusation? If it wasn't for this old thing harboring them, would the Howran Academy, which was the holy land of the Confucian sect, have been reduced to such a state? And your fellow students will be less likely to die miserably under the flames of vengeance. With that, he pointed at Su Chen and Bai Muxue with one hand. All this guilt is because of, well, them. Under such enticement, the disciples of the Howran Academy whose hearts had broken down indeed began to turn. Yes, it's all because of this Su Chen. He had to fight a life and death duel with someone else. And now it's fine. The academy has been destroyed. He's a spoilsport. Everything is stirred up by him. Damn it. There's also that person who took someone else's resources, and not only was he ungrateful, but he also withdrew from the marriage. She's more than she's a whore. And she's even more damned for being married and not knowing shame. And actually messing around with someone else. Kill them, kill them. In the face of the crowd's verbal abuse, Su Chen directly couldn't withstand it and a mouthful of blood gushed out. Ding! You've succeeded in making Su Chen consistently break his defense, plundering the heavenly fate value plus 10,000. Ding! You have succeeded in making Bai Muxue continuously break defense, plundering the heavenly fate value plus 8,000. Is that all there is? Hearing the prompt, Zhou Yu was slightly dissatisfied. He thought that with some maneuvering, he should be able to consistently plunder quite a lot of heavenly fate values. Now it seemed that the psyches of these two heavenly ordained plus dogs and men were even stronger than they had imagined. But there was no harm in it. He had already prepared a backhand, and could slowly drain them of their heavenly fate values. Check it out. Zhou Yu indifferently looked at the two Su Chen. You are now street rats that everyone is shouting at. What face do you have left to live in this world? Go down and make amends to my son. Saying that, he raised his palms, and the quasi-emperor's might began to blossom. Seeing this scene, Bai Muxue couldn't control herself and fell to her knees with a plop. Patriarch Zhou. No, Uncle Zhou. I'm wrong. This is all my fault. Please let Brother Chen go. She opened her arms to protect Su Chen. Zhou Ku is already dead. People can't come back from the dead. I'm willing to use my death to repay my debt to him. Just please let Brother Chen go. He's innocent. No, Muxue, I can't go. I have to face it with you. Seeing this, Su Chen hurriedly hugged Bai Muxue with heartache. Snap. Zhou Yu raised his hands and clapped his hands up, a look of watching the show on his face. Bravo. What a pair of outlaws in love. In that case I'll give you a chance to live. Hearing this, the eyes of both Su Chen and Bai Muxue lit up in unison. Who would want to die if they could live? But immediately after, Zhou Yu's words caused them to fall into the abyss once again. If either of you can kill the other, I'll let the other one of you go. What? No. You're trying to alienate me from Brother Morning. Impossible. Muxue and I truly love each other and would never do anything to hurt each other. Yeah, that's quite a shame. Zhou Yu shook his head with some regret. I hope that later on, you two can still be so united. Su Chen and Bai Muxue's faces changed as they looked at Zhou Yu with some confusion. Zhou Yu didn't say anything either, just raised his hand and snapped his fingers. In the next moment, above the distant dome of the sky, there was suddenly a void opening up, and two warships appeared out of it and rapidly approached. This is the warship of the Zhou clan. By the time the warship landed, on top of it, there were actually quite a few familiar figures gathered. When she saw these figures, Bai Muxue immediately changed her color and exclaimed in shock. Father, Mother, why are you here? The two figures at the head were none other than Bai Muxue's real parents, Bai Shan and Lu Wanyi. And at the same time as the warship landed, a great saintly figure in armor came to kneel on one knee in front of Zhou Yu. Reporting to the patriarch, all the clansmen where the White Clan's land is located have been seized and brought here as much as they can. And among them, there are 3 saints who tried to resist and have been killed on the spot. Aha! Go on. Zhou Yu nodded slightly and said slowly. Since you pair of outlaw lovebirds who love each other more than gold don't want to do it, so this seat will give you a little extra motivation. Every 10 breaths of time that passes, if you don't make a move, I'll kill one person from the White family. What? You can't do that. Bai Muxue shook her head repeatedly as she listened, wanting to stop it. But Zhou Yu's face was indifferent as he raised his finger and gently counted. 10. You let my people go. Come at me for anything. 9, 8, 2, 1. Do it. Pust. The Zhou clan members who had already prepared their hands raised their swords, and a bloody human head flew up and fell to the ground from above the warship. Ah! No! Don't! Bai Muxue cried out in terror, but to no avail. 3, 2, 1. Do it! Put! The second head fell to the ground again, and the piercing blood caused the entire White Clan to lose their voices as they couldn't bear it. Have mercy! We're innocent! Please spare us! Matriarch, please beg Bai Mushue to think of something. We don't want to die. Yes, that Su Chen is just an outsider. We can't let us accompany him to the grave, right? Bai Shan was originally just a mediocre person with a low cultivation level. But it was because of Bai Mushua's engagement to Joku over the years to the point of investing countless resources into the family that Bai Shan possessed the qualifications to sit in the patriarch's seat. At this moment, under the cries of the many clansmen, he also looked at Bai Mushue. Mushue, think of something. If this goes on, our white clan will be destroyed. Dad. Bai Mushue trembled her lips and looked at Su Chen, who couldn't lay her hands on her. Humph. Zhou Yu snorted coldly. This is too slow. Give me 10 kills at a time. Chapter 8 Test of Humanity. Crazy harvesting of heavenly fate values. Yes. The Zhou clan members boomed in response, and directly grabbed 10 of the white clan members at once, ignoring the other side's struggles and wails, and once again raised their hands and knifed them. Pust. 10 heads rolled down to the ground, and blood was like a fountain, staining the clansmen red, staining the plywood of the warship, and even more so, the white clan clansmen couldn't hold on anymore and collapsed directly. Ah! Help! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Please, Patriarch Zhou. I'll kowtow to you. Kowtow. Spare me. I'm innocent. Yes. We're just side branches. We can break away from the white clan now. Please let us go. Zhou Yu was not moved by what he heard, but instead smiled faintly. There's no need to beg me. Who made your Bai clan's Bai Mushue hook up with Su Chen and disregard my son's marriage contract? You took my Zhou clan's resources, pills, and grew from a ragtag clan to the point where saints sit today. Zhou Yu's face sank. Now that you feel your wings have hardened, you want to scrap the marriage contract. How can that be, right? Bai clan chief. Patriarch Zhou rest his anger. As Bai Shan watched his clansmen fall one by one, he also begged for forgiveness. It's because I didn't educate my daughter well. We won't withdraw from the marriage. Patriarch Zhou, give me a chance. I can let my daughter consummate her marriage with third young master here. Yes. On the side, Lu Wanyi also nodded her head repeatedly. Mushue, why don't you quickly take a stand, break off with this Su Chen, and consummate your marriage with the third young master? Mother, Bai Mushue opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but there was simply no way to do so. The white clanspeople came late and didn't even see the scene where Joku had already been infuriated alive. Now he wants Bai Mushue and Joku to consummate their marriage, not realizing that the other party is already dead. Ding! Bai Mushue madly breaks the defense and suffers, plundering the heavenly fate value plus 20. 000. Ha ha ha. Say it. Zhou Yu stroked his palm and laughed. Why don't you tell your parents that just a moment ago, you colluded with Su Chen and infuriated my son to death? What? Joku is dead? At this moment, the entire white clan, including Bai Shan and Lu Wanyi, all changed their faces and exclaimed in shock. They had thought that the reason the Zhou clan had mobilized a large number of people, and even captured the entire white clan, was because Bai Mushue had completed her 3 years today, and had decided to defeat Joku, thus breaking off the marriage contract. It is a matter of face. Now it's good that the other party, the fiancé, is all directly pissed off. This is a complete mess. Dead. My son is dead. Zhou Yu almost said in a growling tone. Do it for me. Kill 100 this time. Ah, don't kill me. Bai Mushue, you have harmed the white clan. You deserve to die. It's all because of you. I should have known you were a spoilsport. I should have thrown you into a greenhouse and turned you into a whore. And Bai Shan, Lu Wanyi, you two taught your children poorly, and the destruction of the white clan is all because of you. No matter how much the other party cried out, they couldn't stop the Zhou clan members' hands from rising and falling. A head falling to the ground simply made the white clan clansmen scared out of their wits, and they were even more abusive to Bai Mushue, cursing and completely changing. Bai Mushue, say something. Are you deaf? Wrapped in fear, Lu Wanyi couldn't bear it completely and opened her mouth in a shrill voice. Are you going to bury the white clan for such a wild man? It's all your fault. If you hadn't been so bent out of shape, how would we have gotten to this point? Blame me? Bai Mushue burst into tears and shook her head repeatedly. It was you, mother, who encouraged me to withdraw from the marriage in the first place, saying that you valued Su Chen's potential and that he would definitely be able to surpass Joku in the future. Now you blame me for everything? Why? I'm doing this for your own good. Why do you think? You little girl, how dare you talk back to me? What time is it? If you don't think of a way out, the entire white clan will be gone. Your father and your mother will be gone. Ding. Destiny value plus 2000. Ding. Destiny value plus 800. Zhou Yu was practically smiling as he listened to the successive increases in the heavenly fate values in his mind. Sure enough, his approach was working beyond expectation. TSK, It's actually quite easy to stay alive. Zhou Yu suggested as if he was watching. Just let Bai Muxue kill Su Chen, and I'll spare the entire Bai clan. It's just a shame that she hasn't wanted to until now. Do it, Lu Wani roared hysterically. If you still recognize me as your mother, do it. No, mother, he's lying to you. Bai Muxue cried in pain and shook her head. Even if I do it, he won't let us go. Ouch. Zhou Yu shook his head regretfully. Look, at this point in time, she still refuses to do anything for you guys. That's right. After all, they had that meddlesome affair 3 years earlier, and love is stronger than gold. So naturally it has to outweigh any feelings of closest kin. Zhou Yu's casual words caused Bai Shan and Lu Wani's faces to change abruptly. What? You actually gave your body to this asshole? Bai Shan immediately roared. Su Chen, you bastard. What did you tell me before? Still innocent. How dare you lie to me? He now finally realized why the Zhou clan, the patriarch, would be so angry now. 3 years ago, it was ing cuckolding someone's son and plotting to get out of the marriage. Now it's even pissing people off straight away, which no one else can afford. On the contrary, he, the patriarch, when he first met Su Chen, the other party still claimed that he and his daughter were innocent and simply in love. If he had known all this in the first place, he would have slapped Su Chen to death long ago, and then gone to the Zhou clan to apologize. How could he have ended up in today's situation? It was a moment of sheer remorse. Kill, Patriarch Zhou. Let me go. Let me kill this bastard with my own hands and do right by my white clan. Hakusen was no longer going to count on this daughter of his and was ready to take matters into his own hands. Yes? Zhou Yu swept a flash of interest and said in a playful tone, since Bai clan chief wants to help so much, why don't you give Bai Muxue a demonstration? And as long as you kill her, I can let you and the remaining half of the Bai clan's clansmen live. How about that? Bai Shan followed Zhou Yu pointed to look. Suddenly saw. The other party pointed to the person. Actually is his own wife. Lu Wani. This, me. His face was pale. His body trembled. And he simply didn't know how to handle himself. In the distance, Zhou Yu watched this scene from afar and couldn't help but smile. The White Clan chief could have thought about it. Is his own beloved wife important? Or is the survival of the entire White Clan more important? This seat will likewise give you 10 breaths of time to consider. After 10 breaths, if you do not make a choice, then this seat will destroy the entire white race. At this moment, the entire Zhou clan was incomparably teasingly watching this scene. Wanted to see what kind of choices these assholes, who are used to eating resources, would make. Chapter 9, Becoming a Human Stick. The hero and heroine turn against each other. Upon hearing that they could live, the eyes of the White Clan clansmen, who had been disheartened by everything, suddenly lit up. Bai Shan, what are you hesitating for? You are the patriarch of my White Clan. How can you not think about the clan? That's right, this is all because of your family. So why don't you make up for it? Hurry up and do it. Kill a wife and you'll just take another one later. When the pack is gone, you have nothing. Right. If you don't make a move at this time, what qualifications do you have to face the ancestors in the future? Do it. Under the angry shouts of one of the clansmen, Bai Shan looked towards the long sword that was close at hand, and then at the trembling Lu Wani next to him. Then the palm of his hand probed out and gripped the hilt of the long sword. Choke on it. The long sword was instantly sheathed. No, don't, milord. Lu Wani looked at Bai Shan and shook her head repeatedly, backing away in fear. No, Dad, you can't. Bai Muxue cried hoarsely, desperately trying to stop it. However, Bai Shan raised his longsword and trembled as he aimed it at Lu Wani. No, don't blame me. I was thinking of the pack. A touch of ruthlessness swept across the bottom of his eyes, and with a shake of his long sword, he stabbed into Lu Wani with a poof. Ah! Miserable screams resounded from Lu Wani's mouth as she fell heavily to the ground, the fluctuations emanating from within the sword's blade continuously destroying her internal organs. Put! Fresh blood mixed with broken internal organs spurted out of his mouth as wildly as if he didn't want money. Mother! A hoarse cry came out of Bai Muxue's mouth, but to no avail. Ding! Looting heavenly fate value plus 10. 000. Ding! Looting heavenly fate value plus 5,000. Snap! Zhou Yu continuously applauded. Look! No poison. Bai Muxue, you should learn from your father properly. Patriarch Zhou. I made my move. Can you release me and my clan? Bai Shan dropped his longsword and looked at Zhou Yu begrudgingly. Don't worry. This seat has always been true to its word. You and half of the clan. This seat will not make a move. Great. Bai Shan's heart was relieved that he had finally saved his life. But immediately after that, Zhou Yu turned his words around. Bai Muxue, seeing as you are unwilling to make a move with Su Chen, then I will give you another option. Zhou Yu said with a finger pointing at Bai Shan. Your father just killed your mother. This kind of enemy, If you can kill him with your own hands, I can spare your lover. What do you think? What? Bai Shan let out a cry of surprise, not expecting that he had just gotten out of a life and death crisis, but he was actually in a critical situation once again. I don't want. Bai Muxue hugged her head and cried, making it simply more difficult for her to kill her own father. Gee, it's hard to choose, isn't it? Zhou Yu's face chilled. Then why were you so dry when you refused my son in the first place? Why were you so dry when you accepted the resources my son gave you? Why were you so dry when you deceived my son? This series of 3 questions directly rendered Bai Muxue speechless. Humph. Zhou Yu smiled coldly. Do you think that if you are able to give everything for this Su Chen, he will be grateful? Look at this. How many of your people have died? Your mother died by the sword of your own father. And what has this, your most cherished lover, done for you? All he could do was watch from the sidelines and express his resolve in words that didn't hurt. If he really cared so much about you, why didn't he just cut himself just now? How can I force myself on you if he's dead? And how can you force your people? Bai Muxue's face changed when she heard this, and she suddenly turned her head to look at Su Chen beside her. Yes, from the beginning to the end, she had only reaped the other party's sweet words, and had received nothing half as substantial. Instead, most of the resources she obtained from Joko were given to Su Chen. These are just now their own people. And even parents are so painful to choose. Su Chen is still indifferent, even as a spectator? Watching all this had already caused Bai Muxue to be shaken inside. Muxue, don't listen to him, he's compelling you to stray from our relationship. Su Chen explained repeatedly, if I can save you and your clan by dying, then I'm willing to just cut myself here. But is that possible? With the viciousness of this devil of his, he won't spare the White Clan even if I die. Yes? Zhou Yu hugged his arms and indifferently said, then why don't you try? If you don't try, how do you know that this seat won't let them go? Su Chen opened his mouth. Jokingly, he was the son of heaven's destiny, the man destined to become a great emperor in the future. How could he possibly cut himself here? He was in such a state, and when he fell into Bai Muxue's eyes, it instantly made the suspicion that had been born before widen more and more. TSK, see, that's what you call love. Zhou Yu shook his head and smiled, suddenly raising his hand. Since you can't make a choice, then this seat will give you a hand. Come on people, chop off Bai Shan's limbs and make them into human sticks. Let's see if the Bai family's young lady can make a choice? No. Literary adoration. Snow screamed when she heard this, kneeling on the ground and kowtowing repeatedly. I beg you, don't hurt my father. I beg you. Zhou Yu did not move, and in the distance, a great saint from the Zhou clan directly stepped out, only to see his palm grabbing, and Bai Shan's limbs were directly grabbed by a great force, and propped up in midair. No, don't, Patriarch Zhou, let me go. You said you'd let me go. His mouth begged for mercy and he kept struggling. Zhou Yu had indifference on his face. I'm not going to kill you. It's not like I said I'd leave you in one piece. Pust. With a single stroke of his hand, the Zhou clan great sage directly cut off one of Bai Shan's arms. Blood was thrown and the severed limb fell to the ground, causing a mournful and incomparable scream to emanate from Bai Shan's mouth. Damn it, Bai Muxue, it's all because of you. If you don't kill him, let your father be buried with him. Another one-handed stroke, and the other arm was severed right off. Sins, how did I give birth to such a person as you? You have ruined the White Clan, and even more so, you have ruined me. Pust. Both legs were neatly cut off under the great sage, leaving only the torso and head of Bai Shan, who was practically breathless and dying at the moment. But the Zhou clan great sage did not show half a bit of mercy, and pressed him down heavily from mid-air with one hand, only to hear a bang. Half of his body was pressed hard into the plywood, literally made into a human stick. No, Dad, don't! Bai Muxue cried heartbreakingly and miserably. Zhou Yu's mind is even a series of heavenly destiny value growing. This wave is simply earning a lot, but that wasn't enough. He then turned his gaze to Bai Muxue. Take a look. Your favorite lover is actually still standing here intact. Even if your father turns into a human stick, he's still indifferent. You're full of you, Su Chen desperately yelled, wanting to prove his innocence, but Zhou Yu just faintly said, then you cut yourself? Su Chen was instantly dumbfounded. By this time, Bai Muxue's eyes had begun to change when she looked at Su Chen. From the original infatuation, it increased to suspicion. Bai Muxue, are you still hesitating? At this time, if you just kill him, I can still keep my word and spare you and your father. Don't look at your father turning into a human stick, but the limbs can still be spliced together if you pick them back up. Zhou Yu followed the guidance up. Snort! Only to hear Bai Muxue's wrist move. The long sword in her hand instantly came out of its sheath. She trembled as she pointed at Su Chen, and at that moment, Su Chen's face completely changed as well. Mushue, what are you doing? He's cheating you Don't trust him. Brother Morn. No, don't blame me. Bai Mushue's voice was filled with a sobbing tone as she raised the long sword in her hand, filled it with yuan power, and stabbed at Su Chen. Chapter 10, Bai Mushue gets it. Destiny value soars. However, without waiting for Bai Mushue's sword to fall, a fluctuation rose up from Su Chen's body, directly knocking Bai Mushue's entire body out with one hand. Pust. Bai Mushue opened her mouth and sprayed out a mouthful of blood, looking at Su Chen incredulously. Su Chen looked at himself with the same incredulity and looked up at Bai Mushue again. Mushue, listen to my explanation. It's not me. Enough. Bai Mushue suddenly laughed miserably. Su Chen, I really misjudged you. You actually took a shot at me? In the distance, Zhou Yu revealed a smile when he saw this scene, an unprecedented relief rising in his heart. When the villain is so good can arbitrarily dominate the life and death of others, much less like the protagonist as the bitter support, and one can also create trouble for them, thus harvesting a large number of heavenly destiny value. Simply cool fly. Bai Mushue let out a scream from her mouth. This time her figure instantly rose from the ground, and her original strength of the first level of the Divine Bridge realm completely exploded at this moment. Su Chen, I'll kill you. This time, she was completely disheartened, and began to explode her strongest strike against Su Chen, even going so far as to burn her secret arts to make her cultivation briefly explode to the point of the 5th level of the Divine Bridge. The sword light from the sky converged into a sword path pike, transforming into a torrent that impacted towards Su Chen. If this sword light were to fall, even if Su Chen had the strength of the 5th level of the Divine Bridge realm at this moment, he would have to be seriously injured without dying. Therefore, without the need for Zhou Yu to do anything in the dark, Su Chen himself was already unable to control it and subconsciously exploded his cultivation. Boom! With just a palm slap, the berserk aura crushed Bai Mushue's torrent of sword Dao at once, in which Bai Mushue couldn't withstand it and was directly lifted off the ground. Put! Bai Mushue's blood spurted wildly, and her gaze towards Su Chen was filled with resentment. Mushue, are you okay? Su Chen also did not expect that he would make a move at the last minute. Seeing Bai Mushue injured, he subconsciously took a step, but just as he took a step, he was stopped by Bai Mushue screaming. Roll! Su Chen! It turns out that everything about you is fake. All of it, she said with a miserable look on her face. What about loving me for a lifetime is all a lie. You're just using me to gain resources so you can grow up. No, I didn't. Su Chen explained. No? Bai Mushue shouted angrily. At a time like this, you still want to be flowery? You really think Bai Mushue, am a little cutie, can't I? From the beginning to the end, you have only asked for me. Have you ever given away half a bit of spirit stone for me? Ever searched for half a spirit medicine? Su Chen opened his mouth and realized that he indeed hadn't sent anything decent. All he had were just paper cranes that he had folded out with his own hands. Up to this point, Bai Mushue's hatred towards Su Chen began to rise as she violently turned her head and kowtowed to Zhou Yu repeatedly. Patriarch Shou. Bai Mushue, am at loggerheads with Su Chen, but I hate that Mushue is no match for him, so I asked the Patriarch to take action and exterminate this Feng. What? You're going to exterminate me? Su Chen showed a stunned expression, not expecting Bai Mushue's mouth to be able to say such vicious words. Ding! Destiny value plus 10,000. Ding! Destiny value plus 8,000. Listening to the hints and watching the dog and man love each other, Zhou Yu only felt that all those emotional dramas he had watched in his previous life were weak. It's not too late for you to come to your senses at this point, but this seat has no obligation to help you out. Zhou Yu's indifferent words caused Bai Mushue to return to her senses. But this seat can give you another option. What options? Bai Mushue tilted her head towards Zhou Yu, her face full of hope. Zhou Yu did not reply, but raised his hand once again and snapped his fingers. Bring it on! As his words fell, a battleship was seen floating in the void once again, and on top of it, this time there were only dozens of figures on it. All the others were secondary. Only the middle-aged man and woman at the head of the group deserved the crowd's attention. And when Su Chen saw these two, he immediately lost his voice and exclaimed in shock. Father, mother, that's right, these two people were the parents of the protagonist that Zhou Yu had sent people to apprehend in the dark, Su Xiaoqiang and Shi Zhenxiang. Mourn. These two also changed their faces when they saw Su Chen and cried out. Su Chen turned his head violently and looked at Zhou Yu, yelling with an excited face. Patriarch Shou, what are you doing? Quickly release my parents. What's the rush? Zhou Yu said slowly. When you killed the seat's third son, this seat wasn't even in a hurry. What are you in a hurry for? This seat knows that your clan's land is relatively far from the academy, and it so happens that halfway through the journey, I happened to meet your parents who were out, so I specially invited them to come and sit down for a while. After all, after so many years of not seeing each other, they should miss you very much for being such a good son, shouldn't they? You, what are you doing? When Su Chen heard Zhou Yu say this, his face suddenly changed and he inquired, what for? Zhou Yu laughed lightly and looked at Su Xiaochang and Shi Jinxiang. Both of you, your son, Su Chen, killed my son. What do you think? What should be done? The Su family that Su Xiaochang was a part of was itself only a third-rate family, and the strongest underpinning within it was only a great power. Feeling the fluctuations in Zhou Yu's body, he had been scared to death. Colors. I'll make amends to your excellency for my son's mistake. I'll kowtow to make amends. He pulled Shi Jinxiang to kneel on the ground and kowtowed to Zhou Yu repeatedly. Su Chen, who was in the distance, was in a rage and wanted to block, but unfortunately, if Zhou Yu was unwilling to do so, he could not even move a single finger. Humph, I've lost a son, and just by kowtowing to a few of you, you'll be able to get over it? Zhou Yu sneered and interrupted the kowtowing of Su Xiaochang's duo. So, how would your excellency like to settle this? Su Xiaochang trembled as he inquired. Zhou Yu turned his gaze to Bai Muxue at this time. Bai Muxue, this seat will give you another option. Kill Su Chen's parents, and this seat will not make a move against you and the Bai clan crowd. Good. Many thanks to Patriarch Shou. Bai Muxue's eyes lit up when she heard this, and this time, without the slightest hesitation, she grabbed her longsword, and her body swept up at once, rushing towards Su Xiaochang on the warship in full view of everyone. Bai Muxue, don't! Su Chen let out a beastly hiss and tried to stop it, but he was suppressed by a trace of Zhou Yu's aura and was unable to move. He could only watch as the long sword in Bai Muxue's hand turned into a swordlight and swept past his own father's neck. Pust, blood gushed out, and a great head was thrown in the air, with an incredulous gaze, planting heavily within the ruins of the academy. Ding! You've succeeded in making Su Chen's mind break down, plundering the heavenly fate value plus 50,000. Su Xiaochang, who had just appeared on the scene, didn't even expect that he would simply die before he could stop it. Blood sprayed by Mu Shue's face, making her look sickly insane at this moment. The scowl on her face blossomed completely, and her handheld longsword slashed at Shi Jinxiang next to her. Die! It's the fault of you two for giving birth to such a waste of a son, who would still be digging mud in the poor countryside if I hadn't subsidized him. Now, you go to hell too. Chapter 11 Oath of Heaven. Destruction of the White Clan. Put. With monstrous hatred, Bai Muxue ruthlessly stabbed her own longsword into Shi Jinxiang's chest, and hot blood flowed out, making her look hideous like a snake. A poisonous woman. A furious shout resounded, and when Bai Muxue turned around, she saw the divine force pi from Su Chen attacking at once. The difference in realms between the two made her simply insufficient to withstand such an attack. Boom click. Bai Muxue was heavily swept away, and the ground under her feet even exploded into a large pit with cracks spreading out, looking shocking. From this, it could be seen how serious the extent of Su Chen's anger-laden strike just now was. Mother! Mother! Su Chen hugged Shi Jinxiang and asked repeatedly with reddened eyes. Mourn! Mourn! Put! Shi Jinxiang raised her palm with difficulty, trying to touch Yi Chen's cheek, and then she could only sway slightly, unwillingly falling to the ground, completely losing her life. Mother! Su Chen let out a beastly wail from his mouth, and 2 lines of blood tears flowed down uncontrollably. Bai Muxue, you! I'll kill you. This time, Su Chen completely broke with Bai Muxue and turned into a pike towards Bai Muxue's impact between his body movements. The killing of a father, the taking of a wife. Bai Muxue had completely touched his scales and naturally had to bear the price. Zhou Yu was in the distance, holding his arms, watching this scene with interest. This kind of scene where the protagonists turned against each other was simply better than those dog-blooded dramas in his previous life. Besides, it's a real flip-flop and it's downright exciting. In just such a short while, Zhou Yu had harvested hundreds of thousands of heavenly fate values, and at this rate, it wouldn't be long before he would be able to have another supreme VIP 10 consecutive draw. Everyone was also at the Divine Bridge realm. Bai Muxue's realm was a few weights lower than Su Chen's, and with the strange encounters on Su Chen's body and the underhandedness, in just a few moments, she had already been heavily injured beyond measure. Who would have thought that the outlaw lovebirds, who were just about to share the same life and death, would now turn into such a state? As for those survivors of the Haoran Academy that Zhou Yu had deliberately left behind, they were even more completely transformed towards these two at this moment. I can't imagine that this pair of dogs are actually so shameless. Thanks to me supporting that Su Chen before, it's simply a big mistake. Sucking blood like a moth for one's own selfish interests, standing by when people are in the most dire straits. This Su Chen is simply scum. That Bai Muxue isn't any good either. Pretending to be noble at Zhou Ku, but in reality she's despicable and shameless, seeing things differently and being a watery woman, no different from a whore. They all deserve to die. If it wasn't for them, would our Howrun Academy have fallen into such a state? Exactly. They all deserve to die. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Not only were the surviving disciples of the Howrun Academy complaining about these two, even the Howrun Academy master, who had previously been beaten to death by Zhou Yu, sighed repeatedly at Su Chen. Sins? Ah, if I had not insisted on keeping this son, how could I have destroyed the academy? He carefully looked at Zhou Yu and saw that the other party's divine thoughts had not enveloped him, so he quietly moved and fled towards the outside of the academy. Humph. If not for the fact that the vast heart within the vast iron scroll has been lost, and a true emperor's soldier was in hand, would you be able to show off? Back in the time of the first academy master, the vast iron scroll was a true emperor's armament, in which the iron scroll was the base and the vast heart was the spirit, and with the addition of the two, they would be able to achieve a true emperor's armament. At that time, the prestige of the Howrun Academy was enough to rank at the top among the many holy places in the Xian Huang world. But then a great war of all races caused the vast iron scrolls to crumble and the heart of vastness to be completely lost, which caused the reputation of the vast academy to fall, so much so that now there was only one paragon emperor, himself, sitting in the town, now that the academy was destroyed. But as long as he could escape from this place and find the heart of vastness, he would be able to reorganize the emperor's soldier once again, and then rebuilding the academy would be as easy as a slap in the face. However, just as the ancient Cloud Academy master was thinking freely in his heart, suddenly a terrifying might that shook the void and shattered the universe descended. He jerked his head up and saw that Zhou Yu had stood in front of him at an unknown time. Where do you want to go in such a hurry? Academy Master Gu Yun? Facing Zhou Yu's smirking inquiry, Gu Yun was filled with embarrassment, and just as he was about to open his mouth, he saw Zhou Yu stomping down, once again stomping him to the point where his blood spurted wildly. You know why I haven't killed you yet? Zhou Yu looked at him faintly. Why? The ancient Cloud Academy master subconsciously inquired. That's because, I'm going to show you what kind of a good disciple you've been supporting. Gu Yun looked at Su Chun who was constantly fighting in the distance. Patriarch Shou. I've seen it. Zhou Yu heard but shook his head slightly. No, you didn't see it. As he spoke, a building in the distance was reduced to rubble under the long sword in Su Chen's hand, and in it, Bai Muxue was already heavily injured and her breath was dying. Die for me. Su Chen let out an explosive cry and didn't hesitate to lay his hands on Bai Muxue. Right at this moment, Zhou Yu raised his hand and waved it, a quasi-emperor Dao ripple aura spreading over, and instantly, the entire void was bound at once. Su Chen, who was about to strike, was like a fixation spell, hardened and frozen in midair, and at this moment, Zhou Yu smiled faintly as he looked toward the white mountain in the distance where only human sticks remained. White Clan Chief, your daughter is about to be killed. Do you want to save her? I'll save her. Baek-san knows he's a wreck and has resigned himself to his fate. Hearing what Zhou Yu had said, he immediately said in succession, Patriarch Shou, I beg you, save Muxue. No need to beg. Zhou Yu shook his head slightly. If you want to save her, you have to pay the corresponding price. I'm willing to pay whatever it takes. Baishan said evenly. You, cut yourself. Zhou Yu casually said, a life for a life. Only then can it seem fair, no? Cut yourself? Baishan froze, not expecting that Zhou Yu would actually let him commit suicide. In the distance, Bai Muxue saw this scene and struggled to cry out. No, Patriarch Shou, I've already killed Su Chen's parents. You promised to spare my father and the clan. Yeah, I'm not making a move, but I didn't say I wouldn't let him cut himself. Zhou Yu looked at her in surprise. He's trying to save you now. What do you say, Patriarch Whitehill? Baishan opened his mouth, knowing that there was no other way back now, and then nodded. I promise you, I'll cut myself, and I only beg you to spare my daughter, and the clan. That's natural. Zhou Yu, swear to the heavens that I will never take action against your daughter and the clan and kill them. Zhou Yu did not hesitate to make the heavenly Dao oath, causing Baishan to finally be convinced, only to see his cultivation running and surging up to his heart chakra, only to hear a boom. His chest directly exploded into a bloody hole, and all of his organs and bowels were completely shattered in an instant. No! Bai Muxue's desperate scream resounded out. Ding! You have madly broken Bai Muxue's psychological defense, plundering the heavenly fate value plus 30,000. Well, since your father has honored his promise, this seat will not go back on its word. Zhou Yu raised his hand. Release the remaining Bai clan members. As the words fell, all of the White Clan clansmen on top of the warship who had originally been imprisoned regained their freedom. Surprise surged on their faces as they thanked Zhou Yu repeatedly, and then couldn't wait to break into the air. Almost instantly, all the surviving clansmen of the White Clan had fled. As they were about to move away from the ruins of the academy, all of a sudden, the void above their heads trembled violently, and a mountain-shaped divine weapon that looked like a mountain of the gods of the ancient times appeared out of thin air. This mountain rises against the wind, and in an instant it turns into 1,000 feet huge, and then in the eyes of many people of the white race in fear, it crashes down. Chapter 12, by Mu Shue's ending. Killing Su Chen. No! Boom! As the divine soldiers smashed down, all the Bai clan members without exception were crushed into pieces, and not even a trace of their divine souls escaped. And on top of this mountain-shaped divine soldier, there was a great saint from the Zhou clan standing. Zhou Yu, you lied to me? Bai Mu Shue was simply enraged at the sight. Aren't you afraid of the heavenly Tao oath backfiring? Backlash? I didn't violate it, so what's the backlash? Zhou Yu said with a calm expression. I said I wouldn't strike at them, but I didn't say I wouldn't allow others to strike. Bai Mu Shue was now made to completely break her defense by Zhou Yu. She now had her parents dead, her clansmen gone, and she herself had been seriously injured by her lover. She was simply miserable to the extreme. What? Resentment? Unhappy? Or upset? Zhou Yu looked at her coldly. When you deceived my son, did you ever consider my son's feelings? Have you ever thought about my son's feelings when you were double dating with this Su Chen? You have a marriage contract. You actually dare to turn your back on my son? Now it's just self-eating. Zhou Yu sneered at her nonchalantly. Think about it. If you weren't with this Su Chen, the person you are now would be my Zhou clan's daughter-in-law, the pearl in the palm of your hand, and the young grandmother. You will have the full support of the entire Zhou clan and countless resources. But now, you have nothing. Bai Mu Shue was completely silent, and above her pale face, a barely concealed regret surfaced. She admitted that she did regret it. If there was no Su Chen, if she had insisted a little more at that time, or even taken the initiative to find the Zhou clan to confess after making a mistake, perhaps it wouldn't have gotten to this state. But now, it's too late. After a long time, she closed her eyes, seemingly in utter despair. You kill me. No, this seat's heavenly Tao oath has been sworn. How could I kill you? Zhou Yu said disdainfully. To kill you, this seat is afraid of dirtying its hands. Since you know you regret it, then this seat will also give you a chance to make amends. Bai Mu Shue didn't know what else Zhou Yu could come up with at this time to make up for it. You were married to my son, and since my son is dead, you will be matched with him in an underworld marriage. A match for an underworld marriage? No, I don't want. Bai Mu Shue exclaimed in horror that it would be better for her to match the plutonic marriage than to just die. It's not up to you. The human emperor Haki. With a wave of Zhou Yu's big hand, a large streamer with a gloomy aura appeared out of thin air in his hand. In an instant, an aura of an extreme imperial armament began to erupt from above this great streamer. Ow! Ow ow ow! The entire Howran Academy was transformed into a peerless ghost domain in an instant. Countless shadowy souls cried and howled. The sky cracked, and the heavens and the earth trembled, as if it was going to turn into hell. Extreme Tao Emperor soldier? The ancient Cloud Academy master exclaimed in horror. Impossible. You're a devil Tao Emperor soldier. You've entered the devil. Nonsense. This is an authentic human emperor streamer of this seat. The aura of heaven and earth and human emperor in one. With a thought from Zhou Yu, the human emperor streamer fluttered against the wind and the black gas rose. Who's got a human emperor streamer cool with black gas? The ancient Cloud Academy master roared in excitement. This is clearly a ING 10,000 ghost streamer. Just how did this guy manage to refine the 10,000 ghost streamer to the level of an imperial soldier? That's the human emperor's righteousness. Do you understand? Zhou Yu spoke disdainfully. The human emperor's righteous chi suppresses evil. So it's this color? It's simply a big fuss. As the words fell, he raised his hand and made a move. And instantly, a Tao pattern flowed above the human emperor streamer, directly enveloping Bai Mu Shue completely. Within the human emperor streamer, it was only able to take in Yin souls, and he directly used the emperor's armament Tao pattern to harden Bai Mu Shue's Yin soul and completely extract it before being incorporated into the human emperor streamer. In just a few days, Bai Mu Shue's divine soul would be completely transformed, becoming one of the 10,000 souls harnessed by the human emperor's streamer, a puppet that only knew how to kill. Did you say she was dead? She still has her soul. Do you think she's alive? She had been completely refined without the slightest memory. This method, as early as after Zhou Yu saw Bai Mu Shue's destiny, he had made such a decision. In the original, her destiny was inferior to Su Chen's, and he himself had constantly tortured her in the human emperor Haki, and was still able to drain all of his heavenly destiny value. But on the contrary, if it was Su Chen, he wouldn't have used the human emperor streamer, because the other party's own destiny was too strong. It could not be killed easily at all, and in the long run, It might even refine the human emperor streamer in turn. Therefore, in Zhou Yu's heart, this Su Chen is to be exterminated, completely exterminated, and the destruction of both form and spirit is not enough to settle down. With Bai Mushue's miserable cry, her divine soul was completely extracted, and her remaining physical body was even torn to shreds and devoured by countless unjust souls under the waves of the Tao ripples. A short moment later, a pile of white bones was left. As the old saying goes, red powder and skeletons. It seems to be true now, Zhou Yu said with a fake sigh, causing all the disciples of the Haoran Academy to fall silent. Nima, it's not because of you? She's gone. It's your turn next. Zhou Yu's eyes looked at Su Chen, instantly causing the other party's heart to jump as he subconsciously said, "There's no way I'm worthy of an underworld marriage." Bah! What the hell do you deserve? Zhou Yu cursed angrily. This seat will end you with my own hands today, saving you, a disgusting stinking insect, from wreaking havoc on the earth again. As he spoke, Zhou Yu opened his large hand and the aura of a quasi-emperor 9 heavens erupted out, facing Su Chen. Even though the other party was only at the divine bridge realm, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless, because he knew that this Su Chen had too many cards on him. Boom! The heavens collapsed, and a large handprint that covered the sky slapped at Su Chen all at once. This was a quasi-emperor 9 heavens palm, which contained countless quasi-emperor Tao lines, and even just a trace of it could collapse a mountain range. Now, it all loomed over Su Chen, simply causing him to despair. Seeing that the big hand was about to fall, Su Chen was about to be completely ambushed. Suddenly, a chaotic and misty atmosphere blossomed in his body, and an ancient mirror full of Tao lines. Chaos! An ancient atmosphere flew out from the center of his brow at once. A powerful and incomparable Tao blossomed. With just a single click, Zhou Yu's quasi-emperor 9th heavenly breath was blocked out. Sky shading mirror. When Zhou Yu saw this mirror, he immediately exclaimed in shock. That's right, this ancient mirror was acquired by Su Chen in his last life, and in the original, the other party was reincarnated and reborn, and used the heaven shading mirror to cover up the heavenly chances and return once again. What was even more terrifying was that the grade of the sky shading mirror surpassed that of an extreme Tao Emperor armament, but was instead a legendary immortal armament, because it was usually asleep. It was only in times of crisis that it was able to step in and block the crisis for Su Chen. In the original, it was with this heaven shading mirror that Su Chen escaped several certain death crises. Previously, Zhou Yu had not dealt a death blow to him, but had continuously tortured him with his loved ones in order to make him lose his mind, thus avoiding the appearance of this heaven shading mirror. But unfortunately, at the last minute, this heaven shading mirror still appeared. In the original, you had already grown to the void sky realm before you were able to utilize this heaven shading mirror, and now this seat doesn't believe that you're able to manipulate it. Between his words, Zhou Yu's footsteps stepped, and his figure advanced instead of retreated, and smashed out a fist towards Su Chen. Chapter 13, The Heart of Horror. The Red Dust Empress's Tactics. Boom! Zhou Yu's punch erupted with infinite vigor, and the fleshly strength of the Great Perfection Saint body was simply unable to resist it. With just one punch falling, the breath permeated by that sky shading mirror was smashed and shook uncontrollably, as if it was going to be unable to withstand it. Ha ha ha, indeed. As this punch landed, Zhou Yu laughed maniacally, knowing that his guess was correct. That was that Su Chen's current strength was too low to actively destroy the sky shading mirror, and he couldn't explode the power of the immortal weapon. Therefore, just by continuously bombarding himself, he would be able to tear apart the aura of the sky shading mirror, thus decapitating Su Chen. As long as he beheaded Su Chen, his heavenly destiny would be completely lost, and Zhou Yu would break the trajectory of the entire original without having to worry about becoming a stepping stone for the other party. With this in mind, Zhou Yu bombarded even more vigorously, each punch smashing the void to break apart and the heavens to tremble. Frightened, Su Chen's face turned pale as he screamed, Master, Master, save me! The sky shading mirror is going to be unable to resist awe. Just at this moment, Zhou Yu suddenly changed his expression as a powerful fluctuation actually emanated from within the sky shading mirror, and then, a humanoid silhouette emerged from it. In an instant, it transformed into a stunning imperial beauty with an enchanting figure, a domineering and elegant appearance. The other party was dressed in colorful damask immortal clothes, a pair of bare feet just standing so far above the sky shading mirror. The aura erupted within his eyes, just like an emperor who was at the top of the world. Great success, Saint Body? I haven't seen this kind of physique in many years. The woman's red lips moved slightly, and words filled with majesty resounded. Finally willing to show up? Zhou Yu stood proudly in the air, looking at this imperial sister with an explosive figure and unbelievable face value. His pupils could not help but shrink slightly. The reason for this was no other than the fact that the other party was actually a billion times better looking than the original portrayal he had read. With this aura, this temperament, it wouldn't be too much to say that she was a heavenly fairy descending to earth. As for the identity of the other party, it was the Red Dust Empress who had shaken the 10,000 tribes thousands of years ago, a true great emperor powerhouse. It was only that the other party was besieged by a great enemy on top of the battlefield of the 10,000 races, and finally fell, leaving behind a remnant soul that happened to encounter the sky shading mirror, and then borrowed this immortal artifact to slowly warm it up. With the immortal artifact and Su Chen recognizing their masters, this awoke from its slumber and became the other party's master. And the other party taught Su Chen attentively, and even instructed him to come to the Howran Academy to seek his chance, and then he fell into a deep sleep. Unexpectedly, when she woke up again, the situation would already be so out of control. However, even so, the Red Dust Empress standing above the sky shading mirror still didn't panic. Chen quickly destroy the sky shading mirror and open the passageway out of here, and I'll block this Paragon Emperor for you. Thank you, Master. Su Chen was overjoyed at the words and hurriedly sat down on his knees, destroying the sky shading mirror. It's not that easy to leave. Zhou Yu let out a low gulp, and with a sway of his body, he approached towards the sky shading mirror, and then slammed his fist out, the might of the great completion saint body blossoming as he prepared to forcibly leave Su Chen behind. Unbridled, the Red Dust Empress snorted coldly. In front of this emperor, to still want to harm my disciple is simply delusional. With a lift of her jade hand, an aura from the emperor pattern blossomed. Even if she was only a remnant soul, she was still a remnant soul of a great emperor. The moment he struck, it was the might of a great emperor. This is a great emperor. Patriarch, be careful. The clansmen of the Zhou clan all cried out in shock at the sight. Damn it, this Su Chen actually possesses this kind of secret treasure, and even has the remnants of a great emperor's soul to protect him. It's simply difficult to kill him. Don't worry, the matriarch is already a great sacred body. He can call out to the scarcity emperor, and even if he's not defeated, he won't be injured. Now, Zhou Yu was already the absolute core of the Zhou clan, and the entire Zhou clan did not want him to be half damaged. However, in the face of the great emperor Dao patterns executed by the Red Dust Empress, Zhou Yu merely let out a cold snort, his figure not retreating in the slightest. If you were in your heyday, this seed would be able to back off, but now a crippled divine soul. How dare you clamor? He smiled proudly, his figure advancing instead of retreating, and the power of the great completion saint body clashed with his opponent without reservation. Boom boom boom. The fist and the emperor pattern kept colliding, literally shaking the ground and the sky collapsing. A mountain of ancient gods was reduced to pieces under the aftermath, revealing a deep, bottomless gully. All of the Zhou clan's warships in the distance had to conceal themselves in the void and watch the battle from afar. The surviving disciples of the academy below were even more dead or injured under this aftershock. Under such an amazing collision, Zhou Yu, with his black robe hunting and silver-white hair flying in mid-air, his aura did not weaken in the slightest, but instead, he became more and more courageous. On the contrary, the Red Dust Empress's brows grew tighter and tighter as she had to admit that she had indeed underestimated the great sacred body. If it was before, when he was at his full strength, he would have been able to suppress the other party and not be able to move. But this kind of physique was too strong. Even then, it was impossible to completely decimate the other party. Now the state of the residual soul is even more stretched, and if it continues, I'm afraid that she will not be able to withstand it. Chen, I'll lend you the heart of vastness. At the critical moment, the Red Dust Empress looked toward Su Chen, who was destroying the sky shading mirror in the distance. What? Su Chen's face changed. The heart of vastness was an important miraculous encounter that he had obtained, capable of fusing the vast iron scrolls of the vast academy. If he took it out now, he would completely lose the chance to fuse the vast iron scroll. Then a moment of hesitation appeared in him. What are you waiting for? Master will now help you fuse the vast iron scrolls and bring them against the enemy. Otherwise you and I will. Neither can get out of here. Seeing Su Chen's hesitation, the Red Dust Empress reminded once again. Yes, Master. Upon hearing that he was unable to leave, Su Chen immediately clenched his teeth and slammed his chest, along with a mouthful of essence blood being spat out. A radiant golden light blossomed above his chest, and then a vast heart, which was entirely condensed from various Ru Dao characters, emerged. What? The heart of vastness? How did he get it? Seeing the brilliantly golden heart of vastness, the ancient Cloud Academy master was the first to cry out in shock. He now finally knew why Zhou Yu hadn't killed him until now, just to let him see this scene. Good. Su Chen, you thief, actually stealing the spirit of my Howran Academy's imperial soldier. You simply deserve to die. Gu Yun's mouth cursed angrily, and he simply hated Su Chen to the bone. He finally knew why when he saw the other party. The other party made the induction of the Howran Iron Scrolls so strong. He had previously thought that the other party was an outstanding talent, Confucianism and Taoism wizard, but he did not expect that it was simply because the other party was carrying the Howran heart. Of course, how Gu Yun hurled insults at this moment would not help. In mid-air, with a lift of her jade hand, the Red Dust Empress pulled the Heart of Vastness over to her, and then Gu Yun realized that the Vastness scrolls within his small world uncontrollably floated out of thin air. Immediately afterward, it turned into a stream of light and rushed into the hand of the Empress. The Empress pressed her hands together and instantly fused the vast iron scroll and the vast heart completely. Buzz! At that instant, a true Emperor Soldier aura completely revived. Chapter 14, The Great Sacred Body Smashes the Iron Scroll. 10,000 ghosts cry in the human Emperor's streamer. It's good to have friends. The sky moves, the gentleman is self-reliant, and the earth is strong. Only a woman is a woman. One yin, one yang is the way. Countless brilliant golden characters began to blossom from above the vast iron scroll, and the terrifying might was simply more than a few notches stronger than just a moment ago. In reality, this was the true power of the vast iron scroll, the true power that belonged to an imperial armament. Go! The Red Dust Empress guided her hand, and instantly countless golden characters soared up from above the iron scroll, turning into a torrent of water that impacted towards Zhou Yu. This was the attacking technique of the vast iron scroll, not trapping the enemy, and each of the golden characters contained great Emperor Dao patterns that were powerful beyond measure. Even a quasi-emperor 9 heavens would not be able to withstand the might of this kind of imperial weapon when they encountered it. However, seeing this, Zhou Yu just laughed coldly, and his figure instantly drew up more than 1,000 zhang, just like the law of the heavens and the earth, and his body exuded an ancient aura, able to make all things decay for it. What a bull ***** imperial soldier. Open it for me. Zhou Yu shouted explosively. The might of the great completion saint body completely unfolded. His double fists pounded out one after another like a rain curtain, like a great star of destruction, falling down to the 9 hells from the heavens. Infinite terror, infinite destruction. This was the ultimate of the fleshly body, a terrifying might that was able to call a spade with the immaculate great emperor. Boom boom boom. The golden torrent was wildly consumed under the collision of Zhou Yu's fists, and Zhou Yu stood there like a supreme giant capable of tearing apart the heavenly rivers, capable of causing mountain peaks to crumble and the heavenly rivers to roll backward with every punch that landed. The clansmen of the Zhou clan in the distance were practically incoherent with excitement at the sight of this scene. The matriarch is so strong that he was actually able to physically withstand the might of an emperor soldier? Too strong. Is this the great completion saint body? The matriarch has been hiding too deeply all these years. Even we don't know. Ha ha ha. The patriarch is biding his time. Now that the sacred body has come to fruition, the world will be shocked at his rise. But if the matriarch is so powerful, why didn't he save the third young master before? Humph. The matriarch is afraid that he is also very disappointed in the third young master. And this kind of incorrigible rebellious son is not to be saved. Yes, 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 yes. The patriarch is in his prime. When the time comes, as long as he rushes into a few holy places, plundering some holy women and giving birth to a bunch of heirs, won't it be the revival of my Zhou clan? Exactly. I think that Red Dust Empress is just right. Look at those hips. She's a well-bred master. It's just a pity that she's just a remnant soul. This was the benefit of having a supreme powerhouse. When it came to this kind of supreme battle, those of you who were yourself could hide far away and watch the show, and you could even talk about it. And at this moment, Zhou Yu was spirited, successively bombarding the flood of Rudao that bloomed from the vast iron scrolls, and actually hardened the other party's outburst of might. And even, he himself grew more and more courageous as the battle progressed. Even the Red Dust Empress' face changed as she watched, becoming more and more unsightly. Damn it, this emperor is only a remnant soul now. If his body was intact, would he be able to allow you to act recklessly like this? She had only heard about it, but when she truly collided with the great completion sacred body, she realized that it wasn't without reason that this sacred body could be called to call the shots with the great emperor. If she was truly intact, she could definitely suppress Zhou Yu, but at most, she would only be able to suppress, and it would be very difficult to kill the other party. This kind of physique was capable of resisting even great Emperor Dao lines, highlighting a thick skin. As he was pondering, he only heard a loud boom. Zhou Yu had already smashed all the golden light and slammed his fist on top of the canopy like vast iron scroll. Boom! The vast iron scroll trembled repeatedly, as if it was about to be unable to withstand it. Zhou Yu's face was indifferent as his fists did not stop, and one fist kept bombarding the iron scroll, causing the Red Dust Empress's divine soul to turn dimmer and dimmer. Shen-er, are you any better? Master is about to lose his support. The Red Dust Empress transmitted her voice repeatedly. If it continued any longer, when the vast iron scroll was smashed away, she would not be Zhou Yu's opponent. Just in time, buzz, a chaotic aura blossomed, and in the distance, that heaven-shading mirror suddenly blossomed, directly striking a beam of light in the void, and the beam of light enveloped the land, seemingly piercing through the void completely, constructing a black hole. As long as you step into the black hole, you will be able to teleport away from this place. Alright master, quick! This sky shading gate can only support 10 breaths of time with my current cultivation. Quick! Su Chen shouted repeatedly to the Empress, and with a single movement of his body, he rushed straight into the black hole. Yes! Seeing this, the Red Dust Empress was overjoyed, and with a single step of her jade foot, her figure swept towards the black hole. However, her figure had just left when Zhou Yu's fist smashed heavily on top of the vast iron scroll, only to hear a wail from the vast iron scroll as it was directly smashed away by his punch. In just 2 breaths of time, the Red Dust Empress had already swept to the front of the black hole and was about to step into it. Humph! Want to leave? The human emperor's streamer. Zhou Yu had long been waiting for this moment. With a big hand, the human emperor's streamer erupted with infinite might in it. This was a complete extreme Dao imperial soldier, with the great emperor's Dao lines inside it equally intact. And if he had offered up the human emperor streamer before, he would have been able to directly resist the Haoran iron scrolls. However, Zhou Yu had already known that this Red Dust Empress was going to escape, which was why he had left the extreme Dao Emperor soldier as a backhand. In such a close call, he made a direct move. Ow! Countless voices of ghosts crying and wolves howling resounded. Pitch-black gloomy clouds covered the sky, and almost in an instant, the human emperor's streamer transformed into a canopy that completely shrouded the black hole. Countless Yin souls were brazen and rushed into the black hole, and in just an instant, they completely entangled both the Empress and Su Chen. Ah! Help me! Master, save me! Being entangled by the Yin soul wrapped in the great emperor's Dao patterns, Su Chen was unable to move at all, which caused him to be terrified. Since he had been cultivating, it had been smooth sailing, and he had never encountered this kind of extinction. Even the last of the bottom card of the sky shading mirror is used. If he still cannot escape, he will be completely dead, and there is no longer a half of the possibility of survival. Fortunately, there was still the Red Dust Empress on the side, able to step in at critical moments, only to see the Red Dust female emperor's hands flicked. A divine soul emperor might bloomed, and the Yin souls that haunted Su Chen were completely annihilated. Su Chen's face was overjoyed, and he rushed into the depths of the black hole with a single movement of his feet until he was completely safe, and only then did he turn his head to look at the Red Dust Empress and shouted repeatedly, "Senior, hurry up! There's still 5 breaths of time before the sky shading gate closes. Once the sky shading gate closed, the teleportation would end, and then the Red Dust Empress would not be able to leave." On the other side, Zhou Yu saw this but let out a maniacal laugh. "It won't take 5 breaths. Within 2 breaths, this seed will be able to avenge my son's death." As he spoke, he pinched with one hand, and the human emperor streamer immediately erupted with even stronger power, and a law chain pierced out from it. These chains are true killing moves. Once pierced, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, it is useless. Swish! The chains appeared directly at the edge of the black hole as if they were instantaneous, and were about to wrap around towards Su Chen. No good! Su Chen's face changed greatly. Without needing to say more, he was able to clearly sense the power in that chain. As if he was facing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, even his mind could not be maintained. If he were to be pierced by the chains, he would not have half a chance of surviving at all. Under such a crisis, a flash of determination flashed through Su Chen's eyes, and immediately afterward, he made a move that caused the Red Dust Empress to be incomparably surprised. Chapter 15 1 million destiny values. 10 consecutive draws again. Drive me! The Red Dust Empress wasted no time in expending her remaining divine soul power to rigidly obliterate the countless Yin souls that were entangling her. But immediately afterward, she was completely entangled by the chains that had surfaced out of thin air. As she was struggling to break free, she suddenly saw Su Chen's movements out of the corner of her eye. At that moment, the entire body trembled, revealing an unbelievable expression. "Mourn, what are you doing?" This cry of alarm from her caused Su Chen's maneuvering palms to give a slight lurch, and he looked up at the entangled master teacher. It turned out that Su Chen actually wanted to manipulate the sky shading mirror and close the sky shading gate in advance. Being questioned by the Red Dust Empress with this inquiry caused him to show a hint of hesitation, so much so that he was delayed for a breath of time. Only 3 breaths left. It was this delay of a breath of time that allowed the pitch-black chains to pierce through and come, literally close to Su Chen. "No, I can't wait any longer." Su Chen's face changed continuously. If he waited any longer, he would have no chance of surviving at all. As for the master, she is just a residual soul hosted in the sky shading mirror, As long as the sky shading mirror is still there, she will come back in the future. Taking a step back, even if the female emperor fell to this point, he, Su Chen, had the existence of the sky shading mirror, so why would he worry about finding the next master? At this moment, what the empress's grace of teaching, what guidance, and what laying down one's life to save one's life were not as important as living one's life. Thus, just at the moment when the chains were about to wrap around, Su Chen's last hand seal directly fell. Buzz! The sky shading mirror bloomed with the light of ancient chaos, and at once completely wrapped Su Chen in the black hole, and then the entire black hole disappeared together with the sky shading mirror under the watchful eyes of everyone. Only the Red Dust Empress was left standing there alone in the wind. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief, looking at the direction Su Chen disappeared and unable to return to her senses. The beloved disciple whom he had helped with all his heart, just like that, had abandoned himself, his master, not even willing to delay even the last 3 breaths of time, but to leave this place early, just to stay alive by himself? In an instant, the Red Dust Empress could only feel that her Tao heart was going to be affected, somewhat unable to withstand it, and taking advantage of this lapse of concentration, Zhou Yu destroys the chains of the human emperor streamer to directly explode, completely entangling the Red Dust Empress, and then violently pulling it to include it within the human emperor streamer. Buzz! The heavens shook as the human emperor streamer returned to Zhou Yu, allowing the sky to once again return to clarity. At this point, other than the fleeing Su Chen, the rest of the enemies were all ambushed. Oh yeah, and there's a half-dead Haoran courtyard master, Gu Yun. This seat will give you a chance. Hand over a strand of your divine soul and put it into the human emperor streamer, and make an oath of the heavenly Tao to serve this seat forever and ever, and not to have the slightest bit of rebelliousness, and this seat will then let you live, and continue to rule the Haoran Academy. In the original, although this Gu Yun courtyard master helped Su Chen in the early stage, but later after Su Chen stole the Haoran Iron Scroll with the Haoran heart, he turned against the other party and wanted to chase after Su Chen, but it was a pity that in the end, he instead became Su Chen's experience bag. It even contributed to Su Chen's complete control of the vast Iron Scroll. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. By leaving him behind, Zhou Yu would not only allow the Zhou clan to have one more quasi-emperor powerhouse, but would also be able to cause trouble for Su Chen in the future. Of course, another reason to leave him behind was that this vast Iron Scroll, being an imperial soldier, had to be a strong person who practiced the vast chi in order to fully destroy it, and Gu Yun was clearly a good candidate. Seeing Zhou Yu's fist collapse the vast Iron Scroll and the human emperor's streamer grabbing the female emperor's Gu Yun, he didn't even expect that he would be able to come back from the brink. Now that such a good thing had come to him, where did he have the slightest hesitation to bow down and say, I am willing to be loyal to the Patriarch and make a heavenly oath to be loyal to the Patriarch for all eternity, not daring to be half rebellious, and if there is any violation, he will immediately be destroyed by the heavenly Tao backfiring on his heart. Boom click, the flat earth thundered, and the heavenly Tao oath seemed to have witnessed his oath in the underworld, and had already begun to take effect. Seeing this, Zhou Yu did not make things difficult, but raised his hand and grabbed it, throwing the complete vast Iron Scroll to the other party. The Haoran Academy continues to be given to you to take charge, and give me a search for traces of that Su Chen. The hatred of killing a child is not shared. This seat will definitely break his body into pieces. At your service, Master. Gu Yun, who was holding the vast Iron Scroll, nodded his head repeatedly. Now that he possessed the intact vast Iron Scroll Imperial Soldier, rebuilding the academy was simply as easy as a slap in the face. Aha! Zhou Yu nodded slightly, and then with a wave of his hand, the many Zhou clan members swept onto the warships, preparing to return within the clan lands. Clan Chief, now that Su Chen has escaped, why don't we go back and ask the clan elders to do some divination and deduce where he might be hiding before we wipe him out? Above the warship, a clan member suggested. It's not necessary. Zhou Yu shook his head indifferently. That Su Chen possesses the heaven shading mirror, which is capable of obscuring heavenly chances, and the method of deduction and divination is useless to him. This method, as early as just now Zhou Yu had thought about it, that the sky shading mirror was an immortal weapon, if it was able to easily project the location. In the original, Su Chen would not have been able to bounce around for so long, but there was no hurry. Now that he had broken his destiny and plundered his heavenly fate value, as long as he was able to suppress the sky shading mirror, he would definitely be able to make it all go down next time. Thinking for a moment, Zhou Yu suddenly asked, are the White Clan up and down eliminated? Back to the clan chief. We have sent our people to search the White Clan's land, leaving no chickens or dogs behind. Good. That leaves Su Chen's family. Zhou Yu nodded slightly. Send someone over there and capture all the remaining clansmen of the Su family. Not one of them. Back to me. Although Su Chen's parents are dead, Zhou Yu remembers that in the original, he seems to have a sister, as well as the clan's oldest ancestor, all of which can be used as a bargaining chip to blackmail the other party in the future. Yes, the Great Sage clan nodded and left, leaving Zhou Yu alone within the entire cabin. With a thought, he opened the system panel. Host, Zhou Yu. Realm, quasi-emperor 9 heavens. Fate, father of villains, black. Only, destiny value, 1, 320, 000. Zhou Yu didn't even need to look at anything else. Directly looking at the heavenly fate value he had plundered, it had actually exceeded more than 1 million. So many heavenly fate values were enough for a round of supreme VIP draw. If one did not take into account the heavenly fate values that Su Chen would still gain from his later encounters, the heavenly fate values that Zhou Yu had right now would have already surpassed him. But Zhou Yu knew that this Su Chen Golden Destiny, Heavenly Destiny protagonist, behind a series of strange encounters, perhaps the value of Heavenly Destiny can also skyrocket, so it should never be taken lightly. Which one should I smoke? Zhou Yu looked at these heavenly fate values and fell into contemplation. The ordinary ones were definitely not considered. The probability was too low. Consider Super VIP 10 times directly, or Supreme VIP once. Thinking about it, Zhou Yu could only choose to win with volume, considering his previous life as a nonce. System, a Super VIP 10 straight draw. Chapter 16, Yin Yang Upside Down Divine Intercourse Soul Strengthening Scripture. Ding! The lucky draw is complete. Congratulations on your reward, 1 bottle of 9 Heavenly Soul Nourishing Pill. Ding! The lottery is over. Congratulations on your reward, welcome. Ding! The draw is complete. Congratulations on your reward, Sand Sculpture No. Ding! The lucky draw is complete. Congratulations on your reward, GNI Time A. Listening to the series of prompts in his mind, Zhou Yu only felt that he had spent too much of this heaven's destiny value, and it was almost as if all the demons and devils were about to appear. Well, the last 2 rewards, which finally succeeded in transforming him into a nonce, weren't given in vain. Ding! The lucky draw is complete. Congratulations, you have won the reward, Yin Yang Upside Down Divine Intercourse Strong Soul Scripture. Ding! The lucky draw is complete. Congratulations on your reward, 6 Character Truth Secret Art. Asterisk 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 out of the gold. No, out of the warp. Zhou Yu exclaimed, grinning widely. He had thought that this 10 consecutive draws could only obtain a bottle of that what soul nourishing Dan, but as a result, at the last moment, actually came a double whammy. It's simply bountiful. With a thought, Zhou Yu directly tapped on the reward and began to check it out. After a long time, he let out a long breath, finally understanding the benefits of these 3 rewards. The first 9 Heaven Soul Nourishing Pill was a quasi-emperor great pill that collected the essence of the divine souls of the 9 heavens and melted them down, providing excellent benefits for the nourishment of the divine soul. It is most suitable for the kind of soul that has been traumatized, or the remnants of the soul, and so on, to repair their own elixir. Its rarity was such that only the Medicine Clan, which specialized in refining medicines among the 10,000 clans of the stars, could refine it. And the second one, the Yin Yang Upside Down Divine Intercourse Strong Soul Scripture, sounded very complicated, but it was an extremely powerful Great Empress technique that specialized in the cultivation of the divine soul. Only, this method of cultivating the divine soul was somewhat special, and it was necessary for the Yin and Yang divine souls to intermingle with each other. In other words, it was a man and a woman, cultivating in an out-of-body manner with their divine souls. When the cultivation is completed, they will gain the enhancement of their divine souls and grow stronger with each other. Of course, only the practitioner of this technique can obtain greater benefits, and even then, it will also make the Yin soul to the Yang soul to produce a sense of closeness, mutual inseparability, and gradually form a poisonous addiction, taking each other at their word. As for the third, it was Zhou Yu's coveted offensive art, the 6 Character Truth, from the Buddhist sect's Buddhist teachings, which was created by a Buddhist emperor, and its power was second only to the Taoist sect's 9 mysteries of the art. But the 9 secrets of the Taoist sect have long been in tens of thousands of years ago, falling apart, and the occasional recipient, but also are the remnants of the secret art. Unlike Zhou Yu, these 6 words of truth were the complete 6 words of truth. Taking out one individually, they were all very powerful, overpowering their peers, and if the 6 characters of truth were to come out in unison, they would be able to resist even against a great emperor. Om Mani Padme Hum. With a thought, Zhou Yu directly claimed this reward, and immediately only felt his mind trembling as countless true Buddhas appeared around him and began to chant the 6 character truth continuously. These true words, however, were not suppressed, but thoroughly branded in the depths of one's divine soul, with a brilliant golden light and grandeur. Immediately after, the second reward also fused with it. This was a system reward that did not require any deliberate cultivation at all. and just like a dunking, it completely fused this imperial scripture with Zhou. In just an instant, it was all comprehended and penetrated beyond compare. Zhou raised his hand and instantly saw a bottle of 9 heavens soul-nourishing pill fall into his hands. The medicinal properties emanating from it were able to soothe his soul even through the bottle. The fatigue from the previous battle was even swept away, and he felt in high spirits. With the rewards in hand, Zhou could not help but flicker his eyes and plan. That Red Dust Empress, who was now trapped in the human emperor streamer, would have no problem suppressing her with the human emperor streamer's extreme imperial soldier? But if she wanted to be completely refined like by Mushui, she wouldn't be able to do it for even 100 years, not to mention 10 years. But Zhou couldn't just let her go, and his use of the human emperor streamer earlier was only a stopgap measure. Now that it was better, with this emperor scripture and pills, Zhou instantly had a solution. Take her life while she's sick. When this seat uses the emperor scriptures to suppress you, let's see how you can still resist. Raising his hand, he struck out a spell within the worship's chamber, activating all the surrounding formations. With that, Zhou sat down on his knees and took out the human emperor streamer, standing it in front of his body. Just by moving his thoughts, his divine soul rushed out from within his sea of consciousness at once, and with just a flash, it disappeared into the human emperor streamer. Buzz! Inside the human emperor's flag, it was a world of its own, with dark clouds covering the moon, black smoke rolling around, and the aura of purgatory everywhere. It had an incomparably terrifying targeting effect on the divine souls within it, but Zhou was the one in control, and as soon as he entered it, the great Empress Tao patterns within it transformed into armor that wrapped around his divine soul. How dare you come in? Seek death. Almost the moment the armor had just been enveloped, the Red Dust Empress's furious shout rang out from the void, and then with a flash of her figure, she appeared behind Zhou and pointed out with a finger. Boom! The residual power of the divine soul exploded at once, directly carrying the aura of a great emperor behind Zhou. Ow! The entire human emperor streamer was filled with the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling, and the horrifying aftermath spread continuously within it. However, when the aftermath dissipated, the Red Dust Empress was shocked to find that Zhou was actually unharmed. This seed dares to enter here. Do you think you'll be afraid of your sneak attack? Zhou smiled contemptuously as he looked at the faraway, dumpy Red Dust Empress and said, if I can't kill you, you'll never be able to do anything to this emperor. The Red Dust Empress was not discouraged by the failure of her sneak attack, but instead opened her mouth in a clear and cold manner. Her voice was filled with condescension. Can't be helped? You can't escape either. Zhou lost his smile. As long as you are trapped here, you will always be under my control. To be able to do all of this, I still have to thank that good disciple of yours, Su Qin. Ha ha ha. You. The Red Dust Empress was speechless. Her heart felt like a knife when she thought that at the last moment, she was actually abandoned by her good disciple. It was true that she had taken refuge with the help of the sky shading mirror in the first place, but ever since Su Chen had recognized his master, this master of his own had done his best to help the other party in any way he could. There was indeed a reason for one's own desire to repair the divine soul present here, but more than that, he was still optimistic about Su Chen, feeling that the other party could grow into a generation of powerhouses. What did you get in the end for such a heartfelt gesture? In exchange for his betrayal. Seeing the Red Dust Empress in this state, Zhou knew that this was the perfect opportunity for him to take advantage of the situation. In a flash of thought, he appeared beside the other party and followed his advice. This seat won't be as hypocritical as that Su Chen. As long as you are willing to follow this seat will help you repair your divine soul. And one day, it can even help you condense your physical body, help you to become the Red Dust Empress who overpowered the world in the first place, and even kill on the battlefield of the 10,000 clans to make your enemies pay for their blood. When the Red Dust Empress looked up, she realized that Zhou had already come to her without knowing when, and had even reached out her hand towards her cheek to caress it. Shameless, a mere quasi-emperor dares to try to get this emperor to follow? As she spoke, her aura began to rise around her and she was about to explode her imperial might. However, without waiting for this might to blossom, the Red Dust Empress saw Zhou's arm raise, and a crisp slap sound blossomed completely above her cheek. Chapter 17, The 6-Character Truth to Subdue the Empress. Cultivating the Emperor's Scriptures. The Empress' state of mind is unstable. Pop. Zhou's slap shattered the Red Dust Empress's imperial might directly, and she covered her cheeks incredulously as her phoenix eyes looked at Zhou. You? How dare you hit me? What's wrong with me beating you? How dare you give me the runaround in this seat's human emperor streamer? Zhou nonchalantly threw another slap over, hitting the Red Dust Empress without any resistance. The human emperor streamer was his extreme emperor soldier, so if he couldn't even suppress the remnants of a female emperor's soul, then he would just die. Snort! After a few slaps, Zhou raised his hand and grabbed it, directly cracking the Red Dust Empress's shirt, revealing a large portion of Snow White and Snow White's skin. Even if the other party was only a divine soul, it was mouth-watering to look at. You, what are you doing? The Red Dust Empress let out a cry of shock, feeling that Zhou Yu's eyes looking at her were not right. What for? Zhou Yu sneered as he approached. Of course it is for you to follow this seat. No, don't come over. I'm an empress. Big deal. I'll die with you and blow up my divine soul. The Red Dust Empress opened her mouth to threaten. Okay, try blowing yourself up. Zhou Yu let out a faint smile. Let's see if you can succeed. His figure did not retreat, raised his claws and grabbed towards the other party's panicked headlights. Ah, you dare to humiliate this emperor like this? Even if I die, I won't fulfill you. Blow yourself up. The Red Dust Empress shrieked in shock, her face showing a look of determination, and without hesitation, she unleashed her own self-destruction, wanting to die with Zhou Yu. She couldn't harm the great completion saint body, and she didn't believe that Zhou Yu, who was left with just a divine soul, would still be able to make any waves. Buzz! Terrifying great emperor fluctuations began to erupt from within the divine soul, and the originally intact divine soul of the empress was like a fine porcelain as a crack began to surface, and as long as these cracks were densely spread all over her body, she would completely self-detonate, directly inflicting an irreversible destructive blow. However, Zhou Yu just looked at it and opened his mouth to spit. When this one true eye appeared, the entire human emperor's streamer trembled violently, as if a great Buddha's shadow had coalesced and emitted a Zen chant. It was this Zen chant that slightly slowed down the progress of the Red Dust Empress's self-destruction. At that exact moment, Zhou Yu's second word was spat out. Well, and, bah! With 3 consecutive words, countless radiant Buddha shadows emerged within the entire heaven and earth, like a great hand suppressing towards her. Only a boing sound was heard, and all the process of self-detonation was interrupted at once, and even the Red Dust Empress was completely disoriented. 6 words of truth? Her face carried unbelief. Hasn't this kind of secret art been lost long ago, and you actually know it? With scorn on his face, Zhou Yu spat out the last 2 words completely. Mimi, boom boom. All the Zen chants transformed into brilliant golden words, intertwining into a Buddhist swastika in the void, and then heavily smashed on top of the female emperor's divine soul. Ah! The Red Dust Empress let out a miserable cry as her entire divine soul was completely suppressed. The 6-character truth, a top-level divine secret technique inherited from the Buddhist sect, was most adept at cleansing, suppressing the mind, cleansing the soul, and converting people. Now under Zhou Yu's manipulation, he directly struck the Red Dust Empress into stagnation, unable to resist. Just in time, Zhou Yu used this opportunity to fly up and strike one after another. Snort! 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 As soon as Zhou Yu grabbed the other party's perfect divine soul body, he utilized his own imperial scripture, the yin-yang upside-down divine intercourse strong soul scripture. Buzz! In an instant, a mesmerizing radiance from the divine soul completely enveloped the two. Ah! The Red Dust Empress let out an incomparably agonizing cry. She also didn't expect that she would actually cultivate this kind of emperor scripture for the first time with someone while she was still a remnant of her soul. When she reacted, she tried to resist, but she was held down by Zhou Yu with a sardonic smile on her face. Resist. The more you resist, the more excited I get. Ha ha ha. He had the human emperor Haki Great Emperor Dao tattoo as an armor protector, and he was not afraid of the female emperor's resistance at all. Even if she screamed her throat out, it would not be of the slightest use, and she could only be manipulated by Zhou Yu at will to cultivate the emperor's scriptures. It was only after a full hour that Zhou Yu managed to finish cultivating the yin-yang upside-down divine interaction soul-strengthening scripture for 1 round. At this moment, he felt that his divine soul was much stronger than before, and this kind of gain was simply unspeakable. Moreover, with the release of the reincarnation, he had managed to leave a seed in the Red Dust Empress's divine soul, a seed that, with constant cultivation, could grow and expand, which was the seed of control spoken of in the Kung Fu. You, me, I'll kill you. The Red Dust Empress tears in her eyes had yet to dry up. She hugged her legs and looked at Zhou Yu with hateful words coming out of her mouth. But on the contrary, the kind of hatred in her heart did not release the rise. Instead, it was like a quarrel between a couple that was only vicious and did not have any actual action in general. Moreover, she had, just now, indeed felt that her divine soul had recovered a trace under this cultivation. He himself was a remnant soul of a great emperor, and even if it was just a trace, it was still very astonishing. If he could practice more, the repair of his divine soul would speed up. Thinking about this, a longing unexpectedly rose in her heart, a longing to continue cultivating with Zhou Yu. Blah blah blah. The Red Dust Empress cursed herself. Why had she become so bad? She should hate him. Why would you even want to practice with him? In the human emperor streamer, you will never have a chance to kill this seat, Zhou Yu said disdainfully, and outside of the human emperor's streamer, you have even less of a chance. He pinched the red dust empress's cheeks without a care in the world, then grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up, roughly shoving a 9 heavenly soul nourishing pill into the other party's mouth. You let go of, what did you feed me? You. The red dust empress was just about to struggle, but suddenly froze for a moment. The 9 heaven soul nourishing pill bloomed with a faint light as soon as she entered the mouth. This was a pill for the divine soul. The might that bloomed therein was able to be transformed into the power of the divine soul, nourishing the entire body. In an instant, she sensed that the divine soul power she had originally depleted during her fight with Zhou Yu was being replenished rapidly. This seed is not like your hypocrite disciple who only knows how to deceive. Zhou Yu sneered. Since I promised to help you fix it, I will definitely do it. After saying this, he stopped paying attention to the other party and left the human emperor streamer with a thought. Feeling the medicinal power of the 9 heavenly soul nourishing pill, the red dust empress looked in the direction Zhou Yu had left and was somewhat lost in thought. Divine soul returns to the body. Zhou Yu slowly opened his eyes. Eyes cannot hide the smile rising. Really, the system will be a fine product. Zhou Yu was able to clearly feel the benefits of the emperor's scripture to himself after practicing it, and his divine soul had already received a considerable boost under this cultivation. Knowing that he was now a quasi-emperor 9 heavens, it was simply too difficult to raise his own divine soul, and being able to raise it down in this way would increase his own probability of being promoted to a great emperor in the future. What's a great emperor? It is only after experiencing the calamity, comprehending one's own Tao in it, and completing the sublimation of both the physical body and the divine soul, that one is able to achieve a true great emperor. It was often said that in the same era, only one great emperor could come out of the world. It was because the Tao of every great emperor was the strongest Tao of the world, and it had to overpower everything in order to be considered a true great emperor. And if you want to be enlightened, the power of the divine soul is the most important thing. On top of that, being able to gradually take the red dust empress under her wing was also considered a beautiful thing, and with the help of an empress, one would have a greater certainty of dealing with Su Chen in the future. Boom click, the void opened up, and the Zhou clan's warship appeared over the clan's land, then moored down. Zhou Yu had just stepped out of the warship when a great saint came to him and bowed. Enlightened clan chief, we have already sent our men to the Su Chen clan land and captured all the clansmen back. Should we interrogate them? Chapter 18, Su Nishang. You have to pay for Su Chen. Oh, Zhou Yu's eyes flashed. Bring them to the middle of the Great Hall. I will personally interrogate them. In the original, Su Chen, the sister did not mention too much, only know that the other side is a stunning beauty of the country. In addition, there is not too much introduction, but in Zhou Yu's eyes, as long as the other party was that Su Chen's closest relative, it might be able to come in handy at a later date. Think more. That date. Within a short time, a woman surfaced at the entrance of the Great Hall, and at the same time, the voice of the great saint of the clan resounded. Reporting to the patriarch, Su Nishang has arrived. Aha! Stand down. Zhou Yu nodded his head indifferently, then raised his hand and grabbed. A great force blooming as he grabbed towards Su Nishang in the air. Ah! That Su Nishang just let out a cry of surprise, and like a frightened bunny, she was grabbed by Zhou Yu and brought to her heels. Zhou Yu's eyes glanced around and immediately lit up. What a stunning beauty! The heart of the world is tolerant. This exaggerated figure could not be concealed even by the wide brocade robe she wore. On a delicate and stunning goose-egg face, her features were quite beautiful, her eyebrows contained light, and her body revealed a natural sense of seduction. Innate purine body? Zhou Yu's heart was delighted. He didn't expect that the other party was actually a special physique. This was a good stove. If it was combined with a purine technique, cultivation would be twice as effective. It was a pity that she was only a supporting role among supporting roles in the original story, and the protagonist Su Chen's radiance was so prevalent that it wasn't even mentioned much, being confined by Zhou Yu. At this moment, Su Nishang was looking at Zhou Yu with tears in her beautiful eyes and a face full of indignation. Why did you capture my people? She had been in the middle of her clan and hadn't known the news that her parents had fallen. Catch? Zhou Yu looked at her indifferently. Because your own brother, Su Chen, killed my son. What? Su Nishang's face changed drastically, and shock filled the top of her pretty face. Impossible. Chen'er is so kind. How could he kill your son? What's impossible? Zhou Yu continued to unravel the truth for Su Nishang. He didn't just kill my son, he also killed Bai Mushui. How is this possible? Mushui is his. Su Nishang's body trembled, clearly unable to accept such a fact, because Bai Mushui killed his parents. Ah, oh yeah, and yours too. What did you say? My parents and them? Dead? Su Nishang couldn't control it at once. and teardrops continued to flow down like a curtain of rain. She finally understood why she hadn't received half a reply to any of her previous messages to her parents. How come? She muttered under her breath and cried into tears. Father and mother said they were going to visit him at the Howrun Academy. How could they? Because all of this is a result of what your own brother did. Zhou Yu began to brainwash her, telling Su Nishang all about Su Chen and Bai Mushua's previous adulterous relationship, as well as the betrayal of the Red Dust Empress in the back and so on, adding more fuel to the fire and beginning to brainwash her. Start destroying the other party's state of mind from the root, and in this way, he would be able to facilitate the completion of his next plan. Tell me now where your brother is and I'll let you go. Zhou Yu felt that it was almost time and directly inquired. I don't know. Su Nishang shook her head repeatedly. I really don't know. Is it possible, then, that my son's death is just forgotten? Zhou Yu grunted angrily. Avenging the killing of a son is not shared. How can you let me, as a father, live with myself? But, the last time I saw Chun'er was a year ago, and I really don't know his whereabouts. Su Nishan was at a loss for words. Really? Zhou Yu stared at her. Then at least until I find him, you'll have to pay the interest for him. Repayment? How? Su Nishang had already been brought into Zhou Yu's rhythm. Thinking of him as a father who had lost his beloved son, coupled with the terrifying might emanating from Zhou Yu's body, it instantly caused her to panic. I can pay it back if you'll just let my brother go. Please, let him go. Yes? Zhou Yu looked at her kneeling in front of him, reached out and cupped her chin, then lifted it slightly. Then use you to pay for it. What? Su Nishang was violently shocked, not expecting that it was actually her that Zhou Yu wanted. Zhou Yu sneered. Humph. Your brother killed my son. Only if you help me have another son can you make up for the pain of my loss. Understand? But Su Nishang just wanted to refuse, but was grabbed by Zhou Yu's big hand, directly lifted from the ground at once, and then a strong mighty energy erupted, only to hear a hissing sound that wrapped the whole body of the brocade clothes into a piece of nothingness in an instant. You don't have a choice. Zhou Yu pinched her long and white swan neck and spoke indifferently. At the same time, with a thought in his mind, the yin-yang upside-down divine intercourse strong soul scripture was instantly in operation, an imperial scripture that was not only capable of pulling out the divine soul for cultivation, but even in the midst of the fleshly body, it was equally capable of cultivation. Soon, within the entire hall, the mournful screams of Su Nishang echoed. Zhou Yu's actions were wild, even rough. After all, he had just left from the human emperor's streamer. The Dust Empress's divine soul could only allow his divine soul to grow stronger, and it was simply unsatisfying for the venting of the holy body. And the Su Nishang in front of him had obviously become the most ideal tool for him to vent. After an hour, Zhou Yu successfully rooted the seed in Su Nishang's divine soul before stopping everything, only to see Su Nishang just paralyzed on the ground, her legs intertwined, her body twitching one by one, as if she hadn't yet regained her senses from the actions she had just taken. And above the ground, a striking crimson spread out. This was a top-notch hearth body, but it was a pity that Zhou Yu was now at the ninth sky of the quasi-emperor, and there was no possibility of advancing half an inch above his cultivation level, but he didn't care. Instead, his gaze went to Su Nishang, and he faintly said, remember, your day today is all caused by Su Chen. If you want to hate him. Without him, your parents, your clansmen, will all be fine. Zhou Yu was brainwashing her, and under normal circumstances, it was simply impossible to brainwash her like that. However, it was fortunate that Zhou Yu had planted seeds in the other party through the yin-yang upside-down divine intercourse strong soul scripture, and could influence the other party subconsciously. She wasn't the Red Dust Empress after all. Her own cultivation was only at the first level of the degenerate realm, and after the seeds were planted, the effects were very obvious. No, Morn is not like that. Su Nishang sat on the ground and whispered to herself, but then shook her head. He ruined me and ruined the Su clan. Zhou Yu nodded his head slightly. This was only the first time he practiced, and he was able to have this kind of effect. In time, he would definitely be able to control her completely. Recall, did Su Chen ever reveal where he wanted to go? Or what kind of chance he got? Or anything like that? In his exchanges with you, Su Chen had the sky shading mirror and could not deduce it at all, but Zhou Yu could find traces of the other party through only words. Su Nishan recalled slightly and shook her head slightly. He's always been busy with cultivation, and there were very few chances to talk to me. He only once mentioned that he needed a cloud tower or something that could improve his cultivation. Chasing clouds and radiant moon tower? Zhou Yu's pupils shrank and he blurted out. Chapter 19, using my son as a lure. Fishing for Su Chen to show up. Yes, it's the cloud chasing radiant moon tower. Su Nishan nodded. Ha ha, Zhou Yu laughed out loud. The cloud-chasing Radiant Moon Pagoda was an object owned by another realm called Cloud-Chasing Mansion in the Xianhuang Great World. In the original, this would have been an important plot that could only appear later. Zhou Yu had not thought of this possibility before, and when Su Nishang said this just now, he reacted instantly. He had already changed the plot of the Haoran Academy, allowing Su Chen to leave the place early. So according to the other party's intentions, he might just head to the cloud-chasing mansion early. And this cloud-chasing Radiant Moon Pagoda was the treasure of the cloud-chasing mansion? Even though it was only a supreme artifact, it had the terrifying effect of gathering the power of the moonlight in the void and quenching the Yuan power. Relying on such treasures, the cloud-chasing mansion had given birth to an unknown number of powerful cultivators in successive years. Let the entire cloud-chasing mansion's army be strong and incomparable, conquering the 4 directions and expanding its territory. Adding the quasi-emperor cultivation of its mansion master, it made the cloud-chasing mansion a holy place-like existence. And in order to use the cloud-chasing Radiant Moon Tower to cultivate, only soldiers who willingly joined the cloud-chasing house and made meritorious achievements were able to enter it. If Su Chen wanted to rapidly increase his cultivation in a short period of time, he had to head to the cloud-chasing house and join the house army first, and then he would plan for it. Thinking about this, Zhou Yu's eyes flashed and a plan came to mind. If you can join the cloud-chasing mansion, this seat will be able to get others to join as well, and when that time comes, I don't believe I won't be able to find you. He looked at the pitiful Su Nishang in front of him. When the time comes, this seat will cultivate her into a knife that can be backstabbed. I wonder, how will you block it? Su Chen? Someone come, arrange a side hall for her to rest in. Without this seat's order, she may not step out half a step. As soon as Zhou Yu's words fell, 2 maids appeared and took Su Nishang away. Sister Young. Ripples were created in the void, and then an old linen-clothed crone with a pale face appeared. And although the other party only had a half-step great power cultivation, she was even older than Zhou Yu. The old slave is here. Sister Rong's voice was sharp and hoarse as she bowed to Zhou Yu. Tutor Su Nishang well for me. I want to cultivate her into a joyful killer. And when the time comes, give Su Chen a fatal blow. Yes, don't worry matriarch. This will be wrapped up in the old slave. Jia jia jia. Young Ma let out a sinister laugh and once again stepped into the void and disappeared. Matriarch, the second prince outside the door seeks an audience. Zhou Yu had just dismissed Sister Rong when he heard the sound of a report coming from outside. Zhou Feng? Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow. With over 1,000,000 words in the original, there were just too many points that could be spewed out, and many of them he could no longer remember the plot. But this second son, Zhou Feng, made a very deep impression on him, for no other reason. The other party, in the original story, was in the cloud-chasing mansion, fighting with the protagonist, Su Chen, over a secret treasure, and ended up in a huge fight, and was even directly seriously injured by Su Chen. Unlike the third son, Zhou Ku, when he first encountered the protagonist, he didn't directly fall, but after he returned, he dedicated himself to cultivation, wanting to seek revenge on the other party. As a result, in the second encounter with the protagonist, he was personally killed by the other party. This second son of his own, Zhou Feng, aged more than 40 years old, although he had stepped into the heavenly palace realm, but his own character was too arrogant and domineering, belonging to that kind of Zhou Ao Tian's character, and it was precisely because of this character that he encountered the protagonist, and even made grudges with the other party many times. In the original, the predecessor had told the other party not to look for trouble with the protagonist until he was in the half-saint realm, but he refused to listen and went out just in the void sky realm, resulting in a second experience pack for the protagonist. Now that the other party had come to ask for an audience, Zhou Yu had a thought. Let him in. Not long after, the second son, Zhou Feng, who was dressed in ebony armor and had an imposing appearance, had already arrived within the hall and kneeled down and bowed to Zhou Yu. Zhou Feng kowtows to father. Aha! Zhou Yu raised his hand. Fenger, what do you come to see my father for? Father, Peak has heard that the third brother has been murdered. Zhou Feng's face was a scene of fury. My child would like to know who has eaten the guts of a bear and dared to assassinate my third brother and the heir of the imperial clan? Seeing this angry appearance of the second son, Zhou Yu leisurely sighed and pretended to be heartbroken. It's not that Su Chen, who secretly snatched your brother's fiancé, not to mention that he also fought a life and death duel with him and beat him to death. It was too late for my father to get there then. Abominable. Simply abominable. Zhou Feng cursed angrily. This Su Chen is so bold. He actually dares to kill third brother? Father, where is that Su Chen? I'll break him into pieces right now. At ease. Zhou Yu sank his voice and bellowed. My father has completely wiped out the entire Suan-Bai clans, and is considered to have avenged your dead third brother. But, he deliberately hesitated, and sure enough, this Zhou Feng took the bait. Father, you but what? Is there something to hide? Zhou Feng pursued the question in succession. That Su Chen has a secret treasure on him that can travel through the void and has already escaped at the last minute. Zhou Yu painfully said. Right now, my father is only able to roughly project that he's afraid that he's fled in the direction of the cloud-chasing mansion. Cloud-chasing mansion? That Holy Land level state land? Zhou Feng's eyes glared. Fine. My son will go forward to the cloud-chasing mansion, find that Su Chen, and break him into pieces and thwart his bones. With that he got up and was about to leave. Stop! Zhou Yu called out to him. Fenger, you've long since reached adulthood. Things should not be so reckless. What makes you say that? Father? Zhou Feng was indignant. That cloud-chasing mansion is similar to my Zhou clan. My child will go there and directly force the mansion master to find Su Chen out, and everything will naturally be solved. You're really Zhou Aotian. Zhou Yu spat in his heart, but his face was gloomy. Nonsense. Do you think cloud-chasing mansion is a place you can instruct at will? Even if you are able to instruct, that Su Chen is carrying a secret treasure that can cover up the heavenly chances. Even if he arrives at the cloud-chasing mansion, he will definitely remain incognito. How will he easily expose his identity? Besides, even though that Su Chen is only at the Divine Bridge realm, his own fortune is deep and his heavenly destiny is added. Even if you are able to actually find him, you may not be his opponent. My father has just lost one son and doesn't want to lose a second. But, then, is the third brother's revenge to be forgotten? Zhou Feng anxiously said. It's sort of impossible to count, but it needs to be considered in the long run. You and go back to cultivate well. When you step into the half-saint, then it's not too late to go find him. At those words, Zhou Feng's face changed color as he hurriedly explained. Father, what's a mere divine bridge realm? My child can take him here. Shut up, Zhou Yu interrupted with a heavy gulp. You don't even listen to my father's words? Zhou Feng wanted to say something, but in the end, he could only nod his head reluctantly. My child does not dare. Then get the hell back to practicing. Zhou Yu shoot him out. Yes. Zhou Feng bowed and then turned his head to leave the great hall, but as soon as he left the hall, he whispered to himself with a face full of indignation. A mere divine bridge realm. I can kill it single-handedly. Why do I need to wait for a half-saint? Father is really worrying about nothing. As he was speaking, he suddenly brightened up. Right. I can secretly leave, equally incognito, and head to the cloud-chasing mansion, and when the time comes, I will directly suppress that Su Chen and bring him back to my father. Father will surely appreciate it. That's it. Thinking about this, Zhou Feng's footsteps were much lighter. In the middle of the great hall, Zhou Yu withdrew his divine thoughts and nodded slightly. As expected of a villainous family, this brain circuit highlights an arrogant and domineering one. But this was just right. He used his own son as a lure. He could always fish Su Chen out, right? Chapter 20 Starry Sky 10,000 Races Ranking. You, Su Chen, get behind you. Hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Howran Academy, a bronze-colored, farmer-like figure was standing on a hilltop gazing into the distance. Up ahead is the cloud-chasing mansion. There shouldn't be anyone who can tell that I, Su Chen, came here. This farmer's man was no one else but Su Chen, who had changed his appearance with the help of the sky-shading mirror. Looking at the cloud-chasing mansion that was already in sight, a smile appeared on Su Chen's face. Then he thought of something else and suddenly became sinister. Zhou Yu, you old dang, wait for me. 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. Don't deceive the youth. I, Su Chen, will one day make you pay the price. After he escaped from the Howran Academy with the help of the sky-shading mirror, he figured out at once that in the end, Zhou Yu had obviously deliberately led him to turn against Bai Muxue to the point that he later killed him painfully. Now, not only had he broken with the Red Dust Empress master teacher, he had even lost his vast heart. How could he not be angry when an emperor's soldier was gone just like that? In addition, the death of his parents, it seems to be by Muxue hands. In fact, is Zhou Yu dominated. This kind of murder of the father, simply do not share the sky. However, Su Chen knew that he was not Zhou Yu's opponent at all right now. He needed to hold back and wait, as long as he was able to step into the quasi-emperor. Even if it was just one heavens, he was confident that he would be able to crush Zhou Yu. Isn't it just that you've lived 1,000 years longer than me? Wait, I, Su Chen, will definitely make you look good. After some venting, Su Chen's body moved and rushed towards the cloud-chasing mansion. Meanwhile, on the other side, outside of the Zhou clan's small world, Zhou Feng, who had disguised himself, similarly transformed into a stream of light and swept rapidly in the direction of the cloud-chasing mansion. Father, just wait for Peak's good news, he said with extreme confidence. With his strength at the heavenly palace realm, along with the many neens on his body, it was enough to crush that Su Chen who was only at the Divine Bridge realm. By then, my father would be impressed. Deep within the Zhou clan's clan lands, Zhou Yu, who was sitting in his cave, slowly opened his eyes and looked in the direction that Zhou Feng had left. Gone? I hope I don't disappoint my father. The disappointment he was talking about was naturally a villainous persona like the other party, and it would be best to invoke the protagonist as soon as possible to draw the other party out. When the time comes, he or she will be able to lay out and prepare to strike. But there is a variable here. Suddenly Zhou Yu's expression moved. He suddenly remembered that in the original story, in the plot of the cloud-chasing mansion, there was a female counterpart that impressed him very much. That was the only daughter of the cloud-chasing mansion lord, Yun Shiyu. The reason why this Yun Xie impressed Zhou Yu so much was that unlike Bai Muxue, she was a pure die-hard Su Chen fan. In the beginning, even though the cloud-chasing mansion master did not think highly of Su Chen, she still tried her best to believe in the other party and gave him all sorts of resources. Later on, even when Su Chen caused great trouble in the cloud-chasing mansion, she actually chose to elope with the other party instead of blaming him. The thing that made Zhou Yu the most speechless was that when Su Chen later moved on and fell in love with the Holy Virgin of the Holy Land, she actually didn't even mind it in the slightest, and even as long as she was able to follow the other party around, even if it was just to be a maid, she would be willing to do so. This kind of brainless die-hard disabled persona once made Zhou Yu spray several keyboards to pieces. I wonder if Su Chen will still be able to run into this brainwashed woman this time when he goes over early. Zhou Yu tapped his finger thoughtfully. No matter what, by the time he went over, he had already made up his mind to get this Yun Xie dead first, so as not to cause any complications. If that cloud-chasing mansion owner dares to pursue the matter, the big deal is that even the entire cloud-chasing mansion will be stamped out together. Even though this cloud-chasing house's ranking on top of the Starry Sky 10,000 races list was much higher than the Zhou clan. That was once. Nowadays, Zhou Yu has not yet sacrificed to the Heavenly Tao to update his Starry Sky 10,000 races list's ranking. Once the update is completed, then the Zhou clan's ranking will directly skyrocket. Surpassing the cloud-chasing house is simply not a matter of course. As for the so-called Starry Sky 10,000 races list, it is the Heavenly Tao manifested in the depths of the Starry Sky, but all the families and races that are on the list can be rewarded by the Heavenly Tao every 1,000 years. This kind of reward is not resources, but rather perception. For the Great Tao, the most intuitive effect of the Great Tao enlightenment was to increase the success rate of a prospective emperor's enlightenment. Simply put, the higher anyone could rank on the Starry Sky 10,000 races list, the higher the probability of a great emperor being born when the rewards were handed out. Although he didn't know exactly what the Heavenly Tao intended by doing this, for tens of thousands of years, the 10,000 races of the Starry Sky had all made efforts towards the list rankings without exception. Taking a step back, even if this kind of reward could not give birth to a great emperor, it would still give birth to a powerful person of the type of emperor, sage king, and great saint. Once these strong men came out, it was equivalent to a spike in the battle power of the entire family or even race, thus being able to succeed in solidifying prosperity for the next several hundred, or even several thousand years. Nowadays, there was less than 100 years until the next time the list rewards were opened. For Zhou Yu, there was enough time and he was not in a hurry. Shaking his head, temporarily suppressing these thoughts, Zhou Yu stood up and walked towards the side hall. For Su Nishan's cultivation or to speed up the progress, only by repeatedly practicing the yin and yang upside-down divine intercourse strong soul scripture could the seed in the other party's soul grow strong again. At that time, he would be able to make it play an incredibly important role in dealing with Su Chen. There was also that Red Dust Empress, who also had to hurry up her cultivation, and might be able to become her arm in time. Just as Zhou Yu was busy, 10,000 miles away at the recruitment office of the cloud-chasing house, the shape-changing Su Chen was already lining up amongst the crowd. According to the previous recruitment notice, the minimum requirement is to be above the 5th grade of the flesh and blood realm, which is only the minimum cultivation requirement. And later on, one has to participate in the strength test, speed test, and the 3 levels of examination for God's question. As the protagonist, Su Chen was naturally well versed in the way of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, so he suppressed his cultivation at the realm of the 5th grade of flesh and blood with the sky shading mirror. This is a passing line. Wait until the later test, then a hit. At that time, he will be able to be above the fancy, may be able to get out of the treatment of ordinary soldiers, directly become a 10 captains, or 100 captains. What? Some people would question why they didn't just explode their Divine Bridge 9th Heavenly Cultivation realm right off the bat. Wouldn't that be stronger? The reason was simple. The soldiers selected by the cloud-chasing mansion were not only outstanding in strength, but more importantly, clean and loyal. Even with the last level of Divine Question as an aid, a fresh face from the 9th heaven of the Divine Bridge realm joining in. Is it you? Can you be assured? What if he's a spy sent by another country? Or is it an undercover agent of another clan who has come to take the opportunity? Therefore, it made sense for Su Chen to do so. Anyway, He had the existence of the sky shading mirror, and under a great emperor, no one would be able to see through his disguise. That's a lot of people. Su Chen looked at the queue. Just this kind of queuing, he was afraid that it would last for days, but there was no way around it. He could only queue up honestly if he wanted to enter the cloud-chasing mansion through this secure method. In a flash, 3 days passed. Su Chen saw that he was getting closer and closer to the rank and file table at the conscription office, and finally sighed in relief. However, right at this moment, an untimely voice suddenly appeared beside him. You, get in the back. Chapter 21, Villainous Physique. Once he came against Su Chen. This sudden domineering voice caused Su Chen to frown and subconsciously incline his head to look, only to see that the other party was a middle-aged man, with a sturdy figure, half a head taller than him, and with a full beard, looking fierce and vicious in general. The big man looked at him and continued. I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? I told you to get the hell out of the back. As he spoke, the big man's body shook, and the aura of the 9th rank of the blood and flesh realm blossomed out from his body. Feeling this chi and blood fluctuation, many of the figures in the queue changed their complexion slightly and exclaimed in shock. You! Su Chen's heart was on fire. He didn't expect that he was at this time, but someone actually dared to come to his door to look for trouble. He immediately grunted angrily. If you want to line up, go do it yourself. Don't get in the way here. The big man raised his eyebrows. Kid, not rolling, right? I'll let you know what happens when you disobey me. With that, he opened his big hand and grabbed towards Su Chen. A hint of disdain swept across the corners of Su Chen's mouth. A mere 9th grade of the flesh and blood realm, and still dared to call his bluff? He was worried that after waiting in line for so long, he had no place to vent his grievances. But you are good. You sent yourself to the door. Just as the other party put his palm on his collar, Su Chen sneered and raised his palm, following which he was ready to launch his force and throw this unenlightened reckless person out of the crowd. However, just at the moment he sent a point of force, his face abruptly changed. Because that big man actually didn't move at all under the 1 point of force he exploded? Yoo-hoo! His own hallowed divine bridge realm 9th heaven, exploding a single point of strength, actually couldn't shake off a flesh and blood 9th grade mangler? Su Chen felt incredulous, so he shook his arm and added another point of chi. Buzz! Something strange appeared. That big man actually didn't move again, and even looked at Su Chen with a gaze filled with contempt. Mud! I don't believe it. Cursing secretly, Su Chen continued to exert force. 3 points of chi, 5 points of chi, 7 points of chi, until he exploded all the chi under the premise of not using his own cultivation. The other party actually remained motionless, which completely shocked Su Chen. Nima, have I met a natural-born god? The crowd on the side couldn't help but snort and shake their heads as they watched. Flesh and blood flesh 5th grade versus 9th grade. I don't know where he got his confidence. That's right. If it were me, I would have already given way to others, and I could only recognize my own bad luck when I was targeted. That's good. You have to call the shots with others, and you end up calling the shots, don't you? Su Chen was just about to open his mouth to speak, but he saw the big man tugging on his palms violently, and then his body flew uncontrollably into midair, and then flew far away towards the outside of the conscription office. No one was holding a grudge for him. Instead, there were bursts of voices applauding that big man. The moment his body landed on the ground, the indignation in Su Chen's eyes was almost impossible to hide. At this time, even if he was no longer stupid, he knew that the other party was just like him, and had definitely hidden his strength. On the contrary, at this time now, there was no way for him to reveal his cultivation, so he could only give the other party a hateful glance and keep it in his mind. You wait, when I recover my cultivation, I'll make you look good. On the other side, the big man who stood peacefully at Su Chen's position also raised his eyebrows slightly. This seat is the young master of the Honorable Zhou clan. Comparing strength with me? Simply looking for death. If it wasn't for the fact that you can't reveal your cultivation here, that blow just now would have taken your little life. This big man was no other than Zhou Feng, the second young master Zhou Feng who had rushed from the Zhou clan and was ready to catch Su Chen and go back to get credit. He arrived here because he saw that the line was too long, and in order not to lose time, he found a random person who was ready to cut in line. But somehow, Zhou Feng saw this peasant man almost at first glance, and always felt that the other party disgusted him to no end. Solely, he directly took Su Chen as his target. What he just didn't know was that the meditative villainous physique allowed him to successfully connect with the target he was looking for. Name: Windjammer. From where? Great Wasteland Stragglers. Aha! Take the sign and go inside and test your strength. Zhou Feng received the number plate and entered the passageway, and then he saw a number of figures waiting inside. All listen up. Full 100 people. Unified test once. Waiting for the may not be loud. Not hands, Violators directly deprived of the test qualification. Expelled from the barracks. Zhou Feng sniffed and was about to find a place to rest, but when he looked back, he suddenly saw that Su Chen, who had been thrown out by himself earlier, had actually come in at some point. As the two gazed at each other, a strong smell of gunpowder rose up. Enough numbers, all of you. At that moment a soldier in charge shouted out in the distance. Zhou Feng squeezed past and saw a row of stone locks inscribed with runes placed at the very front. Your cultivation just meets the minimum standard. Next is the first level of strength measurement. Based on your scores, look at the type of soldier you are suitable for. The greater the outburst of strength, the better the barracks you are assigned to. The soldier explained. Now, follow the order of the numbered cards I read out and take the test in order. A batch of 10 is tested in sequence. Almost most blood-flesh 5th grade martial artists were able to manage to lift 5,000 pounds of stone locks, and for those who stood out a bit, 6,000 and 8,000 could also be attempted. Soon it was Zhou Feng's turn in this group, and he inclined his head and happened to see that Su Chen was actually in a group with him as well. Not convinced, are you? Seeing Su Chen's eyes, Zhou Feng smiled disdainfully. I'll let you know what it means to be born with divine power. Thus, he took a big step and stood directly in front of the 50,000 pounds of stone lock, only to raise his foot and hook it, and immediately the heavy stone lock flew into midair, and then was held up by Zhou Feng's one-handed palm, obviously still having some strength left. In an instant, the entire surroundings resounded with the sound of cold air being sucked in. Holy, that's even possible? 50,000 pounds of stone locks? Awesome, awesome. Flesh and blood of the 9th grade. To be able to possess this kind of chi, it's absolutely extraordinary. Before the crowd's applause sounded, on the other side, Su Chen coincidentally stood in front of the 60,000 pound stone lock, only to see him raise his hand and grab it. The stone lock was lifted lightly into midair. Then, as if he hadn't finished yet, he continued to walk forward, and then Hercules lifted the 100,000 pounds of stone lock straight up. This, flesh and blood flesh 5th grade, 100,000 pounds of tremendous strength? This is too powerful. Even the soldier in charge of the rank and file let out a sigh of admiration and shock. Su Chen saw this and smiled slightly. Flesh 100,000 pounds. Is his limit under this cultivation? Now beyond that guy double. See how he's still rampant? However, just as he left the testing ground, Zhou Feng had already stood in front of the 100,000 kilogram stone lock he was in and similarly raised his hand to grab it. 100,000 pounds of stone locks rose up at once and were lifted into midair. Knock! The stone lock landed on the ground, and a touch of disdain swept across Zhou Feng's face. A mere 100,000 pounds. Not enough to worry about. Then he came straight to the 200,000 pound stone lock, and then he raised his hand and grabbed it, lifting the 200,000 pound stone lock. My God, 200,000. This is awesome. Much more awesome than the last one. The soldier in charge of the registration exclaimed repeatedly, marking a heavy entry in his own register. Put. After Su Chen heard this, he was so infuriated that he was about to spit out blood as he looked at Zhou Feng with astonishment. Is this guy crazy? Without using his cultivation, he actually dared to burst out with such a high power? Aren't you afraid of being watched? Just now, Su Chen felt that his 100,000 pounds was already exaggerated enough to shock the entire audience. After all, if you elevate up any further, I'm afraid you're going to be noticed and suspected. But who would have thought that this guy would actually dare to explode for $200,000? And this time, he compared himself. Aren't you afraid of being scrutinized by the barracks? Just as he was puzzled, suddenly a wind-breaking sound rang out from the distant sky, and then a soldier in armor fell into the grounds. Chapter 22, Crazy Targeting. Su Chen spits blood in anger. Who lifts 200,000 pounds of stone locks? That person had a powerful aura, a divine bridge realm powerhouse, and as soon as he landed, he looked around and inquired in a cold voice. Seeing this, Su Chen in the distance suddenly revealed a cold smile. Let you go wild. Now it's good. You've been noticed, right? How are you going to end this? It's me. On the other side, Zhou Feng then directly opened his mouth to admit it upon hearing his words. You're a 9th grade of flesh and blood, and you can have such tremendous power? That divine bridge realm powerhouse snorted coldly, his aura exploding around him at once. Tell me truthfully, are you a spy from another country? This new drink. The general mind unsteady people, on the spot to be scared pale, kneeling on the ground. But Zhou Feng only changed his color for a moment before he said, I'm not a spy. I was born with divine power. How dare you argue? With a single movement of his body, that God Bridge realm powerhouse appeared in front of Zhou Feng and grabbed the other party's arm with one hand. Although Zhou Feng was a villain, He wasn't brainless enough to steel himself against his opponent. He let the other party grab him, and a moment later, the figure's face changed. This is? With a stroke of his finger, a drop of blood rose from Zhou Feng's body and then hovered in front of the other party. After a few moments, the other party suddenly laughed out loud. Barbarian dragon bloodline. No wonder, it's actually a barbarian dragon bloodline. With a flick of his fingers, a drop of blood bead merged into Zhou Feng's body and disappeared, and he laughed loudly and patted the other party on the shoulder. Where was his questioning appearance just now? Work hard. You have a bright future in the cloud-chasing mansion. Thank you, Mr. Army. With a slight nod, the officer then moved his body and soared up. Su Chen saw the other party go away, his face full of question marks. What the hell is this? Just like that? Shouldn't we be checking him out properly? As for Zhou Feng, he provocatively glanced at Su Chen at the moment. He had been devouring all kinds of heavenly materials since he was a child, especially the barbarian dragon grass that boiled up his chi and blood, and he almost treated it as if it was a snack, so much so that it made his fleshly body so powerful that it was comparable to the savage dragon body. Even how that person searched, he could not find out anything. The next speed test was even easier. With the savage dragon bloodline as a cover, Zhou Feng's burst of speed far exceeded Su Chen's, and even though Su Chen's performance also shook off the others, it could not compare to Zhou Feng's at all. With Zhou Feng as the first, who could care about a second? As for the final divine question, it's even simpler. However, it is through the magic treasure to check them their souls, and then questioning. A bit of polygraph meaning. The purpose is naturally to finally confirm that these people are not spies, or undercover agents of a kind. Naturally, there was no suspense in the results, and they all passed with ease. Brother Wind Boat. There is an order from above that you are selected as a centurion on an exceptional basis, and you can select 100 newly enlisted sergeants for you to drive. Zhou Feng, who was the first, managed to take away Su Chen's benefits, and even surpassed the 10th captain, directly for the 100th captain. Yeah. Zhou Feng received the token and his eyes began to pick amongst these soldiers. He made a point with one hand and landed directly on Su Chen. That's you. You follow me from now on. The reason why he chose Su Chen was not for any other reason. It was because he wanted to get him killed so badly. The only way to create a better opportunity is to recruit him under your command. As for the others, it doesn't matter. Su Chen also did not expect that Zhou Feng would actually pick him, but obviously, he was able to guess what the other party was planning. At a time like this, still in the barracks, he didn't dare to use his cultivation, or at least it wasn't the right time, so he could only hold his tongue. With that, the two settled down for the time being in the middle of the barracks. Zhou Feng, as a centurion, often found reasons to train these soldiers and could likewise fix Su Chen. A few days down the line, Su Chen had almost become the disliked of 10,000 people in the entire team. Who could risk the possibility of offending the centurion by befriending him? However, in Zhou Feng's eyes, although he had already stunk up Su Chen, it was not enough to get the other party killed. One can only wait for the mission to come and figure out what to do. Less than half a month later, the opportunity he had been waiting for came. This time, our team is going to spread out and explore the depths of the secret realm, in groups of 2, following the directions I've arranged. Zhou Feng arranged it in a deep voice. Soon, the crowd was divided into groups, leaving only Su Chen and another soldier. Chen Su, you have outstanding strength. Explore this place alone. Me? Alone? On what basis? Su Chen's face changed. They are all 2. Why am I the only one? What? You don't agree? Zhou Feng snorted coldly. Is his skin itching? I'm on my own. Don't I need a group of soldiers? The other soldiers immediately followed and helped, denigrating Su Chen. A grim light flickered in Su Chen's eyes, and in the end, he could only nod his head. Just wait, when my cultivation improves, let's see how you can continue as a centurion. He had already made up his mind that since he was acting alone, he might as well just raise a layer of his cultivation, and then see if he still dared to target himself. With just a few missions down, one can surpass the other. Soon after, Su Chen followed the instructions to head to the depths of the secret realm to explore. This kind of newly discovered secret realm, all of them need the cloud-chasing house soldiers to finish exploring and confirm what dangers, treasures and so on are in there. This is only able to be reported upwards, so that the direct lineage's sons and daughters can come over to practice. Regard as. Looking in Su Chen's faraway direction, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Zhou Feng's mouth. Go on. When this seed has the time to come, I will go and take your life. The reason why he let the other party act alone was to decapitate them. It was just that even Zhou Feng did not expect that Su Chen, who was the son of Qi Luck, had encountered a strange encounter not long after he left. Hisao. Within the cold pool, 100-feet-long ice blue python was hissing as it stared at a delicate and stunning figure in front of it. Sinful beast. This princess wants the purple cloud transformation dragon crystal. You have to give it even if you don't. The delicate figure was emanating the aura of the divine bridge realm and was fighting with the ice blue python. Hiss-ow! The ice blue python let out a roar, then suddenly erupted with monstrous divine might, instantly causing the manly girl's face to change. Sinful animal! You dare to burn your vitality and forcefully advance? While her mouth was speaking, her figure hurriedly retreated, wanting to escape with the purple cloud transformation dragon crystal she had obtained. However, that ice blue python did not have the slightest intention of giving up, and did not hesitate to destroy its own life to break through the realm, but also wanted to leave the young girl behind. After a few entanglements, the young girl was severely injured and spat out blood. In the nick of time, Su Chen, who was on his way here, happened to notice this scene, and directly exploded his cultivation to severely injure the ice blue python, and then immediately saved the delicate girl. In order to save the young girl's injuries, she hurriedly led the other away from the spot. And shortly after he disappeared, a sound of breaking wind followed. Looking at the corpse of the ice blue python in front of him, Zhou Feng frowned. Escaped? Ah! With a cry of pain from the delicate girl, a mouthful of bruised blood spurted out of her mouth. How are you feeling, girl? Su Chen asked with concern from the side. Thank you, sir, I'm much better. The manly maiden looked at Su Chen with blushing cheeks, and in her mind, she even recalled the scene of Su Chen's great power just now. How could there be such a divine and handsome figure in heaven and earth? With her thoughts reeling, she subconsciously inquired out loud. Thank you for saving my son's life. May I ask your name? My name is Chen Su. Su Chen's eyes flowed over the young girl, smiling as he inquired. I don't know the girl's name? Yun Shi. Ah, Dongzi can just call me Yuner. Chapter 23 Martial Arts Competition. Yun Xie transforms into a deadly allegiance. Cloud Sea? Yun Shi? I remember that the cloud-chasing mansion lord's $1,000 princess seems to be called Yun Xiyu? Su Chen's heart shook, even though the other party deliberately split it up. This name, he had already heard it like thunder as early as when he arrived at the cloud-chasing mansion. Yun Xie, Moonflower Divine Body. At a young age, she was able to step into the divine bridge realm of the heavenly pride, and she was also the only daughter of the mansion lord Yunlan. Rumor had it that Yunlan had fought for his entire life until he stepped into the quasi-emperor realm before he was ready to have his own heir, but his efforts were unsuccessful for many years. He had thought that he was not destined to have an heir, and was preparing to dive into his cultivation to impact the realm of the great emperor when, unexpectedly, his wife became pregnant. Finally, a daughter was born, Yun Xiyu. Su Chen had just struck out only because of the other party's face, but unexpectedly, the other party's identity was also so amazing. At this moment, his mind instantly turned to an opportunity that would allow him to quickly gain a firm foothold in the cloud-chasing mansion. For the next few days, Su Chen had been accompanied by Yun Xiyu, almost not moving an inch in the entire secret realm. Taking care of each other can be overwhelming and thoughtful. Yun Xiyu was too well protected by the master of the cloud-chasing mansion, and not even half a man had appeared around her since she was a child. Now that a Su Chen had suddenly appeared, and the other party had even saved her life, such good feelings could not be described in words. In just a few days, it had fallen completely. Seeing that the mission was coming to an end, Su Chen knew that the fire was almost over, and immediately offered his resignation to the other party. Miss, please keep my secret about my hiding my cultivation. Why? I was originally a soldier in the cloud-chasing army, and I did so because I was worried that my cultivation would cause suspicion. How difficult is that? If you follow this palace, no, this girl, and help you to intercede in the army, you will not have to hide your cultivation. This is not good, right? After all, the cloud-chasing army has strict military rules. How can I? There's nothing wrong with that. Just follow me. Brother Su, if I tell you that I hid my identity from you, you won't blame me, will you? What? Who the hell are you? Why are you hiding? Su brother, you answer me first, okay? No, I'm sure that since you're hiding it, you have a reason for hiding it, and I can understand that. Great. Thank you brother Su. You come with me. From today onwards, you don't need to continue as an ordinary soldier here. Who would have thought that Su Chen would actually be able to successfully harvest a diehard fan at such a juncture? And by the time Zhou Feng had searched fruitlessly throughout the entire secret realm, he thought that the other party was afraid of his targeting and had fled. Su Chen suddenly reappeared. Moreover, this time, the one who showed up with the other party was actually the princess of the cloud-chasing mansion, Yun Xiyu. The first time he saw Yun Xie, Zhou Feng was deeply attracted. This kind of stunning beauty, now she actually favors that Chen Su, and even promotes the other party as a close guard. This made Zhou Feng's hatred for Su Chen grow stronger. Alright, Chen Su, this palace will take it away. And other soldiers will be added back in at that time, leaving behind a sentence. With a wave of her veiled hand, Yun Shiyu lifted up Su Chen and broke through the air in the direction of the cloud-chasing mansion. Crunch! Watching the other party go far away, Zhou Feng almost gritted his teeth together. Marred! You wait for me, Chen Su. I will let you know the price for daring to take my woman. In Zhou Feng's heart, he already viewed Yun Siye as his woman. He just didn't realize that he had missed an excellent opportunity to decapitate Su Chen most easily. You error. This son was born handsome, but have you ever thought about whether or not he has any intentions in concealing his cultivation and entering my cloud-chasing mansion? Inside the bedroom, Yun Siye's birth mother, Lady Chasing Clouds, was softly persuading, only to see the other party in a long light silk dress, lazily lying on top of the bed. That amazing delicacy and curvature, simply too much stronger than Yun Shiyu. On the contrary, the other party's face value was very similar to Yun Shiyu, and even the kind of mature and charming flavor on her face looked a bit more seductive than Yun Shiyu. More importantly, the other party was a genuine great saint, and even within the entire cloud-chasing mansion, he was considered a powerful party. If not for that, it would not have been possible to keep the entire residence in order while the cloud-chasing mansion master was absent. Hearing her mother questioning her beloved so much, Yun Shiyu was instantly dissatisfied and pouted. Mother, he has said that he is afraid of arousing our suspicions. If he didn't have to save my child's life in the secret realm, how could he expose his cultivation? Brother Su has been true to me. Mother, don't you look forward to a better child? What's this talk? Lady Chasing Clouds blankly glanced at her beloved daughter. Mother is afraid that you will suffer. How? Yun Shiyu pouted. I've got my old quasi-emperor father in you, the mother of a great saint. Who can make me suffer? As long as mother promises me to bring brother Su into the cloud-chasing Hui Moon Tower to cultivate. When father returns, brother Su will definitely give him a surprise. You just know how to fool around. Lady Chasing Clouds dotedly glanced at her daughter. The Glow Moon Pagoda can let him in, but the marriage between the two of you, my mother can never agree to it. Why? Mother, brother Su and I love each other with all our hearts. Upon hearing the refusal, Yun Shiyu instantly became unforgiving. If you don't agree with me, I'll elope with brother Su, and then they'll never find me. Alright, don't be childish. Lady Chasing Clouds glared at her, the majesty from a great saint blossoming out from her body. I've passed on the training to your father, and he said that if he wants to be his son-in-law, he'll first have to test whether or not the Su Chen is qualified enough. What do you mean enough? Yun Shiyu pursued. Then it's only natural to compare them. Lady Chasing Clouds seemed to have a plan. If he wants to marry my daughter, he has to show his skills to overwhelm the crowd. A year from now, when your father returns from the Starry Sky battlefield, my cloud-chasing mansion will hold a martial arts competition. At that time, all eligible and strong people can participate. If you really want to marry him, let him win at that. Saying this, Lady Chasing Clouds' face sank and her tone intensified. If you don't even agree to this, mother will lock you up right now. In this regard, Yun Shiyu naturally had no objections. In her opinion, Su Chen was her true destiny, and the district match was not even a matter of concern. Half a year passed in a flash of time, and within the small world of the Zhou clan's land, a great sage was bowing and standing in front of Zhou. Reporting to the patriarch, the second young master has already reached the position of a partial general in the cloud-chasing mansion, and has made many battle achievements. His reputation is unrivaled. Aha! Zhou nodded faintly and threw the chain in his hand aside. At the other end, Su Nishan lay on her back, understandingly grabbing the chain and crawling to the side, stroking the collar around her neck, quietly waiting. Did he get into any trouble or make any enemies in the army? Zhou did not care what position he climbed to. Anyway, the higher the position, the easier it would be to run into that Su Chen. The second young master's strength tops all the paramount generals, and is deeply respected by the general, but he has not encountered any enemies, that great sage said thoughtfully. No? Zhou raised an eyebrow. It was strange. He had been there for so long. Had he not met that Su Chen yet? Is this guy hiding so deep? Or did the other party not go after the Cloud House at all? Many thoughts rose up, making Zhou feel quite annoyed. Alright, is there any other news? If not, retire. The great sage bowed and nodded, just about to leave when he suddenly thought of something and added. By the way, Patriarch, before my subordinate returned, I heard that the cloud-chasing mansion had issued a proclamation that any strong person within the cloud-chasing mansion who was not more than 300 years old is eligible to participate in the competition to recruit the emperor's son-in-law, which is said to be recruiting an emperor's son-in-law for the Princess Yun Siye. The moment these words came out, the light in Zhou Yu's eyes exploded. Chapter 24, The Great Drama Begins. Su Chen and Zhou Feng collide again. What? Zhou Yu sat up straight violently, his aura exploding out uncontrollably. In an instant, that great saint only felt his body trembling, as if he was facing a mountain of ancient gods, unattainable and suffocating. Su Nishang, who was lying on the side, was even more pressurized by this aura, but she raised her head with difficulty and looked at Zhou Yu with reverence, seemingly enjoying the suppression very much. But that aura comes and goes quickly. Zhou Yu said in an indifferent tone. When did you say that match was going to be held? Just half a year from now. Within the cloud-chasing mansion, as long as one is able to win the top prize in the competition, one will be able to become an extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor's side, and at that time, it will simply be a step to heaven. That great saintly way. Aha! Got it. You go down. Zhou Yu raised his hand, signaling that the other party could leave. When that great saint left, a thoughtful light flashed in his eyes. Why do you want to compete in a martial arts competition for a good cause? One must know that Yun Shiyu is the only daughter of the master of the cloud-chasing mansion. Such a princess, 1,000 gold. How could she be in such a hurry to find a prince consort? And now that the cloud-chasing mansion actually wanted to compete for marriage, that proved that it wasn't the mansion master who was in a hurry, but, rather, Yun Shiyu couldn't control it. The person who could make even Yun Shiyu unable to control herself. Besides Su Chen, Zhou Yu could not think of the second one. Humph, Su Chen. This time, this seat will see where you can run? Zhou Yu stroked his chin and suddenly let out a cold cry. Come here. Yes, master. Su Nishang barked, then quickly crawled over towards Zhou Yu, handing the end of the chain to him with both hands. The whole person was like a little puppy wagging its tail and begging for mercy. Zhou Yu glanced at her and cupped her chin and slowly lifted it. Soon, you'll be able to meet your own brother. Really? Su Nishang gently shook her body, her tone full of surprise. So I can help my master get justice. Yeah, are you really willing to help me get justice? Zhou Yu looked at her critically. She's your own brother. The sins he has committed are too deep for you, master, to have to suffer the loss of your son at such a young age, and he will have to pay for it, no matter who he is. Su Nishang didn't hesitate to say, I only hate that Nishang's current strength is too poor, only the third heaven of the divine bridge realm, and she can't help the Lord greatly. Ha! Zhou Yu smiled faintly and squeezed the other party's neck. Don't worry, I'll make you a big help. After half a year of conditioning, the seed within Su Nishang's divine soul had grown stronger and stronger, and could be considered obedient to Zhou Yu, and had also gone through a number of his tests. According to Zhou Yu's speculation, half a year later, on top of the martial arts competition, Su Chen would most likely have to show up, and it was very likely that he would go all the way to the end and become the best candidate for a door-to-door son-in-law. However, there was a variable in this, and that was Yun Siye's die-hard loyalty attribute, so maybe even if Su Chen lost, he would still want to be with the other party. Oh, my good son, you'll have to fight to draw him out for me. Between whispering softly to himself, Zhou Yu looked at Su Nishang on the side, then hooked his finger, and the other party climbed onto his thigh like a beautiful snake. In contrast, this Red Dust Empress's divine soul is too tough. Half a year, he almost every day on the other side to practice one yin yang upside down divine intercourse strong soul scripture. The result is that this is simply oil and salt, just in the initial hostility to change. Want to be obedient still need to continue to work hard, but Zhou Yu was in no hurry. He had plenty of time anyway. Brother Su, it's only been half a year and you're actually on the verge of impacting the heavenly palace realm. This speed is simply amazing. Outside the cloud-chasing radiant moon tower, Yun Shiyu, who had been waiting all this time, saw Su Chen appear and immediately rushed to welcome him. It's still thanks to the princess's help. Without this cloud-chasing radiant moon pagoda, it's impossible for me to progress so much. Su Chen smiled. I've said not to call people princesses. Call me Yuer. Yun Shiyu ranted. This, are you calling? Moon. Well, let's go brother Su. Go to my place and rest a bit. I've made soup for you with my own hands, so I'll give you a good tonic. Su Chen promised with his mouth, but out of the corner of his eye, he couldn't help but look at the cloud-chasing radiant moon pagoda. This supreme artifact was indeed extraordinary, but unlike before when he was in the Haoran Academy, without the Haoran heart he simply couldn't gain the other party's recognition. However, Su Chen had discovered an even more amazing chance underneath the cloud-chasing radiant moon tower, only that it would take time. In half a year at the most, I will be able to sign a contract with that fellow, and by then, that item, I will surely get my hands on it. Su Chen secretly whispered in his heart. Zhou Yu, just wait, Su Chen, will let you know what it means to regret. Woo, woo, woo. The sound of 999 foreign beasts' horns resounded through the clouds, and today, within the main city of the cloud-chasing mansion, It could be described as a bustling scene with lights and colors, inside the main city that was as wide as a small world. A strong group of people all spontaneously marched forward towards the city lord's mansion. Today was an incomparably important big day for the entire cloud-chasing mansion. The only daughter of the master of the Chasing Clouds mansion, Yun Shiyu, will have a martial arts competition, and that winning champion will become the daughter's son-in-law. In order to participate in such an event, one only needs to be no more than 300 years old, have an unlimited cultivation level, and be within the cloud-chasing mansion. All are eligible to participate. For a while, many powerful people came sniffing around, wanting to impact this amazing chance. One must know that the cloud-chasing mansion's mansion master, Yun Lan, that was a quasi-emperor's 7th sky powerhouse, with a glimmer of a chance of impacting a great emperor in the future. The entire cloud-chasing mansion was simply like a holy land, and if one could become the emperor's son-in-law, it would truly be a step to heaven. Not easier than being a casual cultivator yourself, in a small sect, struggling to cultivate, even looking for a resource. You have to hook up? Of course, everyone knew that in order to become a harnessed horse, one had to go through a bitter battle, so almost all of the strongest people who had rushed here were at least at the 5th level of the degenerate realm, and even there were quite a number of figures at the Divine Bridge realm's strongest people. 300 years old, Divine Bridge realm. It sounded as if it was simple, but in reality, if one wanted to reach this level, without enough talent, it was simply impossible. There were those who were able to cross the Divine Hidden Realm, and they were already considered outstanding, not to mention shedding divine bridges. This martial arts competition will take place in 3 matches, the first being a mixed battle, with 10 winners taken from each match to advance, and the second being a beast fight, with ferocious beasts, with the winners advancing and the losers eliminated. In the third match, which is the final showdown, the winner advances until the final winner of the competition is the emperor's son-in-law. As the presiding officer made the announcement, the many powerful people who had been waiting to start the first melee were already hungry and thirsty. Above the 100 rings, Su Chen, Zhou Feng traveled easily above their respective rings, taking the top 10 with ease. Only, on the occasion of winning, the two gazed at each other, and the spark in their eyes was very strong. Unlike a year ago, this time, Su Chen no longer had the slightest scruple about looking at Shang Feng, but instead, he was sharp. It felt as if Zhou Feng was already defeated under him. In the second match that followed, these two were even less suspenseful, and with only one move, they killed the ferocious beast. After 2 eliminations, less than 50 were able to advance. The third game will naturally be a battle of pairs until the final winner, and at this moment, it had also reached the white-hot stage of the entire selection, and all the spectators watching the competition were almost boiling over, because next, the exciting and incomparable showdown is about to take place. Chapter 25, Joyu appears. Morning dog, I've been waiting for you for a long time. 3,000 words big chapter. Windjammer wins. With the referee's announcement, Zhou Feng did not pay any attention to his opponent who had been sent flying by his own punch, but instead cast his gaze above the other ring, where Chen Su had similarly just defeated his opponent with ease. Humph, kid, you'd better pray that you'll be able to go a little farther so that I can torture you properly. Zhou Feng secretly grunted angrily. Just a moment ago, he watched with his own eyes. Su Chen actually came hand in hand with his dream girl, Yun Xie. This kind of intimate behavior, if not for someone next to him, it was close to a direct internalization. All of a sudden, Zhou Feng felt like he was being green with a green meadow on top of his head. In his opinion, only he, Zhou Feng, the first son of a paramount emperor, was qualified to be worthy of Yunshiyu. And what is this Su Chen? The country piker who appeared from nowhere was not as good looking as himself, and his strength was not even a fraction of a star horse. Only he, Zhou Feng, could become the emperor's son-in-law. Whoever stands in his way will die. Just as he was thinking about it, Chen Su in the distance similarly gazed at him, and the two met in mid-air. This time, there was not the slightest bit of fear in Su Chen's eyes. Instead, he met Zhou Feng's gaze and let out a cold snort, and then calmly and incomparably walked down from the ring, turning his head and revealing a hint of a smile to Yun Xie, who was seated on the main seat. At that moment, Yun Xiyu only felt her heart pounding with fear, her cheeks blushing, her body twisting and almost wetting. If it wasn't for the fact that her mother, Lady Chasing Clouds, was still sitting on the side, she was afraid that she would have directly shouted out to cheer for Su Chen. Mother, how was it? I told you that Brother Su would be able to win, right? Yun Xiyu transmitted her voice to her mother in some small triumph. What's the rush? Isn't this just the beginning? There are still a lot of strong people behind us, and he'll only be considered to have passed if he can win them one by one. Lady Chasing Cloud's eyes lingered on Zhou Feng for a moment. If I were to say so, that wind boat is just fine. a partial general, and with a barbarian dragon bloodline. His potential is not inferior to that Chen Su of yours in the slightest. Of course, what she didn't say was that she had long since seen that this wind boat had suppressed his cultivation, at the ninth sky of the Divine Bridge, when in reality he had already stepped into the third sky of the Heavenly Palace realm. Cultivation plus physical body, all of them were going to cross the field. No way. What kind of thing is he? How can he be worthy of being compared to my brother Su? As soon as she heard someone belittling her lover boy, Yun Shiyu immediately jumped up like a cat that had its tail stepped on and retorted, "Just watch, mother, brother Su will definitely defeat that wind boat without the slightest suspense. At that time, you'll just wait to drink brother Su's son-in-law tea. In such a hurry? Mrs. Chasing Clouds smiled and teased, "Your father hasn't returned yet. Do you think you can agree to someone he doesn't think highly of? What the heck? Daddy loves me the most, he'll definitely agree." Yun Shiyu spat out her tongue. She naturally knew that her quasi-imperial father was very strict. Otherwise, she wouldn't have forced the match to open earlier before the other party returned. When the martial arts competition was over and brother Su won the championship, even if his father was not happy with him, there was no way out of the raw rice. Only, she didn't know that it was because of this little scheme of hers that she had invited her own doom. The following competition continued, only, in front of the two hidden big brothers, Zhou Feng and Su Chen. These elites amongst the cloud-chasing mansion were indeed somewhat less than impressive. Almost every bout ended quickly without the slightest hint of suspense. Finally, under the anticipation of the crowd, Zhou Feng and Su Chen successfully resolved their opponents and came above the final match. As long as the two of them decided to fight it out, they would be able to decide the position of the prince consort of the cloud-chasing house. "I'm a bit surprised that you've made it this far, General." Zhou Feng cupped his palms and said rather disdainfully, "Chen Su, today, this general will let you know that trash will always be trash, and even if you stay beside the phoenix, you will still be trash." The villain taunts, which is the base of Zhou Feng's persona. Sure enough, these two words were exited and instantly succeeded in pulling in the hate. Su Chen shook the long sword in his hand slightly. "If you were defeated by trash, wouldn't that make you seem even more useless? I hope your strength is as sharp as your mouth." Zhou Feng grabbed with one hand, and a large pitch-black spear emerged from the void. Then with a shake of his arms, he violently stabbed out towards Su Chen. Buzz! Rolling yuan power rose up behind him, interspersed with the roaring sound of an angry dragon, transforming into a shocking spear towards Su Chen. Phew! The void spiked, and a pitch-black crack was sliced open in the void all at once. Seeing this, Su Chen's face was not the slightest bit flustered, and the same yuan power rose within his body, pouring all of it into the long sword in his hand, only to hear a buzzing in the void. The top of the head was as if countless moonlight had condensed out of thin air, and then transformed into a terrifying moonblade that collided with the spear. Moonflower splitting sword technique? Damn girl, you even passed this mastery to him? Seeing this streak of moonlight rising, Lady Cloud Chaser's face flinched as she looked at her daughter with some dissatisfaction. What's wrong? He's going to be a member of our cloud-chasing mansion soon. What does it matter if he learns a little bit in advance? Yun Shiyu was not the least bit impressed as she said, "Mother, just watch. Even more exciting is yet to come." Mrs. Chasing Clouds wanted to say something, but couldn't help shaking her head with a sigh. This daughter of hers was indeed spoiled. Actually, even this kind of Cloud family's unspoken secrets were easily passed on. As he spoke, Su Chen took the moon. The Hua splitting sword technique managed to fend off Zhou Feng's shot. Obviously, Zhou Feng was also a bit surprised, but he then let out a cold snort, and the spear-ons in his hands changed once again. No longer a single gun, but countless gun shadows that turned into waves and swept over. However, Su Chen saw this and likewise changed his sword technique again, directly executing the second style, the Moonflower Shocking Sky style. A terrifying lunar sword blade hardened and tore through Zhou Feng's wave of gunshots, and even caused him to bring on a slight injury. "Kid, I admit that you have some strength, but that's where it stops." Dragon breath breaks the pale. As Zhou Feng let out a roar, his breath rose, directly breaking through the limitations of the 9 heavens and stepping into the heavenly palace realm. 1 heavens, 2 heavens, 3 heavens. A heavenly palace silhouette with a true dragon coiled around it blossomed out above its head, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. At this moment, the entire room was completely abuzz. My god, he's hiding his strength? 3rd heavenly palace realm? This is too strong. There's definitely no suspense now. General Fengzhou is definitely the emperor's son-in-law. It's a pity that I actually didn't get along with him in advance. Who says it isn't? I was a soldier under him. I should have given him some big gifts at the time so that I could get even. Mother, did you purposely arrange for him to obstruct Brother Su? Yunshiyu felt the aura on Zhou Feng's body and instantly questioned Lady Cloud Chaser with an incomparably ugly face. How dare you speak to mother? Lady Chasing Clouds glared at her, but Yunshiyu didn't pay the slightest bit of attention. Brother Su hasn't even broken through the Heavenly Palace realm in a year's time. How can he be a match for a Heavenly Palace third tier? Heck, you're the one who did it on purpose. Yunshiyu stomped her foot and said, "No, I'm going to stop this match. You're deliberately setting him up. Asshole, this is the order for the match issued by your father. Is it something you can change just because you say so?" Lady Cloud Chaser raised her hand and waved it, and the great sage aura suppressed her daughter completely. "No, I won't listen. I'm going to marry Brother Su, and if you don't stop it, mother, I'll cut myself off here." Yunshiyu had been completely overwhelmed by love and began to threaten death. As a result, a law rushed out from Lady Chasing Clouds, completely confining her entire being. "Alright, even if you cut yourself, it won't stop this competition from ending." And at this moment, above the ring, Zhou Feng, who had erupted his Heavenly Palace realm aura, had already slammed down the long spear in his hand. "Die for me!" Boom! There was a loud noise above the thousands of feet huge ring, and the ground was beaten with cracks and gullies. Under this kind of destructive aura, if it wasn't for the surrounding array protection, I'm afraid that even the entire cloud-chasing mansion would be affected. However, when the smoke and dust cleared and everyone looked towards the middle of the large pit, wanting to know whether or not Su Chen was seriously injured, an incomparably powerful aura, however, suddenly emanated from it. Buzz! A moonblade-like sword chi scattered in all directions, pushing everything around it away, and in the midst of it, Su Chen's black hair flew up, completely revealing his original face. His crisp gaze looked upwards at Zhou Feng in the sky, a confident and calm smile on his lips. "Thank you for helping me take that final step." The sky-shading immortal palace. Buzz! A vast, fairyland-like heavenly palace shadow rose up from under Su Chen's feet, and in the next moment, it swept his entire body out of the big pit, just like the 9 heavenly immortal king who was generally the king of the whole scene. You actually broke through?" Zhou Feng felt unbelievable, but when he saw Su Chen's original appearance, he immediately shrieked out in shock. "You are Su Chen? The Su Chen that father was looking for?" Su Chen didn't hear Zhou Feng's words. At this moment, his chi was in full swing, only to see him raise his hand and mutter a sentence. Third stance, Moonflower Split. Brush. The terrifying moonlight sword chi wrapped in the shadow of the immortal palace condensed out of thin air, and in the next moment, it slashed down blatantly at Zhou Feng. Click. The large formation protecting the ring couldn't withstand it in an instant and was covered in cracks. The void at this moment cannot withstand some. Under the sword began to emerge fine cracks, as if to collapse directly. Rumble. The sword light that was like a sea like the sky completely drowned Zhou Feng. His proud heavenly palace realm triple sky actually did not have the slightest power to fight back in front of Su Chen, who had just entered the heavenly palace realm. Quiet. Silence. Deadly silence. Waiting for the countless smoke and dust to dissipate, the crowd looked at the bottom of the ring that was already full of holes. Zhou Feng was already lying there drenched in blood, and no matter how much he struggled, he was unable to stand up. Winning. Brother Su won. At this moment, Yun Xie, who had lost her confinement, then flew in front of Su Chen, looking at his perfect face, almost unable to help herself. What a terrifying sword Dao talent. Even Lady Chasing Clouds, who was sitting there, was a little lost and thought to herself, in just 1 year's time, cultivating the moonflower splitting sword technique to the point of the third style was indeed more than she could have imagined. Competition. Chen Su wins. Seeing that Zhou Feng had not moved for a long time, the referee in charge also directly announced aloud, "The final winner of this match will be Chen Su, who will be the emperor's son-in-law of the cloud-chasing mansion after the wedding." As these words fell, the entire room erupted in thunderous cheers and applause. Up to this point, a smile also completely bloomed on Su Chen's face. However, not waiting for the smile of his to spread, the void vault above the cloud-chasing mansion, however, violently, ran a shock, only to hear a piercing sound, was brutally torn apart. Immediately afterward, a word with contempt in its indifference resounded throughout the cloud-chasing mansion. "Morning dog, this seat has been waiting for you for a long time." Chapter 26 Malicious Editing. Su Chen vomited blood. Boom click. That sound was like 9 heavens of thunder rumbling above the heads of the crowd, almost making everyone subconsciously look up, only to see that the void crumbled, and a hideous and terrifying ancient warship swept out of it. Each of these warships was more than 1,000 feet in size, and the flags on them waved with the ancient and heavy word Zhou, densely packed, converging into a sea of warships, just to look at. Let a person's scalp numb. Not strong-minded generation, but also scared on the spot incontinence. Chow, what kind of power is this? How dare they be so arrogant? daring to force their way into the cloud-chasing mansion's territory? Someone in the crowd looked at the warships and let out a gasp of surprise. This is the warship of the Zhou clan. That powerful force that just destroyed the Haoran Academy some time ago. What? That Zhou clan? What are they doing here? The cloud-chasing mansion is hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Zhou clan. And they came here to labor? Murmur. Chapter 27 Out of the Way. Supreme artifact appears. So this son is really like this. No wonder he came to my cloud-chasing mansion incognito. So he broke into such trouble. What a damn thing. To be able to lay hands on the love of one's life. Simply. Pigs and dogs. The many figures who saw these curtains of light were all pointing and cursing angrily at Su Chen at the moment. Ding. You made Su Chen spit up blood 3 times. Plundering heavenly fate value plus 30. 000. Zhou smiled slightly. Sure enough, his hand had a good effect, allowing Su Chen to break the big defense. He watched the other party's exasperated appearance rather admiringly, while once again letting the system scan the other party's information. Su Chen. Realm, first level of the Heavenly Palace realm. Fate, golden. Current destiny value, 1, 820. 000. Zhou pupils shrunk slightly. This kid really deserves to be the son of luck. Heavenly Destiny Plus. Chapter 28 Su Chen wants to escape? The sky shading mirror is useless. Zhou also did not expect that Su Chen had learned to be smart this time, and actually opened the sky shading gate so early, and looking at his posture, he wanted to directly escape. In fact, Su Chen originally didn't want to be like this. He had thought that he would be able to withstand this crisis by relying on the big tree of the cloud-chasing mansion. But when Zhou Feng's identity was recognized, he knew that Zhou Yu would definitely not be kind this time. The last time he got Zhou Ku killed, the Haoran school was nearly destroyed. Obviously, this time, Zhou Feng's appearance made him very certain that Zhou Yu would not spare the cloud-chasing mansion, much less himself. Nima, how is it that every time he defeats himself it's his son? Su Chen was speechless in his heart, so he destroyed the sky shading mirror without hesitation. Fortunately, he had now stepped into the Heavenly Palace realm, and what he had condensed was still an immortal palace related to the sky shading mirror, destroying it too much faster than before, and soon manifested the sky shading gate. Chapter 29 Exterminating Yun Shiyu. Great sacred body showing its might. Hearing Zhou Yu's shouting voice, Su Chen's face changed, thinking that the other party was going to perform some more tricks. However, immediately afterward, he saw that Zhou Yu raised his hand and a delicate figure suddenly swept out from the depths of the warship and then appeared in front of Zhou Yu. This figure had enchanting curves and delicate posture, wearing a single thin muslin all over her body, which made the inner blasphemous clothes visible. Coupled with that exaggerated plumpness, it simply made people want to burn with lust and want to stop. In particular, above the other party's neck, there was a collar made of gold and iron with chains extending out from it, and at this moment, the other party was on his knees, crawling to Zhou Yu like a pug, holding one end of the chain with both hands and handing it over to Zhou Yu's hands. Su Chen was shaken. A sense of familiarity surged to his heart, especially when he saw the other party's charming face, but his pupils contracted and he couldn't control the. Chapter 30 Fist destroys a paramount emperor. Feet stomp on a prefect. Zhou Yu looked up at the words and saw that the figure that stepped out of the void was none other than the cloud-chasing mansion's mansion master, a quasi-emperor's 7th heavenly strength, Yun Lan. Originally, Yun Lan would need at least another half a day to be able to rush back to the cloud-chasing mansion, but as a result, on a whim, he sensed that the entire cloud-chasing mansion was going to suffer an unprecedented calamity, so he immediately increased his speed, especially when he sensed that the jade pendant he had given to his daughter was shattered. He disregarded everything and frantically tore through the void to come over the cloud-chasing mansion. He happened to see the scene where Zhou Yu was about to make a move on his daughter. Husband. Seeing Yun Lan, Lady Cloud Chaser gave a trembling cry. Save Yuer. Yun Lan took a step out, her figure appearing beside Lady Chasing Clouds, her gaze distantly looking towards Zhou Yu. Patriarch Zhou, it's true that your strength is a step above that of my old man, but if you want to behead my old man, you'll still need to expend some effort. Yun Lan Jinjin. Chapter 31 Lady Chasing Clouds. You don't want to see your husband die in front of you, do you? Ah, I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Ah. Yun Lan, who was stepped on by Zhou Yu, struggled desperately and hissed non-stop. Give back my daughter. Give back my daughter. Kill you. Kill. You're really father and daughter. Zhou Yu looked at Yun Lan playfully as he exerted force under his feet, preparing to completely kill this obstinate paragon emperor. Just then, the sound of cries suddenly came from the distance. Patriarch Zhou, please let husband go, only to see Lady Cloud Chaser fall to her knees in the air, pleading with a face of pain. My husband just loves his daughter and lost his mind just now. I implore Patriarch Zhou to be lenient. My cloud-chasing mansion is willing to pay any price. Zhou Yu stepping down footsteps gave a slight lurch. Oh, is that so? Any price? Any price? As long as my cloud-chasing mansion can take it out. Can be promised. I hear things have changed. Chapter 32 A Plan Within a Plan. Su Chen Destruction? Purgatory Inferno. 200,000 Heavenly Fate Values. Just as Su Chen was about to close the sky shading gate and leave this place with his sister, he didn't see that behind him, a talisman had suddenly surfaced in Su Nishan's palm. Then the opposite party's eyes stared, destroying the talisman in his hand completely. Boom! The power of the first level of the Divine Bridge realm destroyed this talisman that was comparable to a saint's, and it directly erupted with heavenly might. Su Chen's face changed as he subconsciously looked back, and what greeted him was an all-out strike from a saint. Boom! Su Chen let out a miserable scream from his mouth, and his body was sent flying backwards, directly rushing out of the shadow shield's enveloping range. Blood sprayed wildly from his mouth. Half of his body was shattered, and his internal organs were writhing in it, looking miserable and incomparable. He ignored his own injuries at the moment, and instead, his eyes were locked onto Su Nishan with a deadly glare. Sis, you took a shot at me? There was a note of disbelief in his voice. Chapter 33 Exterminating the Cloud-Chasing Mansion. I'm very angry now. The supreme artifact, the cloud-chasing radiant moon pagoda, is capable of catching the moonflower of the Taiyin moon to cleanse one's yuan power, thus allowing one's cultivation to become more refined and able to advance by leaps and bounds. Mrs. Chasing Clouds recounted it without the slightest concealment. However, because the moonlight of the moon of Taiyin is too feminine, prolonged cultivation is bound to have an effect that is detrimental to cultivation. Therefore, the first-generation master of my cloud-chasing mansion used the power of the Purgatory Inferno demon's flames to neutralize the moonflower, making it not affect the cultivating disciples. Neutralize the moonflower? Zhou Yu sneered. That Purgatory Inferno demon's flames are demonic flames. Even if you neutralize the moonflower, you will still be at risk of becoming a demon. Nice. Lady Chasing Clouds nodded her head and admitted. So in order to suppress this demonic fire, the first-generation mansion master came up with a way to purify the Purgatory Inferno demon's flames with the heart of a swift ancient true phoenix. The two are natural enemies, and because of this, it is possible for the Purgatory Inferno to be in my cloud chasing. Chapter 34 Counting Heavenly Fate Values. 20 Consecutive Draws. 6 Immortal Souls. Host, Zhou Yu. Realm, Quasi-Emperor 9 Heavens. Fate, Father of Villains, Black. Only. Destiny Value, 201 million. This time, the harvest of heavenly fate values was even a few 100,000 more than the last time, so it was obviously effective. Of this, it was not only contributed by Su Chen, but also the heavenly fate values contributed by the 3 quasi-emperors and the entire cloud-chasing mansion. And this time, it is even harder to break through the 2 million mark, making Zhou Yu sigh, really killing and setting fire to the golden belt. This destiny value is also the same. 2 million heavenly destiny values were enough for Zhou Yu to conduct 20 super VIP draws. Even the Supreme VIP was able to draw twice. After a brief moment of thought, Zhou Yu still decided that he would rely on quantity to gain quality and directly draw 20 consecutive times. Ding! Lucky draw completed. Congratulations to the host for the reward. The familiar and wonderful sound of the lottery once again floated one after another in my head. Chapter 35 Punishing the Red Dust Empress roughly. 5 Forbidden Zones of Life. 6 Great Emperor Remnants? That's not too difficult for you. Zhou Yu frowned. The Red Dust Empress was considered a remnant soul, but she needed to refine her weapons, or else she would be one less. If the Red Dust Empress heard this, I'm afraid she would be completely speechless. I'm here to help you figure out how to make a weapon, and you're actually hitting on me? Not a remnant. The Red Dust Empress corrected. It's a complete Emperor soul so that it can contain the complete Tao. Complete? That's even less likely. Zhou Yu shook his head. A complete Emperor's soul meant that he would have to kill 6 great emperors. How was this nigh impossible? He is a great saint body is not false, but it is also limited to call the board of the emperor without a lack of great emperor. To put it nicely is to call the board. To put it badly that is only to be beaten. Cannot return the kind of hand. How can you plunder the soul of a great emperor? I know what you're thinking. The Red Dust Empress smiled faintly. Her face seemed to show a touch of intrigue to get. Chapter 36 Seeing the Golden Fate Again? The 9 Spectres Empress. Green tea with dogs. Buzz. The void trembled slightly, and Zhou Yu's figure appeared above an incomparably prosperous and wide street, with pedestrians weaving in and out on both sides, but none of them noticed his presence. Instead, more people ran toward the other end of the street, as if they wanted to see something new and exciting. With a single step down, Zhou Yu surpassed the many crowds and arrived at the end of the street, where a young girl figure clad in a crude long dress with a black veil covering her face was lying on the ground. The people gathered around her were pointing at her, and some even kept throwing all sorts of stinky fish and rotten vegetables at her. And she didn't seem to feel it, just trembled and crawled forward with difficulty. Calamity. Shoot her. It's all her fault for affecting the great Qian dynasty. Damn it. Yeah, Demon Star. Damn it. Kill her. Fight. Fight. As the crowd around them hurled insults, more and more of the people took out their frustrations on the woman in front of them. Some of those who were outraged took a step forward and tore off the veil covering the young girl. In an instant, the other party's face was revealed to the crowd, and there were a lot of shrieks of alarm, and they fled in all directions, because in the girl's right cheek above, actually has a hideous evil ghost-like lines. That lines of black, exudes a ghastly atmosphere, simply horrifying, incomparable. The street instantly emptied, leaving only Zhou Yu standing in place without moving. Seeing this figure, Zhou Yu's heart stirred and actually found the source of his whim. Bone age of 20, 5th level of the Freedom Realm? And this Qi luck? Zhou Yu felt something was wrong and subconsciously opened his system to scan it. Qi Yui Shadow. Realm, 5th level of the Realm of the Unborn. Fate, Golden. Current destiny value, 280, 000. Ji Yueying? The Nine Spectres Empress? Zhou Yu's pupils shrank, and seeing the name on the system panel, he could no longer remain calm. Ji Yueying, is the entire book is second only to the protagonist Su Chen, another daughter of luck. She is different from Su Chen. From childhood suffered extremely miserable. Born in the Daqian dynasty, this is a princess, but because of the harem fight for favor, the mother consorts suffered persecution and died, and because of her natural bloodline, she was recognized as a calamity, a demon star, and in the end, she was even ordered by the emperor to abolish her cultivation and directly expelled from the imperial city. However, Ji Yuing, with her own destiny, accidentally awakened her physique outside, thus soaring to the sky, so much so that she grew into the later ruthless and unparalleled, killing and decisive empress of the Nine Spectres. This information, Zhou Yu also just read the original dog author in the back of the appearance of a stroke of words, the specific Daqian dynasty where, when the other side awakened physique, he knows nothing. Zhou Yu only knew that the other party became Su Chen's rival on the road to becoming an emperor later on, and the two sides exchanged blows many times. Su Chen once wanted to pursue the other party, but was rejected by Ji Yuing and targeted at every turn, just because Ji Yuing the emergence of this absolute heavenly pride, making him cultivation motivation extraordinarily sufficient. And finally the two do not fight, gradually become sympathetic friends. Even later on, Su Chen helped Ji Yuing come to the Dechen dynasty to take revenge. Looking at her current heavenly fate value, I'm afraid she hasn't awakened her physique yet. Zhou Yu's eyes flickered and he finally realized that this should be the Dechen dynasty where Ji Yuing was located. Now that the other party's cultivation had been abolished, and he had been left here to be reviled by 10,000 people, he had obviously reached the lowest point in his life. Cultivating a meditative destiny opponent would be a good way to give Su Chen a killer application in the secret realm of the 10,000 clans. Zhou Yu stroked his chin. Within the 10,000 clans secret realm 3 years later, because of the age restriction, it would be very difficult for him to enter it even if he wanted to. There was no choice but to let Zhou Feng go and attract Su Chen to show up. However, Zhou Feng was surely just fishbait, and could not do any half damage to Su Chen at all. The Ji Yuing in front of him was different. Once she grew up, she would be able to separate herself from Su Chen in the future. If he used it properly, he might be able to kill him in the middle of the secret realm. In a flash, Zhou Yu knew what to do. Thus, he took one step and appeared directly in front of Ji Yuing. At this moment, Ji Yuing was picking up her veil in a panic to put it on top of her cheeks. Just then, an indistinct voice suddenly resounded from before her. Want revenge? Hearing the word revenge, Ji Yuing's delicate body trembled as she subconsciously looked up, only to see Zhou Yu standing in front of her in a black robe, his flowery white hair flying, with an indescribable dust and majesty. Her eyes looked around and realized that all the onlookers, the people, were still pointing at her and actually regarded the Zhou Yu in front of her as nothing? Ghostly, Ji Yuyao then said what was in her heart. Think. Great. Zhou Yu smiled faintly, and in the next moment, he only saw him raise his hand and wave it, and the Ji Yuing in front of him disappeared in thin air, along with him above the street. Buzz. Right at the moment Ji Yuing disappeared, a mighty energy of a God Bridge realm powerhouse blossomed out, and then a figure in armor suddenly appeared where the other party had disappeared. The other party's face changed greatly, and his divine thoughts searched frantically in all directions. But he didn't see half a shadow of Ji Yuyao. He didn't even see who struck. Rubbish. Is this how the princess told you to watch her? Within the palace, the ninth princess Ji Qingyue slapped the divine bridge realm guard in the face. But the other party, don't dare to put up half a fight. My subordinates have failed in their duties, and I implore the princess to chastise them. You do deserve to be punished. Ji Qingyu sat down with her silver teeth clenched, her heart's fury still not dissipated. All of you, get down. Live to see someone, die to see a corpse. Even if you turn the whole of Deqian over for me, you have to find her for me. Princess. The 8th princess has now lost all her cultivation. Her legs and meridians are broken. No different from an invalid. If we make a fanfare of searching, I'm afraid it will cause His Majesty to be displeased. As soon as this guard's words fell, he saw Ji Qingyu sneer and casually throw out a military talisman. Father has long hated this demon star, and has even given me the military talisman. So where is the discontent? Understood. Seeing that the military symbols had come, that guard naturally knew what to do. Scram! Don't come back to me until you find her. Yes. As the guards left, Ji Qingyu got up and returned to her chambers, and as soon as she entered, the anger on her face instantly disappeared and was replaced with a look of pity. Here, is there any news of your sister? Within the bedchamber, a slender, white-faced and beardless youth was opening his mouth with concern. If Zhou Yu could be present at this moment, he would have seen at a glance that this figure was actually the son of fortune who had fled from the cloud-chasing mansion. Su Chen. After he left from the sky-shading mirror, he was injured from absorbing the Taiku True Phoenix Flame and happened to be saved by this Ji Qingyu. Only after the two got along did they realize that the other party was actually the 9th princess of the Dacian dynasty, and the reason for going out of the palace was to look for that missing sister. Suro. Ji Qingyu choked up and opened her mouth, shaking her head in heartache. I have tried my best to send people to look for her, but I have yet to know her whereabouts. Princess, don't feel bad. Since she made a mistake, she must have been driven out of the imperial city by His Majesty. Su Chen comforted. Qingyu knows that my sister has been robbing me since I was a child, and she has also beaten and bullied me many times, and now she is committing mischief. 2 lines of clear tears slid down from the corners of her eyes. But, after all, she is my sister. Qingyu really can't bear to see her end up like this. Oh. Seeing the other party in such a pitiful state, Su Chen couldn't help but reach out and take the other party into his arms under his surging mood. It is truly a blessing for me, Chen Su, to meet such a virtuous 9th princess in this life. Chapter 37, The 9 Spectres Empress? I'll take her down just the same. Thousands of miles away from the Dacian imperial capital, within a cavern that Zhou Yu had casually opened up, looking at the miserable situation of Deqian's 8th princess Ji Yuing in front of him, Zhou Yu just flexed his fingers and a pill was sent into his mouth, only to see that between the rise of the medicinal power, the injuries on Ji Yu's body began to be repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. A few moments later, Ji Yuing was pleasantly surprised to find that not only were his broken meridians completely connected, but even his ruined cultivation was restored as before. Even if she was stupid, she knew that the Zhou Yu in front of her was definitely a heavenly power. Thank you, senior, for saving my life. Ji Yuing hurriedly fell to her knees and kowtowed to Zhou Yu one after another. Zhou Yu looked at her and said with a calm face, "Want to take revenge? Think." With a strong person like Zhou Yu in front of her, Ji Yuan nodded her head without hesitation, and her pair of jade hands clenched tightly, in which even the crunching sound of bone joints came from. There was even a fire of hatred calling out from within his eyes. Dream on. Yes. Zhou Yu nodded slightly as he heard this, and then raised his hand, and the set of Taiku underworld flame sets that he had obtained earlier emerged. As soon as it surfaced, an incomparably powerful aura was revealed on top of this suit, causing Ji Yuying's face to change in shock. This seat gives you 2 choices. 1. You strike out on your own. Zhou Yu nodded at the suit. This seat will send you a creation, and with this equipment, you can go take revenge on your own. Ji Yuyin sniffed and was silent for a moment, not agreeing, but bowing to inquire. Please, elder, inform me of the second option. The second of these is that this seat will make a move. Zhou Yu said indifferently, but the condition, you have to become this seat's woman. What worship? What righteousness? It's all a sham. Zhou Yu asked himself not to be a good person, and certainly did not want to be hypocritical, especially in the face of this golden destiny of Chi Fortune daughter. Want to let the other party completely return to the heart. All other things are fake. Only completely owned can be considered real. In front of Zhou Yu, he only believed in the yin-yang upside-down divine intercourse strong soul scripture. It is only tangible if the seed keeps growing. As for doing good? Are you kidding? I'm not a saintly mother. I'm not that kind-hearted. This, Zhou Yu's such a direct condition caused Ji Yuing to raise her eyes at once, her face filled with surprise. One must know that although her current stature was in its infancy, her appearance could be described as hideous and horrifying, especially the black lines that looked like a demon's, which simply made people look away. She was amazed that the other person would even look at her. Zhou Yu obviously also saw her doubts, but instead casually said, "You don't need to ponder over the reasons, Just consider which one to choose. In reality, the reason why Zhou Yu considered this was not because he had this fetish, but rather, although the other party looked hideous in appearance, it was actually all due to the fact that the bloodline physique was not activated. That hideous pattern was not some demonic star, but the 9 underworld phoenix bloodline that lurked in the body. Once this bloodline was revived, the other party's appearance would be completely restored. Definitely no less than that level of the Red Dust Empress. After giving the other party a few breaths of time, Zhou Yu deliberately sighed leisurely. Also, since we have met, it is also fate. This seed will first bestow this creation upon you, and you will then make your decision. With that said, he raised his hand and flipped it over, and a pitch-black elixir draped with mysterious Dan lines emerged from his palm. This Dan is called the 9 Spectres Life-Burning Dan. After taking this Dan, you will suffer the pain of burning your lifespan, which has a 10% probability of stimulating your bloodline, and once it fails, you will die with your lifespan depleted. Are you willing to do so? The Phantom is willing. This time, Guyue barely hesitated in the slightest as she reached out and took the elixir, dropping it into her mouth at once. Compared to her hatred, not to mention 10%, even if there was a 1 in a million chance, she had to let go. Seeing Ji Yuing being so decisive, Zhou Yu also secretly nodded his head. He knew that the other party was the daughter of heaven's destiny and couldn't fall, but Ji Yuing didn't know that. To be able to choose so crisply between life and death, no wonder he was able to become Su Chen's archenemy. As the elixir was taken, soon a look of pain appeared on Ji Yue's face. Immediately after that, black flames that looked like the underworld rose up from her body. Buzz! The aura on Ji Yue's body began to rise as if she was about to break through the realm. Zhou Yu stood silent. This was just the effect of burning life. Whether or not the bloodline could be awakened also depended on Ji Yue herself. Soon, cries of pain came from her mouth, and her delicate body even planted itself on the ground and curled up. Between the flames rising, it almost burned away all of her lifespan. And what had been a low cry gradually turned into a mournful and incomparable scream. Hoo! The flames completely engulfed her, and she could no longer see the slightest bit of her figure. Gradually, even the sound of screams disappeared completely. This state, which lasted for half an hour, caused even Zhou Yu to frown slightly. Is it hard to fail? Is there a time when the golden destiny doesn't work? Just as Zhou Yu hesitated, suddenly, a loud and clear phoenix sound rose from the flames. Newbie! This cry pierced through the gold and cracked the stone, as if it came from the 9 hells, cold and incomparable. In the next moment, a phoenix bird shadow with a black body and burning black flames emerged from the flames. Zhou Yu slightly raised his eyes, and he discerned out of the blue. The phoenix bird's appearance as its shadow coiled around was generally the same as the hideous lines on Ji Yuying's cheeks. At this moment, the 9 underworld phoenix bloodline awakened, and the black flames that were still burning longevity just now looked like they had found a home, and they all surged towards Ji Yue's body, and she was currently suspended in midair, like a demonic emperor who reigned over the 9 heavens emitting a monstrous aura. That scorched longevity was also completely restored with the integration of the flames. At the same time, the original breath of the 5th level of the dematerialization realm, moreover, began to climb crazily under this flame dazzle. 6-fold, 7-fold, 8-fold, 9-fold, boom! The aura of the 9th level of degeneration reached the extreme. Ji Yue's body completely transformed. Yuan Qi transformed into a sea, rising from the Dantian and going straight to the Divine Bridge. This wasn't the end of it. It had been close to the 5th level of the Divine Bridge realm before it was completely stabilized. This was the 9 Spectres' true Phoenix bloodline, which was able to break through an entire great realm just upon awakening. That's what a supreme genius is. A demon in general. Breath convergence. The flame extinguished. Suspended in midair, Ji Yuing gradually revealed her naked and slippery body. Just a glance, Zhou Yu will feel from her the shadow of the 9 Spectres' female emperor. The surly waist, the long straight legs, and the headlights that were hard to hold up with one hand were enough to make it impossible to get out of one's own way. Not to mention that a worldly face, without the damage of the lines, was already more exquisite than the world's most absolutely beautiful work of art. It was especially alluring because there was also a cold and arrogant quality in the midst of the stunning beauty. Zhou Yu appreciated for a moment, and with a wave of his raised hand, the set of Taiku Pluto flame armor and Taiku Pluto flame gun flew towards Ji Yuing, wrapping her perfect petite body in all its glory. Ji Yuing, who had a feeling in his heart, violently opened his eyes and danced a gunflower in midair with the Swire styrofoam gun in his hand, and then stabbed out with a gun. Boom! A 1,000-foot mountain peak in the distance was reduced to nothingness under this shot. At this moment, a hint of joy appeared above Ji Yuying's beautiful eyes, once again regaining her usual confidence and composure. Thank you, Elder. She knelt down on one knee in front of Zhou Yu with the swift ancient Stygian flame gun in her hand. By the look on your face, you should have chosen to strike out on your own. Zhou Yu raised his hand. Go take revenge. Ji Yueying also did not expect that Zhou Yu would actually let her go so easily, and immediately felt grateful and bowed once again. Elder's favor. Yui's shadow will never forget. Oh, go on. Zhou Yu waved his hand in a pretense of spontaneity, while Ji Yueying no longer hesitated. The black flames raging under his feet, and then disappeared. It was only after the other party had disappeared that a trace of a wise guy smile swept across Zhou Yu's face. It's just the 9-specter Empress. This seat will take it all the same. Chapter 38, Playing with Humanity. When Zhou Yu was in his previous life, he always saw the theory that every parent wanted their children to become dragons and phoenixes, so the hope is that the child will do as he or she sees fit, believing that the path he or she has charted is the best path to becoming a dragon. Unbeknownst to them, the children who are truly capable of becoming dragons and phoenixes, on the contrary, have extremely strong personal thoughts. The more talented the teenager, the more idiosyncratic they tend to be. The more maverick you are, naturally the harder it is to do what your parents want. This was the case with Ji Yueying here, and the fact that the other party was able to become a future empress under such a situation showed the strength of her mind. For this kind of person to be completely subdued, even the yin-yang upside-down divine intercourse strong soul scripture would require no small amount of time. After all, that's just seeds, not turning the target into a puppet. So, in order to shorten this time, Zhou Yu would have to make the other party agree with his choice from the bottom of his heart. Only she herself truly believed that following Zhou Yu was the most excellent choice for her to be able to increase the speed of her cultivation. Because of this, Zhou Yu chose to give her a sweetener first, putting her back against the wall and letting her feel despair again before sending, and entering, charcoal in the snow. Well, as to why Zhou Yu was sure that the other party would hit the wall, the reason was simple. The strong people hidden within this Dechen dynasty already had the great saint realm, and there were 3 or 2 saints as the base. It was impossible for such an undercurrent to sit back and watch the other side go on a killing spree at the foot of the Son of Heaven. Zhou Yu guessed that the reason why Ji Yueying was so sure of herself was probably because of the awakening of her own talent, and at that time, even if she made a big fuss about it, the royal family would have to bail her out when they looked at her under her top-notch talent. But it would be a mistake to think that, with just a sweep of his divine thoughts, Zhou Yu was able to sense that the aura practiced by those powerhouses was that of the Imperial Dao Dragon Shi technique, the Emperor's Way and the 9 specters, which were already in opposition to each other. How could they be brought into the fold? In addition, Ji Yueying is now a demon star. The calamity has been made known to the world. If so, still let her go. It is not a hit on the face of the Son of Heaven himself? In an ordinary family, one has to show one's identity as the head of the family when quarreling. Not to mention this kind of dynastic royal family. It's not about cultivation. It's about human nature. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Yu stepped out with one foot and his figure disappeared from within the cave. When he took another step, he had already arrived above the imperial city of the Dechen dynasty. In the distant sky, a black stream of light, interspersed with the sound of phoenixes, was rapidly sweeping towards the place of the imperial city. Seeing this, Zhou Yu smiled faintly and watched on as if he was watching a play. Phew! Sharp air-breaking sound came. Ji Yueyue turned into a stream of light almost without the slightest pause swept into the imperial city. Looking at its direction, certainly towards Ji Qingyue's bedchamber rushed. Injustice has a head and a debt has a master. She Ji Yueying such a miserable situation. All thanks to this hypocritical evil daughter, Ji Qingyu. Therefore, as soon as Ji Yueying returned, she did not hesitate to seek revenge on the other party. In her mind, she wanted to use the power of thunder to subdue Ji Qingyue and avenge her mother consort. And even what had happened to her. After that, he would kill Ji Qingyu's mother consort. As long as these two died, even if she was stopped by the strongest person in the palace, there would be no harm done. Only when she had just arrived in the sky above the imperial city, she heard the sound of a cold drink resounding through the void in the palace. What kind of demon dares to trespass the imperial city? 2 Divine Bridge Realm 9th level guards rushed up from the palace and attacked Ji Yueyue directly. Get thee out of here! Ji Yueying lightly shouted and shook the lance in his hand. Bang! The terrifying 9 specters underworld inferno directly forced back the 2 men, and without waiting for their reaction, Ji Yueyue had already rushed into the palace. This flame? No! That's the 8th princess. Inform His Majesty. Ji Qingyue, come out and die. The sound came before the person arrived. Ji Qingyu, who was warming up with Su Chen's face, changed, and her face flashed with anger. Who dares to call this palace by its name? How dare you? Ji Qingyu just wanted to get up, but once she thought that Su Chen was beside her, she hurriedly said in a soft voice, Su Lang, you can sit down for a while. This palace will be right there. Be my guest, princess. Su Chen didn't think much and nodded slightly. The moment Ji Qinyu stepped out of her bedchamber, Her face was completely shrouded in frost. Which dog slave dares to call? Directly? Before he finished speaking, he saw Ji Yue in midair like a female god of war holding a gun and stabbing at him. It's you! Ji Qingyu did not expect that not only was Ji Yue not dead, but she was also able to appear in the palace. What was even more unexpected was that the other party's aura was actually many times stronger than before. Seeing this gun stabbing, she was so shocked that she was frozen in place, not knowing how to resist for a moment. However, just as the black flames surrounding the tip of the gun was about to touch Ji Qingyu's face, two dry and thin fingers strangely appeared, and with just a light clip, they held the tip of the gun firmly in place. Boom! The terrifying wave of the Divine Bridge realm spread wildly like a tsunami, causing the surrounding palaces to be unable to withstand it. But on the contrary, in front of the tip of the gun, Ji Qingyu's figure was unharmed. In front of her, an old eunuch dressed in eunuch garb was standing there, blocking all attacks. 8th Princess. This is the 9th Princess's chambers. It's not a place for you to mess around. The sharp voice resounded from the old eunuch's mouth, causing Ji Qingyu to instantly return to her senses. Good you demon star! How dare you come to sneak up on this palace? Come on people, take her away. Down. Boom boom. A guard rose up from all directions and impacted towards Ji Yuyao. However, Ji Yue just swept his spear, and the terrifying 9 underworld flames knocked everyone back. Damn it! She thought that there must be someone beside the other party to protect them, but she didn't expect that it was actually that most senior of the great powers. Underworld Phoenix devouring prison, only to see its mouth lightly shouted. Infinite black flame from its circumference rose up, and then turned into a substantial black medieval phoenix. This was the divine secret technique that Ji Yuing had inherited in her bloodline after awakening the 9 underworld phoenix bloodline, only to see that the underworld phoenix let out a long whine, all of which disappeared into the lance in his hand, and then stabbed towards Ji Qingyu. Bold! The old eunuch's sharp voice rang out, and then the pale figure took a step out. A blazing flame coalesced from its palm, turning into a monstrous sea of fire in an instant to collide with the spear. Boom! 9 heavenly thunder like violent tremors rang out. How many buildings could not withstand this fluctuation and collapsed? When the smoke cleared, Ji Yue's body was hardened and knocked to the ground, while the old eunuch on the other side also had a somewhat unsightly complexion. Above his palm, a trace of corrosion from the black flames could not be dispelled so far. A mere divine bridge realm was actually able to injure him. Avoid Sky Realm Powerhouse. This potential alone was enough to move people. 9th Princess. I'm afraid that the bloodline possessed by the 8th Princess is extraordinary. The old eunuch turned his head and bowed to Ji Qingyu and secretly raised his palm and made a horizontal cutting gesture. This son must not be kept. Chapter 39, My daughter, Qingyu, has the appearance of a great emperor. Swish swish swish. A strong aura erupted from the palace, appearing one after another in the 9th Princess's chambers, taking Ji Yuing down completely. Seeing that the other party was taken down, the worry on Ji Qingyu's face completely disappeared and was replaced by a wave of resentment. It's too much of a pity to kill her. This kind of bloodline, if it were transplanted to this palace, wouldn't this palace be able to become a generation of female emperors? Originally, Ji Qingyu was worried that this calamity would not die, but she did not expect the other party to actually take the initiative to come to her door. If it wasn't for Eunuch Hai sitting in on this one, I'm afraid that she really would have directly fallen just now. Because of this, her hatred for Ji Yuing was simply monstrous. Eunuch Hai, transplanting the bloodline. How certain are you? Ji Qingyu asked. 70%, Eunuch Hai said in a deep voice. But your highness, if we were to transplant the bloodline, this black phoenix bird bloodline, I'm afraid that his majesty would not like it. Humph, there is no harm in it. His majesty is so fond of mother, and will naturally oblige when the time comes. Ji Qingyu sneered indifferently. You go get ready. Nah, Eunuch Hai bowed and left. And soon, Ji Yueying was escorted into the palace. The middle-aged man sitting on top of the dragon chair is the current emperor of Dakian. And beside him, the cape is the current empress, that is, the 9 Princess Ji Qingyu's own mother. Your Majesty, the one who trespassed into the palace was the 8th Princess, and has been captured by us. Bring it on. The Daqian Emperor frowned. Soon, the completely sealed Ji Yueying was brought to the top of the main hall, and the Dakian Emperor was also slightly stunned when he saw Ji Yueying's transformed appearance, and subconsciously asked, Tell me, how did you become this way? Ji Yueying raised her head at those words and stared at the Empress without a word, her eyes filled with hatred. Seeing this, the Empress frowned slightly and opened her mouth in a clear and cold manner. His Majesty is asking you a question. Ji Yueying, why don't you answer? A look of heartache appeared on her face. Qingyu is your royal sister. She loves you a lot on weekdays, and even begged for mercy for you when you were brought up on charges. And you actually want to assassinate her? A time to bring sin? Ji Yueying let out a cold laugh. All my sins are thanks to you and her. Father, if you still have any semblance of sobriety, then allow me to avenge my mother consort. Bold. The Empress's phoenix eyes condensed, punching His Holiness and slandering the royal family. What crime should you be held responsible for? The ministers on both sides of the table even opened their mouths in succession. Your Majesty, such behavior of the 8th princess has already violated the laws of Dakian, and according to the law, she should be imprisoned in the demon locking tower and not come out for 1,000 years. Yes, the 8th princess is a demon star descending to the world, and now it is even a scourge to the imperial city. If not severely punished, it will be unfavorable to my great Qian's fortune. With such a demonic bloodline in its body, it must be a demon star without a doubt. Your Majesty must not condone the 8th princess in consideration of kinship. That's ridiculous. Ji Yueying's mouth snorted out a laugh. Father, I'm carrying the 9 underworld phoenix bloodline. My potential is limitless. If you listen to the slanderous words, you're putting the fate of my Daqian at risk. If I give my son time, my Daqian will never be more than a dynasty, and the achievement of a divine dynasty and a holy dynasty will not be out of the question. Ridiculous. Without waiting for His Majesty to open her mouth, the Empress spoke out to stop her. Your Majesty must not be compelled by her demonic words. What the 9 underworld phoenix is simply nonsense. Since her birth, my Dakian many unfavorable, all kinds of bad things frequently. The dynasty's fortunes have declined. What is it if not calamity? The Empress snorted coldly. With you dare to say that Great Qian will be promoted to a divine dynasty? Your Majesty, the abbot sent word earlier that Great Shang is willing to share the imperial dragon vein with Great Qian, thus adding to the fortunes of the 2 dynasties. And the promotion of the divine dynasty is just around the corner. What? The great merchant is willing to share the dragon vein? Hearing the Emperor of Dakian's face is full of surprise. Dakian's imperial dragon vein has been declining over the years. If you can unite with the neighboring countries and draw on the other side of the dragon vein of the gas, then they are expected to step into the saint's realm. Once he stepped in and his lifespan increased, he could continue to sit firmly on this emperor's throne and control the kingdom. With this in mind, he no longer hesitated, but instead grunted heavily and coldly. The 8th princess is burdened with calamities, disturbing my great Qian's national fortune, and repeatedly committing monstrous acts of evil. Pass on my will to be beaten into the demon locking tower and imprisoned for 1,000 years. What? Ji Yueying raised her head incredulously. She had thought that her father would be able to do justice to her on the basis of her 9 underworld phoenix bloodline. Unexpectedly, the other party had actually abandoned himself out of hand just for the sake of gaining the support of the great Shang dragon vein. At this moment, she was simply disheartened, completely overturning her perception of her father. Mother consort, why doesn't father come to see us? Your father's day-to-day life is so busy that he naturally doesn't have the time, and he loves shadow. Mother consort, why didn't father send a gift on my child's birthday? Your father's day-to-day business may have forgotten that His Majesty is very kind to mother consort, but I saw him give the 9th imperial sister so many gifts. Mother consort, 9th sister snatched the toys I made again. Don't cry, wait for mother consort to tell father. He'll make up his mind for you. Many similar scenes rose up in her mind. Even when her mother consort died, she still recited her father's goodness, but now Ji Yuyue realized that all that goodness seemed to be fake. The close guards came forward and dragged her out of the hall, preparing to send her to the demon locking tower, which was rumored to be the death cell of the imperial dynasty where poor and vicious demons were kept, just as terrifying as the Morrow Hell. Just as Ji Yuyue was about to leave, suddenly Ji Qingyue's voice came from outside the main hall. Slow down. Ji Qingyu glanced at Ji Yuing, then she fell to her knees with a plop and cried, Father, even though the 8th sister committed such crimes, she is after all my royal bloodline. I implore father to let her live for Qingyu's sake. Qingyu is willing to carry the calamity bloodline for her sister and take the punishment for her. What? The princess may not. Everyone's faces changed drastically at the words. This is the calamity bloodline. It must not be endured. No, Ji Qingyu said with a sob. Sister's sins are all due to the calamity bloodline. If not for this bloodline, how would she have been able to wreak havoc on the great Qian dynasty? Qingyu Huangdao Dragon Qi scripture has achieved a small success, and is willing to use his life's strength to dissolve the qi of his sister's bloodline calamity. When the plague is gone, I will return it to my sister, and I implore my father. Such vociferous words moved all the ministers present. It is truly a blessing for my Daqian that the 9th princess is so homely and kind. Heaven blesses great Qian. If we can get the 9 princesses, the future is bound to be prosperous. In the distance, Ji Yuing, who heard all of this, had been completely dumbfounded. How could she not expect that someone would be able to put such a grandiose spin on the nasty act of taking away her bloodline? In the face of a piece of praise from many ministers, sitting on the dragon chair of his own father, the Daqian emperor also had a smile on his face. My daughter, Qingyu truly has the appearance of a great emperor. Granted. Empress, when will the sharing of the dragon vein by the state abbot begin? Thank you, father. Long live the emperor. Receiving permission, Ji Qingyu revealed a smug smile and turned her head to look outside the hall, where eunuch Hai, who had been waiting for a long time, had already taken the sealed Ji Yuing from the hands of her close guards. Ji Yuing's eyes stared blankly at the great Qian emperor, who was eagerly inquiring about the sharing of the dragon vein. As if she had lost her light, she let eunuch Hai carry her away, with only one sentence echoing in her mind. Mother consort, you're wrong. Chapter 40, speak less until you're strong enough. You think you can escape the palm of this palace's hand? Simply a fool's dream. Outside the palace, Ji Qingyu couldn't wait to get to Ji Yuing and slapped her cheeks viciously. Ever since I was a child, you've been mine for everything, and what this palace wants, you have to give. You don't want to give it, you have to give it. That was true before, and now, even more so. She wore a winning smile. Don't worry, after this palace possesses your bloodline, it will use that flame of yours to burn yourself to ashes. Ha ha ha. Eunuch Hai, bring her back to me. Nah. Eunuch Hai bowed and responded. Then he was about to grab Ji Yuing and soar up, but right at this moment, right in front of him at the end of the long corridor, an unfamiliar figure clad in black robes was standing there at an unknown time. What kind of person dared to trespass the palace? The Duke of the Sea's face changed, and his mighty aura rose up with it. To be able to come to one's front without a sound. This kind of skill from the other party was not something that an ordinary strong person could possess. Zhou Yu did not pay any attention to this old eunuch's words, but instead, his feet moved his body ethereally to appear in front of Ji Yuing. Do you, by any chance, see it? Ji Yuyo raised her head violently, looking at Zhou Yu's familiar figure as bean-sized teardrops continued to slide down from the corners of her eyes. The phantom shadow sees it. Then would you like to follow this seat? Zhou Yu asked again. This time, without the slightest hesitation, Ji Yuyue directly nodded her head and said, Yuyue would like to swear with her Dao heart that she will follow Senior in all her lives and never betray. May. Zhou Yu raised his hand, and Ji Yuing, who was still in eunuch Hai's grasp, disappeared at once, and when he reappeared, he had already come to his side. Duke Hai's face changed. Being able to take someone from his hands without warning was far beyond his realm. On the contrary, it was Ji Qingyu who saw Ji Yuing actually regaining her freedom once again, and immediately, her face chilled as she crossed her arms and lightly scolded. How dare you? How dare you rob a key court official in the middle of the palace? What crime should you be guilty of? You better give this court. Without waiting for her words to finish, she was grabbed by the old eunuch and her figure disappeared from the spot like a stump, rushing back towards the palace she had just stepped out of. While rushing, his mouth even shouted, Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A strong person has trespassed into the palace. The shouts wrapped in cultivation caused the entire imperial city to vibrate violently for a moment, and then a powerful aura rose up and swept rapidly in the direction of the imperial palace. Senior can't let Ji Qingyu escape. Seeing Ji Qingyu being taken away, Ji Yuing on the side hurriedly reminded. There's no rush. Zhou Yu faintly spat out two words, and then he took a step out, bringing Ji Yuing up in the air, and just hovered in mid-air, his body shaking as a quasi-emperor's aura blossomed out from his body. In an instant, not only the imperial palace, but all the powerful people who were secretly hiding in the Dechen dynasty within a radius of 1,000 miles were shocked by this aura and their faces changed drastically. This aura, is actually a quasi-emperor? This is a call for an audience and a quick exit. Hurry, if the paramount emperor blames us, we'll be finished. Amidst the cries of astonishment, a great power, saints, and even the dormant great sage ancestor deep within the imperial city hurriedly came out of the gate. Ow! A golden dragon shadow emitting golden light coiled out from above the imperial city, and even the emperor couldn't sit still. This is the imperial Dao dragon chi of the great ancestor. His old man actually came out of the gate? The empress beside her also had a change of color. This great Qiantaizu was a genuine great saint even though he was slightly inferior compared to her mother's family's great Shang old ancestor. If he were to intervene, I'm afraid this would be unpredictable. Waiting for the emperor and the empress and a host of other ministers rushed out of the hall at the time, just in time to see in mid-air white hair of the great-grandfather is standing in the air not far from Zhou Yu kneeling down, like a junior general humility road. I'm sorry that I didn't know that the quasi-emperor was coming and hadn't greeted him from afar. Quasi-emperor? On the side of Ji Yuing at this moment, her red lips slightly open. The shock in her pupils could not be concealed. She knew that Zhou Yu was able to save himself in the imperial city. His cultivation was by no means unusual. But how could he not expect that the other party's cultivation had actually reached such a level? Quasi-emperor, That was the last realm before stepping into a great emperor. The greatest reserve of the entire Dakian dynasty was only a great sage, but he was not even qualified to stand in front of Joyu. It was only at this moment that she realized what a great chance she had obtained, actually being saved by a paragon emperor. Even she was like this, and the crowd below was shocked beyond words. This is a paragon emperor? My god, he's not here to save the 8th princess, is he? If so, then my great Qian is in big trouble. Offending a quasi-emperor is simply in danger of being destroyed in an instant. No way. Ji Qingyu shook her head repeatedly as if she couldn't believe this fact. How could she, a calamity, be looked upon by a paragon emperor? Even if I were to look on, it would be on me. Ji Qingyu, how would I look on her? The daughter of a maidservant? Ever since she was a child, everything she had was too much better than Ji Yue's. And even if Ji Yue had something she had her eye on, she would be able to get it with just a word. Even if the other party is now angry, anxious defeat, or even bloodline metamorphosis, was not the least bit useful. However, when Joyu, a quasi-emperor, appeared, it completely broke Ji Qingyu's inertia. A quasi-emperor that could make the entire underbelly of the Dechen dynasty kneel was now standing beside Ji Yuing. It was simply too much for her to bear. Thus, as soon as she broke away from the arm of eunuch Hai who was grasping her, her figure swept up into the void at once, and she then said repeatedly to Joyu, Lord Paramount Emperor, don't be fooled by her. She's a calamity, a liar from start to finish, and a sinner to the entire Great Qian. You accept me. I am willing to follow Lord Paramount Emperor. Absolutely much better than her this. Lord, let me do whatever I am willing to do. If your excellency is doing this for her bloodline, then Qingyu can be deprived as well. Shut up. The one who spoke was that Great Qian great ancestor, and his angry shout with cultivation directly interrupted Ji Qingyu's nonsense. What a sinner. What a time to stray from people. This Taizu doesn't understand how Dakian has produced a princess who is so stupid as a pig that she can't even see this. He turned his head in a hurry, wanting to apologize to Joyu. However, he saw that Joyu did not even look at him, but instead turned his head to Ji Yuing, who was to the side, and calmly said, Watch this. The first lesson this seat teaches you. Speak less until you are strong enough, or else you will end up like this. As the words fell, he raised his palm, and in an instant, the dome of the sky shook, the universe tumbled, and infinite Tao lines coalesced from the void, transforming into a large hand that covered the sky and the sun, shrouding the entire imperial city. Chapter 41, The Human Emperor's streamer is smoking black again. Boom click. When this handprint coalesced, the entire void instantly collapsed, and the sky above the imperial city was pitch black. Countless figures tilted their heads to look at it, and it was simply as if the end had come, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. The great Qian imperial ancestor and even the many powerful people who showed up did not expect that this quasi-emperor powerhouse would actually make a move at the drop of a hat. By the time the handprints fell, it was too late to escape. The true dragon of the imperial Tao, only to see a golden dragon rushing out from within the great Qian Tai ancestor all at once, bringing with it the great sage laws in an attempt to block Joyu's falling palm imprint. However, just as soon as it touched, it let out a wail and shattered with a loud bang. The great Qian dynasty great ancestor even sprayed blood from his mouth and fell from the void in one fell swoop. It was only then that he realized that the quasi-emperor aura that Joyu had intentionally blossomed just now was not for the purpose of having people come over to have an audience, but rather, he wanted to get rid of them all in one fell swoop. But it was too late to react now. He could only watch the palm imprint fall, and the last thought of this great saint before he fell was just to look at Ji Qingyue who was left behind in the void. Sinner, you're the calamity. Rumble. Extinction-like disaster shrouded the entire imperial city. Countless laws gushing. Tao broken. What formation? The imperial city formation, under the might of the quasi-imperial emperor, are not the slightest bit of use, all shattered into ruins. By the time all the fallout had spread and they looked again, the entire imperial city had been completely erased from the Dechen dynasty. This is the might of a quasi-emperor? Ji Yue looked at this scene, the shock in her eyes unable to calm down for a long time. But soon, she saw the only two figures left in midair, Ji Qingyu and the Empress. She looked up at Joyu and saw him casually retracting his palm. Avenge yourself. Saying that the emperor pattern fluctuated in the void, that queen's mouth sprayed blood wildly, and all her cultivation was completely deprived of her, just like an invalid. The reason why Joyu had left the two of her behind was to allow Ji Yuing to get rid of all her knots, so that her Tao could be flawless. As expected, after seeing the two of them, the fire of hatred in Ji Yue's eyes burned brightly, and with a single hand, he grabbed the Taiku underworld flame gun, and with a slight shake of his entire body, he transformed into a black shadow that rushed up into the sky. Shang-Yi, Ji Qingyu, when you poisoned my mother, did you ever think that there would be today? Within the dark shadows came Ji Yuyao's questioning that had been suppressed for several years. You dare to kill me? Feeling death approaching, the once high and mighty empress couldn't support herself at all and panicked as she began to threaten. I am the eldest princess of the great Shang dynasty. If you kill me, my father will not spare you. Ji Qing you watched Ji Yuing attack. The obsession in her eyes still not dissipated. What makes you better than me? I'm not convinced. Put. The blazing black flames and the shadow of the gun pierced through the two men's bodies at the same time, completely wrapping up both their souls. Soon, between heaven and earth, only the two people's hoarse screams remained. Only when the last trace of the divine soul was completely scorched clean by the 9 underworld inferno did Ji Yue stop her body. Until this moment, the tears in Ji Yueying's eyes could no longer be controlled. Mother, Spectre has avenged you. She knelt down in the air in the direction of her mother's burial, as a way to completely end her karma. After doing so, she returned to Zhou and fell to her knees. My lord, the phantom shadow is at your disposal from now on. Zhou didn't speak, but instead looked up into the distance. This seat will teach you a second lesson. If you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. Chopped up? Ji Yuyo was slightly stunned. The entire imperial city had already been razed to the ground. Wasn't it enough to get rid of the roots? But immediately afterward, she saw Zhou raise his hand and wave it, and a long white streamer with a gloomy aura appeared out of thin air. As soon as it appeared, the human emperor streamer rose up against the wind. Black smoke from the cuckoo went outward, and the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling resounded everywhere. Zhou raised his hand to destroy it, and the human emperor streamer was like a dome of heaven, completely shrouding the entire Great Qian country. In the next moment, the terrifying might of the emperor's soldier blossomed, and all living beings were crazily swept into the human emperor streamer at that moment, to be sacrificed into Yin souls. The world slanders me, deceives me, insults me, laughs at me, belittles me, dishonors me, maligns me, and cheats me. How is it to be dealt with? Zhou looked at the countless living beings that were constantly being harvested by the human emperor streamer and softly chanted. Just kill him, refine him, fry him, pit him, destroy him, exterminate him as much as you can, and stay for a few more years so that you can have all your worries gone and stop bothering him. Ji Yueying encountered today, not only as Ji Qingyue as the initiator, his mother, the emperor, and even the people of Daqian are accomplices. Even if he asked about the cause and effect in the coming day, Zhou said the same thing. What's more, he is a paramount emperor, not afraid of karma, living and killing by heart, destroying clans as he pleases, and even destroying the sons of Qi, not to mention the district Daqian. After the human emperor streamer had exterminated all the living beings, it once again fell into Zhou's hands. Let's go. To the great merchant. The great merchant? Ji Yuyao froze for a moment. What is my lord's purpose in going to the great merchant? Extermination. Ha, Zhou casually said. Didn't that empress threaten you before she died? Cutting off the roots. This great Shang is naturally going to be destroyed as well. Ji Yueying admitted that she was being superficial. So it turned out that the elimination of the roots that Zhou had mentioned was not only for De Chen, but included even De Shang. Thank you, my lord. She was touched in her heart and hurriedly bowed to Zhou once again. Zhou raised his hand and the two figures disappeared into thin air, until the two of them, 1 hour after completely disappearing. At the edge of the ruins of the imperial city, an extremely wretched figure crawled out from the ruins. If Zhou was here, he would definitely be able to tell that the other party was none other than the male lead Su Chen who had hidden his aura. Crawling out of the ruins, Su Chen didn't pause for a moment, and set up his recluse to flee in a distant direction. He even went so far as to destroy the secret method of burning essence blood, allowing his speed to skyrocket, and only slightly relaxed after running for nearly an hour. That wasn't all. He struck out spells one after another, destroying the sky shading mirror, and then disappeared into the void at an unimaginably terrifying speed. Feeling the sky shading mirror continue to move forward amidst the void turbulence, Su Chen then sighed in relief and completely relaxed. Damn it! He cursed angrily. This Zhou is truly a shadowy soul. He is able to encounter him everywhere. When Zhou had just revealed his aura earlier, he had felt that something was wrong. His cultivation was not enough to detect the other party, but the sky shading mirror had memorized Zhou's aura. Su Chen, who understood this, was simply scared pale, and was almost about to directly destroy the sky shading mirror to escape. But before he could do anything, Zhou directly struck out to envelop the entire imperial city. If the sky shading mirror wasn't in his hand, Su Chen was afraid that he would have been killed by the spillover this time. He had managed to escape from the other party's targeting with great difficulty, and if he died on Zhou's outburst against De Qian, he would simply cry to death. That was why Su Chen could only hide underground with the help of the sky shading mirror, and only dared to show himself after Zhou Yu had completely left, and it was only after fleeing one after another that he dared to feel at ease. Is it hard to believe that he left some kind of scent on me? Su Chen's heart skipped a beat, a bad premonition arose, but immediately afterward, he shook his head. Impossible. If that's the case, he wouldn't have to go through all the trouble and just destroy me directly. In that case, this one should be considered a coincidence. Su Chen pondered for a moment and suddenly touched his chest, snorting coldly. This time, I'll directly rush into a forbidden area of life like the Nine Spectres see. Let's see if you can still be coincidental? He had just devoured the heart of the swift ancient true phoenix and was able to withstand the icy cold of the Nine Secrets Sea, and there was a sense in the underworld that there might be a strand of his own chance there. How many people have been able to go deep into the forbidden zone of life to look for opportunities throughout the ages? Su Chen shook his head. Even how that Zhou Yu guessed, he wouldn't have thought that he would enter the forbidden zone of life. Chapter 42, This seed has seized the Dozi secret. How should the protagonist react? In the sky above the great Shang dynasty, Zhou Yu and Ji Yuing emerged out of thin air, and with Ji Yuying's reminder, the location of the imperial city had quickly been locked. Zhou Yu didn't say much as he raised his hand and shook the human emperor streamer towards the void. A familiar scene resurfaced. The long white streamers that covered the sky and the sun brought with them a ghostly aura, completely enveloping the entire great Shang dynasty. How many powerful people, before they even knew what was going on, raised their heads, and an extreme Dao Emperor soldier fell above their heads. No! What the hell is going on here? Why are there imperial soldiers manifesting? Is it the revival of the supreme being of the nine spectral seas? Ah! I'm not willing. Even if I die, I have to give a statement. Why me? Why? My generation of heavenly pride has yet to rise. How can I fall? No! At this moment, countless unwillingness, resentment, incomprehension, and doubt were all transformed into the human emperor streamer's sustenance and were completely devoured. Looking at this terrifying imperial armament, Ji Yuing, who was following Zhou Yu, still could not help but ask, "My lord, may I ask what kind of divine weapon is this?" "This is the human emperor streamer, the extreme imperial armament," Zhou Yu casually said. Ji Yuing was filled with confusion. De Qian had also sacrificed the human emperor streamer, but it was very different from my lord's appearance. In fact, what she wanted to say was that the human emperor streamer claimed to gather the human race's qi, and the light that it could blossom was not to say that the golden light was bright, but at least that it was purple and rising. There's no such thing as a scene with black smoke coming out of the vault, making it look like Morrow hell. There's no need to wonder. When you condense the human emperor streamer into an extreme Dao imperial soldier, you'll be able to understand that the extreme end of purple is black. Saying that, Zhou Yu raised his hand and made a move, and all of a sudden the human emperor streamer swept in and disappeared into the void. Go! This seat has been delayed for some time, and next, it's time to catch up. Zhou Yu raised his hand and waved it as he spoke, and Ji Yuin was wrapped up and stepped into the void turbulence and began to shuttle up continuously. My lord, where are we going? Ji Yuyue looked at the constantly churning void turbulence around her and exclaimed in shock. The nine spectral seas, Zhou Yu casually said. The sea of nine secrets. It seems like it's not too far away from me. Hissing, the forbidden zone of life? Ji Yuyao cocked her head and pondered for a moment before her pupils suddenly shrank and she exclaimed in shock. What's wrong? Zhou Yu raised his eyebrows. He remembered that the Nine Spectres Empress in the original story was a cold-faced and ruthless iron-blooded empress who could sweep across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. How come she was so startled now? By the way, De Chen is quite close to the Sea of Nine Spectres. Do you know of any supreme beings? Or any terrifying beings in it? Zhou Yu's understanding of the 9 spectral seas was limited to the mentions in the original story, and the real information was incomplete. Legend has it that the Sea of Nine Secrets leads straight to the underworld, and none of the strongest people who have stepped into it have been able to walk out since the beginning of time. Gus spilled everything she knew. It is said that the Sea of Nine Secrets can swallow a person's vitality, and once you step into it, your lifespan will continue to flow until it is completely depleted, and you will ultimately be transformed into a withered bone and sink to the bottom of the Sea of Nine Secrets. In years past, there were powerful people from the Taishan Holy Land who wanted to enter it, searching for opportunities, and at that time, it was said that there were also quasi-emperor powerhouses leading the group, but in the end, 3,000 years have passed, and none of them have left. Taishan Holy Land? Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow. This name was really familiar to him. This was because in the original, Su Chen, the son of Qi, had befriended a holy maiden of the Taishan Holy Land named Tantai. Tantai was known as the first holy maiden of Taishan since the beginning of time, carrying an innate Dao body, and her cultivation speed was demonic. Originally, Tan Tai-yi had no chance of befriending Su Chun with this kind of status, except that the other party had once teamed up with Su Chen to fight against the Starry Sky 10,000 races in the 10,000 races secret realm 3 years later. In the end, Su Chen's many means allowed her to put the other party squarely in her sights, and it was also because of the secret realm that left a bond between the two. In the future, with more contact, and mutual affection, and finally in order to help Su Chen through the great emperor of the Thunderbolt, to body against the robbery, and ultimately perished. It was a pity that Su Chen, the protagonist, had just finished crossing the tribulation and turned his head to embark on the road to immortality with other confidants. Didn't care too much about Tan Yi's payment. This Tan Tai-yi was actually a sad character, and her end was considered rather miserable. I remember when I saw this and the comments section was full of author spammers. Zhou Yu had thought that the Taishan Holy Land would not be encountered for the time being, but he did not expect it to be mentioned by Ji Yu Ying's words. It's rumored that the Taishan Holy Land controls one of the 9 mysteries of the Great Tao, the battle character mystery, and that the battles are peerless, but I haven't had the chance to see it. Zhou Yu frowned and muttered to himself. This Taishan Holy Land was not an ordinary Holy Land. When it was in its prime in the past, it was once known as the #1 in the Eastern Lands. Even when the Starry Sky Ancient Path was opened wide and the Starry Sky 10,000 races list was revealed, there were quite a few strong people in the Taishan Holy Land who had been baptized by the rewards of the 10,000 races list. I'm afraid that it was this trek into the 9 Paleolithic Sea that caused it to suffer heavy losses, which caused the Taishan sacred ground to keep a low profile. Zhou Yu did not care about the current ranking of the Taishan Holy Land. What he cared about was the fact that the Taishan Paragon Emperor, who possessed the Dozi secret at that time, had actually not even returned from stepping into the 9 Secret Sea. The ferocity of this 9 Secret Sea seemed to be even more terrifying than one could have imagined. I've gained quite a lot of heavenly fate values this time, so why don't I take a draw before entering? Zhou Yu had exterminated the 2 great dynasties of the Great Qian and the Great Shang, and the heavenly destiny values of countless lives had converged down to a very large amount, even to the point where he had turned off the system's heavenly fate value looting prompts outright. I wanted to wait until I got back to my clan in the secret realm. I've been smoking it again before, but now that I think about it, I might as well smoke it first. With this in mind, he directly opened the system panel, and a flood of prompts were the first to come. Ding! You killed the great ancestor of the Great Qian dynasty and plundered the heavenly fate value plus 50. 000. Ding! You killed the Great Qian high ancestor and plundered the heavenly fate value plus 30. 000. Ding! You've successfully frightened Su Chen, plundering the heavenly fate value plus 20. 000. Su Chen? Zhou Yu violently paused the prompt and scrutinized this prompt. Su Chen? Which Su Chen? Is it a protagonist, or is it a rename? Being able to gain 20. 000 heavenly fate values from just the shock alone. Zhou Yu was sure in an instant that this was bound to be Su Chen without a doubt. I can't imagine that this protagonist has actually fled to Deqian as well? Zhou Yu's eyes flickered, and he was not surprised by Su Chen's appearance. The Sky Shading Gate's teleportation itself was random. With the heavenly destiny of the son of Qi, perhaps he had encountered another princess of Deqian of a kind. If he had not made his own move, the other party might be about to have the opportunity to get acquainted with Ji Yuyin. Can it be? Ji Yuiying's bloodline is from Su Chen's help? Zhou Yu reacted that this was likely the case. It was only because he had arrived early and disrupted Su Chen's plot that he was able to meet Ji Yuyo before the other party. He had no intention of going back to look for it, and since Su Chen had already been scared out of his wits, there was no way he could honestly wait where he was. He's not going to the 9 spectral seas, is he? Zhou Yu suddenly pondered. In the original story, Su Chen but later harvested the secret art of Dozi's secret. Previously, Zhou Yu had thought that Tan Tai-yi had given it to him, but now it seemed that perhaps the other party had obtained it from the 9 Secret Sea, and then it had crossed paths after being recognized by Tan Tai-yi in the middle of the 10,000 races mystic realm. It must be. The more Zhou Yu thought about it, the more he felt it was possible, and he suddenly looked a little uplifted. In that case, this Dozi secret, if it is obtained by this seat, how should you respond? Thinking about this, he directly waved his big hand and silently chanted to the system, "Give me a lottery." Chapter 43, the second of the 9 secrets. Yin Yang Supreme. Zhou Yu before and after adding up to harvest less than 1,000,000 destiny values. Even super VIP 10 consecutive draws are insufficient. Can only retreat to a 9 consecutive draws. The familiar beep sounded once again. Zhou Yu did not pay too much attention to it. Instead, he rushed on while keeping an eye on the situation here. However, when the 9 consecutive draws came to an end, the hints given to him revealed a look of delight. The Emperor's Scripture, the 9 Underworld Phoenix Scripture, the secret of the 9 secrets, the 9 secrets of war, 9 consecutive draws, 3 major rewards, and still top-notch rewards, which left Joyu with no way to not be elated. The previous 20 consecutive draws had only given 4 rewards, and now 3 top-tier and 9 consecutive draws. The probability was beyond words. Is it difficult to leave all of this seats okay here? As Joyu muttered to himself, he hurriedly extracted the 3 rewards, and instantly a massive amount of information began to continuously converge towards his mind, and after a few moments, he sort of completely understood the purpose of these 3 major rewards. First of all, this 9 Underworld Phoenix scripture was a great Emperor level technique that was specially prepared for human practitioners of the 9 Underworld Phoenix bloodline. It was simply a tailor-made technique for Ji Yuing, knowing that although she had awakened her bloodline, she herself was not of the 9 Underworld Phoenix clan. Therefore, at most, they can only comprehend the broken secret arts and aptitudes from the bloodline inheritance, and they can't do it if they want to truly match the 9 Underworld Phoenix clan. In this way, if she achieved greatness in the future, the 9 Underworld Phoenix bloodline would instead become a flaw for her in the face of the 9 Underworld Phoenix clan. Now, once the 9 Underworld Phoenix scripture came out, it was equivalent to completely making up for the flaws, allowing her to become a flawless great emperor without even a second thought. And the third, even more needless to say, was one of the 9 secrets, the secret of soldiers and all words. The former is the secret art of controlling soldiers, able to turn everything in the world into blades bursting with heavenly power. Even a grain of sand, a blade of grass, can cut through the void. For the weapons under one's control, it was more comfortable to manipulate them and easier to refine them. And what's more, they were even able to snatch the other party's refined weapons for their own use. The latter was even more subtle. Once triggered, one could let their battle power soar tenfold in a short period of time, reaching the point of an extreme realm, invincible at the same level, even crossing over. Of course, this was of no use to Joyu. He had already reached the 9th heaven of the quasi-emperor, and proving to be a great emperor was the biggest shackle he had. Other than that, he was already invincible. However, the all-character secret could be given to others to use, such as Ji Yuing, Tan Tai Yi, and the ancient Cloud Academy master. In comparison, Joyu still preferred the secret of the character of soldier, which improved him a bit more. Ji Yuing, who was wrapped by Joyu's emperor's tattoo, noticed the joy that surfaced on the other party's face and couldn't help but become a little curious. It so happened that Joyu turned around to look at her and suddenly waved at her. "Come on, my lord." Ji Yuyao fell to her knees and bowed. "Lift your head," Joyu calmly said. Ji Yuyue looked up at his words, and then he watched as Joyu took a step towards him. For a while, her heart was like a deer in headlights, her thoughts in turmoil. Is it possible that my lord is planning to do this to me? This is the void turbulence. It can't be that exciting, can it? It's a good thing there's no one else here, or I'd die of shame. Ji Yuing, who was in the middle of her thoughts, suddenly felt a pain in her brow, and when she opened her eyes, she saw one of Joyu's hands pointing on top of her brow, and a wave of vast information rushed into her mind. This is the 9 Underworld Phoenix scripture. Comprehended well, and there is hope for a great emperor in the future. Leaving behind a sentence, Joyu no longer paid any attention to Ji Yuing and focused on hurrying. And Ji Yuing was already shocked speechless at the moment by the imperial scriptures tumbling in her mind. This is a great emperor's technique, and he actually gave it to himself casually? This master is too generous, isn't he? What was even more terrifying was that this gong method was actually incomparably attuned to himself, and without even needing to actively cultivate it, he was able to run on his own within his body, which was incredibly powerful. For a moment, Ji Yuyue was simply moved beyond words by Joyu, and she could not wait to dedicate herself to Joyu on the spot. At this moment, Joyu did not have time to think about this, only to see him raise his hand and wave it. Countless void turbulence was hard repelled, and then a crack appeared, and he took Ji Yuing with him and stepped out. Buzz! As soon as he stepped out, a bone-piercing icy cold came to meet him. Ji Yuyao raised her eyes and was immediately completely shocked by the scene in front of her. Above, the vast expanse of sea has been replaced by a black. The entire sea is like a pool of stagnant water. Let the biting cold wind howl to whistle. Are not moving. The only emotion you can feel here is dead silence. The water is dead. The wind is dead. Even the firmament is dead. My lord, I feel the longevity is disappearing. A terrified voice resounded from Ji Yuying's mouth. She could clearly feel that her lifespan was beginning to drain away as she looked at her hands. The skin on the surface was beginning to dry out and wrinkle almost at a speed visible to the naked eye. With her current strength, I'm afraid that it wouldn't take more than a few breaths for her to completely turn into a withered bone. That's what had her so freaked out. However, as soon as her words fell, she saw that Joyu just let out a cold snort. Buzz! The surrounding dead void seemed to tremble like ripples, and in the next moment, The countless tentacle-like Dao lines that had probed into her body actually retracted back hard. In an instant, the flow of Ji Yuan's lifespan came to an abrupt end, and her skin began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's just some lingering trash that only dare to play God here. Zhou Yu coldly smiled as his footsteps violently stepped on top of the pitch-black sea. In the next moment, huge waves were in the air, and the dead reincarnation sea looked as if it was being stiffly stirred up by a large hand. The Dao lines shattered and the sea water rolled back. Such a huge commotion that it spread tens of thousands of miles away in a matter of moments. Zhou Yu just watched quietly. He didn't have the time to slowly search throughout the entire Nine Phantom Sea. Instead of doing so, it would be better to scare the snakes and make the other party show up of their own accord. It's not coming out, is it? Seeing that the hiding supreme refused to show himself, Zhou Yu let out a cold smile and directly sent out the human emperor hat at once. Ow! The sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling resounded through the Nine Spectres Sea as countless emperor lines erupted, covering the sky and the sun. Just as Zhou Yu was about to make his move, suddenly, the entire Nine Phenomena Sea shook violently, and in the next moment, a terrifying fluctuation emanated out from the sea. Buzz! The Nine Spectres Sea, which was like a pool of stagnant water, was now bubbling like a boil, and the countless scattered Dao lines began to shrink and converge towards the center. This is... Ji Yue stared incredulously with her eyes wide open as she watched. Within the pitch-black and incomparable Nine Spectres Sea, a tens of thousands of miles of huge island was rising up from the bottom of the sea. If it was just the island, it wouldn't be enough to shake her up so much. It was because every inch of land above that island was clearly made up of white bones. It was a 10,000 mile huge, skeletal island made entirely of white bones. No, not only the island. On top of this island, it was divided in half by the pitch-black seawater, coiled around each other, like two swimming fish. Looking at the skeletal island that resembled a yin-yang atlas, Zhou Yu spat out 4 words with a calm expression. Yin-yang Supreme. Chapter 44, Battling the Dual Dignitaries Alone. The tens of thousands of miles of massive yin-yang taiji diagram slowly rotated, emanating an aura of death and vitality, and countless Dao patterns intertwined with each other, revealing the Dao and reason. Here, it is like the end of death, but in the midst of death there is a breath of life, eerie yet harmonious. And looking closely, the skeletons on top of that yin-yang diagram were all piled up by countless strong people. Great powers were only considered marginal in them, and the skeletons of saints were even more numerous. The great saints, the sage kings, became the mainstay of it, supporting the entire island like a strand of skeleton. In the middle of the island, there were dozens of skeletons emitting monstrous aura, which were quasi-emperors, and even though they were incomparably small compared to the island, they emitted a might that was like a great sun in the midst of the darkness of the night, shining brightly and incomparably. But such a powerful quasi-emperor had now been turned into skeletons and set on top of the island, which showed the terror of the island. It was also at this moment that words like echoes set off a monstrous wave in the Nine Spectres Sea. Who is it? Who is provoking this honored one? Ah! Ji Yuyao let out a cry of shock and subconsciously covered her ears. This sound seemed to have a magical power. Even though the Dao patterns in it had been blocked by Zhou Yu as much as possible, it still drilled into her mind, as if it was going to devour her mind and soul. Use your 9 underworld phoenix bloodline to resist. Zhou Yu's reminder came from the side. Ji Yue hurriedly operated her bloodline, and in an instant, a black flame began to rise from her back, transforming into a 9 spectral underworld phoenix with wings that wanted to fly. As soon as this 9 specters underworld phoenix came out, it actually had a bizarre effect on the surrounding void, and the piercing ice cold in the 9 specters sea that made people freeze to death actually began to converge towards Ji Yue's body, becoming her sustenance. Zhou Yu nodded slightly at the sight. It was true that the 9 underworld phoenix bloodline was simply like a fish out of water here, which was also the reason why he had brought Ji Yuing here. As long as she was able to absorb the energy of the 9 secret sea, Ji Yue's cultivation would skyrocket, laying the foundation for the next 10,000 races' secret realm. Just as Ji Yuing exploded the 9 underworld phoenix bloodline, a divine thought fluctuation suddenly came from above the huge and boundless Yin-Yang skeleton island. 9 underworld phoenix? This kind of bloodline can actually appear in the Xian Huang Great World? This is our chance. Devour it, and the 9 Pantheon Sea will become our arm and complete control. Boom! This time, without waiting for Zhou Yu to open his mouth, countless ghostly lights rushed up from above the Yin-Yang skeleton island and swept towards Ji Yue. Zhou Yu smiled faintly at the sight. This seed hasn't even made a move yet. But you're in a hurry. Buzz! A large white streamer reappeared, instantly transforming into a canopy that generally wrapped Ji Yuing in it. And cool black chi began to surge, covering the sky and turning into the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling. With just a slight shake, the Dao patterns in it completely dissolved the light that rose up to the sky. HM? Extreme Emperor Soldier? A voice of astonishment came from above the yin-yang skeleton island, and then it turned into a cold smile. No wonder you dare to set foot here as a quasi-emperor 9 heavens. So it turns out that you have this kind of imperial soldier at your side. It's just as well. This father is short of emperor soldiers in his hand. So you've brought them to my door. As he spoke, the entire sea of 9 secrets tossed and turned, 10,000 feet of huge waves roaring into the sky. The sound was horrifying. However, Zhou only laughed coldly, his figure advancing instead of retreating. Pretend to be a god and come out to the seat. Buzz. The desolate ancient aura began to blossom from his body, and the great completion saint body was completely revealed at this moment. Brush! Zhou's body transformed into a stream of light, and in an instant, he broke through the blockade of the 9 phantom sea to arrive in the air on the yin-yang skeleton island, and smashed his fist in the air. Boom click! The void collapsed as the fist came out. Countless void turbulence surged, turning into waves under the traction of the fist power, surging towards the bottom. Click! 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 Above the yin-yang skeleton island, all the skeletons seemed to have completely revived at this moment, while their skulls lifted up and turned their heads towards Zhou's direction, with cries coming out of their mouths. Countless Dao lines erupted, carrying the aura of life and death as they collided with Zhou's fist. Boom boom boom! 10,000 miles of emptiness crumbled, the heavens and earth trembled, and the entire sea of 9 phenomena shook as if it was about to be completely overturned. This kind of noise, if it were to erupt outside, it would be enough to completely wear out several great Chen dynasties. Thousands of skulls on top of the yin-yang skeleton island all crumbled under this punch and turned into nothingness. But immediately afterward, there seemed to be a Dao pattern flowing, actually restoring them to their original state in an instant. At the same time, from the depths of the yin-yang skeleton island came the sound of shocked suspicion tinged with annoyance. Great success, saint body. Hasn't this kind of saint body long been extinct? Why has it reappeared in the world? Impossible. The last sacred body collapsed on the path to immortality long ago 30,000 years ago. How could it still exist? Hearing the two voices surface, Zhou suddenly laughed out loud. Good. That's great. The world knows that the yin-yang supreme is one person. So it turns out that you're not one person, but two. Earlier he was puzzled as to why this person's voice spoke out at echo, and thought it was a trick, but now it seems that this is not one person, but two. Yin and Yang are one. We are all supreme beings, comprehending the great Tao of Yin and Yang. If you know what's good for you, you should quickly retreat, lest you used to be buried in the 9 phantom seas. Okay, this seat borrows a thing from you. If you agree, this seat will leave immediately. Zhou naturally heard the colorful tone of these two supreme beings, and his desolate aura rose around him, ready to erupt in a shocking strike at any time. Okay, what do you want to borrow? This honored one will just give it to you. When you hear Zhou to borrow something, these two supreme beings obediently agreed. Of course it's your imperial soul. Unbridled. Bold. Go to hell. 3 voices sounded almost simultaneously, and Zhou's poised strike was directly struck. Boom! The might of the great completion sacred body was like a great sun in the void at this moment, illuminating the heavens and the earth with a brilliance that could not be compelled. Even the massive yin-yang skeleton island was somewhat unable to withstand it, and countless skeletons continued to crumble and repair at this moment. And Zhou's double fists were like the wind, valiant and brave, smashing on top of the yin-yang skeleton island one after another. Let's get you fixed. Let's get you fixed. This seat will see how long you can fix it. He counted to see that this yin-yang skeleton island was an imperial weapon sacrificed by the yin-yang supreme being, and only by continuously smashing the skeletons in it would he be able to find the true bodies of the two men. If an ordinary strong person comes here, I'm afraid that he won't even be able to see the real person, and he will be directly swallowed by the yin-yang skeleton island. But he was different. He was a great completion saint body. His fleshly body was invincible, and he called out to the uncompromised great emperor. Even if he stood there and was smashed by this yin-yang skeleton island, it wouldn't even hurt him in the slightest. At this moment, Zhou's tiny body was comparable to that of an ancient giant, erupting with a terrifying might that transcended the universe, causing the countless skulls on top of Skeleton Island to shatter. They can't repair nearly as fast as they can destroy, so much so that Skeleton Island was caving in, crumbling and exposing the depths. Finally, the two supreme beings of the Skeleton Island could not bear it, and a heavenly mighty energy exploded from it at once. And in the place where the two formation eyes of the yin-yang Skeleton Island were located, a black and a white coffin slowly rose up from it. The coffin opened and 2 dwarfs were revealed in it. These 2 gnomes were incomparably old, like old men on the verge of dying. But on the contrary, within this old body, there was a terrifying and incomparable might emanating from it, not even losing out to Zhou's sacred body in the slightest. Zhou's pupils shrunk slightly. This was the first time he had felt the location of a supreme powerhouse up close. These supreme beings were once great emperors who were famous and powerful in their own right. Only in the lifespan is not much. Not willing to fall and sit down. Want to fight for their own opportunity to become immortal, but cannot live a second life. Can only cut off their own realm, down to the supreme. In addition to the fall in cultivation, his own physical body, which had survived the thunder tribulation, transformed into a great emperor body, while the great Tao sense remained. According to the realm, a quasi-emperor 9 heavens was no match, but after Zhou Yu saw it, his face was not surprised but pleased. Finally, you're not hiding it. Give me death. He landed a punch and fought the dual dignitaries with only his body. Chapter 45, Destroying the Supreme Being, Seizing the Emperor's Soldier, and Plundering the Opportunity again. This fluctuation? Could it be that there's been a change in the Sea of 9 Spectres? Thousands of miles away from the 9 spectral seas, Su Chen hid in the sky shading mirror and looked from afar. That horrifying might has already escaped from the 9 spectral seas, if it is not that there have long been no living beings in a radius of several tens of thousands of miles. I am afraid that this kind of fluctuation alone will obliterate it. Under these fluctuations, even if he was given 10 guts, he would not dare to break into it. Nope. Maybe the chance came out and caused others to fight for it. Hence the big fight. Su Chen's face changed color as his mind pondered whether he should rush into the 9 Spectres Sea at this time to find his chance. The reason why he was so entangled was really because he had been targeted by Zhou Yu many times before, which had made him a bit scared. Thinking about it, Su Chen finally clenched his teeth, used the sky shading mirror to collect his breath, and cautiously walked forward in the direction of the 9 Secret Sea. With the existence of Zhou Yu, an undead enemy, Su Chen did not dare to give up even a single chance. Only, what he didn't know was that just as he was approaching towards the 9 sepulchral seas, the great battle between Zhou Yu and the 2 supreme beings was already nearing its end. On top of the infinite 9 Spectres Sea, the moory white yin-yang skeleton island had been smashed and shattered for the most part. The 2 gnome-like withered figures pinched Zhou Yu left and right, the countless emperor lines intertwining and emitting a destructive aura that could not be blocked at all. This seed admits that if the 2 of you were at full strength, you would indeed be able to suppress me. Zhou Yu's hair flew in the midst of the emperor's ripple, and with a hideous smile on his face, he pounced towards the 2 men against this fluctuation. But unfortunately, you are too old. Your chi and blood have long since decayed. How long will you be able to support yourselves if you continue to consume like this? Even if the 2 of us can't support it, it's enough to refine you before that. Supreme Yin said morosely, countless Yin Avenue Dao lines rising around his body, like the cold wind of the 9 hells, blowing towards Zhou Yu. Being able to devour the flesh and blood of a great completion saint body is enough to make up for all the damage done by the 2 of my brothers. Supreme Yang Jejia laughed strangely. As one of the biggest pushers of the age of turbulence, the chi and vitality of a great completion sacred body was stronger than the longevity of the billions of living beings they had devoured. Therefore, when Zhou Yu revealed the aura of a great completion saint body, the 2 of them had already decided that they would use whatever means to leave Zhou Yu behind and refine him. However, with such a stalemate, they weren't able to do anything about Zhou Yu's physical body, which was a problem. Do it! Supreme Yin suddenly transmitted a voice to Supreme Yang. We won't be able to hold it for long. Yes. Supreme Yang nodded his head at the words, and then he only saw the dry palms of the 2 of them violently lifting up, gripping at that yin-yang skeleton island below at once. Buzz! 2 skyrocketing great emperor lines erupted out from above the yin-yang skeleton island, or to be precise, from within those 2 coffins carrying yin-yang supreme beings, yin and yang coffin of life and death. The yin-yang avenue aura that was more than 10 times more terrifying than before shrouded down towards Zhou Yu, and in an instant, it made Zhou Yu feel grave. It turns out that these 2 coffins are the imperial soldiers you've sacrificed, right? Zhou Yu's great completion saint body erupted, firing left and right, using his physical body to continuously bombard the great Dao intrusion as his mouth issued an inquiry. Yin and Yang Avenue, too terrifying, even if the 2 of us destroys for the vitality consumption is too huge. Not until the last moment, naturally will not be easily sacrificed. Supreme Yin's words rang out. The reason why I'm telling you all this is because, there is no longer any possibility for you to escape from this place, so obediently stay and contribute to your survival. Supreme Yang laughed grimly and was incomparably eager for Zhou Yu's chi and blood. Buzz! The 2 coffins were intertwined with each other at the moment, transforming into a true yin and yang life and death taijutsu, and with each rotation, they were about to deprive Zhou Yu of his vitality, constantly weakening his saint body. Seeing under such a crisis, the corner of Zhou Yu's mouth suddenly swept up a strange smile, and in the next moment, a secret technique was brewing in his mind as it silently operated. Brush! Zhou Yu raised his head violently, and with a big hand at the 2 coffins below, a soft shout came out of his mouth. Bing! Buzz! In an instant, The soldier character secret from one of the 9 secrets blossomed in its hands at once, and a bizarre might emerged, and the yin-yang coffin that was still constantly running actually paused at once, and then rose up and flew towards Zhou Yu's direction on its own accord. What? The secret of the character of war? You actually mastered the secret of the character of war? Supreme Yin's face changed drastically, and he hastily manipulated his spells to try to drive the yin-yang coffin. However, under the secret of the character of soldier, all of his connections were completely cut off by the other party, and there was not the slightest response at all for a while. Of course, it was impossible for Zhou Yu to completely take it away when he executed the secret of the character of Bing with the strength of a quasi-emperor's 9th heaven, and it could only result in a short period of loss of control. But that's enough. Taking advantage of the opportunity for the 2 supreme beings to panic, Zhou Yu opened his mouth and spat. Well, and, bah, Mimi, the 6-character truth mystic art that was waiting to be released slammed out with a loud bang. This mystic art was inferior to the complete 9 mysteries, but it was complete and the power of the outburst was not trivial. Now destroying it, it caused the 2 supreme beings to fall into a brief moment of disorientation as well. And with this opportunity, Zhou Yu had already taken a step out, piercing through the void as his great completion saint body arrived in front of the 2 and slammed down. Boom boom boom. The dome of the sky crumbled. The universe shattered. Tens of thousands of huge waves tumbled up from the 9 hell sea, and countless terrifying beings were worn down and disappeared. The great sacred body and the supreme. There was not the slightest suspense in the close-range collision of the physical bodies, and almost instantly, the withered bodies of the 2 supreme beings were smashed into successive decay, and seemed to be about to be unable to withstand it. The yin-yang coffin. The yin supreme being was smashed and wowed, frantically destroying his own emperor soldier. However, the moment the emperor's soldier gave a response, a yin soul chain that pierced through the divine soul in the void had already been shot out. The human emperor streamer, at last, has struck. A chain pierced through the bodies of the 2 supreme beings to pull their divine souls out of them. Once they were pulled out, their divine souls would be equivalent to rootless floating weeds, and they were simply no match for Zhou Yu. And at this moment, the yin-yang coffin had already regained control, and the yin-yang avenue blossomed, wanting to stop all of this, but right at this moment, a light scolding suddenly rang out from outside the human emperor's streamer. The passing of the red dust is all vanity. Buzz! A powerful aura of the great Tao rose up and transformed into an emperor pattern, colliding with the yin-yang great Tao. Click! All of the emptiness of the 9 unearthly seas was completely shattered in this collision, and countless void turbulence was completely annihilated, leaving only a 10,000-mile hole of dead silence. And the 2 great supreme beings finally couldn't bear it at this time and let out a cry of shock in unison. Remnants of a great emperor. How could they not expect that Zhou Yu would actually have such a backhand by this time? Surprise? Ha! Give me death! Zhou Yu slammed his fist out, and the 2 remnants of his body couldn't withstand it, and were violently pulled by the yin soul chain, and the 2 emperor souls were pulled over hard. Zhou Yu once again mouthed the 6-character truth and blasted on top of the 2 emperor souls. This was a strategy that he and the Red Dust Empress had discussed long ago. The 6-character truth was not as powerful as the 9 secrets, but it was more adept at degree. Blasting with the 6-character truth was able to accelerate the refinement of these 2 great emperor souls, allowing them to become one of the 6 souls of the human emperor streamer as soon as possible. No! I want to wait for the path to immortality. I want to become an immortal. In the midst of the struggle, the 2 emperor souls were completely pulled into the human emperor streamer, and by now, 2 of the 6 souls had been obtained. These 2 remnants of the body in the yin-yang coffin can be left behind. Zhou Yu executed the secret of the character of Bing, manipulating the 2 coffins to load the remnants of the body, and immediately included them within his own small world, and above the surface of the entire sea of 9 Paleolithic seas, only that one broken yin-yang skeleton island remained. Losing control of the yin-yang coffin, they too began to fall apart and were swallowed by the sea. Zhou Yu suddenly frowned and raised his hand. Brush! A quasi-emperor's skeleton was grabbed by him in the air, and on top of his skeleton, there was a Tao pattern flowing, and an aura that was familiar to him. This is the fighting character secret? Chapter 46, you go about your business, I'll be in the back. It doesn't matter. Just now, Zhou Yu had actually sensed the skeleton because of his execution of the secret of the character of Bing, and there was a familiar aura lurking within, so it was salvaged and examined closely. Sure enough, one of the 9 secrets was discovered from it, the fighting word secret. The battle character secret, known as the battle sacred law, could simulate the 10,000 laws avatar, powerful and incomparable, especially suitable for all kinds of sacred bodies and divine bodies. It was simply tailor-made. Zhou Yu's face revealed a look of delight, not expecting that there would actually be this kind of harvest. Immediately, with a thought, This quasi-emperor's skeleton was included within the small world. Zhou looked towards the boundless Nine Spectres Sea and nodded slightly. It seems that this place was not formed by the yin-yang supreme being itself, but rather another mystery. This kind of special place, if it could be moved back to the Zhou clan to create a pond to raise fish, it should be very compelling. Zhou shook his head slightly. With his current means, it was unrealistic to want to move all of the 9 spectral seas, at least until after he became an emperor. With the 2 emperor souls already in hand, as well as the battle word secret harvest, this trip to the 9 spectral seas was already complete. With this in mind, Zhou raised his hand and grabbed it, moving Ji Yuing to his front, then tore open the void and disappeared into the turbulence along with the human emperor streamer. Wow! Zhou disappeared, and the tossing waves of the entire 9 hell sea calmed down, once again restoring a dead silence. But Su Chen, who was about to arrive at the Sea of 9 Ghosts, suddenly trembled, and a mouthful of blood spurted out wildly from his mouth. He raised his head violently, his eyes staring dead on in the direction of the 9 spectral seas, an unspeakable pain rising from the bottom of his heart, as if something dear to him had been taken away by someone. Who is it? Who is it? Su Chen let out a furious roar, taking away my chance. Ding! You've successfully taken Su Chen's chance, plundering the heavenly fate value plus 100. 000. Zhou, who was in the turbulence, gave a slight start when he heard the prompt. Battle character secret? It seems that this secret art is very important to Su Chen, otherwise it wouldn't be worth so much heavenly fate value. Zhou grinned. This visit to the Sea of 9 Paleoliths was so worth it. Not only did he obtain 2 Emperor souls, but he also plundered the protagonist's key chance. Speaking of this Dozi secret, Zhou took out the skeleton with a thought and prepared to extract the Dozi secret completely. Between the penetration of divine thoughts, a piece of residual thoughts suddenly rose up from it. Fateful person. The fact that you can see the remnants of this emperor means that you have been recognized by the Dozi secret. You and I are both fated to be together. Please send the remnants of this emperor's bones back to the Taishan Holy Land for burial. Song Xian pays his respects. Song Xian quasi-emperor? Zhou raised an eyebrow. He remembered that this name seemed to be an old powerhouse from a long time ago, the same group that entered the 9 secret sea to explore. It seems that the other party was targeted by the yin-yang supreme being in the 9 spectral seas, and not only did his body die, but his skeleton became part of the yin-yang skeleton island. This seat was about to go to the Taishan Holy Land, but I didn't expect you to deliver it to my door. It's about time. Zhou smiled faintly. Taishan Holy Maiden Tantai was an important part of his setup to enter the secret realm of the 10,000 races, so he naturally had to head to the Taishan Holy Land, originally considering whether to go in hard. Now that this skeleton is on the doorstep, there is a reason. Thinking about this, Zhou cannot help but relax. With a wave of his hand, a void warship emerged. You cultivate here. This seat will go and come. Zhou left behind a sentence, and with a single movement of his divine soul, he entered the human emperor streamer. As soon as he stepped into it, Zhou saw that the Red Dust Empress was casting spells on the 2 emperor souls, and countless yin soul chains were intertwined with each other, locking them in a death grip, unable to break free. You want to refine this, father? It's just a fool's dream. Seeing Zhou appear, the yin-yang supreme being instantly let out a roar. As a result, before he could finish, Zhou blasted over with a 6-character truth. Ah, it's no use, Han. Om Mani Padme Hum. The emperor's soul will not. Om Mani Padme Hum. I. Om Mani Padme Hum. You. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Zhou turned his head to look at the Red Dust Empress and smiled. See, honest. The Red Dust Empress was silent. With so many divine abilities blasting down, could she not be honest? How long will it take to refine them? Zhou asked the most crucial question. If you can bombard it with the 6-character truth twice every now and then, you should be able to complete the initial refinement before the start of the 10,000 races mystic realm. The Red Dust Empress gave an estimate. Does that limit the sky shading mirror? Zhou was still most concerned about this. With 2 of the 6 souls, the effect will indeed be stronger than before, but whether it can be suppressed or not, I don't dare to make sure. The Red Dust Empress spoke the truth. It's best to have another one. The certainty should reach 50%. Need another one? Zhou raised an eyebrow. This 9 secret sea had already been resolved by him. The other forbidden zones of life were indeed feasible, but after this battle, Zhou realized that he had still underestimated these old things at the end of their lifespan. If he hadn't prepared himself well this time, he might have really let them escape. Shaking his head, Zhou decided to press on for the time being. Anyway, there was still time, and it would not be too late to go to the next forbidden zone of life when he was well prepared. Alright, just hurry up and refine it. I'll figure out the rest. Yes. The The Red Dust Empress lightly nodded her head, then distantly struck out a spell at the human emperor streamer, and countless chains began to rise, winding towards the two emperor souls, impenetrable. Just as she was concentrating, a pair of big hands suddenly encircled her waist, causing her heart to tremble and reveal a strange color. What are you doing? It's okay, you're busy. I'm in the back. It doesn't bother me. What? The Red Dust Empress' face changed, and a reddish hue immediately rose above her pretty face. Stop it. You can't get distracted at a time like this. Then make sure you give it your full attention and don't scream. You reached out to lift the hem of the Red Dust Empress's skirt and instructed. This time you have been meritorious for stepping in. Practicing the yin-yang upside-down divine intercourse strong soul scripture a few more times will be beneficial to you, and is considered to be a reward for you. You, Red Dust Empress, was speechless. Last time she punished herself she also had to practice this. This time the reward is also this. Together no matter what she does she has to practice this, right? She had the intention to resist, but Zhou Yu behind her had already put his gung-fu into motion. Buzz! Above the void warship, Ji Yulian's delicate body trembled, her original aura rising once again, and she had clearly reached the 8th heaven of the divine bridge realm, and it wouldn't be long before she was able to reach the 9th heaven. This rate of progress could simply be described as demonic. After the breakthrough was completed, her eyes could not help but look towards Zhou Yu, only to see Zhou Yu just casually sitting on the ground at the moment, with the human emperor flag on one side. The entire person seemed to be in a deep sleep. My lord's cultivation and majesty aside, this appearance is also very outstanding. With a curious gaze, Ji Yulin slowly approached over towards Zhou Yu's heel. Perhaps it was because she had become familiar with Zhou Yu. She was actually bolder than before. Seeing that the other party had not awakened, Ji Yueying even raised her jade hand and approached towards the top of Zhou Yu's cheek. However, just at the moment she was about to touch Zhou Yu, suddenly those tightly closed eyes opened at once. Seeing Zhou Yu's eyes, Ji Yuling was immediately startled and hurriedly said, "My lord, the phantom is just." Before she could finish her words, Zhou Yu suddenly reached out and took hold of her white wrist to bring her violently in front of him. Well, Chapter 47, Open Your Mouth, Eat Noodles, Descend on Tai Xian. Ji Yueying also did not expect that Zhou Yu would actually be so rough with himself, but she did not mind. After all, from the moment she made the Dao Heart vow, she had completely treated herself as Zhou Yu's toy. In fact, Zhou Yu did not expect that he would be so rough, mainly because it was only the divine soul that had gone in by itself in the human emperor's streamer. The effect of this cultivation was that although it was uplifted from the divine soul, the oppression in the physical body was not relieved. It just so happened that Ji Yuyo was in front of him again, so naturally, he was eaten by himself as a matter of course. Looking at the splash of crimson on the ground, Zhou Yu only felt somewhat unfulfilled. Seeing Ji Yuyo in a messy black dress, Zhou Yu had a thought that it would be better if she matched something else. Thus, with a thought, he opened the small world and took out from it a piece of black silk wrought by the Xin Tian Wu Jin silkworm spitting out silk, and with a little sacrifice, he transformed it into the shape he wanted. With that, he threw it in front of the other party and said faintly, "Put it on, my lord." What is this? Ji Yuyue grabbed the black silk in confusion, somewhat unsure of what to do. Socks, on the legs, right, slow down, legs straight, hands, slow lasso. Zhou Yu sat there, quietly admiring the absolutely beautiful scene in front of him. You know, in the previous world, those women with heavy makeup, with the filter added, were able to harvest a large number of big brothers online, and in front of the Ji Yuing, is pure ecological, white and beautiful long legs, not only impeccable face, more importantly, the other body due to the 9 underworld phoenix bloodline exudes a cold and lonely temperament, simply than what the goddesses have to be 10,000 times more cold. Coupled with the black flames draped around his back, this aura was beyond words. Immediately after that, Zhou Yu used red blood emperor gold to create a pair of bright red hate heavenly highs to wear on top of his jade feet. Come here and get on your knees. Zhou Yu slowly rose his form from the ground as he spoke. Open your mouth. Eat the noodles. Well, it was only when the void warship tore through the void and reappeared within the boundaries of the Taishan Holy Land that Zhou Yu stopped his cultivation process. Looking at the dozen or so black silks that had already been torn to shreds, as well as Ji Yuing, who was lying on the ground, exhausted, Zhou Yu smiled faintly. The warship is parked here. This seat teaches you those body points. You practice well. When this seat comes back to quiz you, by my lord's command. Ji Yu's pretty face slightly reddened, and she strongly supported herself in response. Aha! Zhou Yu took one step and his figure had already left the void warship. In the midst of the vast mountain range that stretched for 10,000 miles, spiritual qi steamed and immortal light dazzled, and countless yuan qi transformed into veins, forming a yuan qi dragon vein. Looking from afar, one could see 9 dragon veins converging from afar, all of which returned to a mountain gate within the blessed land. This huge mountain gate that looked like a world was the Taishan Holy Land. As the most glorious Holy Land in the Eastern lands, even though the Taishan Holy Land was now in decline, there were still many disciples in it, and it had a deep heritage. An ancient, powerful aura was able to surface in the depths of the Holy Land. What? Lord Sacred Lord has succeeded in his charge and stepped into the 9th heavenly realm of the quasi-emperor? No way. You don't even know that? I've just returned from my training, so I'd like to ask senior brother to tell me. Just 3 days ago, the Holy Lord, who has been in seclusion for 100 years, finally managed to come out of seclusion, allowing his cultivation to further advance and step into the 9th heaven of the quasi-emperor. Great! My Taishan sacred land has now regained its name as the No. 1 sacred land in the Eastern lands. That's natural. In the coming days, my Taishan Holy Land will announce the Holy Lord's breakthrough to the world. Quasi-emperor 9 heavens. Ah! The strongest under a great emperor. If the supreme being doesn't come out, who will compete with him? Yes, this cultivation level is already a symbol of invincibility. While the crowd was discussing, a terrifying fluctuation suddenly rose outside the void of the Holy Land, and then with a wave of imperial might, it pressed towards the entire Holy Land. Buzz! In an instant, the crowd only felt their hearts and minds tremble, almost unable to bear it. Those disciples below the Divine Bridge realm were even worse, as they all planted themselves on the ground, foaming at the mouth and fainting. Who is it? Dare to trespass on my Taishan Holy Land? A pale drinking voice rang out, only to see a white-clothed figure rushing up into the sky, and in an instant, the aura of a quasi-emperor 9 heavens erupted, resisting all the oppression. Zhou Yu was in mid-air, standing with his arms folded, looking at the quasi-emperor. Old man in front of him did not continue to strike, but raised his hand and threw out the quasi-emperor's skeleton in the small world. Do you recognize this? Low words rang out, and the Holy Lord Taishuan's face changed at the sight of the skeleton. Then he hastily reached out to take it. Between the sweeping of divine thoughts, the trembling look on his face was almost impossible to hide. This is the skeleton of the Zhongxian Paragon Emperor? The old man's tone was filled with excitement. Zhongxian Quasi-Emperor, who had been the previous Holy Lord of the Taishan Holy Land, had disappeared without a trace ever since he had stepped into the life-forbidden area, the 9 Pale Sea. The entire powerhouses of the Holy Land thought that he had been trapped in the 9 spectral seas forever, but unexpectedly, this skeleton actually returned once again. Many thanks to this fellow Taoist for bringing back Quasi-Emperor Zhongxian. Please also come to my Taishan sacred ground and take a seat for a moment, and then I will thank you after I bury this skeleton. Although Zhou Yu's previous actions were somewhat provocative, now that the skeleton of the Zhongxian Paragon Emperor had returned, nothing else mattered. Zhou Yu did not hear more words, but instead nodded slightly. He didn't just come this time to return the skeleton, but more importantly, to look for that Tantai. Seeing Zhou Yu's agreement, Saint Master Taishan hurriedly opened the Holy Land formation and led Zhou Yu to fall within the Holy Land. After arranging for him to rest in a side hall, Saint Lord Taishan left with the skeleton of Paragon Zhongshuan along with him. Deep within the Holy Land, the divine thoughts of several quasi-emperors were lingering above the skeleton of Quasi-Emperor Zhongxian. Ha ha ha, truly the heavens have blessed me Taishan. This Dozi's secret really does exist above the skeleton. A moment later, several divine thoughts surfaced with a sense of surprise, obviously greatly energized. One must know that the Taishan Holy Land's Dozi's secret was once in the hands of Paragon Zhongxian, and the other party was also the only paragon existence to comprehend the complete Dozi secret. With the disappearance of Quasi-Emperor Zhongxian, the entire Taishan sacred ground's Dozi secrets were completely lost, and even if there were any quasi-emperors who had once participated in the Enlightenment, they were only fragments. Now that this Dozi secret was complete, if a celestial pride was able to comprehend it, the future of the Taishan sacred ground would flourish in the near future. There's less than 100 years to go before the rewards of the Starry Sky 10,000 races ranking, and my Taishan sacred ground's disciples, with the blessing of the Dozi secret, are bound to be able to obtain even higher rewards. Only this quasi-emperor's skeleton exists in a forbidden place like the 9 Spectres Sea. Who found it, and how was it sent back? This, according to reason, the secret of the Do character on the skeleton of Paragon Emperor Zhongxian is simply undetectable without absolute senses. Can't it be that the other party has already obtained the fighting character secret? No, the Dozi secret is the untold secret of my Taishan Holy Land. How can it fall into the hands of others? The other party is also a quasi-emperor 9 heavens. Do not act rashly. So what if there are 9 heavens? It's not like I don't have it in my Taishan Holy Land. Besides, if necessary, the big deal is to use my reserves. Don't be ridiculous. That is my Taishuan's top secret. How can I use it easily? Let's find out what he's up to before we make a decision. Chapter 48, The Schemes of Taishan Holy Land, Tan Tai. Many thanks to fellow Taoist Joe for returning my Taishan Sacred Land's Tsung Shin Paragon back to the Sacred Land. Here are 100 sacred pills. As a small token of appreciation for your help, do not excuse yourself. In the middle of the Great Hall, Holy Lord Taishan stroked his beard and laughed lightly. Oh, Joe, you lifted his hand and waved it to include all the holy elixirs within the small world. This Taishan Holy Land was worthy of being the #1 Holy Land at one time. This kind of elixir that was enough to heal the injuries of a saint was 100 at a time. It was indeed rich and generous. I appreciate the Holy Lord's kindness. Ha ha, yes. Saint Lord Taishan laughed out loud and his eyes flashed. Dare I ask if you are the quasi-emperor's skeleton that you brought back from the 9 spectral seas? That 9 secret sea is a forbidden area of life. Even a quasi-emperor wouldn't dare to enter it easily. This seed also just happened to be passing by and discovered the skeleton of a quasi-emperor from it. Joe, you casually coped. If the Holy Lord has any doubts, he might as well speak up. Good. May I ask if fellow Taoist Joe has obtained one of the secret Dozi secret arts? Joe, you froze for a moment at his words, then nodded. Without the Dozi secret, how could this seat go through the trouble of coming here to return it? So that's how it is. That Taoist friend Joe has a deep affinity with the fighting character secret, and as far as I know, that secret art is contained within the skeleton and cannot be easily probed. Saint Lord Taishan nodded his head. Indeed, it cannot be checked. Joe, you nodded his head deeply. If this seed hadn't also practiced other secret arts, I wouldn't have been able to sense the existence of the 9 secrets within it. What? Fellow Taoist Joe also cultivates other 9 secrets? The pupils of the Taishan Holy Lord who heard this shrank as he subconsciously asked. I wonder which kind of secret art it is. Joe Yu's eyes stared at the other party with scrutiny. Saint Master Taishan also seemed to realize his slip of the tongue and smiled as he explained. I'm sorry, it's the old man who was abrupt. No harm done. This seed is just a coincidence that I have obtained the secret of all words. It's nothing. Joe Yu smiled and shook his head, not seeming to take it too seriously. All word secret? A top secret art capable of allowing one to step into 10 times their battle power? It's actually in his hands? Upon hearing the 3 words all character secret, a brilliant light flickered in the eyes of Holy Lord Taishan. The second one of the 9 secrets the complete 9 secrets could simply make the starry sky's 10,000 races go crazy, and it wouldn't even matter if they created a great emperor. Even if it was the 9 secrets that fell apart, one alone would be enough to cause the Holy Land to surge into splendor. If there were 2 types of 9 secrets, this benefit would be indescribable. Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Joe is truly a person of deep blessings. Being able to obtain 2 secret arts at the same time is simply rare in ancient times. Between his thoughts, Saint Master Taishan immediately smiled and complimented him. You're welcome, Holy Lord. Joe Yu smiled and shook his head. If the Taishan sacred ground needs it, it would not be wrong for me to gift the all-character secret to the sacred ground. What? Is that true? At this moment, even though the other party was a Holy Lord, he was somewhat unable to control himself and became agitated. This is the second of the 9 secrets. He did move his mind just now, wanting to directly rob it by force. However, considering that since Joe Yu was able to retreat from the 9 spectral seas in one piece, it meant that he must have something to fall back on. If he did it rashly, even if he was able to stay, it would cost him a lot and might cause the entire Holy Land to be heavily damaged. Unexpectedly, Joe Yu actually took the initiative to bring it up, which simply made Holy Lord Taishan overjoyed. That's natural, but there's one more condition for this seat to hand it over. Joe Yu nodded slightly. On what terms? Saint Master Taishan stabilized his mind and inquired. I want Tani, Joe Yu said out loud. Holy Maiden Taishan? As a Holy Lord, how could Holy Lord Taishan not know Tan Tai? What's more, the other party, being an innate Tao body, was a top genius that was hard to come by in thousands of years, and now he was even under his command, becoming his personal disciple. Nice. Joe Yu nodded. A secret art in exchange for a holy maiden. This seat thought that the Taishan Holy Land should have earned it. This, Tan Tai is the old man's disciple, and his own talent, moreover, is expected to impact the great emperor realm, which is unlimited. The Taishan Sacred Lord frowned slightly. Why don't you switch to another method? Dao friend Zhou, even if you use exotic treasures, or even spirit pill resources to purchase them, Taishan Sacred Land, can pay the price. I'll take Tani. Zhou Yu's reply caused Holy Lord Taishan to stutter slightly. Forget it. I don't think the Holy Lord has any sincerity, and this seat has stayed here long enough. It's time to leave. Zhou Yu shook his head and got up to leave. Slow. Saint Lord Taishan raised his hand and waved. Fellow Taoist Zhou, be at ease. Even if you really want Tan Tai to leave, you should ask her wishes first. If she is really willing to go with you, it won't be too late for me to agree to it, don't you think so? That makes sense. Zhou Yu pondered for a moment, then nodded. Yuan call her out. This seat will personally question her. Alright, fellow Taoist Zhou, take a seat. I'll be right back. Upon hearing this, Holy Lord Taixian smiled and saluted, then floated away. Deep within the Holy Land, several divine thoughts quickly became aware of Zhou Yu's situation. What? He actually has a second 9 secrets? That makes sense. No wonder he was able to sense the fighting character secret. Being the same 9 secrets, they are indeed able to sense each other. Elder ancestors, this Zhou Yu wants to take away Tantai. How should we respond? Unallowable. Tantai. This girl is the head of my Taixian Holy Land's heavenly pride. How can she be taken away by others at will? If word gets out that the hallowed Holy Land actually can't protect the Holy Maiden, won't it make people snicker? Indeed. And the true ancestor has said that Tantai is bellwether of luck, and that it is not to be given up easily. That being said, then how are we going to explain ourselves to Zhou Yu? Is it hard to reject his good intentions and give up the all-character secret? Absolutely impossible. The art of the 9 secrets. Rare in the world. Ordinary people meet one of them in a lifetime and cannot be obtained. Now in front of us, there is no reason to miss it? So, in the old ancestor's defense? A mere quasi-emperor, 9 heavens. I don't believe I can't hold him. As long as he is imprisoned in the Forbidden Land, I won't worry about forcing out the all-character secrets. Not bad. This quasi-emperor was able to retreat from the 9 secrets sea in one piece. There may be more than 9 secrets hidden on his body. If I can dig them all out, my Taixian Holy Land will have an even deeper base. Perhaps the next reward from the Starry Sky 10,000 races ranking will be able to allow true ancestors to break through the shackles and step onto the path to immortality. Good. Then the old man will wake up the true ancestor, and with his old man's hand, that Zhou Yu will surely be taken down. Zhou Yu was naturally unaware of the Taixian Holy Land's machinations, and at this moment, his eyes were sizing up the stunningly beautiful figure in front of him that looked like an exiled fairy from the 9 heavens, completely different from Ji Yueying. The Tantai in front of her just stood there with a fairy temperament that did not eat earthly fire. That tall stature, impeccable curves, and those perfect features that seemed to be carefully carved by the heavens, as if it resonated with both heaven and earth, and merged with the great Tao in general. I wonder what your honored guest has to say about meeting the latecomer. Tantai's voice was ethereal, as if she were a fairy. Zhou Yu tapped his fingers and said slowly, this seat uses the all-character secret from the Taixian Holy Land in exchange for you to follow me. Are you willing to do so? Chapter 49, the district's formation diagrams can be broken with one fist of the sacred body. What? Tantai was first stunned, followed by a flash of surprise above her pretty face. She had thought that her master had asked her to come, that there was an honored guest who wanted to see her, and that the purpose of her coming was to chat with the honored guest for a few moments and wait for him to return. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yu had actually raised such unexpected words right from the start, instantly causing Tantai to be caught off guard. Fortunately, as a holy maiden, her mind city is far from ordinary disciples. After being surprised, she smiled faintly and exhaled like an orchid. Senior is joking. Senior is only a disciple of the Taixian Holy Land. How is it worth exchanging for the 9 secrets? There's no need to be modest. If this seat says you're worth it, you're worth it. Zhou Yu looked at her with aggression in his gaze. Now it depends on how your Holy Land chooses. You might as well guess. Between you and the 9 secrets, how will the Holy Land choose? This is how the elders of the Holy Land choose. The disciple does not dare to assert. Tanyu replied, dripping with water. Ho ho ho. Zhou Yu smiled faintly. You don't dare to say it, but this seat can answer for you. The desire of the Taixian Holy Land. The attraction of the 9 secrets is far greater than the desire of you, the Holy Maiden of the innate Tao body. Therefore, you are destined to leave with this seat. If it's really the Holy Land's arrangement, the late generation will naturally comply, but everything will have to wait for the Holy Lord to return before it can be decided. Tantai responded coolly. All right. Zhou Yu withdrew his gaze, not bothering to continue pulling the wool over the other party's eyes as he slowly stood up, grabbing Tantai's white wrist between the lifts of his palms and forcibly bringing it in front of him. Since the people have arrived, this seat will not stay much longer. As he spoke, the Tao lines around him rose, and in the midst of Tantai's shocked gaze, he took her and forcefully left the great hall. However, Zhou Yu had just stepped out, only to find that a formation fluctuation actually surfaced over the entire Taixian Holy Land, and the void of the Great Hall where it was located seemed to have been forcibly split apart. He subconsciously wanted to tear the void and leave, but found that the entire void was enveloped by countless Tao lines, turning hard and easily unable to be opened. Your Excellency wants to forcefully rob my Taixian Holy Maiden. Do you think that my Taixian Holy Land has no one? The voice of the Taixian Saint Master, who was hidden in the void, resounded. Robbery? Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow. The Holy Lord is wrong. This seat has just inquired with the holy maiden and received the consent of the other party before making a move. What is there to say about snatching? A mere all-character mystery, and you want to exchange it for the holy maiden of this holy land. Your Excellency is still too whimsical. Saint Master Taishian appeared in the void and said expressionlessly, "Oh." A playful look swept across Zhou Yu's face. Then the sacred lord might as well be straightforward. What conditions will allow me to take the sacred maiden away? Tantai is the holy daughter of my Taishian sacred land. She was personally designated by the true ancestor. How can she be taken away at will? Holy Lord Taishian said indifferently. No conditions can be agreed to. Like this? Zhou Yu heard the words and pondered for a moment. So he simply moved his thoughts and released Tantai, who saw the situation and swept into the array pattern with a flash and disappeared. Then, since the Taishian Holy Land doesn't want to trade, this seat won't be forced to do so. So please ask the Holy Lord to unlock the formation and let this seat leave. However, as the words fell, the fluctuation of the formation pattern shrouded in the void did not stagnate in the slightest, but instead became 3 times more prevalent than before. What does the Holy Lord mean by this? Zhou Yu raised his eyebrows and inquired in mock surprise. When I buried the skeleton just now, I obtained the remnants of Emperor San Xian's Paragon's thoughts. In addition to the battle character secrets, his old man had discovered the all-character secrets, as well as many other secret arts. Now Your Excellency only returns the battle character secrets. I'm afraid that it's not proper, right? Oh, so? Zhou Yu asked. I also request that fellow Taoist Zhou spit out all of his private secret arts, as well as the method of how my San Xian Paragon left the 9 secrets sea, so that only then can I let fellow Taoist Zhou leave. Ha ha ha. Zhou Yu pondered for a moment and suddenly burst out laughing. I sort of understand. The Holy Lord is going to such great lengths just to want this seat to reveal all of its secrets. At the end of his words, a cold fluctuation rose up and down his body, and the words he spat out were instantly icy. This seat can spit. Can the Taishian Holy Land have the ability to listen? May it be heard. Saint Master Taishian responded indifferently, and then the Tao lines around his body surged, directly activating the countless formations completely. Buzz. Countless Tao patterns hidden in the void began to appear, intertwining with each other and transforming into a mysterious and unfathomable formation. These formations were shaped like 8 trigrams, but there was a Xian character inside, and as soon as they appeared, they completely blocked off the void, so that even the quasi-emperors were unable to tear it apart. Wuji is born. Taiji is metaphysical. Boom! With the destruction of Saint Master Tai Xian, all the formation diagrams transformed into millstones and enveloped towards Zhou Yu. Fellow Taoist Zhou, this is my Taishian Holy Land's heaven-sealing reverse Xian Jia Emperor formation. You'd better obediently tie your hands, lest you suffer the pain of having your soul torn apart. Just fight. Where's the bull? Zhou Yu coldly laughed. His footsteps stepped, and his figure met towards the falling formation diagram. And right at that moment, for quasi-emperor's 7th heavenly king surfaced in the void one after the other, destroying the formation diagram at the same time and erupting with infinite light. Obviously, in order to deal with Zhou Yu, a quasi-emperor 9 heavens, the Taishian Holy Land did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Boom! The might in the formation diagram grew stronger and stronger, almost grinding out time and space. Before Zhou Yu could react, it had already fallen. Click! The sound of crushing came from the void, emitting a toothsome grinding sound, as if a giant mouth was constantly chewing. It's done! Seeing Zhou Yu being completely enveloped, several quasi-emperors were heartened. The utility of this grand formation was to wear down the quasi-emperor laws. The other party's cultivation could not be utilized at all, and they could only become fish meat on the chopping board. However, the expected fish did not present itself in the Tao lines. Instead, the inner Tao lines became more and more agitated as time went by. Only a loud sound was heard, and the place where the many formation diagrams were shrouded exploded, and an incomparable figure of greatness appeared from it all at once. Zhou Yu's hair flew. His aura was like an immortal king descending to the world, and when he punched out, all the formation diagrams clicked and cracked. Then it was smashed into pieces by a few more punches from Zhou Yu. The terrifying backlash caused several Paragon Emperors' faces to change drastically. How is that possible? This is a supreme formation that even a quasi-emperor can suppress, and it can actually be destroyed by him? Not good. This aura, it's the saint body, the desolate ancient saint body. What? Zhou Yu's body was bursting with aura, and the power of the desolate ancient saint body blossomed like a human-sized ferocious beast, completely destroying the surrounding grand formation in a few clicks. This is the means of the Taishian Holy Land? It's really disappointing to this seat. Zhou Yu raised his hand and pointed to the depths of the Taishian Holy Land. Come out, old dog who hides his head. This seat will teach you today that if you want to take my things, you must first be prepared to drop your bones. Boom! As he slammed his fist out, the void collapsed, and the terrifying fist power spread over along the cracks, directly slamming into the depths of the Taishan Holy Land. At this moment, all the disciples in the entire Taishan Holy Land looked up in shock, seeing a pitch-black crack spreading over from the top of their heads, as if it was going to tear apart the entire Taishan Holy Land at once. If this kind of crack was not stopped by anyone, it was feared that the entire Taishan Holy Land would be largely destroyed under this strike. However, just as the crack was spreading, deep within Taishan, a large hand covered in scales poked out from it all at once, slapping it on top of the crack. Chapter 50, Destroying the Supreme Being Again. Click. The crack came to an abrupt end above the large hand, and then an incomparably terrifying wave revived from the depths of Taishan. Zhou Yu's eyes narrowed vainly as his divine thoughts spread towards the depths of the Taishan Holy Land, where a middle-aged figure clad in black robes was slowly withdrawing his palms. On top of his arm, one could clearly see the presence of a piece of scale that looked like a dragon scale. Instead of spreading all over the body, the dragon scales favored only half of the face. Half a true dragon? Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow. From the other party he sensed a refractory aura. That aura seemed to have transcended the quasi-emperor and reached the realm of a great emperor. However, it was different from a great emperor, and did not have the imperial aura that pressed across the ages, and was not a true great emperor. This kind of aura was exactly the same as the Yin-Yang Supreme that Zhou Yu had previously encountered in the middle of the 9 spectral seas. Another Supreme? Zhou Yu's expression twitched as he suddenly thought of the legend of the Taishan Holy Land. Rumor had it that since the first Holy Lord started the Holy Land to step onto the path to immortality, there had been a Holy Lord in the Taishan Holy Land who created the radiant and glorious Holy Land era. That Holy Lord was once a Taishan emperor who had suppressed everything, and it was rumored that in his later years, he had stepped onto the path of immortality in search of the opportunity to become an immortal. So far, he had become a legend. But now it seemed that the other party had either failed to become an immortal or had not stepped onto the path of becoming an immortal at all, so he had cut himself to become a supreme being. So, when the dark age of turbulence came, he had a hand in it? Zhou Yu suddenly realized that the dark turmoil had opened up and countless supreme beings had revived, devouring the flesh and blood of the earth to renew their lives. The Taishan Holy Land had indeed experienced that era, but ultimately survived. Originally, he was curious, but now he understood that it wasn't that the Taishan sacred ground was deep. It was clearly that the other side had a supreme being who was also involved in the turmoil. Good. I was worried that I couldn't find a third emperor soul, but you've brought it to my door by yourself. Zhou Yu grinned, his figure advancing instead of retreating, his great sacred body crossing the void in one step, arriving in front of that true ancestor, and slamming his fist out. Boom! The fists of the two collided, and the true ancestor raised his scale-covered palm to grip Zhou Yu's fist. Terrifying Tao rules and fluctuations spread. Even the surrounding array patterns couldn't withstand it and all of them collapsed. The void collapsed, the turbulence raged, and countless elders and great powers who were still in seclusion were completely annihilated before they could react. This was the terror of a collision between a great sacred body and a supreme being. This time, even Saint Master Taishan didn't dare to approach. The might of the great completion sacred body and the supreme true ancestor couldn't even be resisted by him. This ruthless person that came out of nowhere is actually able to fight against a true ancestor? No one answered as they looked at the figures that stretched out against each other, and even the true ancestors seemed to be falling behind. Click, 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 letting the true ancestor's dragon scale arm block. Zhou Yu's fist was slowly pressing down, unable to resist at all. The great completion saint body is worthy of being the strongest saint body in the world. It's truly outstanding. Hoarse words rang out from the true ancestor's mouth with envy in his tone. If this emperor could possess it, would he not be able to live a second life? Second life? Zhou Yu snorted. You don't have a chance. Boom! His fist power erupted, and his fleshly body of the great completion saint body was nearly invincible, smashing his opponent backwards almost instantly. The true ancestor, whose half of his body was covered in cracks, stabilized his form without much fluctuation on his face. When this emperor was in turmoil last time, he was lucky enough to plunder several true dragon bloodlines, but unfortunately, the fusion wasn't ideal. He took a step forward, and suddenly the scales on his body seemed to come to life and began to spread over towards the other side, while the aura on his body also climbed upward as the scales spread. It's just right to borrow your holy body to help this emperor embark on the path to immortality. Boom! The last word fell. His whole body had been completely wrapped in scales, and then with a gentle step, his figure disappeared from the void at once. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Zhou Yu, and a pair of dragon claws clawed down at Zhou Yu together. Ouch! Dull lines that looked like the roar of a true dragon twisted and surfaced, and terrifying fluctuations exploded, almost completely piercing through the heavens and earth. Seeing this, Zhou Yu's expression was cold as his figure similarly rushed out and collided with the other party. The collision of the great completion sacred body and the true dragon bloodline. The ancient true dragon, known as the head of the 10 fowls, was not only extremely terrifying in its sense of Tao and reasoning, but its fleshly body was equally unrivaled. It was the first time that Zhou Yu had seen someone who was able to collide with his physical body, which made him very happy. The two of them continuously intersected and collided in the void, each strike piercing through the heavens, simply destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. At first, true ancestor Tai Xian was still able to separate himself from Zhou Yu, but gradually, he felt his qi and blood begin to decay, and his true dragon bloodline began to weaken. On the contrary, Zhou Yu simply grew more and more courageous as he began to gradually suppress him. Tai Xian true ancestor did not have the slightest expression on his face, but in his heart, he began to think of countermeasures. At this rate, he was definitely not Zhou Yu's opponent. Boom! Under a vicious collision, true ancestor Tai Xian's figure retreated sharply and did not strike again. Instead, a great emperor's law rose up from his body. This emperor admits that with your current saint body, your physical body alone is no match for you. Tai Xian true ancestor's tone was calm, and no joy or sorrow could be heard, but that's where it all ends. As he spoke, he suddenly made a stroke with his palm, only to see the void open up, and in the midst of the cracks, an ancient grave loomed up, which had no tombstone, but exuded a heavenly aura of fury. Seemingly sensing his call, the grave suddenly cracked with a click, and a pitch-black demonic blade rose from it all at once, falling into the true ancestor's hands with only a flash. Buzz! In an instant, a mighty energy from a great emperor blossomed. Imperial weapon, Xuanji refining fury blade. The way cultivated by this emperor is the 100 refining avenue, refining the world's length, casting the emperor, taking the length of 100, then to seize 100. Naturally, to create 100 killings, there are many sins, and it is natural for the mind to be affected. The Tai Xian true ancestor, who held the Xuanji refining fury blade in his hand, whispered softly to himself as if he was reminiscing. That's why this emperor then stripped the affected baleful qi, along with this emperor's bloodline, to condense this emperor's soldier that is linked to this emperor's bloodline. As he spoke, the blade trembled slightly, as if responding to Tai Xian true ancestor's words. This emperor said all this to tell you that you died, not unjustly. Buzz! Only to see him raise his hand and make a stroke. Countless baneful qi erupted above the dome of the sky, as if it was covering the sky and the sun. The pitch-black bane blade flew up in the air, turning into a 10,000-foot bane blade in an instant, and slightly pressed against Zhou Yu. Click! A pitch-black blade then tore through everything and enveloped towards Zhou Yu. Good timing! Unexpectedly to true ancestor's surprise, Zhou Yu was not shocked but pleased at the sight, and with a low gulp, he actually greeted the fury blade towards it. As he watched the blade approach, one word came out of his mouth. Soldier! Buzz! Only to see that in mid-air, the Xuanji refining fury blade, which had just been connected to the true ancestor's bloodline, shook violently and actually fell into Zhou Yu's hands. With that, Zhou Yu raised his hand and slashed out. Swish! A familiar black aura surfaced, only this time, instead of splitting Zhou Yu, it was splitting the true ancestor. The secret of the soldier's word? Impossible! The Tai Xian true ancestor let out a fierce cry of surprise, never expecting that Zhou Yu actually had the soldiering character secret in addition to the fighting character secret and the all character secret. He had the intention to react, but it was already too late. Only a click was heard as his own Xuanji refining fury slashed at himself, nearly splitting his great emperor body in half. Not waiting for the Tai Xian true ancestor to scream miserably, in the void a large streamer with a gloomy atmosphere had already been waiting for a long time. The red dust empress quietly stood outside the human emperor's streamer, and with a finger of one hand, countless soul chains rushed out at once, piercing through it. Then, amidst the dazed gaze of the Tai Xian Holy Land, the divine soul of the Tai Xian true ancestor was rigidly pulled out. Zhou Yu had even taken away the divine soul of an existence such as the Yin Yang Supreme Being, so how could the Tai Xian true ancestor, who was only one person, escape his fate? Watching the red dust empress accomplish her feat, Zhou Yu had a smile on his face as he looked towards the dumbfounded Holy Lord Tai Xian and the others. The bottom is gone. Now, it's your turn. Chapter 51 with Fish. Boom! The human emperor streamers struck out one after another, directly pulling the two quasi-emperor seventh heavenly creatures into it and completely exterminating them. The one remaining quasi-emperor nine heavens was the Tai Xian Holy Lord, who was simply scared out of his wits. Even the strongest true ancestor in the entire Tai Xian Holy Land was no match for Zhou Yu, so who could stop him? Fellow Daoist Zhou, Associate Emperor Zhou, Great Emperor Zhou, this matter is just a misunderstanding. He repeatedly opened his mouth to beg for forgiveness. Everything was the true ancestor's coveting of the Great Emperor's secret technique, which is why he ordered us to lay a heavenly net. It has nothing to do with my Tai Xian Holy Land. Seeing that Zhou Yu was unmoved, he said repeatedly. Don't you want the Taishian holy maiden? She can be given to you, as long as you spare the old man. She you can just take away. With that, Saint Lord Taishian grabbed Tantai, who was still stunned next to him, and sent her in front of Zhou. She's sent to you, and Great Emperor Zhou can take her away without exchanging any secret techniques. Master! An unbelievable cry escaped from Tantai's mouth. How could she not expect that she actually ended up being sent out by her master's initiative? Don't call me master. From now on, you are Great Emperor Zhou's person. Saint Lord Taishian hurriedly looked at Zhou. Great Emperor Zhou, before you said that you only wanted Tantai. Now that the person has been given to you, you should always forget about it, right? Oh, don't worry. Zhou smiled faintly. I've got what I should take. This seat's fists will not kill you. A greedy person who is afraid of death. Upon hearing this, Holy Lord Taishuan's heart was slightly relieved, and he was about to open his mouth, but he suddenly felt that the laws behind him were raging, and when he looked back, the soul chains of the human emperor's streamer had already pierced towards him. No! He almost subconsciously wanted to flee, but unfortunately, the void around him had long been blocked by imperial soldiers. There was not the slightest possibility of escape, and he could only watch as he was dragged into the human emperor streamer. But, this seat still has a human emperor streamer, and it's afraid that it won't be able to oblige. Retracting his gaze, Zhou grabbed Tantai and rose up in the air, arriving outside the Taishian Holy Land. Red Dust Empress, exterminate the entire Holy Land. Leaving behind a sentence, Zhou was about to leave, but Tantai, who was on the side, heard it but hurriedly opened her mouth. No! What? You still remember that master's old favor? Zhou looked at her. The master is ruthless. I could care less. Tantai gave a deep bow to Zhou. But Tantai has grown up in the Holy Land since she was a child, and many of her fellow disciples among them. I implore Senior to let them off the hook. Release them? Zhou sneered. On what grounds? Tantai would like to follow Senior for the rest of her life and be Senior's handmaiden. I only beg Senior to spare the Taishian Holy Land. Tani pleaded. Handmaiden? Not enough. Zhou frowned slightly and looked at Tantai condescendingly. What this seat wants is not a servant girl. Elder. Tantai naturally knew what Zhou was thinking. Only that she was ice clear and pure, and had never thought of having trespassed with a man, so now she was naturally hesitant. Seeing her like this, a hint of an evil smile appeared on Zhou's face. Tantai, don't you want to preserve your fellow disciples from the Taishian Holy Land? If you comply with this seat will spare them. You don't want your fellow disciples to be exterminated either, do you? Jie. Listening to Zhou's laughter, Tantai's silver teeth clenched tightly before she finally nodded heavily. Alright, please Senior. Don't go back on your word. Ha ha ha, that's natural. Zhou laughed out loud and raised his hand. And with a wave of his hand, the soul chains in the human emperor's streamer rose up and swept away the remaining quasi-emperors in the Holy Land. And then he brought Tantai along with him to leave. Seeing that the entire Taishian Holy Land was preserved, Tantai was also slightly relieved and believed Zhou. Only, at the same time they left, Academy Master Gu Yun of the Haoran Academy tore through the void and revealed himself outside of the Taishian Holy Land. It is true that the patriarch is farsighted. With such accumulation, why would I worry about my Haoran Academy not being able to become the second Holy Land in the Eastern Lands? The ancient Cloud Academy master's mouth split behind his ears as he looked at the Holy Land that had already lost all of its experts. Compared to whatever family they had before, the resources of the Taishian Holy Land were literally dozens of times more than that. Now all of them belonged to Haoran Shuyuan. No, it was all belonging to the Zhou clan, and the Haoran Academy was able to take 30%. Although it was only 30%, it still made the ancient Cloud Academy master ecstatic. In just a single movement of his thoughts, the imperial weapon Vast Iron Scroll, which shimmered with a vast golden light, had already arrived above the head of the Holy Land. Buzz! The vast golden light that symbolized the Ru Dao mastery had turned into a hypnotic note at this moment, and wherever it passed, all the figures continued to dissolve under the light's illumination. The human emperor streamer on the side had been waiting there for a long time, constantly taking a soul into the human emperor streamer. On the other hand, Zhou brought Tantai back on top of the void battleship, and as soon as he landed, Ji Yueying, who had been cultivating, took the initiative to welcome him. See my lord. Aha! Zhou nodded slightly. This is Tantai, who will follow me in the future. Congratulations my lord. Ji Yueying naturally knew the meaning and bowed. On the other side, looking at the 9 underworld phoenix aura on Ji Yue's body, if anything, a flash of surprise surfaced on Tantai's face. With this kind of talent, how could they willingly follow each other? Teach her to come to this seats room after an incense burns. Zhou left behind a sentence and stepped inside the void warship on his own. Disappearing. Teach what? waiting for Zhou Yu to leave. Tantai's beautiful eyes carried doubts in them. The room. What? Tantai's small mouth slightly opened. Somewhat incredulous. Does this still need to be taught? Why not? After Ji Yueying was controlled by Zhou Yu, she was already dead to him. Ice and fire. Guanyin sitting lotus. Upside down golden hook. Do you know these? Tantai was like listening to a heavenly book. Then you know even less about black silk, white silk, fishing nets, thongs, and hates. The corner of Ji Yuyao's mouth revealed a rare smugness. Then obediently follow me. You have a lot to learn. And a lot more. She did not have the slightest bit of jealousy in her heart. She just did her best to assist Tantai, dressing her up to please Zhou Yu as much as possible. With seed influence, she only hoped to please her master. The void warship was still shuttling through the void turbulence, and just outside the door of Zhou Yu's retreat room, Tantai, who had already finished dressing up, stood at the doorway, while Ji Yuing was standing with her hands hanging down, her tone respectful. My lord, Tani is properly groomed. Come in. Faint words came out from within the room, and Ji Yuing, who was on the side, raised her hand to signal, and then she floated away. It was the first time Tantai had ever done such a thing, and even though she was lonely and cool, her heart couldn't help but beat a little. Thinking about it, she pushed open the door to her room. Once inside, he saw that Zhou Yu was sitting on top of a soft foreign beast fur sofa, and it just so happened that the other party's gaze came with him. Zhou Yu's pupils shrunk slightly as the Tantai in front of him, dressed in a snow-white brocade hollowed-out damask dress, set off the beautiful jade-like skin. The lower part of the split was very high, and a pair of incomparably long, unblemished long legs were wrapped in a layer of thin socks compiled from snow-colored silk. Jade feet did not wear shoes. Snow-colored stockings wrapped, can clearly see a pearl round toes like porcelain. Buzz! Zhou Yu raised his hand in with a wave. Tantai was sucked close to him, and with a slight grip of his palm, the other party's crystal-like delicate ankle fell into his hand. With just a slight sweep, he could see 5 pearls pulsing nervously under his stockings. At this moment, Tantai's face was like a peach blush, and her temples were in a haze. She had never made such a humiliating gesture before. No need to be nervous. First time, just get used to it, Zhou Yu said and slowly stood up his form, ready to tell the other party a story titled, Eel and Abalone. Chapter 52, 3 years flew by. Human Emperor Streamer begins. Legend has it that eels often like to burrow, especially if they are big and long. And, the wetter the burrow, the more it likes to burrow. All of these places, it happens to be the abalone habitat zone, except that some of the growth time is very short. Abalone open and close very hard. Eels drilled into these abalone will feel unusually strenuous. This, on the contrary, has aroused the eel's competitive spirit. It frantically force, attempting to use its own strong and powerful mouth to tear open the abalone's defenses. The two sides are mortal enemies. Meat naturally will not have the possibility of good. For a moment, the shellfish's armor struggled desperately and began to tremble as it began to fight with the great eel, constantly spitting out sticky liquid and wrapping itself around it in an attempt to cause trouble for its mortal enemy. However, the strength of the deadly enemy is after all disparity. The body length is too high. The diameter is exaggerated. Especially at this moment under the ferocious trend. The body is hard, even if it is again for the hard armor, but also simply resist not, was successfully pried open. Invisibly, miserable screams passed out from within the abalone, blood gurgling out of control. Under Zhou Yu's careful narration, this scene of storytelling lasted for as long as half an hour before it was finally finished. Phew! Zhou Yu gently exhaled a breath, the color of unfulfilled intention lingering on his face. After all, Tantai was too young and not as smooth as Ji Yueying, so he moved his thoughts and his divine thoughts spread towards the distance. Ji Yuya, my lord. Ji Yuing, who was sitting in a closed coil, bowed and responded at his words. Come here, together. Yes. Ji Yuyu's cheeks blushed slightly, but she didn't hesitate to get up and come into the middle of the room. The story of this scene continues to be told, over and over and over again. Finally, when the void battleship tore through the void and appeared above the Zhou clan, Zhou Yu only stopped his narration and stood up from the middle of the room. The two of you should cultivate diligently. It won't be long before the secret realm of the 10,000 clans opens. This is your chance. My lord. Aha, yes, my lord. Zhou Yu left and returned to his cave, ordering people to prepare the retreat cave for Ji Yuing and Tantai, while he himself was counting the harvest of this trip. Firstly, within the human emperor's streamer, the 3 emperor's souls had already gathered, and for a short period of time, by virtue of the means of the Red Dust Empress, the limit of refining had already been reached. On top of that, the hundreds of millions of other harvested souls are huge and equally useful. Furthermore, The yin-yang coffin of the yin-yang supreme being was an imperial weapon that combined with each other and could evolve the yin-yang Dao. As for true ancestor Taishuan's Xuanji refining fury blade, it was also an imperial soldier, and Zhou Yu intended to refine it himself. Anyway, he had the secret of the character of soldier, so controlling this treasure would not be difficult. This is still the big head. The rest of those corpses, the resources, has already been called a huge amount. In particular, the Taishian Holy Land, which had a strong heritage of its own, was now being taken down by the Zhou clan in one fell swoop. Soon, a large amount of resources were shipped back and began to be distributed as rewards to the Zhou clan's sons and daughters, who had to be completely loyal to the Zhou clan. To be exact, to Zhou Yu, want to obtain resources, in addition to the natural talent to go through the test, but also to make a heavenly oath, once contrary to the end of the miserable. But once the Zhou clan's approval was obtained, countless resources were sent out like no money, and every day, almost nothing needed to be done. Just cultivate, cultivate, and cultivate again. Of course, Zhou Yu knew the importance of actual combat fighting and could not cultivate flowers in a greenhouse, which did not have the slightest significance for the entire Zhou clan. One must go through the test of life and death to become truly strong. The reason why he had nurtured the Zhou clan so much was not because of anything else, but the rewards of the Starry Sky 10,000 clans ranking, which had an extremely important role to play in his clan chief's participation in the realm of the Great Empress. This is a point that must be taken seriously. A few short months had passed, and the entire Zhou clan was already thriving and prosperous. This is a good sign, so that Zhou Yu cannot help but feel that killing and setting fire to the Golden Belt really need to plunder other clans' resources in order to be able to make their own community rise. However, now was not the time. Less than 3 years had passed since the opening of the secret realm, and he needed to seize the opportunity to raise the cultivation of Ji Yuyo and Tantai, and at the same time, offer up the human emperor streamer so that it would be enough to trap the sky shading mirror. There is a second time, not a third time. This time, he had to exterminate Su Chen. Zhou Yu believed that Su Chen must have been thinking the same way, desperately trying to improve and wanting to seek revenge on himself. Therefore, the secret realm of the 10,000 clans, he had to go. Time flies like a white horse. In the blink of an eye more than 2 years had passed, and the entire Zhou clan had already undergone radical changes. During these 2 years or so, Zhou Yu had to practice yin-yang upside-down divine intercourse strong soul scripture with Tantai and Ji Yuing on weekdays in addition to instructing them in their cultivation, and he had to practice it several times a day for nearly 3 years without interruption. The seeds in the souls of the two men were already deeply rooted and completely honed in on themselves. Of course, in order not to delay their progress, for the rest of the time, Zhou Yu would still be practicing the yin-yang upside-down divine intercourse strong soul scripture with the Red Dust Empress, as well as Su Nishang, an existence that he treated as if it was a plaything in general, which he did not give up on either. After all, although the other party had backstabbed Su Chen, at the critical moment, it might still be able to have a strange effect. Lady Chasing Cloud's status was conversely similar to Su Nishang's, and was likewise a plaything. The difference was that the other party was, after all, in the Great Sage realm, with a tough body that could be tossed around at will, and one could generally test out various new ways of playing on it when trying out various new ways of playing on one's own. All in all, over these 3 years, Zhou Yu could be said to be busy and very fulfilled. Finally, the day of the opening of the secret realm drew near. All the preparations are also gradually on the agenda. Buzz, Zhou clan's deepest land, like a secret realm like a small world, an eerie human emperor streamer is emitting fluctuations of brightness and uncertainty. On the side, the Red Dust Empress' beautiful eyes looked at the human emperor streamer. Between her jade hand lifting up, a Tao of Laws pattern flowed out, one after another, into the human emperor streamer chains, essence blood. With a soft shout from her mouth, Zhou Yu, who was waiting on the side, flexed his fingers and a drop of his own essence blood swept out and was put into the human emperor streamer. In an instant, the human emperor streamer erupted with sky-high black light, and countless hideous nether soul chains scattered in all directions before violently retracting and then transforming into countless runes branded on top of the human emperor streamer. Boom! Astonishingly loud sounds came, and the entire small world maintained by the formation actually shattered under this fluctuation. The void exploded, and even the turbulence completely dissolved. Finally, the human emperor streamer was revealed, and unlike before, on top of the miserably white human emperor streamer, there were actually 3 more humanoid silhouettes at the moment, and if one looked closely, the silhouettes were, of course, the yin-yang supreme being, as well as the Taishian true ancestor. The 3 emperor souls had completely surfaced above the human emperor streamer. Phew! The Red Dust Empress lightly breathed a sigh of relief, a look of relief on her face. It's done! These 3 years of sacrificing and refining, Finally they can be refined into an artifact spirit. Nowadays, this human emperor streamer of yours is infinitely close to a quasi-immortal artifact, and even an imperial weapon cannot be suppressed. Only a quasi-immortal weapon? Zhou raised his eyebrows, feeling somewhat less than satisfied. The Red Dust Empress rolled her eyes. Do you think immortal weapons are so easy to refine? Not to mention that you have 3 emperor souls. Even if 6 immortal souls were to gather together and want to completely metamorphose, it would be difficult to succeed without 1,000 years of sacrificing. It's only been 3 short years, and to have 3 emperor souls under the control of the human emperor streamer is already very rare. Forget it, whatever it is, all I care about is, can it restrict the sky shading mirror? What immortal weapon or not? Zhou didn't care. What mattered was to restrict the sky shading mirror and get Su Chen killed. If it is manipulated by this emperor, no matter if it's the sky covering gate or the sky covering shield, it will never move within 10 breaths. Yes, looking at the confidence on the Red Dust Empress's pretty face, Zhou smiled faintly. There was no need for 10 breaths. Even if there was only a 1 breath limit, that Su Chen would definitely die. Chapter 53, Central State. Gate of Xian Huang. Woo! The low horn sound that was like the roar of a giant beast resounded throughout the Zhou clan's land, and at this moment, all of them stopped their cultivation steps and followed the sound to look over. Woo! 9 sounds in a row, echoing endlessly within the entire Zhou clan's clan lands. The secret realm of the 10,000 races. Is it finally going to start? A clan elder murmured. His heart lifted. For 3 years, the Zhou clan had bided their time and kept saving up, waiting for the 10,000 clan's secret realm to open. And now, it had finally appeared. This was an opportunity for the Zhou clan to rise, an opportunity to announce the arrival of the Zhou clan to the entire Xianhuan Great World. It's been too long for this day to finally come. Let's go. We will set foot on the land of the 10,000 clans and raise the prestige of my Zhou clan. The next Starry Sky 10,000 races ranking will definitely have a place for my Zhou race. All of this is due to the Patriarch. Without the Patriarch, wouldn't my Zhou clan have the splendor it has today? The Patriarch has helped me to rise above the clouds, and I will return the Patriarch's name to the 10,000 worlds. This life, not in vain, only to spill blood in the secret realm and battle the blue sky. A single figure soared up from the place of seclusion and gathered towards the great hall of the clanland. There, a void battleship was already poised and ready to depart, and as long as Zhou gave the order, it would be able to set sail. Zhou in the void warship prow standing with his arms folded, distantly looking at the figures gathered below. Ji Yueying and Tantai Yi, the 2 women are the most outstanding. Just 3 years, the strength has already stepped into the void sky realm, in which, Ji Yueying void sky realm won heavens. As for Tantai Yi, she was at the 5th level of the void sky realm. In terms of cultivation, Tantai Yi was the first person of the younger generation. Ji Yueying was second. But, Ji Yueying possessed the 9 underworld phoenix bloodline. His own battle power was not inferior to the void sky realm 3rd heaven. If he exploded his secret techniques, I'm afraid he could fight with Tantai Yi. Other than that, in the younger generation, there was another person, Zhou Feng. Ever since the last tragic defeat to Su Chen, Zhou Feng had indeed been dealt a blow, and with Zhou Yu's arrangement, his strength had also impacted to the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace within 3 years' time. However, in order to be able to create trouble for Su Chen, Zhou Yu forcefully instilled him to break through the first sky of the void sky realm. In this way, Zhou Feng would be able to execute his plan with Ji Yueying and Tantai Yi in the light and Ji Yueying and Tantai Yi in the dark. One must know that the secret realm of the 10,000 clans, in which 300 years of age is the demarcation, and below 300 years of age, is the younger generation. And those who are 300 years old or older do not look at their years, but at their cultivation. Anyone under the law realm saints could enter in search of a chance. The former was for the younger generation to seek opportunities and enhance their potential, while the latter was plundering. There were countless resources within the 10,000 clans mysteries, which needed to be constantly fought over, and the more one fought over, the more favorable it would be for one's own ethnic group, the more favorable it would be. This was why the secret realm of the 10,000 races was so valued by the Xianhuan Great World. Just wait, now that I've broken through the void sky realm, I'll definitely be able to decimate you. Zhou Feng clenched his fists and muttered, his eyes filled with hatred. At that time, my father will definitely recognize that I have more potential than my elder brother. Zhou Yu naturally didn't know what this cheap son was thinking as he swept over the crowd and spoke in a deep voice. Are we all here? Reporting to the Patriarch, the Grand Duke has not returned. The great sage on the side bowed. Zhou King? Zhou Yu raised his eyebrows. He naturally remembered this eldest son of his, who was also the existence that gave Su Chen experience after the 10,000 races secret realm in the original. Only, the other party, apart from being arrogant and domineering, was also a martial arts nerd. or to be precise, a demonic cultivator. The destiny itself is also very strong, otherwise it wouldn't have given away experience until the middle of the game. It was precisely because the other party practiced demonic skills that he acted recklessly and often could not be found. So Zhou had never taken him to heart before. I heard someone mention it today, and I didn't realize that this guy was actually going to miss out on this secret world. Forget it. No wait. Zhou shook his head. This time in the secret realm, he was determined to get Su Chen killed. At that time, it didn't matter if Zhou Qin came or not. Depart. There was no need for any mobilizing kind of words. Just the 4 words 10,000 races secret realm. Everyone knew what was at stake. Boom! A dozen huge void battleships rose up one after another at that moment, tearing through the void and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Central State. Xianhuang Forbidden Region. Here, the mountains are continuous. 10,000 ravines competing for glory, but the qi emanating from them cannot let any living beings survive. Stretching for 10,000 miles in the mountain range, all of them are dead and gray, cannot see the slightest living beings. In the midst of the mountains, in the middle of an ancient deep valley, loomed the massive stone gate, which was hollowed out, with ancient divine patterns flowing through it, emanating Tao and reason. If one were to take a closer look, one would be able to see that there was imperial might emanating from it, and moreover, there was more than one type of it. This door, called the Gate of Xianhuang, it was forged by the great emperors of the Xianhuang world, and every generation of great emperors that appeared would reinforce the Xianhuang Gate, so much so, that the emperors might contained within the gate turn 10,000 miles in every direction into forbidden land. Why does this Gate of Xianhuang exist? The reason was simple. Only through this Xianhuang Gate could one step out of the boundary membrane of the Xianhuang Great World and reach the land of stars. And in this way, one would be able to travel to the secret realm of the 10,000 races. For tens of thousands of years, the boundary membrane of the Xianhuang world had been the root of preventing the invasion of the world by otherworldly great emperors, and all the living beings of the Xianhuang world were not allowed to destroy it. If you want to leave, you can only go through the Gate of Xianhuang. The Gate of Xianhuang, on the other hand, would only be opened by the major powers when it was an important matter. If someone can achieve the great emperor realm, that didn't require the Gate of Xianhuang to enter and exit the boundary membrane, and also to reinforce the boundary membrane to prevent outside great emperors from entering. This is an iron law set by the great emperor for tens of thousands of years. From the position where the Xianhuang Gate was located, the eastern land, the central state, the southern forest, the northern barbarians, and the western desert, of which the central state was naturally the most prosperous. Click! As the void trembled, an ancient warship tore through the void and manifested from within. This one warship is thousands of feet, on which flags are displayed. Its bow position, a hideous, like a green ox-like beast head emerges, the beast head curved horns rushing to the sky, exudes the aura of tearing everything. It seems that it's my herd clan that's the first to come. Ha ha! A bright laughter came from above it, and the eyes all looked toward the Gate of Xianhuang. Right at this moment, the second warship also appeared from the void, and compared to the hideous and ancient warship, this one was actually all wrapped in lotus leaves, exuding a divine aura. Yaoqi Holy Land, one of the most powerful holy lands in the central state. Click! Electricity was generated in the void, and a sword broke through the sky as a warship filled with sword chi similarly tore through the void, emitting a sharp aura as it appeared. Sword Courtly Clan. Fresh! A loud and clear sound of a crane resounded through the void, and a series of several ferocious beasts that covered the sky stepped through the void and appeared, similarly causing exclamations of surprise amongst the crowd of warships. It's the Holy Land of 10,000 beasts, the Imperial Clan's people. Soon, strong men from all sides appeared one after another, most of them one, or several warships, which were densely covered with strong men, standing in the air around the entire Xianhuang Gate, waiting quietly. The central state is worthy of being a place of greatness. I can't imagine that there are actually so many forces in existence, just within the Yaoqi Holy Land. An ordinary woman who had concealed her aura let out a whisper. Senior Sister Susu, you don't know. 1 Yao, 2 swords, and 3 empire clans. This is only 3 of them that have come, and there are still 2 more yet to come. The woman with the dusty temperament on the side was explaining carefully. So that's how it is. Thank you, Senior Sister Linglong. The senior sister known as Susu nodded her head in acknowledgement and stood beside the other party, lightly sniffing the ethereal fragrance emanating from the other party's body, with a faintly unnoticeable flash of intoxication in her eyes. She looked at the other party's side face and secretly whispered, Senior Sister Linglong, when I, Su Chen, finish the secret realm, I'll reveal the truth to you. You and I, we are destined to be a pair. Chapter 54 Eastern Land, Central State, Southern Forest, Northern Barbarians, Western Desert. Who would have thought that this mediocre-looking, seemingly featureless female disciple was actually the Heaven's Destiny protagonist? Su-chen change. Over the past 3 years, Su-chen had been repeatedly hunted down by Zhou and plundered for opportunities, and had simply been made to break his heart and find it difficult to live with himself. Even now, even the claim that the sky shading mirror was able to conceal his aura, Su-chen didn't dare to completely rely on it, so he would rather change his appearance, and even change his gender to a woman, just to avoid Zhou's pursuit. Fortunately, ever since he crossed the 9 secret sea with the sky shading mirror, he came to the land of the central state, changed his appearance to join the holy land of Yaoqi, and was even saved by the holy maiden of Yaoqi, Fairy Linglong, by chance. Since then, the two have become fellow disciples. With the concealment of the sky shading mirror, even the Yaoqi quasi-emperor can't see him at all. At the same time, over the past 3 years, the amazing talent that Su-chen has shown has allowed him to mix in the Yaoqi Holy Land, and his strength has even skyrocketed, and he has now stepped into the Void Sky Realm First Heaven, and there are still many cards and secret techniques on his body. It was used by the Yaoan Holy Land as a killer weapon this time. The other, Fairy Linglong, was the strongest in plain sight? The same Void Sky Realm First Sky, the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi, Senior Sister, 1 Yao, 2 Swords, and 3 Emperor clans. Senior Sister doesn't know much about them, so why don't you explain them to me? Suppressing his thoughts, Su-chen inquired in a deep voice. 1 Yao is naturally my Yaoqi Holy Land. These 2 swords, one of them is the Sword Pavilion Li family, known as the first sword in Central State, while the other family, also known for its sword Dao, comes from the Sword Mound Bai family. Rumor has it that each of the Bai family are all murderous sword demons, using the sword to become a demon, killing their bodies and sacrificing their bodies to the sword, so they should not be messed with easily. Fairy Linglong's eyes swept over, but they haven't come yet. If you meet them in the secret realm, remember to stay away from them. As for the 3 Empire clans, it refers to the Empire clans that have at least one quasi-emperor 9 heavens sitting at the helm, namely the Imperial Dao Winning Clan, the 10,000 Beast Imperial Clan, and the Destruction Thunder Clan, and these 6 forces of ours make up the sky of the Central State, and the rest of them are the stars of this world. Not enough to be Doyle. Saying this, her beautiful eyes looked towards Su-chen and instructed. In this, the Thunder Clan and the Sword Mound White family are not to be united, and the other party is also alone, and the rest of the forces, all of them are colluding people, and if utilized appropriately, they can also borrow power from them. Do you remember clearly the information I gave you earlier about those powerful people among your peers? Remember? Su-chen nodded slightly. Li Chongshan, the Li family's natural sword bone, White 7 slayers of the slaying sword into the devil, the Emperor's Dao Heavenly Son, the winning Dao, the 10,000 beasts atlas of Royal Qing Huan, the exterminating thunder god, Lei Kong, and lastly, you, Senior Sister Linglong, are the number 1 person in my Yaohu sacred ground? Regarding Su-chen's deliberately reserved compliments, Fairy Linglong only smiled faintly and floated out of the sky. I'm nothing. If you meet these people, you'd better not fight to the death. Even if you can win, it will be a miserable victory. In addition to these, the strongest people in other places need to be watched out for as well. Seems to think of something, Linglong Fairy added. South Forest many demons. Among them 10,000 demons country is a dominant. 10,000 demons country's royal son, born with a divine body, very strong. The northern barbarians are united. The barbarian god son of the barbarian god's temple is equally powerful and good at refining the body. The body is amazing, comparable to the god's body. There are many monks in the western desert, with the Thunder Sound Temple being the most important, in which the holy monk, An-yi, is known as the young generation that has the most hope of witnessing the Buddha's path, so you should also be careful. What about the eastern lands? Su-chen's mind moved and subconsciously inquired. In the eastern lands in the past, the Taishan Sacred Land was the most powerful, only due to the fact that the quasi-emperor entered the 9 spectral seas and disappeared without a trace, resulting in the decline of the Taishan Sacred Land, and it is rumored that they had a holy maiden with outstanding talent for the innate Taoist body. You can keep an eye out for that when the time comes. The exact information is not known, Linglong Fairy hesitantly said. In addition to this, the 2 emperor clans are also worth noting. The Witch Clan sacrifices to the ancient witch god, and has all sorts of unpredictable abilities, which is impossible to prevent, and the other is the Medicine Clan, which is rumored to be a continuation of the innate Wood Spirit Clan, and is able to break through the mountain spiritual veins, and it is simply easy to find the opportunity. If you come across it, try to befriend it as much as you can, and you will surely benefit a lot. Senior Sister understands. Su-chen's eyes flickered. He was certain that the other party did not mention the Zhou clan, but this time, the Zhou clan was bound to come. and at that time, maybe that Joyu would appear again. Humph. The secret realm of the 10,000 clans, which cannot be entered above saints. I'll see how you can target me. Su Chen was very confident that as long as he was able to blend into the secret realm of 10,000 races, he would be completely far away from Joyu, and by then, with the sky high and the sea wide, and with opportunities everywhere, he would be able to advance by leaps and bounds. Clank! Just as the two of them were talking, a sword roar came from the void, and it was as if the sky was torn apart by this long sword. Only the moment the void opened up, countless baneful chi rose up, wrapping around a 1,000-foot giant sword slowly probing out. Each of the figures on it had a cold look and carried long swords, and almost all of them bore wounds that became scars. They were not scars, but honors left by their enemies. It is called honor because the enemy has long since been turned into a dead soul. It's the Sword Mound White family. As soon as the Bai family appeared, all the forces around the entire Xian Huang Gate went silent, as if they were very afraid of them. And in front of that huge sword, an old man with a cloak of hair and a dry, thin face had a bloodthirsty luster emanating from his eyes. Jie, you all came early. No one chimed in, not even those who were strong, because the Bai family was just crazy. In response, the old man didn't pay attention and didn't seem to care, but turned his head to look around. Is there anyone else who hasn't arrived? The time is early. How about the old man first spar with a few people? Broken old man, we are waiting. This time it's to travel to the 10,000 clans secret realm. There's no time to spar with you. A quasi-emperor from the Jiang Li family coldly said. Oh, your Li family can sway the seat's thoughts? The broken old man smiled eerily. Is it to fight with this seat? Buzz. As he spoke, there were actually Dao lines rising up and down his body, and demonic smoke rolled out, about to strike. Seeing this, several of the sword pavilion's quasi-emperors snorted coldly, similarly erupting their auras with sharpness. Just as the two were about to go to war, they saw a maiden-like figure within the Yaoqi Holy Land speak. Alright, if your two families are fighting, go somewhere else and don't affect the opening of the gate of Xianhuang. Yaohi's sacred mother, Quasi-Emperor Nine Heavens, rumor has it, has already touched the Emperor's way and is the strongest person in the central state. As soon as she opened her mouth, the Li clan's people slightly stalled, and on the other side, the broken elder's eyes also flowed over the Holy Mother of Yaoqi for a moment. Then he hemmed and hawed and said no more. Boom click, between the roar of thunder. The thunder worship came from the void and the thunder race appeared. Ouch! The angry dragon roared. A shadowy golden dragon coiled into a warship swept in. There were 4 or 5 ships, each of which was bejeweled and luxurious, and the surroundings were even more dazzling with dragon chi, reverberating with immortality. The royal road to winning clan has arrived. Next, the Thunder Sound Temple in the western desert. The No-Phase Nunnery similarly arrived. A demon race warship swept in from the south, and the 10,000 Demon Kingdom was similarly present. Click! The void cracked open. The witch race warships and the medicine race warships appeared almost in no particular order. In addition to that, there were also some weak first-class clans surfacing in the periphery. The only thing that was missing was the Taishan Holy Land, which was the one that they were paying attention to. Is the Taishan Holy Land not participating in the 10,000 races secret realm this time? Some people saw that no one from the Taishan Holy Land had appeared and revealed doubts. Jia, isn't that just right? The first batch to step into the 10,000 clans secret realm can have fewer people. The broken old man of the sword mound smiled grimly. The rest of the powerful people from all sides also nodded slightly at the words. Taishan Holy Land did not come. The first batch to step into the 10,000 races secret realm would have less people to fight over. So, it would be beneficial to all families. Then turn it on. Seeing no objection from the parties, it was proposed. Yes. As a result, the strongest quasi-emperors of each family made a move at the same time. And then they wanted to activate the gate of Xianhuang with the Dao tattoo tokens. But at this moment, the void suddenly a muffled sound, and then was brutally torn open a huge gap of thousands of feet. A domineering and majestic warships from which a rush out. In the front of the flag above, clearly written a Zhou word. Chapter 55, this seat's rules are rules. If it was just one, it might not have drawn attention to itself, but the warship was just the beginning. As this first warship revealed itself from the void, it was followed by the second, the third, the fifth, the 10th. A full 12 warships were lined up in midair, and each one was 1,000 feet huge. Just this row alone was already a sight to behold. Not only that, on top of each of the warships stood a multitude of strong men, crowded and looking oppressive. What kind of family is this? Why is it so grand? The Zhou clan. Is there such a number one clan in the Xinhuang world? Look at this stance. I wonder where it came from. Can it be that it's some kind of hidden family, coming out of the mountains now? I've never heard of it. Those ancient hidden clans that don't come out for 10,000 years have never heard of the existence of the Zhou clan. The crowd murmured, never having seen the existence of such a Zhou clan. As for Su Chen, who saw these worships in the holy land of Yaoqi, his heart immediately jumped wildly, and almost instinctively, he wanted to destroy the sky shading mirror to escape. But he couldn't. The secret realm of the 10,000 races was open, and if he escaped it this time, it would be a lost cause. At the thought of Zhou Yu's existence, Su Chen's heart trembled, and he could only secretly destroy the heaven shading mirror, completely blinding his own heavenly chances, and could not see the slightest hint of a break at all. Ding! You made Su Chen's heart tremble with fear, plundering the heavenly fate value plus 3,000. Above the void battleship, Zhou Yu listened to the sound of prompts that kept coming from within his mind, and his mind moved slightly as he scanned over towards the many forces of the gate of Xianhuang. This guy is hiding in it? Zhou Yu knew that the other party was definitely present, but the effect of the sky shading mirror was too powerful to view the slightest hint. Scanning for a moment, Zhou Yu withdrew his gaze. At a time like this, if he wanted to determine the identity of the other party, unless he was able to decimate all of the forces, he would not be able to do so at all. However, he was new to the area and didn't know the realities of the central state or even the other powers yet, and didn't intend to make a rash move. With that, he just looked at it and raised his hand. The 12 void battleships then pressed towards the nearest location of the gate of Xianhuang, directly occupying the most massive territory. That should have been the location of the Taishan Holy Land, but now it was occupied by the Zhou clan, even expanding outward more than a few times. This instantly caused many forces in the first echelon to look sideways. Is this your excellency's first time participating in the 10,000 clan secret realm? Don't know the rules? As the emperor of the imperial Dao's Win clan, Win Zun frowned slightly, and as an imperial Dao quasi-emperor, he valued the etiquette of a ruler and his subjects the most, so he spoke out to inquire. Rules? What rules? Zhou Yu stood proudly at the bow of the boat, his tone flat. This place is owned by the Taishan Holy Land. Even if no one comes, it shall not be owned by any other power. If any other power wants to replace it, it needs to obtain the approval of the remaining powers. Otherwise, it is treating the great emperor's rules like nothing, and shall be besieged by all the powers. Winzin coldly said. Oh, this. Zhou Yu casually said. This seat has changed. Now that my Zhou clan occupies this position, the other forces don't have any qualifications to object. This seat's rules are the rules. What a bully. Win Zun snorted coldly. The many holy places and clans present are all here, and you actually set the rules on your own. You're too much of a disregard for us, aren't you? His eyes looked to the other forces, signaling the crowd to take a stand for it. Not bad. The secret realm of 10,000 clans is an important trip for my Xianhuang Great World, and it cannot be allowed to be changed at will. The patriarch of the Jiang Ali family nodded. Don't think that if you bring a few more warships, you'll be able to do whatever you want. If the 10,000 beasts sacred ground brought all the imperial beasts, wouldn't it be ranked number 1? The Holy Lord of the Holy Land of 10,000 beasts similarly shook his head. Retreat quickly before this seat destroys you with thunder. Can the rabble be compared to numbers? The crowd came down with a few sentences, but they didn't expect Zhou Yu to stand there, impassive, without the slightest intention of listening. At that exact moment, the broken old man grinned and took a step out. What's the waste of words? Jia. The old man will spar with you first, and you will naturally know the rules. Buzz. As the words fell, only sword light rose in the void, countless Dao patterns intertwined, and in the void, a hideous demonic sword entwined with pitch-black demonic chi emerged from it. This is an imperial soldier. The 10,000 devouring demon sword? Someone let out a gasp of surprise, not expecting that this quasi-emperor Nine Heavens broken elder would actually directly use an imperial weapon right off the bat. Be careful, broken old man. It's fine for you to kill people, but don't destroy the gate of Xianhuang. The Win clan's Win Zun's face changed as he reminded in a deep voice. Jia. The broken old man let out a strange laugh, where he paid no attention to Win Zun's reminder, only to see him holding the 10,000 devouring demon sword and slashing through the air. At once, countless demonic fury rose, in which countless unjust souls hissed, all of which were living beings who had once died under the emperor's soldiers, and were completely devoured by the 10,000 devouring demon sword, becoming part of its demonic fury Dao pattern. As soon as this Dao tattoo alone came out, the void was filled with swarms of demons and visions. The heavens cracked open, as if countless demonic eyes had awakened and were looking down towards the bottom, wanting to turn all of this world into a land of demonic fury. Many disciples with weak hearts and minds screamed and bled from their eyes just by looking at them. Some began to lose their minds and raised their butcher knives to cut themselves on the spot. Seeing this, several quasi-emperors simultaneously snorted coldly, and between the spreading of the Dao lines, they enveloped their own forces as much as they could, which counteracted the effects of the demonic fury, all devouring the heart. Demon slash. The Elder Breaker's divine ability has become more and more refined. Not bad. Although this old thing is a madman, the strength of his divine ability is indeed extraordinary. With the same 9 heavens, that Zhou clan's clan chief, I'm afraid he won't be able to resist. Emperor's soldier plus Dao lines, not to mention him, for the few people present, other than the Holy Mother of Yao Qi, the Emperor Dao winning Zun, and the one from the Li family, who can remain unharmed. It's a pity, with Elder Broken's character. I'm afraid the Zhou clan won't be able to participate in the 10,000 clan's secret realm this time. Humph, what's the pity? That's also their own fault. Thinking that a quasi-emperor 9 heavens is able to suppress everything? Simply not self-important. Between the people's discussion, they had already decided the end of Zhou. After all, the might of the broken elder was too powerful, and with the addition of the imperial soldier, there was basically no chance of an accident. Boom click. The heavens were all torn apart beyond recovery by the demonic fury, and the pitch-black sword light shrouded the circumference of the world, with illusions rising up, causing the mind to be affected. At this moment, even the entire Zhou clan was somewhat unable to bear it, worrying for Zhou. However, Zhou just took one step out. His figure had already arrived in front of the sword light. Then he raised his hand and clenched his fist, slamming it into the void. Boom! The fist comes out, and the desolate ancient world moves. A pale and desolate aura blossomed, and a terrifying to the extreme power was condensed into a point that pounded heavily on top of the sword light. Only a click was heard, and starting from the tip of the sword, cracks in that sword light surfaced and began to spread continuously towards the surroundings. In the end, it completely collapsed amidst the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd. Chapter 56. Anyone else object to my rules? Come forward. I have a reward. What? Someone let out an incredulous gasp of surprise. Elder Breaker's divine ability was actually shattered by his flesh? 10,000 devouring demon sword. Someone is actually able to physically resist the 10,000 devouring demon sword? This is just impossible. Everyone's eyes almost fell out, never expecting that this Zhou clan patriarch, who had just appeared, was actually so terrifying that he was able to physically resist the Emperor's soldiers. It even shattered the opponent's divine ability. This is the desolate ancient saint body? The 10,000 beasts sacred lord frowned, clearly realizing Zhou's extraordinary nature. And it's a great success. Huang Dao winning Zun added. His tone was a bit hesitant. Without the domineering spirit of Huang Dao just now, starting from the heart, the great completion sacred body, even among the starry sky 10,000 races, had a great reputation for being very powerful, and was simply not in existence that a quasi-emperor 9 heavens could contend with. Unless one possessed an imperial weapon and was able to borrow the might of a great emperor, they would be able to resist. However, what shocked the crowd was that the Old Man of Destruction's 10,000 devouring demon sword was actually unable to stop Zhou and was shattered by the other party's punch. Obviously, the broken old man was similarly not expecting it, but a flash of surprise first surfaced on his face, followed by a maniacal laughter that erupted. Jie, actually able to resist the seat's attack. Very good. Great. As he spoke, the Dao lines around his body fluctuated, and he was about to destroy the 10,000 devouring demon sword, erupting into a shocking strike. But at this moment, Zhou has already taken a step out. His figure suddenly disappeared from the void, and when he reappeared, he came in front of the broken old man, and his huge fist was raised, and smashed out towards the other side. Click! Only a crunching sound was heard, and in the originally void, like a mirror, it began to shatter, with a crack spreading out like a spider web. This was a pure power outburst. Only when the physical body reached the extreme, transcending the realm of the physical body and reaching the point of the Tao, could such a clear power Tao pattern spread out. Between the spread of this Tao pattern, it had already enveloped the broken old man. Humph, trying to hit this seat? Broken old man mouth cold snort. One devouring devil sword waving, seemingly with the space of the Tao fluctuations exploded, and then his figure just disappeared out of thin air in front of his eyes, as if shuttling into the heavy void, cannot be hit at all. However, just as everyone thought that the broken old man was going to dodge the strike, a terrifying fluctuation suddenly erupted from Zhou's punch. An ancient, barbaric, as if it could corrupt the heavens blossomed and was filled with the wildness of power. As soon as this aura appeared, it completely locked all the countless voids into a state of senility, and the divine ability that the broken old man had hidden could not withstand it at all, and it was directly revealed. As soon as he appeared, he was directly enveloped by Zhou's punch. Boom click! A horrifyingly loud noise exploded on its body at once, striking the void for thousands of miles in a radius and shattering it continuously. Everyone was violently shaken beyond measure, and quite a few quasi-emperors were even striking out with all their might just to block the spreading aftershocks. On the contrary, it was the ancient gate of Xin Huang. Under the waves of Zhou Yu's punch, an imperial pattern emerged on it, and it did not falter by half at all. Knock! In the midst of endless fluctuations, the broken old man's body suddenly shot backwards, smashing heavily on top of the pillars of the gate of Xin Huang and falling to the earth. He was covered in blood at the moment, and his appearance was miserable. The chest was sunken. A bloody hole could even be seen. The 10,000 devouring demon sword was stretched across the chest, and this was still under the resistance of the emperor's soldiers, still suffering such a heavy blow. Hiss! Everyone sucked in cold air, never expecting that the great completion's sacred body would actually be so terrifying, able to erupt with such might that even the old man of destruction was not its opponent. Jia. Good. This seat feels the devil's sword getting excited. 10,000 devouring true devil chop. He roared and exploded his strongest aptitude, destroying the 10,000 devouring demon sword with all of his cultivation, erupting with the might of a great emperor. In an instant, the void was steaming with demonic energy and the sword light tumbled, as if countless true demonic shadows were condensing in the firmament, transforming into a 10,000 foot giant sword with demonic patterns that could tear everything apart. However, in the face of this kind of attack, Zhou Yu only sneered and spat out a single word. Soldier. Buzz. The soldier character mystery blossomed, and the overwhelming divine ability that had just coalesced actually came to a screeching halt in an instant. It was not that Zhou Yu had stopped the divine ability, but rather that the imperial soldier that carried the divine ability, the 10,000 devouring demon sword, had actually run away. It pierced through the void and came directly into Zhou Yu's hands, becoming his weapon. What? One of the 9 secrets. The secret of the soldier's word? This time the crowd was not calm. What kind of existence was this that was actually able to even perform the secret of the art of war? However, what made their jaws drop even more was yet to come, only to see Zhou Yu raise his hand and stroke. The 10,000 devouring demon sword in his hand actually lifted up directly as the swarm of demons danced about, and the void collapsed. This? How does he know the 10,000 devouring true demon slash? A paragon emperor exclaimed in shock, his eyes about to glaze over. No, this is the Dozi secret avatar. This is the supreme secret art of the Taishan sacred land. Where did he obtain it? Shocking origin. Is this Zhou clan a reclusive family that actually has such depth? The appearance of 2 secret arts in succession had already challenged the nerves of the crowd, making it difficult to accept. However, at this moment, in the void, Zhou Yu's divine ability simulated with the Dozi secret had already completely enveloped the broken old man. Boom click. All of the 10,000 miles in a radius were like extinction, being constantly destroyed, coalesced, and destroyed again. Hundreds of living cities and towns tens of thousands of miles away dissolved under this divine power and turned into flying ash. Not even their souls were left behind. Jia. As if breaking, the raggedy broken old man's mouth was about to let out a strong laugh. However, Zhou Yu arrived in front of him in one step and stepped out with one foot. Let you Jia. Know that this seat is most annoyed with you Jia monsters? After a few kicks, the broken old man was almost kicked out of shape. Jia. Cough. He tried to laugh, but now he couldn't laugh at all. No more smiles. Ha? Then I'll send you on your way. Zhou Yu indifferently stepped out with a single foot, utilizing the power of his great completion saint body, preparing to completely snuff out this quasi-emperor 9 heavens. At this time, the broken old man who was known to be as crazy as a madman was completely stunned, and his mouth exclaimed repeatedly, "You dare to exterminate the old man? I, Sword Mound, will definitely not be able to do so. Won't be your great master. This seat will destroy you first, and then go dig up all of your sword mounds to see how much sword is in your mounds." Zhou Yu punched down and shattered the skull of the broken old man, and then raised his hand, and with a move, a sinister, kookaburra-smoking human emperor flag blossomed in the void all at once. Collect for me. The human emperor streamer chains rose up, directly pulling out the broken old man's divine soul and including it in the human emperor streamer, while his corpse would become the nutrition for the Zhou clan's refining of the human body's great medicine. After doing so, Zhou Yu turned his head to look at the battleship where the sword mound was located. Destroy them all. Don't let one go. Brush. In an instant, the entire Zhou clan sons and daughters of strong men rose up and went on a killing spree against the disciples of the sword mound. Even the leading broken old man was dead, and the disciples of the sword mound all lost their fighting spirit one by one, as if they were being slaughtered, being beheaded one after another, their souls being completely incorporated into the human emperor streamer. All the rest of the forces were dumbfounded as they watched this scene, not expecting that one of the most powerful forces in the central state would actually be met with such a horrifying end. On the contrary, none of the other forces dared to step forward because the human emperor streamer which emanated the might of an extreme imperial soldier, made them not dare to make the slightest move at all. In less than half an hour, all the disciples of the Sword Mound were slaughtered, and even the battleships were taken away by the Zhou clan. And only then did Zhou clap his hands, with a smile like a spring breeze on his face. Anyone else object to my rules? Step forward. I have a reward. Chapter 57, The Secret Realm of the 10,000 Races. Heaven's Handiwork. The entire area around the gate of Xianhuang was dead silent. The crowd was silent, and no one dared to open their mouths. Kidding aside, even the broken old man had been completely exterminated. Who else among the rest would dare to make a move? Firstly, it was no match, and secondly, even if there was some substance, it was impossible to fight Zhou for the sake of the sword mound. Seeing that no one opened their mouths, the smile on Zhou's face intensified. Since everyone has acquiesced, let's do it according to this seat's rules. First open the gate of Xianhuang. Our Zhou clan will be the first to go first, and then the rest of the people will go. Who's in favor of it? And who's against it? Who the hell dares to object? With this move just now to make an example of a chicken, and still taking a quasi-emperor 9 heavens who possessed an emperor's soldier to kill, whoever was brain dead would only oppose it. It is unexpected that my Xianhuang Great World has actually produced such a powerful man of the Gai generation. Congratulations! The Holy Mother of Yaoqi was the first to break the awkwardness. With a smile on her face, very appreciative of Zhou. The rest of the people saw this and chimed in, frantically kissing their asses. Zhou smiled as he watched all of this. Each of these powerhouses had lived for an unknown number of years. Their skin was simply thicker than a city wall. Just now, if he was not a match for the broken old man, I'm afraid that these people would have already had a different face, and might have even fallen into the well to get a piece of the pie. Now that his own thunderous power had shocked the entire room, these people had shut up. Within the holy land of Yaoqi, Fairy Linglong was simply enraptured when she saw Zhou's great power. Senior sister, did you see that? This is the power of the Great Completion Sacred Body, rumored to be able to call out to the Immaculate Great Emperor. I didn't quite believe it at first, but once I saw it today, it really lives up to its name. Fairy Linglong looked at senior sister Susu on the side and realized that the other party seemed to be a bit scared, so she couldn't help but remind her. Senior sister, what's wrong with you? Ah, it's okay. I'm fine. Su Chen reacted and shook his head repeatedly. He had never seen Zhou explode with his full strength before, and now his opponent's prowess was causing him great psychological pressure. A feeling of frustration like no other came over me. When do I have to be able to beat this kind of perverted existence? He began to question himself. Ding! You successfully made Su Chen question himself, plundering heavenly fate value plus 10,000. When Zhou heard the prompt, he raised his eyebrows, not expecting that his extermination of the broken old man would actually allow Su Chen to contribute heavenly fate value. However, after a brief thought, he understood that the other party was most likely intimidated by his own strength, so he had created a fluctuation in his mind. After all, he had fought with him too many times, and every time he was able to make him flee in a sorry state, so much so that the psyche gradually became unbearable. This was a good sign and strengthened his determination to exterminate the other party here. Buzz! At that exact moment, fluctuations had already been transmitted from the gate of Xianhuang, activated by many strong people with tokens, and an ancient and powerful imperial might emanated out, and there was more than one type of it. A bright and uncertain chaotic light began to appear in the center of the ancient stone door that looked shaky, forming a vortex, and as long as one stepped into it, they would be able to teleport out of the Xianhuang world and head to the coordinates of the 10,000 Races secret realm. Please. Holy Mother Yaoqi smiled faintly at Zhou, and her motherly graceful smile made Zhou comfortable. Good. I've heard about the reputation of the Yaohe Holy Land for a long time. When this secret realm ends, this seat will go to the Yaohe Holy Land as a guest. Hearing that Zhou was coming, Holy Mother Yaoqi's face did not fluctuate in the slightest. Instead, she smiled warmly. Then my concubine will sweep the couch to welcome you. Sweeping a glance at this brocade cape of the Holy Mother of Yaoqi, although this garment was so gorgeous and wide that the other party's delicate body could not be seen, judging from her noble appearance, her body was by no means barren. Retracting his gaze, Zhou then swept his body and reappeared on top of the void battleship. Then under the gaze of the crowd, the 12 void warships of the Zhou clan passed through the massive Xianhuang gate in turn and disappeared. Buzz! With a brief buzzing sound, when the void battleship reappeared, it had already penetrated through the boundary membrane of the Xianhuang Great World and arrived beyond the boundless void. Everywhere, colorful void turbulence hovered, and some had void storms constantly swirling. In this kind of zone, without the protection of the void battleship's formation, a sage stepping into it would be affected, let alone under a sage. That's the secret realm of the 10,000 clans? Zhou took a step out and his figure appeared in the void. Countless turbulence slapped on top of his clothes and he paid no attention to it. Instead, he looked towards the distance from afar. In the middle of a long river intertwined with stars, an ancient stone monument towered over it, which was clearly only 10,000 feet in size, but it was comparable to a star, and could be spotted with just a glance. Above its stone monument, there were 4 big words written right above it: the secret realm of 10,000 races. The so-called secret realm was not just an entrance, but this star river constructed from countless stars in the distance. This star river penetrated space and contained the space avenue. And all the races in the starry sky would be able to see this star river as long as they crossed out of the boundary membrane and came above the void starry sky. As long as you step into the star river, you will directly enter the secret realm of the 10,000 races, creating a secret realm in the middle of a long river of emptiness. Wherever you are, you will be able to reach it. This, then, is the means of the heavenly Tao. Go on. Zhou Yu raised his hand and waved, and the 12 secret realm candidates from the warships all flew out. Among them, Zhou Feng led the way, while Ji Yueying and Tan Taiyi were hiding their tracks and entering the secret realm in the dark. As for the other stage below the saints, again, as soon as they stepped into the sea of stars, they would be teleported apart into their own secret realm. The entire secret realm lasts for only 3 years, and at the end of the 3 years, all candidates who step into the secret realm will be teleported out of the secret realm as long as they don't die. As for Zhou Yu, he only needed to wait here, and at that time, it would be his chance to behead Su Chen. 3 years should be enough time for them to bring the seat's plan to completion, right? Zhou Yu's plan was very simple. The secret art he had obtained since the system lottery was called Blood Rune Guide. This secret art has no other use, but can only condense one's own blood into a blood talisman and attach it to the item, making it easy to find where the item is when it is hidden. More importantly, the Blood Rune Guide produced by the system was a top secret art that could condense the blood of a paragon emperor. With this secret technique, Zhou Yu only needed to leave his belongings in the custody of the 2 girls and place them on the other party after he had identified Su Chen's target. The sky shading mirror was able to shield the heavenly chances on Su Chen's body, but Zhou Yu was able to find the other party as long as they were not more than 1,000 miles away from him by sensing his own items. Next, he only needed to sit here for 3 years, and when they returned, he could just do it. These 3 years were enough time for Zhou Yu to lay a heavenly net here and completely exterminate Su Chen. There's no rush. Su Chen, this seat will let you live for 3 more years. Zhou Yu looked at the starry river and whispered to himself. At that time, in the human emperor's streamer, is your eternal home. Achoo! Su Chen, who had just stepped out of the gate of Xianhuang, also sneezed heavily at the same time. Chapter 58, Everlasting Life, Reincarnation, True Dragon, Remnants of a Great Emperor. Senior Sister Susu, what's wrong with you? Fairy Linglong's beautiful eyes looked towards Su Chen with a concerned tone. It's okay, I might have gotten cold. I'm a little uncomfortable. Su Chen's face changed slightly, and he subconsciously looked toward the distant warship where the Zhou clan was, but his mouth responded casually. Cold? Linglong Fairy's nose was slightly wrinkled. How could a powerhouse of their level still have the illnesses of mortal people appear? What bad luck! Mard, we are all cultivators. So many weaklings you don't target. Why do you always target me? Su Chen secretly cursed Zhou Yu in his heart. Putting aside the facts, wasn't he at all wrong? One merely killed one of his sons, and it was a duel that both agreed to, and as a result, you killed my parents and clansmen, not to mention that even my sister became a plaything, and struck out at me in secret. In all of this, Su Chen really couldn't figure out why the hallowed quasi-emperor would target such a weak innocent like himself. Senior Sister, when will our Yaohe Holy Land be able to enter the secret realm? Linglong Fairy, who was about to inquire, was interrupted by Su Chen's inquiry. It will be soon. The Zhou clan is now the first batch, and we, Yaohe Holy Land and other forces will be able to enter it in the second batch. Senior Sister seems to be in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry. It's better to enter it for your own safety. Don't easily take risks for the sake of chance. Thanks for the reminder. Senior Sister. Su Chen nodded slightly. He wasn't in a hurry. He was in a great hurry. Not for the chance, but he wanted to stay away from this Zhou Yu. Soon, all of the Zhou clan's secret realm candidates had rushed into it, and the rest were the strongest who were guarding the periphery. Once the Zhou clan went, other forces naturally followed. In the vast sea of stars, tens of thousands of disciples were like crushing carp crossing the river, disappearing into the sea of stars. Ji Yueying and Tan Taiyi each hid among the first batch of candidates and similarly crossed into the star river and disappeared, only to see a wave of fluctuations came. And when they opened their eyes again, the 2 of them had already been dispersed, and their eyes surveyed their surroundings, realizing that they had already come to a piece of broken world. Here, mountain ranges were truncated, rivers dried up, the sky was gray, and everywhere was filled with brokenness and mutilation. with countless chaotic Tao patterns densely spread among them, emanating a terrifying aura. If you are not careful, if you touch it, you will be torn apart by the Tao pattern, and you will be seriously injured if you are not careful, or you will fall on the spot, and your form and spirit will be destroyed. Rumor has it that the secret realm of the 10,000 clans is the ancient battlefield during the 10,000 clans war, and it does seem to be true now. Gua Ying's face was covered with a black veil, and there were black flames vaguely surrounding her body, emitting a powerful aura. My lord explained that we should first plunder our own chance, then slowly search for Su Chen's whereabouts. Don't be deliberate. When the fate arrives, it will naturally appear. After whispering softly to himself, Ji Yuyao transformed into a black shadow and swept into the depths of the ancient battlefield, the so-called 10,000 clans' secret realm of chance. In addition to the special environment, the growth of many spiritual objects, heavenly treasures, more or the original Great War left behind the sense of understanding, remnants of the army, and even a strong man left behind the work of the law, inheritance and so on. Imagine, to be able to residual inheritance techniques and sense the remnants of soldiers under endless years. Its quality is by no means ordinary. Just obtaining one was enough to drive the great powers crazy, not to mention the imperial patterns within them, the fragments of the extreme imperial armaments, and so on, which carried with them the emperor's Tao sensations, which were the path to comprehending the realm of the great emperors. As the saying goes, touching a class, sighting a class, without enough sense to corroborate, naturally cannot create their own Tao. Therefore, all the harvests in the battlefield were incomparably important to the Xianhuan Great World and even the Starry Sky 10,000 races. At this moment, in the depths of the Starry Sky, the powerhouses from the 10,000 races were similarly revived, and the powerhouses under their banners began to step into the 10,000 races secret realm one after another. Even the races that ranked in the top 10 above the Starry Sky 10,000 races list were no exception. Quickly look, that firelight burning the sea of stars seems to be a worship of the fire spirit race. A powerful person's divine thoughts rose up and saw a flaming aura in the middle of the starry sky, exclaiming in shock and opening his mouth. More than that, the Night Fork race's battleships from before have similarly entered the starry sky. These two races are the 6th and 7th ranked races. This 10,000 races mystic realm should not be underestimated. It's not just them. It's rumored that the top 3 races on the Starry Sky 10,000 races ranking list have also sent people into the 10,000 races mystic realm for the younger generation this time. What? The top 3? Is it the Eternal Life race? Or the Reincarnation race? Or maybe the True Dragon clan? Longevity, Reincarnation, and True Dragon. The 3 tribes had always dominated the entire Starry Sky 10,000 tribes ranking, and the real reason for this was that all 3 tribes had the existence of great emperors. And it wasn't the kind of supreme being who cut himself, but a true great emperor. It was only that these great emperors did not come out of the world on weekdays, only waiting for the road to immortality to open so that they could step onto it and compete. But no one could guarantee that the great emperor wouldn't make a move. It was an absolute deterrent. At the same time, these races, by nature, were extremely powerful, standing at the cutting edge of the Starry Sky 10,000 races, with an endless number of heavenly prides in their clans, and this time, stepping into the 10,000 races secret realm, obviously had a not insignificant impact on the other races. It is rumored that it is the young patriarch of the Reincarnation clan, a heavenly pride of the Guy generation. At a young age, he has already reached the realm of the half-saints, and this time he is going to enter it to look for the legacy left behind by the former Reincarnation clan, a fallen great emperor. The young patriarch of the Reincarnation clan? This is the end. Rumor has it that he has already mastered the wheelchair clan's innate secret art, the great predestination art, which allows him to deduce heavenly chances and innately make himself invincible. I'm afraid that an inheritance that can make the Reincarnation clan pay attention is not simple. A divine thought of discussion continued to spread in the void, and it was clear that the appearance of the Reincarnation race had affected the balance of the entire 10,000 races mysterious realm. Fig, the origin of the universe. The great world, as one of the worlds, was naturally affected. Of course, that's an afterthought. The people who stepped into the secret realm were all fighting for their chances, which included not only the fight between their own disciples, but also the crises of the 10,000 races secret realm itself, such as the killing array, the residual Tao lines, and so on. There were also resentment spirits, which were powerful people who had fallen in the secret realm of the 10,000 races, and after countless years of baptism, the resentment and unwillingness in their hearts rose up, and finally transformed into resentment spirits that only knew how to kill. These secret realm grievances, the weak ones were at the saint realm, and for the strong ones, the quasi-emperor's 9th heaven was not a problem. There had even been people who had seen the remnants of a great emperor transformed into a secret grudge spirit wandering in the secret realm. This is very powerful and scary. and when you encounter it, you have to run away immediately, or else you will die. Buzz. A horrible fluctuation. In the ancient battlefield swept through, only to see a broken finger, as huge as a mountain, floating above the battlefield and walk. Wherever they passed, the void distorted. Those were touched by the formation pattern. The outbreak of murderous chi, soon bombarded in the broken finger above, but could not shake the other side of the slightest bit, can only be allowed to break the finger aimlessly forward, and not far from the broken finger, on top of a broken mountain peak. Su Chen, who had changed his form, looked toward the broken finger with his eyes. The chance on that is absolutely extraordinary, but unfortunately, the sky shading mirror can't help me forcefully obtain the chance, so I can only take it slowly. In the short span of 3 months that passed, Su Chen had gained a lot on top of the ancient battlefield, but he soon discovered that there was an unimaginable chance that existed on top of the severed finger of this great emperor's remnant body. This was the sensation of the sky shading mirror, and there was absolutely no mistaking it. That's why he followed the other party all the way, trying to find an opportunity to strike. Only, there seemed to be many other figures present in the surroundings, similarly eyeing this chance. Chapter 59, Wu Xing Tian. This remnant body of a great emperor is so rare in the ancient battlefield. I didn't expect to be able to find it today. It's really our chance. A disciple of a worldly family couldn't hide a smile on his face as he said to the broken finger in the distance. Humph. A mere second-rate family that doesn't even have a quasi-emperor dares to covet such opportunities? Someone said disdainfully. That great emperor's remnant body exudes the fluctuation of Dao lines at all times. Without sufficient treasures, one would never think of approaching. We have come here, who do not have a little means in their hands. Even if we cannot stay for a long time, it is not impossible to approach. The important thing is, what is the chance on it? If it's not worth it, wouldn't it be a waste of the bottom line? In response to these kinds of remarks, many of the strong people hidden in the surroundings secretly nodded their heads. Indeed, the remnants of great emperors were hard to come by, but their own heritage was just as rare, and if one was certain that there was a great chance on it, it would be worthwhile for the crowd to let go of the chance to fight for it. If there was no chance, only danger, then who could risk and consume the reserves to approach the remnants? Alright, all of you are here just want to determine what the chance on it is, and if it is worth the effort, then we will fight for it. I'm not talented, but I do have some means to investigate the chances of the remnants of a great emperor. Oh, who are you? I, Eastern Earth Witch Xingtian. At the same time as the voice resounded, a dry and thin figure wearing an ancient beast skin that looked like a barbarian appeared from the void. The other party grinned, revealing 2 rows of pitch-black teeth, and the top and bottom of his body were painted with bizarre runes, looking a bit eerie. Witch Xingtian, the holy son of the Eastern Earth witch god cult. Some people exclaimed out in shock. Even though this Witch Xingtian was not as famous as Li Changsheng and the others, he was famous in the Xianhuan Great World for the witch clan sorcery. The witch god cult. The chance to be able to peek into the remnants of a great emperor's body? Really? 80% of it is true. Rumor has it that the witch god cult is able to offer sacrifices to the heavens, and through the response of the witch god, thus peeking into the heavens, and the witch god of the witch clan, who is likewise a great emperor-like being, might really be able to peek into the chances therein. In that case, how could he be so kind, to help us spy on the opportunity? Hearing the crowd's comments, that witch Xingtian grinned. He. If I want to perform a secret technique, I need to sacrifice the witch god, and if I want to will a sacrifice, I naturally need a sacrifice. Anyone who wants to know about the chance needs to hand over the offering. Otherwise, I cannot share the information about the chance. What offering? Someone pursued the question. That is naturally what you all have gained here. Witch Xingtian grinned. Anyone, who only needs to pay for one thing that I am satisfied with, will be able to obtain information about the chance. What? Empty gloves? This is outrageous. 1 piece each. Why don't you go grab it if you have such a big haul? That's right. What if the chance you see is useless to us? If it weren't for the fact that you're a member of the witch god cult, this seat would give you a divine strike right now. In the face of the words of the crowd, Wu Xingtian did not get angry. On the contrary, he heatedly laughed. Those who do not want it can also. Then I will look for the opportunity on my own well. However, I can remind all of you a word. This great emperor remnant cannot always stay in our piece of the battlefield zone. Once crossed into other battlefields, then, faced with the starry sky 10,000 races of the strongest people, the difficulty, think about it by yourself. With that he casually sat down on the ground and raised a finger. I'll give 1 incense stick of time to consider. If you want to participate, then send up your harvest. If you don't participate and want to forcefully obtain information, humph, buzz, only a tremor could be seen in his body, and the aura of the 9th level of the heavenly palace realm erupted out, instantly causing the crowd to look at him. Half-step great power. Good fellow. The witch god sect actually produced such a genius. No wonder he dared to go empty-handed. So he has some strength. In the face of the crowd's comments, Witch Hunter didn't pay any attention to them, but instead sat quietly, calculating the time. Gradually, some people looked at the remnants of the great emperor that was gradually moving away, and their expressions began to change. After all, the young generation that was able to join the secret realm here was considered outstanding amongst the entire Xianhuan Great World. The lowest ones were all Divine Bridge Realm powerhouses, and the slightly stronger ones were Heavenly Palace Realm. Together with the many means of protection, in the vast ancient battlefield, no harvest is impossible. Good. I'll give it. Finally, someone could not hold back, and took the first step to hand over their harvest to Witch Xingtian. With the first beginning, there were quite a few others who acted for it, fearing that they would lag behind and not get the information about the opportunity. Good. The one who knows the time is the one who knows the place. Ha ha. Wu Shangtian was overjoyed. His face was blossoming with smiles. This feeling of someone directly giving away treasures was simply too good to be true. Brush. In mid-air, a sword light struck, then transformed into a white-clothed figure with a plump god-like jade. Li Changsheng? The sword pavilion people are here. Seeing Li Changsheng appear, Wu Xingtian's expression was austere. What? Does young Master Li want a piece of the pie as well? Li Changsheng didn't say anything, but raised his hand and pointed a finger. In an instant, a sword chi attacked, directly chopping towards Witch Xingtian. You're going to do it? Witch Xingtian's face changed and he was about to lash out when he realized that the sword chi actually hovered in front of him. A strand of Mr. Li's sword Dao sense is enough to know about you, isn't it? Faint words came out, causing Witchwalker Tian to be delighted by them. Enough is enough. The sword Dao sense of the born swordbone is indeed worth the price. At once, with a wave of his hand, he withdrew the sword energy. There's also this Imperial Prince's, a strand of the Imperial Dao's dragon chi. There was the sound of a dragon's roar resounding in the void, and then the royal son of the Imperial Dao Win clan appeared, named Win Dao, with a lofty apparatus and profound majesty, just like an emperor on earth. Good. Ha ha. Thank you Prince Win. Wu Xingtian came and accepted the same. Royal Qinghuan only has one piece of beast bone. I don't know a fellow Taoist which is satisfied with it. A tiger's roar rang out, and in the void a ferocious beast born with 3 tiger heads stepped into the air, and on it sat a beast-skinned woman. Wild and wild, who threw a piece of beast bone to Witch Xingtian. Ha ha, holy beast remnants? Good stuff. I'll be polite then. Wu Xingtian put it all away, his mouth about to burst into laughter. With these top-tier celestial pride leading the way, everyone else followed suit, allowing Witch Hunter to make a fortune. Even Su Chen was no exception, giving his own harvest. Good. Since there is no one else to give it to, then without delay, I will directly cast the secret technique. Witch Xingtian is dry. Directly put away the things, began to chant up, then the crowd will see. His body runes seemed to live, began to wriggle. At the same time, Witch Xingtian has long been prepared, many blood and flesh began to take out. For sacrifice, coupled with the strange dance, it allowed its own breath to rise. The runes were dazzling, and an inexplicable power vaguely erupted. Buzz, countless runes suddenly came out of his body, turning into the color of blood and striking into the many sacrificial flesh and blood, while at the same time, Witch Xingtian let out a low cry from his mouth. Eye of the witch god. Buzz. Between the twisting of the flesh and blood, it actually transformed into a large eyeball, which was densely covered with blood, rising up like a living thing. Under Wu Xingtian's control, he looked towards the remnants of the great emperor in the distance. 3 short moments later, boom, the eyeballs directly burst, and at the same time, a mouthful of blood wildly sprayed from Witch Xingtian's mouth, and his eyes were filled with horror. Yes, wheel. Chapter 60 Temporary Alliance. Looting. Reincarnation? When the crowd saw that Witch Xingtian was actually spewing blood from his mouth from the backlash, their faces changed color. Which reincarnation? Can it be that it's the reincarnation of a great emperor? Speak up. Take our favors and hurry up if you're not dead. The crowd looked at Wu Xingtian, blaming the other party for actually not making his words clear. Yes, reincarnation emperor. Witch Xingtian swallowed an elixir and forcefully stabilized his injuries. Above that finger, there is a stone monument with the word reincarnation engraved on it. What? Reincarnation emperor? This time, the crowd was completely thrilled. It should be known that the reincarnation emperor was known as one of the most powerful emperors in the ancient world, and he had broken into the path of immortality alone, and had successfully pierced through and traveled to the immortal realm. And this broken finger, most likely, was the remnant of his body left behind by fading away his mortal orifices before he stepped into the immortal realm. Previously, the crowd guessed that if there was nothing on top of the severed finger, They feared that it was just a resentful spirit formed from the remnants of the great emperor. Once you get close, there's only death. Now it was different. The stone monument on it appeared and had the word reincarnation engraved on it, which showed that there was indeed a chance left behind by the reincarnation emperor on it. As for what the chance was, only the one who obtained the stone tablet would be able to know. Then what are we waiting for? Why don't we just go ahead and take down the stone tablet? This was the chance of a great emperor. No one could be calm. What's the rush? That great emperor's remnant body, even without the might of a full-blown great emperor, is not something we can easily approach. We need to think of a foolproof plan. The crowd that was just about to move foolishly all paused at once. That's right. That's the remnants of a great emperor. Even if it's just a remnant, it's not an existence that they can casually approach at their current realm. I would advise you to seize some time. On the other side, the eased-up Witch Xingtian suddenly smiled and opened his mouth. Just now, what I saw with the help of the eye of the witch god was not only the stone monument, but also a shadow that was on its way. If you really wait for that one void to arrive, none of you will have a chance to obtain it. What? Someone else is coming? Impossible. We entered this place from the Xin Huang Great World. Even if Fairy Linglong was here, it wouldn't be enough to leave so many of us without a chance. It's hard to believe that it's not someone from my great world? Hiss. This speculation caused the crowd to suck in cold air, and steeply someone exclaimed, Reincarnation Emperor, can't it be? It's the Reincarnation Clan? Buzz. In an instant, the hearts of the crowd were wildly shaken. The Reincarnation race, the second most powerful race above the Starry Sky 10,000 races list. The prides within the clan were as numerous as the stars, with all sorts of demons emerging frequently, and innately mastering the secret arts and aptitudes of the Reincarnation Clan. This speculation instantly made the crowd eager. Once the true Reincarnation Clan powerhouses arrived, the probability of them wanting to obtain the opportunity was simply minimal. This kind of chance. I ask myself that I have no chance to obtain it. You guys take your time to deliberate. Farewell. Witch Xingtian climbed up from the ground and arched his hand at all of them. Then with a single step of his feet, his figure quickly left towards the distance. Obviously, this holy son of the witch god sect was not going to fight for it. Li Chongsheng frowned slightly. This kind of opportunity was in front of him, but the other party was actually willing to give it up? It's not like Wicca's style. Is it hard to believe that he saw other than these? Li Chongsheng pondered in his heart. But even if he was able to guess that the future the other party saw might not be very good, but with the great emperor's chance in front of him, it was absolutely impossible to make him give up. What's more, it was the chance of the reincarnation emperor. In Mr. Li's opinion, the might of the remnants of the great emperor's body is not something that one person can defeat. He turned his head to look around. All existences who wish to participate in such opportunities may as well join forces and wait until the crowd has removed the stone tablet from the remnants of their bodies. What do you all think about joining together again for enlightenment? Makes sense. This emperor agrees. Wando nodded, not objecting to this approach. Qinghuan naturally has no problem with it. The feral Makoto Qinghuan smiled slightly in agreement. These three giants in general had already agreed, and the rest naturally wouldn't have the slightest objection. Alright, we'll work together to suppress the emperor lines and then find a way to go up and take down the stone tablet. When Li Chongqing saw that the crowd agreed, he then shook the long sword in his hand and took the lead in pulsing towards Broken Finger Mountain. Swish! A figure followed closely behind, and at times like this, at least until the stone tablet was taken down, everyone's goal was the same and there would be no disagreement. Boom! As soon as they approached, the might from the great emperor invisibly radiated out, causing all the people to change their faces and strike out. In reality, they couldn't resist the attack of the emperor's ripple at all, and now that they had struck out, they could only alleviate the pressure on themselves and keep moving forward. The more people who traveled forward, the more dispersed for the might of the great emperor, the more likely it was that someone would be able to swipe on the broken finger and take the stone tablet away. Above the tattered, gray ancient battlefield, the mountain range like severed finger of the great emperor quietly drifted toward the front, allowing the crowd to keep approaching. He only instinctively exuded imperial might to oppress. 800 miles, 500 miles, 300 miles, 100 miles. Soon, Li Chongqing and the others were already less than 50 miles away from the remnants of the great emperor's body, and as long as they could seize the opportunity to break through a tiny bit more, they would be able to get close to the top of the severed finger and find the stone tablet. Heaven did not give birth to me, Li Chongsheng, and the way of the sword is as long as the night. Everlasting sword. Li Chongsheng let out a soft shout from his mouth as he directly erupted with a skyrocketing sword intent. Buzz! At that instant, the sword light in his hand rose up into the sky, turning into a pike that swept directly into midair. In an instant, it spread over dozens of miles and heavily bombarded the top of the broken finger. Knock! A muffled sound came from the entire top of the severed finger, and the stone tablet on it seemed to be subject to fluctuations and began to shake. Good chance! The golden dragon of the Emperor's way. The Emperor is in the world. Win Tao let out a low roar, and a golden dragon wrapped in the aura of the Imperial Tao rose from his body, bending and circling as it similarly rushed to the top. Click! A crunching sound of collision came, and a crack actually surfaced from the bottom of the 10-foot-tall stone monument. Ow! The three-headed demonic tigers spewed out demonic fire from their mouths, piercing through the void and assisting in the same way. The rest of the crowd likewise struck out one after another to remove the stone tablet from it. Only Su Chen hid among them, silently observing and waiting for the right moment to prepare to seize the stone tablet. How could such a chance be shared for all? I'm afraid that those three are also harboring thoughts of deception, and will first get the stone tablet down together before thinking of anything else. But I'm afraid they don't know that there's also a Void Sky Realm expert hidden amongst these people. Su Chen was very satisfied with his plan. At a time like this, even if he exposed his identity, he had to get his hands on the Reincarnation Emperor's chance. Boom! Suddenly a loud sound emerged from the top of the broken finger. The crowd rejoiced, only to see a stone monument swept out from the top, on which the word reincarnation, clearly visible. Do it! It was not known who roared lowly and actually flew directly up towards the stone monument to plunder it. It seemed that everyone knew that it was impossible to share this kind of chance, so they made a move to grab it the moment the stone tablet appeared. Good guts! Dare to touch my Li family's things. Have you asked me, Li Changsheng? Li Changsheng shouted angrily, and the sword light in his hand rose. Next to him, the Imperial Dao Winning Dao similarly exploded in cultivation. The three-headed demonic tigers underneath Royal Qinghuan's feet similarly roared as they all charged towards the flying monolith in unison. Seeing this, Su Chen, who was hiding in the shadows, was about to explode his cultivation and was about to make a move to snatch it. But just then, a sudden change occurred. Chapter 61, The Great Battle. Zhou Feng is bait, drawing out Su Chen. All die away. A sudden burst of sound resounded, only to see a black-haired figure emerge from the void at once. The long spear in his hand was handed out, stabbing at the stone monument in the void at once. At the same time, a heavenly aura erupted from his body, the first level of the Void Sky Realm. Boom! When this kind of aura erupted, it directly overpowered the entire field, causing everyone to look sideways. How is there another Void Sky Realm? Never seen it before. Not good. He's a son of the Zhou clan. Be careful. Earlier, this figure, standing at the forefront of the Zhou clan's younger generation, had been noticed by someone who directly recognized him. Not bad. This figure with black hair flying and emanating an aura of the Void Sky Realm was no other than the second son of the Zhou clan, Zhou Feng, who had come from bitter cultivation and was preparing for revenge. Get over here. Zhou Feng's black lance shook and fiercely picked, directly picking the stone tablet to fly, then with a big wave of his hand, he wanted to include it within his storage space. However, immediately afterward, his face changed. His own storage space actually did not react half-heartedly to the stone tablet. He reacted at once that this was a great emperor's chance, and an unusual storage space would not be able to carry it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Changsheng and the others reacted and struck out towards Zhou Feng. The stone tablet was jointly obtained by us. It should be shared. Hand it over quickly. Li Changsheng took the lead as his longsword erupted with sword chi that almost tore through the heavens as it enveloped towards Zhou Feng. There is no king's land under the sky, and there is no king's subject in the land. Winning Dao's golden mouth was like that of an emperor as he pointed a finger at Zhou Feng, and in an instant, a terrifying golden light of the Imperial Dao blossomed, like a prison cage, enveloping Zhou Feng, even though his aura was only at the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace realm. The might that erupted caused even Zhou Feng to physically stagger, seemingly wanting to fall to his knees. This is the power of the Imperial way. I let you kneel. You have to kneel. At the same time, the three-headed devil tiger also similarly soared, like a mountain pressing towards Zhou Feng, and with just one bite, it would be able to completely devour him and the stone tablet. If you want to take this seat's chance, you are not worthy. Zhou Feng suddenly let out a low roar, and his breath actually rose directly to an incomparably terrifying level. The original Void Sky Realm first level seemed to have skyrocketed more than double at such a time, only to see Zhou Feng's long spear shaking, just a few shots going down, completely shattering Li Changsheng's sword light, and even the Imperial Dao avatar was completely broken. Before those three demonic tigers could approach, they were pierced through one of their heads by Zhou Feng's stabbing spear, screaming miserably as they flew back. Not good. How did his aura skyrocket so much? Royal Qinghuan exclaimed in shock, clearly not expecting that the other party would actually be able to would suddenly explode. This is a secret technique that erupts with amazing battle power in a short period of time. Let's trap him and prevent him from escaping. Li Changsheng broke the mystery in a single word. As long as it's surrounded, once his secret technique passes, he's a fish to be slaughtered. Not bad, even if his secret technique is strong, there will be a time when it fades. Just stall it. Yuan Qi rolled in Wen Tao's hands, and a river and mountain shadow emerged above his head. Humph, delusional. This seat's all-character secret is not something you can resist? Zhou Feng also did not expect that he had actually directly triggered the all-character secret just now, allowing his battle power to soar. With this kind of secret art as his arm, he was able to kill God and Buddha this time. Kill! In the midst of his roar, he bound the stone tablet on top of his back, while his own figure, already towards Li Changsheng and the others, took the initiative to rush over. Crazy! Li Changsheng didn't expect that Zhou Feng had even mastered one of the 9 secrets and other secret arts, and when he saw the other party pressing forward, he immediately retreated. But how could Zhou Feng, who was triggered by the all-character secret, let go of such an opportunity? And with just one stab of the gun, the void left a pitch-black crack that pierced through Li Changsheng's left shoulder, followed by a pick on the head of the gun, which instantly caused the latter to bleed. Turning around, the Imperial Dao Golden Dragon behind him attacked. Zhou Feng once again stabbed out with his gun, directly piercing through it, and then violently swept across, the Golden Dragon bursting into pieces, and blood spilled from the corner of the mouth of the winning Dao, suffering from a backlash. Get thee outta here! The 3-headed demonic tiger that was still charging in the distance was directly scared into retreating by Zhou Feng's explosive shout. One person fighting 3 masters, and still crushing them, just this strength alone was enough to cause a stir in the Xianhuang Great World. Who else? Zhou Feng was spirited, only feeling that all the humiliation he had once suffered from Su Chen had been spat out. In the distance, Su Chen was secretly observing and was pondering whether or not to make a move. The harlot is arrogant. Li Changsheng shouted angrily and struck out once again. At the same time, Wen Tao and Royal Qinghuan similarly erupted. The 3 of them were united and prepared to join forces to deal with Zhou Feng. Boom boom! Terrifying fluctuations continued to erupt around them, and the rest of the crowd was unable to intervene. The secret of the word all allows one to step into a special realm, and their battle power soars tenfold. However, it could not be triggered at will. Zhou Yu had given this secret art to Zhou Feng at that time, not to allow him to survive in the secret realm of the 10,000 races, but to allow him to crush the group and draw out Su Chen. With his own villainous persona, as long as he was able to survive, Su Chen would definitely be able to make a move. Only, Zhou Feng's comprehension of the all-character secret was not complete, and even if he was able to trigger it, he would only be able to reach 3 times his battle power, which was still a far cry from 10 times. That was why the 3 of them were still able to hold him back under the full force of their outbursts. Gradually, Zhou Feng realized the problem in it. The persistence of his secret art was fading. If he really waited until the end of the secret art, he would have to be completely surrounded by the 3 of them, and that would be a situation that would not end in death. Thus, the reacting Zhou Feng broke through the blockade of the trio with the stone tablet on his back and tried to flee. He's running away. Chase. Never let him go. It was not just the 3 Li Changsheng. The rest of the powerhouses who were waiting for the opportunity to covet the stone monument all made their moves and chased towards Zhou Feng. How could he be allowed to take this kind of chance all by himself? Boom! Zhou Feng killed a strong person who tried to sneak attack him with a single strike, took a deep breath, and quickly disappeared into a battlefield. Damn it, when this seat goes out, I'm bound to have my father slaughter you all. He cursed under his breath and prepared to seek a way of escape. You're afraid you won't get out. An icy cold word rang out, causing Zhou Feng's back to chill. With a flash of his figure, he hurriedly swept towards the distance, and just as he had left, the crumbling mountain peak behind him was struck by a sword chi and shattered into 2 halves. Li Changsheng was holding a long sword and was sharp. Go to hell! Li Changsheng hated Zhou Feng to the bone, and the sword that coalesced the everlasting sword technique stabbed out, and the sky shook as the sword aura rushed into the heavens. A sword light that was hundreds of feet long pressed horizontally, enveloping Zhou Feng. At this close call, without waiting for Zhou Feng to react, a strand of pitch-black flame suddenly rose in the void, and then transformed into a shadow to meet the sword light in the distance. Ding! Between the sword-light collision, Li Changsheng bizarrely discovered that his own proud sword light was actually wrapped in that black flame and hard burned clean, and taking advantage of this time, Zhou Feng had already fled this place and disappeared without a trace. What man? Li Changsheng's angry growl rang out. Chapter 62, Su Chen and Zhou Feng, a way of meeting that can't be figured out. After the end of that strike, apart from the residual black flames, it did not leave behind any trace, and it was obvious that the person who struck did not intend to show up either, but only blocked Li Changsheng for a bit, creating time for Zhou Feng to escape. After several searches, Li Changsheng did not find the other party and could only call it quits, turning towards the fleeing Zhou Feng in the distance to chase after him. After his figure completely disappeared, In a hidden place in the ancient battlefield, the shadow of Gu, wrapped in the 9 underworld inferno, gradually revealed itself. The probability of this son being Su Chen is not high. After whispering a sentence to herself, she moved her thoughts and crossed out one of the lists within the jade slip. Following Zhou Yu's instructions, she and Tantai each used Zhou Feng as a guide to look for suspicious targets. What is suspicious? That was the existence that was able to severely injure Zhou Feng and even snatch away his chance. If this plan was carried out, Zhou Feng would end up with at least a serious injury. And if not, he would die. Although both girls understood this, Zhou Yu did not offer to protect Zhou Feng, but only told them to complete the mission as their only point. Therefore, the two women did not give Zhou Feng any help from the start. It was only after Zhou Feng's escape was blocked and Ji Yuyue was certain that Li Changsheng was not Su Chen that she made her move. Its purpose was not to save him, but to enable him to continue escaping so that he could draw out Su Chen. Just as Ji Yuyue guessed, Zhou Feng intended to leave the secret realm after escaping Li Changsheng's pursuit. The exit of the secret realm was the same as the entrance, and any strong person who passed through the entrance would leave a brand and would not be lost. So, he was now fleeing with all his might towards the location of the exit. According to his estimation, he would be able to leave the secret realm in a month's time at most. When this seed leaves this place and comprehends the inheritance, I will definitely break you and the others into pieces. Zhou Feng let out a curse from his mouth, his speed not daring to pause in the slightest. However, right on its way forward, a loud and clear sound of a dragon's roar resounded through the void. Ow! The bright golden dragon light exploded, circling in mid-air into a 9-dragon figure. In the center of the dragon figure, the royal road-winning road stood in the air like an emperor. The disobedient shall be put to death. The moment these words came out of him, just like a holy decree, the 9 golden dragons simultaneously erupted into a shocking roar. In an instant, a piercing golden light rose, completely enveloping Zhou Feng. Ow! The sound of a dragon's roar similarly manifested within Zhou Feng's body as he blocked the strike hard. Humph! Comparing dragons with this seat, treating my barbarian dragon body as if it doesn't exist? Zhou Feng, who had resisted a hard blow, left behind a vicious sentence, and then his body moved and quickly disappeared towards the distance. He was arrogant, but not stupid. If it was one-on-one, Zhou Feng asked himself that he was not weaker than Winning Road. However, if he was entangled in him and allowed the other powerhouses to catch up, then he would not be able to get away. So he still chose to flee. Ow! Just on its way to escape, a tiger whistle sounded, and it seemed that Royal Qinghuan had already known, blocking his path directly. The 3-headed devil tiger's mouth contained a ghostly light, and it was poised to strike out. Boom! Zhou Feng stifled a grunt as he was heavily knocked to the ground. Brother Win's method is truly excellent. This son won't be able to escape. The voice of Royal Qinghuan's light laughter rang out, and then he swept towards the direction where Zhou Feng was below. He, how can a mere reckless man compare to me? Wando sneered and came at an equally quick pace. However, when the two arrived, they realized that Zhou Feng's figure had already disappeared. The two men's faces changed, not expecting that Zhou Feng would actually be able to escape even this. Go after them! Win Tao angrily shouted and was about to get up when he suddenly heard ethereal words that exhaled like orchids ringing out in the void. Since you two fellow Taoists are here, let's rest here for a moment. Buzz! A mysterious white light rose up, transforming into a yin-yang diagram in mid-air, completely enveloping the two. What man? Damn it! The void fluctuated, and a stunningly beautiful ethereal figure emerged from it, and it was none other than Tan Tai. Winning the way, Royal Qinghuan. No! She lightly shook her head, and with a single step of her jade foot, she disappeared into the void once again. Ancient battlefield under an unnamed mountain peak. The surrounding area is full of traces of the battlefield residue, countless swords and weapons, residual on top of the mountain peak. Some have been mutilated. Zhou Feng laid down a concealment formation for himself and took a long breath. Just now, who helped me? He was a bit puzzled by the calculations of Royal Qinghuan and the Winning Road. Originally he was going to be caught in a bitter battle, but unexpectedly, he was saved by a mysterious force and teleported out. That's what gives you a chance to catch your breath. If we can find each other, we must be grateful. Zhou Feng could only ascertain that the other party was a woman and did not know anything else. He did not intend to stay here for too long, and after resting for less than an incense stick of time, he retrieved the formation and quickly left. No good. It's a grudge spirit. However, before he could walk for long, Zhou Feng's face changed as a saint-level evil spirit was roaming not far away. The evil spirit's head was cut in half diagonally, half of its body had been mutilated, and only a red-haired arm remained, floating in the void. Seeing this, Zhou Feng had to hide nearby, but just then, a sudden fluctuation came from the distance, and a figure seemed to have been spotted by the spiteful spirit, actually took a shot at it. Boom! A sword light erupted and collided with the red-haired arm. However, it was clear that the figure was no match and was sent flying backwards. When it had just stabilized itself, Zhou Feng, who was secretly observing, suddenly shrunk his pupils. It was actually a woman, and moreover, the other party was wearing the attire of the Yaohe Holy Land. Could it be her? Zhou Feng reacted violently. Perhaps it was the other party who had just stepped in and saved himself. No, 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 that's a Saint Realm grudge spirit. Going there is no match. Zhou Feng maintained his sanity and turned his head to flee in other directions, preparing to avoid this place. The engagement behind them continued and even intensified. Suddenly, Zhou Feng, who had been fleeing for a few moments, violently paused, and cursed angrily as the scene in his mind swept over the scene in which he had just been saved. Mud, just die. Then he turned around with a huff and charged towards the sage grievance spirit. Damn it, properly, how did you find me? Su Chen was trying his best to resist at the moment. His face was ugly. Originally, he had quietly tracked the fleeing Zhou Feng, but unexpectedly, the Sage Realm's resentful spirit appeared and actually found him. He had no choice but to strike. The bottom card in his hand was enough to get away, but once he used it, the commotion would be too great and might attract the attention of others, and by then, Zhou Feng would not be a target for himself alone. Because of this, Su Chen was entangled by the Sage Realm evil spirit and was unable to get away for a while. If it continued, I was afraid that even if he was able to get away, he would still be escaped by Zhou Feng. In such a situation, Su Chen became a bit anxious, so he prepared to use his own means. But just at this moment, an angry roar suddenly came from the distance. Fairy of the Yao Qi, Zhou Feng has come to assist you. Chapter 63, If I want to die, I'll die by your hand. Seeing Zhou Feng make a move, Su Chen was a bit confused inside. He had thought that he was afraid that his cooked ducks had flown this time. I didn't realize that the ducks were now flying back on their own. Even before he could regain his senses, Zhou Feng had already joined in and collided a blow with the Saint Realm evil spirit. Boom! Zhou Feng was shaken back, and an inner saint armor that was strong enough to withstand a saint's attack was revealed. Su Chen had just opened his mouth to say a word, when Zhou Feng on the other side took the initiative to say, Fairy doesn't need to talk too much. I, Zhou Feng, have always been able to distinguish between grudges, and I naturally won't stand idly by as you saved me just now. Save you? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, his heart filled with doubts. How could he save him when he couldn't even kill him himself? However, he quickly reacted to the fact that when he was tracking Zhou Feng from afar earlier, he had seen Wen Tao and Royal Qinghuan strike at him. Originally, Su Chen thought that the duo had successfully trapped him, but unexpectedly, Zhou Feng actually appeared not far from his neighborhood. He thought it was the other party who had cast a bottom and escaped the crisis. Now it seemed that someone should have secretly stepped in to help, only that now he was misunderstood and became the one to do it. Since someone made a move, it proves that he has helpers, but the fact that the other party didn't show his face means that the strength might not be as good as that of winning Dao and Royal Qinghuan. So then I don't need to be afraid of that, and instead I can make use of this opportunity. Su Chen's mind swirled, and looking at Zhou Feng, who was still unaware of the situation, he instantly had a solution. Thus, after a slight hesitation, he nodded his head and said, In that case, then thank you, fellow Daoist Zhou. Once he heard the other party's approval, Zhou Feng was even more certain that this fairy of the Yaoqi Holy Land was the one who had stepped in to help him. Good, you and I will resist together, and later on, I'll cast a secret technique and then I can take the fairy away, Zhou Feng said as he took a step out, his cultivation at the first level of the Void Sky Realm directly erupting, and with the help of the Divine Soldier in his hand, he began to do his best to resist the fluctuations of the laws that the Sage Realm's evil spirits were evolving. This was also the case with the Sage Realm's grudge spirits, which themselves had no consciousness, only instincts, and the fluctuations of the laws they cast were all residual. Otherwise, if a true saint were to descend, just a slap would be enough to slap Zhou Feng to death on the ground. But even if it was just a crippled grudge spirit, Zhou Feng was still struggling to resist it. Fairy, please also make a quick move, or else we won't be able to get out of the entanglement of this grudge spirit. Zhou Feng's mouth urged up. Your Excellency, don't be in a hurry. I am planning to perform a secret technique of diversion. If you hold on for a little while, the two of us will be able to leave this place. With that, Su Chen sat down on his knees in place, and the Yuan power on his body began to rise up, as if he was preparing for something. Yes. Seeing this, Zhou Feng could only clench his teeth and continue to fend off the red-haired resentful spirit's attacks. Boom! Boom! Terrifying laws blossomed in front of him, and even though he had exerted many undercards, he gradually became somewhat unable to support himself. As for Su Chen behind him, his breath was rising, and it seemed that he hadn't finished performing the secret art of shifting. Swish! Suddenly the big red-haired hand grabbed it once. Zhou Feng's lance in his hand shook, wanting to resist, but the big hand erupted above the fluctuation of laws at once, pressing his lance back hard, and then a slap toward the top of his head pressed. Click! Zhou Feng could only hear a crunching sound coming from the bones of his arms. Even his Saint Soldier battle armor was unable to withstand the waves of the laws, causing his arms to break. Under such a crisis, he was about to open his mouth when he suddenly heard Su Chen's words from behind him. It's done! Zhou Feng was overjoyed at his words and was about to move out of this place with Su Chen. However, when he turned his head to look, he suddenly saw the long sword in Su Chen's hand shaking, and the rolling sword chi turned into a torrent that completely enveloped him. How could Zhou Feng not expect that the other party had been brewing for a long time? But instead of moving away, he had struck out at himself. Boom! Under the rampage of the sword light, it directly tore out countless wounds all over Zhou Feng's body, and taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Chen grabbed the stone tablet off his back, followed by lifting his hand and waving his hand. An ancient and mysterious mirror above his head appeared. The mirror's light blossomed and enveloped towards the stone monument. It looked like it was actually going to pull the tablet into the mirror. It was too late to think about why the other party's divine soldier was actually able to pull the stone tablet into it. Zhou Feng now completely reacted that from start to finish, the other party had done it on purpose. He deliberately saved himself in order to grab the stone tablet. Damn you! Zhou Feng roared in anger, ready to pull the other party to die with him. Even if he died, he could not let the other party take the stone tablet away. However, without waiting for him to react, the red-haired resentful spirit in mid-air had already attacked again, rolling the power of the laws into bloom, completely enveloping him. The previously uninjured Zhou Feng could only barely resist, let alone the fact that now that he was already severely injured he was even less of a match for the red-haired grudge. Boom! Zhou Feng was submerged by the laws, while Su Chen took this opportunity and was about to use the sky shading mirror to include the stone tablet. But suddenly, a void fluctuation came from the void, and a large area of black flames spread out, enveloping towards the stone monument. At the same time, two immortal lights bloomed on the other side, twisting towards Su Chen like scissors. Bring the tablet. Two chants, almost simultaneously. Humph. Want to rob? Dream on. Su Chen raised his hand. A talisman that emitted a bright light was offered. Then he raised his hand and made a move to the sky shading mirror, which instantly engulfed the stone tablet completely. Himself. It was even flooded by the light of the talisman, and then disappeared out of thin air where it was. Swish! The void fluctuated, and the figures of Ji Yueying and Tantai both appeared at the same time. A great shifting talisman? And it's a great shift talisman from the hand of a quasi-emperor. Tantai looked at the direction Su Chen had disappeared, having held back so far, and even more so, being able to scheme the second prince. It can't be that she's the Su Chen we're looking for, right? Ji Yueying frowned. But didn't my lord say that Su Chen is a male? How could it be a woman? That's not necessarily true. Tantai's beautiful eyes flickered. Master said that the heaven-covering mirror is able to cover the heavens, so perhaps the effect of form change also exists. That's an immortal artifact. If it's true, even a great emperor wouldn't be able to see a break. Then what should we do? On this journey, there are nearly 100 targets marked by the two of us. If we count the women, is it possible that there are oversights? Ji Yueying revealed a worried look. The most important purpose of the master this time was to find where Su Chen was. Would it not be a sin if it were due to a lapse in one's judgment? Tantai did not reply, but raised her eyes to Zhou Feng, who was shrouded by the saint's resentment. The second prince is afraid that he is in mortal danger. For today's solution, the two of us need to recall the suspicious women who have been by the side of the second prince since this past 3 months, and mark them all together as well. The master has a saying that it is better to kill than to let go. At the same time, this woman who escaped should also be tracked down. She has a stone tablet on her. In case it's not Su Chen, it might be possible to continue to lure Su Chen to show up. It had to be. As the two of them said that, they swept their bodies and hurriedly swept towards the distance. Behind it, only left behind, layer upon layer of red-haired resentful spirits erupted with saintly fluctuations. After a long time, the resentful spirit seemed to have finished venting, so it continued to revert to its original dull appearance and drifted away towards the distance. And after it left, the place where Zhou Feng was originally located could not be seen in the slightest silhouette, with only a few fragments of limbs buried here. Chapter 64, The Fall of the Adverse Sun. 3 years, time to close the net. Beyond the secret realm of the 10,000 races, in the starry sky outside the Xian Huang world, Zhou Yu suddenly raised his eyebrows, somewhat on a whim. A strong person of his level would easily not be in such a situation unless he encountered a major matter, and it was still closely related to himself. After a brief thought, Zhou Yu could not help but look towards the depths of the Star River. Can it be that the rebellious sun has fallen? Counting the time. It's not even half a year yet. So it seems like maybe that Su Chen has already made his move. In a moment of thought, Zhou Yu closed his eyes on top of the warship, and his divine thoughts probed into the human emperor streamer to find the red dust empress and begin to set up his own means. If it was really Su Chen who appeared, the human emperor streamer prepared at that time would be able to make him completely fatal. Boom! The void shook, and the crowd could only see the human emperor streamer suddenly emerge in the direction of the void warship where the Zhou clan was located, followed by countless soul chains rising up to cover all 10,000 miles of the void. Seeing this scene, the other forces that had avoided the Zhou clan from afar frowned, not knowing what Zhou Yu was planning to do. It was still the strongest person from the Wing clan who was somewhat unable to suppress himself and took the initiative to open his mouth to inquire. Your Excellency is afraid that it's a bit inappropriate to blockade this place with Imperial soldiers, isn't it? Shut the up. Zhou Yu glared at him. One more word and this seat will send you into the human emperor's streamer to spend your days. You, as a quasi-emperor 9 heavens of the Wing clan, when had Wen Zun ever suffered such humiliation? Immediately, he was furious and his body trembled. However, he only trembled for a few moments before he fell silent and stopped speaking. Not only did he not make a move, but instead he cursed himself in his heart for owing his mouth. Why did you have to mess with him? The result is finding yourself uncomfortable. The rest of the people did not have the slightest bit of ridicule for Winning Zun's approach. Quite the contrary. What with the Sword Pavilion, the Thunder Clan, Yao Qi and other powerhouses, each and every one of them didn't even let out a single fart. Instead, as Zhou Yu cast the human emperor streamer, he brought his void battleship to retreat towards a further distance. This is the benefit of being strong. The great completion sank body in this battle. This kind of horizontal pressure on the side of the powerful still have to retreat. Zhou Yu was also too lazy to pay attention to them right now. His first goal was to take out Su Chen. The rest would have to take a back seat. If any of the ungrateful ones really wanted to mess with him, he would keep it on his books and wait until he had settled Su Chen before settling the score. As time turned, another 2 months passed, and there were already quite a few figures appearing one after another from the secret realm. Most of them had good harvests, and a few of them returned with serious injuries, looking miserable. Of course, it was a cruel fact that more existences were feared to be buried forever in the secret realm. Greetings, Patriarch. My subordinate obtained a piece of eternal green gold from it. My subordinate has obtained 3 Dao bone flowers. There are still 3 sacred remnants, of which the spirit is still present. An ancient sacred pill. My subordinate has inspected it and the spirit is still present, so it should be possible to take it. A fragment of a quasi-imperial weapon with a strong Dao pattern on it can be observed and learned from. Zhou Yu smiled and nodded as he listened to the many reports in front of him. This time He Zhou clan really rose against the sky, which harvested the opportunity to treasure. The number is not high. If given time we'll certainly be able to let the overall strength of the Zhou clan to a new high. Of course, there were some discordant voices, reporting to the clan chief. There is another quasi-imperial weapon fragment that was snatched by the winning clan. Please forgive my subordinate's incompetence. Originally, there were supposed to be 3 sacred pills, of which the Yaoqi Holy Land snatched one and the other was taken by the Sword Pavilion. The Imperial clan and us are fighting over a great sacred fierce beast bone, and there's a big fight going on. When the Thunder clan saw that the opportunity could not be snatched, they struck out at us and tried to kill us, and if it wasn't for the fact that we were so deep, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to come back alive to see the clan chief. Reporting to the Patriarch, the Emperor of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom once chased and killed the second prince. My subordinate saw it with his own eyes. There's also the son of the barbarian god, who similarly struck out at Duke Zhou Feng, the Sword Pavilion's Li Changshang, the royal clan's Royal Qinghuan, and the Win clan's Win Dao once surrounded and killed the second prince. The Witch clan's Witch Xingtian, watching from the sidelines, didn't help. As a pile of disciples reported, the faces of the other powerhouses gradually turned ugly. Ahem, Patriarch Zhou, the secret realm of 10,000 clans, itself is a place of competition for opportunities, and it is only reasonable for the sons and daughters of our sex to enter it, to compete with each other, and to calculate, and this point shouldn't be unknown, right? Winzhen was the first to step forward and explain. He knew that Zhou Yu seemed to be looking at him a bit unfavorably and hurriedly explained. That's right. There must not be many chances that can survive on top of that kind of ancient battlefield, and fights are inevitable, so Patriarch Zhou won't be bothered by this small matter, right? The barbarian god of the barbarian god temple jumped out to explain that the barbarians who were good at refining the body knew the gold content of the great completion sacred body better than anyone else. Cultivation is inherently against the heavens, and contention is unavoidable. If Patriarch Zhou has to mind even this, then Mr. Li has nothing to say. The Sword Pavilion Master, who was already on top of the world, reluctantly explained. My demon clan's clansmen have always been reckless, so please don't mind Clan Chief Show. The strongest of the 10,000 demon kingdoms' postures were placed very low. It's all a fight between juniors. Patriarch Show is magnanimous. How could he mind, right? Holy Mother Yaochi smiled as she looked at Zhou. Zhou sank his face and swept towards the crowd, and suddenly laughed softly. Oh, don't worry, Mr. Zhou won't mind. These juniors matters. This seat is too lazy to intervene. Hearing him say that, the crowd was relieved. If they really made a scene, they really couldn't stop it. Zhou Yu's smile tightened and he secretly sneered. Do you really think that this seat will let it go like this? These forces had stood for an unknown number of years throughout the Xinhuang Great World, and all of them had accumulated an unknown amount of resources and heritage. I was worried that I couldn't find a chance to plunder a bit. Don't you see this excuse coming? It was only that the heavens and the earth were not as big as his own extermination of Su Chen, which was why Zhou Yu made a false pretense of stabilizing them for the time being. When we settle Su Chen, we will naturally make a move on them, and if they don't die, they will have to shed their skin for me to do so. As more and more disciples appeared, the entire 10,000 races' mysterious realm gradually came to an end. A year passed, and on this day, a figure swept out of the starry river in a hurry, and quickly arrived in front of Zhou Yu. See my lord, Ji Yuing, who was dressed in a black dress, bowed. Get up. Zhou Yu nodded slightly. How is the mission accomplished? My lord, there are 132 targets marked this time. 89 of them are men and the rest are women. All of them are suspicious. Ji Yuyo explained. There are still women? Zhou Yu froze for a moment and couldn't help but be puzzled. Indeed, Yui Shadow and Sister Yi guessed that since that Su Chen had the existence of the sky shading mirror, he might have the means to change women, so they marked it together. Zhou Yu raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He had indeed not thought about it before. This Su Chen still had the possibility of female clothing. In the original, Su Chen had always been a scrappy rebel, and indeed had no chance, but since he had crossed over, both the plot and his mindset were different from before. It might even be possible. Good, you're doing well, Zhou Yu quipped. Where is Tantai Yi? Why don't we see her come out? At the mention of Tantai Yi, Ji Yui's face changed slightly and she once again bowed. My lord, forgive Yui's incompetence for not saving Sister Yi. Chapter 65, If I don't let you go, you can't leave. Tantai Yi has fallen? Seeing Ji Yuing in such a state, Zhou Yu's brows tightened. It shouldn't be. Tantai Yi is an innate Dao body, and inside the original story, she is able to become the existence of a female emperor. How can you fall so easily? Not fallen, but captured by a powerful man. Capture? Zhou Yu said. What people? The young patriarch of the reincarnation clan. What? Zhou Yu's pupils shrunk slightly. How could he not know the great name of the reincarnation clan? Existences on the starry sky 10,000 races list, races with truly great emperors sitting in their midst, were renowned. And the young patriarch of the reincarnation clan was naturally not to be underestimated. How do you know he's a Rotarian? We found a stone tablet of opportunity left behind by the reincarnation emperor on top of the remnants of a great emperor, inscribed with the word reincarnation. Ji Yuing explained. Originally, the stone tablet had already been taken away, and the two of us, my sister and I, chased after it together for a long time, only to end up being defeated by a strong person who claimed to be a member of the Wheel of Fortune clan. He took a fancy to his sister's innate Dao body and said he wanted to bring it back to perpetuate the flame for the Wheel of Fortune clan. And we fought, but were no match. Eventually my sister was taken by him. He also said that he had come to retrieve his clan's inheritance, which is that reincarnation stone tablet. Zhou Yu pondered, guessing that the other party should really be the young patriarch of the reincarnation clan, because other than such a strong person, the rest of the people would not be able to resist Tantai Yi, much less her teaming up with Ji Yuing. If you dare to touch the seats person, even if it's the reincarnation clan, you'll have to pay the price. Zhou Yu snorted coldly and temporarily suppressed this matter. What about Zhou Feng? What's the situation? My lord, the second prince has fallen. What? When the surrounding crowd heard that Zhou Feng had actually fallen, they immediately cried out in shock. Only Zhou Yu was calm. How did he die? Ji Yuus spoke of Zhou Feng's encounter, starting from being besieged, all the way to being backstabbed later on, and then being killed by the sage red-haired spiteful spirit. A woman's death is not enough. Zhou Yu grunted angrily on the surface, but in the bottom of his heart, he was secretly calculating. This second son of his went offline. Maybe it was that Su Chen who made the move. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but look towards the Yaoqi Holy Land. If the other party appeared, they would definitely hide in it. Buzz! The entire Star River violently trembled. The original clearly visible tall stone monument began to vibrate, and then under the gaze of the crowd, disappeared in the Star River. No trace. the secret world of the 10,000 races. It's over. Next, the major power players will be faced with choices. That's right, the gate of Xianhuang was opened by all the major powers together, and on weekdays, no one under a paramount emperor could open it alone. Therefore, if one wanted to leave the Xianhuang world and step into the boundless starry sky, now was the best opportunity. There are many old and decrepit people with little life expectancy who will take this opportunity to step into the starry sky and seek an opportunity. Of course, there were also some youngsters who relied on their incredible potential and would likewise step into the stars to seek their own growth. If they didn't leave at this moment, when they returned to the Xianhuang world again, they wouldn't be able to leave the Xianhuang world again unless the Paragon Emperor helped. For a time, all the major forces, many of them were dumbfounded and ready to leave. Senior sister, after this trip to the secret realm is over, Su intends to head to the stars and seek opportunities. Su Chen, who was pretending to be Chen Su, transmitted his voice to Fairy Linglong. As a senior sister with such talent, why not join Su and go shine in the starry sky? Before he came back, he was pursued by that clan member of the reincarnation clan, and the two of them exchanged a few blows. And if it wasn't for the sky shading mirror protecting his body, Su Chen felt like he wouldn't be able to withstand it. This made him realize that the starry sky 10,000 races was the true great world. Moreover, in the Xianhuang world, there was Zhou Yu, the fatal star, who had been staring at him, so before he came back, he had already decided that he would head to the depths of the starry sky to seek greater opportunities, and at the same time, he could be able to avoid Zhou Yu, killing two birds with one stone. If he could take Linglong Fairy away and double up with himself, it would be a triple win. Senior sister Su, are you about to leave? Surprise surfaced above Fairy Linglong's pretty face. Your current realm is only at the void sky realm. It's not considered safe to be in the endless starry sky, so why don't you go back to the Holy Land and at least step into the law realm and become a saint to be on the safe side? Fairy Linglong was very concerned about this senior sister, who had found a chance in the secret realm and had been enlightened for more than 2 years before ending. No, senior sister wants to experience more adventures, or is she planning to leave? Su Chen shook his head. Alright, in that case, senior sister won't stop you. Seeing that Su Chen's intention to go had been decided, Fairy Linglong nodded her head and said, however, senior sister has some gains in the secret realm this time, so she will not be able to accompany you to leave for the time being, and she needs to go back to gain some enlightenment before she can do so. In 10 years at the latest, senior sister will be able to complete it, and at that time, senior sister can ask master to open the gate of Xianhuang and send me out of the Xianhuang great world to seek you out. Yes, Su Chen did not force himself and nodded. Then senior sister is waiting for senior sister in the starry sky. Saying that, he opened his arms and embraced Linglong very gently. Sniffing the virginal fragrance of the other party, Su Chen sighed in his heart, but after all, he had to consider for his own future, and could only give up on the beautiful person. Farewell speeches such as these were staged among all the major powers. Soon, in the midst of the vast starry sky, a small void warship emerged, and the silhouettes on it flickered, and it was about to move forward towards the distant void. Su Chen also prepared a warship and bid farewell to Fairy Linglong, and even the Holy Mother of Yao Qi. Go, starry heaven and earth, and be great. Parting is also a time to return. When we meet again, you will surely dominate. With the river of stars as your witness, may you have an invincible future. Su Chen arched his hand to the group of senior sisters from the Yao Qi Holy Land and was about to leave. However, right at this moment, suddenly in the void, a terrifying fluctuation surfaced, and the next moment, a large white streamer with a sinister aura that covered the sky and was incomparably large even in the starry sky emerged out of thin air. What's going on? The void is blocked. Who is so bold? A voice of disbelief resounded, and many strong people showed signs of dissatisfaction. I didn't expect that at a time like this, there would actually be someone who dared to block, and to block all the forces. The Yao Qi Holy Land, the Sword Pavilion, the Royal Clan, the Winning Clan, and other leading powerhouses looked in the direction of the Zhou Clan, not understanding what this Zhou Clan patriarch was planning to do. Patriarch Zhou, what is the meaning of this? Holy Mother Yao Qi suppressed the dissatisfaction in her heart and smiled as she inquired. Now that the secret realm has ended, please also release the blockade and let them leave. On the other side, Zhou Yu heard the words but slowly got up. His eyes seemed to be able to penetrate through the ages. A moment later, his calm words with an unquestionable tone surfaced clearly and unmistakably in everyone's ears. If this seat doesn't allow it, you can't leave. Chapter 66 Blood Symbol Guide. Better to kill than to let go. What? Why don't you let us go? Even though your Zhou clan has risen to power, you can't be lawless, can you? If you let us go, Is it possible that you want to start a war with all the forces of my Xian Huang Great World? Many of the disciples who were going to leave the strong, dissatisfied with the opening, and hidden in the Yaoqi Holy Land Su Chen on the surface of the same surprise, but the heart cannot help but rise up a bad feeling of foreboding. It couldn't be that the other party knew that he was hiding here, so they wanted to find him even at the expense of going to war with the entire Xian Huang Great World? Nima, should we be so exaggerated? Su Chen was speechless in his heart, but on second thought, the other party should not be so extreme. After all, he had his own sky shading mirror in his hand, and if he didn't take the initiative to expose it, it was impossible for him to find out his breath. Taking a step back, with his current strength of stepping into the void sky realm, even destroying the sky shading mirror wouldn't take a breath of time. At that time, even if he was discovered, it wouldn't be difficult for him to use the sky shading mirror to escape. With this in mind, Su Chen's heart was a little bit more at ease, his eyes looking towards the direction of the Zhou clan, waiting to see what would happen. The son of this seat, Zhou Feng, died in the secret realm. Zhou Yu's calm words resounded. If it was an unusual death, it would be just that, but he died on top of being counted. All of you who are fathers may wish to think about it. If it is your son, who died in a reckoning, how should you and others deal with yourself? Will you let the murderer go, or will you avenge your son's death? Su Chen's heart jumped when he heard this, and he instantly thought of Zhou Feng who had been assassinated by himself before. No way. If he could find me, why would he wait until now? No panic, he must be bluffing. As expected, when Zhou Yu's words fell, many of the powerhouses opened their mouths in hushed tones. We can understand Patriarch Zhou's pain of losing his son, but if this is the reason for leaving all the forces of my Xian Huang Great World behind, isn't that a bit excessive? Not bad. It's hard to believe that Patriarch Zhou wants to line up one by one. How many hours will this take? There is no need for you all to be in a hurry. Zhou Yu smiled faintly. This seed now has a secret technique that can directly locate the existence related to my son Zhou Feng, and at that time, this seat will only need to take away the suspects to torture them. When these words came out, many heads of forces nodded slightly. From the bottom of their hearts, they really didn't want to go to war with such a great completion sacred body. Now it would be simple if he could give up a few disciples and be able to calm things down. Since Patriarch Zhou had his secret technique long ago, there's no need to waste time. Please also perform it so as not to delay the hour. Not bad. My royal clan agrees to this law. The Ning clan also agrees to this law. With most of the forces taking a stance, the Yaoqi Holy Land and even the top forces such as the Winning clan and the Imperial clan likewise had no way to refute it. A secret art? Impossible. The sky shading mirror is capable of shielding all heavenly chances, and even deduction and divination cannot possibly find me. Su Chen sniffed his heart. All along, the sky shading mirror had given him enough confidence that any great power or even a quasi-emperor's deduction had no way of discovering his traces, and hiding his breath was even more so as even great emperors were unable to see through it. This was the power of an immortal weapon. Could it not be found by ordinary means? He did not believe that Zhou Yu would be able to find himself with a secret technique of any kind. At the same time, after Zhou Yu had obtained the consent of the crowd, he raised his hand and grabbed it, and a drop of blood emerged from the void. This seat knows that you are hiding in it, and is conceited that it has the means to hide its own aura, and even that it cannot be deduced. Zhou Yu's words clearly and incomparably reached the ears of the crowd. But I'm afraid you've forgotten that this seat doesn't need to deduce where you are, let alone search for your scent. It only needs to use my son's blood as a guide to find the place where his blood remains. At that time, as long as you are tainted with his blood, you are bound to be in it. What? Su Chen's heart jumped. He did not expect Zhou Yu was actually able to come up with such an alternative way. If it was really as he said, then there was a real possibility that he could be marked. At that time, he had to escape. Just as Su Chen was pondering in his mind, Zhou Yu had already begun to cast his own blood rune guide in full view of everyone. He used a drop of Zhou Feng's essence blood that he had retained long ago as a guide, and then used his own qi and blood to condense the runes of the blood rune guide. With just a buzzing sound, countless Dao lines rose from Zhou Yu's body, which then transformed into runes and merged into the essence blood in his hand. In an instant, the rune wrapped around Zhou Feng's essence blood bloomed with scarlet bloodlight. In the name of this emperor, blood leads to the heavens. Seek the trail for 10,000 miles. Go! Buzz! Only when Zhou Yu raised his hand and waved it, the blood-colored rune rose up and shone towards one side of the void. The next moment, in the midst of the enveloping bloodlight, a dozen or so equally scarlet rays shone out from it. The source of that light was clearly a figure that had stepped into the young generation of the 10,000 races' secret realm. Take it down for me. As soon as Zhou Yu's words fell, the Zhou clan's great saints, the Sage Kings, struck out almost simultaneously, enveloping their targets. No! Don't! We were just grabbing the chance. I didn't kill him. Get off me. The grabbed figure struggled desperately and even kept explaining, but none of it helped, and was lifted up in an instant and swept towards the direction where the Zhou clan was, and none of the forces they were in dared to stop it. When this first batch of suspects were pulled in front of the Zhou clan, Zhou Yu didn't even look at them, and raised his hand with a wave of his hand. A Dao pattern blossomed, turning into a millstone and crushing away. Put. More than a dozen figures, almost without the slightest suspense, burst apart and became a blood mist, while their residual divine souls were even incorporated into them by a move of the human emperor's streamer and disappeared. This, Patriarch Zhou, aren't you looking for the murderer? Why do you want to exterminate them all? Someone couldn't stand seeing this scene and immediately opened his mouth. Zhou Yu looked at the person who had spoken, seemingly the patriarch of a family, only to see him snort coldly. The human emperor streamer suddenly rose with a sinister wind. A chain probed out and instantly pierced through the chest of the saint, and when it reappeared, it had already pulled his divine soul out and into the human emperor streamer. The void was silent. Everyone did not expect that Zhou Yu would actually strike so viciously when he said he would. What this seat is looking for are the suspects. All those who are connected to my son are suspects and deserve to die. Zhou Yu looked around with cold eyes. Anyone else who objects is considered harboring. This move made an example of everyone and completely shut everyone up. The other strong people were fine, especially those young Heaven's Pride disciples. This time everyone was simply at risk. In case they had crossed paths with Zhou Feng, perhaps, they were all going to be targets. If this is selected, the end will definitely be a fall, because the other side will not be talking about any evidence at all, but all the suspects will be completely chopped up and erased. It's better to kill the wrong person than to let them go. On the contrary, the ones he had killed were not enough to make all the forces and the Zhou clan turn their backs on him. Some of the forces are still grateful for having escaped. After observing the crowd's reactions for a little while, Zhou Yu continued to search for the second batch of figures by still manipulating the scarlet rune. Buzz! The second batch appeared, and the Zhou clan powerhouses waiting on the sidelines similarly caught them out before being directly exterminated by Zhou Yu. The third batch, the fourth batch, dozens of youngsters were exterminated in a row, which sounded like a small number. But in Su Chen's eyes, a thick shadow loomed over his heart. Should we run or not? Chapter 67, Finding Su Chen. Human Emperor Streamer Activation. No way. He'd never find himself. But what he was looking for was not himself, but the scent of that Zhou Feng. What if you get caught in your own place? Impossible. The sky shading mirror was able to cover everything. It was impossible to find out. What if? It's not too late to run then. What if it's too late? God knows what other means Zhou Yu has to restrict himself. Countless thoughts continued to rise in Su Chen's mind, causing him to be annoyed beyond measure, not knowing how to resolve them. And by this time, the fifth batch of discovered figures had already been exterminated by the human emperor streamer. Buzz! The light continued, and this time, the winning clan's winning Dao and the royal clan's royal Qinghuan were selected at the same time, causing Su Chen's heart to jump. Without waiting for him to ponder, voices from the other side from the royal and winning clans resounded. Patriarch Zhou, Win Tao is the royal son of my Win clan. His status is extremely important. He must not be taken away. The patriarch of the Win clan, Win Zun, said in a deep voice. Oh, the status is extremely heavy? Then my son's status is not heavy? Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow. Then, in your opinion, my son died in vain? Is that so? This, naturally can't die in vain. Only that the Win road is too important to my Win clan. Please ask Patriarch Zhou to be lenient. Win Zin hesitated, but stepped back. This honored one can make Win Tao swear with his Dao heart that he is not directly related to Zhou Feng's death, and then compensate the Zhou clan with a chance. What do you think, Clan Chief Zhou? Compensation? Zhou Yu snorted coldly. My son has the stature to become an emperor. Can you compensate me for a son of a great emperor? The people of the winning clan were all completely speechless. Nima, if your son is in the position of a great emperor, he has to compensate the great emperor, right? Then why don't you compensate me for my son's immortality? However, under this situation, no one dared to say so, in case they angered Zhou Yu. I'm afraid it wouldn't end in the death of one. You, Zhou Patriarch. This is a bit of a strong word. Winzin held his tongue for half a day before finally uttering a sentence. So what if this seat is just being forceful? Zhou Yu's tone was forceful, and between his footsteps, his palm reached out and grabbed at the winning road. Whoever dares to stop this seat today is at war with the Zhou clan. I would like to see which clan can break bread with this seat. Threats overflowed. Buzz. Seeing the Dao lines enveloping his body, Win Tao had the intention to resist, but realized that he could not break free at all and could only be taken away by Zhou Yu. Seeing this, he looked towards Winzin one after another, calling out repeatedly, Winning ancestor save me, winning clan save me. Winzin's face changed color, but he was too hard to make a move. In the end, he could only watch as Win Tao was grabbed over by Zhou Yu, only to see his large hand grip, countless Dao lines surging, and he crushed him into a bloody mist. Humph. Win respected a heavy cold snort, but he could only express his anger and dissatisfaction. Other than that, he could not do the slightest thing. Even the powerhouses of the winning clan endured their anger, and the other forces were even more silenced. Then Zhou Yu raised his hand and grabbed Yi Qinghuan with one hand. The other party was covered in bits and pieces of animal skin, full of wildness, looking like a small wildcat. When opportunities are up for grabs, what kind of person doesn't put up a fight? As a clan leader, you only know how to use your power to oppress others. So kill me. Seeing the miserable state of Wendo, Royal Qinghuan was already out of rage and ready to die. How about this seat presses you? If you have a strong person in the royal clan, you can also press me. Look, is there anyone to stand up for you? Zhou Yu's words caused Royal Qinghuan's expression to stutter. You want to die, don't you? This seat is not as good as you want. Human Emperor Streamer. Between Zhou Yu's thoughts, immediately the chains in the Human Emperor's streamer rose up, completely entangling the entirety of Royal Qinghuan, then directly pulling him into it and disappearing. Two great clans Celestial Pride were killed and imprisoned one after another, and the remaining forces, simply everyone was in danger, with anxiety in their hearts. Just at this moment, the light induced by Zhou Yu's blood talisman had already shrouded over towards the Yaoqi Holy Land where Su Chen was. Senior sister, that Zhou Feng and I have crossed paths before. I wonder if I will be implicated. Su Chen was uneasy in his heart and couldn't help but ask Fairy Linglong. No, that Zhou clan may be domineering, but my Yaoqi Holy Land is a top-tier Holy Land, and you are Master's personal disciple, so it's impossible for her to watch you die. Fairy Linglong shook her head. Like this? Su Chen nodded slightly and didn't ask any more questions, but in his heart, for the Holy Mother of Yaoqi, whether she can step in to save herself is still a toss-up. If he does not expose his identity is still okay. Once he exposed his male body, I'm afraid that not to mention Zhou Yu, the Yaoqi Holy Land would have to deal with him. Buzz. Sure enough, as the light from the blood talisman guide surfaced, his body similarly blossomed with light. In an instant, Su Chen secretly said that it was not good, and with a movement of his body, he was about to cast the sky shading mirror to leave. And at that exact moment, Fairy Linglong grabbed his arm and said in a deep voice, Senior sister, don't be anxious, Master will step in. She turned her head to look at the Holy Mother of Yaoqi and realized that the Holy Mother of Yaoqi had also cast her eyes to this place. Patriarch Shou, Chen Susu is the newest true disciple that my concubine has taken in, with good talent, so please make it easier. Holy Mother Yaoqi smiled and spoke. I, Yaoqi Holy Land, am willing to pay any price. Oh, any price? Zhou Yu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, his eyes flickering over Su Chen's body. I wonder if this disciple is Holy Mother. When was it received? Seeing that Zhou Yu did not reject it at first, Holy Mother Yaoqi thought that there was a chance, and immediately continued to explain. This woman was brought back by my concubine more than 2 years ago, when she traveled outside. At that time, it was only the second level of the Heavenly Palace realm, but in just over 2 years, he stepped into the Void Sky realm, and is the second true biography after Linglong. More than 2 years, second level of the Heavenly Palace realm? Zhou Yu's eyes flickered as he looked at the other party with increasingly bright eyes. Weren't these two pieces of information about the same time as the time after he had left the Nine Secret Sea? No matter the time, or the cultivation realm, they were all very similar. Thus, almost subconsciously, Zhou Yu used his system to scan towards the other party's head. The result that came out made Zhou Yu's heart almost shake. Su Chen. Realm, first level of the Void Sky realm. Fate, Golden. Current destiny value, 2,150,000. He didn't expect that the previous suspicions of Ji Yueying and Tan Tai Yi had actually come true, and that the woman in front of him was actually Su Chen, who had changed her gender and pretended to be him. The original Blood Rune Leader's secret technique was not actually able to probe all the relevant people with Zhou Feng's blood. In reality, the suspects that Zhou Yu had found were all targets that Ji Yueying and Tan Tai Yi had secretly marked with Zhou Feng's blood. The slightest hint of a suspicious presence will be flagged. At that time, even if Su Chen was able to conceal everything, as long as he was tagged in it, he would be directly discovered. And how could Su Chen not have imagined that Zhou Yu possessed a system that could ignore the sky shading mirror and check the other party's information? One might wonder why not just scan it. Wouldn't it save time? In reality, the system's scanning could only target a single one, and when the many forces gathered, their numbers were unknown. Zhou Yu couldn't possibly scan through them one by one. He didn't have that kind of time, much less that kind of energy, so it is only possible to use this method of marking, and then to scan the person who is marked. Again. Instead, they can easily find each other. In an instant, Zhou Yu began to secretly mobilize the human emperor streamer, while his mouth pretended to be puzzled. Since she is the beloved disciple of the Holy Mother of Yao Qi, it is not impossible for this seat to let her go. Only, the Holy Mother of Yao Qi's heart was delighted and she subconsciously said, only what? Only someone needs to replace her. Zhou Yu pointed at the Linglong fairy next to him with one hand. Use her. What? Fairy Linglong's face changed, not expecting that Zhou Yu would actually point the spear at himself. Chapter 68, Leave Su Chen Behind. Exterminate. Originally, Fairy Linglong was trying to think of ways to help this senior sister of hers escape, but unexpectedly, Zhou Yu suddenly pointed the spear at himself. It was a bit of a surprise to her, but before she could react, Zhou Yu had already struck out, only to see his large hand grabbing, countless Dao patterns emerging, transforming into a heavenly hand grabbing towards himself all at once. When Su Chen, who was next to him, saw this scene, almost subconsciously, he unleashed his own method of shifting and directly appeared hundreds of miles away. This kind of bright move was even more painful to Linglong Fairy's heart, and at this moment, that Dao tattooed hand had already transformed into a curtain that covered the sky, enveloping towards her. The Holy Mother of Yao Qi also did not expect that Zhou Yu actually spared Su Chen and dealt with her first true biography, and in an instant, with a stroke of her jade hand, a lotus-like seal emerged from the void, piercing through the void in an instant and striking horizontally on top of Zhou Yu's large hand. Boom! Terrifying fluctuations spread out, countless Dao ripples fluctuated in the starry sky, and how many silent planets were broken into pieces and turned into dust. You dare to take a shot at this seat? Zhou Yu feigned outrage as the quasi-emperor Nine Heavens Dao lines he had just utilized began to rise once more. Patriarch Zhou, Linglong is the holy daughter of my Yao Qi Holy Land, the future successor to the Holy Lord. I still request that the patriarch be able to be lenient. The Holy Mother of Yao Qi's face was calm, still persuading. That true biography you want this seat to be open-minded. This true biography you also want to be open-minded. As long as it's your true biography, wouldn't it be the case that this seat has to be open-minded as well? Zhou Yu had a cold smile on his face. There is no such good thing. Having struck out, one must bear the price. Buzz, countless Dao lines bloomed around him, and he directly used his divine ability to shroud the Holy Mother of Yao Qi all at once. The Holy Mother of Yao Qi's face changed. Not expecting that, Zhou Yu would actually make a move when he said he would. Panicked, he was about to strike back. The faces of the other powerhouses in the surroundings also changed up. Zhou Yu was simply temperamental, arrogant and domineering, and actually directly dared to directly strike out at the Yao Qi Holy Land's Paragon Emperor. It's unbelievable. There were also people who were ready to watch the show from the sidelines. Anyway, their own heavenly pride had already folded. If others also folded, it was equivalent to no change in strength. Fairy Linglong looked at Zhou Yu and then at her master. Before a powerhouse of this level, her claim to be the #1 heavenly pride of the Yaohu Holy Land was not of the slightest use. And in the distance, Su Chen also didn't expect Zhou Yu to make a sudden move, but he didn't rush too much. After all, Zhou Yu's target wasn't himself, which meant that he didn't discover his identity. It caused a slight hesitation within him. However, just as everyone thought that Zhou Yu was going to fight with the Holy Mother of Yao Qi, the Dao pattern that Zhou Yu had erupted suddenly turned violently in the void, abandoning the Holy Mother of Yao Qi, and enveloping Su Chen, who was watching from afar at once. Boom! The void above Su Chen's head all completely shattered in the midst of this Dao pattern, and the countless turbulent currents had all been blocked, like a cage, completely enveloping him. No good. At this moment, Su Chen finally reacted that Zhou Yu was not trying to make a move at all, but rather a sound bite. His real target was not the Holy Mother of Yao Qi, but himself. Buzz! He suddenly destroyed his sky shading mirror, transforming it into a shield to protect himself. But unfortunately, Zhou Yu's strike was just too sudden, so much so that when he destroyed the sky shield of the sky shading mirror, he could only block most of the Dao lines, with a small portion of them spreading over. Click! Su Chen just let out a muffled grunt. The internal organs all began to quake violently, and the 5 divine collections were about to be unable to withstand it, directly collapsing. 3. Blood and flesh rolled over. The great dragon crumbled, and the immortal palace shadow that he had sacrificed above his head actually crumbled by as much as a small half under this strike. It wasn't that Su Chen's immortal palace wasn't strong enough, but the gap between the two people's realm strength was too great. If it wasn't for the sky shading mirror protecting him, Su Chen would have died an unknown number of times. Ding! You succeeded in seriously injuring Su Chen, plundering the heavenly fate value plus 100. 000. Good guy. This strike really worked, directly plundering 100. 000 heavenly fate values, but Zhou Yu knows that this guy's fate is too strong. If not directly killed, simply raw, powerful batch. Buzz! the sky shield wrapped Su Chen and warded off the subsequent injuries. Even so, Su Chen spat out several large mouthfuls of blood, and the original means of the sky shield mirror's concealment completely disappeared at this moment. Patriarch Shou, how can you? Seeing that her beloved disciple was injured, the Holy Mother of Yao Qi was about to question Zhou Yu. However, she paused for a moment just as she was halfway through her words. Because, in her eyes, that second true biography, Chen Susu, who she was very optimistic about, had actually shed her daughter's body and become a man with a clear brow. What? She's, actually, a man? Holy Mother Yao Qi's face was ugly, and there was a huff in her voice. Your Excellency is afraid that you don't know that this son is good at disguise, and that his own heavenly chances and aura are such that even great emperors can't see through them. Zhou Yu sneered and directly tore off Su Chen's mask. Chen Susu, you actually deceived me. Fairy Linglong's pretty face was white above. She didn't expect that the senior sister she brought back by the way was actually a moralistic man. Just thinking that she actually behaved so intimately with the other party, Fairy Linglong felt a wave of nausea and almost vomited. I'll kill you. Under the anger, Linglong Fairy had already sheathed the long sword in her hand, and then turned into a stream of light and slashed towards Su Chen. Click! The sword light landed on top of the sky-covering shield and did not cause any half damage. Now that Su Chen had stepped into the void sky realm, his manipulation of the heaven shading mirror was simply upgraded by more than another notch from before. It was almost possible to ignore Fairy Linglong's sword chi. Senior sister Linglong, I have a bitter reason for doing this, Su Chen said with a pained expression. Come with me, we'll go to the depths of the starry sky. We can become emperors, and at that time, all the existences that have wronged me, Su Chen, will have to pay the price. Asshole! Fairy Linglong shouted angrily, itching to break him into pieces right now. At the same time, he was also glad that when the other party returned to the sect, he did not let the other party share a room with him, and he did not do anything private in front of him. Otherwise, Fairy Linglong would not be able to forgive herself even if she died. Seeing Fairy Linglong in such a state, Su Chen knew that taking her away was impossible, so he withdrew his gaze and started destroying the sky shading mirror to open the sky shading gate. At the same time, he looked towards Zhou Yu with an icy face. Zhou Yu, you've targeted me 3 times. Do you really think that I, Su Chen, am made of clay? When I step into the stars and achieve greatness, my return will be the time when your Zhou clan is destroyed. Buzz! The sky shading gate emerged. A chaotic aura flowed, and everything was as unsurprising as it was before. As long as Su Chen was able to step into it, he could directly teleport out and leave this place. Swish! He flew up and plunged straight into the sky covering gate. The sky covering shield shattered and the light on the sky covering mirror erupted. So he was going to teleport him out. But right at this moment, a strange smile suddenly appeared on Zhou Yu's calm and weightless face. Do you really think that, for once, you'll be able to walk away? As the words fell, the gloomy wind rose, and the human emperor streamer, which had long been properly arranged, suddenly moved. Chapter 69, Several Years of Planning. Fist destroys Su Chen. It was the first time that the many powerhouses of the Xianhuan Great World had seen Su Chen display his own heaven shading mirror, and the aura emanating from this immortal artifact simply moved the crowd. Quite a few people had their greed rise at this moment, but it was clear that the aura emanating from the sky shading mirror prevented them from intervening. Can't you see that even Zhou Yu can't do anything about it? Even, in the end, Su Chen still had room to give Zhou Yu a taunt. Only, just as everyone thought that Su Chen was going to step into the sky shading sect and leave this place, the human emperor flag that had been shrouding the void suddenly moved, only to hear a clattering sound. A pitch-black chain pierced out from it, and the human emperor flag spread out against the wind, like a curtain covering the sky. Countless chains probed into the void, and almost instantly, they appeared on top of the sky shading mirror, entangling it at once. Su Chen, who saw this scene, did not have the slightest panic on his face, but snorted. It's useless. Zhou Yu, wasn't your lesson last time enough? This strength alone is not enough to leave me behind. However, as soon as his words fell, he saw the Tao patterns flowing above the human emperor streamer, and 3 humanoid silhouettes actually began to emerge from it. These silhouettes looked as if they were demented, but they exuded unrivaled and terrifying fluctuations up and down their circumference. Look, that aura, it's a great emperor? What? A great emperor is actually sealed within the human emperor streamer? No, not 1, but 3. The crowd's voice of shock resounded through the void, only to see that the 3 demented-like silhouettes stood in the void and opened their mouths woodenly. Yin, Yang, Tai Xian, boom! Terrifying Tao patterns that were enough to make heaven and earth tremble emerged, and in an instant, the originally pitch-black, ghostly Yin Soul chain's power skyrocketed, instantly strangling the sky shading mirror to death. This This is the Yin-Yang Avenue, and the Taishan Avenue. How is this possible? Supreme Yin-Yang? And the true ancestor of the Taishan Holy Land? A former great emperor? Impossible. Haven't they been dormant? How could they appear and be controlled by the human emperor streamer? Everyone, on the occasion of sensing the three great Tao lines, was completely shocked. They didn't expect that these old antiquities, who had been hidden for an unknown number of years, actually still existed. And moreover, the once great emperors had actually become the tools of this extreme imperial armament. The human emperor streamer. It's unbelievable. Just as they marveled, the countless chains had already erupted with terrifying black light. And at that moment, the originally unstoppable sky shading mirror actually trembled continuously. Outside the human emperor's streamer, the red dust empress took a step out, her jade hand pointing at the sky shading mirror. Forbidden. This word was drank out, and immediately the sky shading mirror emitted a buzzing sound, and the originally formed sky shading gate actually began to be illusory, and Su Chen, who was hiding in it, had already lost control of the sky shading mirror. How is that possible? Su Chen's face changed greatly and he exclaimed in shock. It was the first time that he had felt the sky shading mirror malfunctioning since he had obtained the sky shading mirror. Right at this moment, the void in front of him suddenly opened up, and Zhou Yu, who had been waiting for this moment for a long time, took a step out of it. Su Chen only had time to spit out one word before he saw Zhou Yu's fist pop out, the might of the great completion sacred body blossoming as he slammed his fist against him. Boom! Click! Muffled sounds came, and in the void, within a radius of 10,000 miles, all the floating stars shattered in unison and turned into pieces. With this punch, Zhou Yu did not hold back in the slightest, and even completely exploded the strongest means he was ever capable of exploding. Countless large stars stretched out across the void were all completely shattered, and the fragments formed a torrent that spread continuously towards the surroundings. This kind of debris alone was enough to pierce through a saint's torso, which showed what great power Zhou Yu had erupted with this punch, and as the center of power, Zhou Yu naturally endured all of Zhou Yu's powerful might, only to see that his face still wore a look of incomparable horror. His grinning mouth had not yet had time to close, and the despair remaining in his eyes had not even spread. The entire body was frozen in the void like a sculpture, and this solidification lasted for nearly a quarter of an instant before a crack began to emerge from the face, spreading and finally covering the entire body. Su Chen was like a piece of porcelain that began to shatter little by little. The broken fragments, instead of floating in the void, further turned into dust and dispersed in the endless void. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. This time, Zhou Yu didn't even give him a chance to have his divine soul remain. Not even amongst the human emperor's streamers would they preserve the existence of such a golden destiny. It's over? Zhou Yu was slightly lost in thought. He had painstakingly planned for so long and finally managed to seize the opportunity at this moment to completely exterminate one of the strongest protagonists in the original? This feels a little surreal. Buzz! A buzzing sound came from him, and he looked up to see that in midair, the immortal artifact that had lost its recognizable owner, the sky shading mirror, had indeed come to a standstill. Even the originally surfaced sky shading gate disappeared due to the loss of control. The immortal artifact sky shading mirror has actually lost its control? What does that tell you? It meant that Zhou Yu really had completely decimated Su Chen. Not waiting for Zhou Yu to celebrate, suddenly the sky shading mirror began to tremble in the middle of the mirror, in which there seemed to be something unimaginable. Agitated by the loss of the suppression of the sky shading mirror. To be precise, the other party wasn't able to break free from the sky shading mirror, but now the sky shading mirror was silent, losing the power of the active suppression of the immortal weapon. This rendered the original effect of shielding chi, and even sealing everything, useless. Swish, only to see the sky shading mirror tremble. One of the stone monuments actually flew out uncontrollably, and with just a flash in the starry sky, it directly pierced through the void and was about to leave. Although this series of changes was quick enough, it could not escape the divine thoughts of these top-tier powerhouses. With just a slight sweep, they discovered the writing on the stone tablet. Reincarnation Heavenly Scripture? What? This is the Reincarnation Emperor's Tao Formation Emperor Scripture. No, to be precise, it's the only technique he practiced before he became an immortal. Quick, grab it, we can't let it slip away. This stone tablet was precisely the reincarnation stone tablet that Su Chen had seized from Zhou Feng earlier. Only that, in the eyes of the many juniors, it was impossible to see the full picture. Now that the paramount emperor was in front of him, he directly discovered the key to it. This was the reincarnation heavenly scripture, the technique that the reincarnation emperor practiced before he became an immortal. What did this mean? It meant that as long as one followed the reincarnation heavenly scripture step by step, becoming an emperor, or even an immortal, was not impossible. Taking a step back, even if one could not follow the old path of the previous person. Using this emperor scripture of becoming an immortal as a reference, imprinting, one would be able to walk further on the path of becoming an immortal, and the probability of becoming an immortal, naturally, would be higher. Swish, almost at the same time, the Yaoqi Holy Land, the Royal Clan, the Winning Clan, the Sword Pavilion, the Thunder Clan, the Demon Clan, and even the old monks from the Western Desert, who did not ask about the world's affairs from the beginning to the end of the day, all stepped forward. Boom! Dull lines rose, incomparably bright. Blossoming golden light of Lohan's shadow appeared from the starry sky, like the palm of Ru-Lai God, grabbing towards the fleeing stone tablet, in front of a paragon, let alone you stepping into the void. Even if you enter a forbidden land, you will be found. Click! The void collapsed, and a large hand grabbed the stone tablet out of it with a hard grip. The stone monument suddenly blossomed with great Emperor Dao lines on top of it, actually shattering the great hand of Luohan stiffly, as if it was about to step into the void once again. The crowd was surprised that the small stone tablet was actually able to erupt with imperial might and even break free from the restraints of a quasi-emperor Nine Heavens powerhouse. However, right at this moment, Zhou Yu's figure appeared in front of the stone monument at an unknown time and let out a cold snort. Where to escape? What is this seats? As he spoke, he grabbed it with his palm, and the might of the great completion Saint body blossomed, grabbing it in his hand at once. Chapter 70, Stiffening a Great Emperor in the Air. Great Sacred Body Divine Might. Click. Space seemed to have been directly scratched by Zhou Yu's punch, only to see his palm probe out, and when it reappeared, it had already enveloped the entire stone monument. Zhou Yu's large hand clenched, savagely and incomparably pulling it back to his heels with one hand, and no matter how the runes on it twisted, it could not escape the power of the great sacred body. Reincarnation Heavenly Scripture. It really is an imperial scripture. Zhou Yu did not expect that this time. He had exterminated Su Chen and was able to harvest a reincarnation heavenly scripture from a great emperor. This was not an ordinary emperor scripture. If he took it back and realized it thoroughly, it would be a very important help for him to embark on the path to immortality in the future. Even, it can be passed down as a base. It was not impossible for a new reincarnation emperor to be born. However, it was clear that the reincarnation stone tablet did not want to just fall into Zhou Yu's hands, but instead, there were runes constantly rising around it, as if it was sensing some sort of call. Can't it be that someone is destroying it with a secret technique, trying to force this stone tablet to return? Zhou Yu's mind raced. The most likely person who could cause the reincarnation heavenly scripture to produce such a vibration was the second-ranked reincarnation clan member on top of the starry sky 10,000 clans list. Just as he had guessed, in the middle of the distant starry sky, the young patriarch of the reincarnation clan was sitting on his knees, and next to him, the sealed Tantai was watching him perform his secret technique there. On its head, an obscure chaotic disc emerged with 6 layers of textures that constantly flowed. Rumor has it that the reincarnation clan has a 6-fold reincarnation disc, each of which represents a single life, also known as the 6th reincarnation, and I never imagined that I would actually meet it under these circumstances. Tantai's pretty face showed a thoughtful look above. Even though she was not the opponent's opponent, her heart was not the slightest bit flustered. Instead, she kept observing, searching for the opponent's cracks and finding a chance to escape. But soon, countless runes flowed out from above the reincarnation plate and disappeared into the void, seemingly waiting for something. Tantai's eyebrows were slightly clustered, wondering what this young patriarch of the reincarnation clan was planning to do. By all rights, after he left the 10,000 clan's secret realm, he should have left the secret realm immediately. But not only did he not leave, he instead stayed in the secret realm and began to perform secret arts. It looked as if there was something in the secret realm of the 10,000 clans that had been left behind. What exactly is the thing that can make the reincarnation clan pay so much attention? Just as Tantai was speculating, the countless runes on top of that reincarnation plate suddenly blossomed with white light, actually forming the shadow of a stone tablet from it. Tantai, who was on the side, similarly saw the words within that virtual shadow, and her pupils instantly shrunk. Reincarnation Heavenly Scripture? That stone tablet that was taken away is actually the Reincarnation Emperor's Reincarnation Heavenly Scripture? At this moment, she finally understood why this young patriarch of the reincarnation clan had actually crossed countless stars to come above our 10,000 clan's secret battlefield, and its purpose was to search for this imperial scripture stone tablet that possessed the reincarnation emperor. Moreover, looking at its condition, it had actually made the stone monument resonate, and was penetrating the void, spreading continuously towards his side. He can actually forcefully summon the stone tablet? Tantai's red lips slightly opened. Her heart shook. If the young patriarch of the reincarnation clan could summon the stone monument, then wouldn't they have all fought so hard before for the sake of others? It's just mind-numbing. seeing the stone monument's shadow begin to solidify. The young patriarch of the reincarnation clan also had a smile on his face. Are the things of my reincarnation clan to be obtained by a crude person from the barbaric land of the district? However, just as his words fell, he heard an explosive voice coming from within the shadow. What belongs to the seed is also something you can take away. As soon as this voice rang out, immediately, the young patriarch of the reincarnation clan's face changed, only to see a large hand grabbing on top of the stone monument, forcibly pulling it down and completely disappearing. Put! The shadow collapsed, and the young patriarch of the reincarnation clan sprayed out a mouthful of blood in direct reaction. However, he didn't pay the slightest attention to it and instead had a sinister look on his face. My reincarnation clan's things are also yours to take? As he spoke, his breath rose around him and countless runes erupted from his body, merging into the reincarnation disc above his head. In an instant, the reincarnation disc shone brightly, and an even more powerful summoning power rose from it. Ha! Don't dream, that's the voice of my lord. You'll never know the power of my lord. Next to her, Tantai's red lips were slightly open, her face filled with sarcasm and mockery. No one can stop the reincarnation clan's original summoning. That's the power left behind by the reincarnation emperor. No one. The young patriarch of the reincarnation clan. His eyes were black and blue, and his words were tinged with madness. An even more terrifying bloodline power was awakened, and vaguely, it was as if a shadow comparable to a great emperor was rising from above its head. That shadow. It was none other than the reincarnation emperor. Not the founder of the reincarnation clan, but the most powerful one since the birth of the reincarnation clan. No, to be precise, the other party had already become immortal. The call from the great emperor's soul directly caused the reincarnation heavenly scripture to return to its place. The reason why this young patriarch was so confident was because, with the bloodline in his body, he could destroy the reincarnation emperor's imperial soul. As long as this emperor's soul came out, it would be equivalent to the reincarnation emperor calling out to his stone tablet. So how could anyone stop it? It's his killer. On the other side, Zhou held the stone tablet and was about to put it away when he suddenly realized that terrifying runic fluctuations rose from it. The stone tablet that was originally subdued by him actually went berserk to rush out. The runes in it actually erupted with the fluctuations of great emperors, and there was no way to stop it. The brush, only to see it turn into a stream of light, almost instantly disappearing into the void and going straight away. This is the reincarnation emperor? Impossible. Didn't the reincarnation emperor already go to the road to immortality? It's impossible for him to return. Then with this kind of might, it's impossible for any other than the reincarnation emperor himself to be able to explode to this level. Perhaps, this is a powerful person from the Wheel of Fortune clan utilizing a bloodline secret technique. I shouldn't be able to stay this time. It's true that this stone tablet belongs to the reincarnation clan. It's not something that ordinary people can leave behind. Between the many divine thoughts intertwined, Zhou raised an eyebrow and had already taken a step out. Knock! This step of his fell, wrapped in the might of the great completion saint body, directly stepping on the void, and with just a flash, he appeared in front of the stone monument. Open! Zhou let out a low roar as the power of the great completion saint body slammed heavily directly on top of the stone monument. Boom! The power outburst of the great perfection saint body directly caused the stone monument to tremble violently, creating a stutter in speed. With this opportunity, Zhou's fists erupted one after another, continuously smashing on top of the stone monument. At this moment, the stone monument was simply like a great emperor reviving, fighting Zhou head-on. A mere stone tablet. If this seat can't keep you, how can it dare to call itself a great sacred body? Zhou's face was expressionless as his fists fell one after another like a storm. And finally, after an unknown number of fist shadows, the runes on top of that stone monument burst apart all of a sudden, and the entire stone monument completely lost control and came to a standstill. Chapter 71, Suchen not dead? Thunder Sound Temple and the Witch Clan's pushback. PFFFFFFFF. The young patriarch of the reincarnation clan spewed out 3 mouthfuls of essence blood furiously one after another, and the entire person's breath shriveled down, his face as pale as gold paper. He didn't expect that even after he had exploded his bloodline secret technique and inspired the soul of a great emperor, he hadn't been able to summon back the inheritance of the reincarnation heavenly scripture, the great sacred body, the great world of Xianhuang. The young patriarch of the reincarnation clan was almost about to gnaw his mouthful of steel teeth to pieces, while at this moment, Tantai's delicate laughter that sounded like heavenly music resounded from the side. Oh, it looks like you lost. What happened to the promise that no one could stop it? You are useless in front of my lord. Humph. The young patriarch of the reincarnation clan snorted coldly and wasn't affected by Tantai. Instead, he exerted his cultivation and carried Tantai away from the starry sky. The Xianhuang Great World is just a big world. When I return to the reincarnation clan, I will ask the clan elders to make a move, and at that time, you will see that I will place your master's head in front of you. The young patriarch of the reincarnation clan still carried arrogance in his words. I'm still missing the skull of a great completion sacred body as an ornament in my room. As the words fell, his figure flipped and transformed into a shadow in the void, disappearing. In the starry sky outside the Xin Huang world, all the forces, almost dumbstruck, generally watched Zhou expressionlessly include the stone tablet in his own small world. The scene of the great completion sacred body that had just hardened against the great emperor rune was like a thunderbolt constantly exploding in the minds of the crowd. It's too wild. It's horrible. They had never imagined that Zhou, who had attained the great completion saint body, would actually be able to possess such a terrifying strength. Rumor has it that the great completion saint body can call out the scarcity emperor, and now it seems to be true to its name. It's unexpected that my Xin Huang Great World, which ranks at the bottom of the list amongst the starry sky 10,000 races, has actually come out with such a supreme powerhouse today. If he achieves greatness in the future, how powerful should he be? For a time, the forces that were originally dissatisfied with the Zhou clan had completely lost their temper at this moment. It was too terrifying. Even if the people brought out all their reserves and were able to exterminate all the Zhou clan's powerhouses, the only thing they could not do was exterminate Zhou. And in turn, Zhou could exterminate everyone. Zhou came with great strides. His eyes swept across the starry sky, and wherever he passed, all the powerful people lowered their eyebrows. Even the Holy Mother of Yaoqi could only let out a bitter smile at this moment as she bowed slightly to Zhou with a movement of her lotus steps. Congratulations to Patriarch Zhou for obtaining the reincarnation heavenly scripture, allowing the Zhou clan to have one more underpinning. At the same time, I would also like to thank Patriarch Zhou for uncovering the traitor for my Yaohe Holy Land. Unexpectedly, that sinful disciple was actually a man pretending to be a man. It's really detestable. Zhou could not mention it, but she, the Holy Mother of Yaoqi, could not leave it out. Originally, the other party had beheaded their own true disciple, but as a result, Su Chen's identity was exposed, but it became a direct reversal to help the Yaoqi Holy Land. It's no use just giving verbal thanks. Zhou glanced at her. Do you take this seat to be running a goodwill haul? This, Holy Mother Yaoqi's breath stuttered as she subconsciously said. Then, if Patriarch Zhou has any needs, there's no harm in saying so. Demand? Zhou's eyes skimmed over her graceful and elegant figure. The demand is naturally there, and when this seat has dealt with the trivial matters, he will personally head to the Holy Land of Yaoqi, since the Yaohe Holy Land had enough depth. In addition to these women, the resources naturally couldn't be less. The reason for this could be not only for the Zhou clan, but more for himself as well. As Zhou obliterated the runes on the stone monument just now, he vaguely sensed that at the other end of the stone monument, someone had locked onto himself, and at some point, the other party might come. That was the second-ranked reincarnation race on the Starry Sky 10,000 races list, and there were many powerful people among them, and ready-made great emperors were not uncommon. When the time comes to show up, one is bound to have to find a way to deal with it before he or she can do so. But there's no harm with the existence of this heaven shading mirror. As long as it's not an immortal coming here, this seat will be able to handle it. Zhou looked up towards the sky shading mirror that was silent in the void. If he was able to refine it, he would be equivalent to possessing an immortal artifact, which would simply be even more invincible than the human emperor's streamer. Just as he was thinking, he moved and came directly in front of the sky shading mirror, the Dao lines around his body rising as he prepared to put away this immortal artifact. But just at this moment, in his mind, a weird beep suddenly surfaced. Ding! You've successfully killed Su Chen's predecessor, plundering the heavenly fate value plus 1 million. A predecessor? What predecessor? Zhou froze. He is clearly remembered. The entire original. This Su Chen cannot have any so-called predecessor and so on. He is not a traveler. All the golden fingers are from this shading mirror. Now, the system's prompt actually gave this, which was unbelievable. Just as he was thinking, suddenly in front of the sky shading mirror violently trembled, and then a fluctuation from which emanated out. Look at that feeling. It seems to be back under the control of others in general. Buzz. One could only see that heaven shading mirror bloom with light all of a sudden, opening a portal in the void, which was none other than the heaven shading gate. In full view of everyone, directly drilled into it is about to disappear. Seeing the situation, Zhou, which can let the other side as desired. The human emperor streamer a shake. Noticed the abnormal red dust empress is to cooperate with the destruction of the chain. Want to cover the sky mirror completely control. However, the countless soul chains only slowed down the sky shading mirror for a breath, and then it was wrenched free, completely stepping into the void and disappearing. He's not dead? Looking at the cracks closing in the void, Zhou muttered indifferently to himself. How could he not expect that he had already exploded all his means, and even beat the other party into flying ashes on the spot, with his form and spirit destroyed, but he actually had not been able to kill Su Chen? It's simply unbelievable. How is that possible? Zhou Yu just stood there in the void, thoughts churning in his mind, feeling that something was not right. There must have been a deviation somewhere, or else there would not have been such a turn of events. With this in mind, he suddenly looked up and around. Which one of you is good at the method of deduction? Come out quickly. This, deduction together. All families have dabbled in it, but if it is the strongest, it belongs to the high monks of the Thunder Sound Temple in the Western Desert, or, perhaps, to the Eastern Earth Switch clan. Holy Mother Yaoqi's words resounded. At this moment, no matter if it was the Western Desert or the Sorcerer clan, the strong men all changed their faces. They had the intention to retreat, but with such strength in front of Zhou Yu, and having just suffered a change of heart, who dared to touch the bad luck? Yes, you will use this tablet as a medium to deduce something for me. Zhou Yu's eyes looked towards the Thunder Sound Temple and the witch race. There is no need to deduce where Su Chen is, only the person who saved him. Zhou Yu naturally knew that Su Chen, who was shrouded by the sky shading mirror, would definitely not be able to deduce successfully, so he retreated and deduced who had saved him. In this way, even if the detailed information could not be deduced, it could still be skimmed. By then it might be possible to figure out exactly how the other guy got out of it. He asked himself that he would not have the slightest problem with his means. Yes, the powerful people from the two major powers could only nod their heads and began to deduce. The Witch Clan performs deduction by sacrificing the Witch God, and the high priests of the Thunder Sound Temple are said to specialize in the way of causal deduction. Each of the two exerted their own, and after lasting for a few moments, an old man of the witch race who was a quasi-emperor first heavenly emperor spewed blood furiously, almost backfiring and losing his life, and in the end, he only deduced a woman's back, and another high monk of the Lei Temple of the Way of Cause and Effect, who nearly cost himself half his life, finally twirled his Buddha beads and spat out two words, Nirvana. Chapter 72, Su Chen is ruthless. Xian Huang is honorable. Nirvana? Zhou Yu frowned, not expecting to end up with only 2 words of karma, and combined with the woman's silhouette from the witch race next to him, he always felt as if he had caught the clues of it, but it was not clear enough. Woman, Nirvana, can it be that this is how Su Chen was saved? Zhou Yu's mind tumbled with thoughts, arriving at his realm. His brain's thinking had already surpassed the limits of what a human being could achieve, even comparable to dozens of supercomputers running simultaneously in the previous world. In an instant, the possibilities related to the woman, Nirvana, began to be calculated over and over again. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed in Zhou Yu's eyes, suddenly thinking of one of the possibilities. Nirvana, can it be that it's the heart of that Taiku divine phoenix that he took? Buzz! Zhou Yu felt his mind tremble, in which the doubts about Su Chen were completely resolved. It must be. Zhou Yu nodded heavily, thoroughly thinking it through. Back on the occasion of chasing the Cloud Mansion, that Inferno demon combined with the Taijutsu divine phoenix heart to fight against himself, and even at the last moment, the heart fused with Su Chen and directly escaped. Originally, according to the plot of the original story, a woman with the bloodline of the ancient divine phoenix would appear by Su Chen's side at the back and become his armchair. That woman of the ancient divine phoenix bloodline possessed the Nirvana immortality avatar, and it was precisely for this reason that Zhou Yu had even laid out his plan ahead of time, allowing Ji Yuing to restrict the other party. The 9 underworld phoenix, which could devour the ancient divine phoenix, could, in time, directly plunder the bloodline and devour the divine aptitude. However, up until now, he hadn't seen any of the helpful women appear beside the other. Previously, Zhou Yu had thought that it was because his appearance had broken the original plot direction, thus causing the other party to not appear. But now he understood. It wasn't that he didn't appear, but under his own pressure. Su Chen, who had obtained the heart, didn't choose to let the woman of the swift divine phoenix bloodline come back to life, but instead directly devoured the other party's bloodline, thus, allowing himself to have the ability of Nirvana immortality. All of this change was naturally due to him, but as of now, if he wanted to exterminate Su Chen, he had to strip him of the ancient divine phoenix bloodline first, otherwise, killing would cause him to go into Nirvana. Moreover, it was obvious that Su Chen had left a retreat before he came, leaving his mark of Nirvana elsewhere. It was very cunning, but it did get away with it. Yaoqi Holy Land, within the cave where Su Chen was located. At this moment, within the array cage was blazing hot, and the original arrangement of the cave was melted into magma in general. And in the midst of the magma, a sleek young figure was sitting on its knees, slowly opening its eyes. As soon as he raised his eyes, an inexplicable fluctuation seemed to surface in the void, and then a stream of light pierced through and disappeared directly into his body. Feeling the information in the stream of light, Su Chen's heart was slightly relieved. Fortunately, the sky shading mirror was completely bound to himself, and he was able to call it over by virtue of the manipulation method in his divine soul. Otherwise, this one is really a blood loss. With the sky shading mirror in his hand, the anger in Su Chen's eyes also began to rise. Zhou Yu, you dare to destroy my body and extinguish my Yuanshan. If not for the fact that I had long ago refined the bloodline of the ancient divine phoenix, and even left a nirvana seal here, I fear that I would have to completely go up in smoke this time. With this hatred, I, Su Chen, will not share a single day with you. The roar of anger resounded throughout the cave. Su Chen quickly calmed down. This place could no longer be left behind. If he could, he would even want to leave the Xian Huang world directly, but now the Xian Huang gate could not be opened by him alone. Unless one's cultivation level was further advanced, one would be able to break through the boundary membrane of the Xian Huang Great World with the help of the sky shading mirror, thus traveling to the stars of the 10,000 races. Go, it has to go. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Chen directly exerted his own sky shading mirror, and in an instant, an immortal artifact ancient mirror rose up outside the cave, and then began to condense the sky shading gate. Such a commotion quickly drew the attention of the entire Yaoqi Holy Land. Look, what kind of divine weapon is that mirror? It seems to come from the cave of Chen Jinchuan. Report to the elders quickly. It might be Chen Jinchuan who is in danger. A divine thought was sent out, and soon, several saintly figures with strong auras came outside the cave where Su Chen was. Only, when they arrived, both the sky shading mirror and Su Chen had already disappeared without a trace. Where is the Chenjin successor? Looking at the interior of the cave that was like a lava hell, many elders' faces changed drastically. This was the second true disciple of the Holy Mother of Yaoqi, and its importance within the entire Yaoqi Holy Land was self-evident. Even so, some people had said that Chen Jinchuan might surpass Fairy Linglong in the future and become the Holy Maiden of the entire Holy Land. However, nowadays, this true biographer had actually disappeared strangely. It immediately caused the many elders to be alarmed by it. Quickly informed the Holy Mother with a secret method. If you're late, things will change. In the starry sky outside the Xianhuan Great World, Zhou Yu had already understood Su Chen's recovery, but did not fluctuate too much. He had counted 1,000 times, but he had indeed counted on the ferocity of the other party, who was even able to completely refine the bloodline of the ancient divine phoenix. In a short period of time, it was no longer realistic to completely decapitate the other party. In today's situation, there was an even greater danger awaiting him, and that was the great emperor of the reincarnation clan, who would most likely come to his door. Therefore, his eyes skimmed over his surroundings and eventually settled on the many forces. All of you must have sensed that the reincarnation clan has set their sights on my Xian Huang Great World. He spoke in a deep voice, with an aura of world domination. The reincarnation race, as the second-ranked race above the entire starry sky 10,000 races list, is simply like a behemoth to my Xian Huang world. If we want to have a chance of surviving its oppression, we need to make common cause and work together. Coughing lightly, Zhou Yu stated his intentions. This seat has decided that all the forces present here will hand over 30% of the clan's resources to the Zhou clan to deal with, and the Zhou clan will be the ones to charge into battle when the reincarnation clan arrives, mainly taking on all crises. What? 30% of the resources? After the many forces heard this, their faces changed and an uproar surfaced. Everyone had worked hard to save up for many years, and the resources in the clan were bound to be not expensive, but with just one sentence from the other party, they had to hand over 30% of all the resources, which was simply more difficult than killing them. The reincarnation heavenly scripture has already fallen into his hands. Even if a great emperor of the reincarnation clan comes, if they want to find it, they will still be looking for trouble from him. What has it got to do with us? That's right, at a time like this, he actually wants to knock on our backs. There's simply no justice. These divine thoughts continued to intertwine in the dark, all disgruntled but not daring to open their mouths. Zhou Yu naturally took these things in stride, but instead, his words changed and he smiled. Oh, all of you do not have to worry. If you really consciously will not be in danger, do not hand over can also be. Now, this seat to give you 10 breaths of time to consider. 10. As he spoke, a divine thought was transmitted to the clan members beside him. Anyone who hands it over after more than 10 breaths, or doesn't hand it over, makes a note of it and goes back to exterminate it. Chapter 73, 25 consecutive draws. New rewards. Zhou Yu's words caused the clan elders behind him to look aghast, followed by a look of ecstasy. Ever since Zhou Yu's rise to power, he had fallen in love with the thrill of this kind of robbery, and before, he had thought why the patriarch was so nice. Unexpectedly, the matriarch was baiting the enemy, directly finding those existences that were submissive on the surface, but dissatisfied on the inside. 9. As Zhou Yu counted down, the faces of everyone changed, and everyone knew that this was Zhou Yu giving them an ultimatum. However, if they really had to hand over all such resources, they were really unwilling to do so. Just at this moment, suddenly the lotus steps of the Holy Mother of Yaoqi moved and directly smiled at Zhou Yu. For the Zhou clan to be able to take on a great righteousness is really admirable to my concubine, and I, Yaoqi Holy Land, naturally support the Zhou clan. The Son of Heaven guards the gates of the country. The king dies for the gods of the earth and grain. Patriarch shows words and actions. I, Win, admire them, and my Win clan supports them. The Imperial clan supports it too. Thunder clan supports. The Li family supports it. Lei Temple, with all its monks, supports the Zhou clan. Who would have thought that just as it started, the strongest people representing all the top powers of the Xianhuan Great World had all taken a stand and directly seconded it. There wasn't even the slightest hesitation. In fact, they are naturally reluctant to give away their resources. However, the more powerful they were, the more they understood how horrendous Zhou Yu's strength that had just erupted was. Being able to smash the stone monument that was comparable to a portion of the reincarnation emperor's might to collapse, and not even using any means other than the great completion's sacred body from start to finish. This was enough to prove that the other party was so powerful that no one would be able to withstand it at all, except for the arrival of a true great emperor. It's true that each family has a base, but are there any living great emperors? No. Once you understand this, you will naturally know what to do next. Even the major top-tier powers did so, and the other first-rate, second-rate, and even third-rate power families were even more in agreement. In just 10 breaths of time, almost 90% of the forces were willing to contribute their resources, which made that clan elder in charge of recording unusually disappointed. Seeing that many forces had already bowed down, Zhou Yu knew that this trip to the secret realm could come to an end, but he was in no hurry. When he returned to the Xianhuan Great World, he was going to mobilize these forces to search for Su Chen. Since the other party was able to be reborn in Nirvana, naturally he still appeared within the Xianhuan Great World. As long as he was given time, there was always a chance that he would be able to out the other side. Besides, he still had a son who could act as bait and continue to fish out the other side. This time, even more cautiously than Zhou Feng's before. Not only should he fish out the other party, but he should also know the location where he had cast the Nirvana seal, so that even if he was able to be reborn in Nirvana, he could still keep him firmly under control. With his mind made up, Zhou Yu planned to hit the road back home. My lord, what shall we do about Yi sister's safety? Ji Yueying had spent time with Tantai Yi these days and had become a partner, and was even more concerned at this moment. There's no harm in it. Just now when I collided with the reincarnation emperor, I sensed the aura of Tantai Yi right next to him. Zhou Yu calmly said, as she is an innate Dao body, the reincarnation clan will not move her easily. Plus, as this seat fights against it, it is naturally able to know her connection with this seat. In this way, no matter if they are throwing in the towel or want to use Tantai Yi as a bargaining chip to blackmail this seat, it will be impossible to exterminate her in a short period of time. When that Wheel of Fortune clan powerhouse comes, this seat can use him to know where the Wheel of Fortune clan is located. And at that time, a cold light flashed within Zhou Yu's eyes and a cold snort escaped from his mouth. The only people who dare to threaten this seat are the dead. So that's how it is. My lord is indeed farsighted. The shadow of the ghost admires it. Ji Yuing was even more impressed after hearing that. It's useless to just admire. Serving this seat properly is the right thing to do. Zhou Yu pinched her chin, but his eyes looked in the direction of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Linglong Fairy's destiny is not golden, but it is also purple, and she will certainly have extraordinary luck in the future. There was even that master teacher of hers, the Holy Mother of Yaoqi, who was likewise all purple destiny, even with a hint of gold color mixed in. The strongest of the other major powers didn't have a large number of purple destinies, and most of them were even just blue destinies. The blue destiny, in Zhou Yu's opinion, no longer constituted much of a threat, but not the purple destiny. This kind of destiny was called the heavenly destiny plus. If there was enough chance, it even had the potential to metamorphose into a golden destiny. When he fought with the reincarnation stone tablet before, he saw that the reincarnation clan member at the other end who was performing a secret technique had a bright golden light on his body, not inferior to Su Chen at all. Obviously, the other party was in existence with a golden destiny. Now that he had made a grudge against himself, not to mention that the wheelchair race great emperor was coming, even if he didn't come, he still had to find a way to go over there and exterminate all of the top and bottom of the wheelchair race in order to eliminate future troubles. Boom click, the gate of Xianhuan opened again, and Zhou Yu led the Zhou clan to step directly into it and disappear. Buzz. In the central state, around the gate of Xianhuang, warships from the Zhou clan continued to surface, filled with dominance and vigor. Great Elder, you take people to stay here. docking with other major forces on the matter of resources. If there is a generation of masculine disobedience, you must not act rashly. Write it down, turn back to the seat and clean up. Yes, by order of the matriarch. With a word of command, Joyu led his men to leave the central state and return to the Eastern Earthjo clan. On the way, he was lying on top of the bed inside the cave of the void battleship, with his legs spread out and on all fours, and with a slight lift of his head he was able to see a head of Ji Yueying's green silk in the self, fell down from his own waist. He had indeed been mentally tense for a long time and needed to relax. Seeing Ji Yueying automatically undulate, Joyu withdrew his gaze and opened his system panel. Destiny value, 2, 510, 000. Yoo-hoo! Over 2 million heavenly fate values, and over 1 million of them came from Su Chen, especially the time he completely annihilated Su Chen, directly exploding 1 million heavenly destiny values. This made Joyu realize that even if he had miscalculated, his plundering of Su Chen was still horrifying. This one alone is enough for a 10-pack. Originally, Joyu wanted to save up and have a supreme VIP 10 straight draw after reaching 10 million, but now, he's changed his mind. The crisis of the reincarnation clan was close at hand and could not wait any longer. Therefore, he took a direct bite and had a 25 consecutive draw, so that he could arm himself to the maximum. It might even be possible to enhance one's probability of becoming a great emperor. After a succession of beeps, 25 consecutive draws also ended. Joyu inventory found that this time the rewards, actually and before there is not a small change. One of the 9 secrets, fruit of chaos enlightenment x5. 1 primordial dan of the great Tao. 9 turn soul nourishing pill x3 bottles. 9 turn soul nourishing dan. Joyu is not the first time to see, directly skimmed over, one of the 9 secrets of the line word secret, known as the world's extreme speed. This secret art he is also very well understood. In the end, on the contrary, the chaotic enlightenment fruit and great Tao primordial dan were 2 rewards that had never been seen before. Joyu took a closer look and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Chapter 74, There's Nothing I Want That I Can't Get. Chaos Enlightenment Fruit, derived from the beginning of chaos. The fruit is born on top of the ancient tree, blossoms in 3,000 years and bears fruit in 3,000 years. After taking it, it can enhance one's own enlightenment on the sense of the great Tao, lasting for 3 days. Joyu saw this golden, fist-like fruit with chaotic mist on it, and did not expect the other party to come from such a magical origin, almost catching up with the peaches in the legends of his previous life. Of course its effect is also very amazing, with a very strong power of enlightenment. Simply put, this was the fruit needed to break through to the great emperor, and the ability to enhance the ability to comprehend the great Tao could not be found. There were 5 in total, which would allow him to last for half a month's time, all of which would be able to be under the enchantment of enlightenment. I just don't know to what extent the effects of this enlightenment can enhance oneself. As for the other one, the great Tao primordial pill, the function of this dan was different from the chaotic enlightenment fruit. As long as you took it, you would be able to give birth to a great Tao source seed in your body. What was the function of this great Tao source seed? One of the characters, source, is the source of all things, the world to the clan. It could simulate any Tao pattern, bloodline, or even physique. And since it was the source of all things, it naturally gave birth to all things in heaven and earth. So this kind of simulation was equivalent to a kind of topography. Once the topography is successful, you will be able to own it yourself. In terms of preciousness, the great Tao primal dan was simply more than 10 times more precious than the chaotic enlightenment fruit. This elixir was the most valuable reward in this lottery. Of course, everything has a limit. The great Tao primitive dan is no exception. 9 for the pole. So the great Tao primitive dan can be topography of the Taoist pattern or bloodline or, and even the body quality or, together, cannot be more than a total of 9. Once exceeded, the great Tao source seed formed by the great Tao primordial dan would collapse, and all the topography would be lost, and it would even backfire on itself, which was very terrifying. Well, Ji Yueying suddenly covered her small mouth and raised her head, looking at Joyu with winking eyes like silk, her undulating body twisting slightly, as if it was a little difficult to hold on to her own, and there was also a strong color of longing in her eyes. It was almost dripping. Work it out for yourself. This seed has things to do. Joyu left a sentence behind and suddenly moved his body, just disappearing into thin air. When he reappeared, he had already arrived at the prow of the void battleship, where the sinister human emperor streamer was shrouding the void and waving in the wind. Joyu sat down on his knees underneath it, and with a thought, his divine soul entered the human emperor streamer. As soon as he entered, he saw that the red dust empress was standing in it, her eyes surveying the reincarnation stone monument in front of her. How is the speculation going? How did you obtain this reincarnation heavenly scripture? Upon hearing this, the Red Dust Empress turned her head back and saw Zhou Yu come before her. Although you have obtained this stone tablet that carries the reincarnation heavenly scripture, if you want to thoroughly comprehend it, you need to extract all of the complete scriptures from it. The Red Dust Empress said thoughtfully. Complete? It's hard to believe that what's on this stone tablet is a remnant. Zhou Yu was a bit depressed. If that was the case, he had actually wasted so much effort for the sake of a crippled thing. It was simply more than worth it. It's not crippled. It's this part of the scripture on its surface that's crippled, the Red Dust Empress explained. This reincarnation emperor, most likely, was afraid that his emperor scripture would be obtained by a powerhouse outside of the reincarnation clan, so he left a backhand in it. Only a member of the reincarnation clan, using their own bloodline as a guide, can open the reincarnation stone tablet and obtain the complete reincarnation heavenly scripture, said she with a slight sigh in her eyes. Furthermore, I'm afraid that this reincarnation heavenly scripture was created specifically for the clan members of the reincarnation clan, and if you want to cultivate it, you have to be a true clan member of the reincarnation clan. Otherwise, even if outsiders forcefully cultivate it, they will go off the deep end in the process, and their Tao will be unstable. No wonder he's not afraid of this seed leaving the stone tablet behind, so he still has such a backhand. Zhou Yu revealed a thoughtful look. For this imperial scripture, originally he did not care, but when he knew that the reincarnation emperor had already become immortal on top of the road to immortality, the importance of this reincarnation heavenly scripture then climbed. Knowing that he was going to become a great emperor, he definitely needed to create his own Tao. Before that, then, it was very important to watch the other imperial scriptures so that one could learn by touch and learn by example. Also an emperor scripture. This reincarnation heavenly scripture could allow the reincarnation emperor to step over the path to immortality and become an immortal. It was enough to show that the quality of this reincarnation heavenly scripture. Patriarch Zhou. It's not that this emperor is striking you. This reincarnation heavenly scripture, it's a hot potato. If you leave it behind, you won't be able to cultivate it. Instead, it'll become a trouble. The Red Dust Empress said. This empress guesses that they can even use the reincarnation stone tablet to pinpoint the location of the Xianhuang Great World and thus come even faster. In my opinion, it would be best for you to throw it directly into the void turbulence outside of the Xianhuang Great World, and you might be able to delay this situation. The Red Dust Empress was now influenced by Zhou Yu's yin-yang upside-down divine intercourse strong soul scripture and viewed the two of them as being on the same side, so she naturally had to advise him. If I can obtain the complete reincarnation heavenly scripture, won't I be able to cultivate it? Zhou Yu looked at the stone tablet with some reluctance. Yes you can, but the prerequisite for you to obtain the complete reincarnation heavenly scripture is to become a reincarnation clan member. And the bloodline of the reincarnation clan is the 6th reincarnation disc. So I'm afraid that you won't be able to obtain the complete reincarnation heavenly scripture if you can't obtain this. In fact, the Red Dust Empress was already being very euphemistic when she said that. She was actually tempted to just tell the other party that it wasn't the Wheelers, so don't even think about it. This seat would like to try. Zhou Yu had a thought. Moving, several chains emerged from the human emperor's streamer and directly struck the stone monument. Buzz! Not only was the entire stone monument not damaged in the slightest, but instead, it trembled at once, and an emperor pattern fluctuation from the reincarnation emperor surfaced, protecting the entire stone monument. See? The Red Dust Empress explained. In reality, this stone tablet should be the reincarnation emperor, refined with his own flesh and blood, which contains his own great emperor's emperor pattern, and even more so, his bloodline. No matter how many times you attack, it will be impossible to break the stone tablet, unless you're able to become a great emperor and forcefully break the emperor pattern in the stone tablet. Even then, you'll only be able to obtain the broken stone tablet, not the reincarnation heavenly scripture. You shouldn't underestimate this seed either. Not only did Zhou Yu not have the slightest worry when he heard this, he instead laughed lightly. There's nothing this seed wants that it can't get. As the words fell, his figure moved, and he actually brought the stone tablet with him, directly leaving the human emperor streamer. When the Red Dust Empress saw Zhou Yu leave, she did not expect the other party to be so stubborn, but as things stood, she did not believe that the other party had any other way to obtain the complete reincarnation heavenly scripture. Thinking of this, she suddenly moved her delicate body and similarly left the human emperor streamer. She wanted to see how this patriarch Zhou, in the end, would be defeated. Chapter 75 Engraving. Enchanting, punishing the Empress. As soon as she surfaced, the Red Dust Empress saw Zhou Yu sitting cross-legged, as if he had just swallowed a pill, and the reincarnation stone tablet stood right in front of him. What's he going to do? The Red Dust Empress frowned. A single elixir? To be able to obtain the complete reincarnation heavenly scripture? That's impossible. Zhou was naturally unaware of the Red Dust Empress's doubts at this moment, as he was feeling the great Tao primordial Dan turning into a torrent within his abdomen and rushing within the Dantian world. Within the Sea of Qi, the world of the quasi-emperor that had been created by Zhou. Here, the great Tao primordial Dan was like a blazing sun shining in the void, completely illuminating the entire world. At the same time, countless chaotic rays of light bloomed and enveloped the surroundings of the blazing sun, as if evolving the heaven and earth Tao. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, and 3 begets all things. Therefore, the source seed in this great Tao primordial Dan is from these 3. Buzz. Countless fluctuations of the Tao pattern about 3 float in it, lasting for 9 days and 9 nights, as if implicitly combining the great Tao of 9 as the pole. As for the Red Dust Empress, she had also watched from the sidelines for 9 days, and she found that the aura on Zhou's body was bright and changing, and other than that, there had not been any enhancement in the aura, much less any brand new Tao patterns evolved. This made her very puzzled, not understanding what kind of elixir Zhou had taken. This elixir? Could it be able to unlock the reincarnation stone tablet? The Red Dust Empress shook her head slightly. She was not optimistic. But suddenly, Zhou 9 days of cultivation consummation. Eyes open. Pupils vaguely have a golden source seed hidden. Golden source seed wrapped around the chaotic atmosphere. Circling, seems to be able to evolve all things. Now that Zhou had successfully condensed the source seed, as long as he could find the target of the imprint, he would be able to simulate the other party. Thus, Zhou suddenly got up, and with a probe of his fist, he directly smashed on top of the stone monument. Boom! The stone monument rang loudly, and the entire void battleship came to a complete halt, shaking as if it could not withstand it. Emperor lines appeared from within the stone tablet, seemingly trying to block Zhou's attack. However, Zhou did not care, and kicked out, directly kicking the stone tablet into the void turbulence. Then his figure disappeared again, and when he appeared, he came to the stone tablet's heel, and the fists of his great completion sacred body landed one after another. Boom boom boom. The terrifying roar caused the void turbulence to completely shatter, and the entire monolith was even more blossoming with imperial lines above it as it continuously fought against Zhou. What the hell is he doing? The Red Dust Empress frowned tightly, wondering if Zhou was whacking away so much because he was at his wits' end taking the piss out of the stone monument. Doing so would not be half as beneficial as making the stone monument erupt into an even more intense emperor pattern counterattack. She had also guessed that Zhou was trying to consume the imperial patterns in the stone monument, not realizing that the imperial patterns were refined from the reincarnation emperor's flesh and blood, and were themselves a part of the emperor, and if the flesh and blood were not extinguished, the imperial patterns would not be extinguished. If the imperial patterns were not extinguished, the flesh and blood would not be extinguished, and this was basically a dead cycle. Under this hammering, it lasted for nearly half an hour, and suddenly Zhou's figure lurched, collecting all his punching power, and then he grabbed the stone tablet and actually took a step back on top of the void battleship. Patriarch Zhou, how do you? The Red Dust Empress was still about to open her mouth, but she realized that Zhou simply ignored her and placed the stone tablet on the bow of the ship, and then continued to sit cross-legged in front of it. It's time to come out. Zhou muttered to himself and began to move his divine thoughts towards the reincarnation heavenly scripture on top of the stone monument and enveloped it. Buzz! In an instant, the scriptures of the reincarnation heavenly scripture began to emerge from it, evolving on and on. Seeing this, the Red Dust Empress stared slightly. She had tried this scene before, but it was obvious that when the scripture reached the second half, it would be completely truncated. Sure enough, after half of the scripture had surfaced, no new scripture was revealed on top of the stone tablet. Seeing this scene, the Red Dust Empress revealed a look that was indeed true. However, before her look could dissipate, she saw Zhou's body shaking, and a mysterious fluctuation actually surfaced above her head. Immediately after that, it actually formed an illusory disc made up of the 6 paths of the wheel. These 6 layers of discs were stacked on top of each other and kept rotating. Each layer was equivalent to a separate reincarnation. 6 layers, representing 6 lifetimes. This is the 6th reincarnation disc? How is that possible? He's a reincarnation clan member? The Red Dust Empress almost cried out in shock. Impossible. If he's a reincarnation clan member, there's no need to go through all the trouble. But if not, how did this reincarnation disc coalesce? Moreover, the reincarnation aura on it is actually so strong? It's simply unimaginable. Just as the Red Dust Empress was puzzled, the reincarnation stone tablet, after sensing the breath of the reincarnation disc, suddenly shook violently, and a low voice actually rose up from it. Very well, the legacy that this emperor has kept for over 17,000 years has finally been touched by the clan? In that case, this emperor will grant you a creation. Buzz. More scriptures continued to emerge from the reincarnation stone tablet, then rushed into Zhou Yu's mind like a torrent. This is the dunking? The Red Dust Empress exclaimed in shock. This was not a normal inheritance, but a direct initiation through the residual divine thoughts. This kind of great emperor's means was not to instill cultivation, but to instill all of one's own senses of the reincarnation heavenly scripture to the other party, which was equivalent to having a famous teacher explain all of one's own senses of the reincarnation heavenly scripture. Or, the notes the author leaves for you as you view the book. It's twice the effort and half the effort. For ordinary young celestial pride, I'm afraid that just this one initiation alone would be able to master the reincarnation heavenly scripture by 10%, whereas Zhou Yu himself was a quasi-emperor, whose great Tao senses and eyesight far exceeded that of the young celestial pride. For this initiation, a minimum of 30% to start, and if you mess it up, it's going to be 50%. What kind of concept is that? It was equivalent to just reading the reincarnation heavenly scripture and grasping half of its might. If one were to take time and follow the path of the reincarnation emperor, achieving greatness would by no means be difficult. This initiation lasted for 3 days and nights, showing how vast the complete reincarnation heavenly scripture was. Until the end of all the installations, the shadow above the stone monument also completely disappeared, and the light converged inward, becoming the most ordinary stone monument. But its own material, which was still extraordinary, was the flesh and blood of great emperors, and it could even be refined into emperor soldiers. Swish, Zhou Yu opened his eyes, and the reincarnation disc behind him became more and more solid, and in an instant, he had a sense of transcendence that he had jumped out of the great Tao and did not enter the cycle of reincarnation. A good reincarnation heavenly scripture, truly extraordinary. Zhou Yu nodded his head in satisfaction. If it is coupled with the chaotic enlightenment fruit, the speed of comprehension will be even faster. He realized that the rewards given by the system in the underworld seemed to secretly coincide with the great Tao, knowing what he needed. However, he didn't take the chaotic enlightenment fruit immediately, but instead stood up and looked towards the Red Dust Empress. If this seat says I can get it, does it get it? Patriarch Zhou is awesome. The Red Dust Empress wanted to see a joke, but did not expect to fail, and immediately complimented, turned around and flew into the human emperor streamer wanting to hide. Humph, you want to leave just because you despise this seat? How can it be that easy? Zhou Yu's divine soul traced into the human emperor's streamer in one go. It seems that the less punishment has made you more and more wanton. Chapter 76, Little Nun of Xian. Su Chen reappears. Swish, as soon as Zhou Yu appeared, he saw the Red Dust Empress who had fled into the human emperor streamer. His face wore a cold smile, and countless soul chains coalesced from the void in a single movement of his thoughts, and flew towards the Red Dust Empress. The fact that the Red Dust Empress was able to be so free within the human emperor streamer was not because she was able to control the human emperor streamer, but rather it was just the authority given to her by Zhou Yu. Now these chains pierced through the void and directly entangled her divine soul completely. Zhou Yu, let go of me, don't. The Red Dust Empress knew that she should have gotten carried away this time and could not see Zhou Yu suffer a defeat, but in turn let herself suffer a defeat. However, Zhou Yu only laughed coldly and raised his hand. A chain fell into his hand. Then with a flick of his wrist, the chain rose up, like a black whip towards the Red Dust Empress's body. Snap, snap, a crisp whipping sound resounded throughout the human emperor streamer. At the same time when Zhou Yu erupted in punishment against the Red Dust Empress, far to the west of the Xin Huan Great World, it was a desolate place. As far as the eye could see, it was all barren land. Western desert, synonymous with desert, has always been rare. Only those who advocate the ascetic monk, the children of the Buddhist sect, can appear. But, even so, there are still strong people will go to the Western desert to explore the hidden secrets. This hidden secret was none other than from the Xin Huang world, one of the 5 forbidden areas of life, the Fountainhead. It is rumored that within this mountain, which is very different from the environment of the Western desert, and claims to be a realm of its own, many saints, great saints, and even quasi-emperors who have no more lifespan would come here to look for life-renewing elixirs. On top of the summit of the Fountainhead Mountain, there is a Fountainhead Spring. This spring collects the essence of the laws in the Fountainhead Mountain. Drinking a mouthful of it, you can live and die. Even if it is a quasi-emperor, you can prolong your life for 1,000 years. It's very exaggerated. If you use this spring water to cultivate, you will be able to increase your cultivation level and enlightenment even more quickly, which is divine and incomparable. Of course, such top-notch items were never easily accessible. The Fountain of Agelessness, as one of the 5 forbidden zones of life, was itself filled with ferocious dangers, in which the mountain range was nearby, full of all sorts of ferocious beasts, whose might was no worse than that of a great power, and whose physique was astonishing. Close to the mountains, there are even many mountain slaves guarding. These mountain slaves, like the secret realm of the 10,000 races, the ancient battlefield of the resentful spirits in general. No purpose, only instinct. But any living creature that comes close to this place will be attacked. These mountain slaves were all powerful people who had stepped into them in recent years, wanting to obtain the fountain of agelessness. Saints, great saints, saint kings, and saint kings abounded. The Fountainhead Mountain had a total of 10 peaks, and at the peak position of each peak, there was even a quasi-emperor mountain slave guarding it, adding up to 10 quasi-emperor powerhouses. These alone had already eliminated the entry of ordinary powerhouses. Even within the Fountainhead, there were even more terrifying existences dormant, like the supreme being of the 9 secret sea, or alternative pathfinders. Wow! At the top of the 5th peak, a sound of water flowing resounded, only to see, a pale figure with a nun's cap and a petite figure, was holding a bucket and fetching water from within the Fountainhead spring. This young girl looked no more than a teenager or so, exuding a soft temperament all over her body, and there was even less than half of the cultivation fluctuations on her body. But on the contrary, the other party was actually able to walk around freely within the Fountainhead Mountain, which could be called a place of death. She fetched half a bucket of water from within the fountain of agelessness, wiped the fragrant sweat above her forehead, and recited a Buddha's name to the motionless quasi-emperor mountain slave at the top of the mountain. Amitabha Buddha. Disciple Kian pays his respects to the master for giving the spring. The little nun Xian folded her hands and paid her respects to this paramount emperor mountain slave, then carried the bucket of water down the mountain with some difficulty. If an onlooker saw that this kind of fountain of youth was actually raised by a young nun to the fountain of youth, I am afraid that he would be scared to death alive, and would definitely think that the other party was an old demon who was hiding his cultivation. In fact, the little nun was born in the middle of the fountain of agelessness, and was later discovered by a wuxia nun paragon who was passing through the area, which led to her being brought back to be raised therein. Now that 100 years have passed, the little nun still maintains the same appearance as when she was young, but she does not have the slightest cultivation in her body. Instead, she suffers from a strange disease, and only by taking the spring water of the fountain of youth can she keep herself alive. It was why she came to the fountain to fetch half a bucket of water within every other time. Ho! At dusk, the little nun Xian, who was carrying a bucket of water, suddenly heard a sound ringing out from within the grass, and she stopped and looked toward the distance, only to see an old man with white hair, was lying on his back, his body slightly trembling, obviously somewhat dying. Old man, are you okay? The little nun's face changed slightly, and she hurriedly ran over to investigate. The old man opened his mouth and tried to say something, but found that he didn't have half the strength. Seeing this, the little nun's face showed her intolerance, so she cupped a bit of the fountain of youth in her hand, ran to the other party, and fed him to drink. The entrance of this kind of sweet spring was like a panacea, causing the old man to swallow frantically. Buzz, the dried-out skin on the old man's body, actually at a speed visible to the naked eye, began to recover. White hair began to turn black, the appearances becoming more and more youthful. To the end, Hurley became a jade-like, handsome youth. Many thanks to the Bodhisattva for rescuing me. Su-chan is grateful. The recovered youth arched his hand in thanks to the little nun. Yeah, I'm not a Bodhisattva. I'm just a shaman. The little nun's cheeks reddened at the other party's compliment, and she hurriedly waved her hand. I thought you were an old uncle, but I didn't realize that you were so young. I'm not afraid of the little master's joke. I lost my way and wandered into this place by mistake, and when I reacted, it's too late to leave. Su-chan smiled. This Fountainhead Mountain really lives up to its name. In reality, how could this Su-chan, who had fled from the Yaohu sacred land, not know about the situation of the Fountainhead? The reason why he did so was the plan he came up with after observing the neighborhood for a long time. The Fountain of Agelessness was treacherous, and he wanted to raise his cultivation and obtain the Fountain of Agelessness with considerable difficulty. Until this little nun who was fetching water appeared, he realized that his opportunity had come. Only, in the land of the phaseless nunnery, this little nun, who didn't seem to have the slightest cultivation, was guarded by a Sage King-level powerhouse. If you approach hastily, let alone obtaining the Fountain of Youth, it would be good if you don't get beaten to death. Therefore, Su-chan pondered for a long time and finally came up with this solution: to enter the game with his body and use the little nun's sympathy to exchange for the Fountain of Youth. It seems to be working now. This place will deplete your lifespan, so if possible, it's better for the cultivator to leave as soon as possible. Seeing Su-chan recover, the little nun couldn't help but remind him. Thanks for the reminder, young master, but I have my reasons for having to go. Su-chan wanted to say something, but eventually turned into a sigh, bowed to the little nun, turned his head and headed towards the middle of the fountainhead. walking forward step by step. What reason? The clueless little nun muttered to herself suspiciously, and then continued to walk down the mountain with her bucket again. But just after 2 steps, a powerful fluctuation surfaced, and a bald monk in monk's robes appeared right in front of her. Chapter 77. Senior Sister Kian. I saw someone approaching just now. Is there an outlaw coming? Wait for me to behead him. That monk was also born with a dignified appearance, but his words were full of viciousness, and he was going to make a move at the drop of a hat. No la, senior compassionate brother. Let's go. The little nun shook her head repeatedly and wanted to pull the other party away. However, that senior brother was not moved, but snorted coldly. What kind of curmudgeon dares to covet? But before he finished speaking, the little nun's eyebrows clustered and she said unhappily, Senior brother compassion, you're breaking the precepts again. Senior compassionate brother stuttered at his words and couldn't help but collect his chi. I'm just worried about your safety. Senior sister, then escort me back. The little nun said. Okay, go. Senior compassionate brother nodded and followed behind the little nun. Only, from time to time, he still looked back at the figure that had disappeared, revealing a cold smile. Anyone who dares to misbehave with senior sister shall be executed. If it was according to his previous character, this person would have already become a corpse just now. Only, that was once. Now that he had to protect his little sister, he naturally had to collect himself. His master had said that he was too heavy with the fury, and if he didn't baptize it, sooner or later something would go wrong. It was just that he didn't know why. But when he saw that back, he would always be annoyed for no reason, and even had an urge to kill the other party. Never mind. The poor monk must not have read the scriptures enough. Shaking his head, senior compassionate brother held the Buddha beads in his hand and chanted softly. I am compassionate. Never Zhou Kang. I am compassion. Never Zhou Kang. I am compassion. Never Zhou Kang. If Zhou Yu was present, he would definitely be able to recognize that this bald monk was actually his own eldest son who had not returned to participate in the 10,000 races mystical realm. Zhou Jing had now stepped into the 9th level of the Void Sky realm, but because of his cultivation technique, it resulted in a demonic aura that was too heavy, and as a result, when he was in the Western Desert, he was met by the nunnery master of the No-Phase Nunnery. In the spirit of heaven has the virtue of good life. The nunnery master will subdue him, except as the No-Phase Nunnery protector. Usually will protect Xian little sister as the main. As for this little senior sister, Zhou Jing was also fond of her from the bottom of his heart, and any semblance of danger was to be stifled by him in advance. It was because of the delay of his junior sister that he took the initiative to rush over and happened to see the scene in the square. Should we report this matter to the master? No. Report it to master. Master will definitely not let me fight and kill him. Wait until the next time he shows up. I'll kill him and then report it. On the way, Zhou Qing continued to think about it and finally finalized his intentions. On the other hand, after the little nun disappeared, Su Chen directly came outside of the Fountainhead Mountain, inside a cave that he had opened up long ago, and started practicing with the power of the Fountainhead. As long as I can gain this little nun's favor, I will be able to obtain a steady stream of fountains of agelessness. This must be grasped. The calculation in Su Chen's eyes was very clear. As long as he took a step further and broke through to the half-saint realm, he would be able to manipulate the sky shading mirror, break through the boundary membrane of the Xianhuang Great World, and leave this place. By then, the sea would be wide enough for fish to leap, the sky would be high enough for birds to fly, and in the endless starry sky, it would be practically impossible for Zhou Yu to find himself. There is no birth. There is no return. The cycle of reincarnation is unending. The heavenly way of cause and effect. The exchange is established. Zhou clan. Deep within the clan land, within the great hall of the clan leader's cave, a sound like a Zen chant continuously rose, only to see Zhou Yu sitting on his knees, the reincarnation disc rotating above his head, continuously emitting the sound of the reincarnation heavenly scriptures operation. A moment later, Zhou Yu's figure moved slightly, the reincarnation plates slowly disappearing as his eyes opened, his own aura growing more and more ethereal. This reincarnation heavenly scripture is truly worthy of being an imperial scripture that directly refers to the path to immortality, and its contents are truly mysterious. Zhou Yu had spent 5 chaotic enlightenment fruits and managed to comprehend 90% of the reincarnation heavenly scripture, a speed that was simply equivalent to 1,000 years of hard work by others. Here was naturally where the chaotic enlightenment fruit came into play, as well as the great Dao source seed condensed from the great Dao primordial Dan, allowing Zhou Yu to become a reincarnation clan member. It was equivalent to an existence that was born to cultivate this technique, which was very appropriate. At this rate of progress, Zhou Yu only needed to cultivate hard for a while longer before he would be able to completely master the reincarnation heavenly scripture, and at that time, He could even become the next reincarnation emperor. However, Zhou Yu did not intend to do so. Taking the old path of others is not destined to last long, especially after he stepped onto the path to immortality in the future. He might have to encounter the reincarnation emperor, and if he took his route, it would be equivalent to handing over the handle to the other party. Therefore, Zhou Yu is going to use the reincarnation heavenly scripture as an assistant to create his own Tao. Only by creating one's own imperial path would one be able to call oneself a true immaculate great emperor and be able to contend on the road to immortality. As for his own Tao, Zhou Yu had already gotten an inkling of it while comprehending the reincarnation heavenly scripture. While the reincarnation clan used the 6 lifetimes of reincarnation to enhance their talents and impact the way of the great emperor, Zhou Yu believed that the heart of becoming an emperor was valued for its courage and refinement, and that it would fail again and again. Even after many reincarnations, he still loses his courage and hardly has a chance to accomplish anything. Therefore, he felt instead of pinning his hopes on 6 reincarnations, he should completely incorporate them into one life, so that with such a superposition, he would be able to break through the shackles and forge his own path to greatness. With what 6 reincarnations? It would be better to replace the 6 lives with 6 paths. Zhou Yu looked at the human emperor streamer in his hand. As a traveler, his thoughts were very clear, and that was to use the human emperor streamer to create his own world, and with the power of the world integrated into his body, along with the great sacred body, to forge a whole new kind of great Tao. The realm. That's right. Boundary. The way, with my own self, forms a world of its own, inside and outside the realm. I am the only one. Once this great Tao was condensed, Zhou Yu was equivalent to being a world himself, comparable to the heavenly Tao. If he was able to continuously grow his world one day, he would be able to become a brand new heavenly Tao. For there are sacrifices to be made. I dare to teach the sun and moon to change the sky. A new heavenly Tao appeared, and he himself was the only master in the heavenly Tao. This, then, was the brand new great Tao that Zhou Yu had enlisted in. But, although the idea had been formed, it would take a process, not a thought, to realize it completely. At the very least, at this stage, he needed to utilize the human emperor streamer to continually refine the concept of his boundary Tao. Trying to comprehend the realm Tao, behind closed doors, is no longer anachronistic. One must go out and travel. Zhou Yu whispered softly to himself and ended his seclusion. Those forces before, although they were deterred by himself, they did not truly return to their hearts. So he planned to go to these places to deter them while traveling. At the same time, the human emperor streamer still lacked an emperor's soul to enhance its quality. And the next time, when he encountered Su Chen, the other party's sky shading mirror would still have to be clamped down. This has to be on the agenda. There was also the great emperor of the reincarnation clan, who might be coming to the door at some point. Zhou Yu sensed with the identity of the reincarnation race, feeling that this day would not be long. As little as 1 year, as much as 3 to 5 years, would inevitably face the reincarnation race great emperor's personal visit to the Xianhuang Great World. With this in mind, he moved his body and directly left the Zhou clan's land, only to leave words for the clan before leaving. This seed is traveling to the Holy Land of Yaoqi, and if there is no danger of extermination, it will be resolved on its own. Chapter 78 Western Emperor's Scripture. With the blessing of the Xingzi secret, Zhou Yu only spent less than half a day before arriving in the central state, where the Yaohu sacred ground was located. The reason why he chose to come to this place to travel, for one thing, was because the Yaohu sacred ground was the #1 ranked sacred ground within the Xianhuang Great World. There were many strong people among them, with even more experience about becoming an emperor. If he wanted to step into a great emperor, he would not only have to use the reincarnation heavenly scripture as a reference, but he would likewise have to absorb other experiences, and only with such corroboration would he be able to create his own realm path. Furthermore, the Linglong Fairy of the Yaoqi Holy Land and also the Holy Mother of Yaoqi, this pair of masters and disciples, had strong destinies and were very promising. If he could be subdued, it would be enough to become his own aide among the starry sky 10,000 races in the future. However, he had to see the attitude of the Yaoqi Holy Land first, and when the time came, whether he would come soft or hard. I'm afraid things won't be as easy as you think. Zhou Yu's eyes were admiring the beauty of the Yaoqi Holy Land when the words of the Red Dust Empress suddenly came out from within the human emperor's streamer. There is a very powerful aura within this Holy Land. Like a great emperor, there are still living great emperors within Yaoqi? Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow, then shook his head. Impossible. If that were the case, outside the Xianhuang world in the first place, the Yaoqi Holy Land would not have been led by the Nosebiny. If it's not a great emperor, then it's an emperor's weapon. And it's different from the usual emperor's weapon like the vast iron scroll. It's stronger. The Red Dust Empress was good at refining weapons, and her senses for imperial weapons were indeed sharper than her own. Oh, In that case, the Yaoqi Holy Land's Emperor Soldier is very strong? Capable of being stronger than this seat's human Emperor Streamer? That's impossible, the Red Dust Empress said without thinking. The human Emperor Streamer is now not only about to overdo the half-immortal artifacts, but there are even 3 Imperial armaments present in it. And just by stacking these Imperial armaments together, it's not something an ordinary Imperial armament can compare to. The coffin left behind by the Yin Yang Supreme Father was equivalent to 2 Emperor Soldiers, as well as that Tai Xian True Ancestor's Emperor Soldier Longsword, neither of which could be taken in at all without a great completion sacred body. Moreover, these 3 Imperial soldiers, after being refined by the Red Dust Empress, had already created a connection with the human Emperor Streamer and could be manipulated through the Imperial souls within. 1 Emperor's soldier was enough to create a Holy Land, let alone 3. Together with the human Emperor Streamer, the Red Dust Empress asked herself that in the entire Xianhuang Great World, Zhou Yu was greatly accessible. Only, although you don't fear the Emperor's soldiers, you're afraid that there's nothing you can do if they're hiding within the Emperor's soldiers. Oh, don't worry, this seat has a way. Zhou Yu shook his head and smiled, having a good idea about this chest. When the words fell, he took a step out and fell straight into the immortal mountain-blessed land where the Yaoqi Holy Land was located. Holy Mother Yaoqi, this seat has come. Why don't you come out to pay your respects? With overbearing words and his clear voice piercing through the entire Holy Land, Zhou Yu took a step out, casually tearing apart the protective array of the Yaoqi Holy Land, and headed straight towards the depths of the Holy Land. For a time, the entire Holy Land was shaken, and many strong disciples raised their heads and looked towards the void. What kind of person dare to trespass on my Yaoqi? Unbridled. Where is the law enforcement hall? Quickly bring this Fong Shu, don't you know who that is? He's Zhou Yu, the patriarch of the Zhou clan. What? The one with the greatly successful sacred body? Many of the strongest people have a change of color between the discussions, looking towards the Zhou Yu that swept through the mid-air. Unprecedented panic surged out, and have shrunk back within the cave, not daring to speak. These days, they were clearly aware that in the Xianhuang Great World, the Zhou clan had risen against the heavens, and a great completion sacred body had overwhelmed the world. Even the sword-mound White family, which was the top power in the central state, had been largely exterminated in a matter of moments. So far, no strong person in the entire Bai clan had dared to come and seek justice. Ruthless, powerful, and majestic, these were the recognized impressions of all the forces towards Zhou Yu, and if they were to accidentally offend the other party, it was likely that they would be directly turned into flying ash. No one can be saved. After discovering the identity of the other party, the strong men who had just been discussing were even more terrified, fearing that they would be targeted by Zhou Yu. However, at this moment, in the void, a beautiful woman figure clad in brocade with a graceful demeanor stepped into the air. Patriarch Zhou has come to visit. My concubine has missed the welcome. Please don't be offended. With a faint smile hanging at the corner of her mouth, Holy Mother Yaoqi bowed to Zhou Yu. It's fine if you don't blame it, but this seat has to see Yaoqi's attitude before I do. Zhou Yu eyes recklessly in the Yaoqi Holy Mother body flow up. Then footsteps appeared in front of the other party. A big hand will be the other party waist. This range does not matter. He realized that the Yaoqi Holy Mother loose brocade robe, that waist is actually amazingly slender. With that undulating bump, it was almost more exaggerated than a water snake's waist. Seeing that Zhou Yu actually dared to be so unbridled, the color of dissatisfaction flickered in the beautiful eyes of the Holy Mother of Yaoqi, who had been cultivating for thousands of years and had never acted so close to a man before. Who would have thought that now that he was a quasi-empire and in a position of power, there would still be someone who dared to offend him? However, once she thought of the other party's great sacred body, she could only forcefully press down the discomfort in her body and smile as she avoided Zhou Yu's palm. It's only natural that the Yaoi sacred land befriends Patriarch Zhou and jointly fights against the approaching powerhouses of the Wheelchair clan. Patriarch Zhou, please also enter the Holy Land's great hall to rest, and wait for my concubine to prepare a banquet to receive the Patriarch. Feeling the divine thoughts rising around him, Zhou Yu's eyes flashed and he nodded slightly. Yes, call that Linglong to the seat to help with the fun. Inside the hall of the Yaoqi Holy Land, soon, many banquets were set up, and Zhou Yu logically sat on top of the main seat, accompanied by the Holy Mother of Yaoqi. On the other side, Fairy Linglong stood next to Zhou Yu and was pouring wine from a wine pot. This seat has come here and needs to borrow the Emperor formation tome from the Yaohu sacred ground for a look. Zhou Yu opened the door. In the past, there was a Western Queen Mother in Yaoqi who became an emperor and entered the road to immortality. The emperor's scripture she practiced? There wouldn't be no such thing, would there? As if she had anticipated this, Holy Mother Yaoqi also nodded with a smile at the sight. Patriarch Zhou really does know a lot about my Yaoqi Holy Land. It's true that Mother West did leave behind the Western Emperor scriptures before she stepped onto the path to immortality. And I have the complete scriptures right here. So if Patriarch Zhou is willing, this can be topologized. Great. Zhou Yu nodded slightly. He had thought that this kind of supreme treasure would still take some more means, but he hadn't expected that the Holy Mother of Yaoqi would be so sensible and directly hand over the Western Emperor scripture. Then this second thing. This seat wants to become an emperor. To cultivate a technique, need you to cooperate with her. This technique, called Yin Yang Upside Down Divine Intercourse Strong Soul Scripture. After cultivation, both sides of the divine souls will be strengthened together, mutually beneficial and win-win. Hearing the name of this technique, Holy Mother Yaoqi and Fairy Linglong's faces changed at the same time. How could they not hear that this Gong method was a divine soul control method? Once they practiced it, they were afraid that they were going to be left with a brand, and at that time, their entire person would be under Zhou Yu's control. Chapter 79, The Western Emperor's Tower. Not to mention that one of the two was the Holy Mother of Yaoqi and the other was the Holy Maiden, with a boundless future. And in the future, they were even expected to witness the Tao and become emperors. If he really cultivated on, not to mention becoming an emperor, I'm afraid that he would only be reduced to being Zhou Yu's puppet. This was breaking their own Taoist foundation, which was simply hard for them to accept. Patriarch Zhou, the Western Emperor's scripture is something I, Yaoqi Holy Land, am willing to offer, but regarding this cultivation matter, please be open-minded. Holy Mother Yaoqi smiled. Concubine is in a critical period of cultivation, so I'm afraid that if I rashly cultivate other techniques, it might have some effect on myself. As for Linglong, she carries a seven-blooded sword body and was born to be in tune with the sword. She is the hope of my Yaohu Holy Land, so I still ask Patriarch Zhou to let her off the hook. The Holy Mother of Yaoqi turned her words around. There are numerous other young and beautiful disciples in my Holy Land, with equally good natural talent. If Patriarch Zhou is willing, he can choose a group to bring back and just use them as maids. Ha! Zhou Yu grinned. These people of cultivation looked like they all had a superb temperament, but in reality, they were all cold-blooded. Feeling that this is not a good thing, he or she begins to retreat and in turn pushes the others out unceremoniously. As the saying goes, a dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. But unfortunately, Zhou Yu's purpose is two people. How can he just change? Therefore, he didn't bother to talk nonsense with the other party, and directly raised his hand to grab Linglong Fairy's white wrist, and then brought it towards his arms. This seat is not discussing with you. Buzz. As he spoke, his breath blossomed around him, and the Tao lines from the quasi-emperor wrapped around Linglong's entire body, about to take it away directly. The Holy Mother of Yaoqi's face changed as she hurriedly said, Patriarch Zhou, my concubine has backed down again and again, so please don't be aggressive. My Yaohi Holy Land has many years of heritage. If it's really a fish out of water, even if you can get away, will the Zhou clan be able to get away completely? Threaten this seat? Zhou Yu's eyes glazed over as his aura suddenly rose. Concubine is just being matter of fact. Holy Mother Yaoqi also bloomed her own Tao lines to fight against Zhou Yu at this moment. The reincarnation clan's powerhouses are approaching. Shouldn't Patriarch Zhou plan together with all the forces of the Xianhuan Great World to deal with this crisis? If both sides really lose, what good will it do to the entire Xianhuan Great World, and even the Zhou clan? Ha ha ha. Yes, Zhou Yu laughed out loud, sharp-tongued. And you still want to use great righteousness to oppress this seat? He was too lazy to argue with the other party. At times like this, it was natural to suppress with thunderous means. Otherwise, wouldn't he, Zhou Yu, be slapping his own face? Boom! Zhou Yu took a step out and slapped his palm out at Holy Mother Yaoqi. This palm was mixed with the might of the great sacred body, and it went straight for the place where the opponent rose and fell. Yaohi Holy Mother's face changed. Her body's Tao lines erupted, and her body actually directly retreated sharply in a turn, escaping from the hall. Want to go? Zhou Yu carried Linglong in one hand, and with one step down, his figure had already arrived outside the grand hall. But immediately afterward, he saw that a pagoda dripping with the might of a great emperor rose up from within the holy land of Yaoqi, the Western Emperor's Tower. When Zhou Yu saw this pagoda, he instantly reacted. It turns out that the Western Queen Mother actually even left behind this kind of imperial weapon. No wonder you have something to rely on. Western Emperor Pagoda. Once the Western Queen Mother's extreme imperial weapon that shook the entire Xianhuan Great World with its fame. It was rumored that the Western Emperor Tower was both offensive and defensive, and that a single tower could suppress the ages. It was one of the few Emperor's soldiers within the Xianhuan world that could shock the 10,000 races in the stars. When the Western Queen Mother was in the world, she had once allowed her race to step into the top 100 of the Starry Sky 10,000 races list. This kind of ranking had already surpassed the Xianhuan Great World's former past. Zhou had thought that the other party should have taken this divine soldier along with them to the road to immortality, but unexpectedly, it actually stayed in the Yaoqi Holy Land. It was also because of this that the prosperity of the Yaoqi Holy Land was ensured. At this moment, Holy Mother Yaoqi had already disappeared into the Western Emperor Tower, and bursts of great Emperor Dao patterns flowed out of it, forming a golden lotus flower that floated around. At the same time, there were even other quasi-emperor powerhouses that manifested from within the Western Emperor Tower. Patriarch Shou, this tower is the backbone of my Yaoqi Holy Land. Even if your human emperor streamer is no longer powerful, it will not be able to break this tower. As long as this tower is not extinguished, my Yaoqi Holy Land will be able to stand. The words of the Holy Mother of Yaoqi came out. If Patriarch Shou is willing to call it quits, I, Yaoqi Holy Land, am willing to offer 10% more resources. No one has been able to bargain with me since the moment this seat became great in the sacred body. Zhou waved his hand and put Linglong inside the human emperor streamer. Then with a single step of his foot, the great completion sacred body erupted and directly hardened against the Western Emperor Tower. Boom! At this moment, Zhou was like an ancient god. Each punch that fell was enough to pierce through the void. Scenes like a disaster surfaced within the entire Yaoqi Holy Land. However, no matter how Zhou attacked, the Western Emperor Tower did not move at all, and the Yaoqi Holy Mother in it was not affected in the slightest. It's useless. Patriarch Shou, the major forces, to be able to come this far, is by no means a fluke. If they were so easily uprooted, it would have long since gone up in smoke in the long river of history. Seeing that Zhou's great completion sacred body had not been able to break the Western Emperor's tower, Holy Mother Yaoqi was also slightly relieved and spoke with more confidence. Ha! Zhou sneered. Then this seat would like to see how long you can last in the tower? As he spoke, Zhou let out a soft drink, and the human emperor flag appeared out of thin air. And in an instant, countless black smoke continued to rage, and began to disperse in all directions towards the surroundings. Wail like ghosts. The sound of wolves howling continued to resound, and in the midst of them, 3 illusory figures gradually solidified, with 2 of them driving coffins and 1 of them holding a long sword. The terrifying emperor pattern that emanated directly surpassed the entire Western Emperor Tower. Buzz! A Dao pattern flowed and attacked on top of the Western Emperor Tower, and all of a sudden, the entire Western Emperor Tower shook and trembled continuously. Even so, the quasi-emperor powerhouses hidden in the tower were not affected. Seeing this, Holy Mother Yaoqi regained her confidence and prepared to speak. However, right at this moment, Zhou came directly in front of the Western Emperor Tower, slapped one hand on top of the tower, and let out a low cry under his breath. Bing! One of the 9 secrets. The secret of the soldier's word. Being able to manipulate the operation of the Western Emperor Tower. In an instant, the entire Western Emperor Tower seemed to be breaking away from the control of Holy Mother Yaoqi, as the Emperor lines operated to push it out of the Western Emperor Tower. Not good. Quickly destroy the Western Emperor Tower. A strong person let out a cry of alarm and continuously punched out Dao lines, destroying the Western Emperor Tower. Finally, after some scrambling, he regained control of the Western Emperor Tower. However, at this moment, outside the Western Emperor Tower, Zhou's cold laughter resounded. When this seed refines this tower with the secret of the art of war, let's see how long you can hold out. As he spoke, he spread the human emperor flag completely open, completely blocking off the entire Holy Land, and began to use the secret of the character of Bing to constantly control the Western Emperor Tower. He didn't even need to completely control it. He only needed to force out the Yaoqi Sacred Mother and the others in it, and then he would be able to completely suppress it. This time, the Holy Mother of Yaoqi and the others completely panicked. Chapter 80 Holy Mother Yaoqi. You don't want all the disciples of your Holy Land to die, do you? Impossible. Even if you are able to manipulate divine weapons, if you want to refine the Western Emperor Pagoda, it's impossible without 1,000 years of time. Holy Mother Yaoqi kept giving herself hints at this time, and her mouth began to argue. Is that so? This seat does have the time. Moreover, this seat can make a bet with you that in a maximum of 10 years, it will be able to completely refine the Western Emperor Tower. Zhou had a contemptuous smile on his face. In addition, this seat can tell you one more piece of good news, and that is, for every hour that passes, this seat will exterminate 1,000 disciples of your Yaohu sacred ground. I'd like to see if you've been cowering long enough, or if you have a large enough number of disciples from the Yaoqi Holy Land. Hey! Zhou suddenly licked his lips in a somewhat sinister manner. Holy Mother Yaoqi, you don't want all the disciples of your Holy Land to die, do you? You! The Holy Mother of Yaoqi's face changed, not expecting Zhou to be so ruthless. Concubine will fight you. In the midst of her tumultuous thoughts, Holy Mother Yaoqi was about to rush out of the Western Emperor Tower. but she was stopped by several quasi-emperors on the side. "No, Holy Mother, if you go out like this, will you not be a sheep in a tiger's mouth?" "Yeah, there are a large number of disciples in the Yaohe Holy Land. I don't believe he dares to go on a killing spree." "That's right, long ago we had already arranged it down. Once the Zhou clan dares to make a move against my Yaoan Holy Land, the news will be spread throughout the entire Xianhuang world at that time. How can the other forces not know about this reasoning of the rabbit dying and the dog being cooked, and the lips dying and the teeth being chilled? At that time, the other forces will inevitably unite to fight against the Zhou clan. Now that the reincarnation race's great emperor crisis is approaching, it's impossible for him, Zhou Yu, even if he's even more foolish, to dare to risk the world and come to be the enemy of the entire Xianhuang great world, isn't it?" The remarks of the many paragon emperors had calmed down Holy Mother Yaoqi. It was not bad. These top powers, controlling the Xianhuang great world for an unknown number of years, and now the Zhou clan had risen up strongly, and as soon as they came up, they were so brutal, bullying them, or even make them bleed. Previously, Zhou Yu was able to stabilize the situation by suppressing the sword-mound White clan with thunderous means and eliminating all the top-tier powerhouses among them. But it doesn't mean that the major powers aren't dissatisfied, especially, but also to contribute 30% of the underlying resources that they have obtained to the Zhou clan, to help the Zhou clan rise. The Zhou clan, who already hated the Zhou clan to the bone, but wanted to make themselves spend their efforts to cultivate each other, would not agree as long as they were in their right mind. Therefore, after returning to the Xianhuang Great World, the high-level powerhouses of many top-level forces had secretly communicated with the intention of forming an alliance. Only, at that time, no one was willing to be a standout and provoke a great completion sacred body. In the end, only one rule could be set, and that was, if one of the members suffered from Zhou Yu's oppression or even destruction of his forces, all the news would be passed on at that time. At that time, the other forces would naturally have to join forces with each other to resist Zhou Yu. Originally, the Yaoqi Holy Land's intention was to force out an outcry, so that it would be able to use this as an excuse to bargain with Zhou Yu, and at the very least, reduce the resources supplied to the Zhou clan. Once someone was able to prove themselves as an emperor, they would be able to completely reverse it. But who would have thought that the Yaoqi Holy Land, who had formulated the plan, would be looking for the outcast, actually himself? Upon hearing the words of the many paragon emperors, Holy Mother Yaoqi could only press down on her intention to fight Zhou Yu to the death and wait for a while. Seeing that the Holy Mother of Yaoqi in the Western Emperor Tower was indifferent, Zhou Yu stood calmly in the void and waited until an hour had passed without needing to open his mouth. And with a single movement of his thoughts, Complicine's soul chain shot out electrically from the human emperor's streamer. The next moment accurately and incomparably pierced through the torsos of 1,000 Yaoqi Holy Land disciples. "Ah! Help me! Holy Mother, save me!" Miserable screams resounded throughout the Yaoqi Holy Land, in which the divine souls were pulled into it by the human emperor streamer entering. No matter how hard you cultivate, you will still become a brother in the human emperor's streamer. These 1,000 disciples, unlike the others, were able to join amongst the Holy Land, and had their own luck. Counting as women, all of them had extremely high potential. In other words, high destiny. With a high fate, the divine destiny value is naturally high enough. With this extermination, a large number of heavenly fate values were immediately credited, and this one alone exceeded a whopping 50,000. Even though it was not as good as Su Chen, the son of Qi, the harvest was terrifying. This was also why Zhou Yu had increased his chips like this just now, just to harvest more heavenly destiny values. Ever since he crossed over, he had always tried various super VIP draws, in which the top rewards were certainly quite a lot, but Zhou Yu believed that the supreme VIP draws could definitely be better. So he's starting to build up now, and he wants the supreme VIP 10 straight draws. Once the 10 consecutive draws were made, perhaps, one would be able to directly make oneself an emperor on the ground, not needing to comprehend and cultivate bitterly at all, consuming endless years. At that time, the crisis of both Su Chen and the reincarnation race emperor could be solved. Why not just go on a killing spree? If the entire Xianhuang great world was slaughtered in its entirety, wouldn't that be an even greater harvest of heavenly fate values? There might be people who would have such doubts, and even Zhou Yu had once thought of it this way before. But no, it wasn't true that he was going to plunder the heavenly destiny value, but he alone wasn't enough to allow it to go unimpeded amidst the starry nights of the 10,000 races. Until then, he needs enough arm candy, and that arm candy is the pack. The growth of the tribe had to undergo enough baptisms and metamorphoses, and it was impossible to rely entirely on piling up resources. If that was the case, wouldn't everyone be a quasi-emperor? Therefore, Zhou Yu must have a complete world to give. The tribe is sufficiently seasoned to grow. It is only on this basis that the harvesting of divine destiny values can take place. In order to be able to shake the mind of the Holy Mother of Yaoqi, Zhou Yu even destroys it with the secret of the artifact of war, forcibly transmitting the images of the human emperor's flag, destroying these disciples, so that they could see it clearly. You, abominable! The Holy Mother of Yaoqi shouted angrily, but there was nothing she could do. She could only wait in secret for other forces to come and join forces to deal with Zhou Yu together. Time, in the midst of such waiting, passed. A day later, tens of thousands of disciples of the Yaohe Holy Land had been slaughtered, and the heavenly fate value on Zhou Yu's body was on the verge of approaching as much as 1,000,000. On the contrary, the Yaohe Holy Mother inside the Western Emperor Tower seemed to have become numb and remained steadfast. As long as she was holding fast, the speed at which Zhou Yu's soldier's secret was refining the Western Emperor Tower would drop. It's still bearable, isn't it? Zhou Yu raised an eyebrow. Red dust. Is the human Emperor streamer able to shake the Western Emperor Tower? He had time on his hands, but he didn't want to waste it like that. The Western Emperor Pagoda is an extreme Emperor soldier, and itself has the Emperor lineage of the Queen Mother of the West to enhance it. And although it is no match for the human Emperor streamer, it will be a bit difficult to pierce into the interior unless the Holy Mother of Yaoan's mind loses its grip, giving Patriarch Zhou the opportunity to take advantage of the secret of the word of soldierhood. Like this? A thoughtful look appeared on Zhou Yu's face, and suddenly his thoughts moved. There! As he spoke, he directly made a grab at the human Emperor streamer, and the blocked Linglong fairy appeared directly in front of Zhou Yu. Chapter 81, A Finger to Explore the Depths. Seeing Zhou Yu, Linglong fairy's eyes were filled with indignation. The other party was the head of a clan, with a high status, yet he performed such despicable acts of bullying the weak. It made her extremely uncomfortable. Previously, she had thanked Zhou Yu for helping to poke holes in Su Chen's true colors, but now that she saw Zhou Yu, she only felt sick to her stomach. Zhou Yu, you are ferocious and ruthless, with a human face and a beast's heart, killing innocents indiscriminately and turning your back on the heavenly Tao. Your crime is great, if you do not come to your senses. In the future, when you impact the great emperor's proof of the Tao, you will be destroyed by the thunderbolt, and you will not be able to transcend your life for all eternity. Oh, how do you know that this seat will be destroyed by the thunderbolt? Zhou Yu looked at her expressionlessly. Are you Tendo? I'm not, but what you're doing is killing too many people and destroying the cycle of the heavenly Tao, so you'll have to suffer retribution in the end. Linglong fairy shouted angrily, quickly leave the Yaoqi Holy Land, or else, don't blame the heavenly Tao for being merciless. Heaven is merciless? Zhou Yu snorted. Then you let it come and kill this seat? You, humph, don't make things up if you don't have the ability to threaten this seat. Zhou Yu glanced at her indifferently. If there are rules in the heavenly Tao, haven't you holy places, clans, ever violated them? Hasn't there ever been an indiscriminate killing? My generation's cultivation is to go against the heavens. Otherwise, how can we break free from our own shackles and break the yoke of the heavenly Tao? You, Fairy Linglong wanted to say something, but realized that Zhou Yu seemed to have a point, and was actually speechless for a while. Zhou Yu was a quasi-empire, and the Daoan reasoning he understood could not be compared to her as a tiny great power. However, Zhou Yu was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly grabbed him to his front and pointed at the Western Emperor Tower in the distance. Now, if you can get your master to come out and bind his hands, this seat can spare you. Never! Linglong fairy flatly refused. You can't break through the Western Emperor Tower. As long as you wait for the other forces to gather and come, with all their reserves, you can still be suppressed at that time. Yes? Zhou Yu laughed a little and said to the Western Imperial Pagoda, Yaohe Holy Mother, if you come out now and agree to this seat's conditions, this seat can leave behind the Holy Land and the life of this beloved disciple of yours. But if you are stubborn, this seat will. Saying that, only hearing a hissing sound, the snow-white fairy skirt on Linglong fairy's body was directly torn out of a mouth, revealing the white skin on her shoulder, which could be broken. Linglong, Holy Mother Yaoqi let out a low cry. Linglong fairy, is she went out to bring back the disciple, has always been, are treated as their own daughter, coupled with the other side of the talent is amazing. It is even more let Yaoqi Holy Mother valued. Holy Mother, do not be careless. Many disciples have already sacrificed for the Holy Land. We must not let him have his way at this time. Not bad, Holy Mother, if we give up at this moment, then the previous efforts will be completely wasted. As the crowd spoke, they saw Zhou Yu once again reach out with his palm and tear off an immortal dress from Fairy Linglong. This time, almost most of Linglong Fairy's skin was exposed. You kill me. Fairy Linglong's body trembled. A fine cold sweat densely covering her delicate body as she looked at Zhou Yu with her eyes wide open. Bent on death. Kill? How is that possible? This seat is going to destroy your Tao heart little by little. And then show your master teacher that this is what happens when you disobey this seat. Zhou Yu's large hand cupped Linglong Fairy's chin, followed by a movement of his fingers, sliding downwards along that snow-white gooseneck, skimming over every inch of the other party's skin. When he encountered a place with a barrier, he would snap his fingers and completely shatter the muslin-like immortal skirt. Soon, the sculpture-like petite body was completely presented, smooth, delicate and elastic. At this moment, anyone can completely understand the meaning of blowing up, which is already an extremely perfect interpretation. There were quite a few women following Zhou around. Ji Yueying belonged to the devilishly seductive, while Tantai Yi was angelic and ethereal. The Red Dust Empress was domineering and cold and arrogant, and the others were each in their own way. But the Linglong fairy in front of him gave him a feeling different from others. A feeling of translucence in the midst of absolute beauty, like a work of art, like the kind of goddess that could only be viewed from afar, but not up close. But now, this goddess has stood in front of him. Not only can he look at it closely, but also can play with it profanely. Thus, Zhou Yu unceremoniously applied it, and with a slight pinch of her index finger and thumb, immediately Linglong trembled uncontrollably, and the intense pain seemed to make her shriek out in shock. Well, I'm not going to let you get away with this. She clenched her silver teeth, and suddenly a wave of cultivation surged up in her body, just like it was about to turn into a wave and spread out towards the outside of her body. Self-destruct? Zhou Yu raised his eyebrows and revealed a cold smile. Wanting to self-destruct in front of his quasi-emperor was really crazy. Only to see his other palm lifting up, he erected his middle finger, and with a slight wiggle, he violently pointed it out. Pust! This finger pointed out the depths of the other party, and also completely nailed her cultivation level of wanting to self-detonate. Ah! A miserable scream came out of Fairy Linglong's mouth. She had never imagined that she would one day have her defense broken like this. No! Let go of Linglong! The Holy Mother of Yao Qi was enraged and directly manipulated the Western Emperor Pagoda, erupting an imperial pattern towards Zhou Yu. However, without waiting for these emperor lines to approach, the human emperor streamer in the void blossomed with power, crushing all the Dao lines. At this moment, the Holy Mother of Yao Qi could only watch as Zhou Yu continued to torment her disciple. Her body trembled, and within her wide brocade robe, her legs clenched and trembled constantly, practically empathizing with her. Blood and screams intertwined as another 1,000 souls were incorporated into the human emperor streamer. And on the other side, Zhou Yu's majestic, powerful body was rapidly trembling in the void. Every tremor was able to bring out a strange, miserable sound. The cultivation from the yin-yang upside-down divine intercourse strong soul scripture had already begun, and a soul seed was forcibly rooted in Fairy Linglong's divine soul, and it grew with constant cultivation. This kind of growth made Zhou Yu feel that the divine soul was accumulating and improving, and vaguely, it seemed to be reaching some kind of sublimation. He knew that this was his own metamorphosis towards the direction of the Emperor's soul, and once he was able to completely metamorphose and complete it, along with the Tao he had comprehended, he would be able to directly invoke the heavenly tribulation, and the transmigrated self will become a true great emperor. Understanding this, he became even more excited and began to continuously cultivate the yin-yang upside-down divine intercourse strong soul scripture. For a full 3 days and 3 nights, Zhou Yu did not stop for a single moment, and if he wasn't afraid that Fairy Linglong, a great power, would not be able to withstand her divine soul, he was even a bit unfulfilled. On the other hand, the Holy Mother Yao Qi inside the Western Emperor Tower had already sat paralyzed on the ground, her legs trembling. She was on the verge of despair. Even if she was able to force Zhou Yu back, how could she face her own disciples? Just at this moment, suddenly a fluctuation emerged in unison outside of the Yao Qi Holy Land. Swish! The Holy Mother of Yao Qi snapped her head up, the only hope in her mind, appearing. Chapter 82 Ancestral Dragon Seal, Emperor's Sword, 10,000 Beasts Diagram, Witch God Bone, Buzz. A fluctuation surfaced from outside the Yao Qi Holy Land. There was sword light from the Sword Pavilion, an imperial golden dragon from the Wind Clan, and a ferocious beast's hiss from the Imperial Clan resounding through the heavens. A large, destructive thundercloud coalesced out of the dome of the sky, in which the figure of the Thunder Race, whose hair was wrapped in lightning, emerged. 1 Yao, 2 swords, and 3 emperor clans. Within the entire central state, almost all of them were present, except for the white family of the Sword Mound, which had been heavily damaged. Not only that, the demon race from the southern forest likewise appeared. There was also the barbarian god temple, the witch god sect, and the only top-tier forces that hadn't appeared were the Thundersound temple in the western desert, and the medicine clan in the eastern lands. It could be said that at this moment, all the top-tier forces within the entire Xian Huang world had already gathered 90% of them. Swish! A broken sword emitting an ancient aura rose from the middle of the sword pavilion, and in an instant, the heavens were slashed as terrifying imperial lines spread out. Sword Ancestor Emperor Sword? Seeing this imperial soldier, The remaining disciples of the Yaowu sacred ground almost wept with joy. This was an imperial weapon left behind by that fallen great emperor of the sword pavilion. Rumor had it that this sword ancestor had also conquered the path to immortality. Nay, in the end, he had fallen, leaving only a broken sword to remain. However, after the baptism of the road to immortality, the broken sword that was stained with countless emperors' blood, in turn, became sharper and sharper, and its power vaguely surpassed that of the previous emperor's sword. Ow! A low beast roar suddenly rang out in the direction of the imperial clan, only to see a canopy-like scroll rising from the top of the imperial clan's head. As the scroll unfolded, the silhouettes of powerful beasts began to appear from it, looking as if they were alive. This is the imperial clan's 10,000 beasts diagram. Inside it is rumored to have countless ferocious beasts and spirits, the lowest of which are at the level of a great power, and was refined by a former imperial clan great emperor. The ferocious beasts within this 10,000 beasts diagram, tainted with the emperor's marks, live on endlessly, and no matter how many times they are exterminated, they are still able to revive themselves within the scrolls. It's simply terrifying. Look, the winning clan's imperial soldier has also appeared. The crowd suddenly looked to the other side, where the winning clan's emperor pattern fluctuated and emerged, and a large four-square seal began to rise, transforming into something as large as a mountain in the blink of an eye. With just a glance, countless entangled golden dragon luster could be seen on it, which was the golden dragon of Qi, from the legend of the ancestral dragon patriarch who only stepped into the path of immortality and killed a bloody path on it. And this big seal, called the ancestral dragon seal, was the imperial seal of the ancestral dragon, the first emperor. The power was even stronger. The emperor's soldiers of the three top powers, the sword pavilion, the imperial clan, and the winning clan, had already appeared. In the middle of a thunder cloud in the back, a stout, magnificent figure emerged from it, his hair flying, all condensed by thunder light, but in his hand, he held a spear, on which thunder flashed. This was an imperial weapon left behind by a thunder emperor who had fallen on the path to immortality within the Xin Huang world, and it was similarly rusted and somewhat mutilated. But Emperor Wei was equally not bad. Next, in the 10,000 demon kingdom, the demon race's quasi-emperor, holding a pair of curved horns, which emanated fluctuations of imperial lines, was the demon emperor's imperial weapon. Instead, the witch god sect didn't have any imperial soldiers appear, but instead offered up a golden skeleton called the witch god bone. The bones, which were said to be the remains of a saint body comparable to that of a great achiever, carried the same power. Several imperial soldier-like auras continuously intertwined from the void and appeared above the Yaoi sacred ground. If it were before, so many emperor's soldiers coming out in unison would simply cause the entire Yaowu sacred ground to panic. But now, they had become the hope of the holy land of Yaoqi. Patriarch Shou, we are practicing together in the Xian Huang world, so why should we do things too far when we can spare others? Under the pressure of many emperor's soldiers, the patriarch of the Win clan, Win Zun, was the first to speak. We have retreated again and again, but you are aggressive, so we have no choice but to join forces to resist. Not bad. I'm afraid I have to give a statement this time when Patriarch Shou is targeting us so much. My major forces, to be able to stand at the top of the Xian Huang, how can they not have a base? Cut the crap and make him take the heavenly Dao oath to never offend our many forces again, and the matter of resources will be waived. Zhou Yu stood in midair and stopped to look at these people who were speaking. Not only did his face not have the slightest surprise, but he even got a little excited. This seed once heard someone say that where there is oppression, there is resistance. Indeed, this seed knew that you guys were just bluffing, and now it seems that my guess wasn't wrong. Zhou Yu had been pondering in his mind long before he returned to the Zhou clan. How could these forces that had always existed at the top of the Xian Huang Great World willingly hand over everything? Therefore, he used 30% of his resources as bait to force them up, ultimately wanting to see which forces were truly afraid of his great completion saint body, and which forces are, in effect, perfunctory. Before he left, he deliberately put out the word that he would not return without the danger of extermination. He had thought that these forces would be able to go directly to plunge into his home base and threaten him with the Zhou clan, thus negotiating with him again. However, he didn't expect that the other party would actually gather all the emperor's soldiers and prepare to make a move against him. Since that's the case, then this seed will have to see just how powerful your emperor's soldiers are. As Zhou Yu spoke, his feet stepped, and his figure instantly rushed out from within the Yaowu sacred ground in one go. His entire body transformed into a stream of light, like a meteor crashing towards the winning clan's ancestral dragon seal. You're the one who talks too much. This seat will start with you, the winning clan. Seeing Zhou Yu make his move, the Win clan's Win Zun instantly tumbled over the Dao lines and manipulated the ancestral dragon. The seal began to blossom with power. Do it quickly. We can't let him break them one by one. With Winzen's shout, many other forces struck out at the same time, only to see the remnants of the sword above the blooming monstrous sword awnings, turned into a pike, towards Joyu split. 10,000 beasts within the 10,000 beasts map roar. A ferocious beast shadow like a torrent rushed out, defying death. In the distance, the witch god cult recited words, and the golden skeleton suddenly began to revive, sitting up from mid-air, appearing in front of Joyu in just a flash, its golden bone palms stabbing out like blades. The successive terrifying attacks came, causing Joyu to fall into a menacing situation almost in an instant, but there was a sense of wariness rising in his eyes. The great perfection saint body began to blossom, smashing out at the ancestral dragon seal in front of him at once. Boom! The extreme power of the fleshly body erupted, causing the mountain-like ancestral dragon seal to tremble violently for a moment, and then it was ruthlessly smashed out. From a distance, it was like a tiny mole cricket shaking a mountain, but the mountain was shaken. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the attacks of several other imperial armaments were already approaching, and Joyu's black hair flew and his body was magnificent, as he let out a steep bellow in mid-air. Bing! The secret of the soldier character operated, directly enveloping all of the Emperor's soldiers. In an instant, all of the imperial armaments trembled slightly, as if they were about to break away from their respective controls, and it was this brief trembling that gave Joyu an opportunity. His feet stepped on the Xingzi secret, and his figure managed to dodge a few of the Emperor's soldiers' attacks in the nick of time. This time, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. Chapter 83, A Scheme to Enlighten the Boundary Paths. Lineage secret? How is that possible? Doesn't he just have only the all-character secret and the soldier secret? The group of powerhouses from the top-tier forces were almost completely shocked by Joyu's outburst of secret arts. Previously, they had made multiple inquiries and finally learned that Joyu controlled the all-character secret and the Bing character secret, and it was suspected that the other party had obtained the 9 secrets of the fighting character secret from the Taishian Holy Land. There was naturally no need to mention that the all-character mystery had a certain probability in itself, and, for the great perfection saint body, such a special physique, the effect was not great. The soldier character secret manipulated divine weapons, but with so many Emperor's weapons coming out in unison, even if they were able to be manipulated, they wouldn't be able to affect all of them. The remaining Do Z secret was the Do Battle Holy Law, but no one in the crowd had exerted their divine abilities, and it was simply impossible to simulate it as well, thus cutting off the effects of these 9 secrets. Unexpectedly, Joyu had actually mastered a lineage secret. This line of word secret is the ultimate speed of the world. Tearing through space and traveling through the void are no big deal. Now, being utilized by Joyu, he was simply invincible, only to see Joyu's footsteps, avoiding the attacks of the many imperial armaments. The moment the Xingzi secret was executed, he appeared in front of the sword pavilion's imperial sword, which, even though it was only a remnant of a sword, was the strongest in terms of killing power amongst these several imperial armaments. Therefore, he had to deal with this first, and the others would naturally be better dealt with. Boom! Joyu slammed his fist out, directly colliding with the Emperor's sword. Both sides shook violently at the same time, and it looked as if they were evenly matched. However, Joyu only took a slight step back before stepping out again. Boom! Radiant divine light blossomed above both fists, constantly colliding with the remnant sword, and the terrifying aftermath spread, almost making the Yaoan Holy Land unable to withstand it. The mountain range, which looked like a giant dragon, was reduced to smithereens and nothingness. A clear gully was left in the void and ripples spread. At this time, there were once again mountains pressing horizontally in the void, in which the ancestral dragon seal unfolded its sealing power, preparing to suppress Joyu completely. However, Joyu looked up and spat out 6 words of truth one after another from his mouth. Om Mani Padme Hum. A golden swastika text that was tens of thousands of feet in size condensed and collided with the ancestral dragon seal. Click! The ancestral dragon seal only trembled slightly, and the imperial lines that bloomed on it caused cracks to appear in Joyu's Buddhist divine ability. Yes, the crowd was invigorated, as long as the ancestral dragon seal sealed Joyu, even if he had achieved a great saint body. So what? In the end, Joyu's great completion sacred body's physical body was invincible, but his true comprehension of the laws was still only that of a quasi-emperor. A quasi-emperor, in front of the Tao patterns of an emperor's soldier, had no way to compare. This was a fundamental gap. Otherwise, it was impossible for the several great powers to be foolish enough to directly fight against a great emperor. Buzz! Countless Tao lines intertwined, directly transforming into a cage that completely enveloped Joyu. At the same time, 10,000 beasts roared in the 10,000 beasts diagram, and the Tao lines were added, beginning to reinforce the seal. On the other side, the witch god Bone directly shuttled and entered the seal. Its skeleton was comparable to a great sacred body, from which it could continuously wear down Zhou Yu's physique. Then there was the pair of curved horns of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, capable of transforming into the silhouette of the Green Bull Emperor, which was similarly incomparable in flesh, constantly besieging. Under such a cycle, even Zhou Yu was simply unable to break free for a short period of time. Boom boom boom. Terrifying fluctuations began to blossom from within the seal. It was clearly Zhou Yu who was constantly breaking through. But, after all, there were too many imperial soldiers, and with such a union, even Zhou Yu could only be suppressed. Ha ha ha, when we join forces, we can indeed resist. The powerhouse of the imperial clan laughed out loud. With such dissipation, it is necessary to wait for him to make a heavenly oath, otherwise it will be impossible to release him. Not bad. Let him also know that although the Great Completion's sacred body is powerful, it can't be a match for our union. After all, the Zhou clan is too shallow to know the power of an imperial soldier. All these years, if there wasn't some strength, those old demons hiding in the Forbidden Land would have come out long ago to plot against my Xin Huang Great World. Otherwise, how could they be honest? Holy Mother Yaoqi, Zhou Yu has been controlled by us. You can come out now. Someone couldn't help but say as they looked toward the Western Emperor Tower with its flowing light. However, the Holy Mother of Yaoqi did not leave, but instead transmitted a voice from it. Don't be careless, all of that Zhou Yu's human emperor flags have not yet disappeared, and it's not easy to get him to make a heavenly Dao oath. Human emperor streamer? The crowd snapped their heads up, and indeed saw that the human emperor flag with the black gas bubbling out of the cuckoo beckoning in the void, constantly blooming with ghostly Dao fluctuations, wanting to fight against the crowd. But, in front of the many emperor soldiers, it didn't seem to help. Don't worry, with the union of our imperial armaments, what can a mere large streamer do? Holy Mother Yaoqi, you quickly destroy the Western Imperial Pagoda and join us in suppressing Zhou Yu, making sure to make him swear the heavenly Dao oath as soon as possible. Not bad. At a time like this, we can't give the other party a chance to take advantage of it, and when we deprive him of the control of his emperor's soldier, he won't be able to do whatever he wants. When she heard the crowd say so, Holy Mother Yaoqi directly destroyed the Western Imperial Pagoda and enveloped it in the direction of the Ancestral Dragon Seal. The Ancestral Dragon Seal, and the Western Emperor Tower, were all imperial weapons that excelled in suppression and sealing. With such a superposition, it directly caused the power of the seal to begin to rise and skyrocket. The Dao patterns of countless emperor soldiers intertwined, and within the seal, they began to flow, constantly pressing in. At this moment, Zhou Yu was trapped in it, but there was not the slightest panic in his eyes. He even just sat down on his knees, withdrawing all the defenses on his body, allowing the Dao lines to continuously bombard his physique. The emperor lines of great emperors all represent their own Dao, and apart from great emperors, only emperor soldiers are able to blossom out, and it would take quite a bit of effort to destroy these emperor lines at full power. Zhou Yu silently realized each and every Dao pattern that flowed through his body, and when he saw these sealed Dao patterns attacking him just now, there was actually a feeling of a blessed spirit arriving in his mind. What emperor scriptures, what senses, were not as clear as the feeling of directly experiencing the attack of these great emperor Dao lines firsthand, together with the fact that he himself was a great sacred body. He would be fine even if his flesh resisted hard. Therefore, Zhou Yu temporarily decided to allow himself to be sealed by them so that he could quiet his mind and personally feel the aura of each great emperor Dao pattern. This was simply an incomparable benefit to one's own condensation of the realm Dao. Of course, it was only a great saintly body like Zhou Yu's that could have such an approach. If it was anyone else, even with a quasi-emperor cultivation, their fleshly bodies would not be able to resist the attacks of so many emperor soldiers. At that time, without waiting for one to comprehend the great Dao of the emperor's patterns, one's flesh would have to go up in smoke and could not withstand it at all. But now, Zhou Yu used his physical body to endure the baptism of all the Dao lines, and in his mind, he began to constantly refer to his own realm Dao. The only pity was that the previous chaotic enlightenment fruit had been eaten up by him. If he had another one at this time, the effect would have definitely skyrocketed. And to the outside world, Zhou Yu seemed to have been completely controlled, unable to escape at all. This caused them to rejoice, seeing the hope of forcing Zhou Yu to make the heavenly Dao oath. Chapter 84, The Border Dao Takes Shape. Seal broken. Already half a year has passed. Even for a great sacred body, I'm afraid it won't be able to support it anymore. Half a year flicked by, and the Win clan's Win Zun, who was in charge of controlling it, spoke in a deep voice. Holy Mother Yaoqi, aren't you going to show yourself? There must be no hurry. Holy Mother Yaoqi's voice was transmitted from within the Western Emperor Tower. It's only been half a year, and the other party still doesn't have the slightest intention of compromising. So naturally, my concubine has to play it safe. You're being overly cautious. Holy Mother Yaoqi, the demon race's powerhouse said in a deep voice. Now that our seal has lasted for such a long time and he hasn't even made the slightest movement, he's clearly been restricted from moving. At a time like this, you're still cowering inside. It's simply degrading to the prestige of the Holy Land. Besides, if you don't show up, how will you be able to fully manipulate the Western Emperor Tower to suppress Joyu? He's just struggling now, and it won't be long before he has to give in. Everyone had a word from you and a word from me, and they had asked the Holy Mother of Yao Qi to show up to destroy the might of the Western Emperor Tower. After all, this time, everyone had come over jointly to save the Holy Land of Yao Qi. If she, the Holy Mother of Yao Qi, doesn't show up to preside over the situation, who will? Furthermore, the crowd was naturally able to guess that if one Choyu disregarded the overall situation and wanted to break the net to the death, and the crowd took the risk, in the end, would it be possible for the Holy Mother of Yao Qi to pick up the slack herself? So underneath all this talk, it was all about letting Holy Mother Yao Qi leave the Western Emperor Tower. On the contrary, the Holy Mother of Yao Qi was equally jittery in her heart. She was really shocked by Zhou Yu's ruthless tactics, and didn't want to come out until she was in a foolproof situation. But the current situation doesn't seem to be able to hold up any longer. While the people were engaged in these negotiations, more than 2 years passed in a row. After nearly 3 years of constantly destroying imperial soldiers, even a quasi-emperor Nine Heavens was somewhat exhausted. And since these 3 years, Zhou Yu still hasn't moved the slightest bit, and the human emperor streamer in the void is similarly black and gloomy, without the slightest movement. There were also strong people who wanted to refine it, but after all, it was an imperial soldier. And without a secret technique such as the secret of the character of soldier, it was a bit of a struggle to shake it, not to mention refining it. However, it did not matter. They were not aiming to completely decapitate Zhou Yu, but rather to force the other party to take the heavenly Dao oath. Even if they succeeded. 3 years had passed, and the Holy Mother of Yao Qi's eyes carried a thoughtful look, and she was similarly unable to feel Zhou Yu's current state. But the other party had been suppressed in the seal and seemed to have obeyed. As these people think, if they don't go out themselves, I'm afraid that there is still no end to this matter. The reincarnation clan's great emperor might already be on his way, and at that time, if he really descended, the place where Zhou Yu was would be the source of the scourge. Between her thoughts, she finally made up her mind and took a step out of the Western Emperor Tower. Buzz, seeing the appearance of the Holy Mother of Yao Qi, many forces immediately came into the spirit. They knew that the story of everything was about to come to an end at this moment. Holy Mother Yao Qi, you've finally come out. Winzhen and the others opened their mouths. It's time to negotiate with Choyu. Aha! Holy Mother Yao Qi nodded slightly. Many thanks to all of you for being able to come. If we are able to sign the oath with Zhou Yu this time, it is the result of our unity and cooperation. So please make sure that you don't forget it. The implication of her words was that everyone still had to unite. Otherwise it would be difficult to resist Zhou Yu. Don't worry. Now that we have already developed a suspicion with Zhou Yu, if we don't unite, won't we be putting ourselves in danger? Not bad. At this point in time, there's no turning back for us. We can only allow him to perfect his heavenly Dao oath as much as possible. Unless he doesn't want to achieve the name of a great emperor. Otherwise, he has to agree. Yes. Holy Mother Yao Qi nodded her head. Her jade hand raised, destroying the Western Emperor Pagoda one after another. And all of a sudden, all of the Western Emperor Pagodas might blossomed out completely, instantly causing the seal to begin to strengthen. And at this moment, the Holy Mother of Yao Qi was standing in the air, looking towards the sealed Dao. Patriarch Shou, my concubine, along with many of her fellow disciples, only wants you to give a promise that as long as you take the heavenly Dao oath, we will remove the seals, and even fight against the crisis of the reincarnation clan together. Her voice traveled through the seal, but she did not reap any half-hearted response, only to see that within the seal, within the void where countless Dao lines were intertwined, Zhou Yu's black hair fluttered as he sat cross-legged. All over his body, an inexplicable aura began to flow. A Dao pattern rose around the surface of the body and began to transform into discs. And these discs, circle after circle, seemed to form a cycle. It was very similar to the reincarnation disc of the reincarnation clan. However, upon closer inspection, within this disc was not the aura of reincarnation, but rather a cyclical and ever-flowing vitality. This vitality, through erection, luxuriant, and then constantly withering, and after withering, it is transformed into nourishment, back to the beginning, and then continue to erection. And so it goes on and 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 on. The cycle of yin and yang, life and death. What is the way of the realm? Boundary. There is reincarnation, there is yin and yang, there is life, and there is also death. Over these 3 years, Zhou Yu had always felt the aura of the emperor's ripple around him, constantly oppressing himself and allowing his boundary Tao to begin to be perfected. Compared to the enlightenment of other powerhouses, this amount of time was indeed not considered long, but it couldn't be helped that Zhou Yu had once used the chaotic enlightenment fruit before. His own understanding of the reincarnation heavenly scripture had already reached an extremely deep level. This made it so that the possibility of him condensing his own avenue was only one opportunity away. This opportunity is not far away and only needs to be sparked once. Now, this inspired an appearance, used for abstract things, a good deal, a lot of. Under the pressure of the Emperor's ripple, Zhou Yu had already begun to metamorphose as he violently opened his eyes, and there seemed to be countless Tao ripples hovering within the pupils of his eyes. These Tao lines, colliding with each other, were like the beginning of chaos, to give birth to a world. It was only that this world seemed to be only in its infancy and was not perfect. Even so, it had already allowed Zhou Yu to take this step, and was already closer to the great emperor. Buzz, invisible fluctuations bloomed, turning into ripples that spread out towards the surroundings. At this moment, the emperor lines that had originally impacted Zhou Yu's entire body actually violently stopped for a split second. This kind of change immediately attracted the attention of many powerful people. What's going on? At a time like this, is he still planning to resist? Impossible. We've been wearing him down for 3 years with our emperor's soldiers. How can we possibly resist? I guess it's unwillingness. After all, the great achievement Saint Body, being so suffocated and trapped in it. It's just a trap. As the crowd spoke, they only heard a loud bang, and terrifying fluctuations blossomed from them all at once. Only Zhou Yu's body towered over him, his fists smashing out one after another like mountains. Unlike before, this time, his fist, instead of just being the power of a great sacred body, was wrapped in inexplicable Tao patterns. This Tao pattern flowed like a disc, but the shadow of the world flickered in it, constantly transforming, as if chaos had begun. Filled with Tao and reason, it was this disc-like Tao pattern, but it caused the originally sturdy Emperor's soldier Tao pattern to be unable to withstand it and begin to tremble. At that exact moment, in the void, the human Emperor streamer, which had been standing motionless, suddenly burst into a gust of gloomy wind, and black gas rose. Countless soul chains bloomed, instantly piercing through the seal. Boom! Before the crowd could react, everything in it exploded, and Zhou Yu, like a god of chaotic creation, stepped out of it. Chapter 85, pushing everything across. One man destroys the Emperor's soldiers, sends you on your way. How is this? How is this possible? Amidst the shocking roar, the crowd looked at the seal that had been torn apart and fell into shock. Originally, they had thought that Zhou Yu had already been surrounded by the Tao lines interwoven by the many imperial soldiers, and without their permission, there was no chance of breaking the seal. But unexpectedly, 3 years passed, the other party not only did not weaken in the slightest, on the contrary, the breath became stronger and stronger. The human emperor flag, which had also been dormant for 3 years, also exerted its power at this time, and under the combination of inside and outside, it actually directly broke the seal. At this moment, Zhou Yu seemed to be no different from 3 years ago, but if one sensed carefully, one would be able to feel a mysterious, ethereal and powerful aura rising from his body. That aura, unlike the aura of any paragon emperor, was in extreme sublimation, seemingly about to step into another realm. This is the Emperor realm. Great Emperor, can it be that he has become an emperor? The 10,000 demon country's country lord said with a horrified expression on his face. Impossible. Becoming an emperor requires experiencing an emperor catastrophe. At most he will only be able to touch that layer of bottleneck, the embryonic form of the great Tao, the fledgling of the great way. The 10,000 demon kingdom lord's face was unsightly. It was just the fledgling form. Why did he actually have the illusion of facing a real great emperor? Is it hard to believe that it's because of the great sacred body? While everyone was in disbelief, the distant Holy Mother Yaoqi had already stepped out with lotus steps, and her figure almost tore through the void, disappearing towards the Western Emperor Tower. She knew that the moment Zhou Yu managed to break free from the seal, the plan of all the people to unite had already failed, and the first one to deal with the Zhou Yu who had escaped from the trap would definitely be her. Therefore, she could only return to the Western Emperor Tower, and only if she wasn't captured herself would she be able to maneuver around the other party. However, seeing that her figure was about to be enveloped by the divine light of the Western Emperor Pagoda, one could only hear a buzz in the void as the pressure from the human Emperor's streamer pressed in. At that instant, the originally functioning Western Emperor Tower came to a screeching halt, as if it had been completely restricted by this pressure, and even the Holy Mother of Yaoqi's desperate attempts to destroy it were to no avail. Hurry! Hurry! There was even a hint of anxiety in the tone of the Holy Mother of Yaoqi. She did not dare to imagine how miserable she would end up if she were to fall into Zhou Yu's hands. Where are you going in such a hurry? Behind it, The sudden voice caused the Yaohe Holy Mother's delicate body to tremble, almost losing her mind. When she turned her head, she saw that Zhou Yu had actually appeared behind her at an unknown time and was looking at her with a teasing look. Zhou, team leader Zhou, don't worry. Thanks to your calculations, this seat was able to take this step. Zhou Yu smiled faintly. This seat will definitely thank you properly. As the words fell, he opened his hand, and countless Dao lines rose up along his fingers, transforming into a chain-like rune that completely entangled Holy Mother Yao Qi. Click! The chains pulled, pulling the body of the Holy Mother of Yao Qi completely apart, presenting a big character. From the beginning to the end, the Holy Mother of Yao Qi had never appeared in such a shameful form before, and she almost died of shame and indignation, desperately destroying her quasi-emperor might in a bid to break free from Zhou Yu's rune chains. However, the runes on this chain were shaped like a disc, with worlds deriving within it and constantly rotating. It had already transcended above the paragon, and no matter how much she destroyed it, it was useless. After doing so, Zhou Yu merely swept his eyes and then withdrew his gaze, looking into the distance. There, the crowd had been shocked by Zhou Yu's move, raising his hand and suppressing the quasi-emperor Nine Heavens Yaohe Holy Mother. This kind of strength was simply horrifying. One must know that the other party had just not utilized his great completion saint body, but had simply used the power of the laws to crush the other party. We were all in the same quasi-emperor Nine Heavens and were all candidates for the great emperor. So it could be said that no one could do anything to anyone without considering their physique. But now, Zhou Yu had actually easily subdued Yaohe Holy Mother. What did this mean? It meant that his own comprehension of the laws had already surpassed that of a quasi-emperor and was marching towards a great emperor. Do it together. At times like this, we have no other choice but to fight hard. Rather, it was that sword pavilion master who saw through it at a glance, and his pale voice resounded through the clouds. A few other people also reacted to the situation and destroyed their emperor soldiers. Buzz, the sword ancestor emperor's sword, the ancestral dragon seal, the 10,000 beasts diagram, the witch god's skeleton, the demon emperor's twin horns, and the thunder emperor's spear. At this moment, the 6 great emperor's soldiers struck out at the same time. Only a sword chi was seen erupting from the emperor's sword, tearing through 10,000 miles of emptiness and pressing horizontally. Dragons roared in the sky on the ancestral dragon seal, and the imperial Dao's might blossomed, completely oppressing. Countless ferocious beasts roared on the 10,000 beasts diagram, and their shadows transformed into torrents, as if they were flowing like rivers pouring out of the sky. Only this wasn't a river, but rather a convergence of countless ferocious beast silhouettes. The golden sorcerer god skeleton revived and came with great strides, his palm like a long knife, wanting to split Zhou Yu in half. The demon emperor's twin horns shot straight up into the sky, and a 10,000-foot green bull silhouette vaguely appeared from it, the twin horns on top of its head fitting right in with the demon emperor's twin horns. It was like a bull emperor in the world, capable of crashing through the sky. Click! Between the flashes of electricity, the vault of the sky tumbled with thunder, and the thunder emperor's spear was cast down from the void, bringing up a destructive fluctuation as it attacked towards Zhou Yu. The 6 great emperor's soldiers, at this moment, struck at the same time, like the palms of the destroying heavens, attacking from 6 directions at the same time. At this moment, Zhou Yu's face did not have the slightest fluctuation. He raised his eyes to look. The world's birth and death evolved in his eyes, and his hands encircled the shape, then pushed forward. Buzz! A shadow like a millstone was taken from his head. Top launched. This mill initial round, like a substance, and then illusory, countless chaotic breath evolution, into a huge world. Boom! Amidst the terrifying roar of the heavens and earth trembling, Zhou Yu's grinding disc collided completely with all the mighty energies. After the millstone persisted for 3 moments, it crumbled apart, and what also crumbled was the might of the 6 great emperor soldiers that had erupted. This? Hiss! The 6 quasi-emperor powerhouses who had struck out sucked in cold air, their faces filled with horror. That was the might of 6 imperial armaments, and it was actually blocked by Zhou Yu alone? If you don't see it with your own eyes, it's unbelievable. The boundary road. It really is extraordinary. Zhou Yu whispered softly to himself, seeming to have a realization. He stepped out with his footsteps. The Xingzi secret was executed. His body instantly arrived in front of the ancestral dragon seal, and slammed out with a fist. It's time to try and comprehend. Next, it's time to fix it all. Boom! The ancestral dragon seal trembled under the fist of the great success saint body, and before the other party could manipulate it, Zhou Yu's secret of the word of war operated, directly causing the other party to lose control for a short period of time, followed by several soul chains in the void that attacked and completely entangled the ancestral dragon seal. Buzz! The imperial Dao golden dragon on the ancestral dragon seal let out a wail and was directly suppressed, and then it was even dragged by the chains and pulled directly into the human emperor streamer. by resolving the ancestral dragon seal with a single strike. Among the several emperor armaments, the one that excelled in sealing was completely missing. Joyu's entire body blossomed with might as the great sacred body and the boundary Tao fused with each other in a great display of divine power. Boom boom boom. As the 4 punches went down, the broken sword crumbled and flew, the skeleton wailed, the bull's horns fell, and the spear, which was entwined with thunder, tumbled and trembled and almost collapsed. Then it was directly entangled by the human emperor streamer chains, completely pulled into it, and disappeared. Only the 10,000 beasts diagram remained, in which the 10,000 beasts roared unceasingly. Joyu merely snorted coldly, and with one large hand, the hands of the great completion's sacred body grasped the 10,000 beasts diagram, and suddenly tore it apart. Jab! The 10,000 beasts diagram was completely torn apart. This was not a true break, but the evolved might was crushed. Pust! The imperial clan patriarch who manipulated the 10,000 beasts diagram, chattering blood, had a horrified expression on his face, and at this moment, in the firmament, Joyu's icy judgment resounded. Enough fooling around, it's time to send Heir et al. On their way. Chapter 86, Destroying 2 Clans, Collecting Slaves, Torturing the Holy Mother of Yao Qi. The 6 Emperor's soldiers all contained great Emperor Dao patterns, and had a use for Joyu. As for their manipulators, these quasi-emperor 9 heavens were now chicken children, and needed to be killed to make an example of them. Therefore, Joyu took the lead. Boom! The great completion saint body slammed out with a fist, and the void collapsed inch by inch, spreading straight towards the royal clan patriarch. Chow! The royal clan chief's face was pale, his mouth let out a cry, but just as he spat out a word, he was crushed by the fist, and the quasi-emperor's body, underneath the great sacred body, couldn't even hold on for a moment. The entire person was like a rotten watermelon, being beaten and bursting apart, and the Ein soul chain in the void pierced through, pulling out the other party's terrified divine soul and entering directly into the human emperor streamer. Patriarch Shou, we only want to negotiate with you and have no intention of killing you. Seeing the imperial clan's paragon emperor lead the box, the demon clan's state lord was already scared to the point of peeing, and opened his mouth repeatedly, trying to salvage the situation. However, Joyu merely glanced at him, and his figure had already disappeared from the spot. Line word secret. No good. Demon race country lord low roar, directly body Pang rose up, shaking body, transformed into a mountain-like huge black bear. Black bear body bloomed Dao pattern. A mouth seems to be able to swallow the mountains and rivers. Ow! With a roar of rage, he took a bite at Joyu, a huge mouth that was enough to devour heaven and earth, swallowing him completely. Patriarch Shou, my demon clan is willing to give 70% of its resources in exchange for a peaceful. The demon race kingdom lord opened his mouth one after another, and did not feel the slightest bit of complacency for swallowing Joyu, but instead began to persuade. Unfortunately, before he could finish his words, they turned into miserable screams, only to see his abdomen explode, and Joyu stepped out expressionlessly. The heaven-devouring demon bear's physique could be called a god's body, and it was simply unbeatable in front of Joyu. Bear paws steamed, bear bile and wine. Other than that, you're not half as useful. As Joyu spoke indifferently, the Ein soul chain then acted like a scalpel, slicing off the bear's paw and digging out the bear's bile, followed by completely pulling its divine soul into the human emperor streamer. The fact that 2 quasi-emperor 9 heavens in a row had fallen so easily in front of Joyu immediately caused the rest of the crowd to be scared out of their wits. All of the Win clan. I wish to take the heavenly Dao oath to submit to Patriarch Joyu for all eternity, and if there is even the slightest bit of betrayal, I wish to be subjected to the pain of 10,000 parasites devouring my heart, and not be allowed to cultivate for all eternity. Winning Zun was the first to fall to his knees, and without hesitation, he swore the heavenly Dao oath. Just as its last word fell, Joyu's fist stopped steadily at the place of his brow. Seeing this, the other remaining forces fell to their knees, one after another swearing the heavenly Dao oath of allegiance to Joyu. They did not expect, no matter what, that the heavenly Dao oath that everyone had originally forced Joyu to take was now being used on them. Joyu stood proudly in the void, quietly watching all of this, calculating which one of these people would be of greater use to him compared to becoming a grievous soul of the human emperor streamer. After a few moments, he did have some decisions. The reincarnation race great emperor crisis was approaching. Whether he could achieve the name of the great emperor before the other party arrived was yet to be seen, and leaving behind a few forces that would be able to fight against the great emperor together when the time came was better than nothing. After all, these top-tier forces, which had dominated the entire Xianhuan great world for 10,000 years, had a deep heritage and might be able to produce effects. My generation of cultivators, who walk against the heavens, and the heavenly Dao oath, may not be able to completely bind them. Between whispering softly to himself, Zhou Yu suddenly destroyed his own Dao lines and began to coalesce, soon transforming into several subtle and incomparable runes that flew out from his body, and then each of them hovered in front of a few paramount emperors. Let go of your mind and let this seat's rune enter your body, and this seat will let you, and even the forces behind you, off the hook, and even, if you perform well enough, help you achieve greatness in the future. Zhou Yu's flat words resounded through the void. If you do not agree, the heavenly Dao oath, in front of this seat, is also useless. The crowd raised their heads and looked at the rune in front of them, which had a continuous flow of Dao lines, vaguely circling around each other, and eventually coalescing to form a twisted boundary character. Things had come to such a pass that the people naturally knew what to do. As such, he could only nod his head and allow the rune to fall into the sea of consciousness. With a slight sensing, Zhou Yu realized that these boundary Dao runes that he had condensed were completely connected to the other party's divine soul, and that with a single thought of his own, he could cause the other party's divine soul to be traumatized. If he had achieved greatness, he could make it go up in smoke with a single thought. Aha! Zhou Yu nodded slightly. With the double insurance, he could not worry about the internal problems. With just a wave of his raised hand, the Sword Pavilion, the Winning Clan, the Sorcerer God Sect, and the Thunder Clan, the Emperor's soldiers of these four forces were released from the human Emperor streamer and returned to themselves. The Emperor's soldiers will be returned to you first, and then I will borrow them over when this seat needs mutual enlightenment. Many thanks to Patriarch Shou. The crowd saluted. This was their own treasure. Originally they didn't even expect to get it back. Now they were simply overjoyed. You, how can you all submit to him? Have you forgotten the union of us? In mid-air, the Holy Mother of Yao Qi, who had been pulled apart by the chains, was simply unwilling to the extreme when she saw the scene, and she desperately tried to persuade everyone to unite. However, the Win Clan's Win Zun looked up and sneered. Humph, Holy Mother Yao Qi, you incited us, against Patriarch Shou, and now you want to compel. It's simply a fool's errand. Not bad, trying to get us to fall for it. No way. We are now the slaves of Patriarch Shou, and no one can change that. The Holy Mother of Yao Qi was completely desperate. She did not expect that uniting all the top forces had not been able to resolve Zhou Yu. Holy Mother Yao Qi, the depths of this seat are not something you can imagine. Zhou Yu arrived in front of the Holy Mother of Yao Qi and reached out to pinch her alabaster-like chin. His eyes filled with contempt. Don't worry. For your resistance, this seat won't blame you, but will instead become more and more excited. When Zhou Yu raised his hand, a cohesive realm Dao rune was struck into the other party's brow, and the Holy Mother of Yao Qi subconsciously tried to resist, but she saw Zhou Yu's finger pointing out, directly piercing within her vitals, causing her body to tremble and almost spasm, and at this moment, that boundary Dao rune had already bloomed with divine light in its sea of consciousness, directly suppressing both of Holy Mother Yao Qi's divine souls. Seeing this scene, Zhou Yu's thoughts moved, and the human emperor's flag rose and transformed into a boundary, completely enveloping him. In the midst of it, he grabbed it with his big hand, and Linglong Fairy, who was trapped by the human emperor streamer, also manifested. Master, seeing how miserable the Holy Mother of Yao Qi was, a cry of shock escaped from her mouth as she rushed closer. However, he saw Zhou Yu with a hint of an evil smile on his face as he grabbed her jade neck and brought it to him. Take a look at your master teacher. This seat is able to make her go up in smoke with just a thought. No, don't. Linglong Fairy shook her head repeatedly. I beg you to release master teacher. As long as you release master teacher, I'm willing to do anything. Really? Zhou Yu said with an indifferent face. Then this seat once. Chapter 87, Laying the Soul Seed. Calling him Lord of the Realm. 10,000 races coming to the palace. I want you to help this seat. Zhou Yu's words reached Fairy Linglong's ears, instantly causing her pupils to contract and her mind to tremble. Me? Going to help him? Doing that kind of thing to master? How can this go down? Shame on you. The change in Fairy Linglong's demeanor was all within Zhou Yu's expectations, as he came up to the other party's ear and whispered, shame or death? Which would you choose? You don't want to watch your master die in front of you either, do you? The two soul tortures directly caused Linglong Fairy to freeze on the spot. Of course, Zhou Yu was not doing this because he was some kind of lustful hungry man, but rather, he wanted to completely subjugate the Holy Mother of Yao Qi, and strengthen his divine soul by practicing the yin-yang upside-down divine intercourse soul-strengthening scripture. Only the strength of the divine soul could support one's continuous refinement of the boundary Dao. Otherwise, it's like a baby swinging a big axe, empty of power but unable to harness it. Since this was the case, Zhou Yu would have to break his opponent's mind from the root, allowing his opponent to completely break his defense. This not only allows you to gain a large number of heavenly fate values, but also makes it easier to control the other party. No, don't believe her, Linglong, she's the devil, and he won't spare me if you promise him. The Holy Mother of Yaoqi seemed to have seen through Zhou Yu's nature and kept persuading. But Linglong Fairy was in tears. Master, forgive my disciple for being unfilial, I can't watch you die. She raised her head to look at Zhou Yu and said in a difficult tone, I promise your conditions. You must spare my master. Don't worry, this seat will not only let her go, but will also help her. Zhou Yu's tone was flat. What am I going to do? Linglong seemed to have made up her mind and opened her mouth to inquire. Just like I did to you. Zhou Yu's words caused Linglong Fairy's heart to tremble, instantly understanding what he meant. And so, under the gaze of Yaoi Holy Mother's incredulous gaze, she tremblingly stretched out her hands towards the other party's waist. Snort! The sound of brocade shattering resounded, and under the enchantment of the Yin soul chains, the Holy Mother of Yaoqi was put in an unprecedentedly odd position. She struggled desperately. All of her cultivation was blocked by the Yin soul chains, and she could only watch as Zhou Yu approached her in large strides, and his own disciples, in turn, became his accomplices. No. Well, Zhou Yu blocked her mouth completely, not giving her a chance to speak. He just wanted her to feel this humiliation, especially in front of his own disciples. Indeed, Zhou Yu's approach had touched the bottom line of the Holy Mother of Yaoqi, and her mind collapsed under one of Zhou Yu's impacts. The heart of the way is dissociated and cannot be stabilized. The divine soul shook with it, and Zhou Yu immediately grasped the opportunity. Boom! Zhou Yu resolved two people one after another, thoroughly reinforcing the divine soul seed before giving up. When he withdrew his control, the many waiting powerhouses were a bit odd when they saw the blush on Holy Mother Yaoqi's face. They didn't understand that, at this point, this one actually had this kind of mind, but immediately afterward, they realized that there seemed to be an indescribable transformation in it, which could not be probed for a while. Patriarch Shou, we have just conferred and felt that we should elect you as the sector master of the Xianhuang Great World. Wen Zun bowed and opened his mouth. In the face of this extremely strong powerhouse, there was no need for them to fight to the death. It was already a fluke that they were able to survive, and they didn't dare to have any other thoughts. So they came up with such methods in an attempt to reverse their impression. Boundary Lord? Zhou Yu's eyes pondered, guessing the crowd's intentions. Not bad. The period of the birth of the Starry Sky 10,000 races list has long been unaccountable, but many great worlds have had such precedents before. The winning clan was ancient, inherited for endless years, and knew quite a lot. Their clan will then be able to dominate the entire world and become sector lords, enjoying a world's fortune and making it easier to break through. But again, there is pressure to face strong enemies from other worlds. Zhou Yu did not say anything, and his calm and unperturbed demeanor made the crowd apprehensive. We are also just giving advice to the patriarch, which is optional. Boundary Lord? Zhou Yu whispered softly to himself. He practiced the Realm Dao, and this name of Realm Lord was well deserved. Moreover, now that he had swept through the major top powers of the Xianhuang world, the name of this Realm Lord was true to its name. Good. This seat will be the Realm Master and deliver the message to the entire Xianhuang Great World. 1 year later, the Zhou clan will convene a grand event, and all the clans will come to the court. Zhou Yu's words caused the crowd to rejoice. It was a good thing that their opinions were taken on board. Good. We will go back and spread the news to the ends of the earth and the four corners of the earth. There's no rush. Zhou Yu stopped it. The royal clan, the sword mound, and the 10,000 demon kingdom. There are still remnants remaining that must be paid off. This seat will be here, waiting for your good news. The crowd nodded in unison. They knew that this was Zhou Yu asking for a pitch. The heavenly Dao oath alone was not enough to end it. There was also a need to show practical actions. They did not have the slightest objection to this, and since they had agreed, they naturally had to make a choice. Laying hands on those places will result in some losses, but the gains, again, will be substantial. Next, Zhou Yu waited within the holy land of Yaoqi, practicing daily with the Holy Mother of Yaoqi and Fairy Linglong, while continuing to observe the Western Emperor scriptures to enhance his own understanding of the Realm Dao, which was incomparably fulfilling. A few days later, the South Forest erupted into a shocking battle, shaking the Xianhuang world. The Sword Pavilion, the Witch God sect, the winning clan, and other top forces, united to strike at it. A few, almost made the demon race extinct. A large streamer of cuckoo black smoke appeared, draining away the divine souls and throwing them into the human emperor streamer as much as possible. Zhou Yu sat in the holy land of Yaoqi, constantly harvesting heavenly fate values. It was not far from 10 million heavenly fate values, just a few more places to exterminate. Similarly, it didn't take long for the remaining White Clan children at the Sword Mound to die out, and the Imperial Clan followed in their footsteps. At the same time, the name of the Zhou Yu Realm Master spread throughout the southern forest, the central state, and the eastern lands. Boundary Lord, Now that only the northern barbarians and the western desert remain, two forces have yet to submit, and we are willing to go and exterminate them. Winzen, now that he had tasted the sweetness, was very attached to this kind of thing and was somewhat eager to try it out. No need. These two places. This seat will go there personally. Zhou Yu's comprehension of the Western Emperor scripture had been almost complete for some time, plus the soul seed had taken root completely, so there was no need to worry about resistance. He would go out and travel a bit, seeking to perfect his boundary path. Each of you go back to your dive and digest your harvest. There is a great battle waiting next. Zhou Yu's words caused the hearts of the crowd to faintly tremble, thinking that it was the Reincarnation clan's great emperor who was about to arrive. Unbeknownst to them, Zhou Yu had other plans, but he just didn't say anything for the time being for fear of scaring them to death. Going to the northern barbarians first, then into the western desert. Counting, there should still be time. Zhou Yu took a step into the void, his body weaving while his mind continued to calculate. He finished plundering the heavenly destiny values, conducted a lottery, and then entered the forbidden area to pacify it. And to make trouble outside the country, he had to pacify the country first. That's something he understands. In the dark, Zhou Yu felt that the reincarnation race great emperor seemed to have been delayed by something and did not come at the first opportunity. Buzz. Northern barbaric land, as far as the eye can see, is bitter cold. Stubborn stone is wrapped in ice. 10,000 years do not melt. The wind and snow such as silver snakes dance wildly, hideous and piercing. A great sun burns in the sky, capped for miles, and at this moment, ripples fluctuated in the void as the black-robed and shawl-clad Zhou Yu stepped out and descended into the northern barbarians. At the same time, outside the Xianhuang Great World Boundary Membrane, hundreds of millions of miles above the starry sky, two star-like figures were confronting each other. Chapter 88 Node. The Nine Hells and Reincarnation. Incarnation descends. These two figures, their original bodies were as usual, but their heads were intertwined with Tao lines, like phantoms, ascending into the starry sky, even more massive than the stars. This was the Emperor's shadow, carrying the great Emperor's Tao, radiating invincibility and conceit. On the left side, the reincarnation disc rose behind the gray-haired great emperor, like a starry millstone that could grind down everything, even the Tao. On the right side, the same magnificent figure, but the face has a black light shrouded, cannot really see. Not only that, its back black Tao pattern fluctuation, exudes cold, like an abyssal sea, devouring everything. If Zhou Yu were here, he would definitely be able to sense that this Tao pattern was quite similar to the nine spectral seas. Great Emperor, nine specters. You're going to stop me? The reincarnation emperor looked at the other party from afar, with an icy coldness in his tone, and at the drop of a hat, he was going to send the other party to reincarnation. Reincarnation, Xianhuang for us to become immortal nodes, cannot be lost. 90,000 years ago, we made a contract, unbreakable. The Nine Yu Emperor is a strong member of the Nine Yu clan, and on the Starry Sky 10,000 clans list, he is ranked 4th, and even though his ranking is weaker than that of the Wheel of Fortune clan, he is still not to be underestimated. I will not move that secret place, nor will I affect the nodes. I only seek to retrieve the reincarnation heavenly scripture. This great emperor of reincarnation was not the founder of the reincarnation heavenly scripture, but rather a great emperor who was the head of the reincarnation clan and had inherited the name of the great emperor of reincarnation. In other words, this was a cheaper person who followed the old path of the reincarnation emperor, saving a lot of hard work. And likewise, the Nine Spectres Emperor, too. The ranking of the list is about to be finalized, but it's just a few decades in a hurry, just a snap of the fingers, so why be in a hurry? The Nine Sephiroth's Emperor wouldn't allow the way. Easy for you to say. The Reincarnation Emperor began to close in, the reincarnation disc behind him blossoming with power, the aftermath causing several stars to crumble. Before the list, we need to offer sacrifices to the heavens. The importance of the reincarnation heavenly scripture's inheritance. After the inheritance of my clan's pride, it will affect the rankings of the list, so how can we give it up? Beside him, the figure of the young reincarnation clan's heavenly pride appeared. The other party's gaze was shadowy. The reincarnation disc rotated, and there was an indescribable confidence and aura on his body. Even when he faced the Nine Sephiroth Emperor, he didn't have the slightest bit of stage fright. Let me go forward, or else, when I become an emperor, I will kill you as a weapon sacrifice. Arrogant, and domineering. A void sky realm actually dared to threaten a great emperor. This was either a loss of heart or absolute confidence. On the contrary, the Nine Sephiroth Emperor did not get angry. Quite the contrary. He was carefully considering the other party's words. This reincarnation clan's heavenly pride was said to be extremely gifted, and in just his first life, he had quickly cultivated to the void sky realm with his own strength. It was rumored that the other party had great ambitions, wanting to forge the strongest Tao foundation with 6 reincarnations, to surpass the first generation of reincarnation great emperors and create their own Tao. Because of this, the 9 Spectres clan, who was responsible for guarding this place, allowed a strand of their divine thoughts to revive and came to block the way. It's the worry about the rise of the Wheelers. However, it was clear that the Wheelchair clan valued it very highly, personally sending a great emperor to escort it, and was determined to win the inheritance. I can let you and the others through, but make sure that the nodes are not lost before the time is right. The 9 Sephiroth Emperor compromised and made concessions. Don't worry, within the starry sky, there are only a few of these nodes, which are related to our chance to become immortal, and will not be easily moved. The reincarnation emperor didn't get aggressive, but rather took what he could get. Who but the first generation dares to speak of becoming immortal alone? Zhou Yue was silent. His divine thoughts swept to the Xianhuang great world. Here, it was very unusual, coming out of several immortal becoming great emperors. All of them were of the first generation. Fortunately, the mists were uncovered, and they were only waiting for the time to arrive, so they would be able to explore, and at that time, all the races of the starry sky would converge here, and the other several nodes, as well. Go, but in accordance with the agreement, only one incarnation can break through the boundary membrane, otherwise, it will be detected in advance, and come out in advance, which is not in line with our plan, and so on. 9 Spectres added. That's a rule that can't be changed. Don't worry, I naturally know the advantages and disadvantages. 30% of my cultivation is enough. The reincarnation emperor nodded slightly, and the reincarnation disc behind him flowed, and suddenly 2 of the layers peeled away from it, transforming into a shadow of itself that wrapped the reincarnation clan young lord and infiltrated it towards the boundary membrane. Northern barbarians. Outside the barbarian god's temple, the towering colossal statue has now collapsed, broken walls and ruins, all of which have become a thing of the past. Zhou Yu, clad in a black robe, stood outside the barbarian god's hall, looking at the holy land that he had razed to the ground, and spoke indifferently. Sleep, and it will not stop your demise. He had just arrived at this place when he was surrounded by these barbarian god hall's quasi-emperors, and now, he was even trying to awaken the sleeping underbelly. These underpinnings were all late-life quasi-emperors who had failed to break through to great emperors, prolonging their lives with slumber and waiting for a crisis when they were extremely sublimated, thus being able to help their clans avoid a crisis. However, Zhou Yu had personally destroyed supreme emperors, let alone this kind of sublimation paragon. He opened his big hand, and the boundary Dao lines began to flow, and within them, worlds were born and evolved, and began to press down continuously. He did not utilize his great completion saint body, but rather intended to hone his own Tao. Sure enough, these slumbering old antiquities, sensing the crisis, began to revive, extremely sublimated. Zhou Yu Jr., you are nothing more than a Xianhuang griffin. Even if you exterminate us, you won't be able to change the fate of a griffin. That most ancient barbarian god Paragon finally let out an angry roar, cursing Zhou Yu. You're afraid you won't be able to see what this seat's fate will be. Zhou Yu fell expressionlessly, his great hand destroying everything, the boundary Dao grinding away, and the human emperor's flag rising, draining all the living beings from the barbarian god temple. He was not addicted to killing, but when he saw these people, his heart was inexplicably diaphragmatic, and he was very annoyed if he didn't kill them. It wasn't until the last of the barbarian god race was completely destroyed that the boredom in his heart was slightly relieved. At that moment, within the broken idols of the ruins of the barbarian god temple, there was a spot that attracted his attention. Zhou Yu's divine thoughts swept around, and from it, he discovered a broken stone tablet surrounded by a strand of quasi-emperor Dao, and he suspected that, like the reincarnation heavenly scripture in general, it had a great emperor's inheritance, manifestation due to the demise of the paraclete. But when he checked it out, he realized that it was not a legacy, but an ancestral training from an unknown age. The barbarian god is here. Wait for the right time. The node will come. The list is important. After that you can become immortal. Become immortal? Zhou Yu's pupils contracted, unable to be bashful. The great emperor he had yet to break through, now, actually sprung up the opportunity to become immortal. And, still, within the great hall of the barbarian god's hall, where can I become immortal? Besides the road to immortality, there are other places to become immortal? And what does the node mean? After the list, you'll be able to become immortal? Zhou Yu frowned, not understanding the implications. He knew that the various clans placed great importance on the lists, related to the great emperors. But now, it actually involves becoming immortal again. Which one is true? And what is the meaning of this savage god here? Wasn't the barbarian god originally born in the northern barbarians? Can it be that he came from somewhere else? Zhou Yu pondered. Or, he hissed, it is impossible, right? He thought of a possibility that the barbarian god was, perhaps, not from the Xianhuang Great World. If that was true, how did the barbarian god enter the Xianhuang world? Boundary membranes are a sham? Zhou Yu frowned in thought, and suddenly his mind moved, operating the Tao of the realm. The Tao lines merged into the void, and vaguely, he saw a layer of diaphragm that wrapped the world. This is the boundary membrane. Originally, only great emperors were able to sense where this boundary membrane was, but Zhou Yu's introduction to the boundary Tao happened to be able to sense where the boundary membrane was. Thus, he began to sense along the boundary membrane, and to enlighten himself, and between the mutual corroboration, it seemed to benefit both his boundary paths. It's a good thing to get him hooked, but I don't know how long it took, but he seemed to be blended with the boundary membrane, becoming one, and invisibly, his perception began to improve, and he seemed to be able to feel the existence of the entire boundary membrane. Any dissimilarity is able to be captured. This feeling was subtle, mesmerizing Zhou Yu, and suddenly, his pupils shrunk slightly, sensing a difference. Chapter 89, Swinging the Northern Barbarians, Leveling the Burial God Valley, Preparing for Battle with the Great Emperor. This is? Zhou Yu sensed that something was wrong, as if there was a Tao pattern that was penetrating the boundary membrane, which was not inherent to the boundary membrane, but was an alien invasion. This invasion, which was very scattered and subtle, like a parasite, would not attract the attention of the boundary membrane. If Zhou Yu had not been sensing just now, it would have been impossible to discover it. This kind of Tao tattoo, it's the reincarnation clan? Zhou Yu instantly realized that it was very similar to the reincarnation plate engraved by his great Tao source seed, and instantly judged the identity of the other party. Moreover, an existence that could penetrate the boundary membrane was bound to be unusual. The Great Emperor, this must be the Great One. Sure enough, it's here. Zhou Yu knew that the Great Emperor would come, but he did not expect it to be in this manner. This is not a complete Great Emperor, or it would cause the boundary membrane to rebound, at most 30%. Zhou Yu instantly understood and began to think of countermeasures. The other party did not yet know the news of his discovery, and if he had laid out his own plan in advance, he would have been able to catch a turtle in a jar, and perhaps saved himself a lot of hard work. Thus, Zhou Yu withdrew his divine thoughts and communicated with the human emperor's streamer to discuss with the Red Dust Empress. If you are 30% incarnate, you need to let the human emperor's streamer gather 6 imperial souls as soon as possible. Or, if you perfect the boundary Tao, more than 50%. Red Dust Empress gives the program. Zhou Yu estimates that its own current world road perfection is only 30%, and 50% is not too long to say, not too short to say. Now that the other side has infiltrated, it won't be more than a few days before it descends. Time is clearly running out. You proceed with the preparations. Put your divine soul cultivation on hold lately and focus on raising the human emperor streamer. Zhou Yu made a decision. This seed will lead the people and go to exterminate the 2 forbidden zones to gather enough emperor souls. Originally, the western desert was something he wanted to explore, but it had to be put on hold for now. Thus, Zhou Yu's divine thoughts were transmitted, allowing all forces to gather in the northern barbarians, as he wanted to conquer the forbidden zone of life. And in the northern barbarians, there was one, called the Burial Valley, one of the 5 forbidden zones of life. The years of its existence are no longer traceable. However, it is rumored that there are large hands full of scales in them that prey on the living beings that pass by, and the living beings retreat and are considered to be a Jedi. Soon, the Sword Pavilion, the Winning Clan, the Thunder Clan, the Yaoqi Holy Land, the Witch God Sect, and other stooping forces converged. Winzhen and the others were puzzled in their hearts, not understanding why they were summoned so quickly. The reincarnation emperor has already entered the boundary membrane. Zhou Yu directly came with a heavy bomb that blew everyone away. At this moment, everyone's faces changed greatly, and even though their underpinnings, the emperor's soldiers, were powerful, they were simply not enough to look at in front of a true great emperor, because it was unable to utilize its full power. It could not withstand a single hand of a great emperor. Did the Realm Lord call us here with the intention of going to war with the great emperor? The crowd was a little apprehensive. There's no rush. This seed is going to sweep through the Burial God Valley. Calling for you and the others to come and help out is just that. Oh, so it's... The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. They thought that they were going to directly confront the great emperor, but suddenly they felt that something was wrong. And then their faces changed drastically. The forbidden zone of life? Boundary Master. There are supreme beings there. I thought that it was something good to do, but now it seems that this Nima is directly facing the supreme being, which is not much better than the great emperor. However, Zhou Yu's next words shut them up completely. To exterminate supreme beings. This seat has experience. Just follow me. Zhou Yu did not give them a chance to think as he took a step out and headed straight into the depths of the northern lands. There was a river in the north, thousands of miles wide, stretching endlessly, and near the downstream, it was completely frozen over and turned into an ice field. At the end of the ice field, there are countless cliffs. Seems to be a strong person with great magical powers to cut off. In the cliffs below, perennial rushing black gas, the power can be horrible. This place, then, is the Valley of the Buried God. The reason for this name was that some powerful people overlooked the crack from afar and saw a huge and boundless tomb in it, which had no monument, but had a fierce and terrifying aura. Do it! Zhou Yu was expressionless as he directly ordered Wen Zun and the other powerhouses to manipulate the Emperor's soldiers to try their hands, while he raised his hand and invoked the human Emperor streamer, causing it to rise into the void and merge into it, blocking off the entire Burial God Valley. Burying gods. This seat will see what kind of gods are being buried. Last time, Zhou Yu had suppressed the Yin Yang Supreme Being in the 9 spectral seas, and this time, he was careful and prudent. Not only had he brought a few pieces of imperial armaments with him to fight in the front line, moreover, he had also blocked off the void with the human Emperor streamer, not only preventing him from escaping, but also being able to keep his breath from leaking out, avoiding disturbing the reincarnation emperor who had infiltrated the boundary membrane. After he obtained the 3 emperor souls, he would be able to refine the human emperor streamer and give the other party a turtle in a jar. Boom! Loud noises shook the sky, and at the same time that Zhou Yu gave the order, the Wing clan's Wen Zun had already manipulated the ancestral dragon seal to strike. Brilliant golden light shone in all directions, vaporizing a golden haze from which mountain range-like dragon shadows rose, wrapping around the ancestral dragon seal and began to surge. An ancient divine mountain, to this point, fell down to completely suppress all of the great tombs. Ancestral dragon seal seems to be slow but actually fast. Instantly wear out the cracked rock layers. These rock layers exist for ages and are immortal, have long been born of divinity, but still cannot block the Emperor's power. The hearts of the crowd were uplifted. The district's Burial God Valley was nothing more than that. However, as the ancestral dragon seal approached, countless imperial lines suddenly rose up in that large tomb, and between the distortions, a large hand full of hideous scales broke out of the tomb. Boom click, the great hand hard regretted the ancestral dragon seal. The emperor lines crumbled, the rock layer dissolved. A destructive scene. Even the sky could not help but vibrate as if in fear. Soon, Wen Zun's face was ugly. The ancestral dragon seal was actually slapped away. This is the extreme imperial weapon of the Wing clan. Heavy, powerful, but now it was lifted. Fly, which made him blush. At this moment, the sword pavilion emperor's sword followed closely behind. The sharpness that tore through everything chopped out. The sorcerer god bone revived. A fist enveloped, and 10,000 beasts roared in the 10,000 beasts diagram. Like a torrent, the Western Emperor Pagoda of the Holy Land of Yaoqi rotated in the air, the Tao patterns flowing, seemingly capable of suppressing everything, with many Emperor soldiers joining forces. It was not believed that they could not suppress the other party, but right at this moment, the ancient tomb steamed with baleful qi, and another large hand full of scales poked out, like holding up the sky to meet the Emperor's soldier, followed by another ancient and incomparable remnant shield with obvious traces of sword splits and axe chiseling, emanating Emperor's might to meet the sword. Kill! Shouts and killings shook the sky as countless battle armor-clad, aggressive cavalry rushed out of the great tomb, turning into a torrent and colliding with the 10,000 beasts. At this moment, the crowd was once again shocked by the means of the Burial God Valley, actually being able to withstand all kinds of Emperor soldiers at the same time, and in different ways as well. Who is buried here? Or, how many powerful people are buried? Rumble! Miles of earthquakes, glaciers shattered, and Taoist lines like Ruixia erupted in all directions. Amidst the destruction, the tomb still towered, seemingly never moving. Filled with mystery, the people looked at each other, their faces reddening, not expecting that, on their first expedition with the Boundary Lord, they would encounter such a situation, which was truly embarrassing. But in mid-air, Zhou Yu's expression was calm and ancient, as he took a step out, and his figure suddenly ascended above the tomb, followed by what seemed to be a Tao pattern on his body that began to erupt like a haze of light. Can the Emperor's soldiers bear it? And can the weight of this seat's realm bear it? As the words fell, Zhou Yu pressed his hands downward as if he was pushing Tai Chi. Chapter 90, Immortal Substance. 2 great hands. Strike. Destroy. Zhou Yu's movements in this push were very gentle, like he was playing Tai Chi, but at the same time as it withdrew, a disc emerged vaguely behind it. It was a reincarnation disc, and it wasn't. It seems to have shed its reincarnation and is now a world of its own. As the disc rotated, Yin and Yang were born, and worlds were created and destroyed, getting bigger and bigger. and finally like a canopy, it smashed down towards the tomb. Before even approaching, the sound caused was exceptionally exaggerated, surpassing the ancestral dragon seal. It wasn't that it was stronger than an emperor's soldier, but rather, the ancestral dragon seal, without the destruction of a great emperor, couldn't explode to its full power. At most, it's just tainted with imperial might, and to the extent that Joyu was now, he had already surpassed the might of a quasi-emperor manipulating an imperial soldier, while at the same time, his divine thoughts operated the Tao of the realm, imagining transforming a realm into a mountain of the ancient gods. That disc looked simple, but it actually carried the power of a realm, and all of it was a realm of the divine mountain. There is no other law in this. It is simply heavy, sacrificing the rest to maximize the weight. As expected, the existence in the Great Tomb seemed to sense the dreadfulness of Joyu's disc, and there were constantly Tao lines rushing out. The illusion of a great hand, a divine army, and 1,000 armies of many means, wanting to destroy. But in front of Joyu's disc, none of it was helpful. One could only watch as it was continuously worn down, and eventually, from the top of the Great Tomb, it began to grind downwards. Click, click. The tomb, which had existed for an unknown number of years, began to be continuously worn down, and when it reached the halfway point, it completely collapsed, revealing the reality therein. Hiss! The crowd that witnessed this, sucked in cold air. In this great tomb, what was buried, was not some bizarre beings, nor was it some self-decapitating supreme being, but rather, a chessboard. The chessboard is square, in which black and white pieces are staggered, seems to form a chess game, and many Tao patterns, all evolved from it. On both sides of the board, each has a black and white chess jar, like before the ancient times. Someone in this game, the Valley of the Buried God, not a god, but a chessboard? Who has played? Who is the pawn and who is the player? This caused them to be horrified. They had thought that they were fighting against a late supreme, but unexpectedly, it was actually just a game of chess. What a chess player! It's just a blindfold. Joyu disdained it and raised his hand to launch the grinding disc once again. This time, he aimed at the chess game, wanting to completely grind it out. Swish! Not waiting for the mill to approach, the pieces rose out of thin air from above the board, blossoming with emperor lines and beginning to block. However, the pieces crumbled instantly, and more pieces came forward and kept blocking. Eventually it managed to be fended off, but the cold smile on Joyu's face grew even thicker. If you can block it once, how many more times can you block it? Quasi-emperor, don't push too far. Suddenly, a divine thought was transmitted from the chessboard, seemingly negotiating. If I am extremely sublimated, even if I die, you will not be better off. Colorful. Joyu replied with a cold smile as the human emperor streamer above his head shook, and the soul chains pierced through the void as he began to search for his target. The board was indeed his means, but it was not unbreakable. As long as it is strongly worn out, its essence is naturally revealed. Even, Joyu suspected that he might be in for a surprise. Like the Yin-Yang Supreme, it's two birds with one stone. Boom click, the terrifying grinding disc pressed down, seeming to completely wear out the chessboard. Right at this moment, it seemed that the chessboard was unable to withstand Joyu's might, and suddenly there was a divine pattern flowing, followed by two terrifying figures rushing up from it. Countless Tao lines like a haze bloomed, spewing out all around the sky, and divine thoughts could not be detected. When the haze converged and the crowd saw the figure revealed in it, they immediately exclaimed in astonishment. The figure was not a person, but, rather, two large, ancient hands broken from the wrists. A large hand with golden scales, another large hand with green sweaty hair. Looks like it seems to exist for an unknown number of years. Ancient, mysterious, countless Tao lines flow, just appeared. Will be able to fight against Joyu pressed down the millstone. That's powerful. Two large hands, just resting on the side of the giant chess jar, seemed to be playing a game. Combined with the chessboard, it formed a powerful field that encompassed 10,000 miles, harvesting everything and making people fearful. Strange sounds were transmitted from it, resounding through the void. Our status is extraordinary. We are inhabiting here, but for the sake of recovery, now retreat. Can be treated as if nothing happened. Otherwise, your end will not be too good. The old, hoarse words shook tens of thousands of miles, causing the crowd to look at them. Two large hands actually dared to issue a threat to the Boundary Lord, and even, bizarrely, they actually did not feel arrogance, like the other party was able to do it. There's no need to bluff about a broken hand in the district. Joyu calmly opened his mouth, his figure falling from the dome of the sky. Just now, he used his system to scan the other party and saw part of his origin. These were two palms from indescribably great people, for some unknown reason, playing against each other here, or devouring life and waiting for an opportunity. Over time, the palm seemed to develop a consciousness of its own, wanting more. The other side may be from the previous era, one of the culprits of the dark unrest. Understanding this, Zhou Yu was a little disappointed that it was not an imperial soul that could not allow the human emperor streamer to be promoted. Patriarch Zhou, these two palms, even though they are stumps, come from a great source, and the thoughts born in them, as well as the immortal substance, are better than the emperor's soul. At this time, good news came from the Red Dust Empress. 2 severed hands, actually better than the emperor's soul? What is immortal matter? Where does it come from? Zhou Yu, and there is no rush to do it, but further inquiries. Know yourself and your enemy to be able to do no harm. Immortal substance, I have not seen it before. I have only heard that, above the road to immortality, many great emperors fought over it, and it was this item, which can only be owned by immortals. Immortals? Zhou Yu's heart was shocked. This news shook him. A realm above a great emperor could actually be found here. Only immortals could possess such immortal substances. Simply put, the 2 palms in front of them seem to be left behind by immortals? Can the human emperor streamer be suppressed? Yes. The Red Dust Empress gave an affirmative reply. These 2 palms, they should have suffered trauma in this place, and even if they have immortal substance, they can't exert all of it. This is your chance. Touché. Zhou Yu nodded his head, knowing that his chance had come once in a lifetime. With these immortal substances, there was no need to travel to other forbidden zones to be able to promote the human emperor streamer. Hachiman, come. His large hands opened. The human emperor streamer shook continuously. Countless chains pierced through, and he began to strike without saying a word. Wow! The heavens were all blocked by countless chains, dragging in the sky and enveloping downwards, and below, the 2 large hands beside the chessboard vibrated, seemingly not in a calm mood. Good guts, daring to strike at us. Do you really think you can't be suppressed? Boom! The 2 large hands pinched the pieces, and instantly, the board was filled with Tao patterns rising and intertwining with illusions, and a 10,000 feet long large hand rose up from it, rushing towards the chains. At that exact moment, a beckoning, shadowy wind gusted from the human emperor's streamer, and 3 shadows appeared from it. Yin Supreme, Yang Supreme, and Taishian True Ancestor. The 3 were united with the imperial weapon, exploding their might and causing the human emperor streamer to sublimate. Boom click, the large hand shattered, and countless Tao ripples resembled a heavenly river hanging upside down, reeling in reverse. After the heavenly river, Zhou Yu came in large strides, his great completion saint body blossoming as he slammed his fist out. Chapter 91, Refining Immortal Hands. Method of Killing Great Emperors. Boom click, Zhou Yu slammed his fist out, his great completion saint body erupting with brilliant light at this moment as he destroyed it with the fighting saint law, and as his fist went down, his body actually erupted with terrifying might as he condensed the same palm. He was simulating the other party's divine ability, and the divine ability oppressed, causing the 2 immortal hands to be terrified. I didn't expect that someone in this realm would actually be so powerful as to be able to mimic their divine abilities. Rumble. The board shook as countless cracks began to emerge, seemingly unable to withstand it. The 2 large hands, originally hostile, but united at this moment, offered their divine abilities to block Zhou Yu's divine abilities, and under the violent shock, Zhou Yu's divine abilities dissipated. However, his face was filled with exhilaration. The Red Dust Empress had guessed correctly. The other party was indeed unable to fully mobilize the immortal substance. To be exact, the divine thoughts on these 2 large hands were not those of the original owner. It counts as a takeover, so it can't be harnessed. This was his chance. Otherwise, an immortal, even if it was just a palm, his own great completion saint body would not be able to block it. Boom! The fists of the great completion saint body smashed down, smashing the 2 large hands into the ground instantly. The earth crumbled, and the huge chessboard couldn't withstand it in the end, and began to fall apart. This was not an imperial soldier, but a divine aberration formed by the influence of immortal matter, utilized by the 2 great hands to cover up the tomb and begin to plunder the vitality for their own ascension. Unexpectedly, it was punctured by Zhou Yu's punch. This time, all the surrounding forces were shocked by Zhou Yu's power. The other party was not only a great completion saint body, but also their own laws, and Empyrean soldiers, which surpassed them. Otherwise, the ancestral dragon seal could be lifted off by the other party at once, while the human emperor streamer, however, could completely suppress it, and this was the gap. What are you all still waiting for? Why don't you still step in and help the Lord Boundary Master? It wasn't known who was the first to react, and immediately afterward, they saw the might of the emperor's soldiers blossom and begin to join the battle. Under Zhou Yu's suppression, the 2 immortal hands seemed to be continuously suppressed, and eventually suffocated beyond measure as they were pulled into the human emperor streamer. They were suffocating in their hearts. Originally, they could control these two palms, and as long as another 10,000 years passed, they would be able to evolve their own bodies out of them, and at that time, they would become existences that possessed immortal matter. Even the great emperor was unable to decapitate it. But now, Zhou Yu's appearance had thwarted their plans, and they were no match against the siege of the Great Completion Sacred Body and the human emperor streamer. There were also imperial soldiers around them constantly patching things up, and if they had mouths, they would be cursing. But now, it could only become nourishment for the human emperor's streamer. The aftermath of this great battle was simply astounding, and even the land of the Western Desert, which was the closest to the northern barbarians, was able to feel it. The Battle of Burial Valley? Fountainhead. Su Chen raised his head, looking in the direction of the Burial God Valley. He looks like he has white hair, like middle-aged, but in reality, it is all the concealment of the sky shading mirror. If someone is beside him at this time, he will be able to clearly feel that his breath has actually reached the fifth heavenly realm of the imaginary heavenly realm. How long has it been? He then went from just stepping into the void sky realm to reaching the five heavens. The speed can be described as furious. But it is a place where even immortal artifacts such as the sky shading mirror have given birth to sensations. Unfortunately, if it wasn't for that Zhou Yu, I would have been able to explore. Su Chen had been defeated several times, and this time he had completely learned his lesson. He was able to keep obtaining the Fountain of Agelessness by relying on that little nun, allowing his cultivation to skyrocket. And Su Chen didn't want to cause more trouble right now. He only needed to cultivate for a while longer, to be able to break through the void sky realm and become a half-saint. And at that time, touching the laws of the Holy Tao, he could destroy the sky shading mirror, travel through the boundary membrane, and leave the Xian Huang Great World. Until then, the Fountain of Youth, this forbidden place, was his best refuge. Even Su Chen had left the Nirvana seal he had condensed in the fountainhead, so that if he encountered danger in the starry sky, he could also be reborn in Nirvana and return to the Xian Huang Great World. At the same time, the continually infiltrating reincarnation emperor seemed to sense the fluctuations in the Burial God Valley. Originally, Zhou Yu had blocked it with the human emperor flag, but in the end, the battle was too intense, and there were still fluctuations that were scattered and captured by the other party. Is it that land of immortal corpses? The reincarnation emperor seemed to know the key to this. At a time like this, someone was actually able to invoke an immortal corpse? Can't it be that the immortal corpse made a move against the person I'm looking for? Impossible. It only came for the node. It couldn't have come out so early. It's not in line with the character of those two obscene divine thoughts. There's still 30% to go. Make sure you speed it up. Penetrating the boundary membrane itself needs to be very careful. Even if it is just an incarnation, one must not make a big fuss to penetrate it. Otherwise, once the boundary membrane is alarmed, it will make its emperor pattern rebound. And if it is not good, there will also be the other party's projection, which is an immortal's projection, and one is not a rival. And one doesn't want to lose a lot of money. Retracting his thoughts, the reincarnation emperor focused on infiltration, and in 3 months at most, he would be able to descend into the Xian Huang world. At that time, he would first behead Zhou Yu before probing the others. The young patriarch of the reincarnation clan who was with the reincarnation emperor, Lu Ming, was similarly wrapped in imperial lines and was penetrating the boundary membrane. Unlike the reincarnation emperor, Lu Ming's eyes were looking ahead of himself, where there was a virtual screen that displayed Golden Chance Line. A large golden arrow was pointing into the Xianhuang Great World. The reincarnation heavenly scripture can only be counted as a purple chance, but I never imagined that there is actually a golden chance here. Lu Ming secretly muttered to himself. Since he crossed over, it can be said that he was born with a golden key. The reincarnation clan was born with extraordinary talent, not to mention that, under the guidance of the chance system, his cultivation has simply skyrocketed. It was by relying on the help of the system that he was able to discover the location of the reincarnation heavenly scripture so smoothly in the secret realm of the 10,000 races before, only to be intercepted. Unfortunately, from there, he discovered Tantai E again, a purple chance, and the reason why he wanted to follow him was not only for the inheritance of the reincarnation heavenly scripture, but more importantly, there was actually a golden chance line hinted at here. A golden chance that can be even more exaggerated than a great emperor's chance must be an immortal chance. Lu Ming was very sure that he would definitely get his hands on it this time, and when that time came, he would definitely be the first one to become an immortal in this era. Not bad, the great emperor was only his starting point. What Lu Ming demanded was to become an immortal who could crush the great emperor. How long will it take for the human emperor's streamer to be promoted? Inside the human emperor's flag, Zhou Yu looked at the immortal hand that was entangled in layers of soul chains and issued an inquiry. On the side, the Red Dust Empress struck out a spell one after another and was continuously refining it. only to send out a divine thought a few moments later. 1 month can only extract a portion of the immortal substance. At least 2 months. In order to suppress the great emperor for 3 breaths of time, if it's 3 months, it can be extended to 5 breaths. 5 breaths? Zhou Yu frowned. This time was too short. A great emperor, no matter what kind of great emperor it was, 5 breaths of time would not be able to kill the other party. Once the suppression was lost, the opponent could not afford to flee or counterattack. Trying to suppress a great emperor, even if it's just the weakest one, is a difficult task. The Red Dust Empress words came out. If you can break through its body defense within these 5 breaths, I do have a way to not down kill it, but also to severely injure it. Chapter 92 Buddha. Sakyamuni. Oh, what's your method? Zhou Yu knew that the Red Dust Empress had originally been killed by someone's backstabbing, and the way the other party had said it was likely to succeed. Also this immortal substance. The Red Dust Empress explained. Immortal matter is the foundation of becoming immortal. If utilized well, it is also a poison that kills. If it can be detonated within its body, it will be heavily injured without dying. Even if it is a great emperor, success is monumental, and so is failure. It dawned on Zhou Yu that there was only a problem with this immortal object that needed to be sent into the body of a great emperor. Although he was a great saintly body, in front of the great emperor, he could only call the shots. In other words, he was beaten up, and it was even more difficult to talk about breaking defense. Even if the emperor's soldiers were to strike, it would be difficult to injure them. If I want to break the defense, there are only 2 ways at the moment. Firstly, I'll be able to further my boundary Dao, and maybe I'll be able to surpass the average great emperor and break through the defense. Zhou Yu pondered. Secondly, it is to use the immortal weapon of attack to tear apart the body of the great emperor, and the immortal matter will be able to enter. If the human emperor streamer became an immortal weapon, it would naturally be easy, but it was difficult now, and the human emperor's streamer was good at suppressing, extracting souls, and breaking through fleshly bodies, which wasn't very strong. In the end, it's just a matter of trying the raffle. Zhou Yu's eyes looked towards his panel. There was still a gap of nearly 1 million left from the 10 million heavenly destiny values. If he took advantage of this time to collect around, he should be able to get it all together. Thinking about this, Zhou Yu suddenly cast his eyes to the west, the western desert. There is the Thunder Sound Temple. There is no Phase Nunnery. These 2 Buddhist holy places. There is also a medicine clan in the east. The 3 places to go. 1 million life value is not difficult. With this in mind, he left a message for the Red Dust Empress, and his figure directly left the Burial God Valley, heading to the west. I hope the group of monks from the Thunder Sound Temple are not too nice. Zhou Yu couldn't help but whisper softly to himself as he traveled through empty space. If he really listened to his words, it would be really difficult to harvest this heavenly fate value of his. Western Desert. Slightly better than the northern barbarians, but also the same desolate. Into the eyes of the desert. Sandy sky. Fierce eagles fighting the dome. A vast and barren. Between the desert surroundings, a golden Buddhist temple, resembling an ancient Buddha, was situated in the middle of the desert, blossoming with golden light. This is the place of pilgrimage in the western desert. The Lei Temple, where the sound of chanting spreads for thousands of miles on weekdays. And how many figures are devout here? Now there is silence, as if something big has happened. Above the precious hall, the abbot and many elders were standing below, their eyes looking apprehensively toward the middle-aged figure on the main seat. Zhou Yu, a great completion sacred body, quasi-emperor 9 heavens, and now even more so, elected by many great powers to be the sector master of the Xin Huang world, was now sitting in front of a group of monks. Originally, Lei Temple was located in the western desert, and after the secret realm of the 10,000 races, the rise of Zhou Yu was known, and the abbot, Master Empty Silence, advocated for avoiding the world, and staying in the land of the western desert, and staying hidden from the world. Stay out of the many fights and meditate. Therefore, when Zhou Yu notified the world, he also did not participate. Originally, Lei Temple thought that Zhou Yu might not be able to come to trouble Lei Temple when he encountered the crisis of the Reincarnation Emperor. But now, the Reincarnation Emperor did not come, but Zhou Yu did. For a time, however, the crowd was apprehensive. What worried the monks of the Lei Temple even more was that Zhou Yu's body was emitting that, if anything, the fluctuation of the Tao pattern, which seemed to be one step closer than the 9th heaven of the associate emperors. It's hard to believe that he's going to step into a great emperor. With this discovery, it made even Master Empty Silence's heart shake. Great emperors, representing the emperors of an era, pushing invincibility across the board. This was not a physical body, but in terms of law, crushing everything. What is crushing? It is to exterminate all enemies. As for who was exterminated, it is unspeakable. Which great emperor didn't rise from fighting all the way? pushing across the path of invincibility. At the very least, one realm is called a great emperor. Or else who says he dares to call himself a great emperor? What he was now apprehensive about was whether or not Thundersound Temple would become a stepping stone for the great emperor. Zhou just sat there with his eyes slightly closed, seemingly contemplating or waiting. The atmosphere was low and depressing, almost as if a pin could be heard. And finally, the empty silence master of the Thundersound Temple could not bear it and slowly got up, clasping his hands together at Zhou. Ba Buddha. As Boundary Master Zhou has claimed the title of Xin Huang, all of my Thundersound Temple celebrates this. Saying that, he looked up at the elder, and the other party instantly understood, his pale palm probing out and handing the Qianquan bag emitting a radiant texture to the abbot. Within this bag are 50% of the resources prepared by the Thundersound Temple, 30% of which are things to support the Zhou clan, and the remaining 20% are to celebrate Patriarch Zhou's promotion to Realm Lord. As the words fell, Master Empty Silence flipped his palm again, and 3 golden orbs emanating Dao patterns emerged. These 3 are the quasi-emperor relics treasured by the Thundersound Temple? I ask Boundary Master Zhou to smile and implore the Boundary Master to forgive the Thundersound Temple for not participating in the trip to the Forbidden Zone. What? The Paramount Emperor's relics? Several elders of the Thundersound Temple on the side were all changed in color, knowing that the Thundersound Temple had existed for a long time, but was located in the barren land of the Western Desert, with limited resources, and the position of quasi-emperor was already beyond the pale. For tens of thousands of years, only a few Paragon Emperors had emerged from the entire Thundersound Temple, now taking out 3 relics at once. This kind of stroke was simply too great. Many elders want to speak again and again, but by the abbot blocked. If today I get it wrong, we'll have to directly suffer extinction. And Thundersound Temple calm compared to this is simply not worth mentioning. The next step was to wait for Zhou reply, but Zhou was only contemplating and did not make any moves, and even his expression was calm. A moment later, he suddenly raised his hand and the 3 quasi-emperor relics and even the Qianquan bag flew over. When they see this, the crowd, many of the monks were so relieved that they thought they had escaped. However, right at this moment, Zhou spoke in a deep voice. I heard that in the Thundersound Temple, there was a Buddha who almost achieved the name of a great emperor. I wonder, where is his relic? Hiss. Zhou spoke calmly, but the people who heard this couldn't help but suck in cold air. Why did Lei Yin Temple condescend to the Western Desert since its existence? Is it really about hard work? In truth, it was rumored that 1,000 years after the establishment of the Thundersound Temple, a disciple who was superbly gifted and deeply versed in the Buddhist teachings rose to prominence in an astonishing manner, and was known to the world as the existence of the Thundersound Temple that had the most hope of stepping into the great emperor. People are called Sakya. Sakyamuni once traveled to the central state to promote the Dharma, and with many holy places, the great religions to discuss the road, and ultimately all win. Extremely outstanding. At the end of the day, he became the fastest of his peers to step into the powerful existence of the quasi-emperor, and the name of Buddha also appeared at that time, precisely because of the existence of Sakya. The Lei Yin Temple was almost about to leave the Western Desert and go to the prosperous and bright central state, but unexpectedly, Sakya actually suffered from the heavenly tribulation in the final emperor-forming tribulation and directly sat down, one step short of being a great emperor, and since then, Lei Yin Temple has been hunkered down in the Western Desert, not asking questions about the world, and the seated Buddha's relics have become the foundation of their pursuit of the imperial way. It was once said that whoever could find the reason for Sakya's failure to cross the threshold would be able to become the new Buddha and achieve greatness. But now, Zhou actually wanted to take their most cherished holy relic, which was simply worse than killing them. Chapter 93, The 6 Characters. The first son appears. Punishment. What? Not in, can't, or don't want to? There was a hint of indifference in Zhou's words, causing all the monks of the Lei Yin Temple to be shaken and a little nervous. In fact, Zhou had come this time, not only to scavenge the heavenly destiny value, but also to take away the Buddha's relics, which contained Sakya's participation in the great emperor's Tao, which would be of great help to him in perfecting his realm Tao, and the thoughts and the hearts of these vultures of the Thundersound Temple. He couldn't be clearer. It was nothing more than waiting for himself to be exterminated by the other party after he fought against the reincarnation emperor, thus being able to get through this calamity without having to take out any resources. He also had to admit that this empty silence master was indeed decisive enough to take all the resources of the sect directly after appearing, wanting to escape this crisis. But unfortunately, what Zhou wanted was much more than that. Ba Buddha. Boundary Master Zhou has misunderstood. It's not that the poor monk doesn't want to give it, but that Buddha's relic was personally sealed in the Forbidden Land before the Buddha sat down at that time, and it's simply impossible to take it away without surpassing his strength. Master Empty Silence folded his hands. If the Boundary Master needs it, The poor monk is willing to take the boundary master to the Forbidden Land. Only, it will require the boundary master to personally make a move. Oh, Zhou Yu's eyes looked at him and nodded slightly. Good. In that case, you lead the way. This seat would like to see what kind of power this Buddha's relic has? The crowd heard the color of the face changed. Some people's hearts are more surging pain. Forbidden Land is the Lei-In Temple Holy Land. Unusual monks are not allowed to enter it. Now, but to be an outsider foot. But no matter how dissatisfied they were, they could only suppress it in their hearts, not daring to say it. Everyone knew that once Zhou Yu became angry, no one in Lei-In Temple would be able to stop him. Led by Master Empty Silence, Zhou Yu arrived in the middle of the Forbidden Land, his eyes looking towards the golden relics blocked off by the 6 stone pillars. Sherry sat on top of the futon, vaguely forming a humanoid shadow, as if that Buddha Shakyamuni was alive and constantly passing on the Dharma. A burst of magnificent sounds resounded around the area, and some elders who were close by even fell to their knees and started chanting. This seal was set by the Buddha himself back then. If it is forcibly broken by brute force, not only will the 6 pillars be destroyed, but the Buddha's relics therein will also explode on themselves, and all the power will be dissipated together. Master Empty Silence said in a deep voice, "If the sector master can find a way, naturally feel free to take it." After saying that, he stopped speaking and quietly waited for Zhou Yu's choice. Behind it, many elders seemed to react. The heart is slightly relieved. Just now the abbot if not said, they have already forgotten, when the Buddha sat down before, said that this relic can pass his mantle, not preventing any other miscreants from snatching it. He set up such seals himself, and it is necessary for a being whose Buddhist talent exceeds his to be able to obtain the recognition of the relics. No matter how strong Zhou Yu was, he was only at the cultivation level of a great sacred body, and was simply not worth mentioning in regards to the Dharma Tao. This was one of the reasons why the abbot was relieved to have him come. Between the flow of Zhou Yu's divine thoughts, he took in the changing colors of the group of monks, and after a little thought, he guessed the other party's intentions as well. When the time comes, they know what to do and they can't put the blame on them. This crisis was naturally resolved. Unfortunately, they had miscalculated Zhou Yu's underpinnings by 1,000 calculations. Zhou Yu let out a light laugh, looked towards the 6 stone pillars, and spat out a word with his mouth open. Boom! When this word was exited, countless Buddhist Zen chants rose up around them, as if a Buddha had come from the void, chanting sutras continuously. This, what a strong Buddhist aura. This is a divine ability of the Buddhist sect. The 6 characters of truth? How is that possible? He actually knows the 6-character truth, and has practiced it to such an extent? At this moment, the monks who originally thought that they had preserved their relics all changed their colors and looked at Zhou Yu with a shocked expression. And regardless, Zhou Yu opened his mouth and spat out the second word. Well, and 3 words in the air. Many Buddhist shadows coalesced, just like the Buddha himself, and above 6 of the stone pillars, there was actually a golden rune that continuously permeated out of them and began to tremble. Abracadabra. Zhou Yu spat out 6 words of truth, which immediately turned into a swastika, containing great wisdom and great liberation, and suppressed it towards the stone pillar. Boom click. The moment the runes fell, the 6 stone pillars directly collapsed, in which the emanation of the Shakyamuni figure's silhouette actually stopped its chanting action and kowtowed down to Zhou Yu. At this moment, Zhou Yu seemed to be the real Buddha, the 10,000 Buddhas. Swish! Zhou Yu raised his hand and with a wave, the Buddha relic swept up and landed in his hand. In an instant, a radiant Buddha light blossomed from the Buddha's relics and rose into the void, as if the entire western desert had been completely invoked. Even 10,000 miles away, a golden figure could be seen standing in the void, holding a relic, like a Buddha. The many nuns of the phaseless nunnery tens of thousands of miles away all stopped their movements and looked towards the direction of the Thundersound Temple, shaken by this scene. Could it be that a high monk has come out of the world and actually made the Buddha's relics bloom with this kind of light? The Buddha's sect is flourishing. The Buddha's sect is flourishing. Many nuns even began to kneel and chant under this Buddhist light, as if they were on a pilgrimage. On the other side, Zhou Yu was holding the Shakyamuni Sherry, and his divine mind seemed to enter an ethereal state, and vaguely, he was actually able to listen to the sound of many chanting sutras. Suddenly he raised an eyebrow as if he had realized something. Continue in moron idiom, to follow up on one's predecessor. Raising his head, he looked in the direction where the unseen nunnery was located. This sinner, instead of going home, he's actually hiding here? Strange. Shouldn't he be arrogant and domineering outside? How come he ran here to become a monk? Zhou Yu also did not expect. In the midst of listening, he actually felt a familiar thought, and after a little thought, he actually realized that his only remaining son, the eldest son Zhou Jing, actually became a monk in the Wuxiang nunnery. Though the wuxia nunnery was predominantly female, there was also the presence of a Dharma protector Vajra. What he didn't understand was that according to the original story, this eldest son of his should be setting off a bloody storm outside to draw out Su Chen. How did you get here? Can't it be that Su Chen is hiding here? Many thoughts continued to toss and turn in Zhou Yu's mind, but in the end, they were suppressed by him. With a grip of his palm, he put away the Buddha's relic, and the aura dissipated. Congratulations to the Boundary Master for obtaining the relics. Seeing this, Master Empty Silence hastily bowed and congratulated him. However, Zhou Yu merely glanced at him before raising his hand and waving it. A wave of Dao lines transformed into a millstone and enveloped towards the other party. No good. Master Empty Silence did not expect Zhou Yu to actually strike out suddenly, and was not even able to react at first. By the time he reacted, it was too late. The rolling millstone fell, completely enveloping his figure with the several surrounding elders including him. No! Boom click! Next to the Forbidden Land, the millstone fell. Countless Dao ripples raised the temple to the ground. The earth crumbled, and the Leiyin temple shook violently. Waiting for a long time later, the grinding disc dissipated, which revealed the broken body of Empty Silence Master. The other party hard to raise his head. Just a moment. He, a quasi-emperor 8 heavens, almost died. Looking behind him, more than 10 senior monks of Leiyin Temple had actually died 70% of the time. In mid-air, Zhou Yu took a step out and penetrated straight towards the void. The 6 roots are impure. This time it's just punishment. Next time, Thunder Sound Temple won't need to exist anymore. Chapter 94, 10 million heavenly fate values. Supreme VIP 10 consecutive draws. Zhou Yu naturally knows that these monks surface submissive. In fact, the heart of the mind is not pure. Borrowing a knife to kill or the evil water to the east also. He now did not overthrow the Leiyin temple. Is not the heart of goodness. Rather, he was afraid of disturbing his plans. As for the plan, it was also Zhou Yu's desperate attempt to make it only after feeling that rebellious son of his just now. With a single step of his feet, his figure traveled through the void, and before long, he appeared remotely above the void of the phaseless nunnery. Zhou Yu did not reveal his aura, but rather, he looked through the void and surveyed towards the entire phaseless nunnery. And soon, with that sense of his, he discovered where Zhou Jing was. The current Zhou Jing was different from his previous arrogant and bratty, devilish aura, but had become a big bald monk. Zhou Yu raised his eyebrows, suddenly revealing a hint of dawning realization. As expected by this seat, the villain's persona has become a reality, and the attraction for Su Chen is just inevitable. He actually discovered a trace from Su Chen from the other party. This trace was originally not capturable, only that Zhou Yu, whose comprehension of the Tao of the realm was now becoming more and more refined, sensed the changes in the entire Xianhuang Great World, and discovered it by extrapolating from here. It has nothing to do with heavenly chances. It's as if you were close to a pet and had his scent on you to a greater or lesser extent. This is the case with Zhou Jing today. After determining this, Zhou Yu knew that he was right to be cautious. If it was before, he would naturally have to follow the guidance of the scent and find where Su Chen was before exterminating the other party with thunderous means. But, now cannot. One is the human emperor streamer is not beside the body, even if the shot, the other party if destroying the sky shading mirror. I am afraid that they cannot block. Secondly, Su Chen had the Nirvana method, so making a move rashly would only startle the snakes. Zhou Yu pondered, slowly concealing himself from the void. He believed that this good son of his would definitely attract Su Chen to appear without him being alarmed. As long as the other party was able to do that, he could set up a backhand. Su Chen, Su Chen. This time, this seat will see how you can still escape. Outside of the phaseless nunnery, Zhou Jing, with his big bald head, took big strides and chased after the little nun carrying a bucket of water in front of him. Senior Sister Qian, your body doesn't need so many fountains of agelessness. Why are you still going? He walked quickly to his heels and stopped in front of the other man. Senior Compassionate Brother, I have reasons why I must go. Master Qian looked at him. You let me pass. Don't let it. I don't know yet. You went just to find that brat. Zhou Jing's face sank, and it seemed that a fury began to rise in his heart. Senior Compassionate Brother, he willingly endured suffering on the fountain of youth in order to save his family. How can our Buddha be compassionate and let it go? No, he simply has evil intentions and is deceiving you. Zhou Jing let out a low gulp. He is using you to obtain the fountain of agelessness. Senior Sister Qian, can't you see that? Senior Compassionate Brother, we are monks. We must be compassionate and not speak delusively. Master Qian's pretty face was filled with solemnity. Master told you to dissolve the hostile qi. If you do this, I'll have to report it to Master. At the mention of his master, Zhou Kang, who was deeply influenced by Buddhism, became stagnant and stayed in place. And taking advantage of this time, Senior sister Kian had already bypassed him and continued toward Fountainhead. As he watched his senior sister's determined steps, the hostility in Zhou Qing's eyes seemed to be getting thicker and thicker. Damn! I really want to kill him. If I wasn't afraid that Master would know about the chastisement, I could crush him right now. No! I am doing it for the good of my senior sister. Killing him is killing sins, but it leaves behind a blessing for my senior sister. Blessings and misfortunes cancel each other out. This is the Buddha's teachings. The more he thought about it, the more Zhou Jing felt that he had a point, and the color of ruthlessness in his eyes grew thicker and thicker. In the end, he seemed to have made up his mind, and with a single step of his feet, his figure was hidden into the void, secretly protecting senior sister Qian and going. As January passed, outside the Burial God Valley, Zhou Yu's figure appeared, and compared to the previous month, the aura on his body did not seem to have grown much, but his entire aura had an inexplicable ethereal, dusty meaning. On the way back, he searched for the target of the heavenly fate value loot, while at the same time attending to the Shakyamuni relics that he brought back from the Lane temple. It had to be said that this Buddhist Sakyamuni indeed possessed heavenly talent, and the Tao that he himself practiced was vaguely going to touch the degree of the Tao of causality. If he were to do it again, perhaps he would really have to become an emperor from it. Now, all of these epiphanies were absorbed by Zhou Yu, allowing his realm Tao to begin to be perfected. At this moment, if you look inside your body, you will be able to see that in the Dantian, within a void space, a huge reincarnation disk slowly rotates. Originally, the reincarnation disk rotated unceasingly, with only shadows changing on it. But now, from above the reincarnation disk, threads of chaotic mist began to be derived, and began to condense the world's shadow around it. The sky is round, with the Dantian as the sky, and the disk derives from the earth and begins to create the world. And below the world, a void space was vaguely formed, and at the head of the world, above the endless dome of the sky, there were also buildings and palaces that began to evolve. The cause and effect of heaven and earth, the cycle of death and rebirth, begin to connect with each other. Since this seat has formed a realm of its own, there can't be only one of them, but rather, 3 realms have been established, with heaven and earth and people, and with the 6 paths of reincarnation controlling the world's operation. The true realm Tao has been achieved since then. Zhou Yu already had a prototype in his mind, emulating the myths and legends of his previous life to create the 3 realms, returning the 3 realms to one and accomplishing his own realm Tao. But right now, these Tao were not enough to support him in constructing the complete 3 realms. Once the 3 realms were perfected, it would be his chance to open the Emperor's tribulation and cross over to the Great Emperor. A short period of 3 months is certainly not enough. Luckily, in a hurry, I managed to gather 10 million heavenly destiny values. As Zhou Yu spoke softly to himself, his eyes looked towards his system panel. This 10 million heavenly fate values, opening the supreme VIP 10 consecutive draws. Whether or not he could solve the reincarnation Emperor's crisis depended on this time. If he failed, he could escape, but the entire Zhou clan, and even the Xian Huang Great World he had run down, would be lost. Even Su Chen was going to completely flee, never having the chance to behead again. If he succeeded, not only would he have the opportunity to seal his own Emperor's Tao, he would even be able to kill Su Chen, allowing the Zhou clan as a whole to advance and skyrocket in rankings before the list opened. Truly one thought of heaven and one thought of hell. Looking at the situation of the human Emperor streamer refining, Zhou Yu withdrew his thoughts and dropped his eyes onto the system panel. With that, his mind moved and he directly opened the lottery panel. Supreme VIP 10 consecutive draws. Open it for me. The moment the thought fell, a lottery panel that was even more brilliant than before surfaced, and a reward that shimmered with a bright light flickered and wavered from it. Soon, a succession of beeps rang out from it. Ding! Lucky draw completed. Congratulations to the host for the reward. Chapter 95, Mother of All Things. Divine Elephant Suppressing Prison. Hongmang Linglong Pagoda. Ding! Lucky draw complete. Congratulations to the host for the reward. Boundary Breaking Talisman X1. Ding! The lucky draw is complete. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Keep up the good work. Ding! The lucky draw is complete. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. Vanguard. Ding! The lucky draw is complete. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. One strand of the Mother Spirit of All Things. Ding! The lucky draw is complete. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. 1 ton of red gold from the Immortal Tears. Ding! The lucky draw is complete. Congratulations to the host for the reward. Nothing. Ding! The lucky draw is complete. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward. 1 Origin Sword Chi. Ding! The lucky draw is complete. Congratulations to the host for the reward. Hongmang Linglong Pagoda, Supreme Remnant. Ding! Lucky draw complete. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Holy Body, Grand Completion Level. Ding! Lucky draw complete. Congratulations to the host for the reward, almost got it. The many hints made Joyu almost dazzled, and ever since he had obtained the system, he had never experienced this kind of heartbeat. 6 out of 10. Only 4 for nothing. This probability alone was already worthy of the gold content of one's 10 million heavenly destiny value. When Joyu had thoroughly read through the introduction of all the rewards, he was even more shocked and sucked in cold air. It's so profitable. It just takes off. With these 6 rewards, Joyu wasn't even interested in Super VIP anymore. Boundary Breaking Talisman, when used, it can break through the boundary membrane of a boundary, ignoring defenses. Awesome or not? Breaking open a boundary. It should be known that the entire Xianhuang Great World was left by many great emperors to leave a Dao pattern, protecting the boundary membrane. Unusual powerhouses, even great emperors to come in, all have to be careful. However, in front of the boundary breaking talisman, it could directly penetrate. If one encountered a fatal crisis and escaped in the starry sky, casting the boundary breaking talisman could directly penetrate the boundary membrane, which was equivalent to escaping one more time. Moreover, this boundary breaking talisman had 2 uses. One was for this kind of boundary breaking, and the other was to leave an anchored location in one's world. And after casting the boundary-breaking talisman, one could directly teleport at a fixed point. It's simply a godsend. Mother Qi of all things, at the beginning of the birth of the great Tao, the innate Mother Qi was condensed and formed, which is the root of all things. One strand can evolve infinitely. This Mother Qi of all things, not to mention only a strand, was like a lead for the opening of the heavens to Joyu, and if it could be fused into his own realm Tao, it would be enough to allow the world within the Dantian to rapidly evolve and grow. The impact on the boundary path is beyond words. It is simply a blessing in disguise. Immortal Tears Red Gold. This third reward is a piece of immortal gold the size of a man's head. What is immortal gold? What is immortal gold? It is essential for forging immortal weapons. Previously, if Joyu's human emperor streamer wanted to be promoted, it had to devour immortal souls, and likewise, all sorts of immortal Dao materials. And now, this human head-sized immortal tier red gold, even though it couldn't allow the human emperor streamer to completely metamorphose, it was able to greatly enhance its power. This fourth reward was 1, Origin Sword Qi, which came from the origin of heaven and earth and was a consumable item. As for the function, it was to burst out extreme sword Qi, which could tear through the void and cut through the great Tao. In other words, under the consumption of this sword Qi, even a great emperor body would not be able to withstand it. Breaking defense? Zhou Yu was invigorated. With this sword Qi, as long as he seized the moment and dealt a fatal blow to his opponent, he could use it to break open his opponent's torso, allowing the immortal substance to enter his body and become a poison. Some might say that this sword Qi was able to cut through even the great Tao, so wouldn't it be better to directly cut down great emperors? In reality, the great emperor himself was the realization of the great Tao, and cutting it off did not mean that the great Tao could be eliminated. Once the great Tao was complete, it was born and lived on. And unless one could continuously erupt this sword Qi and completely wear out the other party's great Tao, it was simply impossible to exterminate a great emperor. The fifth reward was an incomparably powerful saint body physique called the Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Saint Body, which seemed to have come from an ancient universe and did not exist in the endless stars. This holy body can transform itself into 840 million particles. Each particle can be transformed into an ancient dragon and elephant. All the particles are united, and can be transformed into an ancient divine elephant. A foot can step on the endless hell, suppressing billions of souls. This kind of saint body, which could be said to be on par with one's own desolate ancient saint body, had originally required the expenditure of vast amounts of resources and painstaking cultivation, and only succeeded after constant honing. But now, the system draw, directly granting a grand completion grade saint body, simply saved countless hours of hard work. Of course, no matter how good these 5 rewards were, they couldn't compare to the last one, which was the Hongmang Linglong Pagoda, which was a supreme grade of existence. What is supreme? Zhou Yu understands from the introduction that above the imperial soldier is the immortal weapon, which is divided into the lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and above that, the absolute grade, the originating grade, and the supreme grade. The so-called supreme is the supreme, above the origin of the great Tao, the same as the beginning of the chaos, the birth of Hongmang. Once this kind of treasure was released, the power alone would be able to sweep across the 10,000 races of the starry sky, even if it was only a remnant. Its precious quality was not something that could be compared to an ordinary immortal weapon. As for the sky shading mirror that Su Chen possessed, in Zhou Yu's opinion, it should be considered a mid-grade immortal artifact. It was 100,000 miles away from his own Hongmeng Linglong Pagoda. Unfortunately, if this tower were complete, why would this seat need to refine the human emperor streamer? Zhou Yu sighed lightly. This supreme-grade Hongmeng Linglong Pagoda only retained a very small amount of utility nowadays due to the severe damage. The only use is that one can enhance one's enlightenment in it while controlling time. That's right, it's the control of the avenue of time, which can only be accelerated in time at the moment. Cultivate for a day. It could be worth 100 days, only that no one else could enter it except for Zhou Yu. And to repair it, you must devour immortal matter. Immortal substance, only immortals could possess it, but Zhou Yu was not in a hurry. He himself had 2 immortal hands acquired since the middle of the Forbidden Zone right now. As long as the human emperor streamer was promoted, the remaining immortal substance could be completely extracted by himself. Before, without the immortal tier red gold, Zhou Yu might have been worried that there would not be enough immortal substance, but now that the immortal tier red gold was available, the consumption of immortal substance could be greatly saved. With this in mind, Zhou Yu temporarily suppressed the other rewards, and with a single movement of his body, he probed his thoughts into the human emperor streamer. Red dust. How's the progress? In response to Zhou Yu's inquiry, the red dust empress raised her eyebrows slightly. I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry just yet. The resistance of these 2 immortal hands was more difficult than expected, and the extraction of immortal matter had to be done step by step. Unless you can find a higher substitute, not only will you not be able to finish refining it this month, you'll even be delayed. She was telling the truth. At this rate, when the reincarnation emperor appeared, I'm afraid that the human emperor streamer wouldn't be able to play much of a role. Oh, unexpectedly, Zhou Yu did not have any fluctuations appear on his face when he heard the words. Instead, his palm flipped, and a piece of metal the size of a human head, emitting a reddish-colored haze, surfaced. So, do you think the stone, can it stand up to immortal matter? What could be better then? The red dust empress laughed dumbly and was about to retort, but when she saw the immortal tier red gold in Zhou Yu's hands, the words that came out of her mouth came to an abrupt end. Chapter 96, Suppressing Hands, Great Emperor Descends. What? Immortal tier red gold? An uncontrollable cry of alarm escaped from her mouth, and if her hands weren't manipulating the human emperor streamer, she was afraid that she would directly rush to Zhou Yu like a madman and snatch the immortal tier red gold into her hands. You know? Zhou Yu revealed a hint of surprise, not expecting this red dust empress to be so knowledgeable that she recognized the origin at a glance. This is immortal gold, a diluted material for refining immortal weapons. How could I not know? The red dust empress eyes had been fixed on the immortal tier red gold in Zhou Yu's hand. You should know that this kind of immortal tier red gold, even among the starry sky 10,000 races, is very rare, and cannot be searched for easily, and you're such a big piece. If you put it up for auction outside, it's enough to make the many immortal sacred grounds, and great religions, break their heads. So then, it's enough for me to use it as a substitute for immortal matter? Zhou Yu said. That's natural, and even works better than immortal matter. The red dust empress couldn't help but explain. These 2 immortal hands, themselves, have the thoughts of their original owners, only that they gave birth to their own consciousness and covered them up. The original owner would even be able to sense if there was an excessive lack of immortal matter. Not only will the difficulty increase, but even the original owner will sense it and thus leave a mark. That is to say, if I were to refine the immortal substance in it, I would be targeted by the original owner, thus posing one more hidden danger? Zhou Yu heard the meaning in her words and asked smoothly. That's right, an existence that possesses immortal matter is most likely an immortal, or at the very least, a great emperor who has survived on the path to immortality. And with these 2 poems, it's obvious that they don't belong to the same person, and it's possible to mess with 2 powerful people. The red dust empress gave her advice. If it's possible, it's best to wait until you've broken through to the great emperor before considering refining the immortal substance within. Makes sense. Zhou Yu nodded his head. The current crisis of the reincarnation emperor was enough for him to solve. If there was another immortal or immortal emperor, it would plainly add to his difficulties. Good. Then you use the immortal tier red gold to refine the human emperor streamer. And these 2 hands, this seat will take them first. As he spoke, Zhou Yu raised his hand and grabbed it, about to bring the 2 poems out of the human emperor streamer. Seeing this, the red dust empress' face changed and she hurriedly stopped it. No, there are immortal substances in them. Without the suppression of the human emperor's streamer, they will likely escape. This was not to suppress, but to directly escape and vanish into the void. Even if Zhou Yu was strong now, he could not stop it. It was true that they could not defeat Zhou Yu, but they could still run. Which knows? Zhou Yu did not have the slightest worry when he heard this, but instead laughed. A mere 2 hands. This seat can suppress them with a wave of my hand. You, arrogant. Ugh, the Red Dust Empress would have wanted to angrily scold the other party for his arrogance, but once she thought that the two were now deeply connected, she could not help but let out a light sigh and directly followed out the human emperor's hairpin, ready to step in to stop Zhou when he lost his hand. Buzz! As expected, the two hands broke away from the control of the human emperor's streamer, and suddenly their aura rose, actually probing out as soon as they did, directly tearing the void in front of them all completely apart. With a swish, he rushed into it and disappeared. Ha ha ha, yellow mouth. You are too careless to actually dare to let the tiger return to the mountain. When my father recovers, he will let you know how miserable it is to dare to destroy my father's arrangement. An open-mouthed laughter came from within the scaly hands, about to go far away. Seeing this, the Red Dust Empress' face changed and she hurriedly manipulated the human emperor streamer in an attempt to stop it. But after all, she was not the controller of the human emperor streamer, and if Zhou did not allow it, it would be extremely difficult for her to stop the two palms no matter how much she destroyed them. Seeing that these two palms were about to get out of control, at that exact moment, Zhou struck out, only to see him raise his hand and wave it. A 9-story pagoda full of mottled cracks appeared out of thin air. This tower, which looked broken and tattered, was many times more miserable than the Western Imperial Tower. The whole body is gray and you can't tell the quality at all, but just as it appeared, an inexplicable might suddenly float out from it. Only the gray shimmering light blossomed, enveloping the void with a backward glance. The next moment, a bizarre scene appeared. The two large hands that fled were pulled out of the void as if they were going backwards. And then, in the Red Dust Empress's dumbfounded gaze, they were pulled into the tower and disappeared. What kind of emperor soldier is this? Dumbfounded for a long time, a muttered whisper came out of the Red Dust Empress's mouth. Imperial soldiers? Oh, Zhou smiled and did not explain too much. The reason why he dared to act in such a manner just now was because of the longing for the two large hands that he felt from the Hongmeng Linglong Tower. As expected, the other party could directly suppress him as he had predicted. Only, Zhou communicated with his divine thoughts and pressed down the Hongmeng Linglong Pagoda's move of wanting to devour the immortal substance in it, preparing to wait until he had resolved the crisis. He sat cross-legged, silently operating the Tao of the realm in his mind, penetrating the realm membrane, and vaguely sensing the scattered Tao lines of that reincarnation emperor. There are only 20 days at most before he's able to break through the boundary membrane, and I'm afraid he'll find me directly. Zhou glanced at the human emperor streamer and prepared to completely extract his other rewards first. First, there was the Great Completion Sacred Body, the Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Sacred Body. Boom! Zhou only felt a tremor in his body, as if he was pulled into the ancient chaotic void, transforming into a huge divine elephant that supported the sky and the earth. And with a single stomp of his foot between hissing, he completely suppressed the Ganges River's sands of hell. After some hissing from this divine elephant, it directly turned into countless streams of light and rushed into Zhou's body. And in an instant, the particles in his body began to transform. Giant elephant, meta elephant, dragon elephant, swift dragon elephant. Starting from the chest, a single particle began to shift continuously. 500, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. Vaguely, Zhou seemed to hear billions of dragon elephants hissing continuously within his body, which was simply deafening. Of course, it was not a short time to completely metamorphose and complete. It would take some time. Just as Zhou was immersed in his metamorphosis, in the western desert, outside the phaseless nunnery, Zhou Qing returned dragging his bloodstained body. Asshole, if you can't beat this seat, you know to run towards the fountain. Originally, Zhou Jing thought that Su Chen was nothing more than an ant that he could crush with his hands, but he didn't expect that when he really wanted to exterminate the other party had actually erupted with the powerful strength of the Void Sky Realm. Fortunately, he was now at the 9th level of the Void Sky Realm, so it was not difficult to suppress him. Nay, the other party actually fled towards Fountainhead after realizing that they were outmatched. He spared the loss of his longevity and tracked thousands of miles, but in the end, he couldn't withstand the might of the Fountainhead, so he could only leave in hatred. Wait for this seat. This seat will definitely break you into pieces, lest you deceive your senior sister. With a snort of anger, Zhou Qing returned to his residence to retreat and heal his wounds, preparing to find trouble with Su Chen again. Within the Fountainhead Mountain, Su Chen slowly stepped out of it as he covered himself with the sky shading mirror. His eyes looked in the direction of the phaseless nunnery with indignation in his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that my cultivation is important, I would have killed you today even if I had used my secret techniques. Su Chen had now stepped into the 4th level of the Void Sky Realm after this period of hard cultivation, and if he added the secret method, even if Zhou Jing was strong enough, he would still have a chance to kill him. But after all, he had a crisis ahead of him and didn't have the heart to tangle with the other party. which led him to step into the fountainhead. He could sense that his departure from this place was not far off. The entire heaven and earth will see drastic changes. He needed to make time and practice hard. Time is like water. In the blink of an eye 20 days passed. This day, in the Xianhuan World South Place, the void suddenly trembled, was silently torn open a crack. Then, countless Tao ripples like tidal wave convergence, and finally turned into a gray hair cape of the great figure. Finally, you've come in. The reincarnation heavenly scripture. This emperor has come to take it. Chapter 97, Time to close the net. Confront the great emperor head on. This figure was none other than the reincarnation emperor who had infiltrated from the realm membrane. And even though the other party was only an avatar, possessing 30% of the strength of the main body, his tone still carried arrogance and confidence. Beside him, the young lord of the reincarnation clan, Lu Ming, suddenly frowned and arched his hand to the great emperor. Old ancestor, I can't sense the location of the reincarnation heavenly scripture. Originally, with his own bloodline, he could easily sense where the reincarnation heavenly scripture stone tablet was, but just now when he tried it, not only could his bloodline not sense the other side, even the line of chance related to the reincarnation heavenly scripture guided by the system had become incomparably dim. Being so dim meant that the stone tablet and inheritance related to that reincarnation heavenly scripture was most likely not there anymore, having been fused by someone else. The reincarnation emperor frowned. The reincarnation heavenly scripture is an inheritance left behind by the primordial generation. It cannot be obtained by anyone other than my reincarnation clan's bloodline, so how could it not be sensed? That's just it. Most likely the person who plundered it masked his senses with a secret method. This is a node land. It's not unusual to be able to do that. Regarding the nodes, Lu Ming, the system owner, wasn't entirely clear, but he didn't ask more questions and continued. Old ancestor, how should we look for it then? Oh, just watch. The reincarnation emperor smiled faintly, and in the next moment, raising his eyes, a rotating disc of reincarnation rose behind him, and the pressure from the great emperor began to blossom from his body. Boom! Almost instantly, his divine thoughts spread out in a brutal and incomparable manner. At this moment, his divine idea was almost like the bright light of the entire Xianhuan Great World, shining brightly and blossoming with an infinite amount of haze. A giant rose up, penetrating thousands of miles and looking down on the entire Xianhuan Great World. Soon, the light of his eyes swept over the Forbidden Land, swept over the Holy Land, and the silhouettes and breaths of the many powerful people were nowhere to be seen in his eyes. In a single thought, all within 100,000 miles were seen through. Go! The reincarnation emperor grabbed Lu Ming with one hand, and he was lifted up, and with a flash of his body, he crossed the void and directly appeared 100,000 miles away. Then, as he had done, he continued to check around. The Xianhuan Great World was vast and boundless, but if it was 100,000 miles in a breath, it would be able to be measured even if it was even bigger. And just as the reincarnation emperor searched for Zhou Yu's traces, within the burial god valley, Zhou Yu slowly opened his eyes. Just a moment ago, he had already sensed the appearance of the reincarnation emperor from within the boundary Dao, and even realized that the other party was rapidly approaching in his direction. It wouldn't take long to be able to discover his presence. Red dust. Notify all the forces that the great emperor has appeared and it's time to close the net. Yes, the red dust empress nodded slightly, and her prime hand flicked a rune directly down the human emperor streamer, and all of a sudden, the fluctuations from the human emperor streamer spread out and directly transmitted into the void. In the ancestral land of the Win clan, Win Zun, who was comprehending the ancestral dragon seal, abruptly opened his eyes. Has the Great One come? All the strongest members of the winning clan, follow the boundary master to meet the battle. In the Thunder clan's ancestral land, in the middle of the endless thunder pool, a spear rode the thunder light up to the sky. Sons of the Thunder clan, follow me and behead the emperor. The Yaoqi Holy Land, the Witch God sect, the Sword Pavilion, and other forces acted almost at the same time. Imperial soldiers crossed the void and headed to the Burial God Valley. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. After all, when the reincarnation emperor appeared, even if he killed Zhou Yu, he would not let them go. The entire Xianhuan Great World would suffer an extinction. The only way to survive is to fight to the death. The many paragon emperors and imperial soldiers were quickly put into place, before hiding according to Zhou Yu's previous arrangement. In half a day's time, the entire Burial God Valley was set up with a heavenly net. It wasn't like Zhou Yu hadn't done anything but fusing rewards these past few days. The multiple arrangements were made just to deal with the reincarnation emperor this time. Now the moment has arrived. When the crowd had finished setting up, Zhou Yu stood up and looked towards the distant void from afar. And in the next moment, his aura erupted as the might of a quasi-emperor's ninth heavenly palace blossomed. Countless Dao lines rose and transformed into his own silhouette, roaring at the reincarnation emperor who was still rushing along. This seed is here. Buzz. The invisible Dao lines seemed to be able to penetrate countless voids and appear in front of the other party. At that instant, the reincarnation emperor jerked his head up and then looked in the direction where Zhou Yu was. Humph. He revealed a cold smile that seemed to carry disdain, and in the next moment, his figure stepped straight through the void, rushing towards the direction where Zhou Yu was. Snort! The firmament above the burial god valley was torn apart without warning as a confident, arrogant, and unbeatable figure stepped out. Infinite emperor lines bloomed around it, seemingly capable of collapsing everything. Just that pressure alone made one feel suffocated, and even Zhou Yu's face sank. Dewey. This was the first time he had faced a real living great emperor since he crossed over. Just upon meeting each other, the might that the other party blossomed with already exceeded that of an emperor's soldier. Or rather, it was an emperor's soldier that had been completely destroyed. No, your emperor's might is too weak. Against the pressure, Zhou Yu suddenly spoke. You're afraid that your original body didn't come in, right? Oh, there's some eye candy. The reincarnation emperor sneered. Even if this emperor is only an avatar, exterminating you would be as easy as a slap in the face. He had his hands behind his back, his tone carrying an undeniable tone. Hand over the reincarnation heavenly scripture and this emperor will let you be buried here. This is not a negotiation. What if I don't deliver? Zhou Yu smiled playfully. If you don't hand it over, then you'll become dust and won't even have the chance to reincarnate. The reincarnation emperor said in a deep voice. Or this emperor will bring your divine soul back to the clan and let you suffer the torment of 10,000 reincarnations in the reincarnation abyss. That depends on whether or not you have such skills. Zhou Yu's eyes were calm, cold, and unafraid. Humph. I know your means. It's nothing more than an emperor's soldier hiding. The reincarnation emperor casually looked around. There's also the physique on you, the desolate ancient saint body, which is now greatly accomplished. The reincarnation emperor glanced at Zhou Yu. But this emperor can tell you that the so-called call of the great completion sacred body to the immaculate emperor is nothing more than an accolade. Real physique. Unbearable. Yeah? Then you can try. Zhou Yu smiled faintly. Don't fail to break me at that time. And hit your own face instead. Hitting the face of a hallowed great emperor is still very comfortable for me. Out of your depth. As the reincarnation emperor's words fell, he suddenly took one step, and his figure actually disappeared out of thin air in the void. When he reappeared, he had already appeared several feet away in front of Zhou Yu, only to see it lift its finger and lightly point it towards Zhou Yu in one go. This emperor will tell you that your physique is not worth mentioning in front of a great emperor. Buzz. As this finger was pointed out, it seemed as if countless emperor lines rose up and then retracted violently, and the entire world seemed to be twisted up and transformed into the power of reincarnation. Merging into this finger, the crowd of powerful people who saw the scene immediately changed their faces, and since they had already been recognized, they simply stopped hiding and directly struck out. In an instant, all of the hidden emperor soldiers bloomed almost simultaneously. Chapter 98, The Ancient and the Divine Elephant. Physical collision. Reincarnation in 6 lives. Buzz. Ripples bloomed in the void, and the Western Emperor Tower appeared like a mountain, with countless Tao patterns flowing and intertwining with each other, suppressing towards the reincarnation emperor. Clank. A sword light flashed outside the sky. The sword ancestor's remnant sword steamed, and countless mori cold haze light erupted, transforming into a sword chi that tore through the heaven and earth, coming for 10,000 miles. Countless ferocious beasts roared in the beast diagram, and between their roars, they fused with each other and superimposed into a huge divine ape with countless faces, and between the exertion of its 4 limbs, it came across the void. The witch god bone revived, the thunder god's spear bloomed, and all sorts of Tao patterns and imperial might erupted, completely blocking the other party from almost all sides. In the face of such might, that reincarnation emperor merely snorted coldly, and the reincarnation plate behind him slowly rotated, and in an instant, the entire person became illusory. 6 lifetimes of reincarnation. I transcend in my destiny. Swish! The attacks of all the emperor's soldiers actually penetrated through him so easily, seemingly without the slightest effect, and at this moment, the reincarnation emperor did not even pause for a moment as his figure solidified and his pointing finger continued to point towards Zhou Yu. What? Why aren't our emperor's soldiers working? The divine ability of the reincarnation emperor is able to host his body in the reincarnation predestination, without touching karma. We can't suppress it. How is this? Everyone guessed that the reincarnation emperor could block their attacks, but in no way did they expect it to be in this way. If you can't hit it, what's the point of having all the power in the world? Just as they were exclaiming in shock, the reincarnation emperor's finger had already arrived in front of Zhou Yu and directly pointed out. Buzz. Dao lines from the great emperor blossomed. This was a true and genuine flawless great emperor. Even just a single finger was enough to destroy a star. Now it exploded directly in front of Zhou Yu's chest. Boom! Terrifying fluctuations transformed into waves that spread continuously towards the surroundings, and wherever they passed, the void cracked, the earth wailed, the mountains collapsed, and the ice plains steamed. For tens of thousands of miles, it was turned into a dead land. This was the strike of a great emperor? As terrifying as it was, even the many quasi-emperor powerhouses controlling the emperor's soldiers had to destroy them with all their might to resist this might. They were apprehensive at the moment. With such a terrifying great emperor's might, how many percent of it would Zhou Yu be able to withstand? The Great Completion's sacred body is claimed to be able to call out the Scarcity Emperor, so it should be fine, right? It's impossible. Calling out is just saying nice things. In front of a great emperor, I'm afraid that you'll have to be heavily injured as well. Not bad. In the past years, this seat had heard among the stars that there were burial grounds that could suppress a great saintly body and make it a slave. I've never heard of one that can make a great emperor a slave. The hearts of the crowd were jittery, somewhat not optimistic about Zhou Yu. After all, the might of the reincarnation emperor was too terrifying. First avoiding the attacks of all the imperial armaments unharmed, and then erupting with such might that it was impossible to resist. Equally unimpressed, there was also the reincarnation emperor who had struck out. In his opinion, this finger he had just used was enough to let Zhou Yu know the gap between the Great Completion's sacred bodies. However, as the aftershocks spread, the contemptuous smile on his face had just blossomed when it came to an abrupt end immediately afterward. In front of him, Zhou Yu, with his hair flying and his body standing tall like a pine, stood in the void, his eyes calmly looking at him, actually not moving at all. Looking at his chest again, that original black and gold robe had already torn out a hole, and inside the hole was solid bronze-colored skin. The most striking thing was still the skin that left a clear indentation. What? Dents? A great emperor was actually only able to leave a dent in front of a quasi-emperor 9 heavens? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, the reincarnation emperor would never believe that someone could do it. When he looked up, he only saw the incomparably calm divine light on Zhou Yu's face. What? Is it weird that I can block it? Zhou Yu's eyes looked at him and he suddenly raised his hand and slammed out a fist. Boom! The terrifying power suddenly erupted, actually hardening the reincarnation emperor and sending him flying 10,000 miles. 10,000 miles away. The reincarnation emperor's figure paused, his eyes looking coldly at Zhou Yu. Impossible. A great completion saint body, absolutely unable to fight against a great emperor. You can't fool me. Ha! Zhou Yu laughed coldly and suddenly took a step towards the other party. With every step that fell, the aura on his body began to rise and skyrocket. Buzz! A desolate and ancient aura began to blossom from its body, as if it spanned infinite space and time and could make everything desolate. Vaguely, he could see that the sky above his head was affected by this power and began to distort and become barren. Just at this moment, on the side, a low, long whistle suddenly sounded. 1 voice, 2 voices, 10 voices, 100 voices, 1,000 voices, 10,000 voices. Endless long whistles converged, as if billions of ferocious beasts hissed and turned into a torrent coming from the distant past, only to see, half of the void a terrifying divine image covered in dragon scales that transcended the sky appeared. It raised its head to the sky, and with 1 foot, it was able to suppress the hellish spacetime of the Ganges. Desolate ancient sacred body, divine elephant subduing prison. At this moment, 2 types of supreme physiques that were enough to dominate the ages appeared on Zhou Yu's body at the same time. His hair flew, half of it turning into the withered yellow color that symbolized the desolate ancient world, while the other half burned into black flames, like a divine elephant suppressing the prison, raising his hand to suppress the ages. What kind of physique is this? How come I've never seen it before? The reincarnation emperor's face changed, showing his gravity. He did not expect that on Zhou Yu. There was actually a physique that was on par with the desolate ancient sacred body. Boom! Zhou Yu's figure disappeared and appeared directly in front of his opponent, answering him with his fist. This punch was mixed with the enormous power of the desolate ancient and divine elephant, capable of shattering even the stars. Its power was terrifyingly boundless. The 6th reincarnation. Seeing this, the reincarnation emperor mentally let out a low cry and directly transformed into an illusion to avoid this strike. One must know that he actually felt threatened from this punch just now. Even though he only had 1/3 of the power, he was very surprised that he was actually able to allow him to cast the 6th reincarnation once more. Zhou Yu's punch cuts across the torso and appears to hit empty space. However, he was not surprised, but instead, he backhanded and slammed his fist out once again, and his physique that fused the 2 great saintly bodies continued to erupt, raging a storm that enveloped the reincarnation emperor. If you want to solve this crisis, you absolutely can't give the other side any chance to breathe. Zhou Yu attacked furiously while thinking. In particular, This Six Lives reincarnation avatar seemed to be very similar to a certain fictional art he had seen in his previous life. There was a feeling of jumping out of the three worlds and not being in the five elements. If he could not resolve this divine ability, he would not have a chance to cast it even if he was able to break through the defense. Bang! The reincarnation emperor struck a hard blow and pulled away from Joyu once again. Seeing this, Joyu stepped on his feet, his body like a Tarsus maggot, following closely behind. The two men's great battle almost shook the entire northern barbaric land. Simply the sky collapsed. The end of the world in general. The many forces on the sidelines were shocked by this scene, and at the same time, they didn't know how to intervene. Right at this moment, the two separated once again after a vicious collision, and at this moment, the reincarnation emperor was enraged as countless Tao patterns rose and began to brew divine abilities. Instead, Zhou Yu had a smile on his face as he seemed to have discovered the problem with his opponent's divine ability. What are you waiting for? Give me a siege. Chapter 99. All means used. Great Emperor flees. Opportunity arises. In an instant, all of the lurking Paragon Emperors reacted, and their Emperor soldiers shot out and began to frantically surround the Reincarnation Emperor. The Reincarnation Emperor cast the Six Lives Reincarnation Avatar, allowing himself to vanish into nothingness. At the same time, greater divine abilities continued to brew above its head. Hand of Reincarnation. Suddenly, those countless Tao patterns bloomed and condensed into a heaven-obscuring hand, and the reincarnation Tao patterns flowed in the hand, almost able to lock your past lives and present lives, and with one palm, it cut off all the causes and effects. The destruction of past lives and present lives is not a concern. This emperor's main body is not here, and this divine ability is enough to send you on your way. He was very confident that this divine ability, even if it was only 30% of his strength, would be enough to beat Zhou Yu to death. However, he would reserve his measure and leave the other party's divine soul behind, extracting the reincarnation heavenly scripture's hiding place from it. As for those other emperor soldiers manipulated by the quasi-emperors, he had completely ignored them, and his own Six Lives reincarnation avatar was sufficient to deal with them even if it had a not-so-small amount of consumption. 100,000 miles away, in the void, Lu Ming used a secret technique to investigate this battle and smiled when he saw the reincarnation emperor use such tactics. Steady! Once I retrieve the reincarnation heavenly scripture inheritance, I'll directly pursue the opportunity in those depths. Lu Ming looked at his thread of chance. If he succeeded this time, he would be able to soar, and impacting the saints would not be a concern. Boom! The might of countless emperor soldiers erupted, literally destroying the heavens and the earth. But the reincarnation emperor was in the middle of it and did not suffer any damage. Instead, he maneuvered that divine power great hand and enveloped it towards Zhou Yu. It's useless. No matter how strong your physique is, you won't be able to resist. He was victorious and very confident, having already seen Zhou Yu's downfall. However, just as this palm was about to fall, Zhou Yu's body suddenly trembled, and a disc suddenly rose behind him, and within the disc, the sixth wheel of reincarnation circled around. He even spat out a sentence under his breath. 6 lifetimes of reincarnation. What? Zhou Yu's figure actually began to be illusory, jumping out of the 3 realms, not in the 5 elements. That palm slapped down. The whole person seemed to be shaky, but in reality, he was unharmed. A reincarnation disc? How is that possible? You're not a reincarnation clan member. How can you have a reincarnation disc? This time, the reincarnation emperor was completely shocked. He did not expect that Zhou Yu would actually be able to execute the exact same divine ability as himself. Moreover, that reincarnation disc was exclusive to the reincarnation clan, but his senses as a great emperor could not be wrong. Zhou Yu was not a reincarnation clan member. Unfortunately, Zhou Yu had no intention of giving him an explanation, but instead took a step out across the void before the 6th reincarnation avatar had even ended. Come to the other side. Now it's my turn. Zhou Yu's large hand opened, and the hand of reincarnation that he had just performed coalesced, but as a quasi-emperor, the lines on it were not as good as those of the reincarnation emperor. But it didn't matter. The moment the palm slapped down, the shadow of a complete world rose. Boundary Road. At this moment, he finally unleashed his condensed Tao. Even though it was not as good as a great emperor's Tao, it could make up for the shortcomings of the hand of reincarnation. Boom boom boom. Countless Tao lines bloomed and the haze steamed, collapsing the sky. Even, Zhou Yu saw the silhouette of the boundary membrane from it. If it was a bad one, it could even directly punch through the boundary membrane. Damn it! The reincarnation emperor roared as the 6th reincarnation avatar was almost close to its limit, and he was forced to solidify his body before erupting into a collision between the hand of reincarnation and Zhou Yu's hand of reincarnation. Boom boom! The two consumed each other, and the great emperor's hand of reincarnation was clearly more complete, successfully resisting the strike. But at this moment, In the void, suddenly ghosts cried and howled, and in the next moment, a large streamer with a gloomy atmosphere that covered the sky appeared from the sky. Human Emperor Streamer. Swish. As soon as the reincarnation emperor froze, the human emperor streamer erupted with countless soul chains, piercing through the void and winding toward the reincarnation emperor. Almost instantly, it completely entwined and wrapped around the reincarnation emperor's body. The reincarnation emperor was bound into a dumpling with only his head left. Seeing this, many forces became even more excited. So far, this was the first time they were able to trap a great emperor with their quasi-emperor strength. Zhou Yu's figure stopped in front of the reincarnation emperor. I don't think you can cast your 6th reincarnation, can you? Zhou Yu's words caused the reincarnation emperor's heart to flutter, but he did not reply. It's okay if you don't talk. Zhou Yu shook his head. It's just the difference between dying early and dying late. Even if this emperor is just an avatar, it's not something you can exterminate with such tactics. The reincarnation emperor was very subdued. Besides, this chain of yours, to this emperor, is nothing. Yes? A hint of a smile appeared on Zhou Yu's face. Now what? The reincarnation emperor's face changed, and suddenly he saw that above the human emperor's streamer, there were actually 3 silhouettes that had manifested at an unknown time. The Yin-Yang Supreme being stepped on the coffin. The Taishian true ancestor held a curved sword, and even more bizarrely, around his body, there was actually a blood-colored light steaming. As soon as this light surfaced, it instantly spread out, directly igniting all the chains. In an instant, the reincarnation emperor could only feel that his body seemed to be completely blocked and unable to move. It's useless. You can't hurt this emperor. Zhou Yu did not pay any attention to it, but instead, with a thought, an origin sword chi emerged out of thin air from the void. Swish! With a flash of sword energy, they stabbed directly at each other. Only a poof could be heard as a shower of blood began to bloom from the reincarnation emperor's chest. Origin sword chi. How do you? Before the reincarnation emperor's cry of alarm could fall, Zhou Yu raised his hand, and a yin soul chain pierced out in the void, stabbing into the wound. Immortal substances refined from among the first hands are injected directly into them. This time, the reincarnation emperor's face completely changed. No good. It's poof. He opened his mouth and began to spray blood furiously, as if he was having an attack of internal injuries. This time, everyone was completely shocked. They didn't expect that the reincarnation emperor, who couldn't be harmed by the many means he had exerted just now, would now look like this. Only the reincarnation emperor himself knew that the immortal substance in his body had become poison. The moment the poison entered his body, he knew that this one had failed. It was imperative to leave. If these poisons were not forced out of the body, not only would this avatar be completely scrapped, even the main body would be implicated. This was the moment he had sprung into retirement. The disc of reincarnation. The reincarnation disc above his head completely exploded at this moment, forcibly tearing apart the blockade of the human emperor's streamer. This time, he didn't engage in a battle, but instead, he burned the fire of reincarnation around his body and punched through the void. Only a crackling sound was heard, and the boundary membrane of the Xianhuang Great World was actually hardened to make a hole. Buzz! The many emperor lines wrapped within them seemed to sense the crisis and began to revive, coming towards the reincarnation emperor who had struck out. However, the reincarnation emperor erupted one after another, hardening these Dao lines and then turning his head to the void with a low roar. Lu Ming! Void ripples spread, and Lu Ming's face was flustered as he appeared from afar. And right at this moment, Su Chen, who was far away in the western desert's fountainhead, raised his head violently. The boundary membrane is broken, and my chance to leave this place early has come. Chapter 100, Defeating the Sky Shading Sect. Complete despair. Su Chen had sensed before that he was afraid that he would have a chance to leave the Xianhuang Great World, but he didn't expect that it would actually be the Great Emperor who pierced through the boundary membrane. This time, he didn't need to break through the realm himself to be able to leave early, even away from Zhou Yu. From then on, like a dragon returning to the sea, a tiger entering the mountains and forests, completely free. Swish! His figure shot up into the sky, and he was about to rush to the broken boundary membrane by utilizing the sky shading mirror. Right at this moment, an explosive shout suddenly sounded in the distance, and a burly bald figure emerged. Liars don't go away. Zhou Jing came through the air, his demonic aura steaming around him, his fury rolling around, holding a crescent moon shovel and pushing straight at Su Chen. Damn it! You deserve to die for blocking me from leaving. Su Chen shouted angrily. He had long since moved to kill Zhou Qing, and this time, he completely stopped holding back. After the burning of an incense stick, Su Chen heavily spat out a mouthful of blood foam in the void and rode the sky shading mirror to quickly go far away. And at the foot of the fountainhead, only Zhou Qing was left lying there, his eyes wide open, staring dead on in the direction Su Chen had gone. until he died. He didn't understand why the other party would suddenly explode with such tactics. Master, senior sister, he, indeed, is a liar. Boom! In the northern barbaric lands, Joyu slammed his fist out, straight at the fleeing reincarnation emperor. However, the reincarnation emperor was a true emperor after all, and it was nearly impossible to directly decapitate him. Joyu's strike was also just to hit his opponent as hard as possible, buying himself more breathing time when the time came. With the help of the Hongmeng Linglong Pagoda, even if it was just a year, he could treat it as 100 years. Boom click, as this fist smashed out, a terrifying and boundless power Dao pattern erupted, and at the same time, a power shadow like a disc rose up from the void. One could vaguely see a piece of the world evolving in it, with the sky rounded and divided into 3 realms. Inside, even the shadows of living beings began to show. 3 worlds divine fist. This was a fist technique that Joyu had deduced within the Hongmeng Linglong Pagoda, taken from a fist technique in the divine elephant prison suppression, called the heavenly divine fist. Only joining one's own realm Dao to create a divine ability like the 3 realms divine fist. A fist smashing out was simply like evolving the 3 realms, heavy and incomparable. Boom click. The reincarnation emperor was smashed by this punch, and cracks began to appear on a third of his body, as if he was broken at a certain point. The break, however, lasted only an instant, and was restored as before. The other party also completely broke away from the boundary membrane and came into the starry sky. Swish! The reincarnation emperor didn't speak, but instead, countless Dao lines evolved and turned into a long rainbow that swept towards the Xianhuang Great World, only to see Lu Ming's figure appear in it, being guided by the long rainbow at once, and going straight to detach from the Xianhuang Great World. The color of unwillingness flickered in Lu Ming's eyes. He had thought that he would be able to obtain a big chance this time, but he didn't think that he would have to leave in a mess as a result of the chance before he could get his hands on it. Even the reincarnation emperor was here, but he couldn't solve it. Seeing that Lu Ming was about to be guided away, Joyu's cold laugh suddenly came from the void. This seat can't exterminate a great emperor like you. It's always fine to collect some interest. As the words fell, another punch was thrown. The fist of the gods of the 3 worlds. Boom! This punch directly enveloped Lu Ming, who was not a great emperor, and faced with such power, he immediately turned pale and cried out in shock. Old ancestor, save me! Save me! How dare you! The reincarnation emperor incarnation let out a furious cry and directly burned half of his body as countless emperor lines enveloped him, wanting to rescue him, but in the end, it was just a step short. Waiting until he rescued him, he suddenly found several pieces of secret treasure used to save his life on his body is all scrapped, not to mention, even the body is broken most of the time. Ding! You seriously injured Lu Ming, and plundered the heavenly fate value plus 520,000. Joyu watched as Lu Ming was saved by the reincarnation emperor's burned avatar, and he did not chase after him again, but instead looked at the system's prompts. Right at the moment Lu Ming appeared, he had already discovered the radiant to the core golden destiny on the other party. Moreover, he could clearly sense that the other party had Tan Yi's aura on him. Without guessing, he knew that the other party was definitely a son of Qi. A son of Qi that was no less than the same as Su Chen. Unlike Su Chen, not only was the other party's own strength not bad, his background was equally amazing. Coming from the reincarnation clan, which was the second on the Starry Sky 10,000 clans list, it's true that a son of Qi is just hard to exterminate. I just don't know what kind of golden finger you have to get to this point. Joyu revealed a thoughtful look. The appearance of the other party had already surpassed the scope of the original. To what extent, he was still unclear, but there was no hurry. He left his scent on the other party. Even if the other party escaped, there would be a trail to follow when the time came. Whether it was Tan Yui or the heavenly destiny value on the other party, they were all things that were necessary for Joyu. Phew! Exhaling lightly, Joyu found that his crisis with the great emperor should be over this time. Suddenly, his mind moved and he couldn't help but look toward the distant void. There, an ancient mirror was sweeping out of the broken boundary membrane in a flash. The sky shading mirror? Joyu's pupils shrank. And even though that time was but a split second, it was easily captured. So that's how it is. Taking advantage of this opportunity, wanting to flee the endless starry sky and completely get rid of the seat's control, Joyu's feet stepped, and the Xingzi secret was executed as his body instantly swept into the void. Unfortunately, this seat has been preparing for you for too long, and this time, you won't have a chance to escape. Human Emperor Streamer. Boom! The Human Emperor Streamer pierced through the void and came directly in front of Joyu, transforming into a canopy that enveloped tens of thousands of miles of void. At the same time, the shadows on it steamed, already transcending the realm of an extreme Dao imperial armament. Countless Dao pattern chains pierced through the void, blocking off hundreds of thousands of miles of starry sky in a matter of moments. 3 short moments later, an ancient copper mirror was forced to appear from it. Among them, the voice of resentment from Su Chen was even louder. "Zhou Yu, you have repeatedly gone against me. You simply deserve to die." Hearing the other party's words, a cold smile appeared on Zhou Yu's face, and he slammed out a 3 realms divine fist towards the other party. "Damn you!" Boom! Fist seals rose, worlds evolved, and the 3 realms divine fist collided with the sky shading mirror. The terrifying fluctuations almost shook Su Chen, his face pale. His own cultivation had been drastically depleted, and if he was unable to escape, he was afraid that he would be completely buried here. However, Su Chen was burdened with the Nirvana bloodline of the ancient divine phoenix and was not afraid, knowing that even if he died, he would be able to be reborn in Nirvana. But if that were to happen, one would be trapped within the Xin Huang Great World, and it would be extremely dangerous. It was so that he began to destroy the sky shading mirror to open the sky shading gate, so that he could shuttle away at that time. However, the sky covering gate had just manifested when they saw the human emperor flag shaking in the void, and the countless chains erupted with a hint of immortal might, actually hardening the sky covering gate. Crushed? Su Chen was completely dumbfounded. He had fought against Zhou Yu many times since he possessed the sky shading mirror, and there had never been such a turn of events. Only, before he could maneuver the sky shading mirror, Zhou Yu's dual fists and the human emperor streamer's chains came enveloping one after another. Boom boom boom. The terrifying fluctuations struck the sky shading mirror with constant tremors, almost erupting into thousands of blasts in a single instant. Su Chen was alarmed. He had to detach himself from the sky shading mirror, knowing that if he continued like this, his cultivation would be drained, and he would be a lamb to the slaughter at that time. Swish! He hurriedly rushed out of the sky shading mirror and performed a secret technique to flee towards the distance, while the sky shading mirror erupted its residual might trying to protect Su Chen. Right at this moment, Su Chen jerked his head up, and a humanoid silhouette that was half desolate and half divine elephant seemed to have been waiting for a long time. "Send you on your way." The words fell and the fist arrived. Boom! Endless fluctuations erupted, completely annihilating this piece of emptiness. Chapter 101, There's No Escape. Su Chen, you and I meet again. Zhou Yu did not hold back the slightest bit with this punch, blowing out several of the surrounding stars, and Su Chen's body was even completely annihilated into nothingness under the ravages of this Dao pattern. He died, once again being killed by Zhou Yu. Patriarch Zhou, this son has the bloodline of an ancient divine phoenix, and it's not like you don't know about the last Nirvana. The Red Dust Empress frowned. You should have imprisoned his divine soul just now and forced him to ask for the location of his Nirvana coordinates, so that you could kill him once and for all. Oh, do you think he'll tell me? Zhou Yu smiled and asked rhetorically. The Red Dust Empress expression stagnated and she shook her head slightly. Indeed, if she had this secret method of Nirvana rebirth, she would definitely not tell the other party where she would be reborn until she died. Nirvana 9 times. Are you going to keep chasing him 9 times? Worry surfaced on the Red Dust Empress's face. With this son's chi, maybe after 3 more times, you won't be able to exterminate him. After 3 times, with Su Chen's fortune, he might be able to directly break through the law realm and become a law saint. Once one stepped into the law realm, there would be an incomparably huge increase in the destruction of the sky shading mirror. At that time, even if he could not defeat Zhou Yu, it would be as easy as a slap in the face to escape. The Red Dust Empress was not a person who was indecisive. Quite the contrary. She felt that doing so was laying hidden dangers for Zhou Yu. However, regarding her anxiety, Zhou Yu did not have half a care on his face, and even kept a smile on the corner of his mouth, only to see him raise his hand and wave it, grasping the human emperor streamer in his hand, and then a talisman flashing with bizarre runes appeared in front of him. The boundary-breaking talisman. Your guardian boundary membrane is fully repaired. After giving an explanation, he directly excited the boundary-breaking talisman in his hand. Buzz! In an instant, a boundary-breaking force wrapped it completely, and the Red Dust Empress transmitted divine thoughts from the human emperor streamer. Where are you going with this? End it all. Zhou Yu calmly watched as the boundary-breaking talisman wrapped itself around him. How could this seat make the same mistake a second time? Let's go. We'll give Su Chen a big gift here. Buzz! The void trembled as Zhou Yu's figure completely disappeared without a trace. At the bottom of Fountainhead Mountain, the little nun Qian carried a bucket of water, still walking slowly towards the mountain as usual. Her figure was petite, and she was carrying the bucket a bit shaky, and there was even doubt above her pretty face. Strange, where did senior compassionate brother go? She whispered softly to herself. On weekdays, she had to encounter similar things every time she came out to head to the fountain to fight the fountain. Brother Mercy would always follow and then chatter away. Over time, she had even gotten used to it. But today, She was almost at the fountainhead, and she actually didn't even see the shadow of senior compassionate brother. Suddenly, the little nun Xian stopped and her little nose twitched slightly. Strange, why does it smell like blood? Her face changed. Her own sense of smell had been different and sharp since birth. The smell of this blood is so obvious that something must have happened. No good. Can't it be that something happened to Chensu? She dropped the bucket and searched all the way through, following the smell of blood. And after running wildly for nearly a quarter of a mile, she finally saw a huge pit. In the depths of the giant pit, there was a human figure vaguely emerging. Cultivator Chensu. Karen almost rolled and fell down the outside of the giant pit, crawling over to the figure covered in filth. The moment she saw the silhouette, but her delicate body trembled, and she couldn't stop the fear on her face. Senior compassionate brother. What's wrong with you? Who injured you like this? Senior compassionate brother. Wake up! In front of her was Zhou Qing, who had been decapitated by Su Chen. At this moment, Zhou Jing, all the meridians and bones of his body are broken. The vitality of the body has been exhausted. Only a little bit of the soul remains. Seems to be clinging to something. Buzz! Just as Xian called out, the bit of divine soul seemed to be stimulated and rose up from within his body. Sister! Seeing Zhou Jing's divine soul, senior sister Qian was teary-eyed. Senior brother! Wait! I'll go and hit the fountain of agelessness to help you recover. She was about to get up, but she saw Zhou Qing raise his hand to stop her. It's too late. Zhou Keng shook his head. Elder brother. Who did this to you? It's that Chansu of yours. Zhou Keng explained. What? Chansu? Isn't he dying of life? Elder sister. You've been tricked. He didn't end his days. He was only trying to trick the fountain of agelessness. Even I wasn't a match for him, and was ultimately decapitated by him. How come? Nun Qian only felt that her cognition had been shocked. She had thought that the other party was only a middle-aged man who was about to die, and that he had to endure such pain for the sake of his family, in order to ask for the fountain of youth and solve the family's crisis. All of this, Su Chen had told her, and she had been convinced, but it wasn't until senior compassionate brother fell that she suddenly reacted. If it was really for the sake of the family, how much more than a bucket of fountain of youth had he given him? Why would you stay here and not leave? It was at this moment that Qian finally realized that he had been completely deceived by Su Chen all these days, and the awakening came in exchange for the life of a compassionate brother. I'm sorry, Uhu, senior, it's me. It's Qian's fault that you've been victimized. She fell to her knees, unable to keep the tears from flowing. There is no need to be sad. Life and death have their own destiny. Senior brother just want to tell you, do not believe that Chensu. He is a liar. As the words fell, Zhou Jing's divine soul completely dissipated, leaving only a cold corpse. The little nun Xian was crying. She regretted her actions, but unfortunately she was too weak and had no cultivation to avenge senior brother Xian. Just at this moment, suddenly there were fluctuations coming from under the fountainhead in the distance, allowing the little nun Xian to sense the abnormality. Buzz! A flame burned up from the middle of the dense forest, burning the surroundings into flying ash. When the flames were extinguished, Su Chen's naked and slinky body appeared. Only, his face was a bit pale and his breath was weak. Damn it, I can't believe I didn't escape. Although this nirvana secret method was good, after every nirvana, one would be extremely weak, and even one's cultivation would fall. It needs to be replenished with a lot of resources to be able to recover. He sensed briefly that his original realm of the 6th level of the Void Sky realm had actually fallen to the 1st level. Strongly holding on to his weakness and dispersing his divine thoughts, suddenly Su Chen's face was joyful. It's actually her? Previously, he had obtained quite a few fountains of agelessness from the other party, causing the little nun to have a very favorable impression of herself. Now that he was in such a weak state, if he looked for the past, the other party would definitely come out to help. Thus, Su Chen manifested a tattered garment, and at the same time, rushed towards where the other party was. As long as he recovered for a few moments, he would be able to recall his sky shading mirror, and he would be able to leave this place then. Little Master Qian. Ahem. Help! Help me! The little nun Qian had just climbed out of the giant pit not too far when she saw Su Chen, who had fallen to the ground, calling for help from her. The moment filled with anger and trotted after him. Su Chen thought that the other party had discovered that he was injured and hurriedly said, Little Master, quick, give me some spring water. Help! However, Xian did not give it to him this time. Instead her pretty face was shrouded in icy cold and she questioned loudly, You, why did you kill elder brother? Why did you lie to me? Su Chen froze for a moment, his mind filled with questions. What's going on? It's not the same as what he thought, but immediately afterward, he reacted that it must be the other party who had discovered the death of the bald donkey. At this moment, Su Chen knew that he was afraid that there was no way he could rely on this silly nun. Speak up, Why did you kill my senior brother? In the face of Qian's question, Su Chen's face sank and he did not pay any attention to it. Instead, he sat up on his knees and changed his spells between his hands as he began to call out to the sky shading mirror. Swish! Soon, in the void, a stream of light swept by, transforming into an ancient and mysterious bronze mirror. Seeing this, Su Chen's heart was relieved. With the return of the sky shading mirror, he could at least leave this place first. However, just at the moment when the sky shading mirror was about to fly in front of him, a large white streamer with black smoke suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the void. In an instant, the entire heaven and earth, including the fountainhead, was completely blocked off, and countless soul chains pierced through, completely entangling the sky shading mirror. What? Su Chen's face changed drastically, and immediately afterward, he saw a black-robed Zhou slowly emerge from midair. The other party had his hands behind his back and looked at him from afar, while at the same time, teasing words rang out from his mouth. Su Chen, you and I, we meet again. Chapter 102, Su Chen Falls. First kill reward, must see. Su Chen, you and I, we meet again. This sentence of Zhou Yu's was simply like a bolt from the blue exploding next to Su Chen's ears. He looked at the other party incredulously, and his mouth even exclaimed in shock. You, how did you know I was here? Ha! Zhou Yu looked down at the other party. It's thanks to my unfilial son. If you hadn't made a move to kill him, this seed wouldn't have been able to locate you. Ungrateful son? Su Chen froze for a moment, then reacted violently and looked toward the deep pit where Zhou Qing had fallen. He's your son? There's a reward for guessing correctly. Zhou Yu looked at him coldly. Reward you to death. Buzz. With just a thought from him, a Dao pattern from a quasi-emperor rose up at once, completely sweeping over Su Chen's body. Pust. Without warning, Su Chen's body, which had just been revived, burst into a cloud of blood mist out of nowhere, without even the slightest bit of his divine soul remaining in it. Ding! You seriously injured Su Chen, and plundered the heavenly fate value plus 330,000. Just now, Zhou Yu had already beheaded him once and gained nearly 500,000 heavenly fate values. It wasn't that Su Chen didn't have enough, but his heavenly fate values hadn't grown since the last time he beheaded him. However, Zhou Yu was not in a hurry. This was already the third time, and next, as long as he blocked the place completely and waited for the other party to complete the 9 times of Nirvana and finally exterminate them, he would be able to completely obtain all of their heavenly fate values. This was the first Heaven's Destiny son he had killed, and perhaps, there was an additional reward. The sky shading mirror, which had lost Su Chen's control, stopped trembling in midair and was in a masterless state. Zhou Yu took a glance and then withdrew his gaze. As long as he completely decapitated Su Chen, this immortal artifact would be his own. The sky shading mirror, a means to cover up heavenly chances, would become an important arm for him. During the time he waited for Su Chen to recover, Zhou Yu's eyes looked towards the little nun who had been stunned silly. It was not the first time he had seen the other party. As early as the time he had left his mark on Zhou Qing, he had known of this young girl's existence. Moreover, this young girl, with the radiance of her destiny, was not as flat as her cultivation. Instead, it's a very eye-catching purple hit. In other words, the other party was only one step away from being able to become a true daughter of Qi. What does that mean? It showed that the other party's origin was definitely not that simple. It's interesting to be able to set foot on the fountain so easily, a mortal, without attracting the attention of the evil spirits here. Zhou Yu's eyesight nowadays had long been different, especially after comprehending the realm Dao. There were many that were able to see through the essence at a glance. This young girl's physique was unusual, and it seemed to contain something sealed within it. But it needs to be scrutinized before you can do so. May I ask the monk, are you the father of Brother Mercy? The young girl saw Su Chen being destroyed by Zhou Yu, also heard the conversation between the two, and now that she slowed down, she couldn't help but inquire. Exactly. Zhou Yu looked at her. I'm sorry, Shifu. It's all because I was too stupid to listen to my senior brother's advice, and that's why I've harmed him. Upon hearing this, the little nun Xian immediately fell to her knees and apologized to Zhou Yu repeatedly, and recounted the general process. When she finished speaking, Zhou Yu also finally understood why Zhou Jing died here. In reality, this appeared to be due to the little nun Xian, but it actually had very little to do with her, except that it was because of Zhou Jing's persona that it would constantly attract Su Chen's presence. Of course, Zhou Yu would naturally not let go of this kind of opportunity. If apologizing is useful, why would this seat kill him for revenge? Zhou Yu looked at her indifferently. Since everything started because of you, there has to be an explanation for this seat, Zhou Yu said in a deep voice. Account? The poor nun has no cultivation and no treasures. How can I give an account to the monk? The little nun Xian pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, the poor nun can take the fountain of youth from the mountain, and I can repay you for that if you are willing. He, a mere fountain of agelessness. If this seat wants it, it can be obtained with the wave of a hand. Zhou lost his smile. Then how can the monk accept the poor nun's compensation? The little nun Qian said, you have caused this seat to suffer the loss of a beloved son, so you should compensate for the heir. Zhou stroked his chin. Just recognize me as your righteous father as compensation. Righteous? The little nun Xian froze for a moment, then nodded without hesitation. Good. As long as you can allow the poor nun to continue to stay within the phaseless nunnery to cultivate, the poor nun will be willing to recite sutras and chant Buddha's name for righteous father, accumulating merit and virtue. The young girl's eyes were pure, and her heart was very pious. Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly at the sight. Strange. Such a pure gaze. Why is there no cultivation at all? In his opinion, this little nun was simply a natural-born cultivation seedling, with a pure and red heart. It's impossible to have no cultivation at all. Just as he was puzzled, suddenly a flame rose out of thin air to the side. Zhou inclined his head to look, only to see that an egg with the flickering shadow of a divine phoenix was emerging from the flames, and in the egg, Su Chen was being reborn in nirvana. For the fourth time, the recovery took place. The moment the flame was extinguished, a pale figure was transformed into a stream of light toward the void to disappear. Looking at its direction, certainly toward the mid-air shading mirror rushed. Coming from nirvana, Su Chen naturally knew his current situation, so he wanted to rush inside the sky shading mirror to escape this certain crisis. However, just as his figure swept out, he saw densely packed Dao patterns emerge in the void. Then there was only time to let out a cry of surprise before he was completely annihilated by the Dao lines. Pust. Wordlessly, both his divine soul and physical body crumbled once again. Fourth. Eye. Fifth. No. Sixth. Gone. Seventh. Heart. Eighth. After waiting for the ninth nirvana, Su Chen didn't even run this time. With a face like gold paper, he fell to his knees with great difficulty and kowtowed to Zhou. Don't kill me. I'm willing to take the heavenly Dao oath, to live forever and ever, to serve you. I could be your dog, and the value of being alive definitely outweighs the value of being dead. Amidst the constant extermination, Su Chen had now given up all dignity and was ready to beg for Zhou's mercy. However, Zhou only looked at him indifferently with contempt in his tone. Your worth, this seat, is not needed. Snap, the ringing finger fell, and countless Dao lines rose out of thin air around Su Chen, twisting and grinding. In the end, amidst Su Chen's desperate and incomparable eyes, he was completely exterminated. Ding! You killed the son of fortune, Su Chen, and plundered the heavenly fate value plus 1 million. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first kill of the son of Qi, and obtaining the first kill reward, Supreme VIP 10 consecutive draws. Ding! The host has obtained the certified title of Father of Villains and is free to wear it as he chooses. The series of hints let Zhou know that this time, Su Chen had completely fallen, and after beheading this son of Qi, his harvest was equally explosive. Not only is there a million destiny value, but also to obtain the first kill 10 consecutive draw rewards. This kind of although only the first kill to obtain, but if the draw is good, enough to let him improve again. However, Zhou did not intend to draw any prizes for the time being, and instead, his palm probed out and grabbed towards the sky shading mirror. This sky shading mirror was a mid-grade immortal artifact, Su Chen's greatest reliance. Bar none, it's natural to reap the rewards of this kind. However, just at the moment when Zhou was about to grab the sky shading mirror, a sudden change occurred. Buzz! Ripples suddenly rippled in the void, and a large hand emerged, actually similarly grasping towards that sky shading mirror. Chapter 103 Hidden Great Emperor. Thunderous strike. Against the flow of time. What man? Zhou's mouth exploded as the other party seized the moment very skillfully, right at the time when he had exterminated Su Chen and got carried away. Normally, the human emperor's streamer was locking down the sky shading mirror, and the opponents simply couldn't easily get a hold of it. Now seize this moment and go straight for the jugular. What surprised Zhou was that the other party seemed to have been planning for a long time and had been hiding until now, to be able to leave himself unnoticed. This strength was definitely not an ordinary powerhouse. The Great Emperor? This thought instantly rose in Zhou's mind, causing his heart and soul to vibrate. There were actually two great emperors staring at him at the same time? That's too lucky, isn't it? If that was the case, he had simply encountered a great calamity of life and death on this trip. Between the fluttering of thoughts, Zhou almost destroyed the Xingzi secret to the extreme and grabbed towards the sky shading mirror. Brush! Zhou's palm clenched and grabbed the sky shading mirror as soon as he could. But right at this moment, behind that large hand that was probing out, a voice of extremely cold to cold humming suddenly came from the back of the hand. In an instant, a mysterious Dao pattern rose, and a terrifying and boundless icy cold aura enveloped the entire scene, as if a bitter cold wind from hell was blowing. In just an instant, it completely froze Zhou Yu's palm, and taking advantage of this short moment, that one large hand actually similarly gripped on top of the sky shading mirror. Spread your hands for the Emperor. The icy coldness came with a supreme pressure, and there was even disdain in his tone. At the same time, Zhou Yu's divine thoughts also thoroughly saw the person who had struck. It was a magnificent figure wrapped in black Dao patterns all over, with black hair spread out, emitting an icy cold aura. This icy cold aura was as if it was able to completely devour everything, but instead of being frigid, it was constantly swirling like water. This feeling? The Sea of Nine Secrets? Zhou Yu exclaimed in shock as he sensed a familiar aura that actually came from the Nine Hell Sea. His heart trembled. It couldn't be that there was still a great emperor hidden beneath the Nine Spectral Seas? Humph. This emperor knows your methods, but I'm afraid you only have one of those innate origin sword chi. That's right, the Nine Sephiroth Emperor, who was also a second generation, had secretly observed everything about Zhou Yu from within the void with the power of his own incarnation. He didn't expect that the other party would actually be able to leave the second-generation reincarnation emperor heavily injured. Originally, he had wanted to take advantage of the two defeats so that he could reap the benefits. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yu actually cast the boundary-breaking talisman, and when he chased after him, he found an even more shocking scene. That is, the kid that the other party had exterminated was actually carrying an immortal weapon. That's an immortal weapon. Among the starry sky 10,000 races, this kind of immortal artifact was also so rare that it could be counted on two hands. If he was able to obtain it, he asked himself if it would allow the 9 specters to occupy the top 3 positions when the next list opened. The 10,000-year-old 4 is never going to be the same again. Therefore, as Zhou Yu was getting carried away, he directly struck out. Compared to the reincarnation emperor's arrogance and hubris, although the Nine Hells Emperor also had it, it was even more sinister and vicious. Therefore, with this strike, he directly blocked all of Zhou Yu's movements. Directly, he grabbed the sky shading mirror into his hands. Seeing that his ploy had succeeded, a smile surfaced on the Nine Specters Emperor's face, but not before his smile spread. It was seen that a law suddenly rose above Zhou Yu's head, and an ancient pagoda full of cracks appeared from it. What kind of treasure is this? An imperial soldier? His thoughts had just risen when he saw a light enveloping the pagoda. Feeling bad, the Nine Hells Emperor subconsciously tried to leave. But it was clear that the speed of the light did not seem horrifying, but it was strangely impossible to dodge the slightest bit. Until the moment that light enveloped his body, a bizarre scene appeared. The Nine Sephiroth Emperor watched with a stunned expression as he loosened his grip on the sky shading mirror, and then his body actually fell backward as it did when he struck out. This is the law of time? The great emperor of the Nine Sephiroths exclaimed in astonishment that time and space both had a supreme status among the great Tao. It is said that if you want to realize the law of creation of the chaos origin, the time and space avenues are a must. For great emperors, no one was able to comprehend time and space, not to mention the laws of creation. At best, they can only influence, not control. No one dares to claim control of time. All are subject to it. If it was the first generation, that is, the comprehender of the reincarnation avenue, who was able to resist this kind of reversal of time, it would be basically impossible for a second generation like him. One could only watch his form fall back, if only by a few feet. Click. Zhou Yu's frozen palms thawed, in which the 9 netherworldly winds that were blown began to flow backwards and back, and with that, his palms gained their freedom. With just a thought, swish, the sky shading mirror was directly incorporated into its boundary path. That's right, it was the income, knowing that in order to take this kind of immortal weapon into the body, unless the other party recognized the master, as Su Chen did, one would have to step into the realm of a great emperor, and the void world suppressed by the emperor realm Dao lines would be able to carry the might of the immortal weapon. As for Zhou Yu, who was a quasi-emperor 9 heavens and had yet to break through to the great emperor, he was able to use the world within himself to bring in immortal weapons. This was in addition to the power of the boundary Dao, which was the terror of his fleshly body, which had even surpassed that of the average scarceless great emperor. And at this moment, the 9 Sephiroth's emperor, whose time reversal had ended, was disappointed at the loss of his soon-to-be immortal weapon. Feeling incomparably annoyed, with an explosive shout, he slapped out a palm towards Zhou Yu. Boom! In the void, a sea of 9 ghosts appeared out of thin air, and countless astral winds blew, like a torrent enveloping towards Zhou Yu. He struck out with anger, this time not only to seize the immortal weapon, but also valued the Hongmeng Linglong Pagoda that Zhou Yu was carrying, an immortal artifact capable of controlling the time avenue. Even a true immortal would have to be red-eyed and snatch it up when they saw it. Not to mention him, a great emperor. Buzz! Zhou only felt that this palm was like facing the sea of 9 ghosts, heavy and cold, capable of completely engulfing himself. Seeing this, his figure drew up, and the 2 shadows of the desolate ancient and divine elephant appeared above his head, merging with each other, and then he punched out towards the front. The fist of the gods of the 3 worlds. This time, not only did it fuse the power of the physical body, but it also had the aura of the realm Tao, which was Zhou Yu's strongest divine ability now. Boom click. This fist is like a furious dragon roaring against the current, and the 9 specters see completely collision. This moment is like time and space stop. Countless cracks from the 9 specters see space emergence, like a spider web completely spread. In an instant, it spread most of the way, to completely shatter all of the 9 specters see. In the end, after the 9 netherworlds see managed to crumble nearly 70% of the way, the power of the 3 realms divine fist completely disappeared as well. The remaining sea of 9 specters pressed down, slapping Zhou Yu down heavily from the void. Boom! The fountainhead mountain shook. Countless ancient peaks snapped. Only those 9 peaks of unknown ages remained intact. I'm afraid this is your strongest tactic? The 9 Sephiroth Emperor snorted coldly, his tone carrying confidence and arrogance. He stood tall and looked down on Zhou Yu. Hand over that pagoda as well as the ancient mirror, and this emperor can leave a slave mark for you and let you live. What about not paying? The chi and blood within Zhou Yu's body churned as he looked up at the 9 Sephirotic Great Emperor. Not delivering? Oh! The 9 Sephiroth Emperor lost his smile and suddenly raised his hand once again. Chapter 104 Origin Sword Chi reappears. Surprising a great emperor. The familiar scene reappeared as the giant palm transformed by the sea of 9 Sephiroth slapped down. Your fleshly body is strong, and even though this emperor can't kill you, he can make you suffer eternal torture. The 9 Sephiroth Emperor had a subdued look on his face. At that time, this emperor can wear down all the clansmen of your clan little by little. You will watch them being exterminated. And this emperor will refine a talismanic seal with their divine souls and strike it into your divine soul, causing you to wail and die. As a true great emperor, the 9 Sephiroth's great emperor would not need to go through such trouble if his main body was here. But now that he was incarnated and lurking here, waiting for the opportunity for the node to appear, he could only use this method. In his opinion, Zhou Yu was nothing more than a lamb to be slaughtered. Even if the other party possessed 2 saint bodies, he was just a lamb that was slightly stronger than the other paragon emperors. As long as he was brought back to the 9 sepulchral seas and imprisoned, there were plenty of ways to concoct him. It was an indisputable fact that a true great emperor, even one who had become a great emperor through an alternative method, could crush a prospective emperor. Therefore, the 9 Sephiroth Emperor directly struck out without the slightest hesitation. However, just as that large hand was about to fall, Zhou Yu suddenly tilted his head to look at it, and then raised his hand to similarly slap out. Wow! A bizarre scene appeared. The same 9 specters sea shadow appeared from above his head. Even though it was weaker than the other parties, it was still the 9 specters sea. Fighting word secret? The 9 Hells Emperor couldn't help but frown as he didn't expect Zhou Yu to actually master this kind of secret art. The battle sacred technique, which could evolve the opponent's divine abilities, was especially suitable for saint bodies to use. It's useless. You're not a great emperor after all. The 9 Sephiroth Emperor lifted his hand and pressed, and a stronger might erupted, directly crushing Zhou Yu's divine ability down. Wow! The divine ability of the Sea of 9 Pantheon exploded on its body as countless Tao lines tore the void apart and the mountain peaks turned into nothingness, becoming a dead land. However, this time, Zhou Yu did not use his body to fight hard, but his body was like flowing water that merged into the 9 specters, and he actually shuttled through the avatar and disappeared straight from the spot. The 9 specters bloodline? Impossible. How could you have the 9 specters bloodline? The 9 Hells Emperor exclaimed in shock, looking incredulously at the direction where Zhou Yu had disappeared. Just a moment ago, he actually discovered that Zhou Yu's body had erupted with the aura of the 9 Pantheon bloodline, which had actually merged into his divine ability at the last moment. This was simply unimaginable. His mind kept running, instantly recalling that he had secretly observed the scene of Zhou Yu's battle with the Reincarnation Emperor, and that the other party had also evolved the Reincarnation clan's bloodline. Not waiting for him to come back to his senses from his doubts, Zhou Yu had already stepped on his feet and came to the other party's near front to slam his fist out. The fist of the gods of the 3 worlds. Humph. With the same divine ability, you think you can injure this emperor? The 9 Spectres Emperor smiled coldly. He didn't know how the other party had obtained the 9 Spectres bloodline, but it was simply impossible to deal with himself, even if it was just an incarnation. His Tao lines rose and collided with the 3rd order divine fist, and terrifying fluctuations swept around like waves, cracking the void. However, right in the midst of this turbulence, suddenly a sword light flashed up, instantly chopping out with a gesture that tore through the heavens. Thumbs up. Pust. The body of the 9th emperor trembled as the sword light swept past his left shoulder and chopped out from the right side of his ribs, and half of his body was directly chopped away under the sword chi. Origin sword chi? How do you still have it? The 9th Sephiroth Emperor's face changed drastically as countless 9 Sephiroth Tao patterns flowed, appearing 10,000 miles away like an instantaneous shift. Ha! Who told you that this seat doesn't have any more? Zhou Yu laughed coldly, with a contempt that defied everything in his eyes. He stepped out. His figure was upright and incomparable, revealing an invincible temperament all over his body. Taking steps in the void, he approached towards the other party step by step. Why do you think the seat is letting you stand here? Zhou Yu snorted and laughed. It seems that you are no smarter than that reincarnation emperor. What do you mean? The 9 Hells Emperor looked at Zhou Yu suspiciously, secretly destroying the Tao lines to repair his injured body. Ha! What do you mean? Zhou Yu laughed coldly. Do you think that this seat doesn't know that you're snooping around? Since you have the guts to covet this seat's belongings, then be prepared to stay. With that, he raised his hand once again, and at that moment a terrifying sword chi fluctuation rose up from his body. Origin sword chi? Seeing this scene, the 9 Spectres' great emperor's face changed and immediately turned into a black stream of light and disappeared into the void. He couldn't take it anymore. If he took this sword again, this incarnation of himself would completely collapse. By the time the note appeared, one would have missed the opportunity to become immortal. This must not be allowed. Until the 9th Sepulchre Emperor completely disappeared without a trace. Zhou Yu, who was standing in the void, did not cut out that sword, and instead, that aura on his body began to dissipate. Gone? Zhou Yu whispered softly to himself. What he had just performed was not any origin sword chi at all, but rather an origin sword chi breath that had been engraved through his own great Tao source seed. It was not bad that the great Tao source seed was able to inscribe 9 different blood veins, physiques, but it was unable to inscribe a complete origin sword chi. So Zhou Yu had consumed an inscribing opportunity to simulate the aura of the origin sword chi when he had executed the origin sword chi to sneak attack on the 9 Spectres' great emperor just now. In fact, it did not have much power in itself, and could only be considered a false divine ability that was drawn from a cat. Luckily, it worked well and managed to scare off the 9 Spectres' emperor. However, Zhou Yu knew that it was only temporary for the 9 Hells Emperor to retreat. When he recovered, he would be able to guess that he was just bluffing today. I'm afraid it won't be long before he makes a comeback. Zhou Yu silently opened the system panel. The origin sword chi that he had initially used to deal with the reincarnation emperor had long since been consumed. The sword chi just now was merely a reward he had gained from consuming the supreme 10 consecutive draws for beheading Su Chen. This time, Zhou Yu was lucky enough to obtain 2 origin sword chi at once. Having consumed one just now, the remaining second course was kept as a base card by Zhou Yu. Why didn't they just kill each other? The answer was that even with 2 origin sword chi, Zhou Yu would only be able to exterminate this avatar at most, and the probability of allowing the other party to escape was obviously higher. Therefore, he scared the opponent away as much as possible to buy himself time, and when the opponent came back, he could likewise make the opponent eat another sword strike. At that time, even if the 9th Sephiroth Emperor was no matter how devious and cunning he was, he wouldn't be able to guess whether or not he still had any sword chi left. In this way, one buys more time. At that time, one's chances of breaking through to the Great Emperor would be greater. Once he achieved Great Emperor, he would no longer be afraid of any threats and could completely kill back. 2 chances to carve the Tao seed, 1 origin sword chi, and this is still just a second-generation Great Emperor's incarnation. Zhou Yu's brows were tightly locked. Although he had decapitated Su Chen, the protagonist, and broken the shackles of being a stepping stone, there was an even greater crisis coming. So far, there were already 2 great emperors alone who were thinking about themselves. With this in mind, Zhou Yu first took an inventory of the rewards he had completed from the lottery, and then prepared to go back into seclusion, striving to be able to raise his power as soon as possible. Chapter 105 Tai 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 Soul-Splitting Fruit. Hongyu Immortal Refining Furnace. Between the panic just now, Zhou Yu did not have time to take a closer look, and at this time, he opened the system space and prepared to take a good inventory of his rewards. 2 of the origin sword chi had already consumed one of them, and there was another one hidden within the space. In addition to this, there is also 1 Taishu Split Soul Fruit, 1 ton of congealed body Immortal Soul Jade, X10 Chaos Enlightenment Fruits, and Hongyu Immortal Refining Furnace, Immortal Grade Lower. Together with the 2 origin sword chi, there were a total of 6 out of 10 draws this time. First of all, this Taishu Split Soul Fruit. Zhou Yu will find that this fruit is specifically for the special physique of the spiritual fruit. The role of such spiritual fruit is very powerful. Not only can enhance the power of the soul, more importantly, can be divested of the soul. Why divest? Simply put, it was the existence of one body and 2 souls that could forcibly peel off the other soul with this fruit. such as for some old demons occupying their original bodies and having their gods and souls fused with each other. There's also poor integration of the traveler's original owner's soul, too much resistance from the soul that took over, and many other problems. It is considered a parochial fruit, common to great emperors and below. The second reward, condensed body immortal soul jade, was more than a few notches up in quality from this fruit, but was a type of immortal jade that was claimed to be something that only the immortal realm could possess. There was only one function of this kind of immortal jade, and that was to be able to use it as a basis to remake the physical bodies of those divine souls that had lost their physical bodies. Moreover, the greater the number, the more perfect the remodeled flesh would be, and it would even be able to produce a divine physique. The moment he saw this reward, Zhou Yu had already thought of a candidate. As for the third chaotic enlightenment fruit, he was not unfamiliar with it, only this time he had drawn 10 of them in one go, enough for him to properly enlighten himself about his realm Dao within the Hongmeng Linglong Tower. The last Hongyu refining immortal furnace used for refining weapons was an immortal artifact that surpassed that of an imperial armament, and even though it was only a lower grade immortal artifact, it still far exceeded Zhou Yu's expectations. This is an immortal weapon. What does that mean? It meant that one could refine a true immortal weapon by using the Hongyu refining immortal furnace. Of course, if it was placed on the human emperor streamer, it could greatly shorten the time it took to ascend to an immortal artifact. This was all incredibly important to Zhou Yu at this stage. Finishing understanding the many rewards, Zhou Yu withdrew his thoughts and his eyes looked downwards. Just below the fountainhead, the cultivationless little nun Xian was standing somewhat nervously, looking up at herself, and beside her, there were many traces of the destruction of the slaves of the fountain. Obviously, the fact that the other party was able to remain intact under the aftermath of the many divine abilities was not by chance, but was the result of the destruction of many slaves in exchange. Fountain, little nun? Zhou Yu looked in the direction of the fountainhead and whispered softly to himself. He took a step out and came to the little nun. Elder, that strong man, gone? It was the first time that the little nun Xian had seen such a terrifying aptitude. Just now she almost thought that she was going to die here. But she didn't expect that there would be so many dead slaves from the fountainhead coming over to guard her. What did you call me? Zhou Yu looked at her. Elder Ah? Qian subconsciously said, but suddenly reacted. Her pretty face slightly red. Righteous father. Aha! Zhou Yu nodded slightly, and suddenly a prompt came from within his mind. Ding! Father-daughter link completed. Father of villains in effect. Gain destiny value plus 100. 000. Zhou Yu was not surprised by this tip. This was the effect of the certified title he obtained when he beheaded Su Chen just now. Father of villains, you are already a qualified villain trainer and will gain many effects by wearing this title. Effect 1, the person who establishes a father-son relationship with you will gain a villainous effect boost, with a plus 30% increase in divine fate value, and become a villainous physique, with attraction traits for sons, daughters, of chakra. Effect 2, the father of the villain will be alerted when the children of the villain encounter different stages of the problem. Effect 3, when the villain's child steps on or kills the son, daughter, of the chi, the villain's father also gains the divine destiny value. Effect 4, the person who establishes a relationship will have an increasing loyalty level up to 100. Effect 5, as the father of villains, you are extra sensitive to the sons of chi, and your sensing range is increased tenfold. That's how thick the first kill is. One title, 5 major effects. Almost all of them were related to villains, and after seeing the many effects, Zhou Yu understood that he would become a villain trainer in the future, and that he did not need to treat the children he trained as cannon fodder, but rather turn them into sustainable seedlings. As long as one cultivated more of these villainous sons, when the time came, in the endless starry sky, one would only need to sit at home and be able to harvest a steady stream of heavenly fate values. Sit back and wait to push yourself higher. Zhou Yu did not feel that his breakthrough to the great emperor realm was the end of the line, as could be seen from the rewards given by the mere system lottery. Immortal grade was not even the end of the line. Even the supreme grade Hongmeng Linglong Pagoda would break into that shape. To completely figure out the true secrets of this side of the world, not even immortals were enough. He couldn't die, much less become a stepping stone for the son of Qi. He wants to control everything and transcend time. He's going home. Retracting his thoughts, Zhou Yu's gaze looked towards the skirlish little nun of Qian. How old are you? Zhou Yu asked. 118 years old. The little nun Xian said softly. But master always says I can't grow up, like a little girl. Then why did you come to the fountain? Zhou Yu was able to see that the other party's body it seems to be solidified in its teenage appearance. Or perhaps it is affected by the fountainhead and stays at that stage. I don't know. The little nun Xian shook her head. All I know is that for as long as I can remember, I've only been able to drink the spring water from the fountain of agelessness to maintain my vitality. A voice in my head keeps telling me to keep drinking from this spring so I can grow up. There's a voice? Joyu raised his eyebrows as his eyes swept towards the other party, wanting to see through everything. The little nun Kian did not notice Joyu's gaze, but sighed quietly, but I don't want to just drink spring water. I've tried other foods, but no matter how much I try, I don't feel any flavor. They're obviously so pretty and delicious, but in my mouth they're all just spring water with no flavor. Is there a solution? Joyu had a guess in his mind, and it seemed to be imprinting. No. The little nun Xian shook her head. I've asked my master. And even though my master is so powerful and has tried many pills on me, there's no way. Then why did you join the unseen nunnery? Because it is only when I study Buddhism that I can feel serenity and not crave for external things. And Sifu says that this is cultivating the mind. As long as I cultivate sufficiently, I will be able to be free from the intrusion of external objects and attain great freedom. Yes? Joyu suddenly let out a cold laugh. I'm afraid, even if you cultivate for a long time, it will be very difficult for you to attain great ease. Former, righteous father, what do you mean by this? The little nun Xian felt as if the other party had something in his words. What do you mean? Joyu's eyes locked onto the little nun of Xian, and he suddenly raised his palm to grab it. Steaming is quite good, but it's a pity you met this seat. Come out for me. Chapter 106, Splitting Souls. Buzz. The little nun Xian didn't even expect Joyu to make a sudden move. She was so scared that her heart and mind trembled, and her body couldn't withstand it in a split second, and she couldn't move due to the pressure of the might. However, just as she thought that she was bound to die, she realized that Joyu's erupting Dao lines had surged directly into her body, but it had not caused the slightest damage to itself. Righteous father, you, don't talk, this seat will help you out inside. Joyu's divine thoughts came through, causing the little nun Xian to subconsciously fall silent. Buzz. She only felt a wave of Dao lines surging into the sea of consciousness from the center of her eyebrows, straight into her divine soul. Joyu's divine thoughts then entered it, and at a glance, he saw that in the deepest part of the other party's sea of consciousness, there seemed to be a crystal hidden, with countless chains entwined within the crystal, seemingly blocking it off, and within the crystal was the figure of a nine-tailed white fox. It is rumored that the nine-tailed Skyfox clan, which ranks in the top 30 on the Starry Sky 10,000 clans list, is most adept at borrowing weight to regenerate, and now it seems to be true. Joyu snorted coldly in his heart, before he guessed that the other party had somehow discovered the physique of the little nun Kian and brought her into the fountainhead, borrowing her body with a secret technique to regenerate. As long as you drink the water from the fountain of youth, you will be able to continuously grow your soul, so that your soul will slowly fuse with this physical body, and when the day of complete fusion comes, the other party will be able to completely control this body, and walk freely in the Xianhuang Great World, and the divine soul of the original body, the little nun Xian, would become a sustenance to be completely obliterated. Joyu was able to clearly feel that the title of the father of his own villain was established linking to Xian's divine soul, not the nine-tailed skyfox that was blocked in it. In that case, how could he let someone reap the benefits? Break it for me. Joyu's divine thoughts tumbled and he manipulated the Dao lines into a large hand that grabbed towards the crystal. As long as the other party was removed from the sea of consciousness, the seal in the sea of consciousness of the little nun Xian could be unlocked, and at that time, she would be her true self. However, the moment Joyu's hand was grasped, the nine-tailed heavenly fox that was originally crystal-blocked suddenly opened its eyes. Countless bundled chains actually revived as if they were living things. Fresh, sharp hissing sounds resounded, impacting towards Joyu. Boom click. The little nun Xian only felt like a bolt from the blue in her head, and she directly screamed out in pain and covered her head. Asshole, if you dare to touch my father, you will be destroyed along with her. The nine-tailed skyfox's mouth transmitted divine thoughts. If you don't want her to die, quit. Nine-tailed skyfox, when did you come to my Xianhuang Great World? Joyu's Dao lines rose to protect Qian's sea of consciousness. Do you really think that there is no one in my Xianhuang Great World? Ha ha ha, a lowly world is just a world. If it weren't for those chances, this desolate place wouldn't even get a glance from my father. Seeing Joyu stop moving, the nine-tailed sky fox knew that her ploy had succeeded. The other party cares so much about the faint remnants of this body that they won't kill it in pain. In fact, it had previously hidden in the depths of Xian's sea of consciousness and felt Joyu's exertion on the nine Sephirotic Great Emperor. And those tactics were indeed mind-blowing. She was not a true Great Emperor, but a supreme being from the nine-tailed Skyfox clan, sent here to wait for the right moment, with the purpose of being able to get a piece of the pie when the note appeared. It was not easy to spend thousands of years to finally discover such a natural body that could fit into his borrowed path of rebirth. Therefore, more than 100 years ago, it used a secret technique to directly massacre all the living beings in the city where Qian was born, brought it back to the fountainhead, and left a wisp of his own soul in the depths of the other party's sea of consciousness to self-blockade it. and used the fountainhead to keep growing, so that when it was completely matured, the seal could be broken, and the divine idea could be directly allowed to enter into the host's body. At that time, not only would he or she directly possess the cultivation of a supreme being, but he or she would also be able to obtain the perfect opportunity to impact a great emperor once again. This is the real scheme of the nine-tailed sky fox. Even after seeing Zhou methods, she did not even intend to make a move, instead expecting the other party not to discover her. Obviously, the other side still found out. Fortunately, he was rooted in the other party's sea of consciousness, making the other party throw in the towel, and in the end, he won. My father does not intend to go on a killing spree just yet. If you leave, I can keep her safe and sound. The nine-tailed sky fox began to calculate. Don't worry, once my divine ability is complete, I will be able to remake my body with the help of the fountain of agelessness, and at that time, her body will be returned to her, and won't be damaged in the slightest. Ha, what if I don't? No? The nine-tailed sky fox's divine thought suddenly emitted a violent aura. Fine, then you can try. Nowadays, both of our divine souls have long been linked together. Unless there is an emperor-grade soul-splitting elixir. Otherwise there is no thought of stripping my divine soul. She suddenly let out a sinister laugh. Ha ha ha. This kind of soul-splitting elixir, not to mention this poor countryside place of yours, even amongst the endless stars, it is extremely difficult to harvest. Yes? Zhou nodded his head, seemingly quite agreeing with her thoughts. Then in that case, you had better do as you say. Otherwise, this seat will not let you off. That's natural. My father has always been true to his word. The nine-tailed sky fox's voice was filled with the joy of victory and seemed to be in a good mood. Yes, Zhou nodded. Then with a movement of his divine thoughts, he directly left Qian's sea of consciousness, and just as he opened his eyes, he saw Karen looking up at him with tear-filled, pained eyes. Righteous father, she opened her mouth with difficulty, and just after she said a few words, she was stopped by Zhou raising his hand. Even Zhou didn't give her a chance to speak as he raised his hand and struck out with a Dao pattern, imprisoning her body and opening her mouth. In the next moment, a divine fruit that was draped in chaotic smoke clouds rushed into her mouth as a shadow. The fruit melted in his mouth, and before Qian could feel it carefully, his delicate body suddenly trembled, and the feeling of flowing water went upstream, straight to his head. Buzz! Within the sea of knowledge, calm and wave-free void, suddenly out of nowhere waves, two like the yin and yang tide began to rise, the yang eye-catching blazing, haze bloom, wherever the sea of knowledge will be completely dispersed within the darkness. It was like a brilliant sun emitting blazing light, completely wrapping up Qian's divine soul that was squeezed in the corner. In an instant, Qian's divine soul seemed to have gained strength as it abruptly opened its eyes and looked towards the depths of his sea of consciousness. While in the depths of the sea of consciousness, another gloomy and cold torrent kept circling, completely wrapping the chained and entangled crystal. What's going on? Nine-tailed sky fox in the crystal felt the first time that something was wrong. She subconsciously wanted to struggle, but found that no matter how she struggled, it was just like a mud cow entering the sea, unable to create the slightest ripple. This time, the other party panicked. Asshole, Zhou, is it you? What means have you done to actually dare to block my father? Aren't you afraid that this honored one will die a fish's death? Hysterical roars formed waves within the sea of consciousness, trying to break through everything. However, just as her divine thoughts fell, she heard Zhou's icy words from outside. I don't have the soul-splitting pill, but coincidentally, I have the fruit. Chapter 107, Exterminating the Fountain of Youth. Qian's talent revealed. What? The nine-tailed sky fox let out a cry of surprise, not expecting Zhou to actually have such a fruit. Moreover, the effect of this fruit was extraordinary, and it was actually unable to stop even her supreme being's split soul. Damn it, you can't do this. This honored one has been planning for thousands of years. You, In the midst of the other party's hiss of pain, the large hand formed by the extreme yin breath had already plucked the crystal from the ground. The Taishu split soul fruit, by itself, serves to dominate the split soul, only with the user's manipulation, who can be defined as the main soul. Zhou did not allow the little nun Xian to react just now because he was afraid that the fluctuations in her divine thoughts would be seen by the nine-tailed sky fox. Even though the introduction of the Taishu split soul fruit didn't care about this, he had to be cautious, to the extreme. Feeling the sense of clarity coming from her sea of consciousness, the little nun Xian completely understood that Zhou was not harming her, but was helping her. At this moment, her gratitude towards Zhou was simply incomparable, and she even thoroughly recognized Zhou as her righteous father from the bottom of her heart. Invisibly, Xian felt that his divine soul was beginning to penetrate, as if he was about to have an impulse to have an epiphany. Almost subconsciously, She sat down on the ground with her knees crossed and mouthed the Buddhist scriptures. Joyu raised his eyebrows and looked at Kian with some astonishment. He knew that the other party should have been born with a Buddhist talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have still been discovered by the Wuxiangan when the nine-tailed heavenly fox invaded the Sea of Consciousness and become one of its disciples. But what he didn't expect was that the other party's Buddhist talent seemed to be very powerful, so much so that it had already produced a divine change after completely obtaining his own self-possession. Vaguely, a Buddhist chanting scripture began to rise from within her body, as if it was about to produce a metamorphosis. For more than 100 years, this young girl had been chanting the sutras almost all day long, studying the Dharma, and now that she was free, she had begun to gain the Tao once and for all, and she was thick as thieves. Boom! At that exact moment, the entire Fountainhead Mountain began to shake, and when Joyu raised his eyes to look, he saw that the 9 Fountainhead peaks that looked like pillars of the sky began to shake, with debris collapsing and peaks crumbling. This kind of earth-shattering scene could be clearly felt for 1,000 miles around. Inside the phaseless nunnery, the nunnery master, who was still in seclusion, raised his head violently and looked towards the fountainhead. Amitabha Buddha, what's going on? This strange movement happening on Fountain Mountain? The face of the master of the phaseless nunnery changed, and he hurriedly swept his divine thoughts out, enveloping the entire phaseless nunnery. Where's Kian? Damn! With her floating sink in hand, she took a step out and rushed her figure towards the fountainhead in an instant. Kian was her disciple, and had watched her walk out of the Fountain of Ages unscathed more than 100 years ago. From then on, the nunnery master already knew that the other party's identity was very extraordinary and must be related to the fountainhead. In particular, the other party was able to freely access the Fountain of Agelessness, which gave the Wuxian an opportunity, in a short period of 100 years, Wuxiang Nunnery by virtue of the benefits brought by the Fountain of Youth, directly from the Western Desert, such as the rise of the Barren Land, and jumped to become close to the Laiyin Temple, such as the top power of the Buddhist temple. Even so, under the nourishment of the Fountain of Agelessness, the nunnery master, who was already over 3,000 years old, felt hopeful of impacting the quasi-emperor's fourth heaven. Therefore, the Tiesan disciples naturally became the top priority for her, and indeed for the entire Wuxiang nunnery. Swish! She destroyed her full strength, and in a few breaths she was out of the Wuxiang nunnery, just like looking at the fountainhead in sight. But the master of the phaseless nunnery suddenly stopped in mid-air, and the fear in his eyes could barely be concealed. The fountain, alive? Not bad. The 9 peaks of the Fountainhead Mountains actually began to crumble, in which 9 glistening white and incomparably bright tails emitting a haze of light rose out of them, and underneath the tail was a huge and incomparable fox-shaped ferocious beast that exuded ferocity and terror. 9-tailed skyfox, fresh, an earth-shattering hissing roar resounded across the miles, and this 9-tailed heavenly fox figure caused the master of the phaseless nunnery to nearly flee on the spot. Knowing that Kiran was inside, she forced herself not to run away and continued to observe. A terrifying pressure, like ripples, began to spread, causing the phaseless ancestor, a quasi-emperor triple sky, to be somewhat unable to withstand it, her eyes horrified. This is Emperor Might, in the middle of the Fountain of Youth. It's actually a great emperor? She steeply thought of this possibility, an aged great emperor, who cut himself and became a supreme being, hid in the Fountainhead Mountain, using the fountainhead to attract strong explorers, and all the strongest people who entered it were all beheaded and refined into slaves. But, how was Kian able to walk out of it unharmed and still take the fountain at will? She was a bit puzzled, and just as she was puzzled, the exaggerated 9-tailed skyfox in the void roared once again. Countless mighty energies bloomed, transforming into a roiling Tao pattern that rose up and blasted towards the void. What kind of person? To actually make the Supreme Being go out of his way to reveal himself and directly strike? She was surprised that someone who could be missed by the Supreme Being did not have the slightest chance of surviving, and she did not know whether she should feel honored or saddened for the other party. However, just at the moment when that Tao pattern was about to erupt, a contemptuous cold snort in the void spread over 10,000 miles, and in the next moment, a fist seal rose from beyond the heavens and slammed down. Boom click! The invincible figure of the 9-tailed skyfox shook violently, and was smashed hard into the middle of the mountain range by the fist, almost completely collapsing everything. The master of the phaseless ancestor was dumbfounded, and the thoughts in his mind seemed to have become a mess. Not knowing how to think, she couldn't figure out that within the Xianhuang world, dwelling, how can someone destroy a supreme being with a single punch? It's unbelievable. Just at this moment, that magnificent figure rose up from the void, looking at the 9-tailed heavenly fox that had fallen into the fountainhead from afar. This seats people, are they not for you to move? Indifferent words rang out as Joyu raised his hand and slammed out a fist, the 3 realms divine fist. The world-like fist seal fell, smashing this heavenly fox supreme being into a series of screams. Zhou Yu was struggling to support himself under the 30% incarnation of the great emperor, a supreme being, and if he couldn't manage it, then he wouldn't have to face any other crises. Swish! He opened his hand wide and the human emperor streamer rose from it. Black smoke rose from Cuckoo and the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling resounded continuously. Then the soul chains pierced through and directly inserted into the nine-tailed skyfox's body. Ah! The nine-tailed skyfox screamed miserably, and its huge figure shrank, transforming into a woman's figure with 9 tails. Only, her face was creased and old. Obviously she had not much life left and was about to fall. Don't kill me. I'm a supreme being. I can be your slave. I know a lot of things and can serve you well. This supreme being felt the terrifying aura in the human emperor's streamer and knew that he was in a life and death crisis, and started begging for mercy. However, Zhou Yu suddenly laughed. You're all saying the same thing. If you're all like this, then how much can this seat fit around it? As the words fell, countless chains pierced through, completely pulling and dragging out the nine-tailed skyfox's divine soul. Chapter 108, The Thousand-Handed Goddess of Mercy. A divine soul that was entirely the nine-tailed skyfox's silhouette was completely yanked out and sent into the human emperor's streamer to disappear. After Zhou Yu had done all of this, he glanced remotely towards the distant void, where a paragon emperor was hiding there. It was only that it was a critical time for the little girl Xian, and it was inconvenient for him to leave. As for the identity of the other party, Zhou Yu guessed it with just a slight sense. The fact that the phaseless ancestral temple was able to grow to such an extent in a short period of time. I'm afraid that it has something to do with the fountain of agelessness, doesn't it? Zhou Yu slightly raised his hand, and Dao lines swept through the void, and then a fountainhead was drawn directly in front of him, and he waved his hand to put it away. This fountain of agelessness, said to be ageless, was in fact only from the nine-tailed skyfox, a supreme being who had refined the life juice with the essence of his own flesh and blood. It was originally prepared for Xian, the doppelganger, only that it was resolved by Zhou Yu before Xian could finish his drink. Buzz! Suddenly a low humming sound rang out, and Zhou Yu inclined his head to look, only to see that the Buddha's light on Xian's body began to rise, as if a Buddha's shadow was about to be born. And at this moment, the aura of the Qian girl, who was originally sitting cross-legged, actually began to climb at a bizarre speed. Flesh and blood realm 1st, 5th, and 9th grade, Shenzong realm, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Boom! When its 5 divine deposits were completely opened, endless Buddhist light suddenly blossomed, as if heaven and earth were roaring. Born with a Buddha's heart and supreme Buddha's bones? From afar, the master of the no-phase nunnery who saw the scene was almost shocked into complete disorientation. This is Qian? Her mouth was filled with the color of incredulity. At first she had ulterior motives, but she could also see that the other party had some talent for Buddhism together. But how could she not expect that the other party's talent was actually so exaggerated? Possessing a Buddha's heart was already considered heaven-defying, and to my surprise, I was actually born with a Buddha's bone. This kind of existence, if it could grow up, it would almost 100% be able to touch the quasi-emperor realm, and could even be called invincible in the same generation. 100 years of accumulation, thick and thin. If she is able to step into the heavenly palace realm, I wonder what kind of heavenly palace holy statue she will condense. As soon as the words of the master of the phaseless nunnery fell, he saw the little nun Xian suddenly converge inwardly with the light of her divine reserve, and countless yuan qi tumbled in the void, as if it were a heavenly river reeling backward being pulled by it. The divine reserve feeds back and the yuan qi becomes a sea? She's going to break through. Boom! There was a loud bang inside Xian's body, and the Dantian Qi Sea was opened up directly, and began to surge as the Yuan Qi surged. Zhou Yu watched from the sidelines, and suddenly raised his hand and waved it, and the fountain of youth that he had previously collected emerged out of thin air, like a pool of water that completely wrapped Qian. Buzz! The fountain of agelessness came from the blood and flesh essence of the supreme physique, containing a simply massive amount of vital energy. In an instant, not only was the sea of Qi within Xian's body surging and expanding, but even at its center, golden light shone and countless Buddhist runes rose, seemingly brewing a powerful being. Heavenly Palace. She's going to break through the Heavenly Palace? My God! The master of the no-phase nunnery exclaimed in shock. She had never seen anyone who could achieve the Tao in one go and step into the existence of the Heavenly Palace realm in a single leap directly from a mortal body. This is a half-step powerhouse. Just as it exclaimed, it only saw countless golden lights erupting within its body. The entire Qi Sea could not withstand it, and in the next moment, the golden light soared, overflowing from the Qi Sea, and began to climb along the spine of the great dragon. Divine Bridge 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 9, straight to the realm of the Heavenly Palace. Buzz! Only to see Qian suddenly open his eyes. At the same time, countless auspicious clouds rose above his head, and a huge lotus platform appeared. On top of the lotus platform, a compassionate figure holding a jade purification vase, pinching the Buddha's seal, and clad in snow-white robes appeared. Countless Buddha lights shone like a haze shining in all directions, setting off this Buddhist bodhisattva. Before the unseen ancestor could cry out in alarm, behind this bodhisattva, an arm pinching a Buddhist seal began to rise continuously. 10, 100, 300, 500. A full 1,000 arms were like a canopy covering the void. Seeing this scene, the master of the phaseless ancestor couldn't even close his mouth. 1,000 hands. The phaseless ancestor only knew that once. In the endless starry sky, there was a supreme Buddha within the country who had heard that there were supreme Buddhas in the world who had experienced 1,000 sufferings and 10,000 baptisms, and were able to testify to the 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes goddess of mercy Bodhisattva vastly perfect and unobstructed great compassion Learning Sutra. Those who testify to this sutra can obtain 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. 1,000 hands to protect all sentient beings in the world, and 1,000 eyes to view all the world's afflictions. This is the supreme Buddha icon, the posture of becoming an emperor. How many Buddhist practitioners have devoted their entire lives to trying to obtain it without being able to? But now, Xian was born with such icons after just one day of enlightenment, which is a clear indication of its terror. Even she was like this, and Zhou looked even more genuinely from the sidelines. Although he didn't understand Buddhism, he was able to see from this heavenly palace icon that the other party's Buddhist cultivation was extraordinary. With such talent, it seems a bit aggravating to be in the Wu Xiang nunnery in Thundersound Temple. Zhou whispered softly to himself. He knew that in the endless stars, there was a supreme Buddhist country that specialized in Buddhism. If it was possible, he would be able to send him there for cultivation. Staying by his side, he, the righteous father who did not know Buddhism, could not teach anything, and it was really a bit of a waste. After this heavenly palace sacred image stabilized and the little nun Xian completely stayed in the first heaven, finally this enlightenment was declared over. Qian, kowtow to your righteous father for protecting you. Opening her eyes, Kiran's first glance was towards Zhou. Kneel down and bow down. She knew very well that without Zhou's protection, she would have lost any chance of having an epiphany when the nine-tailed skyfox proper appeared just now. There's no need to thank me. Since you called me a righteous father, this seat will naturally protect you. Swish. In the distance, the phaseless ancestor suddenly swept in, revealing motherly eyes and calling out from his mouth. Honor, I'm the master. She originally did not want to appear in front of a powerful person like Zhou, but the talent Xian displayed was just too demonic. If he was able to stay in the phaseless nunnery, it would not be impossible for the phaseless nunnery to be able to strike the number one power in the Xin Huang Great World in the future. This is the posture of becoming an emperor. Plus, after all, she was the other party's master, and over the past 100 years, she herself had taken care of Qian, which was why she came over to recognize her family with a stiff upper lip. Humph, you're a good master, but you don't know when one of your disciples is dead or lost? Zhou snorted coldly, his words carrying ice coldness. Greetings to the realm lord. The poor nun has been in seclusion and has been negligent to her disciples, so I ask for the realm lord's forgiveness. Upon hearing of the death, the heart of the unseen ancestor jumped, but at a time like this, she could only harden her heart. This time, the poor nuns have come to take back Xian so that they can make up for their previous omission. With that said, she did her best to give Qian a gentle smile. Qian, why don't you go back with master? As soon as the words left his mouth, Xian looked at the unseen ancestor but shook his head slightly. Amit Ba Buddha. Master, the late generation is no longer your disciple. Chapter 109 Exterminating the No-Phase Nunnery. Red Dust Empress calls dad. What? Master Wu Xiangan did not expect Xian to actually say such words. Immediately his face changed and he continued. Qian, where are you starting from? Master has been taking good care of you since I brought you back 100 years ago, and you're chilling master's heart by doing this. No. Xian shook her head slightly. It is the nun who has chilled my heart is the one who has chilled my heart. The kindness of the nun's care has been repaid by the disciple with the fountain of agelessness. After a pause, she said seriously, since the disciple's enlightenment, he has been able to see a lot. She pointed to her own eyes, and this instantly made the unseen ancestor react, suddenly letting out a bitter laugh. Thousands of hands and thousands of eyes can observe the hearts of people. The poor nun forgot about this. Xian did not say anything. She had already understood since her enlightenment just now, under her mind and body, that this 100 years of time, the master who had allowed her to recognize herself as her closest relative, was actually just to allow her to harvest the fountain of agelessness. Even more, the entire elder disciples up and down the No-Phase nunnery had always thought of themselves as a tool for obtaining the fountain of agelessness. Before, her mind was affected by the nine-tailed sky fox and she couldn't see through it. but now that she had realized the thousand hands and thousand eyes, she naturally knew everything. Throughout the entire Wuxiang nunnery, only senior compassionate brother was true to her. Unfortunately, the senior brother is dead. Righteous father, the death of my senior brother is all because of me. I implore you to let Cian recite sutras for him for 3 years as a means of transcending his fate. As you wish. Zhou raised his hand and collected Zhou Prime's corpse along with Qian, slashed open the void Dao ripples and sent it on top of the void warship, ready to be sent back to the clanland. Only after watching the void warship go far away did Zhou retract his gaze and look at the phaseless ancestor in front of him. The phaseless ancestor seemed to notice Zhou eyes and explained in succession. Boundary Master, forgive. Forgive, poor nun really do not know that he is your son. If so, will not let him alone. The human emperor's streamer shook, and the chains pierced through the body of the phaseless ancestor, pulling his divine soul out with one hand. From the beginning to the end, Zhou did not even glance at him, and with a single movement of his feet, he crossed the void and arrived over the phaseless nunnery. If he dies, but he is my son after all, and for you, as a master, to take poor care of him is a sin. As for the price, except for you, take the Mukuan to be buried with you. Buzz. The human emperor's streamer that covered the sky with black smoke opened up in the sky above the Wuxiang nunnery, and the next thing that happened was countless screams of misery and despair rising up. By the time Zhou left, there would no longer be the name of the phaseless nunnery in the Xianhuang Great World. At the same time, outside the Xianhuang Great World, on top of a dead star in the endless starry sky, a magnificent and incomparable figure with a reincarnation disc emerging behind it was looking at the boundary membrane of the Xianhuang Great World from afar. Old ancestor, this Zhou actually has origin sword chi. We absolutely cannot just let it go. Beside him, Lu Ming said rather indignantly, it's absolutely impossible for his origin sword chi to be numerous. If we don't eliminate it, where is the face of my reincarnation clan? He didn't care about face, what he cared about was the chance inside. Only the Zhou's existence made it impossible for this chance to reach him at all. So one could only count on this second-generation great emperor's reincarnated ancestor. Just now, another of his origin sword chi nearly destroyed the incarnation of the 9 Sephirotic great emperor. The reincarnation emperor's words caused Lu Ming's face to change and he exclaimed in shock. What? He still has sword energy? This kind of origin sword chi is the beginning of heaven and earth, the origin derived from a wisp of escape, rare and rare, once consumed completely dispersed in the void, return to the origin. He really couldn't figure out what was wrong with the other side so much. Can it be that he is the incarnation of the sword Dao origin? Who knows if he still has sword energy? The reincarnation emperor said in a deep voice, to even be able to possess immortal matter, this Zhou is indeed not simple. Let's go. I'm afraid that the inheritance of the reincarnation heavenly scripture is not meant to be with you. Go, old ancestor, we're just going to let it go? Lu Ming was unwilling in his heart. Since his rise to power, he had never been so humiliated. Or what? The reincarnation emperor glanced at him. In less than 100 years, the Starry Sky 10,000 races ranking will open up the rewards once again, and at this moment, if this emperor consumes too much, when that time comes, it will affect the rankings, and your rewards will be just as scarce. You already possess the reincarnation heavenly scripture, and with your talent, you'll be able to grow by slowly comprehending it, but the only thing that's missing is the initiation of a generation of great emperors. If you are truly confident and walk out on a path of reincarnation of your own, it wouldn't be a bad thing. After the list is over, we don't need to make a move. There will naturally be people from the 9 Spectres clan to play a front role, and at that time, we can just sit back and reap the benefits. As the words fell, he waved his palm and brought Lu Ming to step through the starry sky, quickly going far away. Zhou, this emperor remembers you. Immortal substance is poison, but if it is refined, it will also become this emperor's arm. The reincarnation emperor's whisper rang out. Wait until the next time this emperor comes, and you'll know the price of disobeying this emperor. Red dust. This time it was thanks to your help that we were able to resolve this crisis. After destroying the phaseless nunnery, Zhou's divine thoughts probed into the human emperor's streamer to find the Red Dust Empress. Now that Su Chen is dead, what are your plans? Intended? The Red Dust Empress was slightly lost in thought. She had been refining the human emperor's streamer before just to restrict the sky shading mirror. Now that Su Chen was dead and the sky shading mirror had fallen into Zhou's hands, it had in turn caused her to lose her motivation. What else is planned? She smiled to herself. I'll just have to stay in here and work for you honestly. It wasn't that she hadn't thought of leaving, only that the environment within this human emperor's streamer was indeed of great benefit to her divine soul, and coupled with the pills that Zhou had given her, if she were to leave this place, she really didn't know where else she could find this kind of shelter. Ha! Zhou smiled faintly. Hasn't it ever occurred to you to remake your physical body? Remodeling the flesh? The Red Dust Empress suddenly snorted and laughed. Do you know how costly it is to remake a fleshly body? I have looked through the canonical books, and the materials needed for a physical body that can carry a great emperor's imperial soul are all immortal. At least is also immortal Tears red gold that level of material. And, not a star. And even have to refine hundreds of years cannot guarantee the slightest error. Not to mention refining. It is not even known if these materials can be harvested in an exhaustive lifetime. So how could one possibly dare to hope for it? Well, Zhou Yu was a bit dumbfounded. He thought he had enough materials, but he didn't expect to have to go through so much trouble. Is there any way to make it easier? Simple? The Red Dust Empress said without thinking. Yes. It is rumored that there is an immortal material in the immortal realm called the body-condensing immortal soul jade, which not only condenses the body and shapes the body, but also carries all kinds of souls of immortals and below, keeping them in a perfect fit. It even gives birth to a divine alien physique. However, this kind of immortal material was very rare even in the immortal realm, and even just a fist-sized piece was enough to make an immortal go crazy. And what I need to condense my body is at least a piece the size of a human head, along with other materials to make it work. Saying this, she couldn't help but give Zhou Yu a blank look. If you can take out such a big piece, not to mention helping you with your work, you can even call your father. Such a big piece, that I don't have. Zhou Yu sniffed and gestured, but immediately afterward, his words changed. But I picked up a piece that's about right. Do you think it'll be enough? Chapter 110, Female Emperor's Condensed Body. Pressure steepens. Patriarch Zhou. You are joking. How can anyone pick up such a big piece? When the Red Dust Empress spoke, she only felt that Zhou Yu was deliberately poking fun at her and did not take it seriously. But in the end, after watching Zhou Yu waving his hand and taking out a ton of condensed body immortal soul jade, the entire person instantly changed tone. Where did you get that? Red Dust Empress almost instantly rushed to more than one person high like a small mountain in front of the condensed immortal soul jade, feeling which exudes nourishing the soul of the dazzling immortal mist. She almost groaned out. Picked it up, Zhou Yu earnestly said. I was just walking and found such a big piece by the side of the road. I saw that it should be something good, so I just took it back. Zhou Yu pondered for a moment. I didn't expect that. It's actually that what's his name jade. It just so happens that you're able to put it to use. I don't know if these are enough. Enough. Definitely enough. Red Dust Empress Company. Chapter 111, Layout of the Immortals. Strenuous training in the tower. With his mind made up, Zhou Yu moved his thoughts and directly took out the two immortal hands that were suppressed within the human emperor's flag. Swish! The immortal hand that had lost its chain bindings, almost instinctively, was about to break through the air. With just a flash, he tore through the void and disappeared into the turbulence. Ha 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 ha. Free, foolish being, you have no idea where we come from. How dare you be so careless? Arrogant words came from the palm full of scales. Even if a great emperor is in front of us, there's no way to stop us from escaping. Not bad. We'll remember you. When we devour enough living beings and take human form, we'll come to settle the score with you, and at that time, it'll be your time to die. Seeing that the two immortal hands were about to flee, Zhou Yu did not have the slightest surprise on his face, but instead opened his mouth indifferently and spat out a single word. Refine. Buzz. A three-legged god emanating infinite golden light, like a great burning sun. Chapter 112, The Nine Sephiroth's Great Emperor Revisited. A slash in the clan lands. This black stream of light was no one else but the incarnation of the Nine Spectres' Great Emperor, who was recovering in the depths of the Nine Spectres Sea. In addition to healing his wounds, he had been thinking about it all this march, and finally suddenly reacted. Zhou Yu could not necessarily have too much origin sword chi on his body. If that was the case, he would not have let his incarnation leave in the first place, but would have directly made a move to give himself a fatal blow. Once the incarnation was destroyed, the plan that the Nine Spectres had laid out for the node here would simply come to naught, and because of this, the Nine Spectres' Great Emperor didn't think much about it, but instead left in a hurry to flee. Now that he had repaired his incarnation and returned once again, he was bound to decimate Zhou Yu. Humph. Today this emperor will let you know what true despair is. He let out a cold snort as his figure quickly rushed towards the eastern lands. In fact, what could make the Nine Sepulchre Emperor so anxious was not Zhou Yu's origin sword chi vendetta, but most importantly, it was the fact that he had the Chapter 113, The Three Realms Are Like Swords. This blade light rose very abruptly, like a silver-white bright line that crossed from underneath the night dome. In an instant, everything was lit up, and that seemingly plain and uninteresting blade of light didn't even have half of a Tao pattern floating around it. Only those whose divine thoughts were strong enough to be above the level of a saint were able to discover that there was a vague shadow in the midst of that blade light, and that shadow was not a humanoid figure, but rather an ever-changing scene. There are mountains, water, sky, earth, beings, joy, anger, sadness, spring, summer, fall and winter, and even more 3 worlds. The 3 realms condense a blade. A soft whisper resounded from Joyu's mouth. The words fell, and the sword arrived. The blade light swept out. The sea of the 9 specters that was filled with Taoist lines was actually chopped out of a gap. And taking advantage of this opportunity, the Ji Yuyi shadow among them flickered, and rushed out like the 9 specters' underworld phoenix. My lord! Chapter 114, The Might of the Sky Shading Mirror. Buzz. As Joyu spoke, the Tao lines around his body rose. Only, this time, it was not himself who struck out, but the ancient copper mirror above his head, the sky shading mirror. Swish! Countless Tao lines erupted in the huge copper mirror, an obscure and incomparable aura spreading out that obscured heaven and earth, and many lines that were even more powerful than the Emperor's lines flowed, transforming into ripples spreading out in the void. At this moment, the incarnation of the 9 sepulchral emperors that had already disappeared into the void turbulence suddenly felt that everything around him seemed to be completely confined, and without hesitation, he slapped out his palm, and the countless Tao lines transformed into the 9 sepulchral seas that completely annihilated the surrounding void. Ha ha ha, a mere quasi-emperor, with an empty immortal weapon will never try to stop this emperor. The 9 Sephiroth emperor laughed out loud as his figure broke through the air once again, but before he could go far away, he directly saw countless Tao patterns flowing in the void, once again blocking it like a cage. Drive me! The 9 Sephiroth emperor snorted coldly, and similarly slapped out a palm, and in an instant, the void shattered, and whatever Tao patterns, whatever ripples, and confinement, all of them did not have the slightest effect, and directly collapsed. This time, he didn't even bother to say anything and directly transformed into a gloomy stream of light like the Sea of 9 Hells and vanished towards the distance. He was destroying his full power, and with this thought, he was able to penetrate 10,000 miles of emptiness. But this time, when he emerged from the void, he found that there were actually countless Tao patterns flowing up around him once again, turning into a cage. Damn it! This emperor doesn't believe that you can have much power to expend. Open! The 9 Sephiroth emperor struck out with several attacks in succession, once again completely shattering the Tao pattern, and his figure once again left, but not long after, another Tao pattern flowed, completely blocking him off. On the other side, many of the Zhou clan's powerhouses watched with shocked faces as the incarnation of the 9 Hells emperor, like a madman, kept striking out into the void. The countless might of each strike was actually completely swallowed and absorbed by that ancient mirror in midair, and that 9 Spectre's great emperor was as if he was trapped in place, still continuously striking out blow after blow. This is Patriarch Zhou's means? My heavens, to be able to trap even the avatar of a great emperor. This kind of strength is simply indescribable. It's not the Patriarch, but the ancient mirror that the Patriarch controls, which is said to come from Su Chen. I didn't expect that it would actually be able to play such a big role among the Patriarchs. I remember that Su Chen only knows how to use this to escape. He doesn't even know the power of a divine soldier. If you ask me, Patriarch Zhou is the real man of fortune. That Su Chen is just a passing visitor, just to deliver a divine soldier to the Patriarch. Good. That's it. The Zhou clan and the others were talking, and only Zhou Yu looked with a slight frown on his brow at the incarnation of the 9 Pantheon Emperor that was trapped by the sky shading mirror in the middle of the sky. This heaven shading mirror. He only learned through this period of time after refining. The other party was able to blind the sky is only one of the uses. The reason why Su Chen was unable to utilize the full power of the sky shading mirror before was because his own realm was too low to destroy the sky shading mirror. The means in front of him that made it impossible for the incarnation of the 9 Sepulchre Emperor to disengage was the illusionary formation formed by Zhou Yu with the destruction of the sky shading mirror, which was able to conceal the great emperor's divine thoughts from being detected. This kind of means, even a great emperor-level powerhouse like the 9 Spectres Emperor was unable to discern it, which showed the horror of the sky shading mirror. Of course, it was not that Zhou Yu had not thought of directly killing this great emperor's incarnation, but he had to admit that even though he had already comprehended quite a bit of the boundary Tao, he was still unable to easily exterminate the great emperor's incarnation. If one wanted to wear it down, one could only trap the other party through this illusion, wait until the other party's power was exhausted, and then continuously wear it down with imperial soldiers in order to make the incarnation completely die out. In this way, he would be able to save that one origin sword chi of his own for a rainy day. Patriarch, you refined it to such an extent so quickly? The Red Dust Empress appeared with the same shock on her face. She remembered that Zhou Yu had only been in seclusion for 3 months or so, but he was actually able to refine the sky shading mirror to such a level that it was simply terrifying. I'm only at 30% control right now. Zhou Yu did not hide anything from the Red Dust Empress, and it's still with the assistance of the Hongmeng Linglong Pagoda. The further back you go, the more difficult it will be to refine. Zhou did not know why that Su Chen had allowed the sky shading mirror to recognize its owner in such a manner. If there was no active recognition, how could the other party be able to destroy the sky shading mirror at such a cultivation level? Moreover, he was able to feel that the sky shading mirror itself had already given birth to an artifact spirit, only that this artifact spirit didn't seem to be perfect. It just had an instinctive resistance to itself and an instinctive closeness to Su Chen. Otherwise, if he waited for this artifact spirit to grow up completely, it would really be a bit difficult for him to refine it. Thankfully, Su Chen died, and although the artifact spirit resisted, it did not completely block his refining. Zhou Yu believed that the moment he completely refined it, he would know the hidden secrets of the artifact spirit, and would even be able to discover the real reason why it chose Su Chen. The 9 Spectre Emperor, and the Reincarnation Emperor before him, all seem to say that our Xianhuang Great World is a special place. Zhou Yu did not continue to talk more on the sky shading mirror, but asked, "Do you have a way to be able to get some hidden secrets about the Xianhuang Great World from above this incarnation?" As an ordinary world that ranked low amongst the starry sky races, Zhou Yu did not believe that such a place in the district would actually have the shadows of so many great emperors, and even have the many backstabs of the starry sky races. The 5 forbidden zones of life. 3 of them are very strange. The remaining 2, although Zhou Yu did not travel to, but also guessed. Measurement. Someone is definitely laying the groundwork for this. He asked himself how hard it was to break free from the shackles of his villainous destiny, but he didn't want to fall into an inexplicable reckoning just like that, or even become a pawn of the big man. Even if you have to be the one who plays the game. It's true that there was no way to do it before, but now that we have the Hangyu Immortal Refining Furnace, we might be able to try and refine the divine soul images out of its incarnation. The Red Dust Empress pondered. Even though this is only an avatar, it must contain the remnants of the 9 Pale Emperor's main body in flesh and blood, so by sacrificing it in the Hangyu Refining Immortal Furnace, we might be able to extract it. Okay, how long will it take? Zhou Yu asked. It depends on how well this divine soul of the 9 Sepulchre Emperor resists, but in a year at most, we should be able to know. The Red Dust Empress gave a relatively conservative answer. Yes, a year was not a long time for Zhou Yu. He could enlighten himself while consuming the 9 Sephiroth Emperor's incarnation. Next, things became stable, and Zhou Yu was comprehending within the Hongmeng Linglong Pagoda while manipulating the sky shading mirror to consume the 9 Pale Emperor's incarnation. The 9 Hells Emperor naturally discovered that he was trapped within it as well. But naturally, he was only an incarnation, and no matter how much he clashed, he couldn't escape the heaven shading mirror's shroud. But on the contrary, his original body, not desiring to give up this incarnation, could only struggle. Time rotated, and just half a year later, happy news came from the Hangyu Immortal Refining Furnace. Chapter 115 Xian Huang. There are immortals. Boom! Right below the incarnation of the 9 Sepulchre Emperor, a furnace that emanated a bright golden light all over, like a great sun in the sky, was blazing. The golden flames rising from it seemed to be able to completely refine everything. The incarnation of the 9 Sephiroth Emperor on it was shriveling under this refining, and its own divine mind was so unaware of it that it continued to resist. You can't kill this emperor, even if it's just an incarnation. Ha ha ha, Zhou Yu, it's only 10 years. When the time comes and the main body arrives in person, it will be your time to die. Buzz. Suddenly the Hangyu Refining Immortal Furnace let out a vibration, and it seemed that countless fluctuations erupted out of it to form a haze. Seeing this, the Red Dust Empress suddenly raised her eyes, her jade hand striking out spells one after another, completely receiving the countless haze lights down. In this year, she had continuously refined the Hangyu Refining Immortal Furnace, and her level of control had simply skyrocketed. More importantly, the whole body flesh that her body condensing immortal soul jade had condensed not only allowed her cultivation to be recovering, but even gave birth to a divine physique. The innate refining sacred body, getting the resonance of the Tao of heaven and earth's artifacts. He had an extremely strong potential for refining artifacts, coupled with the Red Dust Empress's accumulation of many years. She was simply at ease with the control of the Hangyu Immortal Refining Furnace. After converging the many haze lights, the Red Dust Empress showed a joyful expression and hurriedly looked towards the ancient broken pagoda that towered in the distance. Zhou Yu was in the middle of his seclusion in it, and as she passed a divine thought over, she soon saw the tower gently shaking, and a figure appeared out of thin air in front of her. Any news? In just 1 year's time, Red Dust's beautiful eyes couldn't help but flow over Zhou Yu. She felt that the other party seemed to have become even more ethereal, with a mysterious shrouded aura that was simply impossible to detect. She was certain that it had nothing to do with the sky shading mirror. It was entirely the aura emanating from the other party herself. A quasi-emperor actually made the great emperor somewhat impervious, which caused Red Dust to become somewhat alarmed. But she pressed on and said in a hushed voice, "There is indeed some gain. you see. With that, she raised her hand and made a stroke, and immediately the void in front of her trembled like ripples, and an illusory image appeared from it. It seemed to come from the thoughts of the 9 sepulchral emperors talking with other powerful people, and those figures seemed to be unable to see, but they were able to vaguely hear the words spoken. As Joyu gazed and listened, he could not help but raise an eyebrow, and within his eyes, he revealed astonishment. The words were very scattered and mutilated, but he heard from them some key words that, when combined, were Xian Huang. There are immortals. There are immortals in Xian Huang? Joyu frowned. How is that possible? If there really are immortals, why would they come to Xian Huang? Shouldn't it be heading directly to the immortal realm? I'm not sure about that. And this incarnation guards such secrets so heavily that even with the Hangyu refining immortal furnace, that's all I can obtain. The Red Dust Empress shook her head in worry. If that's the case, I'm afraid the Xianhuan Great World will have a catastrophe. How much longer is this holocaust? Joyu asked. After the Starry Sky 10,000 races list, the Red Car Empress didn't hesitate this time, but gave a direct answer. The time for the Starry Sky 10,000 races list to be unveiled is only 50 years up or down, and the Starry Sky 10,000 races, all of them, are working hard for this list, so there won't be any fluctuations in a short period of time. So, even if it's here, it won't be able to show up until after the list opens. The Red Dust Empress analyzed. At that time, I'm afraid this place will become a target. 50 years? Joyu whispered softly to himself as the light of his eyes pierced through the void, seemingly able to penetrate the entire boundary membrane and see the endless starry sky beyond the Xian Huang Great World. There, a list of names towered over the entire starry sky like a divine mountain. Once the time was up, the top of that list would be sensed by the Heavenly Tao, bestowing rewards in accordance with the rankings. Before that, by performing a great ritual of heavenly sacrifice, one was able to allow the Heavenly Tao to perceive and thus change one's ranking. Why is heaven like this? For many tens of thousands of years, no one knew why, but it was an iron law of this world. As far as Joyu knew, the Zhou clan's current ranking was nearly 500 above the Starry Sky 10,000 clans list, and the entire list, in total, reveals only the top 1,000. The races that were able to obtain the Heavenly Tao rewards were even more so only the top 100. In other words, according to the Zhou clan's previous ranking, they were not eligible to receive any Heavenly Tao rewards at all. There's no rush. 50 years is enough to change the Zhou clan for the better. Joyu whispered softly to himself, not showing too much concern. Red Dust, is it okay to wait until after the 10,000 races ranking to settle your grudge? He asked suddenly. Yes, Red Dust smiled faintly. My cultivation. I haven't recovered to the realm of a great emperor yet. After 50 years, it's about the same. During this time, the entire Zhou clan is in your hands. Joyu left behind a sentence. Unless a great emperor comes, there is no need to look for me. Don't worry about it. When I refine some more of the Hangyu refining immortal furnace, even if a great emperor comes, he won't be able to help me. The Red Dust Empress tone was filled with confidence. She was originally a great emperor, and now that she possessed a body, not to mention an immortal weapon in her hand, she naturally had her own grasp. Aha! Joyu nodded slightly, then took a step out and appeared in front of Ji Yuying. My lord! Ji Yuying's beautiful eyes gazed at Joyu and bowed. The Sea of 9 Spectres. It's quite beneficial to your power. As Joyu spoke, he pointed with one hand to the depths of the clan land, only to see that an abyss suddenly cracked open beneath a mountain peak that had originally been rippled by just the incarnation of the 9 Sephirotic Great Emperor. With that, the sky shading mirror shook slightly, and the power of the 9 specters that had been swallowed within it was spat out, followed by Joyu striking out a few Dao patterns one after another, completely blocking off the abyss. When this seed is in seclusion, you can try to absorb and refine it yourself, and you should be able to gain something. Phantom Shadow obeys. Once the arrangement was completed, Joyu moved his thoughts and stepped directly into the Hongmeng Linglong Pagoda. This time, if it wasn't for the incarnation of the 9 Sephiroth Emperor coming, his realm Dao would have been able to be even more perfect. However, there was no harm in it now. Not only had he obtained the power of the 9 specters, but he also knew the hidden secrets of the Xian Huang Great World. When the incarnation of the 9 Sephiroth Emperor was completely refined, the heavenly fate value would be able to absorb another wave. By then, Joyu would draw a few more times and might be able to harvest some undercards. Once he stepped into the Great Emperor, he would be able to resolve crises and even plot the immortals of the Xianhuang Great World. With such immortal destiny in front of him, he naturally couldn't give it up. As for why he didn't immediately take care of the 9 Sephiroth Emperor incarnation, it was because Joyu wanted to use him to stall for time. Once the incarnation was completely refined, the 9 Sephiroth's Great Emperor's main body would inevitably notice. At that time, in case the other party became furious and descended in their true form, Joyu would not be able to deal with it. Everything was done to delay his chances of becoming a true great emperor. Time turned, and after Zhou Yu's seclusion lasted for nearly 10 years, that residual incarnation was finally completely refined. A starry sky beyond the Xinhuang Great World. A pitch-black ocean with no end in sight just stretched across the void. It was possible to see that within the endless ocean, there was a star vaguely floating within it. How huge should an ocean that could drown the stars be? And at this moment, above a star, a magnificent figure with pitch-black hair suddenly opened its eyes. Zhou Yu, you spoiled my 9 Spectres clan's big event. Damn you. Chapter 116, Traveling to the Medicine Clan. Boom. Along with the cold humming of the 9 sepulchral emperors, the calm and wave-free 9 sepulchral sea suddenly tossed up a wave, which spread out like ripples, in which a few withered dead stars were affected, and were turned into a piece of nothingness without any sound or movement. In the distance, above several stars with inexplicable fluctuations seemed to be coming from them, and a figure appeared from within the stars and swept towards the direction of the 9 Sephiroth Emperor. These were all clansmen of the 9 Spectres clan, and every one of them was a powerhouse of the 9th sky of the quasi-emperor. There were even ancient fluctuations appearing in the distant stars, as if the sleeping supreme being was about to revive. Great Emperor, the incarnation was destroyed, so I waited until I lost my head start. Not bad. It's been 1,000 years since it was supposed to be my 9 Spectres clan's watch, and most likely, the node opening will be right after the list. This makes us very passive. The nodes where the Shura clan and the Fire Spirit clan are located are calm and quiet, and there are no ripples, but only the Xinhuang Great World. There are problems. In that case, the probability of my 9 Spectres clan wanting to obtain the immortal fate in the node will be reduced by at least 20%. How is this? Enough! A cold snort from the great emperor of the 9 Sephiroths caused all divine thoughts and voices to completely disappear, only to see him raise his eyes with an undeniable tone in his voice. Xianhuang here, this is my 9 Spectres clan is in control, and those who can threaten it are nothing more than the Reincarnation clan. The Reincarnation Emperor's avatar was similarly heavily damaged, and even his main body was affected. If it really opens after the list, it won't have too much of an impact on my 9 Spectres clan. The 9 Sephiroth Emperor said, you and others don't need to worry about the sky, just continue to cultivate. By the order of the Great Emperor, the 9 Sephiroth Emperor opened his mouth, and the crowd was completely silenced, dispersing despite the suspicions in their hearts. When the powerhouses of the 9 Sephiroth race left, the 9 Sephiroth Emperor's eyes flickered with light. It's only a few decades. When the list opening is over, this emperor will descend early, and then, as long as he captures those immortal artifacts in his hands, whatever immortal edge the 9 Spectres clan has will be within reach. The 9 Sephiroth Emperor did not publicize the news that Zhou Yu possessed an immortal artifact. His purpose was simple, to take advantage of the opening of the node before it was opened, and then take the first step to plunder it down completely. At that time, with an immortal weapon in one's hand, one would be invincible in the midst of the competition. As for that Zhou Yu, he naturally didn't think that in just a few decades the other party would be able to control immortal weapons, and even less so, that the other party would be able to become at the Great Emperor realm. One must know that the other party had not received the inheritance of a great emperor, and if he wanted to impact a great emperor and pass through the emperor's tribulation by virtue of his own accumulation, not to mention decades, even if it was 1,000 years, he might not be able to do so. Otherwise, why would there be so many powerful people attempting to extend their lifespans, and even the great emperor himself trying to live a second, third, and even higher life? The purpose was to be able to superimpose the accumulation of several lifetimes so as to impact a higher level. Zhou Yu wanted to use his talent to impact the Scarcity Emperor, and these few decades were simply far from enough. This was also the bottom line, that the 9 Spectres Emperor wasn't panicking. Except, what he doesn't know is that, buzz, the Hongmeng Linglong Tower suddenly trembled slightly, in which a black-robed figure suddenly appeared. Nearby, there have long been guards of the generation. See, the situation is even kneeling down one after another. See the matriarch. Aha! Zhou Yu nodded slightly, his eyes looking towards the distance. In just 13 years, the Hongmeng Linglong Tower was no longer able to sustain his cultivation and enlightenment in it. Even as early as a few years ago, Zhou Yu had sensed a change in the Hongmeng Linglong Pagoda, and the original 100-fold flow rate of enlightenment energy was shrinking. He knew that it was because the Hongmeng Linglong Tower itself had reached its limit. Nowadays, unless there were more immortal substances to nourish him, it shouldn't be possible for him to get 100 times the results of his enlightenment in a short period of time. Now that the boundary Tao has been perfected for the most part, it only lacks the last hint of opportunity to be completely complete. Zhou Yu pondered in his heart that once it was complete and he stepped into the realm of the Great Emperor, he would be greeted with the Emperor's tribulation. After crossing the Emperor's tribulation, one would become a true Great Emperor, a flawless Great Emperor. All crises will be solved then. Only, even Zhou himself knew that it was this hint of opportunity that I was afraid would take a considerable amount of time. If only there were a few million more heavenly fate values. Zhou looked at his system panel. Now that Su Chen had fallen, coupled with the heavenly fate values he had obtained from the Reincarnation Emperor and the 9 Spectres Emperor before and after, it's just over $4 million in total. He wanted to scrape together enough heavenly fate value for 10 consecutive draws, but unfortunately, without Su Chen, I'm afraid it would only be possible on that young patriarch of the wheelchair clan. Either that, or they were beheading the instance of the 2 great emperors, existences that were able to achieve greatness, even second-generation greatness, had frighteningly strong destinies. Therefore, it was even more difficult than beheading Su Chen, at least for now. Of course, aside from that, it's not without good news. The good news was that after more than 30 years of development, the entire Zhou clan had an endless stream of powerful people, especially Ji Yuing, Xian and these two, who were now displaying the qualifications of true great emperors. Ji Yuyo had fused the power left behind by the 9 separate emperors, and was now at the 9th level of the Qi Tian realm, just one step away from being able to achieve the law's realm and become a true saint. And although Xian's cultivation was still short, with his own holy body of the Buddha's way, he had accumulated a thick layer of strength and had also stepped into the realm of the Void Sky realm. This was still without the added support of the top Buddhist sects. Zhou Yu felt that if he was able to, finding a Buddhist holy place for her will certainly make it soar. Once the opening of the list was over, Zhou Yu decided to step into the stars and send it to the Holy Land of the Buddhist sect. Everything, waiting for one to achieve the name of a great emperor. Before that, it would be a good idea to take a look at the other 2 forbidden zones of life. Zhou Yu looked into the distance. The 2 forbidden areas of life, the Yuanchu Ancient Mine and the Sky Curtain, of which, the Yuanchu Ancient Mine was located in the land of the Southern Forest. The canopy is even more mysterious and unpredictable, and the legend says that it is hidden in the void turbulence of the Xianhuang world and resides in no fixed place. The existence of the Yuanchu Ancient Mine was the oldest of the 5 forbidden zones of life. Rumor has it that there are countless crystallized substances that condense the vitality of heaven and earth to form Yuan stones, and within these Yuan stones are sealed countless treasures, as well as countless dangers. However, there were still many strong people who were eager to do so, and if they opened a top-level divine element, they would be able to soar to the heavens. In regards to Yuan Shi, Zhou Yu did not understand it, but he knew that in the land of the Eastern lands, there was a race that had a very strong sense of heaven and earth's aura, and perhaps, had its own sense of divine Yuan. That is the Medicine Clan, which specializes in cultivating spiritual medicines and is born with an extraordinary sense of heaven and earth's aura. In that case, then let's go to the Medicine Clan first. Zhou Yu left a message for the Red Dust Empress between his thoughts, then stepped into the void and disappeared. Not long after, in the southern location of the Eastern land, ripples appeared in the void, and a black-robed, gold-bordered, upright figure stepped out of the void, and it was none other than Zhou Yu. Chapter 117, The Beginning of the Birth of Xin Huang. 120,000 years of waiting. What a cavernous place. Zhou Yu's eyes looked downwards, only to see rolling mountains that looked like great dragons, and in the surroundings there were white mists rising up like immortal rhythms. If ordinary people can only find this place is shrouded in thick fog, but in the eyes of Zhou Yu, the many mountain ranges are artificially transformed. Convergence of the 8 sides of the spiritual qi, shrouded in this place. Moreover, underneath the thick fog, it was even covered by a formation, forming an independent small world, forming a large formation with mountainous terrain and earth veins. This kind of formation attainment is worthy of the existence of an extremely ancient medicine clan. Medicine race. Zhou Yu naturally also searched for relevant information from many places, and was able to determine that the other party was not in existence of the starry sky 10,000 races that had infiltrated this place. As for the reason, it was because the existence of the Medicine Clan was even longer than the many ancient forces, such as the Yao Qi Holy Land. It is rumored that at the beginning of the birth of the Xianhuang world, the Medicine Clan was a creature born in this world. It was only that the Medicine Clan had always been uncontested, and was also able to grow many spiritual medicines to save lives, and had a long-standing reputation within the entire Xianhuang great world. There had been many powerful people who had secretly plundered the Medicine Clan clansmen in an attempt to take control in order to covet the Medicine Clan's means of spiritual medicine. Since then, the Medicine Clan has been mysterious and unpredictable. It was known that thousands of years ago, a powerful person from the Medicine Clan suddenly struck out, using the might of a quasi-emperor to suppress a force at that time, even completely exterminating it. Since then, the world had come to know that the Medicine Clan did not only know how to cultivate spirit medicines, but its own means were by no means unusual. After that, the Pill Clan's clan lands stayed in the Eastern lands, not asking about anything in the Xin Huang Great World, and rarely participating in disputes. Just silent development. Such an existence, but also let the crowd are afraid of. Easily dare not provoke. Because of this, Zhou Yu did not make a move when he realized that the Pill Clan had not come on the occasion of his previous notification. Instead, he wanted to find an opportunity to go to the Medicine Clan to find out what was going on. And that pompous ceremony has not been held to this day due to the subsequent Great Emperor crisis. These were merely external objects, and in Zhou Yu's eyes, if he really wanted to resolve them, I was afraid that he would have to wait until he had resolved the Great Emperor crisis. With that in mind, he raised his palm and flexed his fingers. Buzz! A Dao pattern shot out from between his fingers and then floated down towards the valley below. Right at the moment when the Dao lines fell, the entire mountain range was suddenly raging with formations, and a white dragon transformed into clouds poked its head out of it, roaring as if it was substantial. Seeing this, Zhou Yu's face was calm as he quietly looked at the valley below, seemingly waiting for something. Buzz! Suddenly the valley shook, and several figures broke through the air from it one after another. As Boundary Master Zhou arrives at the Pill Clan, the old Pill Man is waiting for you. As he spoke, a man with white hair and 2 long whiskers falling from his eyebrows, holding a walking stick, looked like an old man, but his face was full of red light and he looked full of spirit. Medicine Man? Zhou Yu silently muttered the other party's name to himself. You knew this seat was coming? Didn't know that. The Medicine Man shook his head slightly, but the old man, and even the entire Medicine Clan, have been waiting here, knowing that the Boundary Lord would definitely come. Master once explained that a Xianhuang Co-Lord will come forth in the future, and when that time comes, it will be the time for my Medicine Clan to come forth. Master? The Xianhuang Co-Master? Zhou Yu's eyes narrowed vainly. He did not expect that the Pill Clan would actually bring such a remark, the existence that could make the Pill Clan call it their master. Just what kind of god was it? Is it hard to be a great emperor? Who is your master? Which great emperor was once born in my Xianhuang world? Zhou Yu asked. Ha! The Medicine Man of the Medicine Clan smiled faintly. Boundary Master is not in a hurry. Move with me and you will see for yourself at that time. Zhou Yu sniffed and pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly. Lead the way. Wow! Clouds rose above the mountain range below, coalescing into long white dragons that split to either side, revealing a hidden entrance to the world. Zhou Yu followed and stepped into it, only to feel the surrounding array fluctuations, followed by a medicinal fragrance, and the scene before him instantly changed drastically. Inside the deep and boundless valley, a strain of sky-high ancient trees resembling mountain peaks stood in the midst of it. On top of the large open space below, all kinds of spiritual medicines were shining in all directions, and spiritual butterflies were flying in a beautiful manner. There were many tentacle-like figures strolling back and forth amongst the many elixirs, and wherever they passed, aura seemed to spill out from their bodies. Those spiritual chi nourished the land under his feet, and actually magically and incomparably a large area of spiritual medicines began to grow. It is rumored that the Medicine Clan is an ancient spirit medicine in disguise, and now it seems that the name is true. Zhou Yu's words were tinged with curiosity. Oh, indeed. Patriarch Medicine Man smiled faintly. My Medicine Clan was initially nudged by the Master, and then the Master feathered his wings and ascended, leaving us to station here, the world on the longevity of the lifespan. My Medicine Clan when counted as the first, said that old man with a touch of pride in his eyes, since the beginning of the Xianhuang opening, totaling 129,500 years, the patriarch of my Medicine Clan has only changed 10 terms in total. Oh, Zhou Yu raised his eyebrows. He did not move on the surface, but inside he was secretly surprised. Each of the other party's patriarchs were actually able to survive for more than 10,000 years or more, which had already broken the limit of a cultivator's longevity. One must know that only great emperors in general were able to reach a lifespan of 10,000 years. Once your lifespan is at an end, you can either take off and live a second life, or you can just, receiving a self-cutting slash. He became a supreme being and lingered on. However, like the Medicine Clan, the number of people who could casually live for more than 10,000 years was simply few and far between. Seemingly seeing Zhou Yu's confusion, the Medicine Man smiled and explained. Boundary Lord doesn't know. Although our medicine race has gained longevity, even if we take shape, our own meridian structure is different from that of the human race, and we are extremely slow to cultivate. To be able to become a paragon emperor is also the result of the clan's accumulation over many tens of thousands of years. Before each patriarch sits down to die, they will turn their own essence into a spirit medicine and fuse it with the next patriarch, so that they can obtain the cultivation of a quasi-emperor by stacking them up. I see. It finally dawned on Zhou Yu at this moment. In other words, it was the other party that had spent tens of thousands of years piling up the quasi-emperors through the accumulation of the essence of each generation's elixir growth. This cycle of growth is indeed too long. In that case, Can you tell me the identity of your master? Zhou retrieved his thoughts and inquired about the main purpose of this visit. Just ahead, that holy temple has something left behind by the master. The realm lord himself will know when he steps in. Zhou sniffed and looked in the direction that the medicine man pointed to, right behind several ancient trees in the sky. There was this white mist-shrouded mountain range. The answer that he wanted was right behind the mountain range. Without speaking, Zhou's figure disappeared with a single step of his feet. When he reappeared, he had already come to the place where the medicine man pointed out. The thick fog is a formation, used to cover the tracks. With a sweep of his divine thoughts, Zhou stepped inside the formation. However, what he didn't expect was that the back of this formation wasn't some brand new world, or a space created by a divine weapon. Instead, it was a rather elegant and quiet mansion. Behind a simple wooden door, 3 wooden houses are neatly arranged, and in front of the door is an old tree with willow branches hanging down. A nice idyllic scene. Zhou didn't know why, but he actually felt a familiar aura. Where exactly it was familiar, he couldn't say. In the midst of his thoughts, he subconsciously pushed open the wooden door in front of him, and then a sudden change occurred. Chapter 118 Old Country. Finger Bone. Yuanshu Ancient Mine. The moment Zhou pushed open the door of the room, he felt a powerful fluctuation of formation patterns. He subconsciously wanted to resist it, but he realized that this fluctuation had already surpassed his cultivation. It was so subtle and unfathomable that it was impossible to resist it. Luckily, this formation fluctuation did not traumatize him. It was more like a protection for this courtyard. Crunch! The courtyard door opens. The eye is a willow tree. 3 wooden houses. Under the willow tree, a rocking chair with the fluctuation of the array pattern slightly shaking, and in front of the rocking chair is a place of green stone coffee table. What made Zhou feel surprised was not anything else, but the objects that were placed on top of the coffee table. Recorder. Not bad, if he hadn't been mistaken. There was actually a tape recorder from the 1990s on top of this coffee table, from the original world. Zhou himself had not seen the real thing, but had learned from the video that this kind of recorder existed. In the center of this recorder is a space for storing cassette tapes, with a few simple buttons on the top. In the era when cassette tapes were prevalent, if one could carry this kind of artifact on the streets, it would certainly attract a lot of attention. What amazed Zhou was not just the tape recorder, but this was the place where the master of Xianhuan was located at the beginning of his founding. So how could he possess such a thing that was in line with the world he was once in? It's unbelievable. Zhou with doubt, with heart alarm, began to approach, carefully checked the construction of this recorder. Soon he discovered that this recorder is not a real recorder, but by a number of divine materials like refining means, refining out of the recorder. He thought for a moment and subconsciously pressed the button that represented play. Buzz. In an instant, a mysterious fluctuation was transmitted out from the recorder, but it eventually turned into a slightly old raspy voice. Ha ha ha, homie, when you were able to press play and realize it was a tape recorder, I knew I'd waited for you. What? Zhou's mind shook dramatically. He didn't expect that he actually wasn't the first traveler to cross into this book. It was hard to believe that in the distant past, someone was actually able to come here. No need to be surprised. There was a note of exhaustion in that voice, yet it was gentle to explain. I found an object in a broken stall. I didn't expect to actually be able to cross over to this side of the world. I may not be as lucky as you. When I came here, it was still a lifeless void. I could only turn into a mass of undefined thoughts that kept wandering in the void. I don't know how long I've existed, tens of thousands of years, or hundreds of thousands of years. Gradually, I felt my power grow and seemed to be able to control this side of the void. So, I began to try, condensing the earth, constructing the sky, following the example of Pangu, opening up the sky and the earth, except that I was just the opposite. Pangu opened up the chaos with his human body, while I, with my chaotic body, condensed the heaven and the earth. I don't know how long, but I made it. I was so elated that I began to condense my body and began to condense my vital energy in this part of the world. I began to capture the meta-stars that flew through the void, sucking in the meta-energy to feed the world I was forging, until, that is, it begins to evolve its own vitality and emerge as a living being. I know that the world became, finally, with my own will, I gave it the name, Xianhuang. As a descendant of the Xianhuang, how I miss my homeland. I tried to comprehend the fragment I brought with me, but it was only a fragment despite its power. Or perhaps I had limited talent and could not comprehend its mysteries. So, after a million years of trying, I finally gave up, starting to live in seclusion in a hidden place. This recorder, which I refined at that time, did not need to be electrified, nor did it need a cassette tape. As long as my thoughts, I was able to play my favorite tracks at that time. But, flowers bloom again and people are never young again. In Xian Huang, I can't raise my ceiling any further, so I can only break away from here and travel to other worlds to see if I can find a way to go back. As for the fragment, it was left in this world by me. I did not leave it in the medicine clan. That medicine clan was originally a ginseng incarnated in my garden, with a simple mind and mediocre talent. So if this fragment were to appear, it could not keep it. So, it can only be scattered in the corners of the world. It's up for grabs for those who have it. But since I've met an old townsman, I'll leave you a little meet and greet gift. So maybe you'll have a chance. Seek out the shard, and be able to comprehend everything and find your way home. The tape recorder paused for a moment here, and finally came that sigh. Alas, if you do manage to go back, and I have no way to go back again, remember to see for me what has become of the world then. Buzz. After the last word fell, the recorder suddenly rose up in a Taoist pattern, eventually twisting continuously and transforming into a tiny, glistening white bone. Yes, it's a bone. A finger bone to be exact. This finger bone has a Taoist pattern flowing on top of it. Other than that, there is no half a bit of divine difference. After all that, homie, you just left me this? You picked up the finger bone and subconsciously injected yuan power into it, but it was like a clay cow entering the sea, without the slightest fluctuation. He tried several times, but the result was nothing, as if it was a plain finger bone. Of course, you naturally will not treat it as an ordinary thing, but directly put it away. He can guess that this finger bone must be with that old folks obtained what fragment of the golden finger have off. Unfortunately, the other side didn't even give half the information about what the shard was. You pondered the origin of the shard in his head, but he never had a clue. All he knew was that the other party had scattered it among the corners, and it might have been obtained by others, or even generated a fight for it. When he was done, he might be able to get some clues from one of the many forces. This old brother has lived for so long. Is it hard to become immortal now? You pondered that if he could meet this old townsman one day, he could discuss it together then and see if there was a way to go home. Buzz. As this cut-off finger bone was put away, the entire courtyard seemed to be out of control, and between the fluttering of the Dao lines, it actually kept drifting down like wind and sand. At this moment, you suddenly realized that the other party had created all of this in order to be searching for himself, an old countryman. When you stepped out of the formation, but the medicine man he saw with a few clan elders was looking at him with some excitement. Congratulations to the boundary master for finally receiving a token from his master. His tone was filled with excitement. It's been 120,000 years. The mission of my medicine clan is finally over. All along, when a powerful person of the current world appeared, he would be invited by the Pill clan to enter this place and try to obtain the recognition of the token. However, more than 100,000 years had passed, but there had not been any person who was able to succeed in obtaining the token from the master. They knew from the inheritance that when the token any occasion, this other courtyard would be reduced to nothingness. Now, the day has, at last, arrived. No, your mission is not over. You shook his head slightly. Let's go. There are more important things to do. Where to? Boundary Master? Yuanshu Ancient Mine. Chapter 119, The Endless Emperor. Ancient Origin City. Buzz. As the trembling of the void surfaced, two figures slowly coalesced from it, and one of them, with an upright figure and a black robe with golden edges, was none other than Zhou. Beside him, followed by a grey-robed butler old man look-alike, it was the medicine clan patriarch who had changed his form. The medicine man. Master. Another 3,000 miles ahead is the range of the Yuanshu Ancient Mine. Although the medicine man rarely left the valley, he was exceptionally familiar with the Yuanshu Ancient Mine. You're saying that this Yuanshu Ancient Mine was formed 100,000 years ago? Zhou looked into the distance and asked. Yes, at that time, the old master just left less than 10,000 years ago. The meteorite fell from the sky and caused a disaster in this place. From then on, the living beings could not get close to it. And later on, after 10,000 years of changes, it seems that there were more meteorites that fell into this place, and finally formed the Yuanshu Ancient Mine. The medicine man stroked his beard and said, the old man has also heard that successive generations of patriarchs have passed down the story by word of mouth, and he has even heard that 90,000 years ago, that dark upheaval, there were quite a few epitomes from the Yuanshu Ancient Mines as well. Dark unrest? Zhou moved his feet and broke through the air. When the darkness was in turmoil and the supreme beings revived and plundered the living beings. But it seems to me that the vitality essence of the Xian Huang Great World has not decreased much. Why is that? Thanks to one of the great emperors of the current era, he managed to suppress the dark unrest, calming many supreme beings and even the mysterious hand. The medicine man's tone was tinged with emotion. Unfortunately, The old immortal was born too late and didn't have the chance to meet that astonishingly talented great emperor. Oh, quelling the dark unrest alone? Zhou raised his eyebrows, some admiration rising in his heart. He was now at the ninth heaven of a quasi-emperor, and he did not dare to say that he would be able to completely suppress the dark turmoil without achieving the position of a great emperor. One must know that whether it was the Fountain of Youth, the Nine Secret Sea, or those places in the Burial God Valley, they all hid quite a few hidden secrets. And then there's the mysterious canopy, which has yet to be shadowed. The other party, however, was actually able to successfully suppress the turmoil with his own strength, and this strength was enough to make people fearful. Rumor has it that the one who has pierced the path to immortality and manifested in the Xian Huan Great World 30,000 years ago can be said to be the most powerful great emperor that ever existed above the Xian Huan Great World. What was the name of that great emperor? Zhou Yu was also a bit mesmerized by what he heard. No end. The Endless Emperor? Zhou Yu's pupils shrank. He had once heard of the name of such a great emperor in the canonical texts. The creator of the boundary membrane of the Xianhuan Great World was him. He had turned his back on all beings and calmed the dark turmoil alone. Zhou Yu had thought that he had already fallen and sat down for the sake of Xianhuang, but he did not expect that the other party had actually become immortal. It was very scary to even fight through the path to immortality. Who is the peak of the Immortal Roads competition? Seeing that I have no end to the road becomes empty. At that time, the grand words left behind by the Endless Emperor recorded in the canonical books. He thought it was just boasting, but he didn't expect it to actually be true. After the Endless Emperor, although there were several other great emperors that appeared in the world, unfortunately, none of them were as amazing as the Endless Emperor. The medicine man shook his head in a rather emotional way. Rumor has it that when the Endless Emperor suppressed the Yuanshu ancient mine in the beginning, he once left behind an emperor's weapon here, and this time when the Realm Master comes, there might be a chance for it to come out. Imperial soldiers? Zhou Yu revealed a look of contemplation. The Endless Emperor, as the strongest emperor ever, did indeed have emperor armaments existing in his hands, and it was rumored that he had a lamp, a book, and a bridge, 3 great emperor armaments. Only that the subsequent Endless Emperor stepped onto the path to immortality, and his descendants didn't know how many emperor soldiers, or those few, they took with them. As for this piece left behind in the Yuanshu ancient mine, it is only a rumor, true or false, not yet known. There's no rush for the emperor's soldier. Let's go check out the divine source of the Yuanshu ancient mine first. Zhou Yu had come this time to cut the source first, to see if there were any backhanders from the other starry sky races in it, and at the same time, to be able to understand the Xianhuan Great World and pave the way for his own perfection of the realm Tao. Pill Elder, your art of observing origins shouldn't be bad, right? Zhou Yu asked. Ha ha, Master, don't worry. The old man also came here to travel in the past years, for the source stone to understand quite deeply, plus I and other medicine clan. The sense of the heaven and earth Yuan Shi is very obvious. In addition to the source of the heavenly master, no one can be comparable to my medicine clan. South Forest, ancient source city. The existence of the ancient source city had an extremely ancient history. Back when the Yuanshu ancient mine was discovered by a powerful person, the source stones in it were able to open up divine sources, and the haze rushed to the sky. Since then, how many powerful people have rushed to the city? An ancient origin city was born. Only, at that time, the southern forest was controlled by the 10,000 demon kingdom, and if the forces of other clans wanted to set foot here, they had to pay high taxes. Now, the 10,000 demon kingdom had been overthrown by Zhou Yu's order, which in turn had allowed the many forces of the southern forest to rise, so much so that, the ancient origin city was also far too prosperous compared to back then. Strolling above the streets, Zhou Yu was able to see quite a number of source stone stores lined up, in which there were also the shadows of many powerful people constantly circulating. Here, ordinary people could not come. To be able to open something of value in a source stone, only cultivators would be able to use it. The ancient origin city was also an extremely long distance away from the city of the ordinary people. Master, just poking around. As Zhou Yu strolled, Pill Elder came quickly and bowed aside. In the eastern land, the central state, multiple forces have entered this place, and among them, the stores with outstanding source stones are the Jumbo House and the Immortal Edge Pavilion. Jumbo House, Immortal Edge Pavilion? Zhou Yu whispered softly to himself and suddenly revealed a smile. Since the Immortal Margin Pavilion carries the word immortal, it might as well give it a try. Good. Follow me, please. Pill Elder was leading the way, and the two master and servant. The person was like an ordinary traveling cultivator, walking towards the direction of the Immortal Edge Pavilion. In fact, this Immortal Fate Pavilion and Treasure Building are in one place, are the most prosperous place of ancient Source City. The closer, the more crowded naturally, the level of their own cultivation, but also from the divine hidden realm. jumped up to the realm of the birth of a newborn, and occasionally even the divine bridge realm appeared in it. Master, this side is the immortal fate pavilion, and that side is the treasure house. Pale Elder pointed to the ancient building with carved beams and floating aura, and was about to lead the way for Zhou. However, Zhou unintentionally glanced at the Jumbo building, and suddenly his pupils slightly condensed. Changed my mind. Let's go to Jumbo House. Pale Elder did not know why Zhou would suddenly change his mind, but without waiting for him to speak, he realized that the other party had already walked towards the treasure house. Seeing this, he could only follow. Compared to the Immortal Edge Pavilion, the treasure house is a little less misty with immortal charm, and once you enter it, it is a luxurious atmosphere of gold and blue splendor. The two delicate figures at the head of the welcoming guests were clearly two Divine Bridge Realm virginal maidens. Divine Bridge Realm Maiden. Even if it was only a first heaven, if it was placed in an unusual sect, it would be enough to be treated as one of the true legends. But here in Jumbo House, it can only be considered a porter, which shows the other party's grandeur. Master, it's said that after this treasure house, it's the backstage of the top forces such as the Yaoqi Holy Land and the Sword Pavilion in the central state, which is considered to be profound. Aha! Zhou nodded slightly. His mind was not on this, but rather, between his divine thoughts spreading out, he surveyed towards his surroundings, because, just a moment ago, he actually sensed that there was a special destiny located, hidden within the treasure house, so that's why it's a good idea to step in here of your own accord. Suddenly Zhou lingered slightly in the midst of the crowd for an instant, followed by a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Found it! Chapter 120 Gold and Purple. Yi Linger, 2-in-1, right in the middle of the crowd. A plain-looking youth was hidden amongst them. His own aura was only at the Divine Hidden Realm, and it looked as if he had opened up 3 major Divine Hidden Realms. However, in Zhou's eyes, he was already a Divine Bridge Realm powerhouse, and even more importantly, the destiny light that flickered on the other party's body was a deep purple color, with dots of golden light spreading out vaguely. In other words, if one had enough chances, one would be able to step into the Golden Fate and become the legendary son of Qi. And the fact that the other party was able to appear here with the natural and obvious purpose of cutting the source stone, and also deliberately hiding his cultivation, could only mean one thing: pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Of course, what was even more important was that he appeared to be a young man, but in reality, he was a woman dressed as a man, using a secret treasure to conceal his aura. Zhou silently swept the other party with his system and got some information. Yaling Air, Realm, 7th level of the Divine Bridge Realm. Natal chart, deep purple with gold. Current destiny value, 2,180,000. Seeing the number of heavenly fate values on the other party, Zhou couldn't help but be slightly surprised that the other party's fortune was actually so deep. It was still only the strength of the Divine Bridge Realm, but to actually be able to accumulate so much heavenly fate value in one's body, what did that mean? It shows a high probability that he is able to change his destiny, and even if he encounters great danger, he will be able to turn it into good fortune. This kind of person was just like the previous Su Chen, with too many cards on his body, and if he got it wrong, he would directly break through, with amazing growth potential. Is it better to directly plunder her heavenly fate value, or let her become my pawn? Zhou revealed a thoughtful look. He now possessed the title of the father of the villain. He no longer needed to behead the other party. Instead, he could cultivate it and become the daughter of the villain. At that time, going out and suppressing all the sons of Qi and even more heavenly prides would be able to harvest the heavenly fate values, and it would be too much less troublesome than taking matters into one's own hands. After pondering for a moment, Zhou did not make a decision, but intended to wait and see what happened. Since this woman came here with her disguise, she must have something in mind. Master, would you like to cut the source? Seeing that Zhou did not speak, the medicinal old man on the side thought that he did not know the rules here, and immediately took the initiative to say, these source stones in the front, all of which were transported from within the Yuanshu ancient mines, are divided into different qualities and prices. If you want to pick, the old slave will go and try them out, and I guarantee that the master will be filled with them. There's no rush. Zhou shook his head slightly. Let's see. As he was talking, a shopkeeper dressed as an old man of the Divine Bridge Realm inside the Jumbo building walked out from inside and arched his hand at all of them. Under the Jumbo building, Chief Manager Li Sun. All the guests call me a Chief Manager Li can be. I think today all of you are rushing to my Jumbo building's Giving Treasure Day. All participants are required to pre-register on the sidelines to receive a number plate. The old rules: the person who wins at the end will be able to pick any source stone below the area of my treasure house for free, and cut the stone for free. As the words fell, a round of applause rang out in the hall, and it was clear that the many guests who had come were there for this treasure giving day. Master, the old slave just asked, This treasure-giving day is the same as the other side of the Immortal Fate Pavilion's Immortal Fate Day. That is, it is held once a month to pick source stones, without waiting for Zhou to inquire. The pill elder at the side explained. As long as you sign up you'll be able to participate, each spending money to purchase a source stone. And when it's cut, the one with the highest value gained will be the winner, and the winner will naturally be rewarded with a free selection of source stones. With that said, he flipped his palm and a token with the number 64 appeared. I've already signed up, so if the master wants to participate later, he can just have some fun. So it is. Zhou Yu's eyes swept at the area in the back where the stones were being selected. Their source stones are divided into different qualities, and different qualities have different prices. If these people were to pick them, wouldn't it be true that the richer they are, the more they can pick the higher quality kind? The chances of winning are also greater? By all accounts it does. Pill Elder nodded. In the end, it's just a method that Jumbo House thought of in order to solicit more business, and did not have absolute fairness, but it doesn't rule out the possibility that someone will be able to win with a small amount of money. He said with a self-satisfied smile on his face. Don't worry, master. If the old immortal steps in, he can definitely pocket this first place. Like this? Let's see it first then. Zhou Yu nodded slightly, but his eyes swept over Yilinger, who was dressed as a man. He was somewhat curious as to what kind of source stones this Yilinger would pick out when she came here. Soon, as the crowd finished registering, many of the shopkeepers from the treasure house guided everyone into the stone selection area. Compared to the hall, the stone selection area was even more spacious, divided into the 4 major zones of heaven, earth, Xian and yellow, of which the heaven zone was the most expensive, with any piece of source stone being worth tens of thousands of extreme spirit stones. According to the normal conversion, a piece of extreme grade was equal to 100 pieces of upper grade, 10,000 pieces of middle grade, and 1,000,000 pieces of lower grade. In other words, a single piece of the most common source stone in the heavenly region was worth tens of billions, and in the districts, the price drops 100-fold, the Gen and yellow districts and so on. In the lowest yellow zone, even a single lower grade spirit stone was able to purchase a source stone. Of course, the reason why the prices here were so cheap was that they were often edges cut from other source stones, with no luster in them and no aura escaping, belonging to the waste materials. Stepping into this place, many of the guests who had received their number plates had their eyes glowing as they began to flow amongst the many source stones. According to the rules, heaven and earth, all those who participate in the process, can only, Earth Xian Huang, 3 areas to pick source stones. Source stones from the sky zone are not part of the competition. Zhou Yu's gaze looked directly towards the heavenly region, and then he nodded slightly. Indeed, the source stones in the heavenly region, there were only 3 of them in total, and simply any of them placed there would be enough for one to see the divinity in them. Even a layman like him could easily see the Tao rhythm rising from it just with his naked eyes alone. In contrast, the other 3 districts are different but not so exaggerated. Please feel free to choose as much as you like, and once you've made your selection, you can come and settle your bill. That chief stewardly smiled faintly. As a reminder, only the source stones from the checkout will count. As the words fell, a number of figures moved instantly. Most of them rushed in the direction of the Xian district, where the source stones didn't seem to be of the same quality as the region, but the price difference was as much as 100 times higher, and it was also within the affordability range of the many powerhouses. In comparison, the region is going to be second best. The prices here were too expensive, starting with at least 100 extreme spirit stones, which could be $100 million, and it was only the lowest price, like a piece of source stone more than half a person high, in which there was aura slowly rising outwards, forming a cloud-like haze that steamed up, and it didn't need to be guessed to be able to know that it was extraordinary. Its price is even higher at $7 billion. These spirit stones, not to mention ordinary people, even if they were placed in a family, it would be a huge sum of money, and this huge amount of money can only be used to buy a source stone now, and the situation after cutting is simply all unknown. This is gambling. Of course, for the source stone, also did not rely entirely on gambling luck, but there are many figures, began to flow in the many source stones. They either took out the apparatus, or sacrificed spells, with a variety of means, try to penetrate it, want to check the quality of it. Divine weapons, all inferior. Pill Elder snorted from the side. Rumor has it that the lineage of source celestial masters, who cultivate the unique source art, can sense the source stone with the ability to search for dragons and explore the secrets and observe the sky and check the earth, and are most capable of investigating the mysteries therein. Oh, then what kind of technique does the Pill clan use to comprehend the secrets of these source stones? Zhou Yu did not rush to pick, but inquired. Back to master. My medicine clan is originally a gathering of heaven and earth's aura, and I have the keenest sense of heaven and earth's essence, and just by virtue of this instinct, I am able to sense everything without the need for any arts, Medicine Old Man said. In that case, which is better or worse than the source art? Joyu asked again. This time, Pale Elder did not answer directly, but after pondering for a moment, he then said, the source arts themselves test the cultivation level of the source celestial masters, and I have dealt with them in my early years, and according to the cultivation level of the source arts, it is divided into 9 levels, while above the 9 levels is the perfection. Let's put it this way, the source arts of the perfection realm are not as good as the old monks, under the consummation, not as much as the old man. Nice. Joyu sighed in admiration. He knew that this medicine man was a spirit medicine incarnate. His mind was simple and would not exaggerate on this. He was able to achieve a degree that surpassed the 9 heavy source arts of the source celestial masters. This degree was already considered top-notch. One must know that the lineage of source celestial masters seemed to go against the heavens and suffered from the curse of the heavenly Tao, making it difficult to progress on top of the source arts, not to mention consummation. But even source celestial masters of the ninefold source arts were few and far between in the current world. He also only had a record inside the Yahweh Holy Land's canon that there had been a perfection-level source heavenly master who had gone up to the Yahweh Holy Land and requested the Holy Mother of Yahweh to take action to help him suppress his own body. Knowing the power of the source heavenly master, the Holy Mother of Yaoqi had thought that she would be able to suppress it with the Western Imperial Pagoda. But in the end, she was unable to withstand the uncertainty of her later years. That perfection-level source heavenly master ended up disappearing without a trace on a night with a furious cloudy wind, covered in red hair. From the canonical texts, Joyu guessed that the perfection-grade source art was the end of the source celestial master, and that he would surely meet with misfortune in his later years, and the strongest was only at the 9th level, still inferior to Pale Elder. Ha ha, I picked it. That's it. Just at this moment, among the crowd, a strong man laughed out loud, seemingly having a plan in mind, and directly chose a source stone from the Xian district. The crowd sniffed and looked. This source stone was the size of a man's head. The surface was covered with snake skin-like lines. There was a vague spirituality rising. It was considered a good quality one in the Xian district. Good. Guess number 135. This source stone is worth 8,000 medium-grade spirit stones. This way to settle the bill. The crowd who heard the price also couldn't help but feel a slight aura of awe. 8,000 middle grade. In the Xian district, it was already considered very expensive. However, the bearded powerhouse did not care, but nodded and handed the storage ring to the other party. After ordering his people to count for a moment, Chief Li nodded with a smile. Guest, this source stone is already yours. Do you want to open the stone now? Or, open? Of course, this guest did not hesitate to say. At that instant, a physically strong sales clerk came over and dragged this source stone towards the side of the stone deciphering area. Many people stopped their movements, wanting to see what kind of divine objects could be opened from this first source stone. In the stone unraveling area, an old man with a white beard and hair was waiting there, and as the source stone was put down, he just slightly raised his hand, and the formation in charge of unraveling the stone went into operation. 5 elements Gengjin will turning formation. Joyu could see the origin of the formation at a glance. This was the Gengjin Grand Formation among the 5 elements formation, which was based on sharpness, combined with the 5 elements phasing method, tough and easy to manipulate, only to see a breeze gulped within the formation, blowing the human head source stone up, and then, the breeze changed, actually transformed into a sharp blade, gently scraped along the surface of the source stone. Jeer, the stone chips fell and were quickly drawn away by the formation, followed by another sharp blade that followed and scraped again. Snicker, each slash went down, only bringing up a thin layer, which could maximize the integrity of the divine objects within it. The crowd couldn't help but quiet down at this moment, looking at the source stone, especially the guest who had just spent a spirit stone. His breath caught for it. Instead, Pale Elder made a slight sweep, but quietly transmitted a voice to Joyu. Master, with the old slave's senses, this guest, more than likely, will be disappointed. His words had just fallen, but a rush of divine light blossomed out from within the source stone, actually transforming into a serpentine silhouette. This is the bone of a ferocious beast? The guest's eyes steeply lit up, followed by a loud laugh. Ha ha ha, this kind of aura, is it possible that it is a mighty ferocious beast? Earned it, that's a lot of money. The skeleton of a mighty ferocious beast was an essential material for refining a mighty divine weapon. Even if it was just the size of a thumb, it would be more than tens of thousands of medium grade. And if it had enough spirituality, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands would not be a problem. That's not a bad thing to say about the other side. However, not waiting for this guest's laughter to fall, the twisted serpentine silhouette suddenly collapsed, followed by the entire source stone being completely sliced open. Only then did the crowd see that inside the original stone, There was actually a snake egg set, only that the egg was densely covered with cracks, in which the spirit had long been lost 90%. Crippled mighty serpent beast eggs. Spirituality lost, valued at 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. The old man in charge of deciphering the stone, who was also an appraiser with a very high eye level, gave his judgment with just one glance. What? Only 1,000 middle grade? Ha ha, this is a big loss. 7,000 to 1,000. Between the mockery of the crowd, that guest suddenly turned red and hung his head. This was Jumbo House. He didn't have the guts to get angry here. One could only receive the beast eggs indignantly. I'll see what you can open. Ha! This is just a beginning. Next, one after another, people began to unravel the stone. Also, as that guest said that, successively more than a dozen guests who unraveled the stone. Actually, none of them obtained a treasure of a higher value than him. It raised in that guest's mind that he might be able to pick up the pieces and be the lucky one. But right at this moment, a young male with narrow eyebrows suddenly opened his mouth with a smile. You can't even open a treasure above 1,000 medium grade items. Your eyesight, it's really a waste. The moment these words came out, it instantly drew sideways glances from everyone in the room, and a look of dissatisfaction was brought up in their expressions. Who's that? So bold as to taunt everyone? However, after they got a good look at the young male, they couldn't help but change their faces and cry out in shock. Chapter 121 Pure-blooded white tiger cub? 100,000 of the finest. The third prince of Great Song? Song Wuji? Upon seeing this person, the crowd gasped. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. So he's the imperial son of Great Song. Can't afford to mess with it. Since the destruction of the 10,000 demon kingdom, the Great Song dynasty has risen to fame and fortune, and has annexed a number of small neighboring countries one after another. Yes, rumor has it that the Great Ning kingdom, which was previously resisting, has been completely annexed, and even more so amongst the royal family has been killed. No, rumor has it that there was a princess from Daning who was out training and escaped. News is lagging behind, isn't it? News came earlier that although this princess of Daning was proficient in source arts, she was no match for the many experts in Detson who surrounded her, and was eventually completely decapitated, and her body is hanging above the gates of Ditson's imperial city, being displayed to the public. What? That princess actually died as well? Alas! It is rumored that that princess was a beauty of national beauty and clear beauty. It's a pity that she died so tragically. Between the people's discussion, they saw this third prince of Datesong step out, then raised his finger, and immediately an old eunuch behind him took the initiative to step forward. Let's choose this piece. A sharp voice rang out, and the crowd instantly dropped their gazes to the location the old eunuch was pointing to. This was a huge source stone shaped like a crouching bull in the region, which was somewhat plain compared to the other source stone that was quite conspicuous. But again, the price tag was hefty, a full 5,000 extreme spirit stones. For such a price, that third prince didn't even blink and delivered it directly. Ha ha, your highness, the third prince really has a discerning eye. This source stone is a piece brought out from the depths of the Yuanshu ancient mine, which produced many terrors at the time, compromising quite a number of powerful people. Stewardly smiled and explained, clearly somewhat familiar with this third prince. Someone come, untie the stone for the third prince. As the words fell, two burly men appeared at the same time, their bodies erupting with the aura of the degenerate realm as they lifted this reclining bull source stone to the formation where the old man was unraveling the stone. Buzz! As the fluctuations of the formation rose, the unraveling of the stone began at this moment. Compared to the attention of the crowd for the source stone, Zhou Yu will fall on that Yilinger. The other party's eyes also seemed to look at the third prince, but unlike others, the other party's eyes did not have any fear or even adoration, but instead there is a strong flow of hatred, combined with the other party's current attire. Zhou Yu was able to guess an approximation after a little thought. This Yilinger is more than likely the remaining princess of that great Ning country that is on the run. Only, why would the Great Song dynasty say the news that the other party has been decapitated? And the reason for this is either to plug the mouth of all the people, or it is an ulterior motive. But it seems to be more fun now. A smile appeared at the corner of Zhou Yu's mouth. He would like to see how the other party would break the game under this situation. If we can utilize it well, we can have an additional righteous daughter. While Zhou Yu was pondering, a voice of alarm had already been heard from the direction of the distant stone solving. This divine light? It's hard to believe that inside is a living ancient being, only to see that in the crouching bull source stone, which had been sliced off most of the way, a spiritual chi vaporized, vaguely interspersed with dots of Dao patterns spreading out. Moreover, this kind of Dao pattern had endured for a long time, so it was clear what level of substance was inside. The Kangmang source-seeking scripture is the supreme fundamental of my Great Song's founding, so naturally I'm not concerned about this kind of source stone. That third prince brought out a smug look on his face. Although this crouching bull source stone is restrained by divine light, there is a ferociousness spreading within, and there is also a sense of supremacy, in which there is bound to be a divine object related to dragons and tigers. As his words fell, a sudden sound of a fierce tiger hissing resounded, instantly causing everyone to gasp in shock. Sure enough, it's Tiger's whistle. The third prince's eyesight is too strong. Wow! A large piece of stone debris fell, in which a complete source stone was suddenly revealed. The source stone was as crystal clear as a lake, and the life essence emanating from it almost formed substance. This life source quality alone was enough to make a strong person rejoice. Not only was he able to prolong his life, but he was even able to enhance his cultivation. Of course, what was even more important was that inside this source stone, there was actually a freshly born tiger cub wrapped around it. Yes, it's a tiger cub. The tiger cub's body was pure white, with only a few stray hairs, and its eyes were closed, making it look practically lifelike. This is a tiger cub of the white tiger bloodline? The purity of the bloodline is extremely high, at least over 70%, almost a pure-blooded ferocious beast's cub. The white tiger, one of the 10 ferocious beasts of the Swire. If it's truly pure-blooded, its value is simply incalculable. Unfortunately, although this young tiger is intact, its vitality has been extinguished and it is mostly dead. As he was speaking, the old man who was in charge of unraveling the stone also had a glint in his eye as he looked at the third prince and said, "Your Highness, third prince, this source stone is complete, and the tiger cub inside needs to be unraveled if the value is to be determined. Is it open? Solve." The third prince nodded his head without hesitation. His Highness is lacking a white tiger mount. If it is a living creature, this trip will not have been in vain. Upon hearing this, the old man nodded his head, and then between his palms gulping, he destroyed the formation and began to cut the source stones, and as these source stones were sliced open, large strands of life source quality flowed out, and one could see people's breathing was heavy and their eyes were almost red. The cut source stone still had utility, but compared to a complete seal, it was going to bleed away by a large margin. If it was in front of an ordinary strong person, I'm afraid that they wouldn't even bother to destroy it, and they would have to absorb it cleanly little by little. But the current Ditson was so rich and powerful that it naturally didn't care about that. With the stripping of the source stone falling, a stronger and stronger aura emanated from it, and by the time it was finally over, the flowing Gangjin aura almost didn't need to be controlled by the old man, and it had already torn the source stone apart. Click! Cracks surfaced within the source stone, and the young tiger within opened its eyes violently, letting out a tiger roar. Ow! The sound shook the 4 fields and the tiger roared in the sky. Great! Do it! The third prince's face was overjoyed to hear these cries and he hurriedly ordered them up. As soon as his words fell, he saw the old eunuch beside him directly take a step out, his breath rising around him, actually erupting with the aura of the heavenly palace realm, only to see his big hand open, grabbing towards that source stone at once. However, when everyone thought that the tiger cub would resist, the expected image did not appear. Quite the contrary. The roaring sound came to an abrupt end in an instant, and then the tiger cub was seen to tremble for just a moment and close its eyes again with great difficulty. Vitality gone. How is that possible? The third prince exclaimed in shock, his tone tinged with unacceptability. Your Highness, this young tiger should have been sealed into the source stone when it was on the verge of death, and now although it is alive, it only has its last breath left. The stone-solving elder explained, but even so, the value of this tiger cub and even the surrounding source stones is more than 100,000 extreme spirit stones, and the specific valuation needs to be appraised by several elders together before it can be determined. 100,000 extremely good? The crowd sucked in cold air. A dead tiger cub was actually of such value. Who could compare? Chapter 122, Yi Linger, Source Heavenly Master. A few thousand extremely goods, in exchange for 100,000 extremely goods. This was simply an outrageous wealth. However, His Royal Highness the Third Prince, who was the owner, exuded a look of dissatisfaction. Sloppy, he spoke faintly. There are others who can surpass that, but we can try. The implication was that even if this value was not satisfactory to him, the other rewarding source stone was going to fall into his hands. The crowd was silent. At a time like this value alone was not something that could be surpassed by an ordinary person. Even more so, the other party's identity background was there, and it was even more than they could compare. In case you get it wrong and offend the other party, you might have to be stared at if you step out of this door. Thinking about it, a number of guests, in the end, chose to leave. The rest of the guests, too, just wanted to take their chances and were not prepared to compete with this third prince. Nearly an hour later, just as the third prince had predicted, the few guests who had unraveled the stone had declared failure. Ladies and gentlemen, Is there anyone else who hasn't made a selection? Seeing this, Chief Stewardly opened his mouth and inquired, if no one picks, then the winner of this treasure-giving day is, slow down. Suddenly, a youthful voice rang out, I haven't chosen yet. The crowd looked at each other, only to see this dark-skinned youth step out of the crowd and raise the number plate in his hand. Chief Stewardly glanced at it and then looked at the third prince. Seeing that the other party did not have any expression on his face, then he nodded his head and said, well, since this guest intends to pick it, let's try it. As he spoke, that young man stepped out of the crowd and walked straight towards the yellow district. Behind him, Zhou Yu's eyes flickered slightly as this Yilinger, whom he was concerned about, finally pressed her hand at the end. However, when they saw that they were actually picking source stones in the yellow area, the crowd couldn't help but show their astonishment. The yellow district wants to win the region? That's not a joke, is it? Ha ha, that goes without saying? Definitely a poor guy. Look at his dress. Most likely he wants to come up and try his luck. He, really poor and crazy. Is this luck something he can touch? This time he comes out. No matter if he can win or not, he has already been missed by the third prince. That's right. Look at the third prince's eyes. This kid is in trouble. In the face of the many arguments, that Yilinger's face did not fluctuate, but rather, her eyes flowed within the confines of the yellow zone, and even more, she had long ago selected this place, and discovered the wonders of it with a single glance. Soon, she stopped by the numerous edges and seemed to be scrutinizing them, but Pale Elder standing beside Zhou suddenly stroked his beard and transmitted his voice to Zhou. Master, that youth is casting the source technique of the source celestial master. Even though it's hidden, it can't escape my old man's senses. Oh, Gen Tenji? Curiosity appeared on Zhou's face. What level of source art is he? It should be around the 7th gravity. At this age, to be able to reach the 7th gravity, it's already considered overwhelming, Pale Elder explained. So, in that case, there's a chance she'll win this time? Zhou said. Precisely. However, in my humble guess, I'm afraid that even if she wins she won't let it be rewarded easily. This third prince has some connections with the entire Jumbo house, so he might be biased. Don't worry, even favoritism won't keep her. Zhou suddenly gave this conclusion. Pale Elder, later on, if she is able to escape, please do it secretly and stop her for me. Escape? Pale Elder froze for a moment. He didn't think that this youth would be able to have the means to escape from Jumbo house, but after all, it was Zhou's command, so he nodded his head and agreed. Good, the old slave will keep an eye on it. As she was speaking, that Yilinger who had cast a source art raised her hand and grabbed a piece of edge material that was no more than the size of a fist. I'll take this piece. What? You pick this piece? The crowd froze, and even the chief steward in charge, Li, couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. Right. I'll take it. How do I sell it? The youth said seriously. Ha ha ha, after choosing half a day, I actually chose a piece of scrap. That His Highness the Third Prince couldn't help but laugh out loud at his words. Why don't this Highness give you an extreme spirit stone, and you can pick again? Ha ha ha, that's right. If you don't have money, don't come here and pick it, and make such things to disgust us. It's ridiculous. Your kind can just throw it away, so as not to waste His Highness the Third Prince's time. Many of the powerful people who wanted to curry favor with the Third Prince couldn't help but start to chime in. To this Yilinger ignored it, instead looking at Chief Stewardly. How much is this? If you want, you can just give it to you. Chief Stewardly smiled. No. Yilinger raised her hand to reject it and righteously said, although this thing is cheap, it's still good to say it clearly, in case something of great value is opened later. What if you guys don't recognize it? Not admit it? I, Jumbo House, have always been a good boy and a good girl, so how could I not admit it? General Manager Li's face sank. Fine, for this piece of edging, I'll charge you 1 inferior spirit stone. I'll give you $10 before you renege on the bill then. Yilinger took out 10 spirit stones and raised them high. Everyone, look carefully. This piece of edge material now belongs to me. Yi Fan. The crowd didn't bother with him. Instead, she urged her to hurry up and unravel the stone. The Jumbo House side didn't even come, and didn't seem to think much of it. Yilinger didn't care. She herself personally sent the edges to that old man and instructed, be careful, don't cut it badly for me. Ha, don't worry. The old man sneered and seemed to be very dissatisfied with the other party's instructions as well, but as an old-time stone solver, he naturally didn't slack off on this one. As the formation rose, a sharp blade began to carefully scrape off a little bit of stone chips. Within the adult fist-sized stone, several slashes went down one after another, all of which were stone chips, without any semblance of divine splendor blooming. This was enough to show that the source stones in this were no longer of any value, and even if they were, it was unlikely that anything top-notch would appear. Many people couldn't help but snicker at the sight. However, Yeelinger remained unmoved, and instead reminded, once again, that the old man deciphering the stone should be careful. She was confident that she could do no wrong with her source magic. However, the entire source stone had been chipped off in a large circle, and there was still no semblance of aura appearing. The crowd gave up completely and spoke up. Okay, almost ready to throw. Yeah, even tough talk has to have a limit. I thought you were pretending to be a pig, but who knew it was a pig? Waste of time, get it over with. Just as the crowd was snickering, suddenly Pill Elder, who was standing beside Joyu, spoke up. Coming. As the words fell, a subtle fluctuation of aura blossomed out from that residual source stone. The crowd revealed their astonishment, not realizing that at a time like this, they would actually be able to cut out the source from the edges. At this moment, some people had already gotten excited, wanting to see what exactly was in this source stone. If it's just an ordinary piece of source, it's only worth a few times more than a marginal piece, and not worth much. However, when the old man completely cut out the entire source stone, everyone was nonplussed when they saw what existed within. Chapter 123, Void Golden Cicada, Upside Down. The source stone that was as small as a pebble was presented in front of the crowd as if it was amber. A twisted divine pattern circled continuously within, and it was because of these divine patterns that the life source quality within it did not flow in the slightest. A source stone that was able to block off the life source quality so perfectly was called an extremely high-quality source stone in terms of character, also known as divine source. The so-called divine source is the result of not losing the slightest bit of the life source quality contained within the source stone. It is that any substance sealed in it is likely to be guaranteed its original quality without the slightest loss. Of course, if there was only such a large piece of divine origin, it wouldn't be able to amaze the crowd so much. What amazed them was, inside this divine source, there was actually an ancient living being present. This creature was shaped like an autumn cicada, with its wings spread out, presenting the appearance of wings to fly. The difference was that on top of the pair of translucent cicada wings, there was actually a twisted divine pattern flowing, making the scene inside a bit illusory, as if the void was going to be distorted. Hiss. This is the void golden cicada, with both wings intact. Can't it be? It's alive? The crowd gasped. The void golden cicada, from the ancient times, had an extremely high reputation, and the reason why it was so was not because its own realm level was powerful, but, rather, its natural instinct was to specialize in the void avenue. Not bad, the void golden cicada, able to travel through the void. If it can be sealed and left at one side, one can constantly speculate on the void avenue. For any cultivator, it is a dream divine object. If this is alive, then it's really a big profit. It's simply more precious than the corpse of that white tiger cub from before. Not bad. This is the living void golden cicada. The value is absolutely exceptionally terrifying. Once thousands of years ago, there was a dead void golden cicada, all coincidentally allowed a sage to comprehend a divine ability from it. It's simply terrifying. Not only that, rumor has it that the number of wings behind the void golden cicada will determine the degree of void Tao it contains. The highest, once seen an 8-winged golden cicada, only crippled and dead. Very sad. The crowd was talking and pointing at this divine origin, and some were even more skeptical that the other party would be able to surpass the Great Song's third prince and win the championship this time around. The third prince, who was standing there, immediately had a gloomy color flashing in his eyes. Not expecting that someone else would actually be able to surpass this kind of tactic of his, he grunted coldly and looked towards the other side. What are you waiting for? Untie me. In these words of his, he carried an unquestionable, and at that moment, the old man in charge of unraveling the stone also started to do so, and as the divine source was broken, only a buzzing sound could be heard, and a divine pattern could not be controlled and escaped outwards. At this moment, there was no need to continue unraveling the stone at all, and the crowd was able to clearly see that there were ripples rising above the wings of the 2-winged golden cicada, which actually caused cracks to appear in the divine source. Click, click, click. When the crack burst the moment, in the void, suddenly a wang chirping sound, and then do not wait for the crowd to react. We saw that the golden cicada flash. The figure actually turned into a stream of light, towards the void at once to fly away. Snort! A crack was cut into the void, and it didn't enter it in a flash. Not good. Quickly stop it. Yeelinger let out a cry of alarm and subconsciously struck out. But alas, it was too late. With her strength, if she didn't explode her original cultivation, she wouldn't even be able to break the void. The old man who was the stone solver seemed to freeze for a moment, and was half a beat slower when he activated the formation again. In which case, he immediately lost his head start, and watched the void golden cicada vanish into it, disappearing without a trace. Silence. Deadly silence. Everyone looked in the direction of the twin-winged golden cicada, unable to speak. It's heartbreaking. It's simply too heartbreaking. This one golden cicada. If it was taken out, not to mention the great powers, even the saints would be moved. Yi Linger's heart was even more saddened. She was now in crisis. If she could catch this golden cicada, with this, she could even make a saint accept her as a disciple. In this way, even if the great Song dynasty wanted to hunt themselves down, they simply couldn't. This is a complete turnaround. But now, this opportunity to turn the situation around slipped away. No, it hadn't slipped away yet, and she jerked her head up to look at Chief Li of Jumbo House. Chief Li, I believe you all saw just now that what I am offering is a living ancient being, the twin-winged void golden cicada, whose value is naturally higher than the corpse of his white tiger cub. This time, I should be the one to win, right? This. Elder Li froze for a moment, with hesitation in his tone, and looked towards the third prince who was standing there. Ha ha ha, that's ridiculous. Song Wuji laughed out loud. You opened the twin-winged void golden cicada? Where is it? A poor, crazy trash who also wants to rely on making things up to win? How unbridled. When did I make anything up? Yi Linger didn't expect Song Wuji to speak in such a manner, so she immediately shouted angrily. The crowd has seen it. That's the twin-winged void golden cicada. Can't you see it? Saw? Who saw it? Song Wuji sneered. Come, stand out and let this highness take a look. Once these words came out, how could the crowd not know that the other party was threatening? And each one of them backed away as their faces changed color. Either that or look down and pretend you didn't hear it. Yi Linger naturally understood Song Wuji's intentions when she saw this, and immediately her chest rose and fell with anger and righteous indignation, almost unable to hold back from making a direct move. However, she forced down her anger and dropped her hopes on Chief Steward Li. Chief Li, I think you must have seen the void golden cicada that I opened just now, right? Jumbo House won't turn black and white upside down as well, right? This customer, my Jumbo House has always been fair and impartial, fair and square. What you just opened was just an ordinary piece of divine origin. Chief Steward Li's words caused Yi Linger's face to change and her anger to rise. Ordinary divine source? Yes, it's just an ordinary divine source. Where is there any semblance of a void golden cicada? Chief Steward Li said expressionlessly. This guest is afraid that he is hallucinating and imagining things on his own, isn't he? You are good. I can't imagine that the Hall of Treasures house can actually do this kind of believing and reversing right and wrong. It really opened my Yi Fan's eyes. She laughed coldly, knowing that she was surely defeated this time, and was simply not strong enough to stand up to these abominations. With that in mind, she had decided to leave. However, she had just taken a step out, when that old eunuch standing beside the third prince let out a grim smile and directly blocked her path. What? Do you still want to make a move against me inside the Jumbo building? Her words had just fallen, but she heard the voice of the third prince sneering from behind her. Oh, why the rush, my Princess Highness? When these words came out, Yi Linger's heart was suddenly shaken. Chapter 124 Exposed. Undercard revealed. Sudden change. I don't know what you're talking about. She did not panic, but responded with a sneer. She didn't know how this Song Wuji had discovered herself, or if the other party was bluffing. One must know that she had a secret treasure on her body, which she had obtained from the lineage of the Source Heavenly Masters, and was able to conceal her aura, not to mention the Divine Bridge realm, and even saints couldn't see it. She didn't believe that the other party would be able to recognize her identity. However, the Song Wuji who spoke had a sneer on his face as he laughed coldly. Are you wondering how His Highness discovered your identity? The destruction of your great Ning kingdom is imminent, and you, the remnant, must hate my great Song to the bone. So will you not be able to give up so easily? The third prince's face held admiration. Father had long guessed that you, the remaining evil, would definitely not leave the southern forest easily, but would instead look for an opportunity for yourself to grow and turn over a new leaf. That's why he purposely spread the news that you've been beheaded, and even faked your corpse for public display at the city gates, to get you to let your guard down. Sure enough, he laughed softly, without a crisis. You must be thinking of growing and improving yourself, and with the fact that you are under the lineage of the Source Heavenly Master, the best way to do so is to come here to gamble on the stones. That's ridiculous. Yi Linger laughed coldly. With so many Source Stone workshops, why are they falsely accusing me? Not a false accusation. The third prince shook his head. In order to capture you, as early as January, Father sent a large army into all the Source Stone workshops in ancient Origin City, not sparing even the smallest workshop. And the reason why this highness is certain that it's you is because the means you used to find the source just now was too astonishing. He had a grin of mastery on his face. Who can do that? Who can find a divine source? And even more, who can do that? Who can open a void golden cicada from among the divine sources? Who else is there besides Gen Tenji? With that said, his face chilled, and he suddenly gave a command to the old eunuch. Take it down for me. Yes, your highness. The old eunuch let out a grim smile, and with a large hand, he directly grabbed towards the other party at once. Buzz! In an instant, an aura of the heavenly palace realm erupted from the old eunuch. Half-step great power. The crowd exclaimed in shock. The one who could follow the third prince was indeed not an ordinary person. This was a half-step powerhouse, striking with a thunderous gesture. Boom! The void was loud and was compressed to the extreme, actually completely blocking Yi Linger's surroundings. At the moment of crisis, Yi Linger's eyes erupted with essence, knowing that she couldn't hide anymore. Bang! With a muffled sound, she clashed her palms with the old eunuch. The aura on his body also completely exploded out, returning to its original form. Stomp! Under the pressure of the heavenly palace realm's aura, Yi Linger's figure retreated 10 steps backward one after another, her aura fluctuating around her body, and her original hidden means completely ineffective. In moments, her long hair cascaded down and her covered figure began to emerge. The willow waist was slender, fluctuating and overflowing, the features were exquisite and absolutely beautiful, and the body exuded the temperament of the country. Up to this point, the crowd reacted with a look of surprise on their faces. The princess of the great Ning kingdom? I can't imagine that she actually has such means. What a pity. Her identity was recognized, but Yi Linger's face didn't show too much panic. Instead, she looked at the third prince with resentment. Song Woji, the great Song's hatred. I, Yi Linger, will never forget it, and one day, I will make the great Song pay the price completely. Ha ha ha, dead to the world and still talking big. Song Woji laughed out loud. It's really fitting that this prince was able to seize the position of the crown prince. A reward delivered to the door. If I can let you go, then this prince doesn't deserve to be here waiting for you. Tackle me. Swish! The old eunuch's figure spread out, like a hawk impacting towards the other party. But this time, Yi Linger's aura rose around her. Her cultivation at the divine bridge realm erupted, only to see her raise her hand and make a stroke, as if she was invoking the yuan qi of heaven and earth, cutting herself out completely. Boom! Between the roar of the cultivation, a horrifying wave swept towards the surroundings. But fortunately, the formations in the treasure house rose up and resisted all the aftermath. On the contrary, the old eunuch stood in place with a gloomy face. He didn't expect that his strength of the heavenly palace realm would actually be blocked by a divine bridge realm cultivator. This made him get down. His face reddened and his voice shrill, wanting to strike again. Wait, hands are not allowed inside the treasure house. Chief Li, do you even want to break this rule? Yi Linger looked at Chief Li. The reason why she chose to gamble on the stones here was precisely because the boss behind Jumbo House was a top-tier power from the Holy Land. This kind of power, with its own rules, wouldn't be in the same boat as the three emperors. However, as soon as her words fell, Chief Steward Li couldn't help but sneer. The rules within the Jumbo building, it's not your excellency's turn to point out. Your highness the third prince, if there's nothing else going on, you guys should leave here altogether so as not to affect my Jumbo building's business. Once these words came out, everyone knew that they were favoring the third prince's side, and as long as they were thrown out, wouldn't that be even more aggravating? Seemingly seeing this, Yi Linger simply stopped hesitating and directly injected yuan power into a jade pendant in her hand between tumbles. Buzz! In an instant, a teleporting spatial fluctuation blossomed from under its feet. Release! Not good! This is a teleportation jade pendant. Stop her! The third prince gave a low shout, and the old eunuch directly exploded his cultivation and went all out. The old eunuch was also an expert among the great Song, and when he exploded with all his might, his cultivation was astounding. But in front of the Jumbo House's formation, it did not have the slightest effect. But no matter how he attacked, the light of the other party's teleportation jade pendant was not affected in the slightest. One must know that this teleportation jade pendant was obtained by Yi Linger's dragon searching and exploring in the secret realm. It was very powerful, and it was also her base card that dared to go deeper into the ancient origin city this time. Now that he saw that it was not possible, he simply activated it and left the place, waiting until his cultivation was strong. Then he would come back to take revenge. Buzz! Between the fluctuating flow of the formation, Yi Linger's figure began to become illusory. Seeing this, the third prince was simply furious that the credit he had arrived at was about to fly away like this. But just at this moment, suddenly, in the void, a fluctuation came from the air, which enveloped the surroundings and completely blocked the entire Jumbo building. Immediately, Yi Linger was shocked beyond belief to find that the jade pendant of teleportation actually clicked and crumbled apart from the inside. All the fluctuations, all completely disappeared, and her original illusory figure was even more solid at once. Transmission failed. At this moment, everyone, including the third prince, froze. A moment later, a shocking laugh resounded from the third prince's mouth. Ha ha ha, truly the heavens help me. Yi Linger, this time I'll see how you can escape? Take it down for me. Swish. The old eunuch revealed a sardonic smile and directly exploded his full strength, grabbing towards the other party at once. Chapter 125, Opportunity Knocks. Negotiations. Originally, Yi Linger wanted to leave this place with the help of this teleportation jade pendant, which she had obtained from a secret place and was very precious. It was her important bottom card, and because of this, she was able to stay so calmly until the end. But who would have thought that at the critical moment, there would be a bizarre problem? This was simply unexpected. Seeing the reaction of the third prince, Yi Linger thought that the other party had moved to deliberately paralyze her situation. However, as she watched the attack come, she knew she wouldn't have a chance to plead her case. In a flash, she mobilized her surrounding cultivation, trying to ward off the other party's attack. Click! The void collapsed. Her cultivation of the Divine Bridge realm was ultimately still many notches behind in front of the Heavenly Palace realm, and after a few rounds of exertion, she was finally undefeated. Between the energy ripples spreading, the figure flew out heavily backwards, blocked by the formation. As for Jumbo House's chief executively, he watched this scene expressionlessly, without the slightest intention of trying to stop it. At this moment, anyone with a discerning eye was able to see that he had already taken the side of the third prince, which was a tacit approval of the other party's behavior. One must know that the third prince had personally approached the responsible owner of the treasure house as early as when he arrived here, not only sending the other party a large amount of resources, but even many secret treasures. As the saying goes, money makes the devil work, and naturally this is even more true in this land of the southern forest. Put! Yi Linger spat out a mouthful of blood from her mouth and watched that old eunuch walk towards her. Song Wuji, I, Yi Linger, swear that if I don't die, I will definitely overthrow your great Song dynasty. Ha ha ha, don't worry, this highness won't let you die that quickly. Song Wuji laughed out loud. You're so beautiful. Wouldn't it be too much of a pity if you died so easily? He licked his lips rather salivatingly. At that time, this highness will fight you properly for 3 days and 3 nights, so that you can experience all the means, and then put you in the kiln, to be ravaged by those most lowly mortals, until you experience the most intense humiliation in the whole world before sending you on your way. Just hearing his description was going to make Yi Linger's body tremble with rage. She stood up violently, gathering her cultivation and rushing towards the third prince, wanting to fight for her life and die with the other party at the last moment. However, the old eunuch had already known of her intentions, and simply raised his hand and pressed, rolling Yuan power rising up and transforming into a large mountain shadow, directly suppressing her to the ground. If you dare to make a move against His Highness, the miscellaneous family will waste you first. With a sardonic smile, the old eunuch was about to make a move, but just at this moment, suddenly a calm voice resounded from the crowd. Wait! His words were spoken plainly, and even his voice was not loud, but for some reason, the moment this voice rang out, it had a strange magic power that made the old eunuch and even everyone subconsciously stop the movements of their hands. Everything was completely still, invisibly actually looking in the direction of the voice. Think of the person speaking as the center of the place. This is true even for Chief Steward Li. Isn't today the treasure house's treasure-giving day? Zhou Yu calmly glanced at Chief Steward Li, then leisurely said, the treasure-giving day hasn't even ended yet. Isn't it better not to have a conflict first? Saying that, he glanced at Yi Linger. This girl did open a 2-winged void gold cicada before. I can testify to that. When these words came out, everyone's faces changed. Do you have a death wish? People were already going to make a move on Yi Linger. Does it even matter if it's a void golden cicada at this point? Didn't see that everyone present was too scared to speak one by one? And even chiefly of Jumbo House acquiesced to the third prince's actions. Good lord, this is almost over and you're actually thinking about some kind of treasure-giving day? Isn't this a case of the old man hanging himself too long? What do you say, Chief Li? Seeing that no one replied, Zhou Yu couldn't help but ask again. Who are you? Chief Steward Li came back to his senses and was secretly surprised. He didn't understand why he had just listened to the other party's words. He just felt that Zhou Yu was definitely not that simple. He was not brainless to such an extent, so that's why he raised his voice to inquire. I'm just a guest attending a gambling session, Zhou Yu said indifferently, and simply turned his gaze to Yi Linger on the side. Want to live? Yi Linger froze for a moment, then subconsciously nodded. That's on one condition. On what terms? Be my righteous daughter. Yi Linger was silent, her eyes sized up Zhou Yu, looking middle-aged, with a dignified appearance and extraordinary manners, except that the other party looked flat and seemed to have no cultivation. But because of this, She was even more certain that the other party was definitely not an ordinary person. It was just that it was a bit hard to accept for a moment to have her recognize the other party as her rightful father. Don't worry, this seat can compete with you, at least in source arts. You are no match. Zhou Yu's words caused Yi Linger's heart to be shaken. Speaking of origin arts, she was a teacher from the lineage of origin heavenly masters, and her own origin arts were exquisite. Since his debut, he had yet to lose on top of a source art. She couldn't help but nod at the thought. Okay, if you can beat me, what's the harm if I recognize you as my righteous father? But if you can't beat me, please come to my rescue. This time, Senior's great favor will be repaid in the coming days. Ha! Zhou Yu shook his head and laughed. It doesn't exist. You'd better think about how to change your words later. After saying that, without him having to open his mouth, the pill elder behind him took a step out and walked straight towards the yellow zone. Little girl, in order for my master to convince you, he will also pick within this yellow zone, so that you can see how much you still lack in your own source arts. Pill elder had a sprightly smile on his lips as he walked straight away, but at that moment, the third prince and the others reacted, and immediately looked unsightly. I'm about to catch someone for good reason, and you want to continue gambling on the stones? Are you kidding me here? But after all, he felt that Zhou Yu was extraordinary, and did not make a direct move, but instead looked towards General Manager Li. Seeing this, Chief Steward Li's face flickered, and he couldn't help but shout out coldly. This customer, there is something going on in Jumbo House today. The treasure giving day will end here. Please also leave directly. Otherwise, if you upset my building master and show up directly, I'm afraid it won't end well. I'm afraid that the anger of a Chi Tian realm powerhouse will be difficult to bear. When these words came out, everyone sucked in cold air. Chi Tian realm. That was the existence of a half-saint. Just one step away from being able to step into a saint. After the destruction of the 10,000 demon kingdom, such strong people were simply rare in the southern forest. If one were to anger such an existence, it would be unimaginable. However, after hearing this, Zhou Yu smiled slightly. I'm afraid that half-saint is not qualified to be angry when he sees this seat. Hiss. These words amidst the blandness showed an inexplicable arrogance. For a moment, it made the crowd suck in cold air. Chapter 126, Recognizing the Righteous Father. The master of the house present. Crazy, really crazy. The other party spoke calmly, but the arrogance in his words simply shook the hearts of the crowd. A half-saint actually has no right to be angry. Who do you think you are? A saint? Or is it the great sage? If it was outside, I'm afraid I would have been mocked to death by the crowd on the spot. But this was, after all, inside the Jumbo building, and Chief Steward Li stared at Zhou Yu's face dead on, wanting to see half a shadow of bravado from him. Unfortunately, he was doomed to disappointment. Just then, the third prince's side couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, what a big talker. The Sword Pavilion has entered the southern forest, a top power at the Holy Land level, but it's still not qualified to be angry? The third prince looked at Zhou Yu with contempt. Who do you think you are? The Lord of the Realm? It was no wonder he was ignorant. The Great Song dynasty had only risen in the past few years, and the entire southern forest had been in a state of chaos ever since he had seen the might of the immortal sacred ground when the 10,000 demon kingdom had been destroyed the last time, in which even this boundary Lord Zhou Yu's name was passed down from within the Sword Pavilion. The true power was unknown to them, the low realm cultivators. This is just like the emperor making a private visit, and when he arrives in the private sector, he tells a shopkeeper that he is the emperor and can he be exempted from paying the bill. Instead of being greeted on his knees and shouting hurrahs, he would surely be treated like a madman. However, it is good that Chief Li comes from the Sword Pavilion, although he has not seen Zhou Yu, but he is not as low-eyed as the third prince, and between the flashes of his eyes, he did not stop it. He even secretly transmitted his voice to the owner of the building, hoping that his old man would show up, and at this moment, Pill Elder had already chosen a piece of edge material to come from amongst the yellow zone. Little girl, although some divine sources have their divine splendor internalized, they can still explore a trace of chi from them, and as long as they are captured, they will be able to discover the mysteries. Not only are you able to judge the quality of the divine source, but you can even perceive a bit of what's sealed inside. Medicine Old Man said. The edge of the material lifted his hand and shook, thrown into the mid-air, and then the breath around the body to spit, without the need for any stone decomposition formation, will directly begin to decompose the stone. Whoa whoa whoa! The stone chips from that edging kept falling off at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in a matter of moments the inside was revealed. Buzz! An extremely dense divine pattern fluctuation emanated from it, and a thick life source quality almost flowed out. Even if only a corner was revealed, the entire space was already filled with the breath of life, allowing one to feel smoothness between breaths. If a mortal was here, even just one bite would be able to prolong his life by 10 years. At this moment, Everyone was surprised. In this corner material, it was actually able to open up another divine origin? It's unbelievable. Just at that moment, stone chips floated down and the entire source stone was completely revealed. A palm-sized divine source. And inside the divine source, there was actually a void golden cicada sealed as well. That's right, this was the second void golden cicada. Only, unlike the previous one, this one was not double-winged, but, rather, six-winged. A six-winged void golden cicada, if taken out, would simply be able to shake the Holy Land. Even if it was a dead thing, it was far more valuable than a two-winged void gold cicada. Hiss! Six-winged void golden cicada. My god, is the void golden cicada that good? This is amazing chance. Amazing chance. What exactly is this old man's origin? Is the source art so skillful? The moment she saw the six-winged void golden cicada, Yi Linger's pupils shook dramatically. Just now, she had also cast a source art there, but she had not realized that there was a void golden cicada present in this source stone. Needless to say, the other party's understanding of source arts had already surpassed her own by far too much, even compared to her master's father. Her master was now seated, and it should be her source art that was the most powerful in the world, but unexpectedly, it was actually casually compared to this old man. She felt incredible. Yi Linger looked at Zhou, only to find that the other party was also looking at her, with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, looking gentle and incomparable. I lost, but I was chased by the great Song dynasty, and now the Jumbo House is also on their side. Behind the Jumbo House is the Yaoqi Holy Land, the Sword Pavilion and other Holy Land forces. Senior Yu. Yi Linger's tone carried a reminder, and it was clear that she didn't want the other party to get involved in this kind of strife. After all, the forces behind it were too powerful, and if they were truly implicated, an unusual powerhouse would not be able to resist. However, Zhou Yu just smiled calmly. You're going to renege? No, I'm just. Then call the righteous father. Available. Yi Linger wanted to say something, but when she looked at Zhou Yu's deep eyes that were as calm as a deep pool, she actually felt an involuntary submission. Righteous father. Swish. As soon as the words fell, Yi Linger seemed to feel that she had some indescribable connection with this great figure in front of her, as if it seemed to have become a lot more cordial between them. Great. Zhou Yu smiled slightly as he listened to the system prompts coming from within his mind. Just by flexing his fingers, a ray of light was struck into Yi Linger's body, and in the next moment, the injuries that had just been inflicted by the old eunuch were actually restored as before in a matter of moments. Yi Linger stood up and gave a deep salute to Zhou Yu. Thank you, righteous father, for helping me heal my wounds. All right, stand aside. Zhou Yu waved his hand, his eyes then looked to the side, and there, it was the old eunuch who had made the move earlier. You called me a righteous father, so I naturally have to protect you, and as for those who harmed you, let's start clearing the air with him first. Buzz. As the words fell, invisible fluctuations rose up. The old eunuch felt bad and let out a scream from his mouth, but not waiting for this scream to be delivered. It came to an abrupt end in an instant. Immediately afterward, the crowd was dumbfounded to see that his figure annihilated into countless fragments out of thin air, dissipating into the void like sand and dust. Hiss! The crowd sucked in cold air. Who could make a heavenly palace realm powerhouse silently annihilate? It so happened that Zhou Yu's eyes looked towards the third prince, and the third prince was instantly shocked and chilled all over. Chiefly, stop him. I'm the third prince of the great Song dynasty. You can't kill me. Song Wuji naturally understands at this moment that Zhou Yu's strength is feared to be far above the heavenly palace realm, and can only pin his hopes on the treasure house. Just at this moment, there was a sudden tremor in the void, and then an old voice resounded throughout the treasure house. Who dares to cause trouble in my Jumbo house? A powerful aura enveloped the entire Jumbo building, and then only a figure clad in a grey robe with an extraordinary demeanor was seen appearing from within the Jumbo building. Owner! It's the owner who's here. The crowd gasped in shock. A half-saint sitting here was the bottom line of the entire treasure house. Seeing the appearance of this bottomless being, the third prince instantly developed confidence and hurriedly fell to his knees, shouting up to this building master. Elder! This person has taken the liberty of beheading someone from my great Song dynasty at the treasure house. He has violated the treasure house's great taboo. No unauthorized action is allowed within the Jumbo building. Who is so bold? That building owner had gained a lot of benefits, and seeing the third prince's face sink, he subconsciously said. Seeing this, the third prince immediately jumped up and pointed at Zhou Yu. It's him! So big. The building master opened his mouth in a cold voice, and as he was speaking, his eyes suddenly fell on Zhou Yu's body, and suddenly his heart shook violently, and his pupils contracted violently. Chapter 127, The Descent of the Sector Master. The Building Master's Awakening. Hearing that the owner actually spoke, the third prince instantly reacted. knowing that this wave was stable. A sardonic smile appeared on his lips, and the indignation in his heart was even swept away. This was a half-saint. And in today's ancient origin city, it was simply sweeping everything and no one could stop it. Not only him, even the others thought the same way. Seeing the owner appear, they knew that the end of this was already predetermined. Quite a few people even sighed in their hearts in an instant. This male who doesn't know where he came from is still quite tender. Unbeknownst to him, this place was now under the control of the Yaoi Holy Land and even the Sword Pavilion. And such behemoths were not something that ordinary people could resist. However, the crowd saw that this floor master only spat out 2 words, and immediately after, his face actually changed drastically, and in the next moment, with a single step of his feet, his figure appeared in front of Zhou like a stump. Is this a strike? No way. What kind of favor did this third prince give? To actually be able to make a half-saint help out like this? It's more than a favor. It's like being treated like one of our own. Now that's something to think about. Is it hard to believe that Ditsong has already hitched a ride with a behemoth like the Sword Pavilion? While the crowd was talking, the expected strike did not appear, and the half-saint floor master with the mighty pressure of the entire field and a strong aura actually fell to his knees with a plop under the eyes of the crowd. Li Buchuan of the Sword Pavilion. See the sector master. Swish. All was utterly silent. Not a sound could be heard. The entire jumbo building was even as silent as the 9 specters, and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's mouths opened wide in shock as they looked at the kneeling half-saint. A half-saint? Actually kneeling? How is that possible? That's a different picture than the one they were thinking of. Zhou looked at the other party calmly and incomparably, only saying faintly, "You know me?" He only knew those few senior members of the Sword Pavilion. Like this kind of half-saint, had not paid attention to it, just did not expect that the other party actually knew himself as well. Back to the Boundary Lord. I was fortunate enough to have seen the Boundary Lord's heavenly face when I was on the battlefield with the Pavilion Master, and I still don't dare to forget that magnificent demeanor. After saying that he was even more trembling and kowtowed to Zhou repeatedly. I didn't know that the Boundary Master was coming, and I'd like to ask the Boundary Master for forgiveness for the many rushes I made just now. Zhou did not reply, but instead glanced in the direction of the third prince. Just now, it seemed like you were going to help him? Is this the kind of rule that the Treasure Pavilion, which you are in charge of, has here? Zhou's words were very calm and did not even have the slightest fluctuation of emotion, but falling into Li Buchuan's ears caused his body to shake and tremble. He hurriedly got up from the ground and bowed to explain. The old immortal has been in seclusion all this time and has not understood the outside world clearly. Boundary Master later. I will go and inquire to understand. Chiefly. Saying that he burst out with a roar that contained his cultivation almost causing Chiefly to faint on the spot. Subordinate. What all happened just now? Tell this floor master one by one. He looked at the other man almost through clenched teeth. If there is any semblance of concealment or misrepresentation, you know what will happen. I dare not. My subordinate does not dare. Chief Stewardly was shaking like chaff, and when he heard the words Realm Lord, he knew that things had gone bad. Immediately, he didn't dare to hide anything and transmitted his voice to tell the building owner everything. It even included the third prince's intentions for Yi Linger and so on. On the other side, the more the building master listened, the angrier he became. How could he not expect that he had only just closed his eyes for a short while, and then he would be able to have such a terrifying event happen? Originally, he had taken many resources from the other side, and had shown favoritism towards the great Song dynasty. On normal days, it would be fine, but Zhou came here and was actually offended. He could be certain that if this matter was not handled well today, even if the pavilion master himself came, he would not be able to save himself. Assholes, how dare you show favoritism and disregard for fairness? Angrily shouting, Li Buchuan instantly raised his hand and waved it, and the biting sword light flashed throughout the jumbo building. Thumbs up. Only a crunching sound was heard, and the just reporting Chief Li was directly sliced into 2 halves, the scattered sword chi completely annihilating both his physical body and divine soul. In just a few moments, it completely dissipated into the heavens and earth. Up to this point, Li Buchuan was still indignant. Such villains are simply not worthy of death. Then he raised his hand and grabbed it, and the puppet-like third prince was grabbed at once, and before he could react, he was pinched by Li Buchuan's big hand and pinched on the spot, to the point of death. The third prince didn't even understand that he had spent so many resources, but he didn't even have a chance to say a word. Silence, extreme silence filled the entire jumbo building. All the guests looked at the 2 people who had been reduced to flying dust in an instant, and even their breathing was forcibly suppressed, fearing that he would be pinched to death directly by the other party if he was not careful at any point. This was a half-saint. If he really struck out, none of the people present would be able to escape, and after exterminating these 2, Li Buchuan did not continue to do so, but instead, he fell to his knees with a plop. The main culprit has now been exterminated, and I implore the Boundary Master to punish the old immortal for his lack of oversight. Joyu calmly looked at him and did not open his mouth, only to turn his gaze after several breaths. Although this seat is a sector lord, but the punishment will not overstep its bounds. Go back and find your Li family pavilion master to be punished. By saying so, he had practically let the other party off the hook. Indeed, Joyu naturally knew that Li Bu, the group must have also reaped many of the benefits given by the great Song dynasty. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been ready to stand up for each other as soon as they showed up. The reason why he did not pursue the matter was not because he was soft-hearted, but, in this world, it was just the way it was. Even if this Li Buchuan is destroyed, there is still the next Li Buchuan. Whoever comes to this place, after a long time, is going to be affected by it. After all, this was ancient origin city, and the resources around them were opportunities that could allow them to improve. If one were to honestly stay here and rely on his salary alone, how would he be able to seek an opportunity for a breakthrough? Without a breakthrough, it all seems pointless. Compared to the others, Yi Linger, who had just been accepted as a righteous daughter, had an even stronger vibration in her heart as she looked at Joyu, the words Realm Lord still echoing in her mind. He's actually a Realm Lord? As a Source Celestial Master, she had naturally heard of the battle of the great emperors that had erupted earlier, and according to her master, it was the sector master of the Xianhuan Great World who had used his own strength to severely injure the incarnation of the great emperors. Ever since then, Yi Linger's heart was filled with the desire to reach this level one day. Unexpectedly, I actually met my honors today, and even became the other party's righteous daughter. Does that count as leveling the playing field? She was a little lost in her mind and suddenly thought of something and hurriedly came to Joyu. Righteous father, my great Ning kingdom was overthrown by the great Song dynasty, and my entire clan died at its hands. I implore you to do the right thing for Linger. She had thought that she would have to spend her whole life to avenge her hatred, but she had never thought that this opportunity was actually close at hand. However, Joyu shook his head slightly at his words. I can't be the master. This master, you have to do it yourself. Chapter 128 Yuanshu Ancient Mine, Carp turning into dragon. I make my own decisions? Yi Linger froze for a moment, seemingly a little confused. Right, Joyu nodded. You have to take your own revenge. Saying that, he raised his hand and grabbed it, and the divine origin in Pill Elder's hand swept out and landed in his hand. Joyu only gently gripped it, and the divine origin violently trembled and completely disintegrated from the inside. Inside, the six-winged void golden cicada, which was only the size of a finger, first trembled for a moment, shaking its head as if it was confused, and then its 6 wings began to tremble. Swish! With just a slight tremor, the void golden cicada was about to vanish into the void and directly escape. This time, the speed of the 6-winged void golden cicada was simply more than tens of times faster than the previous 2-winged void golden cicadas. Just a flash, as if drilling into the void, cracks disappeared at once. However, Joyu kept his probing palm from even moving as an invisible fluctuation suddenly spread out. Buzz! The next moment, ripples rose in the void, and the fleeing void golden cicada was actually completely sealed in the void by it. Then Joyu raised his hand and flicked it, and it landed in front of Yi Linger. You lost your previous one, so this one is for you. Compensate me? Yi Linger looked at the imprisoned void golden cicada with wide eyes. How could she not expect that this 6-winged golden cicada would actually fall into her hands so easily? This was a supreme treasure that even a holy land would value, but it was given to him so easily. It took her by surprise. In addition to being able to comprehend the void Tao, the void golden cicada, after refining, can also teleport, which is considered a means for you to save your life. Joyu faintly explained. Since you are a Source Celestial Master, in order to refine in the Tao of Source Arts, you must first enter the various mines so as to be able to enhance your Source Arts. All such open spaces are accompanied by fierce dangers, so if you can't retreat in one piece, won't it be a lost cause? This, righteous father, is too expensive. I can't take it. Yi Linger hurriedly refused. Although my current Source Art is not complete, I am generally able to retreat in my entire body from a treacherous place. This void golden cicada is capable of comprehending the great Tao, or is it most needed by righteous father? Saying that, she hurriedly pushed the 6-winged golden cicada back to Joyu. Joyu smiled faintly and seemed to be very satisfied with this righteous daughter's filial piety, but there was no intention to take it back in his hand. But he calmly said, keep it, we're going to enter the Yuanshu ancient mine. You'll still have use for it there. It's the mine, and Linger can. What? The Yuanshu ancient mine? Yi Linger was about to retort, but she reacted violently. Her pretty face filled with shock. Righteous father is going to enter the Yuanshu ancient mine? Not bad. If you want to exercise your source arts, There's no place that's more suitable than the Yuanshu ancient mine. Zhou Yu did not explain too much, but reached out and grabbed Yi Linger's white wrist, followed by taking a step towards the front. Buzz! Ripples appeared in the entire void out of nowhere, followed by the figures of the two just disappearing out of nowhere. The Pill Elder on the side sniffed and similarly stepped out, his figure once again disappearing without a trace from within the Jumbo building. Looking at the disappearing trio, the entire Jumbo building was completely quiet. What did they just say? It seems like we're going to the Yuanshu ancient mine? Yuanshu, the ancient mine? Hiss. Are you crazy? The Yuanshu ancient mine has existed for too long. There are many mysteries within it, and there were once a quasi-emperor who stepped into it and eventually disappeared completely. On that day blood and light rushed to the sky, and it was rumored that there was a great battle that crumbled several mines. Not necessarily this time. The one who went in is the Xian Huang Realm Lord. According to rumors, this one is an existence that has pacified several forbidden zones of life, and he's going to do it for the sake of practicing that source Heavenly Master's heir. So maybe he won't go deeper into it. You guys take your time and wait here. I'm going to leave. Once a great war really breaks out, Ancient Origin City will bear the brunt of it. Swish! Many people fled the treasure house, following which they prepared to leave Guyuan City as soon as possible. The owner of the treasure house, Li Buchuan, had an ugly expression on his face, now that he had escaped. I am afraid that if this matter was reported, he would also be severely punished by the Li family. For the sake of today's plan, one could only grit his teeth and guard within the Jumbo building, and if a great war did occur, he would be able to protect the Jumbo building's industry and perhaps even make up for his mistakes. Soon, the news of the Realm Lord's descent into Ancient Origin City spread throughout the southern forest. Many powerful people even rushed over, wanting to catch a glimpse of this Xian Huang first man. But unfortunately, by the time they arrived, Zhou Yu was already tens of thousands of miles away from Ancient Origin City. Buzz! The void trembled as the three figures became solid from illusory. Master! Less than 1,000 miles further forward is the core of the Yuanshu ancient mine. Pill Elder bowed and said, there are mining slaves present there, and once you step into them, you will be attacked. Similar to the other forbidden zones, many powerful people who entered them in an attempt to explore the divine origin were blocked there for various reasons, and after their deaths, they were transformed into mining slaves who hunted all living beings who stepped into them. It was also said that these mining slaves were refined by the great emperors lurking in them to guard the secrets. Of course there are other rumors in this besides mining slaves. Injected into the Yuanshu ancient mine there had been immortal light rising, vaguely humanoid silhouettes breaking through the divine source and soaring away. It had been 10,000 years ago, and at that time, there had been many powerful people who had traveled there, wanting to explore. Most likely, in the end, however, only one sage Wang Mi returned dragging his remnants of his body, and after spitting out the news, he completely disappeared. Regardless, the Yuanshu ancient mine was a mysterious place second only to the heavenly curtain among the 5 forbidden zones of life. However, while the crowd was passing on the mystery about the Yuanshu ancient mine, in the depths of the Yuanshu ancient mine, Zhou Yu was exploring with Yi Linger. Buzz! A buzzing sound rang out, and within the huge pit, 1,000 feet crack emerged, and a piece of divine origin was forced out by Yi Linger with the 9 heavens sealing origin technique. The light within the divine source shone brightly, and vaguely there was actually the sound of a dragon's whistle. Click! The divine source broke open, and one of the carp-like silhouettes flashed out all of a sudden, the other party's breath rising around them, and the Tao lines blossoming. Between the struggle actually began to mutate. The body spread. The head of the fish began to change, growing 2 horns. The body began to lengthen. There are sharp claws growing from below. Vaguely, it was actually going to take the form of a dragon. Boom click. There was thunder flashing and splitting down above the dome of the sky, and the carp that had transformed into a dragon suddenly let out a roar, and its original metamorphosis actually came to a standstill. Half of the body became a dragon's head, dragon's claw, and the second half of the body remained a fish tail. Obviously, the dragonization failed. Damn it, little doll, you dare to spoil this dragon's good deed? That dragon-headed carp roared, having metamorphosed for 1,000 years in the divine origin itself, only one step away from being able to completely transform into a dragon. Unexpectedly, it actually came out early, all because of this source heavenly master. Thus, his anger rose, and his aura from the Sage King erupted, preparing to make up for his loss by decapitating Yi Linger. However, his roar had just sounded, when suddenly an even more terrifying aura blossomed within the crack. Immediately afterward, a vortex-like shadow actually flashed out, enveloping it at once. Chapter 129 9 Heavens Sealing Origin Technique, Swallowing Heavenly Python of the Ancient World. Buzz! Invisible fluctuations spread out, turning into ripples of Tao lines enveloping the half-dragon carp in an instant. In an instant, the half-dragon carp only felt a tremor around its body, strangely unable to move, as if it was caught in a quagmire. What kind of person, to actually have such a strong aura? Its pair of dragon head eyes looked towards the distance, and it saw Zhou standing there with a calm expression on his face, and the dots of Dao lines emanating from his body were the very source that had imprisoned him. Quasi-emperor. The half-dragon carp knew that it was not good. He was really unlucky. The moment he came out, he directly encountered such a ruthless person. He couldn't help but want to beg for mercy, but unfortunately, Zhou didn't give him a chance at all. Linger, my father has already suppressed him with Dao lines, so you can continue to try the Nine Heavens sealing origin technique. Zhou glanced at Pill Elder on the side, and Pill Elder instantly understood and came to Yi Linger's front and began to instruct the other party on her source art. Even though Pill Elder didn't know the Source Celestial Master's source arts, after all, his experience was old and his understanding of source arts was touchy and sighted, and he was able to give the other party a great deal of enlightenment. Setting as Sage King here, specializing in giving people the ability to cultivate source arts. If it was before, even Yi Linger would have to be jaw-dropped in disbelief. Only, she was already used to this kind of scene along the way, and even just nodded her head as she began to continue her busy schedule. One source art after another began to blossom from her hands, enveloping towards the Saint King's half-dragon carp. From start to finish, this Saint King actually didn't put up half a fight, and could only allow the other party to keep casting. Zhou would also occasionally diminish his own Dao lines so that the other party could emit chi as a way to stimulate Yi Linger's source art and test the results. In this regard, he didn't care, but instead, his divine thoughts moved slightly and began to spread over towards the surroundings, wanting to see what secrets were hidden within this Yuanshu ancient mine. Could it be that there are a few supreme beings hidden here as well? Zhou speculated in his heart, wondering what the ultimate secret of this Yuanshu ancient mine was. It wasn't that he couldn't explore, but the many hidden secrets were sealed within the source stone, and if he didn't break through the divine source, the breath wouldn't leak out in the slightest, making it difficult to know the full picture. Just as it was pondering, suddenly, Yi Linger there came fluctuations, only to see its surrounding breath bloom. Hands even flicked several earth dragon veins detained. The dragon veins rushed, turned into rolling Dao lines, coiled around each other, toward that Sage King's half-dragon carp impact. Ow! That Sage King let out a roar and was actually hardened by this dragon vein for a split second. Nice! It's a Shakti. One must know that Yi Linger only had the strength of the divine bridge realm, but now, with the help of the Nine Heavens sealing origin art, she could actually seal the Sage King. Even just a moment was enough to prove the refinement of the other party's source arts. Put! Yi Linger sprayed a mouthful of blood out of her mouth, but her face didn't care in the slightest. Instead it was filled with excitement. She hurriedly said to Pill Elder, "Many thanks to Pill Elder." "Oh, there's no need to thank me. It's the master who needs to be thanked." Pill Elder smiled faintly, and was also very appreciative of Yi Linger's talent. Yi Linger reacted and hurriedly saluted Zhou. But just at this moment, a vibration suddenly came from within the ancient mining pit, and the next moment, a terrifying fluctuation erupted from it all at once. Boom! The rubble crumbled, the earth shook, and a shadow swept out from within the crack. Not waiting for the crowd to react, the shadow then opened its mouth wide and bit the half-dragon carp's head in one go. By now, the figure within the shadow was revealed, and it was actually a black-scaled python that was 10,000 feet long. The aura emanating from its body actually surpassed the Sate realm, only one step away from being able to achieve quasi-emperor. Look out! Pill Elder's face changed, not expecting this turn of events to occur. He almost took one step and his figure appeared in front of Yi Linger, ready to protect the other party. However, the expected attack did not appear. The black-scaled python's mouth closed in with a click. It bit the body of the point-and-a-half dragon carp into two. Taiku swallowing python? Pill Elder exclaimed. Isn't this the star race? How could it be hiding here? And it's still a ferocious creature of the first level of a quasi-emperor? He stepped on his feet, emitting a rolling breath around him, and in an instant, a rich medicinal fragrance rose up, actually turning into a Dao pattern between twists. This is the medicine Dao, the great medicine of heaven and earth, can also be called the Dao. Countless medicinal Qi Dao patterns fused with each other, transformed into patterned ropes, completely binding this Taiku swallowing python. However, this Taiku swallowing python had a strong physical body, and under successive roars, it actually broke this rope. Ow! Roaring repeatedly from his mouth, he opened his bloody mouth towards Pill Elder and Yi Linger and came in a flash. However, as he watched the maw approach, a calm word merely rang out from the side. Enough! The moment the words rang out, a Dao pattern rose one after another, twisting and turning into a palm carrying a realm, fiercely grasping towards the Taiku swallowing python. Click! Ancient swallowing python solidified out of thin air, the huge incomparable body in mid-air came to an abrupt end, followed by a burst in the eyes of the two surprised. Boom! Boom! Unable to withstand the impact of the Dao lines, it directly emitted a violent roar and completely annihilated. Yi Linger was dumbfounded. A ferocious creature of the quasi-emperor realm was actually completely destroyed by her righteous father just like that. Moreover, the other party looked simply. Understatement. This is, the power of a realm lord? Yi Linger was lost in thought and muttered to herself. Could it be that righteous father has become an emperor? I'm not a great emperor yet. Zhou Yu's words drifted out. A great emperor's Dao is to leave behind the imprint of the heavenly Dao. There is still a gap between me and a true great emperor. For such a long time, Zhou Yu had continued to perfect himself in the realm Dao, but he was still a bit short of the final consummation. He wasn't sure if he could actually fight against the great emperor's essence, only knowing that he wasn't a true great emperor yet without leaving behind the heavens Dao imprint. To be this powerful when you're not a great emperor. If you were to achieve greatness once you're a great emperor, wouldn't you have to far surpass ordinary great emperors? Yi Linger's master was a fallen origin heavenly master and likewise a great saint. If it wasn't due to the red hair curse, she wouldn't have needed anyone else at all to be able to settle the great Song dynasty. However, she had heard her master say that the realm of great emperors also had different levels. A great emperor who was able to leave behind a complete brand of the heavenly Dao was a flawless great emperor. In the same era, only one great emperor could become a flawless great emperor. The rest of the powerhouses, even after the lightning tribulation, could not imprint the complete Dao if they could not surpass the great emperors, and could only leave behind a tattered imprint. This kind is known as alternative paths of becoming. This kind of great emperor couldn't be compared to the immaculate emperor, but it was also called a great emperor and was stronger than a supreme being when facing a supreme being, yet weaker than the supreme being of extreme sublimity. According to Yi Linger's senses, this righteous father was afraid that he was going to achieve a true immaculate emperor. Linger, now that you've achieved great success with your origin art, let Pill Elder take you to the great song first. Zhou Yu's words caused Yi Linger to faintly stare. Chapter 130, Sweeping the Yuanchu. Great song's underpinnings. Let me avenge myself? Even though my origin art is greatly accomplished, with my current cultivation level I can at most only fend off great powers, and the great Song dynasty has a half-saint ancestor sitting at the helm, so I'm no match. It's just a half-saint. Just let Pill Elder make a move. Zhou Yu smiled. I asked you to take revenge on your own because I want you to end them with your own hands, so that you can remove your heart's demons and have your thoughts clear. It is not for you to overcome them on your own. And that? Yi Linger was a bit baffled. She thought that she had to overthrow the great Song by her own ability in order to fulfill her righteous father's arrangement. How could my father give you full power to do it yourself? Even if you could do it, delaying your cultivation for the sake of this bit of hatred is simply sacrificing the essence for the end. Zhou Yu laughed out loud. Go on. With Pill Elder here, you can be safe. This great Song dynasty is only a half-saint sitting in the town. Even if there is some hiding, one more saint is just a saint. Pill Elder was a quasi-emperor powerhouse, and even though he wasn't good at fighting, it was still easy to settle these streams of saints. As for Zhou Yu, he naturally had more important things to do. With Yi Linger here, it was a bit of a constraint and not good for exertion. Yes, Linger honors the orders of her righteous father. Yi Linger bowed, and then she was taken by Pill Elder to ascend straight to the direction where the great Song dynasty was located. Pill Senior, is righteous father staying here to go deeper into the Yuanchu ancient mine? Yi Linger turned back to look at Zhou Yu who was standing in the air and could not help but worry. The menace of this ancient mine is far beyond imagination. There won't be any problems, will there? Linger girl doesn't have to worry. Pill Elder smiled faintly. The ones to worry about should be the divine origin in those ancient mines. Really? Yi Linger's tone was tinged with worry, and her eyes couldn't help but look towards the back. However, immediately afterward, her pupils shrank as she violently saw Zhou Yu's figure begin to pull up, and at the same time, a large white streamer with a sinister aura appeared from the void. Then, the entire sky above the Yuanchu ancient mine changed completely. Boom! The heavens shook dramatically, and countless sounds of ghosts crying and wolves howling resounded, followed by thick chains piercing through the clouds and directly plunging into the Yuanchu ancient mine. These chains were incomparably brutal, directly wreaking havoc inside the ancient mines continuously, searching for all sorts of divine sources, extremely roughly knocking down the source stones and breaking the life source quality in them, causing these sealed figures to completely fail to hide and directly appear. Buzz, buzz, all sorts of fluctuations surfaced in an instant. Roars, terror, strangeness, and brutal auras and hisses rose up. There were skeletons reviving from the divine source, ghostly flames emitting monstrous quasi-emperor might. There were twilight old dragons opening their eyes from within the divine source, incomparably angry. There were blood-stained broken swords breaking through the air to leave and slaughter the living. There were sharp claws, a single eye, a head, and many great ferocious things blooming from the divine source, densely packed like a sea of ferocious things. Yilinger was shocked by the scene she saw when she turned around and opened her mouth wide, unable to believe her eyes. With so many ferocious creatures, there were no less than 10 quasi-emperors among them, and there were even some crippled divine weapons that actually emanated imperial might. Adding it all up, even a quasi-emperor powerhouse's scalp would go numb. However, Zhou merely stood in mid-air, looking at these places and shaking his head slightly. The Yuanshu ancient mind don't even have this kind of challenge? What a disappointment. As the words fell, countless chains pierced through the void and rushed into the crowd like a massacre, blooming one after another. What kind of paramount emperor? What kind of great murderer? In front of the human emperor streamer, none of them had the slightest place to fight back. This time, even Pill Elder couldn't help but be shocked. The prowess that Zhou had displayed was simply more than he could have imagined. If the medicine clan hadn't treated them with courtesy in the first place, perhaps it would have been the same fate as it was now. This time, in the Starry Sky 10,000 races ranking, I'm afraid that the master is going to lead the Zhou race to occupy a place. Pill Elder gave his evaluation and led Yilinger to the Great Song. Father, now that that realm lord has actually become Yilinger's righteous father, how should we react? At the same time, the Great Song dynasty, within the palace, a group of royal sons, and even many beloved ministers gathered together. What else is there to deal with? Another prince said in a deep voice. It's all because the third prince had no eyes. He actually didn't know that the boundary lord was approaching. And now my Great Song dynasty is in danger. All thanks to him. Fourth prince. At a time like this, what's the use of talking about this? Yes, it's a fact that we overthrew the great Ning country, and were considered immortal with that Yilinger. Now even if we kneel down and beg for forgiveness, the other party is afraid that they won't let us go. Why don't we ask the old ancestor to come out, negotiate with the other party, contribute resources, or even become a slave, and perhaps there can be a ray of hope. For this kind of proposal, if it was before, when the Great Song dynasty was in the middle of the day, to dare to say so is looking for death. But now, everyone couldn't help but nod their heads. Maybe it was the only way to stay alive. Of course, it wasn't that the crowd hadn't thought of escaping, but in front of the realm lord, trying to escape was nothing short of a fool's errand. Even the chief manager of Jumbo House is dead. How much better can the others be? While the crowd was arguing, the old emperor sitting there suddenly raised his eyes. Enough! The great hall was momentarily silent, and then, a pale voice was heard ringing out. Things have come to a head. My Great Song dynasty has already made a grudge against it, so there's only one way to go about it. What way? The crowd couldn't help but look at the emperor, not understanding what the other party was talking about in terms of a solution. Blood sacrifice for 10 cities. The old emperor said expressionlessly. Form the Big Dipper blood-killing formation, draw in the supreme killing aura, and make that one present. That one? The faces of the crowd changed. Some were unsure, while others had their hearts shaken, revealing incredulity. One must know that the existence of that person was only known to a few people, and it was because of that person's existence that the Great Song dynasty was able to rise to become such a dynasty in such a short period of time. That one, who was able to create a saint in a short period of time. Such astounding means, even a great emperor might not be able to do so. Its own terror and mystery was the greatest heritage of the entire Great Song dynasty. Father, that lord, didn't he say the time had not yet come? A royal son said in a deep voice. Now if the blood sacrifice is awakened, I am afraid there is no harm in it. With my Great Song present, only then can we condense a constant stream of killing chi for it. If Great Song is not present, even if that person exists, how easy would it be to find such an obedient helper in a short period of time? The old emperor waved his hand. Go on, pick 10 cities and prepare a blood sacrifice. I'll go to the ancestral land and ask the old ancestor to invite that one to come out. I, Dat Song, also don't need to fight that realm lord. As long as your excellency is able to negotiate with the realm lord so that we can survive, then it will be considered a success. Yes, sir. With the fall of the holy decree, the entire Great Sang acted in an instant, and at the same time, Yilinger and Pill Old Man also happened to arrive at the Great Song dynasty. Chapter 131, The Most Emotionless Imperial Family, Sweeping the Imperial City. Buzz. The void trembled as Yilinger and Pill Old Man's figures appeared, their eyes looking towards the distance. In an instant, 2 lines of clear tears flowed down above Yilinger's stunningly beautiful face. Her red eyes, looking at the city in front of her that had already flowed into a river of blood, an unconcealable rage rose from her heart. What's going on here? How could she have never imagined that this city that used to be Ning would now be in this state? Such a strong fury? Pale Elder stood at the side, his brows locked. He also did not expect that the entire city was actually all flowing blood. He subconsciously spread out his divine thoughts, and as a result, he sucked in a breath of cold air. The entire city, was actually all but slaughtered, and all living beings, even infants, were not spared in the slightest, even to the extent that he witnessed the death of several infants who had just been born less than a full month ago in their swaddling clothes. Who actually dares to do such a heartless thing? Medicine Old Man is originally Medicine Clan. Nature pure, most cannot see this kind of hell on earth scene. In an instant, his anger rose, almost burning the heavens. Swish! Without waiting for him to move, Yi Linger had already transformed into a stream of light and shot towards the distance. She was going to look for the source, for just who had done this to the people of her Ning Kingdom. A city large enough to hold 1 million people. Now that it has been completely exterminated, it is simply outrageous. Put! A blade light swept by, and several figures with incomparably terrified eyes watched as they were cleaved in half. The horror and despair was so terrifying that it was almost a war cry. The person who started it all, however, continued to show no mercy and even spat in displeasure. Really? So many people for me to kill? My hands are weak. This was a powerful man of the dematerialization realm, wearing the armor of the Great Song Dynasty, who couldn't help but spit a little. Cut the crap. What's requested above must be resolved within an hour. Fast. A divine bridge realm powerhouse at the head of the group frowned and urged. This is about the survival of my Great Song Dynasty. Don't take any chances. Got it, General. The person who made the move didn't have any nonsense, and immediately stepped on his feet. His body swept away towards the distance. However, his figure had just swept up when suddenly a shocking roar resounded in the void. Die! Swish! A pizzicato fluctuation of yuan power flashed through the void all at once, and then transformed into a twisted ripple of water. Between the flow of the ripples, it straightaway completely entangled the other party. Not good. Theirs. That degenerate realm powerhouse had just spat out 3 words when he heard a click. His head was instantly twisted, and between the impacts of the yuan power, all of his divine soul was completely destroyed. What kind of people dare to stop my Great Song Dynasty? The Divine Bridge Realm General shouted angrily, his aura blossoming around him. However, the yuan power that was like a stream of water suddenly erupted, turning into a wave that swept towards the other party. Damn it! Drive me! That general's long blade slashed, and the condensed substance-like blade light swept through, only to hear a snort, and the current-like yuan power was split apart at once. That general was just about to rejoice, but immediately afterward, his face changed, and the yuan power current that had just split open actually bridged again, and swept towards him even more violently. Pust! Ah! Miserable screams resounded as blood erupted from the yuan power. Pust! Pust! The yuanli water currents were twisted around each other, and in the end, one could only see that there was blood and broken flesh being completely annihilated. Only then did Yi Linger's figure appear from afar. It's Yi Linger! Someone exclaimed. Run and inform His Highness. These people had been chasing Yi Linger, so how could they not recognize this remaining member of the Great Ning Kingdom? Want to go? Stay for me. In the distance, the old man's angry voice sounded, and then the fleeing figures violently trembled, and then out of thin air, there are countless young green leaf buds growing out of their bodies, and then the entire body completely wrapped, and the other side was like rooted land, rapidly drying out as it grew. All the vitality was completely devoured, becoming all the nutrients for the seedling to grow. It was only after being completely devoured into flying ash, and even the divine soul was allowed to grow stronger for the seedling, that this completely ended it all. Elder Pill, it's the Great Song Dynasty. Yi Linger's petite body trembled with unspeakable anger. Not only did they kill my clan, they even spared these commoners. Miss Linger shouldn't get excited. Pill Elder comforted in a deep voice. Slaughtering mortals in such a manner is harmful to heaven and harmony, and is bound to leave behind countless karmic consequences. Since they are doing this, there must be a reason for it, so wait for the old man to find out about it and then make a decision. After saying that, he moved his divine thoughts and directly blessedly dispersed. As a quasi-empire, the divine thoughts were vast, and the limit could even spread a star. It was incredibly easy to envelop a city. Soon after, Pill Elder let out a cold snort, followed by a Dao pattern emanating out between his raised hands. Many of the powerful people who still continued to slaughter within this city only felt their bodies tremble as countless shoots actually grew out of their bodies, draining their flesh and blood of their vitality. It was indeed very simple for a quasi-emperor to deal with these mole-like powerhouses. This kind of tattoo only needs a little. As soon as it was enveloped, it was able to directly penetrate the body, and only an existence of the same realm, with at least a Dao line of resistance, was able to resist the waves of this Dao line. Buzz! As the ripples trembled, a figure was detained by Pill Elder. and he didn't interrogate it, but rather, between thoughts, the Tao lines penetrated the divine soul and began to search for the information in it, only to see the detained figure convulse a few times before it completely turned into a dry corpse. Miss Linger, the great song has guessed that we will come and seems to be preparing ways to try to confront us. From the other party's divine soul, the only information that Pil Lao knew was that the great Song Emperor had ordered the preparation of 10 cities to be slaughtered, gathering all sorts of killing chi, and preparing to awaken the greatest underbelly. As for what this underpinning was and how strong it was, no one knew. No matter how strong it is, it can't possibly withstand the old man. Pil Elder was indeed a bit angered by the other party's approach, and he arched his hand at Yi Linger. Miss Linger, in my old man's opinion, I'm afraid they've been preparing for quite some time, so I'm afraid it's too late to go to the other cities and pools to stop them. Why don't I take you straight to the Great Song Imperial City and exterminate them completely? What do you think? Then I'll trouble Pil Elder. Yi Linger bowed. She didn't even intend to care about her own grudges now, as long as she was able to exterminate these beastly executioners of the Great Song. Completely. Yes. Pil Elder nodded his head, then his breath rose around him, wrapping Yi Linger completely, and the two of them turned into streams of light and sped straight towards the direction of the Great Song Dynasty. Report, Your Majesty, the killing aura of one city has not been collected completely, and the summoning jade slip has not received any reply. On the other side, a general of the Great Song Dynasty who was in charge of messaging urgently reported to the old emperor. No matter, it's just a city, it doesn't matter. The old emperor's eyes heard this but did not have the slightest fluctuation, and even revealed a look of early anticipation. This, Your Majesty, requires the collection of the killing aura of 10 cities, and now that one city is missing, how can we awaken the underpinnings? The general was obviously a little anxious. This was a matter of life and death, so he naturally didn't dare to be negligent. My subordinate is willing to lead the army and slaughter another city. It's not necessary. The old emperor waved his hand lightly. Why do you think that city has no contact? This was stopped by someone? The general's face changed and he blurted out. It's not stopped. It's supposed to have been exterminated. The old emperor said, but it doesn't bother me. I, long before the order was issued, had already asked the secret guards to repeat the same order. The old emperor's face was ice cold. The cities selected by the secret guards are the 10 closest to the imperial city. What? The nearest 10? The general was shocked. Around the Daesong imperial city, those were the people of Daesong. 10 cities, 10 million people. So just die? Even if he had an iron heart, he could not bear it a bit. But he saw that the old emperor did not have the slightest bit of pity on his face, and instead said icily, if they can't survive this calamity, what's the point of them living? The old emperor said in cold blood, if they are the people of the Great Song, they must do their duty for the Great Song, even if it means giving up their lives. That general was silent, and at this moment he finally understood the words. The most unforgiving imperial family. Go! Since there's no news from them, it proves that it's very likely that that realm lord has already come, so we have to be prepared. The old emperor waved his hand, signaling the other party to leave. He had now thrown his life away, pressing all his hopes on that sacrificial divine source. As long as the other party was able to fend off the realm lord, he would naturally have a chance of survival. I have no other choice. Foreign races or Xin Huang. Without this opportunity, I, even if I exhaust my life, will not be able to make the Great Song reach its current level. The old emperor looked up at the sky, but there was not the slightest wavering in his eyes. He was an emperor. He was an emperor with ambition. Nay, his own natural talent was limited. Even after spending countless years, he was only able to possess the strength of the heavenly palace realm. Trying to fight for supremacy in the southern forest was simply impossible. Who would have thought that the behemoth that was the 10,000 demon kingdom would actually be overthrown? And at the same time, many of the demon clans were decimated, which gave the Great Song a chance. He had found a divine origin from a secret stash in the 10,000 demon kingdom, and to be exact, it was the divine origin that had found him. That divine source said that he should look for countless killing chi, and as long as he sacrificed the killing chi to him, he would be able to grant cultivation techniques and even enhance his talent. The old emperor immediately beheaded the guards following him, instantly allowing the other party to absorb the killing aura. Since then, everything he wanted was delivered to him in that divine source. Not only did it allow his cultivation to break through again, but it even helped him to expand his territory, allowing the Great Song to annex many cities and dozens of small countries one after another. Originally, if he was given the chance, he could even unify the southern forest. Unfortunately, there are no ifs and buts, and a mistake by his third son has caused a great deal of trouble. The old emperor was not to blame, but he himself was so puffed up that he let his guard down. Divine Sovereign, I'm relying on you for everything. His eyes looked towards the depths of the Imperial clan's Imperial tomb, where all the spell formations and killing auras were completely fused together. There is a steady stream of killing chi continuously put into it, and in the center of the pursuit of the spell formation, the divine sources like breathing constantly pung up and contraction, began to absorb the killing chi in it. Comply with the rising of the killing aura, one could vaguely hear incomparably unrestrained laughter resonating from it. Ha ha, comfortable, too comfortable, come again, the more the better. This time, this godly monarch is going to come out early. There was bloodlust and madness in that voice. When this god's sovereign emerges, as a token of appreciation, he will blood sacrifice you first. Ha ha ha, buzz. All of this was naturally unknown to the many figures of the great Sang, and a gourd-like divine weapon was released, toward which a far constant stream of killing energy was thrown. Just at this moment, a strong fluctuation suddenly appeared in the sky above the Great Song dynasty. The people of the Great Song Imperial City all listen to me. Ascend the leaves within 10 breaths, or else, along with the Imperial clan's crowd, die with them. The moment the old voice resounded, the entire Imperial City shook, the earth cracked, and a figure that looked like a tree branch grew up from within the earth. Under this change, the entire Imperial City was alarmed. Some people looked up and saw that a medicinal old figure was standing there in the middle of the void, exuding the aura of a quasi-emperor first heavenly hall of fame all around his body. No good. Disaster is coming. Run. Some of the people panicked and ran back to their homes, while others looked at the leaves that grew large enough to hold several people. The reason why Pill Elder gave everyone 10 breaths of time was to give those civilians a chance to be spared from death. It was equivalent to giving them a chance, and if they didn't treasure it themselves, it was not his fault. 10 breaths have passed. As Pill Elder's words fell, the entire earth tumbled and countless branches and leaves grew up from it, transforming into tentacles that continued to wreak havoc throughout the Imperial City. And those figures that entered the blades could be wrapped so that they could leave the Imperial City free from harm. Boom click. Hundreds of feet of vines swept towards the Imperial City like tentacles. The shattering and destruction came almost simultaneously. The entire Imperial City was almost instantly torn apart under the might of the quasi-emperor. Brush up. A surviving figure swept up into the void in a sorry state, as royal powerhouses from the Great Song dynasty showed up one after another. Their faces were filled with indignation. That strike just now had actually caused as much as 80% of the Imperial City's Imperial clan to fall. Even the fact that they had all already opened their Imperial clan great formations was not of the slightest use. Who are you? My Great Song dynasty has no enmity with your excellency. Why did you commit such a murder? The Protectorate General exploded his mighty realm, trying to stall for time. Pill Elder stood there and just snorted coldly. The other party screamed miserably, and a tender leaf sprouted and grew inside his body, pumping it directly into a dry corpse. A bunch of evil people. Damn it! With a furious shout, Pill Elder no longer hesitated, directly spreading his divine thoughts as his Dao lines rose, toward all of the other party strangled indiscriminately. Put! All of the powerhouses were almost annihilated into nothingness in an instant. The might of a quasi-emperor was not something that ordinary existences could withstand. Just then, Yi Linger's figure surfaced and Pill Elder's gaze went to her. Miss Linger, is that emperor among them? Elder Medicine. He's not among them. Yi Linger shook her head. Mostly hidden. Don't worry, just leave it to the old man. As he spoke, Pill Elder's Dao pattern bloomed, shrouding over towards the entire Imperial City. Ka-chow. The terrifying oppression caused the entire Imperial City to be flattened in an instant, and it was seen that this Dao pattern was about to spread to the Imperial tomb. Suddenly, a heavenly murderous aura directly erupted. Chapter 132, Your Own Revenge. Your Own Revenge. Roar! Countless killing auras erupted at the same time the moment the quasi-emperor Dao lines came raging in, vaguely as if an ancient ferocious beast had awakened from it. This killing aura was simply going to completely pierce the entire sky. With just a click, the wave of Dao lines from the quasi-emperor was completely pierced through by countless killing chi, and at the same time, it was even rolled backward towards the other party with an incomparable gesture. A mole cricket-like quasi-emperor actually dares to come and interfere with this monarch's cultivation? Contemptuous words came from within the murderous aura. Terrifying waves swept toward Pill Elder like a heavenly river rolling backward. Pill Elder's face changed. He did not expect that there was actually someone here who was able to block his attack. And even more so, no one expected that the other party not only blocked it, but was even able to counterattack? There was no longer any chance to continue thinking. The strength of this killing aura had actually exceeded his cultivation level. The other party was at least a quasi-emperor, even higher than himself. Miss Linger retreat. Pill Old Low drink. Around the quasi-imperial breath completely erupted. The earth cracked, countless vines rose from the ground, twisted and entangled into a mountain-like vine wall. The wall had just formed. and the killing aura surged like a wave. Boom! Shocking explosions were transmitted from above the walls, and the entire imperial city shook in an instant. Yi Linger's pupils at the back were shocked. She didn't expect that there was actually such a power hidden within this great Song dynasty. Impossible. The great Song dynasty is only slightly stronger than my Daning. How could it possibly have such depth? Yi Linger felt the vibrations in it, and an incredulous exclamation of shock escaped her mouth. But she suddenly reacted that the great Song dynasty, it seemed, had suddenly risen after the destruction of the southern forest 10,000 Demon Kingdom a few years ago. Can it be that they have gained the support of the remaining members of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom? Many of the strongest members of the 10,000 Demon Kingdom, although 99% of them had been exterminated, but the impunity of the demons who had discovered the Holy Land's siege in advance had fled directly. In this way, it could explain why the Great Song was able to rise again in a short period of time. No, if that's true, they can't wait to hide. How could they possibly stand up for the Great Song? Yi Linger's doubts were not explained, when suddenly there was a loud bang. A terrifying fluctuation came from the front, and the countless vines intertwined with the Dao pattern wall actually shattered in response to the sound. The killing aura that was strangled like waves transformed into swordlight and blade awnings, instantly enveloping towards Pill Old Man. Elder medicine! Yi Linger exclaimed, but it was too late. Pill Elder forcefully mobilized his cultivation, and the majority of the impact was completely warded off. The two figures fell down from the sky above like meteors, causing the already dilapidated city to be destroyed once again. Ahem! Yi Linger coughed out a mouthful of blood and hurriedly looked towards Pill Elder, only to see the medicinal old man at this moment. Pale beard has been broken, covered in white robes turned into flying ash. Even the torso was broken most of the time, only half of the body remains. The appearance is incomparably miserable. Elder medicine! Elder medicine! Yi Linger exclaimed in shock, not expecting Pill Elder to be so heavily injured under the other party's attack. No harm done. Spirit girl, Pill Elder hurriedly said, quickly leave. The existence hidden within this great Song dynasty is no match for old immortal. Quickly go and inform Lord Boundary Master. Buzz. As he spoke, a medicinal fragrance seemed to rise around him, and his originally broken body was actually completely repaired at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Yi Linger also knew that there could be no delay, and immediately stopped hesitating, and with a single movement of her body, she swept off rapidly towards the distance. At the same time, Pill Elder was once again stepping into the air with a gloomy face. Your Excellency is hiding his head in wanting to deal with old man like this. I'm afraid that it won't be too easy. If we're talking about longevity, the old man has plenty of time. As the words fell, the earth shook, and lime green vines reappeared, turning into a sea of green that intertwined with each other, vaguely forming a vast forest overhead. Only, instead of trees in this forest, there was a strain of ginseng that looked like a humanoid spirit medicine. Medicine can be poison. The rich medicinal fragrance rose from the vines, and a twisted ocean shrouded towards the Emperor's mausoleum, and in an instant, a murderous aura rose from the depths of the Emperor's mausoleum, transforming once again into swordlight and sword shadows, tearing everything apart. Put! In the same way as the scene just now, the vines in this barely lasted for a moment before they completely shattered. Only this time, a rich medicinal fragrance blossomed from it, penetrating towards the Emperor's mausoleum. Medicine that is both medicine and poison. The poisonous mist that contained the laws of the medicinal Tao enveloped everything, and wherever it passed, everything was completely stripped of its vitality, withered, and decayed. Those Did Song dynasty royals who were still hiding in the Emperor's mausoleum were even more completely enveloped in the poisonous mist, and were drained of their vitality and died in an instant. Go! That old emperor had been prepared, knowing that this was not a fight that they could participate in amongst themselves, and had already left the imperial tomb with a teleportation array, appearing directly outside of the imperial city. Father, what shall we do about it? The great prince stood at the side, his heart anxious, knowing that he had just watched the annihilation of many royal families with his own eyes. The shock to him was simply too great. Of course it's fleeing. Stay green and not afraid of not having firewood to burn. The second prince next to him said, if we are able to escape this place, we will still have a chance to rise again in the future. Right, father? Leaving for sure, but not like this. The old emperor's eyes looked into the distance, at it, as if waiting for something. If we don't have enough chips, even if we escape to the ends of the earth, we still won't be able to resist the search of the realm lord. So, what now? Waiting for someone? Of course, the old emperor said in a deep voice. Only by taking her all together will we have a chance of being able to survive the pursuit of the realm lord in the future. Who? The crowd was puzzled, not understanding who else could make the realm lord let them off the hook. Yi Linger. The old emperor spat out 3 words. Her? Father? She's just a remnant of the great Ning kingdom. How does she have the ability to make the Realm Lord spare us? That's right. Her previous encounter with the Realm Lord within the treasure building was just a one-sided encounter. It can't be that useful, can it? You too. If you could have been a bit more mature, perhaps my great song wouldn't have ended up in such a state. The old emperor glared at them and couldn't help but snort coldly. Since that Realm Lord was able to exterminate Lao San, it wasn't just because the other party offended him, but because the other party must have wanted to make a move against him, and the existence that could make Lao San make a direct move within the Gathering of Treasures building without any regard for the rules wouldn't have been the second one except for Yi Linger, and the other party was able to make a move for Yi Linger, so clearly the relationship between the two is not simple. More importantly, she is now actually able to be accompanied by a quasi-emperor, coming over to seek revenge on my great Song dynasty. Where did this quasi-emperor come from? The two emperors reacted instantly. It's the Boundary Lord? Not bad. To be able to make the Boundary Lord send a Paragon Emperor to escort him. It's obvious that Yi Linger's status is far higher than we thought. The old emperor's eyes flickered with an icy light. Now we only need to capture him, and then use a secret method to plant a prohibition in his soul. If that realm master finds us one day, as long as we are connected to that Yi Linger's soul, living and dying together, that realm master will naturally not kill us, and even, will have to cultivate us properly? Ha ha ha. Hearing this, the two emperors completely understood what exactly this father emperor was planning to do, and each of them revealed a look of admiration. Father is wise, but father, where we are now, how can you be sure that it's the path that Yi Linger must take, in case she doesn't go here? Won't we have to wait in vain? Ha! The old emperor let out a faint smile. You should know that only 9 of the 10 cities have recovered their killing aura, right? The two emperors nodded their heads at the same time, indicating that they knew. And where is this lesser one? Without thinking, the Grand Prince raised his hand and pointed. Right over there, Fluorite City, originally a city on the border of the Daning Kingdom, was taken by us. He paused suddenly as he spoke, reacting for a split second. My son understands. That city, it must be the way they came, and now even if they escape, they will head in that direction. Aha! The old emperor nodded slightly, revealing a you're not stupid look. The direction is right, but if you want to hold her, you also need another condition. Have you two ever known that? The two emperors, both could not help but shake their heads with a blank look on their faces. The direction was right. The other party's intentions were guessed correctly. What other conditions were there to know? Seeing this, the old emperor did not continue to criticize, but instead, his feet stepped and his figure instantly rose up. That's the general direction. But if it's an ordinary person, it's still possible to miss her disguise and escape. So there's still one more condition needed, and that's cultivation. Boom! His aura exploded around him, directly soaring from the 5th level of the Heavenly Palace realm, all the way up, directly reaching the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace realm. In an instant, an incomparably strong divine thought emanated from around his body, directly enveloping a sphere of hundreds of miles in a circle. In just an instant, he instantly sensed a fleeing figure. Only the corners of his mouth were raised in a slight smile. Found it! In the next moment, the old emperor's footsteps stepped. His figure swept away from its original position in a hurry, and a roar like a dragon's roar resounded as he slapped his palm out straight towards hundreds of miles away. Boom! Between the earth tossing and turning, the earth's vain breath was lifted and gathered up, then transformed into a palm print like an angry dragon, shrouding over towards the other party. Yi Linger, who was still hurrying along, suddenly changed her face and wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. Rumble! The earth crumbled, mountains collapsed, and countless ancient trees became pieces of powder at this moment. And at this moment, below a mountain peak that had been flattened by a hard slap, Yi Linger's pale figure was revealed. It's you! When Yi Linger saw the old emperor coming through the air, the anger in her eyes was practically burning the heavens. Humph! The old emperor snorted coldly. The earth veins tumbled, the Tsang Mang dragon seeking art blossomed, and an earth dragon tumbled, rigidly suppressing Yi Linger underneath the mountain peak. 9 Heavens Sealing Origin Technique. Yi Linger's hands changed continuously in the middle of the mountain peak. At once countless earth veins were forcibly cut off by her and completely sealed. At once the originally sealed earth dragon appeared to stagnate, only to be seen transformed into a stagnant shadow and disappeared from its original position, escaping at once from the middle of the crack. The old emperor raised an eyebrow. I haven't seen you for a long time. Your source art has refined quite a bit, but unfortunately, it's still a bit short of a fire. And the earth dragon has turned over, only to see its palm grip. Vast cultivation bloomed, and in an instant, the earth in a 100-mile radius was as if it was alive, directly rewinding and tumbling. Seeing this, Yi Linger forcibly executed the 9 Heavens Sealing Origin Technique, which only partially truncated it. but the other party had manipulated too many earth veins, and it was simply impossible to block them for a time. In the end, she could only watch as countless earth dragons devoured her. Ow! A roar rang out as the earth dragon transformed into a wave that completely drowned her. When the fluctuations dissipated, Yi Linger's delicate body was firmly sealed in the mountain peak, leaving only a head exposed. You, damn you, old thief, you have lost your conscience and massacred the people. Sooner or later you will suffer karma and not die a good death. Yi Linger struggled to stay still, and her mouth couldn't help but angrily scold the other party. Oh, at times like this, I'm too lazy to argue with you. The old emperor's breath rose around his body and he began to operate a spell, and vaguely, a rune could be seen beginning to rise from the top of his head. At that moment, Yi Linger had a bad premonition rise up. Don't struggle. This secret art of mine won't take your life. The old emperor had a conspiratorial smile on his face. On the contrary, I will completely connect your divine soul with both of my imperial sons, so that as long as either side is damaged, the other will suffer the same price. You're shameless. Let go of me. Yi Linger instantly understood when she heard this. This was to use her as a bargaining chip so that her righteous father would throw in the towel. She desperately destroyed her source technique, trying to break free of the other party's seal, but the difference in her own cultivation realm was too great, and the old emperor didn't know what the reason was, but he had actually skyrocketed his cultivation to the 9th level of the Heavenly Palace realm. The difference in this amount made it impossible for her to resist. One could only watch as an ancient and complicated rune coalesced above the other party's head. Go! Just seeing the old emperor pointing with one hand, the rune went towards Yi Linger's brow. As long as it fell into the sea of consciousness, it would be able to completely fuse with the other party, and at that time, even if the realm lord came in person, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. The two emperors on the side also wore sardonic smiles, rejoicing at their father's solution. Only Yi Linger was left with despair flickering in her eyes as she watched the rune come towards her. Just at the moment when that rune was about to approach, suddenly, the despair in Yi Linger's eyes disappeared and was replaced by elation. Euphoria? The old emperor didn't understand how the other party could come out gladly at such a time. Not waiting for this doubt of his to dissipate, he suddenly felt a breeze actually coming from behind him. Woo! The moment that wind swept by, the rune that was about to fall into the center of his eyebrows actually completely annihilated like dust. How is that possible? Exclamations of shock came from the mouths of the two emperors, while the old emperor on the side reacted and looked back with a sudden change in color, only to see that a middle-aged figure dressed in black and gold robes was standing behind them with an expressionless face. Boundary. Pust. He just spat out a single word, and his entire body completely annihilated, and before the two imperial sons could even react, they turned into smoke and dissipated into thin air. Only the old emperor. It seemed that the other party could retain his life, leaving a head in midair struggling in terror. Righteous father. Zhou Yu nodded slightly, and with a thought, Yi Linger was rescued. At the same time, the imprisoned head was delivered to the other side. This seat said that you have to take your own revenge. Chapter 133, White Tiger Godly Monarch. Alternative Path Formation. Realm Path Completion. Zhou Yu was originally seeking divine origins within the Yuanshu ancient mine, only that after he had killed a few ferocious creatures born from divine origins, he didn't know whether or not he had been frightened by himself, but instead, some of the divine origins began to flee and enter the depths of the Yuanshu ancient mine. Zhou Yu discovered that the depths of the Yuanshu ancient mine had an inexplicable suppression that blocked his divine thoughts. This suppression was even stronger than the might of a great emperor, arcane and obscure. This instead aroused Zhou Yu's curiosity, and he was about to go and explore further when he suddenly felt a vibration in his divine soul. It turned out that he had left a flash of divine thoughts on the other party before Yi Linger left. Once the other party sensed a crisis, fluctuations would come from his own divine thoughts. Originally, it was just a whim, a casual approach, for him to be able to find the other party more easily when he left the Yuanshu ancient mine. However, he did not expect that this wisp of divine thought would actually prompt him at this very moment. This made Zhou Yu feel surprised, so he left the Yuanshu ancient mine and used the Xingzi secret to tear through the void and rush to the great Song dynasty, just in time to see the scene where the old emperor was about to make a move on Yi Linger, so they directly struck out, exterminating the other two emperors, leaving only this old emperor, leaving Yi Linger to do it on her own. Please let me go. Boundary Lord, I'm willing to become your slave and serve you for eternity. The old emperor had his physical body extinguished, with only a head remaining, and his divine soul was even blocked within it, without the slightest possibility of escape. He did not hold any grudges, and instead continued to beg for mercy with Zhou Yu. However, Zhou Yu was expressionless and did not give the slightest response, instead looking towards Yi Linger. Do it! Yi Linger nodded heavily as she flipped her palm and a long sword appeared out of thin air from her hand. and between the flow of her cultivation she transformed into a stream of light and arrived instantly. Pust! The long sword penetrated through the old emperor's brow, piercing straight out from the back. The old emperor stared with wide eyes, dying in peace. He did not expect that he would end up dying in Yi Linger's hands, and even more so, he did not expect that this day would come so quickly, so early. Thank you, righteous father. Yi Linger looked at the annihilated head and knelt down to Zhou as 2 lines of clear tears flowed out uncontrollably. It was not that she was sad, but the thought that the wish she had been waiting for in her heart for a long time had actually been realized so easily was a little hard to control. When my father says I'll let you take revenge, I'll let you take revenge. Zhou raised his hand and a soft force rose from his body, lifting Yi Linger up. Righteous father, senior medicine is blocked by the killing aura in the emperor's tomb and is not an opponent. Quickly go save him. Yi Linger thought of something and hurriedly reminded. Go! Zhou nodded slightly, and with a single step of his feet, he had already brought Yi Linger towards the direction of the emperor's mausoleum. Buzz! A murderous aura filled the void, and Pill Elder's body had just been repaired once again from the wreckage, but his originally rosy face was now pale to the naked eye. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he was afraid he wouldn't be able to resist. On the other side, the laughter amidst that murderous aura became even more arrogant. Ha ha ha, yes, that's great. That laughter actually carried delight in it. This monarch didn't expect that you were actually a spirit medicine incarnate. A quasi-imperial spirit medicine that can be called an immortal imperial medicine. Even the great emperors would have to fight for it. Very good. That's good. Ha ha ha. When this monarch comes out, swallowing an immortality pill like yours will be enough to prolong your life by 1,000 years. And then, even if the nodes appear, you can still fight for it. Humph. The generation that hides its head and shows its tail. Even if old me dies here today, I won't tell you to get over it. Pill Elder angrily shouted. When my master arrives, it will be your time to die. Ha ha, master? There are no great emperors within the Shenhuang world, so what would happen even if they came? This sovereign just happens to be lacking a flavor of food to beat his teeth, so let him come as he pleases. As he spoke, countless killing chi coalesced again from the void, finally turning into waves that impacted towards the other party. All is revived. Pill Elder clenched his teeth at the situation and shouted lowly, exerting his divine ability. However, his divine ability had just risen when suddenly a palm rested on top of his shoulder. Pill Elder's figure lurched, and immediately afterward, he heard calm words ringing out from behind his ears. Okay, after holding out for so long, you can take a break. Pill Elder turned around and suddenly saw that Zhou was appearing beside him with Yi Linger, immediately showing a look of surprise. Master, you're here. Aha! Zhou nodded slightly. His feet stepped out and he was already standing in front of the other party, and at the same time, the roiling murderous aura surged towards him. Zhou just stood there, calmly and incomparably raising his palm and punching out towards the front. Boom! A desolate aura blossomed out from his body, and the power of the great perfection saint body manifested. Immediately afterward, a fist wrapped in a desolate ancient aura surfaced, colliding with the other party's wave of killing aura at once after it had been launched. Boom click! All the waves of killing chi trembled violently almost instantly, and then for the first time, they were hardened and annihilated into a piece of nothingness. In the midst of the killing aura, words of doubt came from within that emperor's tomb for the first time, followed by an inquiry that seemed a little less certain. Desolate ancient sacred body? Or is it Dishang? Zhou did not speak, but instead took a step forward once again, his arm raised, and his desolate ancient aura bloomed once again, towards the emperor's mausoleum in front of him, punching out. Boom! This punch, come on! Since the full power of the great completion saint body, it almost completely hammered the dome of the sky to pieces, and the terrifying power Dao patterns converged to form a wave that smashed towards the emperor's mausoleum below with a single punch. Boom! Boom! Terrifying booms and destruction bloomed as all formations and even architectural buildings, mountains, and rivers were completely annihilated by this punch, turning into nothingness and punching into chaos. After a few moments, within the countless smoke and dust, a light rose up, and a wave of murderous aura coalesced and swept towards the surroundings, which revealed the information preserved within. That's, Yi Linger exclaimed in shock. There, a piece of crystalline divine source that was actually several feet high actually surfaced. Around the divine source, countless killing chi had almost condensed into substance. It was these killing chi that had resisted Zhou punch just now. At this moment, the skin of that divine source began to peel off, slowly rising up in the midst of the ruins, and with each elevation, the murderous aura automatically peeled off the surface of the stone skin, and more divine light blossomed out from it. Zhou's eyes narrowed vainly as he quietly watched the other party change. When the divine source was elevated to 10,000 feet in the middle of the void, suddenly there was a loud bang and the divine source exploded. in which a sharp-clawed palm full of hair probed out at once. Immediately afterward, a tiger's roar that almost shook the heavens resounded through the void. "Ow! It's been 700 years. This godly monarch has finally come out. Ha ha ha." Zhou Yu's eyes looked, only to see that it was a tall figure with a human tiger head, somewhat similar to the tiger vanguard in the game, except that the tiger hairs hanging down from the other party's temples were silvery white and slender, and appeared to be not low in years. The Starry White Tiger Clan? Zhou Yu's eyes flashed. For the Starry Sky 10,000 races list, this White Tiger Clan he also had his own impression, as if it was able to be ranked among the top 50. This time, it was able to completely explain why the other party needed so much killing energy. The White Tiger Clan is the master of killing. Born to be a killing race, they cultivate only for the sake of killing. And the more killing chi that was condensed, the stronger it could be and the faster it could break through. Even a white tiger cub that had just been born was able to match the killing aura contained in its own body to that of a powerhouse of the dematerialization realm. Of course, the reason why such a terrifying race had not been able to rank high was not because of its lack of talent, but, rather, the White Tiger Clan had focused too much on killing, so much so that in the end, they could only kill their way into the Tao. Achievement of the Great Emperor in an alternative way of becoming a Taoist. In other words, because this killing Tao was so paranoid that it was unable to resist the true powerhouses of the Great Tao. Even more so, he was unable to imprint his own Tao brand on the heavenly Tao in its entirety. Click it. That pale white tiger godly monarch slightly moved his palms as his pair of tiger eyes looked towards Zhou Yu, a mere quasi-emperor 9 heavens, thinking that by relying on a great completion saint body, you'll be able to withstand this monarch? A strange laugh escaped his lips as he let out a ho-hum laugh. You're pretty naive. My White Tiger Clan, born with the White Tiger saint body, is not even close to your desolate ancient saint body. Kid, if you're sensible, kneel down for this sovereign, let this sovereign place the restraints, and from now on, become my slave, and when this sovereign obtains this chance, he'll be able to allow you to step into the realm of a great emperor. The other party's words were very arrogant, seemingly not putting Zhou Yu in his eyes at all. Come on, you might as well save it. Zhou Yu waved his hand. An old thing who has become a Taoist in an alternative way has the nerve to say that it can allow me to step into a great emperor? He could see that this white tiger, who should be nearing the end of its lifespan, had sealed itself in the divine origin, and now it had broken the seal and wanted to conquer itself. Jia jia jia. Good. Very good. The white tiger divine sovereign laughed strangely. It seems that you still have some misunderstandings about this sovereign. So be it, then let's show you that the great emperor of the alternative way of becoming, he, too, is a great emperor. Boom! A monstrous murderous aura erupted around him, and countless Tao lines coalesced above his head to form a white tiger's silhouette. The silhouette was like a mountain range stretching across the void, making space unable to withstand it and constantly crumbling. And that white tiger divine sovereign's feet stepped, his body leaping up like a fierce tiger, turning instantly to cut through hundreds of miles of emptiness. Enveloping towards Zhou Yu, White Tiger Killing Fist. A punch was thrown out like a white tiger descending from a mountain, courageous and unrivaled. Seeing this, Zhou Yu similarly met him with a punch. He was a desolate ancient sacred body. His physical body was unrivaled. He was lacking suitable opponents. This was good. The other party's alternative to become a Taoist. His physical body was strong. He was simply uninvited and sent the door of life. How could he be polite? Boom! The fists of the two collided in midair, causing the void to completely break apart, and Pale Elder left with Yi Linger thousands of miles away to watch the battle from afar. This ripple spread in the void, and wherever it passed, everything was turned into flying dust and annihilated. And at this time, the two of them kept colliding in midair, their fists intertwining and emitting amazingly loud sounds. The tiger roared repeatedly, and its desolate aura blossomed like a well. The feeling was like a fierce tiger fighting someone, and one that was as large as a mountain peak. Those scenes were simply shocking. Jie Jie, how is it? Know how powerful I, the White Tiger Godly Monarch, am? The White Tiger Godly Monarch let out a strange laugh as he exploded. He was a great emperor who had become a great emperor in another category. Both his physical body and his Tao lines were one level stronger than a quasi-imperial emperor. And even a supreme being would not be a match for him if he was not extremely sublimated. He could even feel that Zhou Yu's desolate ancient saint body was gradually falling into a disadvantage in this collision. It won't be long before I'm afraid I'll be completely sanctioned by myself. It's not enough, Zhou Yu said lightly. Having said that, both fists continued to erupt continuously, desperately clashing with the other party. Humph, let's see how long this ruler can hold out. White Tiger Killing Fist. He let out an explosive cry. His breath soared around him, and his Tao lines coalesced, transforming into an even greater killing Tao divine ability. Buzz. In an instant, Zhou Yu felt an unparalleled pressure coming on. The other party was a great emperor who had become a Taoist in another category, and it was still his own body. Compared to the previous incarnation of the great emperor's 30% might, it was much stronger. Nowadays, if he was able to sacrifice an immortal weapon, he would naturally be able to suppress the other party, but Zhou Yu did not want to do so. He is missing an opponent who can practice against him. His boundary Dao, which he had been comprehending for many years within the Hongmeng Linglong Pagoda, had not been completely consummated, and at this time, it had to be upgraded through life and death combat. Zhou Yu began to mobilize his boundary Dao lines, fusing the desolate ancient sacred body to fend off his opponent's attack. Vaguely, there was actually a posture of getting braver and braver. On the other side, the White Tiger Godly Monarch did not expect that Zhou Yu would actually be able to hold out for such a long period of time, and as time passed, he felt more and more wrong. The opponent was clearly practicing with him. White Tiger Heavenly Chopper. He slapped out a pair of tiger claws and touched Zhou Yu, then let out a low roar from his mouth and opened his mouth to spit. Thumbs up. A heavenly blade branded with the texture of a white tiger spewed out of his mouth. With the long sword in his hand, an extreme imperial weapon might blossomed. In an instant, the White Tiger Godly Monarch's aura surged up once again. The blade light blossomed, carrying countless murderous auras as it swept past in a streak of light that tore through the heavens. Three Worlds Divine Fist. Seeing this, Zhou Yu did not dodge or avoid, and operated the realm Dao to the extreme, fusing it with the desolate ancient sacred body as he slammed his fist out. Boom! The blade and fist print collided, erupting into a shocking vibration. Waves of air tossed about, and the void annihilated. Zhou Yu's figure retreated uncontrollably as countless scattered blade lights scraped across his physique in what seemed to be pain, but his eyes were unusually bright. This is the opportunity. I sense the opportunity for the consummation of the realm Dao. He was elated in his heart. At that moment just now, he seemed to have seen his three worlds unite and collide with the light of the sword. The world began to perish under the ravages of the saber light, and came to life again, and so on, constantly counteracting the effects of the saber light. Once the boundary road is complete, it is born and circulates for eternity. This is the way of the boundary. Zhou Yu seized this opportunity, and his figure advanced instead of retreating, meeting up towards his opponent. The White Tiger Divine Sovereign did not expect that Zhou Yu would actually be so insane, killing intent rising from his body as he chopped out at him one after another with his imperial armament in hand. Countless saber lights shattered the dome of the sky, and even the boundary membrane felt the vibrations, and vaguely, there were countless emperor patterns flowing, as if they had touched an opportunity. Xian, Huang, Xian, Huang, who was calling? Vaguely, there was the sound of an ancient call rising, seeming to shake the entire Xianhuang great world. At that exact moment, Zhou Yu's mind suddenly trembled violently, as if all the opportunities were completely formed. It's done. The boundary path. Perfected. Zhou Yu violently tilted his head and looked towards that White Tiger Godly Monarch. Chapter 134, Chopping Alternatives to Become a Taoist. Node Advancement. Immortal Palace appears. Zhou Yu was a bit overwhelmed. He was in the Hongmeng Linglong Pagoda for countless years of enlightenment, but he was not able to completely perfect his realm road. Now he is out of the gate, traveling throughout the Xianhuang world, in order to draw inspiration from it, so that his realm road can be completely complete. Unexpectedly, even in the entirety of the Yuanshu ancient mine, he hadn't been able to perfect his realm Dao. He wanted to fight against the strong, and only in the midst of battle could he trigger the opportunity to find the flaws in his boundary path. This was not something that could be comprehended by regular battles. One had to fight against the strongest and still live and die. And looking within the entire Xianhuang great world, only the strongest amongst the forbidden zone of life, the old ancients were able to do this. However, if it was a supreme being, there was a problem here in that the other party was either inferior to a great emperor or extremely sublimely able to fight against a great emperor. Once that happened, Zhou Yu had to sacrifice his immortal weapon, or else he might have to be heavily injured by the other party before he could experience it, and this opportunity would be difficult to find. Because of this, those divine sources hidden in the depths of the Yuanshu ancient mine seemed to have sensed these as well, and chose to flee. And even with Zhou Yu's current divine thoughts, if he wanted to look for them, he would not be able to find them unless he was able to cultivate his source arts to an extremely high level, like the source celestial masters consummating them. But he didn't have the talent or the time. However, he did not expect that he would actually meet an alternative way of becoming a Taoist here, and this powerful White Tiger clan, which was itself good at attacking and fighting, became the most excellent companion for him. Favorably, the other party was an alternative path to becoming a Taoist, and even at full strength, he was unable to compete with a true immaculate great emperor. Under the desolate ancient sacred body, Zhou Yu could not only go head-to-head with his opponent, but he was also able to allow himself to constantly touch life and death crises. thus perfecting the boundary Dao. Now, the boundary Dao had finally been completely consummated. And now, as long as Zhou Yu was willing and did not suppress his cultivation, he would be able to completely invoke the heavenly Dao and send down a thunderbolt. But now was not the time. The white tiger godly monarch in front of him had to be dealt with. Thanks a lot. Zhou Yu's hair flew up and said heartily with the other party. Without you, this seat's Dao would not have been perfected so easily. As a token of appreciation, this seat will send you into the human emperor streamer to become a puppet. As he spoke, he made a big move with his hand, and the ghostly, cuckoo's black smoking human emperor streamer rose up, soaring against the wind as powerful fluctuations emanated from it. If you want to deal with this monarch, you are simply delusional unless you achieve greatness. Seeing the human emperor streamer appear, the white tiger divine sovereign held the heavenly sword in his hand and did not fear it. Instead, he raised his hand and his murderous aura rose, transforming into a terrifying wave that coalesced, eventually condensing countless Dao lines and forming a white tiger seal. He slashed out violently towards his opponent. White tiger treasure art, heavenly gung destruction blade, countless killing chi transformed into annihilating blade light and swept towards Zhou Yu. However, with just a thought from Zhou Yu, the human emperor streamer fluttered against the wind as countless breaths rose and soul chains pierced through, intertwining with each other to form walls that blocked all the might. However, at the same time as the killing aura was resisted, Zhou Yu's divine thoughts swept through, only to find that this white tiger divine sovereign had actually escaped. Trying to escape? Zhou Yu let out a cold smile and stepped on his feet, casting out the line character secret. Then his body pierced through the void, his speed skyrocketing. In an instant, they caught up with each other. Take your life. His emperor flag shook, and countless soul chains pierced through, enveloping towards the other party. At the same time, Zhou Yu slammed his fist out, the laws of the realm Dao and the power of the desolate ancient sacred body fusing with each other, erupting with supreme divine might. Boom! The white tiger godly monarch was knocked backwards, and in a low roar, he directly transformed into his own body, a ferocious white tiger that was comparable to the enormity of a mountain range. An incomparably terrifying killing aura emanated from his body, simply making the surrounding void unable to withstand it and begin to crumble. However, the soul chain of the human emperor's streamer did not pause for a moment, and the moment the other party manifested, it directly wrapped around it, bind each other completely. Ow! The white tiger godly monarch let out a roar and struggled desperately, his mouth still hissing. Asshole! A mere quasi-emperor dares to try to deal with this monarch? As he exerted all his strength and realized that he couldn't break free from the chains, he suddenly panicked and felt that something was wrong. No! How is this chain of yours even stronger than an emperor soldier? At this moment, more and more chains were wrapped around him, restricting his body completely. While Zhou Yu looked at his opponent expressionlessly when he saw this, it said that the White Tiger clan certifies the Dao by killing, so it seems that too much accumulation of killing chi is going to wash out your brain. It was at such a time that the other party only discovered the power of the human emperor's streamer. What was it if not brain dead? If it was the White Tiger clan in its heyday, perhaps, there was still a chance to be able to briefly vibrate away the chains by virtue of burning their essence blood, giving themselves a chance of survival. However, this White Tiger divine sovereign, originally had a short lifespan, and now under some great battles, it was extremely depleted. Together with the fact that the human emperor streamer itself was advancing towards the direction of an immortal artifact, it was only due to many factors that the opponent was completely trapped. What awaited him next was inevitably doom. Impossible. How could you have an immortal weapon? The nodes aren't open. How could you have an immortal weapon? The White Tiger godly monarch struggled desperately. Hearing Zhou Yu's words, he was completely and somewhat flustered. If he died here today, all of his thousands of years of preparation would be completely undone. He didn't want to die. He wanted to be the lucky one and obtain the immortal fate when the node opened. But now, it was too late. He was entangled in chains and felt his soul begin to, being forcibly extracted. Little by little it began to weaken. Gradually, a feeling of fear surged through his heart, and the White Tiger divine sovereign felt that he was in big trouble this time. He began to beg for mercy, wanting Zhou Yu to let him go, the same as those who were going to die before, all of whom could become slaves and serve Zhou Yu. However, Zhou Yu was unmoved. These strong people, in order to live, could put aside all dignity, but were likewise too cunning. Even if they left behind a prohibition, they were not at ease with themselves. These are white-eyed wolves that can't be bred, and once they turn against us, it will be a huge disaster when the time comes. Therefore, the only way to become a dead person, and then refine their body into a puppet. Even though it was not as good as the other party's original battle power, it was still more stable than allegiance. Buzz, the human emperor's streamer beckoned, on which the yin-yang supreme being and even the imperial soldiers it controlled emerged, And the Taishan true ancestor also emerged, holding a long sword. These puppets were added, and the aura of the human emperor streamer was completely revealed. Seeing this scene, the white tiger godly monarch completely despaired. He roared, "Good. If you don't let this monarch go, you yourself won't be any better." Just now, the entire Xianhuang Great World-style ripples were shaken by this monarch, and a strange movement arose within the boundary membrane. The nodes will definitely come out earlier. At that time, many great emperors will come in person, and you'll just wait to be destroyed. Ha ha ha, nodes activate early? Zhou Yu was expressionless, but in his mind, he was analyzing the truth or falsehood of what the other party had said. All along, he only knew that this so-called node was definitely related to becoming immortal. And what exactly? He didn't know. It was only known that it had been targeted by the 10,000 clans, and among them were the 9 sepulchral emperors and the reincarnation emperors, both of which were great emperors. If it did advance, the Xianhuang Great World would become a target by then. Humph, whether I'll be destroyed or not, I'll destroy you before I do. As Zhou Yu's words fell, he raised his hand and an ancient mirror swept out from the void, the sky-shading mirror. This mid-grade immortal artifact exuded an incomparably mysterious and obscure power, its ancient light blossoming as it enveloped the white tiger divine monarch. The white tiger godly monarch felt the fluctuations in it and stared incredulously. Immortal weapon, how is it possible? You actually have an immortal weapon? No. The moment the light enveloped him, his voice ended abruptly. The heaven-shading mirror, capable of shading the heavens, is even more capable of shading one's mind. The white tiger divine monarch, who had lost his mind, could only allow himself to be claimed by the human emperor streamer, and in the end, was obediently pulled into it and disappeared without a trace. Ding! You killed the white tiger god ruler and plundered the heavenly fate value +1. 120,000. Hearing the prompt, Zhou Yu's face did not fluctuate in the slightest, and his heart even rose with some dissatisfaction. A white tiger divine sovereign, an alternative way of becoming, was decapitated, and there was only this amount of heavenly fate value? That's too bad. However, after a brief thought, Zhou Yu knew that the reason for this was because the other party's lifespan was about to end, without the slightest bit of potential, and was not worth mentioning at all when compared to a true heaven's destiny sun. Being able to explode over 1,000,000 heavenly fate values was considered okay. If you wanted to improve, you still needed to look for more sons of heaven's destiny, sons of Qi, and constantly plunder, squeeze, and finally behead them. Righteous Father, Master, behind Zhou Yu, Pill Elder and Yi Linger arrived one after another. Are you okay? Yi Linger inquired. She had just felt the might of that white tiger. It was simply strong, and now that it had appeared, she was hastily concerned. Nothing. Zhou Yu shook his head slightly. Just an old undead from the white tiger clan of the district. Not worth mentioning. Sector Master is worthy of being the first person in my Xianhuang. In the future, my Xianhuang Great World will absolutely rely on you, Master, to be able to hold it up. Pill Elder sighed with emotion. Not yet a great emperor was able to exterminate an alternative pathfinder. If this grew, it would simply be comparable to that endless emperor who was able to suppress the darkness turmoil. Whether it will hold up or not, this seed really doesn't know. Zhou Yu suddenly looked up into the void. This Xianhuang Great World. I'm afraid that the sky is about to change. Change of day? Pill Elder froze for a moment, not knowing what Zhou Yu was talking about. But right at this moment, a sudden vibration resounded through the void. Buzz! Pill Elder jerked his head up to similarly look towards the dome of the sky, and he squarely and clearly felt that the entire heaven and earth seemed to be vibrating and trembling with the intention of trembling. What's going on? His divine thoughts spread out and subconsciously wanted to investigate, but immediately afterward, he realized that this vibration had actually erupted once again. Buzz, 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 click, vibration to the end. Suddenly there is the sound of rupture resounded, and then the entire Xianhuang world within all of the strongest to reach the quasi-emperor or more, are all sensed, that wrapped the Xianhuang world tens of thousands of years of the boundary membrane, actually, began to dissipate. Nice, just dissipating. How is that possible? The boundary membrane is actually starting to dissipate? Oh no! Now the Xianhuang Great World will be completely exposed to the starry sky 10,000 races. It's over. How is that possible? Doesn't this boundary membrane contain the Emperor's imperial lines shrouding it? It hasn't dissipated for countless years, so how could it suddenly dissipate? A cry of alarm rang out, and many old antiquities awakened, sensing the change in the entire Xianhuang Great World. Look guys, those Emperor lines that are wrapping around the boundary membrane are starting to retract, as if they're being absorbed by something. Impossible. What could absorb a great emperor's emperor pattern? That's an emperor pattern that was condensed by how many great emperors together? Such a huge imperial pattern. How? Does it feel like a nourishment for something to grow? Or, to come out? Look, it's Nanlin, just beyond the southern forest of the Xinhuang Great World, in the middle of a vast and boundless sea. This local ocean was called the Boundless Sea. It wasn't a dead land like the Nine Secrets Sea, but a marine sanctuary where many ferocious beasts of the sea lived. However, because of its boundlessness, it is called the Infinite Sea. And at this moment, within the boundless sea beyond the southern forest, a massive vortex began to emerge. The vortex was initially only a few hundred miles, then it began to expand and grow. Thousands of miles, and even tens of thousands of miles. Such a terrifying vortex continued to rotate, and began to devour all of the emperor patterns in the boundary membrane. And as the emperor patterns were devoured, there was actually a palace as massive as a mountain rising from the bottom of the sea. Countless immortal lights dazzled and mist vaporized, completely shrouding the entire palace, so that even the divine thoughts of a quasi-emperor were unable to probe into it. Some nearby powerhouses exclaimed in shock, vaguely seeing immortal cranes, rare beasts, and unicorn silhouettes flickering in them, with bursts of immortal sounds that could almost resonate through the entire Xianhuang Great World. What? Gathering all the emperor lines accumulated within the boundary membrane to make this immortal palace come out? What the hell is this place? This is immortal fortune. A great chance to be able to become an immortal. Sent, thoroughly sent. There were nearby powerhouses who were ecstatic and sped towards the direction of the immortal palace without a care in the world. But as their figures disappeared, the entire immortal palace did not ripple a bit, as if these people had never appeared. Buzz, the Yuanshu ancient mine, in which there were fluctuations of divine origin coming from, vaguely had strong people opening their eyes from it. The node is open. This is our chance. Becoming an immortal. This is our chance. As long as we are able to capture it, we will be able to ascend to the heavens in one step and become an immortal. Outside the Xianhuang Great World, in the endless starry sky, within a star that was silent in the Nine Hells Ocean, suddenly a long-haired, magnificent figure opened his eyes. The boundary membrane disappeared and the node appeared early. Here's an opportunity for the Nine Spectres. Here comes the opportunity for the reincarnation clan. Swish! The two unrivaled great emperors disappeared from the place of cultivation coincidentally. At the same time, in the starry sky, many races' hiding places had great emperor fluctuations coming from them, and they might be second or even third generation. However, none of them were qualified to be able to get a chance on top of the road to immortality. But they all awakened at the same time and rushed in the direction of the Xianhuang Great World unanimously. And in the vastness of the stars of the heavens, it seems to have been sensed by the changes in the Xianhuang world. There are actually two worlds. At the same time, triggered fluctuations seems to produce a large earthquake. Many powerful people revived. Great emperors appeared, and together they headed towards these three worlds. At this moment, Zhou Yu was in the void, looking towards the direction of the boundless sea from afar. This immortal palace, what exactly is in it? Chapter 135 Ancient Divine Hydra. Ancient Thunder Rock. Mist of the Immortal Palace. This huge immortal palace was like a giant pillar rising into the sky, and even in the land of the northern barbarians, one could clearly see the figure of this immortal palace. Boom click. Within the Yuanshu ancient mine, a divine source as large as a mountain suddenly exploded, in which a worm-like terrifying figure stretched out, a tentacle swaying continuously around it, with rows and rows of eyeballs on top of each tentacle. Strange divine fluctuations were transmitted from within the worm. The nodes are showing up early. Can it be that it's the arrival of the immortal fate? Jia. This is the chance for my swift ancient god Hydra clan. The immortal edge is mine. Jia. As the divine thought fell, one could only see the worm's body elongate, like a continuous mountain range rising up from the ancient mine. All over his body, he exuded an aura of supremacy. Ancient god Hydra clan? Zhou Yu naturally saw that recent figure of the swift ancient divine Hydra in the void, and he raised an eyebrow. Previously, within the Yuanshu ancient mine, there were divine sources hidden away, and among them was this fellow. Rumor had it that the ancient divine Hydra clan, which ranked high on the starry sky 10,000 clans list, was at least 30 places up or down. Not only are they good at the power of space, but their lifespan is even longer, and an adult Taiku god Hydra is long enough to live up to 30,000 years. With a long lifespan, there are natural limits to cultivation. Therefore, it was even more difficult for the swift ancient god Hydra clan to cultivate. But even so, the other party was still able to dominate the party, which was a testament to its own power. Boom! The ancient divine Hydra had just flown up, when something seemed to have shaken within the Yuanshu ancient mine, and one after another, divine sources broke open, in which an ancient being appeared. Someone holding a long spear and wearing an ancient bronze battlesuit. But inside, A zombie-like corpse ancestor awoke and drove a chariot to the boundless sea. There was also a ferocious creature full of hideous bone spurs, whose body was a Tao-Tai, that similarly stepped through the void and headed for the boundless sea. These figures, all of which were contained within the Yuanshu ancient mind, sealed themselves with their divine source and waited for the right moment. Now comes the opportunity. If it were before, there would have to be supreme beings appearing within the Sea of Nine Ghosts, under the fountainhead, and even within the Burial God Valley, ready to seize this side of the opportunity. Only, now that it was pacified by Zhou alone, they could only participate in the fight if their principal body came. It took time, and in the midst of this time gap, it gave the rest of the powerhouses a chance. Master, so many powerful people have appeared. What should we do? Pill Elder naturally sensed these changes and couldn't help but ask. You take Linger back to the Zhou clan and protect the clanland. This seat has already notified the other Holy Land powerhouses that they will be carrying imperial soldiers and heading to the Boundless Sea. Zhou Yu had wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make a breakthrough, but alas, the change of time was too sudden, and he could only forcefully suppress his chances of making a breakthrough. Solve the problem of this immortal palace present first. Right now it was only those foreign powerhouses hiding in the Xian Huang world who had struck. If they waited for more powerhouses to arrive, I was afraid that the crisis would be even worse. In this regard, he naturally did not intend to involve the Zhou clan in this, and even, he sent a message to the Red Dust Empress to have the other party guard the Zhou clan, along with Pill Elder, with quasi-emperors and a recovered great emperor, as well as the immortal artifact of the constant immortal refining furnace. As long as they didn't encounter a true immortal, they should be able to withstand it. As for the rest, it's up to him. Since it's an immortal palace chance, it naturally can't fall into the hands of a bystander. Between whispering softly to himself, Zhou Yu's feet stepped, and his figure instantly merged into the void, sweeping rapidly in the direction of the boundless sea. Jie, immortal palace. It really is an immortal palace. Above the boundless sea, the ancient divine hydra that was as massive as a mountain range let out an ecstatic roar as he clearly saw the immortal mist-covered immortal palace right in front of him. At times like this, he simply couldn't contain the joy in his heart, and with a slight sway, his massive body pierced through the void and smashed above the surface of the boundless sea, splashing out monstrous waves, and without the slightest pause, his figure rushed towards the distant immortal palace. It was the closest and the first to come here, and all the other powerhouses didn't dare to enter it at all, but he was a supreme powerhouse, and even in his old age, he could still erupt with astounding might. The immortal palace was right in front of us. How could we miss it? Boom! The great wave was so great that the Taiku god Hydra rushed into the immortal mist at once, taking the gate of the immortal palace directly. However, it had just entered it, and a miserable scream erupted from its mouth, and its huge body actually seemed to be bursting, as if it had borne an unbearable weight. The body disintegrated as if it had been pierced by countless fine sword lights, revealing large swathes of writhing flesh and blood. This was a supreme powerhouse, whose own body was in no way inferior to that of an ordinary great emperor, and now that he had only stepped into the immortal mist sphere of the immortal palace, he actually couldn't withstand it and suffered such a miserable destruction. Damn it! The ancient divine Hydra opened his mouth and spat out. Countless Dao lines rose up from around his body, forcibly dispersing the surrounding mist. Then his figure turned, directly shrinking more than dozens of times, cutting through the void, and rushing out of the entire immortal palace sphere in a flash. Phew! The ancient divine Hydra spat out blood in large gulps, and countless eyeballs looked in the direction of the immortal palace, all of them carrying a look of fear. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? It's actually capable of destroying this seat's body? It's horrible. He didn't dare to try again. Just now, that kind of mist actually could tear down his own flesh without any hindrance. Even so, the Taiku god Hydra felt that if he stayed for a long time, his entire body, and even his divine soul, was going to be completely melted by the immortal mist, and turned into nothingness, with such terrible consequences. He couldn't afford it, and he didn't dare. If it wasn't for the ancient god Hydra clan being good at repairing themselves, that time just now, he wouldn't have even had a chance to escape, and would have directly disintegrated in it. At this moment, the swift ancient god Hydra scanned the surroundings and suddenly understood why. After the appearance of the immortal palace, there were no powerful beings to be seen at all within the surrounding seas. It wasn't that those living beings weren't interested in the immortal palace, but any living being that stepped into it had already been completely annihilated into nothingness under the shroud of the immortal mist. Between the flipping of thoughts, the ancient god Hydra directly sank the majority of his body within the boundless sea and waited quietly, knowing that there would definitely be other powerhouses arriving. At that time, if someone was able to solve this immortal mist, he or she would be able to get a piece of the pie. Fresh. Not long after, an ear-piercing whistling sound resounded. only to see a rock-like figure penetrate out from the void at once. The other party's wings were spread out, covering the sky and the sun, and with a large mouth, a thunderbolt shot out from the mouth, directly splitting within the immortal palace. However, just as the thunder touched the immortal mist, it was directly turned into nothingness, as if it could not withstand it at all. At that instant, the other party's face changed, and he flipped in mid-air, eventually landing on top of the boundless sea next to him, and did not go deeper. Swift Thunder Rock, old man, why don't you go in and try? The ancient divine Hydra divine thoughts passed on and couldn't help but sneer. Old thing, do you think your life is too long? This way this honored one can fulfill you. The Taiku Thunder Rock looked at the Taiku divine Hydra with contempt. He was similarly a strong person on the Starry Sky 10,000 races list, and the Taiku Thunder Rock was naturally restrained against the Taiku divine Hydra, so he wasn't afraid of it. Humph, with the immortal palace in front of us, my father doesn't have the time to waste time with you. This immortal mist is feared to be a protective measure of this immortal palace, and without a solution, entering it is equal to sending death. The Taiku Thunder Rock also did come for what he wanted, and did not intend to go to war with the other party and did not continue to pursue the matter. With you, isn't there the White Tiger clan? Where are the people? I don't know. The White Tiger clan, which was scooped up a long time ago, doesn't know what plans or arrangements it has. Taiku Godzilla responded with a cold voice. The Nine-Tailed Skyfox, the Nine Spectres clan, both have arrangements, and by all rights, they should be earlier than us. When he said that, all of a sudden, Swire Thunder Rock reacted as well. Can it be that none of these people have felt the immortal palace? How can it be? If you, a big bird in the middle of the divine source, know about it, how can they not? The ancient divine Hydra shook his head. Most likely, there has been some kind of change, perhaps, related to that force searching for us. The Taigu Thunder Rock's face changed. You mean that quasi-emperor Nine Heavens fellow? To actually dare to search for us recklessly within the Yuanchu ancient mine is simply abominable. Not bad. Since he dares to recklessly search in the Yuanchu ancient mine, he must have visited other forbidden zones as well. Otherwise where would he get this confidence? Perhaps he has reinforced the seals of the other forbidden zones to the point that they didn't feel the fluctuation. The more the Taiku Shrine Hydra thought about it, the more it felt possible, and all of a sudden, countless eyeballs began to glow. Right, if that's the case, why don't you and I join forces, and as long as we solve the trap of this immortal mist, we'll be able to enter it and obtain the immortal fate. When the time comes, you and I can split it evenly. Equal shares? The Swire Thunder Rock sneered. You said to split it equally. What if there is only one chance inside? How are we going to distribute it? If that's really the case, the big deal is that we'll enter it together, and then we'll each end up snatching it on our own. The Taigushin Hydra gave advice. You shouldn't play any tricks either. This kind of time is not the time for you to hesitate. If we're late, I'm afraid we won't have the slightest chance even if we want an equal share. Yes. The Swire Thunder Rock nodded. He naturally knew the key to this. After all, if he was late, and that nine septic great emperor's main body descended, none of the people present would be an opponent. Not to mention, there were other star races eyeing this place. The two reached a consensus and were about to make a move against the immortal palace, but right at this moment, a calm voice actually came from behind him. What are the two of you planning? Why don't you take this seat one with you? The Taiku Thunder Rock turned around violently, and instantly saw Zhou slowly coalescing from nothingness, and the moment it saw Zhou, all the feathers on its body exploded, and countless thunderbolts uncontrollably transformed into electric light, striking through the sea. It's you? Do you think that my father didn't show up at the Yuanchu ancient mine out of fear? The Taiku Thunder Rock remembered this aura, and an angry roar came out of its mouth. This honored one can destroy the stars. Destroying you is no big deal. Countless thunder from its body bloomed twisted and sinuous between the shot towards the other side at once. The ancient divine Hydra on the side, seeing this did not block, but the countless eyeballs began to brew, and there seemed to be divine light flowing, ready to take action. Boom! Terrifying thunder down into a twisted pillar of light like extinction enveloped Zhou, instantly shattering the void, and the boundless sea below was steaming up a void. However, when the thunder dispersed, Zhou stood in the midst of it, his hair flying and his body unharmed. This seat is indeed too lazy to entangle with you guys. Just didn't he expect you to send yourself to the door? As Zhou's last word fell, his figure had already disappeared from its original spot, and when he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of the Swire Thunder Rock. I saw him raise his hand and, gripping it, the desolate ancient saint body and the boundary Dao lines flowed at the same time, and then transformed into a fist seal that smashed out at once. The fist of the gods of the three worlds. It started in the ancient wasteland and exploded into the three realms. Boom! The world-like fist prince fell, even more voluminous than the sound of a moment ago. Swift thunder god. The Taiku thunder rock roared, and the thunder god's shadow appeared on top of his head, and with a slight shake, he transformed into countless destructive thunders to meet them. Immediately afterward, only a click was heard, and all the thunder was crushed into nothingness with only a slight lurch under Joyu's fist print. Then that fist print rose up against the trend and unexpectedly blasted towards the Swire thunder rock. Boom! The fist seal collapsed, and the terrifying fluctuations exploded on the body of the Swire thunder rock all at once, and then spread out, in which the figure of the Swire thunder rock was revealed, instantly causing the Swire divine hydra that was watching the battle from afar to suck in cold air. At this moment, the Taiku thunder rock's feathers were blown up in many places all over its body, and there was even a trail of blood floating on it, and there were even quite a number of feathers entangled with thunder floating down and falling into the boundless sea. The power of a single punch is as great as this? The ancient god Hydra wimped out, and even the divine light surging within the countless eyeballs was completely restrained, afraid of being noticed by Zhou. Nima, how could he not understand that such a terrifying existence had actually appeared within the Xin Huang Great World? The other party was clearly only a quasi-emperor ninth heaven. How was he able to deflate a supreme being with a single punch? Is it hard to believe that one has to be extremely sublimated to be able to suppress the other side? Wouldn't that be the same thing? Aren't you able to destroy the stars? Why don't you destroy this seat? Zhou fist landed, and his figure advanced instead of retreating as he closed in towards his opponent. Don't bully people too much. If this dignity is extremely sublimated, you won't be able to have a good time either. Taiku Thunder Rock's words at this moment were no longer principal, but instead colored up. You can try and see if your might of burning everything can make this seat better or not. Zhou's breath rose around his body and his fists clenched as he prepared to attack again. He naturally knew that before the other powerful great emperors came in person, he would be able to make the Xin Huang Great World a few less crises by seizing the opportunity to settle a few of them himself. Just as well, he was able to take this opportunity to hone his complete boundary Dao. Boom click. Zhou clenched his fist and once again condensed his Dao lines, preparing to strike. Seeing this, the feathers of the swift thunder rock exploded all over his body, and his mind began to ponder whether or not he should directly extreme sublimation and fight to the death with the other party. However, right at this moment, the Dao pattern that Zhou had just condensed suddenly trembled and violently stopped, and then he raised his head out of nowhere and looked towards the void. Vaguely, a figure with terrifying might attacked from beyond the firmament. The figure had not yet approached, and the entire Xian Huang Great World shook a little, because that was Emperor's might, the might emanating from a truly complete Great Emperor. Chapter 136, The Great Emperor's Descent. Zhou's countermeasures. Buzz, not yet approaching. A terrifying icy aura filled the boundless sea, and many of the nearby sea creatures only tossed and turned a few times before becoming completely immobile. Taking a closer look, which has actually been frozen. Becoming an ice sculpture in general was completely blocked in it. To be able to make the waters of the boundless sea freeze, this kind of power, it was already unimaginable and strong. Zhou then looked grave as he looked towards the figure in the void. The Nine Spectres Emperor. The Nine Spectres sea behind the opponent was monstrous, forming all sorts of visions that were horrifyingly incomparable. Moreover, this time, what the other party came with, was not a doppelganger, but the main body, which was the true immaculate Great Emperor, descending to this place. Of course, more importantly, the other party was also his own enemy. Buzz. As soon as the Nine Sephiroth Emperor came out, countless imperial might directly filled the air, pressing towards Zhou alone. Even the other figures were ignored, ready to give the other party a thunderous shock, wearing down this father's detachment and spoiling my Nine Spectres' grand plan. Zhou, are you ready to die? As soon as those words were uttered, the shadow of the boundless sea of nine phenomena pressed towards Zhou. Zhou only felt a Tarzan pressing down on him. The terrifying might was simply too much to bear, as if it was going to crush the void and completely break it apart. Hiss, the Nine Spectres Emperor, actually descended so quickly. In the distance, the Taiku Thunder Rock that was already about to fall let out a cry of alarm, and there was even a gloating mood rising from its mouth. Even though it's only a second generation, it should be more than enough to deal with this Zhou. Not bad, the desolate ancient sacred body, can't resist the torture of a great emperor. Even if he can't be killed, he can be imprisoned permanently. A roar with echoes came out of the mouth of the Taiku god Hydra, and it was obvious that at this time, the same foreign race began to join forces with each other to target Zhou. And at this moment, looking at the vastness of the Nine Spectres sea above his head, Zhou did not sit back and wait for death, but rather, he operated his body, while raising the boundary Dao out completely. A fist slam. Three worlds divine fist. Boom! This punch directly caused the Nine Spectres sea to vibrate as countless huge waves tossed and turned, and then it completely broke apart, actually shattering many of the great emperor's emperor lines within it. The 9 Sephiroth Emperor raised an eyebrow as he could clearly feel that the Tao lines permeating Zhou Yu's fists now seemed to be much stronger than before. How long has it only been? His Tao lines are actually so powerful? The 9 Sephiroth Emperor felt unbelievable. According to reason, he had just directly struck out, interspersed with imperial might, and could have directly suppressed Zhou Yu, imprisoning him and forcing him to ask for all sorts of information. Unless the other party sacrificed their immortal weapons, it was impossible to have the slightest possibility of resisting. If an immortal artifact appeared, it would go without saying that he would become a target. Everyone had joined forces to deal with Zhou Yu, and with Zhou Yu's current realm, even if he had an immortal weapon in his hand, it would be impossible for him to withstand the many great emperors surrounding him. But who would have thought that the other party had just thrown a punch that actually resisted most of his divine ability, and although he still fell into a disadvantage, he didn't need to use his immortal weapon. On the other hand, feeling the power of his Tao lines, Zhou Yu also had a delighted look on his face. Ha 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 ha, 9 Spectres Emperor, I thought how powerful you were, but I didn't realize that you are also strong from the outside. It's true that a second generation, without their own avenue, inheriting the benefits of others, falls short. Zhou Yu stood in the void, not caring to satirize the other party. He was now a mutual fusion of the Great Completion Sacred Body and the Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Sacred Body, and his own fleshly strength was such that it was somewhat difficult for even a true great emperor to destroy it. Therefore, these residual powers of the avatar were nothing more than skin deep to him and did not need to be cared about. The 9 Hells Emperor's face darkened when he heard this. He didn't expect that he would actually be mocked. Arrogant. This day this emperor will let you know what is meant by the true 9 Hells. As he spoke, he was about to make a direct move. However, right at this moment, fluctuations suddenly surfaced in the void. An inexplicable and obscure Tao pattern flowed, followed by an equal amount of imperial might blossoming, causing everyone's faces to change. Great Emperor, another great emperor. The void trembled, and a magnificent figure that presented 6 light wheels behind him appeared. Reincarnation Emperor, this is the guardian emperor of the Reincarnation clan. My god. Second place on the Starry Sky 10,000 races list. Simply horrifying. Click. The Reincarnation Emperor came from the void, and all the surrounding emptiness became distorted and illusory under the shroud of the Reincarnation Disc's light, as if it was unreal. It was as if they did not exist in the present, nor in the past, nor in the future, but only flickered through a moment of clarity amidst the constant reincarnation. This is the power of the Reincarnation Disc to keep one in a constant state of reincarnation. Even if you looked closely at the face of the Reincarnation Emperor, you would be able to realize that all of his faces were constantly changing. One moment male, one moment female, one moment old, one moment young. Each one represents a reincarnation, and you don't know which one is really him. How can we talk about being able to hit hard when we can't even find the real him? Once this Reincarnation Emperor came out, he similarly landed his gaze on Zhou Yu's body. Zhou Yu, we meet again. Unlike the 9 Sepulchre Emperor, the Reincarnation Emperor's expression was much calmer, as if everything was under control. Playing God, why didn't that descendant of yours come? Is he afraid to die? Zhou Yu's eyes swept around, did not see the figure of that looming son of Qi. According to reason, the other party knows that there is a chance here, should not miss it before. Moreover, Tantai was currently in the hands of the other party, and in order for him to save the other party, he had to capture that son of Qi in exchange. Lu Ming, who is preparing for his own wedding, has no way to split up. The Reincarnation Emperor's words caused Zhou Yu's eyes to narrow vainly, feeling provoked. That's right, it's Tantai from your world. She's an innate Tao body. If we can combine them, it will be extremely helpful to my Wheel of Fortune clan. Very good, very good. Zhou Yu suddenly smiled faintly. Now the Reincarnation clan has completely sent themselves to their demise. You'd better be glad that that descendant of yours wasn't able to do anything too outrageous, or else the Reincarnation clan will permanently disappear into the starry sky. Permanently. Ha! Hearing this, the Reincarnation Emperor suddenly smiled. When you say that, it seems like you care about her, which is exactly what we decided. Zhou Yu, I know that you have some means. It would be too much of a pity to directly suppress you. If you choose to submit and join amongst my Wheel of Fortune clan, it will be of great benefit to you. What if I don't join? Zhou Yu said expressionlessly. Not joining? Then for a strong person like you, if you don't join, you can only destroy and suppress. The Reincarnation Emperor gave his conclusion. Even if your fleshly body is strong, we still have a way to make you beg for your life and die. Is that so? Then this seat would like to try. Zhou Yu's body shook as the 2 auras of the Desolate Ancient and Divine Elephant blossomed, preparing to make a move against the Reincarnation Emperor. However, Right at this moment, a long whistle suddenly came from the void. Fresh. Only a shadow flashed above the dome of the sky, and then a huge figure that looked like a mountain peak appeared. This figure was a snow-white white fox with 9 tails on its back, and between walks, it transformed into a stunningly beautiful figure with a delicate and seductive body. Oh, it's really lively here. A voice like that of a young woman passed out from the woman's mouth. Concubine 100 Shallow, have you met the 2 great emperors yet? The great Qingqiu Emperor? Upon hearing this name, the 2 powerhouses, Taiku God Hydra and Taiku Thunder Rock, both exclaimed in shock. The 9-tailed sky fox, ranked in the top 20 above the Starry Sky 10,000 races list, similarly had its own great emperor realm powerhouse. Moreover, it is said that the Qingqiu White Fox clan, there was no great emperor before, and this 100 Shallow of today, is relying on his own talent, hardened the illusionary avenue, passed the thunder tribulation, and became a flawless great emperor. If it weren't for the illusionary great Tao she had condensed not being good at attacking, the 2 reincarnation emperors and the 9 specters here would have to bow down when they saw her. Great Emperor Qingqiu is polite. I didn't expect the Qingqiu clan to be very well prepared and come here so quickly, the reincarnation emperor said indifferently, his eyes filled with scorn as he looked at the other party. LOL, originally, my concubine didn't want to come, but in the 9-tailed Skyfox clan, that senior who was waiting for his chance suddenly fell, so my concubine had to come over to take a look herself. Saying that, her beautiful eyes flowed and suddenly settled on Joyu. This fellow Daoist looks like he has a good temperament. Could it be that he has dealt with that senior of mine? As soon as the other party opened his mouth, Joyu knew that he would definitely not be able to hide the fact that he had beheaded that old fox from the fountainhead. He didn't care at once, but gave her an indifferent look. What? This seat decapitated an old fox, and you young ones want to avenge her? Then you've come at the right time. It's said that you Qingqiu's fox charms are the best at pleasing men. This seat would like to see how you do it. Cluck, 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 cluck. 100 Shallow laughed softly, instantly making her petite body tremble. Concubine's ability is naturally enough. Only, if you, Taoist friend, want it, you also have to look at your thing, whether it's hard enough or not. Hard or not, just try it, won't you? Joyu looked at the other party without a care in the world, instantly causing 100 Shallow's complexion to darken, and with a movement of his jade hand, he was about to directly strike. However, just at this moment, in the originally calm and wave-free immortal palace, there was suddenly a dense light that rose up to the sky. Boom! The bright pillar of light shot straight up into the sky, piercing through the void as if it was trying to connect to the endless stars. Immortal light is present, so maybe the chance has come true. The 9 Sephiroth Emperor's face changed slightly, and he was about to take action. With this kind of sound being passed on, I believe it won't take long for the other races around to realize it, and they'll all rush over then. The Reincarnation Emperor suddenly spoke. Since all of you are here, why don't we cooperate and wait until we obtain the immortal treasure? We are both great emperors. Why don't we just enter it and still need to cooperate? The great emperor of Qingqiu did not make a move, but instead looked towards the immortal palace. I'm afraid that great emperor Qingqiu doesn't know that these 2 ancient races came here before us. The 9 Sephiroth Emperor glanced at the 2 figures that were waiting for their chance in the distance. If there was really no danger at all, would they not be here watching? As the words fell, the great Empress Qingqiu on the side suddenly smiled and looked at the Swire Thunder Rock. Tell my concubine, where is the danger of this immortal palace? Buzz. Invisible Tao fluctuations spread out, and even the swift Thunder Rock felt a bit distracted. This was the avenue of illusion, which was more than just a transformation of appearance, but was also capable of affecting one's mind. If the Swire Thunder Rock had struggled, he would have been able to hold on for a moment, but, under the pressure of the 3 great emperors, he naturally wouldn't have been as foolish as Joyu was. Stupid, but honest. That immortal mist is very terrifying, and anyone who enters it will be poisoned. Even we can't resist it. Fairy mist? The 9 Hells Emperor, the Reincarnation Emperor, and the others all looked toward that immortal mist. I hadn't noticed it before, but now that I've heard them say it, I feel it's unusual. These immortal mists just wrapped the immortal palace, and would not have any drifting away. That feeling, as if they were guarding the entire immortal palace. Only by breaking through the immortal mist and opening the gate of that immortal palace would it be possible to enter it. Swish! The Reincarnation Emperor suddenly raised his hand and waved it. A Tao pattern rose up and swept towards the immortal fog. However, just as its Tao pattern touched the immortal fog, a strange power of elimination came from it, and immediately afterward, it caused the Reincarnation Emperor's face to change slightly. Immortal matter! What? The 2 great emperors exclaimed at the same time. Immortal substance? That was something that could only be found on the path to immortality. and it was also the path that allowed a great emperor's body to transform into an immortal body. Only when immortal substances were born within one's body could one completely allow one's body to metamorphose into an immortal body. An immortal body is the prerequisite for achieving immortality. The Taiku Thunder Rock and the Taiku God Hydra also didn't expect that the dense immortal mist in this would actually be an immortal substance. If there can be immortal medicines to go along with it, wouldn't this immortal substance be a supreme tonic? They itched in their hearts. This immortal substance, there is no way to directly refine, need to cooperate with the immortal medicine, to dissolve the characteristics of which, so as to absorb, so that not only can make their own cultivation by leaps and bounds, but also in advance to let the body have the potential of the immortal body. It was a pity that they didn't have any immortal pills on them. Instead, an uncontrollable ecstasy rose in Zhou Yu's heart after hearing about the immortal substance. If he had been given the opportunity, he would have been able to repair his own wounds by directly allowing the Hongmeng Linglong Pagoda to absorb the immortal substance in it, and would have even been able to support himself in his future retreats. As for the promotion of the human emperor's streamer, it also needed to go through the absorption of immortal substances. So this was simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He glanced at the great emperor, who was still counting. These guys, at first glance, don't have good intentions, even if they don't make a move against themselves for the immortal treasure now. Once the immortal treasure's belonging is determined, one is definitely not immune. If he couldn't seize the opportunity, he might have to suffer their siege when he passed through the great emperor thunder tribulation. This is a matter of life and death. With this in mind, he suddenly stepped on his feet. The Xingzi secret was in operation, and his body transformed into a residual shadow as he took the initiative to rush in the direction of the immortal palace. Since these immortal mists were poisons to them, it had in turn given himself the opportunity to be able to seize a head start. Swish! With just a flash, Zhou Yu cut through the void and directly rushed into the realm of the immortal palace shrouded in immortal mist. No good! Don't let him get away! Seek death! The three great emperors cried out at the same time, but it was too late. Zhou Yu had already disappeared into it, and in an instant, he was completely wrapped in countless immortal mist. Chapter 137, Devouring Immortal Matter. Following in secret, Immortal Palace Gate God. Thumbs up. The moment Zhou Yu escaped into it, he was instantly wrapped in countless immortal mist, and behind him, several great emperors struck out at the same time, with all sorts of divine lights, and Tao patterns rising and intertwining with each other, directly sweeping towards each other. However, in the face of this kind of might, just as soon as they entered within the immortal mist, they were oppressed by the immortal substance within it, and all of their attacks began to be dissipated, oppressed, and crumbled, and in a split second, almost half of them were destroyed. The rest landed on Zhou Yu, and in turn knocked him down deeper into it, being completely wrapped in the thick immortal mist. Damn it! The 9 Sephiroth Emperor shouted angrily, not expecting that this Zhou Yu would actually be able to escape with his life even under such circumstances. He stepped on his feet, and his figure was about to chase towards it, but just as he took a step, he directly paused, seemingly scornful of the immortal mist in it. Reincarnation Emperor, why don't you make a move? He looked at the other man quizzically. Your avatar was heavily injured by Zhou Yu. Don't you need revenge? Ha ha ha. 9 Spectres Emperor, don't you know what's in this? The Reincarnation Emperor smiled faintly. That's immortal mist, which contains the creator's immortal substance. Immortal substance? You're not strangers to it, are you? What? Immortal matter? At this moment, the great Empress of Qingqiu also had her beautiful face change, revealing a surprised expression. That kind of immortal substance that is bound to be born when you become immortal. When your body is transformed? It seems that the great Qingqiu Emperor is well prepared. The Reincarnation Emperor smiled faintly. This kind of immortal substance must be refined over a long period of time before it can finally be absorbed into itself. If one refines it hastily, it will clash with one's own physique, repel it, and become a poison. That Zhou Yu, even if he enters it with his saint body, surrounded by such a dense immortal substance, he certainly won't fare well. We only need to wait for a few moments, and when he's almost corrupted by the immortal substance, we'll go in and deal him a fatal blow. That's easy for the Reincarnation Emperor to say. Since the immortal substance is poison to us all, wouldn't we also suffer a heavy blow if we entered it? The 9 Sephiroth Emperors said in a salty manner from the side. Great Emperor 9 Spectres, this emperor knows that your previous incarnation was destroyed by Zhou Yu, so you have been relatively weak, and this emperor will not bother with you. The Reincarnation Emperor's eyes stared as an imperial might rose from his body and began to blossom. Since we're all great emperors, if we don't even have the means to resist this kind of immortal mist, then let's not talk about competing for the immortal edge. Being pointed out by the Reincarnation Emperor, the 9 Spectres Emperor's face changed slightly and did not retort. Although all 3 nodes have immortal fate present, It's not like it's just a few of our races fighting over this place for us. The reincarnation emperor gathered his breath. Quite a few ethnic groups, now that they've all taken action, have headed towards the 3 nodes. So once the immortal edge here changes, it's not an accurate and undoubted thing for you and the others to want a piece of the pie. Hearing him remind them of this, whether it was the 9 Hells Emperor, or the Great Emperor of Qingqiu, or even the 2 Taiku Thunder Rocks, and the Taiku Divine Hydra, all of them shifted in expression, as if they were beginning to think about the pros and cons of the situation. Indeed, the reason why they were able to seize the first opportunity was because, amongst the node of the Xian Huang Great World, they had all laid down their backstops. Now that the nodes had appeared, it was only then that they were able to arrive here in the first place and compete for the opportunity. If other groups were to come here and many powerful people arrived, the possibility of trying to fight for the immortal edge would be greatly reduced. This was true even for great emperors. Good, there's no need for us to hide at this time. It's better to bring out all of our own means. If we can't resist the immortal mist, everything will come to naught. The great emperor of Qingqiu smiled faintly, waving his hand and actually surfacing a fox tail. This emperor cultivates the great Tao of illusion and is able to set up illusions with Tao patterns that can briefly obscure the immortal mist. I wonder what a few of you can do. Humph. This emperor's 9 Spectre Avenue, evolving the 9 Spectre Sea, can devour all things, and although the immortal mist can't be devoured, there shouldn't be a problem blocking it. The reincarnation emperor looked into the distance, and the many eyeballs of the Swire God Hydra trembled slightly. My flesh is relatively rough, and I can constantly repair it, and cast a secret method to be able to resist it for a few moments. This fundamental life tail feather of mine is capable of creating a thunder feather cloth. It should be able to block it for a moment. Sure enough, as these words fell, the reincarnation emperor smiled faintly. All of you have your own means, bring them all out. This is the sincerity of cooperation. Let's go. We'll enter it and see just how far this Zhouyu is. Just as a few people were planning. On the other side, Zhouyu stepped within the immortal mist, and immediately felt countless immortal substances within the immortal mist penetrate towards his body. This substance, heavy and incomparable, even just a trace of it was enough to make one's physique crumble. It was only because he had fused the desolate ancient saint body, the powerful body of the divine elephant prison suppressing saint body, that he was able to barely resist for a moment or two. This is simply irresistible if it continues. However, Zhouyu did not panic. He had more than one means to resist this immortal substance. For example, the sky shading mirror could be easily resisted by releasing it and creating a shield. With a thought, Zhouyu directly manifested an ancient modeled pagoda. The Hongmeng Linglong Pagoda, the supreme immortal artifact, was by far Zhouyu's greatest reliance. Buzz, with the appearance of the Hongmeng Linglong Tower, an unprecedented longing was transmitted from within the tower. It was the desire for immortal matter. It's like a poison to the great emperor. The medicine-like immortal substance could actually make the Hongmeng Linglong Pagoda emit as much desire as longing, without the need for Zhouyu's command. The Hongmeng Linglong Tower had already begun to blossom with power, the ancient tower body resembling the mouth of a revived beast, crazily devouring the surrounding immortal mist. Woohoo! Zhouyu watched as the other party devoured the countless immortal mist within it, and the countless dense cracks above the entire tower actually began to slowly repair. Ha ha ha, what is poison to you is a tonic to me. Zhouyu was overjoyed, and in a single movement of his body, he directly disappeared into the Hongmeng Linglong Tower. And just as Zhouyu entered it, he realized that the Hongmeng Linglong Tower control was actually more comfortable than before. Between thoughts, the Hongmeng Linglong Pagoda turned into a speck of dust and fell into the immortal mist. While absorbing the surrounding immortal mist to repair himself, he observed the surrounding situation, and at this moment, the reincarnation emperor led several great emperors, and even the swift Thunder Rock and the swift God Hydra, to enter this place together, and in the midst of the vast mists, they began to search for Zhouyu's traces. The entire immortal palace seemed to be a world of its own as the dense fog enveloped it, and the crowd searched for half a day in it without finding any trace of Zhouyu. Strange, where can this Zhouyu escape to? The 9 Hells Emperor frowned. The other party had an immortal weapon in his possession. Even the reincarnation emperor didn't know about it, so he must have a way to deal with the effects of the immortal mist here. He wouldn't have escaped into the immortal palace, would he? Impossible. The gates of this immortal palace are still open. How is he going to get in? The reincarnation emperor was similarly puzzled. His divine thoughts were greatly restricted under the immortal mist of the immortal substance, and he wasn't able to probe all 3 great emperors. If it continues for another half hour, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on. The Taiku Thunder Rock screamed in agony. This native feather of his own, there wasn't much of it in total, and now it was so consumed that it put him at a disadvantage. My fleshly body won't be able to hold out for much longer. Reincarnation Emperor, Why don't we choose the immortal palace first? And after rushing in, then it won't be too late to find Zhou. The Taiku Shrine Hydra felt the change in its flesh, and the same voice carried misery in it. So, the reincarnation emperor was silent for a moment as he began to calculate in his mind. His original intention was for the crowd to enter it together and kill this Zhou before entering the immortal palace. The reason for this was not that everyone was on the same page, but that he wanted to let the others consume some of it first. After all, Zhou had a certain amount of strength, and with the means he had on him, it was enough to be able to kill the Taiga Divine Hydra or even the swift ancient Thunder Rock. At that time, the two great emperors, the Nine Spectres Emperor and the Qingqiu Emperor, would also be consumed by him. The Reincarnation Emperor had once used the art of reincarnation to deduce Zhou's destiny within the clan lands of the Reincarnation clan, discovering that the other party's destiny was actually a void that could not be deduced at all. Filled with mystery, this made him guess that the other party either had a magic treasure in their hands that concealed the heavenly chances, or their own destiny was so strong that they couldn't be deduced at all, and they had the heavenly Tao to shelter them. This kind of existence, the Reincarnation Emperor naturally didn't want to let himself face alone. He wasn't afraid that he couldn't kill the other party, but he was afraid that even if he killed the other party, the immortal fate in this immortal palace was going to have nothing to do with himself. But unexpectedly, all of these people have had their own agendas since they entered it. Everyone has their own agenda, and as soon as they enter the place, it doesn't take long for them to start screaming about it. But Zhou didn't have the slightest trace of him even now, so if he continued to wait, there might even be a change of heart. Let's go. Let's head to the immortal palace and find the immortal edge before we decide. Hearing the Reincarnation Emperor's decision, the crowd looked different. At times like this, all these old things who didn't know how many years they had lived, each had their own calculations. Obviously, they also didn't want to waste too much energy here and give others a chance to take advantage of it. With the decision of the crowd, they all swept rapidly in the direction where the immortal palace was located. Throughout the immortal mist, this immortal palace was like a bright light for the way forward, constantly guiding the other party. That ancient gate was right at the center of the immortal mist. 5 strong people, among them there were also 3 great emperors. This realm was still moving forward extremely fast even in the immortal mist. It didn't take long to arrive at the immortal gate's heel. The closer it gets, the more shocking it is. That immortal door is like going straight to the sky, and you can't even see the full picture of the immortal palace in it. Ancient and intricate patterns hovered over it, glittering with immortal light, and on both sides of the immortal gate, there were 2 ferocious guardian escorts, the same as the immortal gate, 1,000 feet tall, like a mountain of ancient gods, guarding the immortal gate. How should I enter this immortal gate into it? The Taiku Thunder Rock hovered high in the sky, realizing that if he couldn't open this immortal gate, he wouldn't be able to enter it at all, much less a view of it. It doesn't look like there's a key or a formation either, so how does this get in? The ancient god Hydra rotated its eyeballs, wanting to investigate the possibilities within, but found that there wasn't the slightest fluctuation of the formation. Why don't we go ahead and push it? Maybe we can open it? On the side, the great Qingqiu Emperor smiled faintly and looked towards the swift ancient god Hydra. You're so strong. You must have outstanding strength. Why don't you go up and try? The Taiku god Hydra just wanted to refuse, but realized that the other 2 great emperors looked at him with the same gaze, and he knew that this time, there was no way to escape, so he could only nod his head. Okay, I'll try. With a single wriggle of its 1,000-foot-long body, the Taiku god Hydra instantly crossed 100 miles away and came straight to that immortal gate, only to see its body flung, heavily smashed on top of that immortal door, only to hear the rumbling. With a loud bang, that immortal door actually did tremble and began to open up seams. It opens. Taiku god Hydra's face was happy, and he was about to use some more force, but just at this moment, the 2 gate gods that were originally fierce and vicious, like the 4 heavenly kings, actually awakened from their slumber all of a sudden. A gate god held a long gorgon and turned into an arc, directly slashing towards the Taiku god Hydra at once. No good. The ancient divine Hydra's face changed drastically. Sensing the power of this gate god, he immediately did not hesitate to cast a recluse technique, wanting to flee. Buzz! His body had just disappeared into the void when he saw that the long spear completely tore the void apart in one go, and with a poof, it slashed a gaping hole in the body of the Swire god Hydra. The Taiku god Hydra let out a cry of pain and hurriedly fled 100 miles away. At this moment, the 2 gate gods that had just made their move but their bodies stopped, taking a step back outside the gate of the immortal palace, not moving at all. Those 2 immortal palace gate gods, they're actually alive? From afar, the Reincarnation Emperor and the others looked in their eyes and felt unusual. It's not alive. It should be the owner of this immortal palace, refining a divine soldier, specializing in guarding the gate of the immortal palace here. The 9 Sephiroth emperors said, Now it seems that someone must fend off the immortal palace gate god while someone else goes and pushes the gate open. Gentlemen, I know you all have your own plans in mind right now. You've seen the might of the two gate gods. They're definitely no less than normal emperor soldiers, or even stronger. The reincarnation emperor said, now we need to work together to suppress these two gate gods before opening the gate, so that we can enter the immortal palace. At times like this, several people had no objections and nodded their heads. For the sake of the immortal edge, they naturally didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless, and with the situation in front of them, they would necessarily have to cooperate with each other in order to be able to enter it. With three great emperors joining forces, these two gate deities that were comparable to great emperors were quickly suppressed, and the Taiku Divine Hydra and Taiku Thunder Rock struck out at the same time, pushing open the gate of the immortal palace. And taking advantage of this opportunity, 5 figures entered it at the same time. Just as guessed, after they entered it, the two gate gods indeed did not show signs of continuing to attack. What they didn't know was that just as they entered it, a trace of divine thoughts happened to be transmitted from a floating speck of dust in the rear. Going in so soon? Zhou Yu's eyes showed a thoughtful look as he was currently devouring immortal substances happily. It's a bit of a shame to just waste the opportunity, but if he didn't go in case one of the immortal destinies was robbed, it would simply be a huge loss. Thinking about it, Zhou Yu decided to approach the door god first to observe it and see what could be done about it. If you can, enter it and follow the other person silently. Sit back and enjoy the benefits. Chapter 138 Supreme Immortal Fetus. Immortal Roots. I soar. Boom! Outside the Xian Huang world, in the starry sky, a blazing firelight pierced through the stars and fell down rapidly towards the Xian Huang world from the distant void. With a loud bang, this firelight fell heavily on top of a withered Death Star, turning into 3 figures with strong auras in an instant. 2 of them were at the 9th heaven of quasi-emperors, and the figure at the head possessed an aura of a great emperor. The figure came from the ancient land called the Source of Flame in the middle of the distant stars. It was a world surrounded by eternal flames. His eyes, like the rivers of lava there, were deep and hot, as if they could ignite the air around them. In the dark starry sky, his body was wrapped in flames, and it was as if a world of flames was constantly burning in his eyes. That ancient aura was as if it could scorch the void into nothingness. This was the fire spirit race, a race that was on par with the ice spirit race, ranking at the top of the starry sky 10,000 races list. Same as the white tiger clan before them, the fire spirit clan, born to cultivate extreme flames, had a deeper understanding of the flame Tao than any other race, and after a long period of time, the fire spirit clan would all have a great emperor born. Unlike the 9 Sephirotic great emperor, the reincarnation great emperor, the fire spirit race's great emperor was a great emperor of an alternative path to becoming a Taoist. They were fond of flames and had even cultivated them to the extreme. Even among the creed of the fire spirit clan, they were to use an alternative way of becoming a Tao to strike through the true immaculate great emperor, thus being able to prove that the great Tao of fire was not an alternative, but rather a supreme great Tao. It's less than a star field away from the Xian Huang world. We should hurry. His words seemed to ignite with a searing heat. The 9 specters and the reincarnation clan, both have already appeared. We can't let this kind of immortal edge fall into their hands. The 2 men behind him nodded their heads at all times, a pair of eyes that burned with fire unusually bright and radiant in the night sky. Swish! The 3 figures swept across the starry sky, heading towards the Xian Huang great world in a hurry. Meanwhile, on the other side, the ice spirit race from the other end of the starry sky also appeared, their bodies shrouded in frost, and wherever they passed, even the stars would freeze. Similar to the fire spirit clan, the ice spirit clan likewise had 3 figures, and the great emperor at the head was also an alternative type of Tao successor. The 3 figures weren't as fast as the fire spirit race, but they weren't far behind. Ow! A roar resounded through the starry sky as several white tigers ran wildly through the void, their massive bodies almost like a mountain range traversing through the starry sky. The spectacle was nothing short of spectacular. This was a strong member of the White Tiger clan, and after the old generation of white tigers had fallen, a new white tiger powerhouse sensed it and appeared here to compete for the immortal edge here. At the same time, giant wolves as exaggerated as mountain ranges, and divine birds with wings spreading out swept in from the distant stars. The giant race, the Xuanwu race, and the heaven-swallowing python race were all rushing towards the Xianhuang Great World. These people naturally knew the importance of the immortal fate, and between their walks, they didn't hesitate to use all sorts of top-notch teleportation objects, or battleships to catch the road. This doesn't include the number of other races that are still rushing in this direction beyond the farther reaches of the starry sky. The immortal edge, causing the entire starry sky to shake, was far more massive than imagined. It wouldn't be long before the entire Xianhuang Great World would be filled with the figures of many starry sky 10,000 races. Zhou Yu naturally did not know about all of this. At this moment, He was approaching that immortal gate, and the two guards were giving him a strong sense of oppression. Although the Hongmeng Linglong Pagoda's function could transform into dust-like, as long as it was discovered and slightly attacked, it would reveal its own body. Moreover, Zhou Yu could not hide inside at all and could only be forced to leave the Hongmeng Linglong Pagoda. He carefully approached the two gate gods, but the two gate gods did not move in the slightest, and even, until Zhou Yu had entered all the way into the immortal gate, there was not even the slightest indication, as if it was simply two ordinary statues. Strange, how come you're ignoring me? Zhou Yu was puzzled. It always felt like something wasn't quite right. Couldn't it be that because the immortal gate had already been pushed open, the gate god had lost its effect? Regardless, since the door god did not hint at it, Zhou Yu naturally felt more at ease. He manipulated the Hongmeng Linglong Tower and directly entered the immortal palace. And as soon as he entered it, he found that the originally filled immortal mist had disappeared without a trace, as if it had been expelled by some force. An ancient building towered, on which there seemed to be mottled traces emerging, revealing an extremely long period of time. That? Zhou Yu suddenly raised his eyebrows and saw that a scratch was left on top of a palace, which was hundreds of feet long and short, with the inside showing sharpness, as if it had been scratched by some being with sharp claws. A Dao pattern emerged on it, carrying bloodlust and madness, seemingly telling that a world-shattering battle had once existed here. Only, next to this scratch, there seemed to be another sword mark, which was in the opposite direction of the scratch, and should be the two that were engaged in battle. Judging from the marks, the other party was clearly more powerful than this scratch, and not by a single star. 4. Just below the scratch, a white skeleton fell to the ground. It looked like a forelimb that had been cut off by the other side with a sword. This skeleton is comparable to a great sacred body, and someone was actually able to cut it off with a single sword? Zhou Yu came to the front and checked through the Hongmeng Linglong Pagoda with his divine thoughts and could not help but tsk. He even had an impulse to collect the broken skeleton back so that he could study the sword intent on it and perhaps gain something. But, in order not to alarm the other great emperors, he could only press on for the time being. Whether it was the Nine-Sepulchre Emperor or the Reincarnation Emperor, they were all very shrewd and cunning, and one simply couldn't take any chances. Zhou Yu continued to search for the other party, passing through a palace and realizing that there weren't many of these sword marks, and it could even be guessed that the owner of this sword intent hadn't made a few strikes. Instead, there were quite a few scratches of this beast present throughout the palace, but none of them were as powerful as the outermost one. A gate god comparable to a great emperor wasn't able to block the entry of these beasts? Zhou Yu muttered to himself in confusion. What kind of beasts are actually capable of being so powerful? Moreover, it's also in groups? The deeper he went, the more he realized that within this immortal palace was not like a place that possessed a chance, but instead was a dilapidated battlefield, which had experienced great battles and was eventually completely silenced for unknown reasons. Since then, the immortal palace was completely silent, and was hidden by whoever used great magic power to wait for the time to come out. These things shouldn't be as attractive to the crowd as that immortal edge, so they went straight to the innermost part? Zhou Yu pondered and let the Hongmeng Linglong Tower do its best to move forward towards the center. Something moving? Suddenly, Zhou Yu's divine thought sensed that in the depths of a palace, there seemed to be special fluctuations coming from the depths of a palace, and it was possible that someone was fighting. Zhou Yu followed into it and soon discovered that in the middle of the palace ruins, a skeletal beast with a hideous double horns on its head and a bloody mouth like that of a dinosaur was fighting with the ancient god Hydra, and in the abdomen of the skeletal beast, there seemed to be a divine object emitting immortal light present. It was this divine artifact that caused the ancient god Hydra to salivate, and the two erupted into a great battle. Strange, there's only the Taiku god Hydra here. So where are the others? Zhou Yu secretly observed, pondering whether he should sneak attack from behind and cut the other party down directly. After a few moments, Zhou Yu did not intend to make a move, but left the area and continued to look for others. There was a cunning light in the eyes of the Taiku god Hydra as he continuously tangled with his opponent while pondering his countermeasures. He didn't stay here voluntarily, but after the people came to this palace, they originally thought that the skeleton was dead, and what was left in its belly was a precious pearl with immortal light. Without waiting for the crowd to take it out, they realized that the skeleton actually revived and began to battle with the crowd. This skeleton has no other ability. It is a skeleton that is comparable to a holy body and is hard. Staying here is just a waste of time. With no choice but to leave, the crowd could only leave while leaving behind the swift ancient divine Hydra to stall the other party. The Taiku Shrine Hydra was unwilling to do so, but in the end, under the great emperor's pressure, it could only agree. In reality, he had a plan in mind. So naturally, he wouldn't just give up the immortal edge. You think you can get rid of my father just by entering here? the Taiku god Hydra secretly sneered in his heart. You guys are afraid that you don't know that my Taiku god Hydra's innate aptitude allows me to split my own bilocation and can use it as a medium to allow my main body to teleport over to it when necessary. In this way, you guys grab the immortal edge. And in the end, it's this father who will directly step in and take everything. Jia. He purposely tangled with the other party here just to paralyze the other party, so that when the time came, he could make a sudden move and snatch the immortal edge. Are these skeletons here too? In another palace, the Swift Thunder Rock was similarly fighting another skeleton, and it looked like it was equally a bit tough. This father left behind an intrinsic thunder feather, so he can directly perform the thunder instant divine ability and appear at the place where the thunder feather is located. And when that time comes, which one of you will be able to have the extreme speed of this father? The Taigu Thunder Rock pondered in his heart, similarly preparing to put the immortal edge up for grabs. Both of them were supreme beings who thought they were no match for a great emperor, but since they dared to enter this place, they must be certain that they would be able to snatch the immortal edge. In this way, the 5 people who were originally harboring evil intentions had split into 3 groups. Nowadays, there were only 3 people: the Great Emperor of Qingxiu, the Great Emperor of the 9 Sephiroths, and the Great Emperor of Reincarnation, who traveled together to the deepest part of the Immortal Palace in search of the immortal fate. The reason why these 3 people did not separate was not because of mutual trust, but because they thought they had the cards to withstand anyone's means, which was why they went forward together, and we all know it by heart. What exactly is this fairy fate? As the Great Emperor of Qingxiu walked, he couldn't help but look at the Great Emperor of Reincarnation. It's come to this, don't you still want to say anything? Great Emperor Qingxiu, do you think this emperor doesn't want to know? The Reincarnation Emperor laughed coldly. As early as 10,000 years ago, the node had once appeared in the world, and at that time, there were many powerful people who fought for it, but all of them eventually failed. No one was able to make it. They were all decapitated. What? The Great Emperor of Qingxiu's face changed. Everyone was beheaded? Are there no great emperors? There is, but none of our Reincarnation clan has a great emperor traveling there, the Reincarnation Emperor said in a deep voice. At that time, in the Xianhuan Great World, there was an endless emperor, who, alone, swept away all the great emperors, as well as the alternative paths to becoming a Taoist, and in the end, it was said that he himself was seriously injured, but he also sealed the Immortal Palace completely. Originally, it would have to wait a few decades before it would be able to show up, but somehow, it showed up early. The world only knows that this immortal fate can give people the possibility of becoming immortal, even supreme beings. 10,000 years ago, many powerful people came here, but they didn't even see the face of the immortal edge? The Great Emperor of Qingxiu felt incredible. This Great Emperor of Endlessness, how powerful is the strength of the to be able to do that? Fortunately, he has already set foot on the path to immortality, and is said to be traveling directly to the immortal realm. The Reincarnation Emperor said in a deep voice, if he is stationed here, I'm afraid, we still don't stand a chance, but since this immortal fate can make one immortal, why didn't that endless emperor just take it away? That, I wouldn't know. The Reincarnation Emperor shook his head. Could it be that he has already taken the immortal edge away, leaving us to rejoice in vain? The Nine Hells Emperor frowned and thought, impossible. There were rumors at the time that if the Endless Emperor really got the immortal fate, he would have long since become an immortal directly, so why would he have to fight all over on his way to becoming an immortal? He definitely didn't get the immortal edge into his hands, or perhaps, that immortal edge has restrictions, and not everyone is able to take it. No, the aura in front of that, it's so strong. Is it possible that this immortal light appeared from within that palace? Suddenly, the Nine Hells Emperor's face changed as he suddenly realized that in the middle of the immortal palace in the distance, there was a brilliant divine light rising, as if the entire immortal palace was the source of the light. The remaining 2 great emperors also sensed it and sped towards the immortal palace. Right at the moment when the 2 stepped into this immortal palace, within the entire immortal palace hall, there were actually 8 sculptures that were like door gods awakening at the same time. Boom! Terrifying imperial might blossomed, firmly guarding the entire palace. And at this moment, the 3 great emperors also looked through the gate of the immortal palace to see the immortal edge that existed within it. And what exactly it was. That's the immortal cauldron? The Great Emperor of Qingxiu exclaimed. And at the center of the great hall, an ancient cauldron towered over him, with 3 feet and 2 ears, carrying a thick aura and countless runes. And in the great cauldron, the radiant immortal light rose up to the sky, almost piercing through the entire immortal realm. Without needing to say much, the 3 of them knew that this immortal fate was within this immortal cauldron. It's not the immortal cauldron, it's the immortal fetus. The immortal fetus. The Reincarnation Emperor's divine thoughts rose, sensing the fluctuations of this immortal light, and finally couldn't sit still. No wonder it is said that this immortal fate can make one immortal, so it is a supreme immortal fetus. The supreme immortal tire is the placenta of the supreme origin that was conceived from the beginning of the birth of the heaven and earth, and this immortal tire is the placenta of the immortal origin that coalesced. Once fused, you'll be able to completely possess an immortal root. What is an immortal root? Immortals in the immortal realm were born with immortal roots, and with immortal roots in place, they could no longer be fearful of immortal substances and absorb them wantonly. Simply put, as long as the immortal tire was fused, the immortal substance outside that was like poison would instead become the greatest tonic to be absorbed by the immortal roots and metamorphosed into the immortal body. And at that time, the achievement of immortality would simply not be in the slightest doubt. At this moment, everyone, their eyes reddened. Chapter 139, Yellow Bird in the Back. Immortal fetus in hand. Immortal fetus, there's actually an immortal fetus here. After Zhou Yu discovered the immortal edge within the Hongmeng Linglong Pagoda, his heart was also shaken and he was completely captivated. This was an immortal fetus. Once fused, one would be able to achieve an immortal body and possess immortal roots. In which case, becoming an immortal would simply be the nail in the coffin. What kind of great opportunity is this? No wonder the Starry Sky 10,000 races were so concerned about this place. It turned out to be an immortal fetus. Buzz, the void trembled, and 8 figures that were the same as the Protector sect god struck out at the same time at the Reincarnation Emperor, and even the 9 Spectres Emperor, who had stepped into the Great Hall. These 8 figures, some wielding swords, some wielding knives, and some wielding guns, waved their hands and carried imperial lines towards the 3 great emperors in an oppressive manner. Sky Fox illusion. The great emperor of Qingqiu lightly shouted, and the 9-tailed heavenly fox's silhouette appeared behind him, and in an instant, countless ripples rose up, completely wrapping themselves around him. That's right, with this divine ability of hers, she did not directly attack the opponent, but instead focused on protecting herself. Only the moment the Dao pattern enveloped the area, a sword light tore through. Click! The figure of the Qingqiu emperor was instantly severed, but not the slightest bit of blood flowed. Between the distortions of her body, she had actually appeared in the middle of the Great Hall, and was not far away from that immortal cauldron. What a heavenly fox illusion realm! Actually able to distort the other party's senses and even change their divine thoughts. Seeing this from afar, Zhou Yu couldn't help but let out a low cry. Worthy of being a great emperor of the Sky Fox clan. Even if he had only just broken through the great emperor realm not long ago, he was still not to be underestimated. But even so, he had no intention of making a move to stop it, because Zhou Yu believed that even if this immortal fetus was within it, it was not something that could be obtained so easily. Buzz! The Qingqiu emperor's delicate body flashed and came directly in front of the immortal cauldron. Her face revealed a look of delight, not expecting that this immortal fetus chance would actually be obtained so easily by herself. Under the joy, without the slightest hesitation, she directly probed out her jade hand and grabbed at the immortal cauldron. That's right, not only did she want to take away the immortal fetus, she even wanted to take away this divine immortal cauldron. However, just at the moment her jade hand fell onto it, her face suddenly changed. A grand, terrifying immortal might suddenly erupted from above the immortal tripod, and then transformed into twisted immortal patterns that spread out in all directions. Boom! The great emperor of Qingqiu let out a muffled grunt as her delicate body was flicked out hard. Berserk fluctuations reverberated continuously throughout the palace, and even the Reincarnation Emperor and the 9 Spectres Emperor were affected. Pumba! Explosions came from their body surfaces, a collision of Dao lines and immortal lines, and then the 2 of them let out the same muffled grunt and retreated out one after another. Standing outside the immortal palace, those 8 great emperor-level gate gods did not continue to attack, but continued to guard around the immortal cauldron. Great Emperor Qingqiu, do you think this immortal fetus is so easy to take? The 9 Sephiroth Emperor calmed his breath and looked at the Qingqiu Emperor with slight dissatisfaction. You wanted the 2 of us to share the burden for you, but you ended up eating it yourself. Now don't you? Humph. 9 Spectres Emperor. You shouldn't talk in front of this emperor either. The great emperor of Qingqiu's countenance carried an icy coldness. Having all arrived at such a place, there is only one immortal edge, so we all naturally rely on our own abilities. Only that you didn't put up a fight. She was very depressed in her heart. Originally she was able to seize the immortal cauldron and immortal fetus by herself, and by then, as long as she escaped, she would be the biggest winner of this immortal edge presentation. Who would have thought that that immortal cauldron actually had no way to take it away and even went out to fight back? It's true that each one is based on his own abilities, but we also have to see how difficult it is to say that this immortal cauldron is. The Reincarnation Emperor rounded up the situation. Last 10,000 years ago, there was no way for this kind of chance to be obtained. And it certainly wasn't something that these 8 great emperor sect deities were able to block. So the problem is still with this immortal cauldron. If my guess is correct, this immortal cauldron should be a true immortal artifact, and in order to resolve it, one must be able to suppress the power of the immortal artifact or briefly tear through the blockage of its immortal might so that the immortal fetus can be taken out in it. Humph, that makes sense. How do you tear it apart? That's an immortal artifact. Even a great emperor can't do it easily. The Nine Spectres Emperor snorted coldly. If we delay any longer and the other races arrive, it won't be so easy for us. Reincarnation Emperor, now that it's come to this, you should hurry up and say what you have. There's no need to try to escape here. The Qingqiu Emperor on the side said in a deep voice. Well, truth be told, this emperor has a solution here. With a flip of the Reincarnation Emperor's palm, a formation disc shaped like a bagua appeared. This treasure is an Emperor Soldier, and in conjunction with the Emperor Soldier, it is able to set up a formation called the 8 Desolate Turning Wheel Formation. The Reincarnation Emperor pointed at the array disc and said, after this array has been destroyed with full force, it can have a chance to convert the rebound power of the immortal cauldron to the other 8 great Emperor sect deities. Blasting the door god with immortal might in this way would both resolve the door god's attack and create that moment of opportunity. At that time, we will then make a move together to remove the immortal fetus from the immortal cauldron, so that we will be able to bring out the immortal fetus, and at that time, we can share it equally among the 3 clans. Equal share? How are we going to split an immortal fetus equally? The 9 Sephiroth Emperor frowned. Although there is only one immortal fetus, after all, it is only the origin placenta of conception, and it can be cut into 3 parts. The Reincarnation Emperor said, at that time, the 3 of us will each have 1/3 of the immortal fetus origin, and as long as we can refine it, it will cause our immortal bodies to metamorphose by 30%, which is, even if he set foot on the path to immortality again, he would be much stronger than others. Instead of everyone fighting over it, it's better to divide it up like this. After saying this, the Reincarnation Emperor looked at the others. The 2 of you can ponder over this for a while, but don't take too long. After all, the other races, too, are already on their way. The eyes of the 2 flickered, and after a moment, the great Emperor of Qingqiu directly nodded his head. Good. Since this is such an opportunity, we naturally can't miss it. 1/3. Just 1/3. Then I agree. The Nine Hells Emperor nodded his head as well. This was, at this stage, the best way. That's great. Then I'll control the formation later. The 2 of you please also preside together. Originally this formation needed at least 6 great emperors to be able to destroy it completely. Now there are only 3 of us, so we can only do our best to give it a try. The Reincarnation Emperor instructed, then raised his hand and waved it, and the array disc flew out at once. Then several emperor lines were struck out by the Reincarnation Emperor at once, and at the same time, the 6 layers of the Reincarnation plate behind him opened completely. The 2 of you enter the formation. With his low shout, the other 2 great emperors also raised their hands and struck out their emperor lines at once. Buzz! The 3 emperor lines fell into the array plate, and a powerful array fluctuation immediately emanated from it. A wheel that looked like an 8 trigrams rose from beneath his feet and began to expand. In the distance, Zhou Yu maneuvered the dust of the Hongmeng Linglong Pagoda and was cautiously approaching over in the direction of the Immortal Palace. For some reason, he realized that the gate god here actually didn't have the slightest intention of attacking him either, but he didn't dare to make too much movement. At times like this, even a slight fluctuation could potentially be detected. In case the other party found out, all his efforts would be lost. But even if I reach the immortal fetus heel, how will that immortal cauldron be dealt with? Zhou Yu revealed a thoughtful look. If it is truly an immortal artifact, I wonder if the sky shading mirror can put it away. He had already thought about it. As long as he was close, after using the sky shading mirror to put it away for a moment, he would simply flee. After he was promoted to Great Emperor, he would at least be able to deal with the current crisis. But the more you get to the end, the more careful you have to be. Now the opportunity had come. As long as the other party would successfully run that what's-his-name 8 Desolate Turning Wheel Formation, they would directly be able to divert the rebound of the immortal cauldron, and at that time, they themselves would be able to directly launch their own power. For a time, that seemingly calm immortal cauldron had attracted the attention of all parties. Buzz! Between the rise of the formation, powerful fluctuations shrouded towards the immortal palace, and in an instant, all 8 gatekeepers of the Great Emperor realm revived and attacked towards the formation. However, this time, their attacks were just a flash of light before they were swallowed by the formation, then wheeled out from the other direction and blasted back at their own bodies. Effective! Both the Nine Hells Emperor and the Qingqiu Emperor looked delighted, not expecting this formation to be so divine. Do the 2 of you believe this emperor now? The voice of the Reincarnation Emperor was transmitted, and the reincarnation plate spun around behind him. Do it! As he drank lowly, his breath rose around him and his rolling cultivation was injected into the array plate. And instantly, a huge 8 trigrams shadow shrouded the void, enveloping it towards the immortal cauldron all at once. Buzz! The immortal cauldron sensed the fluctuation and immediately began to release its immortal might. And seeing this, the 8 desolate shadows that had just been condensed began to become unstable. What are you waiting for? Help quickly! As the reincarnation emperor drank lowly, the 2 great emperors subconsciously began to output their cultivation. At that instant, the 8 desolate shadows shone brightly, and their breath rose, completely enveloping the 8 great emperor sect gods. Swish! The 8 great emperor gate guards struck at the same time, and as a result, under the shroud of the formation, all of the attacks actually turned and blasted towards the immortal cauldron. Boom! The immortal cauldron erupted with an attack that directly rebounded, and at that instant, the 8 guardian-like gate gods violently trembled, as if they simply couldn't withstand a counterattack of such might. Cracks actually appeared on the surface of his body, and even his own form came to a complete standstill. Chance! At this moment, it was the gap when the immortal cauldron's power was exhausted and the 8 gate gods were unable to attack, and this gap of even a single moment was already enough for the great emperor. The 9 new emperor and the Qingqiu emperor moved almost simultaneously, trying to grab at the immortal cauldron. What is divided into 3 is just a means to an end. With the complete immortal fetus in front of you, who would be willing to share a third of it with you? Swish! The 2 great emperors at the same time, in no particular order towards the immortal tripod grabbed. However, just as they were about to grab the occasion, but suddenly found that the immortal tripod in front of them actually a broken, like a dream bubble, directly rupture. No good. We've been duped. The moment the cry of alarm rang out, a figure with a reincarnation disc on its back was seen stepping out, directly coming to the immortal cauldron. Reincarnation Emperor? Ha 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 ha. This emperor's incarnation condensed with immortal matter has already hoodwinked even the 2 of you. This figure was the true reincarnation emperor. What? That's your avatar? The 9 specters emperor exclaimed. Impossible. That incarnation's aura is very strong. It's impossible that it's only 30%. You've forgotten that before. That Zhou poisoned this emperor with an immortal substance, only for this emperor to go back and perform a secret technique that not only didn't discard this avatar, but instead raised its breath to become an even stronger avatar. The reincarnation emperor stood in front of the immortal cauldron, the corners of his mouth raised. Only, that immortal substance once activated, the entire incarnation will also be completely scrapped, but it doesn't matter. This emperor gets the immortal fetus and achieves immortality. Then the incarnation will just refine another one. You, despicable, reincarnation emperor, you agreed to 1/3, and you actually went back on your word. The great emperor of Qingqiu wanted to struggle, but realized that his breath had already been enveloped by the formation and rotated directly to other places. It's useless. Once this array disk is in operation, all power will be rotated out, regardless of whether it's the person entering the array or the one controlling it. The corners of his mouth turned up and his large hand reached out. That's a secret treasure that this emperor has carefully prepared, and the 2 of you should be honored to be able to use it. Damn! The 9 Sephiroth emperor shouted angrily, but to no avail. He could only watch as the reincarnation emperor grabbed towards the immortal cauldron in one go. Buzz! Right at this moment, a sudden distortion came from the void, and a figure that looked like a worm with many eyeballs appeared. The ancient god Hydra, at this time, finally cast its own secret method and appeared. Jia, this chance is mine. The countless tentacles of the ancient god Hydra rose, part of them wrapping around the reincarnation emperor, and part of them directly enveloping the immortal fetus. Crackle! At that exact moment, thunderlight flickered in the void. A feather that was hidden in an unknown place suddenly flashed, and then countless thunderlights bloomed, and the figure of the Swire Thunder Rock appeared from it all at once. Its body spread out and turned into lightning as it rushed towards the immortal Tyre. This kind of speed was simply 3 times faster than the ancient god Hydra. Seeing this, a roar came from the reincarnation emperor's mouth. Get the hell out of here! Boom! The Tao pattern of the reincarnation avenue erupted, and immediately, it was like a flood of impacts scattering in all directions towards the surroundings. In an instant, the Taiku Thunder Rock that was about to make a successful move was instantly suppressed, and its figure stalled for an instant. It was during this instant, right next to that immortal cauldron, the shadow of a pagoda suddenly appeared. This pagoda was ancient and incomparably old. It was full of cracks and looked dilapidated, and as soon as it appeared, an inexplicable domain actually shrouded around it. In the middle of the realm, time was completely slowed down, as if everything had fallen into stasis, and beside the tower, a noble man with black hair flying and wearing black and gold robes appeared. It was Zhou. It's you! The reincarnation emperor recognized Zhou at a glance and wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Only Zhou Yu's eyes looked towards the immortal cauldron, and when he raised his hand, he grabbed at the immortal fetus within it. Buzz! The immortal tire, which was only the size of a fist, was just grasped in his hand and then disappeared in a flash. Immortal fetus, asterisk 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 asterisk, asshole, ah, bring it to me. A roaring sound resounded, and the reincarnation emperor's mouth even roared, and the reincarnation plate behind him suddenly collapsed all at once. Boom! The time domain arranged by the Hongmeng Linglong Pagoda by consuming a large amount of immortal matter was actually broken through by him at once, and the moment he broke through, he opened his hand wide and struck out blatantly at Zhou Yu. Chapter 140, Heaven is me, and I, Heaven. The people present were all old monsters who had lived for an unknown number of years, and their calculations were all very profound. The ancient god Hydra made sure that he was able to blind the other party, and descended in his own body at the critical moment to snatch all the immortal fate. The Taiku Thunder Rock thought that he had the ultimate speed in the world and could snatch food from the mouths of tigers among the great emperors. The Nainyu Emperor and the Qingqiu Emperor thought highly of themselves, thinking that they would have to strike out at each other and fight over each other when the time came. Only the Reincarnation Emperor, who had engineered the two into a trap, and even confused them with his own doppelganger, had thought that this immortal fetus was about to come to hand, but I can't imagine that at the last minute, something went wrong. They hadn't counted on it in all their calculations, but Zhou Yu was actually able to appear here at this time. They couldn't figure out how Zhou Yu was able to appear here silently. The two gate gods guarding the immortal palace didn't notice it, but the 8 gate gods guarding the immortal palace here, which were 8 gate gods of the great emperor realm, actually didn't sense Zhou Yu's presence? It's unbelievable. Regardless, at this moment, Zhou Yu had already made his move and had completely taken the immortal fetus coveted by the crowd into his own hands. In this way, all their calculations were completely defeated. Boom! The heavens shook as countless reincarnation fluctuations rose, and a circular silhouette representing reincarnation coalesced, transforming into a terrifying wave that came towards Zhou Yu. The reincarnation emperor's divine ability was exerted, the disc of predestination. No matter how Zhou Yu dodged, he could not escape the predestined attack and was bound to suffer a terrible baptism. Good guts, daring to snatch the immortal edge among us. The ancient god Hydra let out an oozing roar as a miserable white divine light rose from its eyeballs and enveloped towards Zhou Yu. Infinite thunderbolt. The Taiku Thunder Rock let out a long whistle, and the destructive thunder coalesced and turned into an ocean, similarly flooding down. At this moment, the three powerhouses cooperated like never before, their attacks all coming in Zhou Yu's direction, wanting to completely exterminate him. As long as the other party died, the immortal fetus could naturally be fought over again. The moment the many attacks were about to approach, Zhou Yu's face also changed color as he glanced at the disc of fate cast by the reincarnation emperor. No matter what divine ability he cast, he was going to be completely affected by it, and he would not be able to escape at all. At this moment, even the distant Nine Spectres Emperor and Qingqiu Emperor both revealed cold smiles, thinking that Zhou Yu was bound to suffer a heavy blow. However, right at this moment, an inexplicable smile appeared on Zhou Yu's face, and in the next moment, an ancient bronze mirror rose up from his body. Buzz! The moment the sky-shading mirror surfaced, an inexplicable immortal light rose up and wrapped his entire body. If Su Chen was still alive at this moment, he would definitely realize that what Zhou Yu was manipulating at this moment was the very same sky shield that he had escaped with his life several times. Boo! All the attacks landed on top of the sky shield in an instant, directly emitting a crunching sound like a chicken eating rice, only to see that the sky shield was filled with ripples. But in the end, it did not cause even half a bit of damage to Zhou Yu. How is that possible? The Swire Thunder Rock and the Swire God Hydra both cried out in shock. This was a joint attack by the three of them. Not to mention Zhou Yu having a sacred body. Even if it was a true great emperor, he would not be an opponent at all. But the other party was actually unharmed. Compared to the shock of the two, the reincarnation emperor was even more completely gloomy. Immortal weapon. You actually possess a real immortal weapon. If others didn't know, how could he not see that a divine weapon that could easily withstand the attacks of his own great emperor was anything other than an immortal weapon? When did he possess an immortal weapon? No. If he had last time, how could he have cast Origin Sword Chi? In the midst of his thoughts, the reincarnation emperor fiercely turned back to look at the Nine Sephiroth's emperor, knowing that the other party had also encountered Zhou Yu's calculations, and had even worn down one of his avatars. Now, it seemed that the other party had known about Zhou Yu's possession of an immortal artifact for a long time, but had not told him, and was definitely trying to scheme against him. The reincarnation emperor's heart was shaken with anger, but at a time like now, it wasn't an opportunity to settle scores with the Nine Sephiroth emperor. It's useless. Even if you have an immortal weapon, there's no way to completely destroy it. You're not even a great emperor. You're only capable of being passive here. the reincarnation emperor exerted his means to completely trap Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu, if you hand over the immortal fetus now, this emperor can guarantee that he will let you live. And furthermore, I will not snatch this immortal artifact. Ha ha ha, that's ridiculous. Zhou Yu laughed out loud in the midst of it. My immortal artifacts? You're doing me a favor by not coming to snatch them? Reincarnation Emperor, are you, the second generation, senile, to actually be able to say such faceless words? You, the power of words is not the slightest bit useful. The reincarnation emperor snorted coldly. It's simply impossible for you to leave this place right now. Moreover, I'm not afraid to tell you that the many star races have already seen this place and are on their way. At that time, if you're carrying an immortal fairy fetus, will they be able to let you leave? Not bad, Zhou Yu. If you hand over the immortal fairy tree, I, the 9 Sephiroth Emperor, can assure you that the 9 Sephiroth clan can protect your safety, and the immortal artifacts will not be snatched. This isn't confusion. This is a true dependence. At that time, if the 10,000 clans know that you have an immortal artifact in your hands, they will give it up? What the 9 Spectres clan can do, my Sky Fox clan is also capable of doing. Emperor Qingqiu's voice carried seduction. Zhou Yu, if you join the Heavenly Fox clan, this emperor can make the decision to directly grant you 3 consorts of the quasi-emperor, so that they can serve you well. You should know that the Heavenly Fox clan, in addition to being proficient in the art of illusion, is also a good furnace pot. If they are willing devotion to you will definitely allow you to advance by leaps and bounds, and breaking through to a great emperor may not be impossible. In this world, the great emperor is not the end, but the beginning. You have to achieve immortality, embark on the path of becoming an immortal, and travel to the immortal world. In the immortal realm, my Sky Fox clan, likewise, has its own forces. At a time like this, even the 9 Pantheon Emperor and the Qingqiu Emperor, who were still in the formation, could not hold back and began to persuade, wanting to pull Zhou Yu over. Only then would the immortal fetus and immortal weapon be able to arrive. Oh, that good? Zhou Yu immediately showed interest when he heard this, and he looked at the Qingqiu Empress. Then is it alright if this seat doesn't need those vulgar fans? Yes, whoever you like. You can pick them at will among my green hills when the time comes. Empress Qingqiu knew that Zhou Yu was not sincere, but at a time like this, she only needed to stabilize the other party, and once the other party joined her camp, then everything would be well calculated. Yeah, so I'm going to pick you? Zhou Yu's words caused her to faintly stare. Since you are the noble Empress of Qingqiu, wouldn't it be more effective if you could be taken by this seat? What? You won't agree? Oh, this kind of despicable trick can only be used to fool small children. As he was talking, Zhou Yu suddenly had a Dao pattern rush into the sky shading mirror, and immediately the sky shading mirror blossomed with light, and a portal opened completely. Alright, it's time to leave after such a long delay. With a single step of his feet, he directly entered the sky shading mirror. In fact, he had just kept pulling the wool over the eyes of the other party, in order to just stall for time and not allow the other party to make a move against him. Now that the might of the sky shading mirror had been brewed, he only needed to escape from this place to be able to prepare for a breakthrough. Damn it, strike together, he's going to escape. The reincarnation emperor sensed that something was wrong and directly withdrew his 8 desolate turning wheel formation. This time, not only the Qingqiu Empress and also the 9 Spectres Emperor gained their freedom, even those 8 great emperor sect deities that had been affected reacted and brewed their attacks in preparation to strike. However, just as the reincarnation emperor and the others thought that the 8 great emperor sect deities were going to help, they suddenly realized that not only did these 8 great emperors not make a move against Zhou Yu, but instead, they rushed towards them. Buzz, Zhou Yu and the sky shading mirror and even the pagoda shadow completely stepped into the sky shading gate and disappeared. All breath completely disappeared. Damn it! The reincarnation emperor roared angrily as he directly avoided the attacks of the 8 great emperor gate gods and rushed out beyond the immortal palace. What should we do? He actually escaped? The Qingqiu Emperor's chest rippled with anger. Reincarnation Emperor, it's all because you're counting on us. Otherwise, if this emperor had made a move just now, how could he have escaped? What do you know? He has extremely many means. He even has origin sword chi. Even if your means are strong, if he wants to escape, you won't be able to stop him. The reincarnation emperor coldly snorted. At a time like now, we must find out where he is. This Xian Huang world is so big. How can we find him if he is hiding? No harm done. I have a way. The 9 Spectres Emperor on the side suddenly spoke. This emperor knows where his clan land is, so as long as he completely besieges it and then captures the clansmen in it to extract their souls and refine their spirits, it won't be difficult to find the other party's hiding place. Anymore, you can threaten him to show up that way. Zhou Yu had the sky shading mirror on his body to cover up the heavenly chances and could not be found easily. but they could start with the clansmen. Good. For the sake of today's plan, we must act quickly. Otherwise, those races will descend and none of us will have a chance. As they spoke, several figures quickly left the Immortal Palace Hall, preparing to rush in the direction of Zhou clanland. And in the Immortal Palace, right at the place where the 8 great Emperor Gate Gods towered, a subtle fluctuation surfaced, and then transformed into a humanoid figure, which was none other than Zhou. It turned out that Zhou opened the sky shading mirror, and not only did he not leave, but instead, he secretly hid within the Hongmeng Linglong Pagoda, and then used the sky shading mirror to cover his breath and secretly hide down. The reason why he was like this was not because he had acted on impromptu intentions, but because he had realized that these great Empress sect deities actually did not have the slightest intention of attacking himself. As for the reason, he wasn't sure, but he knew that it was better to have the 8 great Emperor sect gods blocking him here rather than fleeing to another place. Why aren't these door gods attacking me? Zhou looked at these 8 great Emperor gate gods and fell into deep thought. He originally thought that it was because he was a person of the Xin Huang world, but there were some strong people from the Xin Huang world who had tried to enter it before, and they had all been killed by the door god in seconds. And he had even seen the other party's skeleton when he came in. It also suggests that this is not the reason. Not this, hardly, because of this? With a sudden movement of his divine mind, the section of finger bone left behind by the old folks who had crossed over earlier from within the Medicine Clan's clanland was revealed. Buzz! The moment the finger bone was revealed, the immortal cauldron that originally towered there actually directly vibrated. The originally bright immortal light began to converge, and a rune actually began to appear on top of the tripod body. The moment Zhou looked at the rune, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, because, these runes, they were actually Chinese characters. Ha ha, old-timer, if you're seeing this when you see it, you must have already discovered the secret treasure I left behind. That's right, inside this cauldron hides the ultimate secret of my arrival in this world, which is a piece of broken debris. This fragment brought me here, and the breath of creation was revealed on it. It allowed me to survive in this heaven and earth for an unknown number of years, and in the end, I was able to transform into a form and even ascend to immortality. But when I wanted to bring it, as he walked away, he realized that this fragment of creation actually did not truly recognize its owner. Or maybe it was, from the beginning, just assisting me, not really recognizing me. So, I had to leave it behind and let it wait for a presence that could actually recognize it. The breath of creation, infinitely close to the origin of the mysteries of this universe, must be a supreme treasure. And since I can't get this kind of supreme treasure, how can it be cheaply given to others? You tell me. Ha ha, that's why I'd rather leave it to the homies than let anyone else get their hands on it. I have refined 10 great emperor puppets, and they will guard it until someone comes here with the token I left behind. Then it will be opened. And that token, only you, old-timer, have access to. Other than that, if someone was really able to suppress these great emperor sect gods, it could only mean that the other party's realm had already become immortal, and that it was fitting that this fragment of creation should belong to the other party. It's also something that can't be helped. Alright, having said that, I can only wish that you, old countryman, will be able to obtain the recognition of the creation remnant and become its master. And when that time comes, I'll see you in the immortal realm. Haha. After the last text was read, the entire immortal cauldron actually began to emit a bright light. And then, between the light explosions, the immortal cauldron disappeared, leaving only an irregular piece of debris suspended in the void. Just as soon as he felt it, Zhou realized that the Hongmeng Linglong Pagoda produced an incomparable vibration that seemed to be very affectionate towards this kind of debris. Swish! Almost without waiting for Zhou to react, that Hongmeng Linglong Tower manifested at once, completely including the creation debris in the Hongmeng Linglong Tower. No good, you spit it out. Zhou was startled and hurriedly manipulated his divine thoughts to check, but as soon as he penetrated it, he found that the creation debris had not been absorbed, but was quietly suspended in the Hongmeng Linglong Tower. Phew! Seeing that the debris was alright, Zhou lightly exhaled, his mind slightly relieved. He temporarily pressed down on his intention to study the other party and instead sat down in the middle of the immortal palace. Next, he had to impact his great emperor realm as soon as possible, and only by achieving great emperor would he be able to survive this crisis. Otherwise, it's all talk. With this in mind, Zhou no longer hesitated. His eyes tightly closed and his mind silently operated his realm Dao. I have forged a realm with 3 realms within it, which can be heaven, earth, and man, and those who enter our realm can be reincarnated, cultivated, and can become gods or immortals. The consummation of the realm is unrestrained, and forms its own heaven and earth. My body is the realm, and my god is the sky. Countless epiphanies rose up and eventually turned into a torrent rushing into his mind. Zhou suddenly raised his head at this moment, looking up into the void and softly muttering to himself, "The heavens are me, and I, the heavens." Boom! The dome of the sky shook. The thunderbolt rose. The heavenly Tao. Furious. Chapter 141, Becoming an Emperor. Rumble. The heavens thundered and quaked, and the terrifying gloomy clouds were actually able to tear apart the immortal light and coalesce out of the void. In an instant, a circular cloud that was thousands of miles long and constantly circling became visible. Countless arcs of electricity jumping, turned into thunder, and the cloud is constantly brewing. Even if someone exists nearby, can see, in which there is a thunder condensed spears, swords, qilin, tigers, birds, luan and so on. Dense vision surfaced, as if it were a world. It was also the first time for Zhou to see this kind of thunderbolt, and he always felt that this cloud layer seemed to be filled with unprecedented malice towards him. That's the wrath of heaven. Under the heavens, no living being would be allowed to dare to call themselves the heavens, so this thunderbolt appeared to be extraordinarily terrifying and powerful. If the Nine Spectres Emperor and the others didn't leave, they would be able to clearly feel that the lightning tribulation was even more powerful than the great emperor who condensed the Nine Spectres Digdao in their initial generation. My god! What kind of vision is this? Can it be that an immortal treasure has appeared in the immortal palace? Impossible. There were powerful existences that traveled to the immortal palace before. If there were truly immortal treasures, wouldn't they have been able to leave? If not these, then what? In my opinion, I'm afraid that someone is transiting nearby, and the transiting person wants to use the immortal palace's present to help him or her withstand the thunderbolt. What? Someone is having a tribulation? With this kind of noise, is it possible that it's a quasi-emperor's tribulation? It's very likely, otherwise it wouldn't be so vast. Go and take a look around. We might be able to make a good karma. Are you crazy? That's a thunder tribulation. The dreadfulness of a quasi-emperor's thunder tribulation is enough to cover 100 miles in a radius. Even if you're 1,000 miles away, you're able to be affected by the waves. If you want to find death, then go yourself. Thousands of miles away, many living beings, powerful people, couldn't help but murmur at the sight of such a vision. However, no matter how much they discussed it, they would never have thought that what the clouds were condensing would be the lightning tribulation of a great emperor. Boom! An astonishing thunderbolt contracted from within the clouds, brewed, and then slashed down violently. This thunder and lightning is as thick as a bucket, just appeared, will directly annihilate the space into a black distortion, and even able to see that the thunder transformed into a sword and halberd, axe, battle axe, hook and fork, all kinds of divine weapons, sword and soldier robbery. This was the first of the great imperial thunder tribulation, one of the 9. Boom click, the lightning struck down, directly tearing through the immortal light of the immortal palace and striking straight into it, and all of a sudden, an unprecedented sense of threat rose up from the void. Zhou raised his head to look at the sky and was about to resist, but who knew that? With a swish, the 8 gate gods guarding the immortal palace beside him actually directly struck out at the same time as the thunder landed. They drew their divine weapons and unanimously chopped out emperor lines towards each other. Boom boom! How powerful was the might that erupted from 8 emperor realm gate gods? Even the reincarnation emperor and the 9 specters emperor and the others had joined forces and didn't dare to resist it, but now it was being used to resist the first lightning tribulation. Boom click! Countless thunderbolts poured down like flowing water, bringing with them the terrifying tearing, punishing, instantaneous outbursts of divine weapons. However, what amazed Zhou was that this first ray of lightning was actually blocked completely by the 8 gate gods, while he himself, from start to finish, did not even show half a bit of damage. Pust! The thunder annihilated, and that thunderbolt was brewing again in the void, followed by a second thunderbolt that arrived instantly. This second ray of thunder, in which it was no longer a divine weapon, but became fire, water, ice, wind and many other celestial phenomena. No matter what kind of technique you practiced, you would not be able to withstand the bombardment of the thunderbolt, especially if one specializes in the thunder system. Wanting to use this thunder to quench and enhance, are simply impossible. If one was not careful, one would have to fall in the second heavenly elephant thunder tribulation. Boom! As a result, this second thunderbolt only caused the 8 gate gods to slightly crack. That's right, cracks. One must know that the materials of these 8 gate gods were all hand-refined by Zhou's old countrymen who had traveled through the country, and their materials, even if they were not comparable to immortal artifacts, were no less impressive. Now, it was able to crack under the bombardment of the thunderbolt, which showed the terror of this thunderbolt. Moreover, the other party was still only on their second thunderbolt. Boom! The descent of the third fleshly thunder completely caused the 8 sect gods' bodies to crumble, and the originally refined formation runes all lost their effect, counting them as scrapped. Zhou instead became a bystander to this thunderbolt, quietly watching the 8 gate gods shatter. Being able to withstand 3 lightning tribulations is already considered good. Zhou Yu appreciated, slowly standing up and stretching his body, tilting his head to look at the thunderbolt that continued to brew in midair. Next, it's up to the seat itself. Boom! The 4th thunder fell. The moment this one thunder rose, actually turned into a thunder-wrapped huge beast. The beast head with sharp horns, dazzling thunder, body like a real dragon circling. Behind is a lot of thunder into beasts, like 10,000 beasts galloping general. Walking beast ray. Without waiting for Zhou Yu to react, the thunderous light impacted and wrapped his physique completely. In an instant, Zhou Yu finally understood what a great emperor thunder tribulation was. That kind of fluctuation that destroys everything, constantly flowing and brewing within the physique, and in the end, almost tearing everything apart. The great emperor, a powerful existence that reversed the wheel of reincarnation and plundered the creation of heaven and earth, wanted to be recognized by the heavenly Tao and endured a test that was nothing short of extraordinary. Moreover, he knew that the boundary path he had condensed was a bit too powerful, exceeding the upper limit of such heavenly paths. For once formed, it was not just the recognized by the heavenly Tao, it might even grow into another heavenly Tao. This kind of reversal would naturally not be allowed by the heavenly Tao, so the thunder tribulation that fell was simply several times more terrifying than that of a normal peerless great emperor. Boom! Countless thunderbolts pulsed across Zhou Yu's body surface, but he looked indifferent. Now that his saint body had become a great success, and he had the divine elephant to hold down the prison, if he couldn't even resist this 4th thunderbolt, then he didn't deserve to step out of his own realm road, and he didn't deserve to become a great emperor. By the time the thunder had finished pulsing, Zhou Yu only felt many fissures emerge on his body surface, with blood seeping out of them, forming a blood mist, but he was indifferent, only taking it as the thunder tribulation scratching an itch on him. Boom! The 6th thunderbolt coalesced again, this time turning into a flying bird thunder. A phoenix-like thunder shadow surged with countless flying birds, directly enveloping Zhou Yu's entire body. This time, Zhou Yu felt the fluctuations in it, tilted his head and suddenly let out a roar. And in the next moment, a desolate ancient shadow appeared from the top of his head, and then he directly punched out. This was the first time he had taken the initiative to strike, and as his fists erupted, countless Tao patterns rose up and turned into a torrent, clashing up against the thunder. Pust! The thunder broke most of the way, but in the end, a piece of it still fell on Zhou Yu, and at once, he felt the pressure. Large cracks began to emerge on the surface of the body, seemingly unable to withstand it. However, Zhou Yu was not the least bit concerned as he continued to look up at the sky, preparing for the 7th thunderbolt. The 7th thunderbolt was not as swift as expected, but began to brew within the clouds, and vaguely, Zhou Yu seemed to see a pair of eyes, coalescing out of the clouds. It was the eyes of the heavenly Tao, as if the heavenly Tao was warning him. Then in the middle of his eyes, at the center of his eyebrows, a terrifying purple thunder boomed down, penalized the reverse thunder, reversing the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao punishes reversal. All existences that dare to defy the heavenly Tao will die. This thunder seemed to not have any visions, but it was much more powerful than the previous 6, and Zhou Yu did not hold back this time, but instead, his body shook as an ancient divine elephant ascended, only to see it tilt its head back and roar in anger. Anon! Divine elephant subduing prison. All the injuries that appeared just now were actually suppressed by it hard. At the same time, Zhou Yu's Tao lines flowed and he directly punched out. The fist of the gods of the 3 worlds. You have the heavenly Tao. I have the 3 realms. With the power of the 3 realms, I will fight against the thunderbolt. Even if I die, I have no regrets. Boom! Thunder rolled, and terrifying fluctuations swept across thousands of miles. Even from 10,000 miles away one could feel the tremors. Some good people, within 1,000 miles, were even unable to withstand this spreading fluctuation, and were turned into flying ash on the spot, by the time the ripples spread. At the center, Zhou Yu had blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were incomparably bright and his hair was flying. He blocked it. The 7th thunderbolt. Boom! Rumble! Rumble! The heavens Tao thunder tribulation's robbing cloud emitted 3 muffled sounds, seemingly very annoyed at Zhou Yu's success, and began to continuously brew and contract, and at this moment, it was as if all the thunder in heaven and earth had been completely absorbed and transformed. Suddenly, a crimson thunderbolt manifested from it, and with just a flash, it crossed the void and rushed directly into Zhou Yu's body. That's right, inside, Zhou Yu only felt a tremor in his body, and the red thunder disappeared into the sea of consciousness in his brow. Heart demon thunder. Not bad. This was the necessary test that a great emperor's mind suffered, and it was also the thunderbolt that many great emperors were most likely to fall over when they were crossing the tribulation. Heart demon. A must for all cultivators. As long as the heart demon is hooked, it is able to completely affect your divine soul. Even how intact the body is, it is not the slightest bit useful. The divine soul has been annihilated by the thunder. Originally, Joyu thought that the so-called heart demon robbery should pull him into some kind of illusionary realm and start a bridge like a glance of 10,000 years, which would eventually make him unable to bear it. However, it wasn't until after he had suffered from this kind of thunderbolt that he realized that his divine soul had been hardened by the thunderbolt, and he had entered a dark and boundless space, and in the middle of the space, there was actually a pair of blood-colored eyes that hadn't listened to coalesce and constantly watched himself. At this moment, there was no need to think. All the regrets, killing intent, desires, emotions, and other demons that remained in his own soul kept coming back, madly tormenting him. You've killed people? You've killed mortals? You killed a loved one? You've killed relatives? You miss everything? Do you regret it for the rest of your life? You want to live forever? You're going to be the new Tendo? Joyu felt that his divine soul was divided into countless fragments, constantly surfacing a scene from his past that made him incomparably vulnerable. Joyu had to admit that he did have many regrets, many desires, and even many ambitions, but he clearly remembered that he was different from all those past great emperors. He was not from this world. He was a child of Daxia who had been imbued with the core values of socialism. He doesn't believe in God. He doesn't believe in ghosts. He only believes in himself. Regrets? Who doesn't have regrets? It is because of regrets that you can call yourself a human being. Desire? Who doesn't have desires? Even the true immortals of the immortal realm have their own desires. How can I, a mere great emperor, have no desires? It's good to have desires. Desires are what drive the struggle. Forget it. You won't understand even if I tell you. It is because one has all the various things that one can make one's keep overcoming obstacles and moving forward with determination. A heart demon? No, that's what you call it. The corner of Joyu's mouth was slightly raised, and the divine soul sent out of certainty. He said to himself, in this emperor's case, it's called hope. Boom! The red thunder that had originally spread throughout his body was suddenly and completely repelled out by a powerful divine soul force. Eighth course, over. Joyu suddenly raised his head, and his eyes in turn became more and more clear and determined. Come on, it's the last one. Let this emperor see the true strength of your thieving god. Boom click. The thunderbolt clouds churned as if in response to his provocation. The thunderjack cloud that covered thousands of miles suddenly shrunk, as if it had drained all the thunder. Immediately after that, it actually transformed into a thunder-constructed and ponderous hand. What? What is this? The starry sky races that happened to be coming towards the immortal palace in the void couldn't help but lose their voices at the sight of this great hand. Thunderbolt, the power of heaven? This is the hand of the heavens? What? Someone was able to invoke the hand of the heavens? Can it be that it's the reincarnation emperor? Impossible. Once the hand of the heavens comes out, the other party will definitely die. There's no need to look. Rumor has it that the hand of the heavens only descends when an immortal angers the heavenly Tao, and now that it has appeared, not to mention a quasi-emperor who was about to break through, not even a flawless emperor would be able to be spared. This emperor has discovered the reincarnation emperor's trail. Let's chase after immortal edge before anything else. As a voice murmured, that hand of the heavens had already blasted down towards Joyu. Click, click, click. Under the shroud of this hand of the heavens, the immortal palace, which was originally like a fairyland, actually couldn't withstand it, and began to crumble and be damaged. The void around them collapsed and compressed in large swathes. It finally annihilated into nothingness and could not even be completely restored for many years. This is the power of extinction. It's not that easy to destroy me. Joyu drank coldly, his aura completely erupting around him as the might of the two saint bodies blossomed, while at the same time, the shadow of the boundary Tao opened up above his head. Human Emperor Streamer. Joyu raised his hand and grabbed it, directly offering the killer weapon. The human Emperor's streamers covered the sky, the ghosts cried out, and the cuckoo black smoke. Countless chains began to rise to pierce the hand of the heavens. However, the hand of the heavens only slightly trembled and completely wore out all the chains, and the human Emperor Streamer even violently trembled, being directly torn out of a gap and almost snapped. Luckily, Joyu was quick on his feet and retrieved it in time. Otherwise it would have been completely scrapped. But he didn't panic as an ancient bronze mirror rose from his body. In the next moment, it transformed into a shield that generally enveloped Joyu. The sky-shading mirror struck out. Put! Countless thunder bloomed on top of the shield, and the shield almost shook, but it held on hard for 3 moments before collapsing completely. At the same time, the might of the hand of the heavens finally fell completely. Boom! Terrifying fluctuations completely erupted, leveling the entire immortal palace and turning it into ruins. The seawater of the tens of thousands of miles of boundless sea was about to be vaporized. and a clear palm print was left on top of the seabed at the bottom of the sea. Even the entire immortal island, completely erased. This, the power of the hand of the heavens, was ridiculously powerful. However, right above the seabed of the ocean, at the center of that palm print, Zhou Yu, who was drenched in blood, was still standing tall and proud. Above his head, an ancient pagoda hovered, and on top of it, there was a piece of debris that emitted an arcane aura. A moment later, Zhou Yu grinned and suddenly raised his middle finger to the sky. This emperor, wins. Chapter 142 Heavenly Void, Fighting with the Heavens, Its Joyfulness. Zhou Yu admitted that in terms of becoming an emperor, his own time was still too short. Even with the help of the Hongmeng Linglong Pagoda, it was only a few short centuries of enlightenment. For a truly flawless great emperor to stand at the top of the 10,000 races, without thousands of years of conquest, enlightenment, and bitter cultivation, it was simply impossible. However, he had the added power of the system, as well as the help of many heavenly destiny values, which invisibly and rigidly forced this kind of time to be shortened. It is said that if you want to go fast, you can't go fast, but this was the coolness of the opening, making Zhou Yu a great emperor, from impossible to possible. Of course, in the end, the reason why he was able to succeed, Zhou Yu also had to thank the remnants of creation that remained behind, and he did not know why the other party had rushed out at the last moment and helped himself resist the hand of the heavens once. The majority of its power was completely absorbed by this seemingly ordinary piece of creation debris, with only a small half pouring out onto his own body, which allowed Zhou Yu to withstand it. No matter what, Zhou Yu had succeeded in his great emperor's tribulation this time. Buzz! With the end of the emperor's tribulation, above the firmament, the remaining thunder tribulation clouds twisted and tumbled unwillingly, and in the end, they could only collapse into nothingness. At the same time, a blinding light was born from the void, dispersing the clouds completely. The light was like red gold, and as soon as it appeared, it directly pierced through the void and enveloped Zhou Yu. In an instant, Zhou Yu's injuries that were originally destroyed by the thunderbolt actually recovered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, he felt his Tao lines begin to rise, his divine thoughts hovering and extending, actually rushing out of the Xianhuang Great World and disappearing into the supreme void. Here, it is not an endless starry sky, but a mysterious place above all worlds. Numerous great emperors called it the heavenly Tao void. Here, it was the existence closest to the heavenly Tao, able to see where all kinds of great roads were derived from heaven and earth. As Zhou Yu's divine thoughts rose, he saw traces of a great Tao flowing like a long river. Flames, cold ice, thunder and lightning, wild winds, 5 elements, red dust, and so on. The density is simply immeasurable. At this moment, he suddenly realized that no matter when or where, as long as it was under the shroud of the heavenly Tao, any kind of Tao that was born would be corroborated here. Here, it is the source of the great Tao, the origin of the birth of the world. Zhou Yu's divine thoughts roamed in it, and he even felt that his perception of the many great avenues had increased tremendously, and if he could stay in it all the time, I'm afraid that it would take less than 100 years for him to comprehend an entirely new great avenue. The Tao here is not the Tao lines condensed by being a great emperor, the emperor lines. Rather, it is the great Tao that can truly dominate all things. This kind of avenue, once thoroughly comprehended, completely transcends the emperor realm and becomes a true immortal emperor. This was the true end point. In comparison, the Tao comprehended by the emperor realm only allowed one to coalesce one's own imprint on top of such a great Tao. This branding was the heavenly Tao's recognition of becoming an emperor. In other words, you're one of your own, so if you comprehend it well in the future, you can work for the heavenly Tao. However, Zhou Yu realized that after searching for half a day, he actually did not find the slightest trace of his own condensed boundary Tao. It boggled his mind. Generally speaking, if one achieves greatness, finds the Tao of the realm in it, and directly leaves one's own mark on it, then from now on, even if someone else comprehends the Tao of the realm, they can only become that other kind of achiever. Only he himself is the first. But after searching for half a day, he actually didn't find any semblance of a boundary path. Buzz! Zhou Yu felt his divine soul trance up. This was a sign that his divine mind was about to be unable to withstand it. If he was not able to seize this opportunity to leave his mark in the void of the heavenly Tao, then one's hard-earned emperor's tribulation would be equivalent to half a failure. It was because his physical body had only received the baptism of the lightning tribulation and finally metamorphosed into the body of a great emperor, and neither the divine soul nor the Tao had been able to be sublimated. The next time Zhou Yu wanted to come to this space again, it would simply be impossible, and he would lose the chance to become a peerless great emperor for the rest of his life. How true! Thieving God! Zhou Yu's divine thoughts tumbled about, trying to search, and his heart couldn't help but drink in the curses even more. Wanting me, Zhou Yu, to bow down. I'm afraid you're looking for the wrong person. Zhou Yu forcibly stabilized his divine thoughts, and after searching fruitlessly for a moment, an incomparably bold idea rose in his heart. Since this place doesn't stay for me, I'll stay forcibly. Don't you not have my great Tao? Then I will forcefully coalesce a great Tao of my own here. A great Tao that is completely independent of this side of heaven. With this in mind, he no longer hesitated, and in his divine mind, he began to operate his own realm Tao in the void of the heavenly Tao, seizing the mysterious substance that shimmered with a seven-colored light around him. These substances, he did not know what they were, only that those manifestations of the great Tao were composed of them. Thus, Zhou Yu's divine thoughts began to manipulate these substances, forcing them to coalesce. Buzz! In the void of the heavenly Tao, the shadow of a boundary Tao began to appear. In this virtual shadow, the sky is round. There is a realm above the earth called the heavenly realm. A realm in the middle is the human realm, and below the earth, under the 9 ghosts, there is a dark world called the underworld. Each world hooked up with each other and eventually formed a completely separate whole. Heaven, earth, and man, the 3 worlds of reincarnation. At the same time, outside of this world, Zhou Yu's unique emperor lines began to coalesce, and the emperor lines hooked up with each other, like a boundary membrane, wrapping the entire world. When this world is able to grow, it will become a true way. Moreover, what was even more frightening was that without Zhou Yu's permission, even if the later ones wanted to comprehend the boundary Tao, it would be impossible. Soon, this bubble-like boundary Tao prototype coalesced in the void of the heavenly Tao. Just as Zhou Yu was rejoicing, suddenly, a storm suddenly erupted in the originally vast and boundless heavenly Tao void with 7-colored haze steaming through it. Countless mysterious things that emitted a haze actually formed hurricanes and waves that surged towards the boundary Tao that Zhou Yu had just created. Boo! Such a violent fluctuation made the realm road just like a flatboat bumping in the ocean or a butterfly fluttering in a rainstorm. Just a slight shake, and then it couldn't withstand it, and it directly collapsed and broke apart. But, in reality, Zhou Yu opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood as his divine thoughts fluctuated, nearly being pulled out of the heavenly Tao void. No! If this goes on, I'm afraid I won't be able to imprint my emperor pattern there at all, and it's impossible to have the potential to become a great Tao with an unsteady boundary Tao. Zhou Yu's mind raced as he kept thinking of countermeasures. He had thought that he had already won by getting through the emperor's tribulation, but he did not expect that the thief god would be able to use this insidious tactic. A feeling as if the original heaven and earth were unkind, and the heavenly Tao, which had taken 10,000 as ruminants, had actually gained its own consciousness. Man, how do you fight with heaven? Just as Zhou Yu was somewhat at his wit's end, his mind was clear and firm like never before. So what if it's heaven? It's fun to fight with the sky. There was a sudden flash of light in Zhou Yu's divine thoughts as he looked towards the fragment of creation that was still suspended above his head. That's right, this debris looked ordinary, but it helped himself resist the hand of the heavens at a crucial moment, and since even the heavenly hand of the heavenly Tao was able to block it, if he was able to make use of it, there might still be a chance for a turnaround. With this in mind, Zhou Yu no longer hesitated, and his divine thoughts began to penetrate towards the creation misery slice, even continuously sending out a thought towards the other party that he wanted to travel to the heavenly Tao void. In his opinion, the best solution was for the creation debris to be able to directly appear in the middle of the void of the heavenly Tao, like a C-pin to hold his boundary path in place, so that the boundary path would not be broken, and his branding would be considered a success. However, no matter how much his divine thoughts poured out, the other party was indifferent, as if they were not interested in his actions at all. Seeing that the divine mind was beginning to be unable to withstand it, Zhou Yu could only give up for the time being and began to continue to condense the boundary Tao within the heavenly Tao void. Without the creation debris, he could only make a second attempt through this method to see if there was a chance. With the experience of the first time, the second time the fledgling form of the realm Tao coalesced faster than before, and soon manifested itself in the void. Buzz! As soon as it surfaced, the mysterious haze of light around them surged up once again, turning into waves that surged towards Zhou Yu's boundary Tao prototype. In an instant, Zhou Yu once again transformed into a small boat drifting in the sea. He desperately mobilized his divine thoughts, trying to stabilize his small boat from capsizing, but it was still too small in the face of waves as terrifying as the canopy. Just at the moment when he was about to fail, suddenly, the fragment of creation above his head seemed to produce some inexplicable change. An array of light suddenly shot up into the sky, straight into the void. With only a flash, he came within the void of the heavenly Tao and rushed into the shaking realm Tao. Swish! A complicated, mysterious, and incomparably obscure rune appeared in the middle of the realm Tao. The moment this rune first surfaced, it was like a divine stone that suppressed everything, causing the fledgling boundary Tao, which was originally about to crumble, to completely stabilize. No matter how rough the wind and waves were, they didn't budge a bit. It's done? Zhou divine thoughts were so happy that he couldn't sense it in time before he couldn't bear it and forcibly detached himself from the void of the heavenly Tao. Swish! He snapped his eyes open, clearly sensing that his realm Tao was anchored in the heavenly Tao void, like a sprouting seedling that had begun to grow in it. And this time, that fragment of creation actually swished and rushed into his body, hovering in the middle of the sea of consciousness. Is this recognizing the master? Zhou was delighted in his heart. Before, his old folks had once said that although he had traveled through this world with the help of that debris, he had not gained the other party's recognition. Now, the fragment had taken the initiative to enter one sea of consciousness. Could it be that it was recognizing its owner? Zhou carefully sensed, and indeed found that this fragment of creation seemed to have a trace of connection with himself, but strangely enough, this trace of connection, again, was very weak. The other party was like a tenant, renting a spot in the middle of one sea of consciousness for a temporary stay. There hadn't been any of the many gods and goddesses of the creation debris that the old folks had mentioned. Can it be that this emperor is not strong enough? Thinking about it, Zhou was only able to hold down the doubts in his heart and temporarily attribute it to this cause. The divine idea returned, and the golden light in that void disappeared with it. At this moment, Zhou only felt that he was completely different from before. This was a true great emperor, able to lift up great power between his hands and feet. In his dantian, the imaginary shadow of the realm Tao that he had continuously constructed was actually completely solidified and turned into substance. That's right. Before, it was the Tao and did not have a solid entity. Now that he had broken through the realm of the great emperor, as long as Zhou was willing, he could transform the virtual into the real and turn stones into gold. If I say there is, then there is. If I say no, then no. Under the emperor's way, all things submit. This is the true emperor without flaws. Sweeping through the ages, Zhou's palm lifted, and the human emperor streamer emerged, with several cracks on it, so I'm afraid there's no way to use it for the time being. The sky shading mirror was in the end a mid-grade immortal artifact, and after resisting it for a while, it only left a trace and could be used again. As for the Hongmeng Linglong Tower, it currently only served the purpose of time, and was very limited in both offense and defense. So much immortal matter, it would be a waste not to absorb it. With a wave of Zhou's raised hand, the Hongmeng Linglong Pagoda surged against the wind and then began to devour the spreading immortal substance. These substances, he could let them be absorbed, but not all of them could be used to repair the Hongmeng Linglong Pagoda. Instead, he left some of them behind, and now that he himself had achieved greatness, he could already slowly try to refine immortal substances. When the time comes, make some preparations for your own path to immortality. Just as the Hongmeng Linglong Tower was devouring it, Zhou suddenly looked puzzled. Red dust? He raised his hand and flipped it over, and a jade token of special transmission between him and the Red Dust Empress emerged. Only, the weak fluctuation of divine thoughts flickering in that jade plate seemed to be blocked by something, and for a while, it actually couldn't be clearly transmitted. If not for Zhou's breakthrough to Great Emperor and the metamorphosis of his divine mind, it would have been impossible for him to sense such a subtle change. Even the Hanyu immortal refining furnace can't last much longer? In an instant, Zhou guessed that it must be because Red Dust had encountered an incomparably tricky situation, and that was why he had sent a voice message to himself. Previously, the reason why he did not stop the 9 septic emperors and their departure was that he guessed that the present-day Red Dust Empress, together with the great formation set up by the everlasting immortal refining furnace, might not be able to break through it in a short period of time even if a great emperor came in person. What's more, long before he came out, he had notified the top forces such as the Yaowu Sacred Land to meet at the Clan Land as soon as possible. An immortal artifact, plus a few imperial armaments, should be able to support them for a while. Only, everything seemed to be going a little faster than he expected. With this in mind, Zhou placed the Hongmeng Linglong Pagoda here to continue absorbing the immortal substance, while he himself stepped and disappeared into the void. Meanwhile, in the eastern lands, outside the Zhou clan's land, a large formation completely wrapped in golden flames was enveloping the entire land. In the middle of the large formation the Red Dust Empress was sitting in it, and in front of her was the Hanyu immortal refining furnace. Around it, a group of powerful people from the Yaoqi Holy Land, the Sword Pavilion, the Thunder Clan, the Wind Clan, and so on were gathering, and each of them looked at the golden array wrapped around their heads with a grave expression on their faces. Empress Red Dust, when exactly will the Realm Lord return? If it's any later, I'm afraid even this great formation won't be able to stop it. Yes, this group of starry sky outcasts, they are simply doing everything. At this rate, our end will be incomparably miserable. How about we tell them the news? That way, there will always be no need to take the anger out on us. Nonsense. For my people, their hearts will be different. They'll let you go just because you say so? Patriarch Lei, you are at least a quasi-emperor powerhouse. Don't you even understand this? Being chided. That Thunder Clan chief also showed a difficult expression. Just as he was about to open his mouth, suddenly there was a loud noise above the firmament. Chapter 143, White Tiger Seal. Night Fork Demon Sword. Zhou Yu's descent. The crowd snapped their heads up, and they saw that in the void above their heads, a large seal that was several times more massive than a mountain, like a mountain of the ancient gods, appeared out of it. This great seal resembled a mountain range, but at the top of the mountain range, there was a white tiger with a murderous aura roaring and roaring. The White Tiger Seal. An extreme Dao Imperial soldier from the White Tiger clan. It was rumored that this White Tiger Seal was an extreme Dao Imperial soldier that had been sacrificed, fused, and finally transformed into an extreme Dao Imperial soldier by the seated ancestors of the White Tiger clan for an unknown number of generations. The extreme killing Dao contained within it had a terrifying killing aura. Has the White Tiger clan also appeared? The Red Dust Empress's face became grave. Before, both the Reincarnation Emperor and the Nine Spectres Emperor had made attempts to test the waters, but neither of them had been able to break the defensive array set up by the Hongyu refining immortal furnace. Nowadays, there are actually more White Tiger clans. What does this mean? It meant that more and more powerful people had already come to the place where the Zhou clan was, and they already wanted to break the Zhou clan down and find out where Zhou Yu might be hiding from them. Why hide? It must be that Zhou Yu was unable to withstand the other party's joint attack, and it was even possible that the other party had already taken away the immortal edge. In this way, once Zhou Yu appeared, he would become a target. It's getting worse. The Red Dust Empress secretly became worried in her heart as she tried to think of countermeasures, but she realized that no matter what kind of countermeasures she took, she would not be able to face so many powerful people from the Starry Sky races. Unfortunately, if my cultivation could be completely restored as a great emperor, coupled with the Hongyu refining immortal furnace, even if I couldn't fend off everyone, I'd still have 80% certainty if I wanted to protect the Zhou clan's clan lands. Although the Red Dust Empress's own physical body was cohesive, the recovery of her cultivation was not overnight. The only thing to do for now is to try to resist and see if we can think of any other countermeasures. Boom! Only to see a white tiger silhouette filled with a murderous aura begin to rise on the White Tiger Seal, and at once the entire seal, which was like a divine mountain, heavily smashed on top of the grand formation. Astonishingly loud sounds blossomed, and the golden flames that rose above the entire grand formation flowed, forcibly dissolving this wave of attacks. But right at this moment, not waiting for the White Tiger Seal to rise, another pitch-black demonic blade appeared out of nothingness. Snort! The blade light swept through the void, bringing up pitch-black cracks and slashing heavily on top of the grand formation. In an instant, a terrifying and incomparable might bloomed, causing the entire grand formation to shake violently. At this moment, outside of the grand formation, a figure with a strong aura was looking at this black demonic blade that was tearing through the void. God's thoughts were slightly shaken. Is this the Night Fork demon sword of the Night Fork clan that suppresses the clan? Very strong. Rumor has it that this demon blade once absorbed immortal matter and nearly advanced into a true immortal weapon. Between the people's discussions, they looked towards the tall, hideous and ugly Night Fork clan powerhouse in the distance. This person was the patriarch of this generation of the Night Fork clan, claiming that the Night Fork clan had the most potential to impact the immortal road to ascend to immortality in all generations. It was a flawless great emperor. The Night Fork race, ranked 9th on the Starry Sky 10,000 races list, along with the Nine Spectres race and the Reincarnation race, were in the top 10. On the Starry Sky 10,000 races ranking, apart from the number 1 ranked Everlasting race, all the other top 10 races were similar in strength. There are various changes before each ranking reward is given out. For tens of thousands of years, the only one who has not changed the slightest bit is the first place Everlasting race. Moreover, the Everlasting race was also the most mysterious race on top of the Starry Sky 10,000 races list, and no one even knew where their clan lands, where they were. Now, the Night Fork clan's current generation of great emperors had become extremely powerful, and paired with this demonic blade, it was simply like a tiger adding wings to its wings. It could be seen that even the Nine Spectres Emperor and even the Reincarnation Emperor who were on the side didn't look too good. If we had been more united in the first place, perhaps that immortal fetus would have fallen into our hands a long time ago. But now, this bogeyman has appeared. The Nine Hells Emperor and the Reincarnation Emperor and even the Qingqiu Emperor transmitted their voices at the same time. Humph. Don't just talk about this emperor even if you're the Nine Spectres Emperor. The Qingqiu Empress snorted coldly. To say that the heart is in the right place, everyone is not inferior. Even those two heads have their own means. At a time like this, what's the point of talking about it? For today's solution, we can only let them take the lead and see if we can find Zhou Yu's whereabouts from the Zhou clan. Ha! The two of you don't have to worry either. The Reincarnation Emperor suddenly smiled. Right now, the Night Fork clan, the Fire Spirit clan, the Ice Spirit clan, the White Tiger clan, and so on, are all gathered here. There will inevitably be a fight at that time. And, do you guys really think that Zhou Yu will be so tied up? Hearing the reincarnation emperor's intended words, the eyes of the two flickered. What do you mean? What do you mean? Just now, this emperor intentionally left a remnant of his thoughts at the location of the immortal palace, and actually found a great emperor's golden light there. Great emperor's golden light? What? Both of them exclaimed at the same time. It's hard to believe that Zhou Yu didn't escape at all, but forcibly broke through to the great emperor realm there? Reincarnation. You're confused. The Nine Sephiroth emperor immediately rebuked. If you had spoken this news earlier, wouldn't we have directly intercepted Zhou Yu there? Now it snatched the immortal tire. That's right. Confused. You're going to watch the other party achieve greatness. Wouldn't that be even more difficult? Rat's ass. The reincarnation emperor let out a cold cry. Even if we are allowed to snatch it. So what? At that time, the Starry Sky races had already arrived. And that Zhou Yu has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. So even if we were able to get our hands on it, wouldn't we still be doing it for someone else? When he said that, it immediately caused the two great emperors to fall into deep thought. Now that we're deliberately showing weakness and even giving the initiative completely to that unbeatable Night Fork king, even if the other party is able to torture the whereabouts, in the end, you will also have to personally face Zhou Yu, who has become an emperor. Zhou Yu, who is a great emperor, will definitely resist fiercely at that time, and even if he can be subdued by the Night Fork king with his many powerhouses, both of them will have to be killed. When the time comes, we'll mantis the cicada and yellow bird. Speaking of which, where the other two did not understand the reincarnation emperor's intentions. Reincarnation, your math is good, but are you sure the Night King will fall for it? Hasn't he already fallen for it? The reincarnation emperor pointed to the flaming great formation protecting the Zhou clan in the distance. The divine weapon in the hands of that female emperor who is controlling the grand formation is definitely not an ordinary great emperor's imperial weapon, or even, most likely, an immortal weapon. He revealed a wise smile. These races don't even know what kind of immortal fortune appeared in the immortal palace, but they do know that there is an immortal artifact in that great formation. The attraction of an immortal artifact was enough to make them go crazy over it. As for us, giving up an immortal artifact, but being able to reap the immortal fetus, as well as the many secret treasures on Zhou Yu's body. This deal, can't the two of you figure it out? When these words came out, the two of them instantly understood, and they all fell silent and stopped talking. And in the sky above the Zhou clan's clanland, the Night Fork king looked at the golden flames, revealing a longing gaze. He could be certain that there was bound to be an immortal artifact in there as the eye of the formation. Ha ha ha, this time it's fitting that my Night Fork clan should rise, as long as this emperor snatches this immortal artifact into his hands. When the time comes, no matter what that immortal edge is, this trip won't be a loss. The Night Fork demon blade in his hand, which absorbed immortal matter, could only be considered a quasi-immortal weapon. This was able to make him stand proudly against the Starry Sky 10,000 races, and even the reincarnation emperor would have to lower his eyebrows. If he were to obtain this immortal artifact again, it wouldn't be impossible for the Night Fork race to impact the first place of the Starry Sky 10,000 races ranking. With this in mind, his attacks became even more frantic, the pitch-black demonic blades striking out one after another, consuming the grand formation with each fall. On the side, the other races, led by the Night Fork king, similarly struck out one after another with their emperor soldiers. In the end, after an unknown number of bombardments, the entire grand formation completely surfaced cracks. Seeing this, the faces of a group of strong people were greatly delighted, and they struck out one after another, only to hear a shockingly loud sound come out, and the entire clan protector formation completely collapsed. Hongyu immortal refining furnace. The red dust empress forcibly destroyed it, causing the immortal artifact to blossom, enveloping most of the Zhou clan's territory. At the same time, the Holy Mother of Yaoqi on the side also directly offered the Western Emperor Tower to resist. Useless. With a single step, the Night Fork king's figure descended from the void, looking down on the crowd from above. Tell this emperor the whereabouts of that Zhou Yu, or else, you will all die. Die? The red dust empress moved her delicate body, her figure stepping into the air and standing above the Hongyu refining immortal furnace in the air, the flames around her body rising, as if she was wearing a layer of flaming feathered clothes. If you dare to touch any of them here, this emperor will make you pay. Big talk. The Night King snorted and his hideous mouth split open. This emperor is just giving you a chance to submit. Since you don't want it, then don't blame this emperor for being hot-handed. Buzz. With a stroke of the long knife in his hand, a pitch-black demonic aura rose, and the Night Fork demon blade blossomed with might. slashing towards the Red Dust Empress below at once. Congeal. When the Red Dust Empress saw this, she opened her hands, and the Hangyu immortal refining furnace under her feet blossomed with golden flames and rose into the sky. In an instant, it turned into a wall to block it. Just at this moment, behind the Night Fork King, a figure with flames burning all over its body suddenly surfaced. Forbidden. The other party let out a low drink, and between heaven and earth, all the Tao patterns representing flames rose and flowed, then impacted towards the flames controlled by the Red Dust Empress. At that instant, the flaming wall trembled slightly and was actually going to start dissipating. The Red Dust Empress' face changed, not expecting the other party to actually have this kind of tactic. At that exact moment, the Night Fork Demon Blade slash fell directly. Pust. Boom. The wall of flames was hardened and cloaked away, and the remaining blade light swept towards the Red Dust Empress, if not for the fact that at the last moment she retreated in a hurry and blocked it with the Hangyu refining immortal furnace. I'm afraid I'm going to have a bad time. Only a dang sound was heard as the Hangyu immortal refining furnace was hit and fell down from the void, smashing all of the Zhou clan's buildings into smithereens. At the same time, the Night Fork King in the void laughed maliciously, and the devil blade in his hand swung out once again. Thumbs up. A pitch-black blade light blossomed, heading straight for the Red Dust Empress. No good. The Holy Mother of Yao Qi's face changed as she tried to block the other party, but under the might of the other party's great emperor, she simply didn't even have the ability to destroy the Western Emperor Tower. At this moment, they had completely seen how powerful the great emperor was. It was simply far beyond their imagination. The blade light stretched across the void, stretching 10,000 feet, like a huge beast mouth that devoured everything, enveloping towards the Red Dust Empress alone. Seeing this, the Red Dust Empress's cultivation rose, and she cast several divine abilities one after another, only to instantly collapse upon contact. In the end, he could only watch that pitch-black blade on, coming towards him. Damn it! If this emperor is restored to his original state, how can he? The Red Dust Empress let out an unwilling angry shout as she was preparing to harden her steel for this strike, but right at this moment, the void in front of her suddenly trembled. The void opened up, and a majestic and calm figure clad in black and gold long runners took a step out without warning. Seeing the other party, the Red Dust Empress actually took the initiative to exclaim, "Patriarch Zhou!" This one voice of hers contained a surprise she hadn't even expected. "Red Dust, it's been hard on you." Zhou Yu smiled and nodded when he saw the red dust, but without waiting for him to open his mouth again, he heard a cry of alarm from the Red Dust Empress. "Be careful." Zhou Yu turned back suddenly, just in time to see the blade of that Night Fork Demon Blade close to him, so he just lifted his hand forward and pressed out in one motion. Boom! Zhou Yu's palm collided with the sharpest point of the blade, and an astonishing roar interspersed with the roars of countless Night Fork demonic paths resounded throughout the void. A scene that surprised everyone appeared. The terrifying blade on that tore everything apart actually gave a violent start under Zhou Yu's press, and then even more so. From the position of touch, it collapsed inch by inch. The blade-ons collapsed all around like black waves, rolling up a terrifying storm. When the storm dispersed, the Zhou Yu in it was holding the Red Dust Empress's waist with one hand, standing there unharmed. Hiss! A sound of cold air being sucked back resounded in the firmament. Everyone had a look of surprise flashing across their faces, not expecting that someone would actually be able to easily block this strike with their physical body. How is he so strong? The great emperor of Qingqiu let out a cry of shock. When he had encountered Zhou Yu before, the other party had to flee under the great emperor's means. Now, it was actually able to receive the attack of the Night Fork Demon Blade with his bare hands. How long had it been? How did it grow so much? Just what kind of Tao is he comprehending? Why does it feel so terrifying? A similar look of disbelief appeared on the Nine Hells Emperor's face. He could clearly sense that the other party was not a second-generation great emperor like himself, but a flawless great emperor who had truly comprehended his own Tao and had successfully survived the emperor's tribulation. The aura emanating invisibly gave him a feeling of looking up, which was simply unimaginable. You made it? When the Red Dust Empress saw the change in Zhou Yu, a strong excitement immediately appeared on her face. She had once felt Zhou Yu's Tao. It was a vast, powerful, even powerful Tao that could not be described in words. She knew that if Zhou Yu were to cross the tribulation, he would face an extremely powerful great emperor tribulation, which was unavoidable. Now that he saw the other party appear and even casually blocked the attack of the Night Fork Demon Blade, he knew that the other party had definitely succeeded. How can this not be euphoric? Sure enough, Zhou Yu nodded at her, causing Red Dust to instantly feel at ease. At the same time, the Night Fork King in midair was also holding a magic sword in his hand to scrutinize Zhou Yu. Behind him, the White Tiger, Fire Spirit, Ice Spirit, Tengu, Heavenly God, Eternal Night, and other racial powerhouses all similarly looked towards Zhou Yu, eyeing him intently. "You're the one that took the fairy fate, aren't you?" The Night Fork King spoke in a cold voice, his eyes carrying aggression. "Hand it over, this emperor, and leave your body intact." Joyu sniffed, just glanced at him, and in an instant the sky and earth suddenly changed. Chapter 144, Night Fork Meteor. Oppressing everything horizontally. Boom! The heavens seemed to be completely invoked under this glance from Joyu, and terrifying Tao patterns began to appear from the void. This Tao pattern was thick and large, like a true dragon, and coiled around each other to form an incomparably complicated rune. This rune, which the crowd didn't recognize at all, wasn't even from this side of the world. It was just a glance, but it was heavier than the whole world. Countless runes were superimposed on each other, turning into a shadow like the three realms in an instant. Click, click, click. The void all completely crumbled under this oppression. The Night Fork King looked on with a grave expression, and from that rune, he sensed a powerful might. But he did not fear. Instead, his feet stepped, and his figure began to pull up like a giant, and at the same time, the Night Fork demon blade in his hand raged and steamed, and countless demonic chi rolled and turned into waves, wrapping around his body. What kind of bull ***** runes? This emperor can cut through them all with a single slash. Heaven slashing demon blade. Open. Boom. The magic sword trembled, emitting a terrifying sound like the roar of 10,000 devils, and then a terrifying blade aura erupted from it all at once, and in the next moment, it cut through the void, swimming upstream against the current, and directly meeting the runic shadow that fell from the other side. What a strong slash! The many powerhouses behind the Night Fork King exclaimed in shock. This strength of the Night Fork King is no better than a late-stage great emperor. Not bad, even on top of the road to immortality. It's enough to make many strong people bow down. Right, that rune, even if it's strong, is no match for a quasi-immortal weapon. At this moment, the crowd had full confidence in the Night Fork King. The other party was holding a demonic sword and was ferociously powerful enough to sweep away everything. However, just at the moment when the blade and the shadow collided, only a click was heard, and the blade's awnings only trembled for a moment before it began to crumble inch by inch from the tip. How is that possible? The crowd was in shock, not expecting Joyu to be so terrifying. Him? Didn't he just ascend to Great Emperor? How could he be so strong? What kind of Tao is this? To actually be able to collapse even the demonic blade's blade aura? Not good. Go! As he spoke, the shadow of the three worlds above the dome not only crushed the demonic sword, but also directly Pang rose and shrouded towards the crowd. It looked like the other party not only wanted to behead the Night Fork King, but had even completely counted them all in. But when the crowd wanted to flee, they realized that this three-worlds shadow seemed to have firmly locked them in place, and no matter how they fled, it was to no avail. It was as if there was no longer a place for them in this heaven and earth. Good guts, daring to fight against us alone, all of you together. With a furious cry, numerous great emperor-level powerhouses all stepped forward and began to offer up their divine weapons. At this moment, countless Tao lines crossed the sky, intertwining with each other, and all of them shrouded towards the shadow manipulated by Joyu. Boom! Click! 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 The sky and dome collapsed, the universe rewound, and terrifying void turbulence flowed out from the shattered void at this moment simply as if it didn't need any money. Wherever it passed, even the earth completely dissolved and became dust, and countless spatial cracks surfaced that could not even be healed for thousands of years, and under the joint bombardment of the crowd, finally, that three-world shadow began to be unable to withstand it, slowly dissolving and collapsing. However, everyone's faces did not have the slightest bit of joy due to the disappearance of the shadow. Quite the contrary. Their complexions were unprecedentedly grave. What exactly is this person's avenue that he is actually able to embarrass us so much? Everyone knew that it took so much power to even resist someone's one style of divine ability. So if the other party went down with full force, who else would be able to resist? Ho ho ho! A smile suddenly surfaced on top of the Night Fork King's hideous face, and he laughed as he couldn't even stop his body from trembling, followed by jerking his head up towards Joyu. Very well, it's been many years since this emperor has encountered an opponent that can excite me so much. Buzz! His body began to tremble as a bizarre blood-colored rune rose up from his entire body, and one after another began to float away into the void, and as those runes drifted away, his original early great emperor aura actually began to climb up crazily. In just a few moments, he stepped directly into the middle stage realm. By the time all the runes had completely disappeared, Hera had entered the late stage of the Great Empress. Boom! A terrifying vibration that made both heaven and earth tremble struck, and even the void was somewhat unable to withstand it. This is the Night Fork clan's innate divine ability, Blood Battle Unblocking. The Red Dust Empress's voice suddenly transmitted from the void, causing Joyu's figure to slightly lurch as he opened his mouth in confusion. Not bad. Rumor has it that all the clansmen of the Night Fork clan, since the day they were born, have to enter within the Night Fork blood pool of the clan's land to be baptized, regardless of gender. Only those existences that have survived the successful completion of the blood pool baptism are qualified to be called clansmen of the Night Fork clan, and the clansmen who managed to survive were born with this sealing rune, and only after reaching a certain realm was it possible to lift the restriction for a short period of time. Similar to one of the 9 secrets like the Kaiji secret, it was only that there were no accidents with the Night Fork clan's divine ability, and once it was opened, it would enhance their realm to a great extent. After all, the Night Fork race was a fighting race, and were born as fighting geniuses. Therefore, the current him can fight even if he faces an existence at the peak of a great emperor. Yes? Zhou eyes looked at the other party and suddenly, a flash of interest surfaced. Just a moment ago, he clearly felt that the other party's heavenly fate value seemed to be climbing. This kind of existence was indeed a legendary person of Qi, and it wasn't even at a young age, but had grown up completely. At a time like this, it would simply be a big profit if one were to just reap the rewards. Yes. Zhou merely spat out a single word, only to hear a booming sound, and his aura around his body similarly blossomed. 2 silhouettes rose from above his head almost simultaneously, each as tall as an ancient divine mountain. The humanoid silhouette on the left carried an aura of barren antiquity, while the right transformed into an ancient divine elephant that was capable of suppressing the worlds of the Ganges River when it raised its hands and cast its feet. Desolate ancient sacred body, divine elephant prison suppressing sacred body. Originally, both saint bodies had already stepped into the great completion realm, and now that Zhou had broken through to the great emperor realm, the enhancement of his physical body had once again skyrocketed. Buzz! The 2 shadows began to merge with each other, transforming into a terrifying existence with divine elephants on its feet. Desolate sacred prison body. Boom! Zhou raised his hand and punched out, straight at the Night Fork King. The Night Fork King was equally unwilling to show weakness, and the 2 terrifying figures intertwined and collided in the void all at once. With just a click, the void was shattered, and countless buildings, mountains and rocks, and rivers and seas were all directly erased by this terrifying strike. Blazing streams of light scattered in all directions, sweeping everything around them into a storm. At this moment, even the great emperor powerhouses were somewhat unable to withstand it and directly retreated towards the back. This power! Exclamations of shock escaped from their mouths, and their faces were laced with horror, even as great emperors. They had never seen anyone able to reach such a point. It's horrible. Rumble. When the countless fluctuations spread and disappeared, the figure within finally became clear. How is that possible? The crowd that saw that scene let out low cries of disbelief. Because, right in the center of the storm, Zhou's fist actually penetrated the Night Fork King's chest hard, punching through from behind. Emperor's blood, at this moment, flowed out of the Night Fork King's wounds like no money, but it was as if he had been drained of all his strength, unable to move a single bit at all, and could only let out unwilling screams of misery. Zhou looked at him indifferently, and suddenly raised his hand and flung it away, and his opponent was thrown out like a broken pocket. At the same time, Zhou rolled the blood stained on his own hands with his Dao lines and seemed to say with some disgust, "You're weaker than I thought." Just now, Zhou did think that this Night Fork King would be able to erupt with a power that threatened him, but who would have thought that he would directly cause the other party to suffer a serious injury with just a single punch? Even the Night Fork King didn't have time to wield his Night Fork demon sword. Powerful, boundless, above all illusions. The Night Fork King climbed up from amongst the ruins, opening his mouth to spray out a large mouthful of imperial blood as he looked at Zhou with a crazed gaze. Still, it's not over yet. The Night Fork King's magic sword was raised in his hand. This emperor is among the Night Fork clan, the existence that has the most hope of achieving the immortal realm. My potential. For the first of the Starry Sky 10,000 clans, you want to defeat this emperor. Not even close. Ha 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 ha. Not even close. Ho! Only to hear a poof sound. The Night Fork King actually turned the blade of the Night Fork demon sword in his hand and stabbed it into his own chest. Poof! Poof! The Night Fork demon blade that pierced into it actually came from a muffled sound like a heartbeat. With every beat, the Night Fork demon blade crazily devoured the Night Fork King's blood. But not only did the Night Fork King not resist in the slightest, he instead became even more maniacal. Night Fork demon blade. Heaven-slaying slash. Buzz. As the hissing came, that Night Fork demon blade suddenly erupted with a terrifying aura of ferocity. A murderous intent that shook even the heavens rose. And then, great Dao lines appeared and began to forcefully gather above the blade of the Night Fork demon blade. Phew! As the Night Fork King gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands, and then swung out with an incomparably strenuous swing, only a swish could be heard, as if heaven and earth were all split apart at once in the midst of this difficult swing. However, Zhou, who saw this blade, did not retreat but advanced. His body's aura exploded, and then he raised his hand and punched out the fist of the gods of the three worlds. Boom! This was the first time, after breaking through to Great Emperor, that he had executed his three realms divine fist. This punch was struck as if an entire world had surfaced at the same time. Moreover, this was not an ordinary world, but a world that had left its own imprints in the void of the heavenly Tao, and even had a connection with the remnants of creation. Click! This punch was struck, but it strangely did not expand. Instead, it kept shrinking and compressing, and finally compressed the entire world into a single point of origin before colliding completely with that black line from the other side. Snort! This time, actually bizarrely without the slightest fluctuation, just heaven and earth are slightly trembling. That Night Fork King chopped out a knife, actually was cut off directly from the center. Not only that, the residual fist aura even exploded and expanded at this moment, completely submerging the Night Fork King like a heavenly river rolling backward. An annihilating storm swept through, making it almost impossible to open one's eyes. But when everything dissipated, the crowd could only see that Joyu was just standing there, with one foot on top of the Night Fork King's chest, and the other party was drenched in blood and could only lie on the ground, powerless to struggle. You do count yourself as an outstandingly strong man. Unfortunately, as Joyu's last word fell, the Tao lines around his body erupted, smashing heavily on the Night Fork King's body like a whirl. Pust! The Night Fork King's mouth ran wildly with blood, but his eyes snapped open, the Emperor's soul in them being hardwired to destroy most of it. Buzz! Ghostly winds gusted. The sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling resounded, and the human Emperor's streamer surfaced once again. Although there were cracks on it, the basic function was still there, and a thick ghostly chain pierced through the void, directly wrapping around the Night Fork King's divine soul, pulling it out of his physical body hard. No! You can't kill me. I'm the clan leader of the Night Fork clan. If you kill me, you're cutting off the future of the Night Fork clan. The Night Fork clan. Even if I pour out all my nests, I'll still break you into pieces. No! No matter how much he struggled, the human Emperor's streamer's chains did not stop in the slightest, completely incorporating his divine soul. Ding! You've killed the King of Nightbloods, plundering the heavenly fate value plus 5 million. 5 million. That was the gold content of a powerful great emperor, and now that he had been completely exterminated, his heavenly fate value was simply explosive. This, the Night Fork King, has actually fallen? The crowd's faces revealed a look of disbelief. Before it was said that the other party was expected to lead the Night Fork race to impact the top 3 of the Starry Sky 10,000 races list, now it actually fell directly? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would have been hard to believe. Swish! A strong person was the first to react, and immediately moved his body and swept rapidly towards the distance. Escape! Even the Night Fork King was dead, and if the others stayed behind, they would certainly not end up well either. The void trembled, and fluctuations surfaced one after another as the White Tiger Clan, the Fire Spirit Clan, the Ice Spirit Clan, and other powerful people from various clans prepared to leave. Even if that Joyu was stronger, and the crowd was scattered and fleeing, did they not believe that they could all be retained? However, before they could leave, they abruptly saw a ripple rising in the void, and in the next moment, an ancient copper mirror appeared. Buzz! Invisible fluctuations emanated from the void, and finally transformed into ripples that completely enveloped and suppressed the surroundings. The sky shading mirror, which Joyu had long ago hidden in the void to prevent these powerhouses from escaping. Now it really came in handy. The sky shading mirror, a mid-grade immortal artifact, had arranged means that were simply not something a great emperor powerhouse could crack. Previously, Joyu was still at the quasi-emperor stage, and the difference in strength between them was so great that destroying the immortal weapons could not be thorough. But now that the great emperor was destroying it, the might it emitted was more than a few times stronger. No matter how these powerhouses exerted themselves, they were trapped in the void like headless flies. Seeing this, Joyu's figure moved and directly appeared in front of his old acquaintance. Joyu, I didn't hurt you, and I didn't make a move. You can't kill me. The countless eyeballs of the ancient divine Hydra trembled, no longer having the arrogance they had before. Joyu didn't bother to say much to him and threw a punch between his raised hands. Boom! The Three Realms' divine fist directly annihilated a large portion of the opponent's body, and between the blossoming of the Tao lines, he couldn't even recover. No! You dare to kill me! This honored one extremely rises. Poof! Before it could exert its last desperate means, it was directly shattered by Joyu's slap. Kidding aside, although he wasn't afraid of the great emperor, there was no need to give the other party a chance. Why don't you save your strength? It's just as well that there are so many destiny values waiting to be harvested.